Guodong inadvertently traversed back to the year 1962, finding himself within the confines of a quadrangle courtyard. Upon returning to the courtyard, he awakened a mischievous operating system, which promised rewards for every audacious maneuver he executed. The more outrageous the action, the greater the points accrued, igniting Guodong's excitement as he embarked on his journey of flamboyant antics. Subsequently, he amassed a plethora of rewards through the system, thereby commencing the utilization of his talents to develop various cutting-edge technologies for the nation. However, upon his arrival, his first order of business was to rectify the misdeeds of the various nefarious individuals. Chapter 89. The gluttonous Wang Kong devours excrement, the king of excrement consumption. Qin Huairu gazed at Wang Kong, who was fervently shoveling feces into his mouth, and felt her legs tremble uncontrollably. She could scarcely endure the sight before her. It was more unbearable than facing death itself. Just then, someone emerged from the lavatory and was rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before him. That individual immediately knelt and began to retch. The situation was utterly repulsive. Wang Kong usually appeared quite astute, so how could he possess such a peculiar proclivity? No wonder he had previously consumed the chicken droppings from Guodong's household. This was truly a revelation for the onlookers, who had never witnessed such a sight. At that moment, the inhabitants of the quadrangle heard the commotion and rushed out. Upon witnessing the spectacle, everyone retched. The scene was so shocking that it sent chills down their spines. Yet, Wang Kong paid no heed to the crowd, continuing to devour the roasted meat voraciously, leaving not a single bone fragment behind. After finishing his meal, he felt considerably more at ease and instinctively patted his belly, letting out a satisfied belch. This belch caused the previously retching crowd to start heaving once more. Wang Kong. Qin Huairu trembled all over, her face as pale as a ghost. She felt as though she could die from the horror. Help Wang Kong. Everyone, please help me save Wang Kong. Once Qin Huairu regained her composure, she frantically pleaded for assistance from the surrounding neighbors. The onlookers exhibited expressions of sheer terror. Wang Kong was covered in filth, with golden droppings smeared across his lips. None dared approach him, fearing the stench would cling to them. What shall we do? What can we do? Wang Kong must not come to harm. Qin Huairu fretted restlessly. Ultimately, one neighbor, unable to bear the sight any longer, fetched a stick and, pinching his nose, extended it toward Wang Kong. Stop eating, Wang Kong. You'll ruin your health. Quickly grab the stick, and I'll pull you up. The crowd shared concerns that the child might genuinely suffer from his bizarre indulgence and rushed to help. However, upon seeing the crowd approaching, Wang Kong became agitated. What are you doing? Do you intend to steal my roasted meat? The bystanders were taken aback and amused by Wang Kong's words. It seemed he mistook the filth for roasted meat, hence his enthusiastic consumption. No one is stealing from you. It's all yours, but please stop eating and come up first. The neighbor once again offered the stick to Wang Kong, who swatted it away angrily, exclaiming, Get lost, don't disturb me while I'm eating roasted meat, or I swear I'll make you regret it. Witnessing Wang Kong's violent demeanor, the crowd instinctively retreated, seeking refuge behind one another. They feared Wang Kong might splatter his mess onto them. Wang Kong, indifferent to their presence, continued to relish his meal. Observing his behavior, someone could not help but remark, Oh, Qin Huairu, you truly are something. Even in hardship, you must give the child some meat. Look at how this child has been tempted. He's now mistaking excrement for meat. Qin Huairu felt a wave of frustration. They had not subjected Wang Kong to hardship. Just days prior, he had enjoyed roasted chicken, and they usually provided him with meat every other day. Particularly, Kyuju's lunchbox often found its contents devoured by Wang Kong. Regrettably, these matters were not to be divulged. She could only nod in agreement. All right, I understand. Please help me think of a way to get him up. We want to, but what if Wang Kong refuses to leave his food behind? A neighbor interjected. The crowd erupted in laughter at the absurdity of Wang Kong guarding his filth so fiercely. It was an unprecedented sight. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger rushed to Qin Huairu's head, leaving her dazed. Ding! Obtained 200 flamboyant operation points. Current flamboyant operation points, 220. Guodong, engrossed in a film, was startled by the voice echoing in his mind. He had unexpectedly earned 200 points. What had Wang Kong done? After previously acquiring the formula for a medicinal concoction, Guodong discovered one particularly simple recipe. Yet, its effects were quite intriguing, capable of inducing a brief state of hallucination. Recalling the day Wang Kong had stolen a chicken, he devised a plan to play a prank on him. Little did he know that he would earn such a bounty of points. Wang Kong had indeed been engaged in remarkable antics. What's wrong, Guodong? Noticing Guodong's sudden distraction, Zhang Shuyu inquired curiously. Nothing. Let us continue watching the film. Finally, the effects of the drug wore off, and Wang Kong, who who had been voraciously consuming filth, suddenly regained clarity, bewildered by his surroundings. He found himself in a cesspool, surrounded by neighbors from the quadrangle, pointing and gesturing at him. Glancing at the excrement he was holding, he felt a peculiar sensation in his mouth. Wow! Wang Kong immediately retched. Wang King's body became akin to a faucet with its valve opened, and he expelled excrement in a torrent. Run! It stinks terribly. Witnessing this, many nearby fled in horror. After a minute of retching, Wang Kong finally ceased, his face pale from the ordeal. Come on, Wang Kong, grab the stick. I'll pull you up. The same neighbor extended the stick toward Wang Kong once more. This time, Wang Kong ceased to guard his food and quickly grasped the stick. With the assistance of the crowd, he finally extricated himself from the cesspool. After being pulled out, the crowd swiftly retreated, fearful of contamination. Once on solid ground, Wang Kong heaved again, ultimately expelling bile. Once he had finished, Qin Huairu stepped forward to guide Wang Kong to wash up. Along the way, the children shouted at Wang Kong, "The king of excrement consumption. Wang Kong is the king of excrement consumption. Wang Kong loves eating excrement and won't allow anyone to steal." This enraged Wang Kong, who was accustomed to berating and bullying others. Today, the tables had turned, and he found himself the target of mockery. He yearned to ascend and engage in a brawl with those children, yet he found himself burdened by a stomach full of filth. Fortunately, he managed to expel it, but his body now lay in a state of utter exhaustion. He was entirely devoid of strength, left to glare at them with simmering resentment. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the taunts. He seized the excrement upon him and hurled it towards them, which finally prompted their retreat. After a laborious cleansing, he returned home. Upon entering, Jia Dongshu and Xiaodong instantly covered their noses. Although he had washed thoroughly, a lingering odor of feces still clung to him. "Bonggong, you've been out playing again. Why do you reek of excrement? Have you eaten dung?" Jia Dongshu inquired with a furrowed brow. The stench was rather pungent. Chapter 90. Bonggong, have you consumed excrement? Upon hearing his father's query, Bonggong felt a tumultuous anger surging within his chest. He yearned to explode, but could find no outlet for his frustration. He wished to speak, yet his throat felt as though it were ensnared by a fishbone, causing him discomfort. Dongshu refrained from speaking. Qin Huairu interjected appropriately. At that moment, the sounds of several children echoed from the courtyard outside. They were all chanting that Bonggong was the king of dung eaters. Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu's brow knitted even tighter. "What on earth is going on, Bonggong?" Qin Huairu explained. I don't know what just happened. I mistook dung for roasted meat. Bonggong's voice dwindled to a whisper, appearing exceedingly aggrieved, and tears began to stream down his face. What? Jia Dongshu's eyes widened in shock, never having imagined his son had truly consumed excrement. The raucous children outside, he had assumed, were merely engaged in playful banter. How could his own son possibly resort to such an act? He was utterly taken aback, and collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, unable to utter a single word. His heart brimmed with despair. Having already been incapacitated, he found the situation particularly distressing, fearing it would hinder Bonggong's future prospects in finding a bride. Now that he had eaten excrement, who would ever consider marrying him? Was the Jia family destined to face extinction? Qin Huairu's expression was equally grim. Yet, thankfully, she retained some composure. Bonggong's behavior today was evidently peculiar. First claiming to see ghosts, then mistaking dung for roasted meat, and even hoarding food. This was undeniably amiss. She promptly demanded, "Bonggong, confess honestly, what did you eat today?" Bonggong, no longer daring to conceal the truth, candidly recounted his escapade at Guodong's house, where he had stolen meat and roasted it. You. Qin Huairu sprang to her feet, pointing at Bonggong, rendered speechless by her anger. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from taking others' belongings? Especially from the Guodong household. Why will you not heed my words? Must it take the police apprehending you for you to listen? You are well aware of Guodong's family. They are far more formidable than ours. Even if you had not encountered trouble after eating the meat, what would happen if Guodong caught you? Look at your grandmother, look at Uncle Yi and Shaju. They have all suffered due to him. Just observe their current plight." Qin Huairu's interrogation left Bonggong with his head bowed, too ashamed to speak. How was he to know that the meat was tainted? Previously, he had stolen countless items without consequence. This time was merely an unfortunate mistake. "Huairu, please calm down. This is not the time for accusations." Jia Dongshu quickly offered comfort. "It is all Guodong's fault. He must have intentionally left the meat there. Otherwise, how could Bonggong have taken and eaten it? He must have laced it with something vile, intending to harm our Bonggong. He is truly despicable." Jia Dongshu felt no remorse for Bonggong's theft. Instead, he blamed it all on Guodong. It is undoubtedly Guodong's doing. We must confront him. Bonging echoed his sentiments from the sidelines. Shoo, shoo, you bunch of rascally children. What chaos are you causing here? Just then, the voice of Zhonghai resonated from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Following this, the door of the Jia household was rapped upon. What is happening, Huairu? Why did I return from work to hear that your Bonggung has eaten excrement? What's going on? Upon entering, Zhonghai inquired loudly. This caused the members of the Jia family to become quite displeased. Could he not lower his voice? Indeed, third uncle, you must advocate for us. Hearing Zhonghai's remarks, Qin Huairu no longer addressed him as Uncle One, but rather by his current title. This irked Zhonghai, though he refrained from voicing his discontent. It is all that Guodong's doing, causing our Bonggung to eat excrement. Qin Huairu proceeded to recount Bongung's tale. That Guodong is utterly outrageous. It was one thing to bully us in the courtyard, but now he has no qualms about tormenting a child. This is intolerable. We must seek retribution from Guodong. Zhonghai declared angrily, slamming his hand on the table. In recent days, Guodong had not troubled him, leading him to feel somewhat empowered. Moreover, this time involved poisoning a child. Zhonghai was confident he could teach Guodong a lesson, ensuring he would pay a price. Guodong has not returned yet, right? I just saw that no one was home at his place. Wait here. I'm going to find old Yin and old Liu. We must ensure that Guodong is held accountable for this injustice against Bonggung. As Zhonghai spoke, he strode directly towards the door. Hearing this, Qin Huairu and Jia Dongshue's eyes brightened. This was the Zhonghai they admired, bold and willing to stand up for the people of the courtyard. He was finally regaining his spirit. In truth, Zhonghai had been harboring a grudge. Previously, he had been humiliated by Guodong at the bathhouse, suffering from diarrhea and enduring several humiliating incidents. He had been seething with anger ever since, longing for an opportunity to properly discipline Guodong. However, he had yet to find that chance, and Guodong was quite formidable. A moment's carelessness could lead to his own downfall. Therefore, it was imperative to seize a favorable opportunity. Now, with the incident involving Bonggung, he could finally settle the score with Guodong. He was confident he could persuade Liu Haizhong and Yin Bugui. He knew both of them were also harboring grievances from the previous incident at the bathhouse. As Zhonghai descended, he reflected on the lessons learned from his previous failures. He realized that those earlier attempts had been solitary endeavors, which led to his dismal defeats. This time, he would ally with Yin Bugui and Liu Haizhong. With the three esteemed elders joining forces, they would undoubtedly subdue Guodong. He could hardly fathom failing to subdue Guodong. As for evidence, Zhonghai was entirely unconcerned. After all, they had fabricated countless tales in the past. As long as they had an excuse, it sufficed. Ultimately, Zhonghai arrived at Yin Bugui's doorstep, gently rapping on the door. Old Yan. Who is it? Oh, it's Oldie. What brings you here? A voice from within belonged to Yin Bugui. Come, let's find old Liu. I wish to discuss something with you both regarding Guodong. Upon hearing Guodong's name, Yin Bugui did not hesitate, immediately following him to Liu Haizhong's residence. Thus, the trio convened to devise a strategy to deal with Guodong. After watching the film, Guodong leisurely returned to the courtyard with Zhang Shuyu. Upon entering, they were met with an overwhelming stench of excrement, prompting both Guodong and Zhang Shuyu to instinctively cover their noses. What is that foul odor? At that moment, Bang Gung came rushing towards them, bringing with him a gust of wind that carried an even stronger scent of excrement. Observing Bang Gung, Guodong could not help but frown in distaste and inquire, Bang Gung, have you consumed feces? Chapter 91. Silly Zhu struck, breaking Zhonghai's leg. Bang Gung had initially managed to suppress the nausea stirring within him. However, at this moment, upon hearing Guodong's words, he felt his stomach churn anew, as if it were filled with excrement, and he began to retch. Observing Bang Gung's demeanor, Guodong was taken aback. Could it be that Bang Gung truly had consumed excrement again? Guodong had merely spoken in jest, yet Bang Gung's reaction seemed to confirm his words. Guodong, I ask you, what is the situation with the meat in your household? Why did our Bang Gung, after consuming it, claim to have seen a ghost? Did he mistake excrement for roasted meat? Surely you have gone too far. Yes, we adults may have our disagreements, but you should not torment a child in this manner. What if he encounters a problem from eating excrement? Even if he suffers no ill effects, what will happen if this rumor spreads? Will Bang Gung ever find a bride? Qin Huairu launched into an unrelenting tirade. Ha ha ha, he really did eat excrement again. In the face of Qin Huairu's accusations, Guodong could only hear one thing. Even if Bang Gung mistook roasted meat for excrement, it seemed that the hallucinogenic agent truly was potent. Guodong, how can you still laugh? You have truly gone too far this time. That child is merely a bit mischievous. You need not treat him so harshly. We three respected elders have conferred, and your actions have severely undermined the unity of our courtyard. Thus, we have decided that you must compensate the Jia family 100 yuan. Otherwise, we shall take necessary measures against you. Yi Zhonghai's words were firm and left no room for dissent. Following his declaration, the Liu brothers Liu Guangtian and his sibling, along with the 3 Yan brothers, and Silly Zhu all brandished sticks as they advanced, subtly surrounding Gu Guodong and Zhang Shuyu. Upon witnessing this, Gu Guodong could not help but smirk coldly. It was clear that they had conspired together in advance. This group was evidently united in their intent to confront him. Oh, so according to you, Zhonghai, it is I who am responsible for Bang Geng stealing my family's meat? Gu Guodong, tired of their pretense, called them out directly. That meat is yours. Disregarding the facts, do you bear no responsibility at all? If you had not left the meat there, how could Bang Geng have taken it? And if he subsequently fell ill, it would undoubtedly be your premeditated act. Therefore, regardless of how you spin it, this is your fault. Yi Zhonghai, filled with righteous indignation, shouted back, how convenient to say is my fault, no matter what. If that is the case, allow me to show you my methods. You dare threaten us? Yi Zhonghai's anger flared at Gu Guodong's challenge. We are merely warning you, if you do not resolve this matter today, do not expect to continue living in this courtyard. Do you think this place is yours to run rampant in? Look at how long you have been back, and how much trouble you have stirred up. You have tarnished the proud traditions of our courtyard. Before Yi Zhonghai could finish, Gu Guodong strode forward and slapped Yi Zhonghai across the face. A sharp crack resonated in the air. Yi Zhonghai clutched his lips in disbelief, his eyes blazing with anger. With so many witnesses present, this audacious lad dared to strike? Surely, he must be mad. Before this thought could settle, a second slap landed on Yi Zhonghai's cheek. This time, he had no chance to evade, and Gu Guodong's blow sent him crashing to the ground, knocking out several of his teeth. The others, witnessing Gu Guodong's brazen assault on Yi Zhonghai, were taken aback and rushed forward to assist, but Gu Guodong deftly dodged their punches and kicks. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of blows, swiftly flattening Liu Guangtian and his brother, while the 3 Yan brothers, witnessing Gu Guodong's agility in taking down the strongest of the Liu brothers, hastily recoiled in fear. They had merely come to bolster their numbers, intending to intimidate Gu Guodong alone. Who could have predicted that the tables would turn so swiftly, leaving them silenced and retreating? You little rascal, how dare you strike me again? Yi Zhonghai, nursing his swollen face, rose unsteadily. Do you think I won't dare? Gu Guodong replied, delivering a kick to Yi Zhonghai's chest that sent him sprawling back to the ground, then placing his foot firmly on Yi Zhonghai's neck, pressing down with force that nearly drew blood. Silly Zhu, stop just standing there. Come help. Qin Huairu, seeing Yi Zhonghai in distress, urgently called for Silly Zhu. It was only then that Yi Zhu reacted, raising his stick to strike Gu Guodong. However, Gu Guodong had anticipated Silly Zhu's move, swiftly turning and dodging to Yi Zhu's rear. The speed was such that Yi Zhu fell to blur before losing sight of his target. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Guodong assisted Yi Zhu, applying pressure to augment his strength. Consequently, Yi Zhu's strike, initially aimed at Gu Guodong, redirected toward Yi Zhonghai on the ground. A resounding crack echoed, followed by Yi Zhonghai's agonized wail. Ow, it hurts so much. Zhu, what are you doing? This moment unfolded in a flash. Due to Gu Guodong's incredible speed, the onlookers only saw him dart aside and completely missed the moment he lent strength to Yi Zhu. They beheld Yi Zhu raise his stick forcefully, not striking Gu Guodong, but rather delivering a crushing blow to Yi Zhonghai's leg. Judging by the sharp sound that had just resonated, it seemed Yi Zhonghai's leg was indeed broken. System notification, skillful maneuver rewarded with 100 points, total accumulated, 320. Hearing the voice in his mind, Gu Guodong smiled in satisfaction. I won't rest until I bring you all to your knees. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. The current situation was entirely unanticipated. I didn't mean to. Yi Zhu stammered, caught off guard. He had not expected that a single strike would not only miss Gu Guodong, but also result in Yi Zhonghai's leg breaking. He recalled not using much force, merely intending to give Gu Guodong a warning glance. How could he have possibly broken Yi Zhonghai's leg? He was utterly perplexed. Quick, we must take him to the hospital. Ultimately, it was Yen Bugui who first regained his composure, hastily rallying everyone to prepare to transport Yi Zhonghai to the hospital. Was this farce truly an end? No, it was not. After the crowd dispersed, Gu Guodong exited the courtyard, heading towards the security department. Chapter 92. They struck my hand with their faces. Captain Li, are you busy? When Gu Guodong arrived at the security department, Captain Li was at his desk, engrossed in reading a letter. Guodong, what brings you here? Have you encountered some trouble? Please, let us know how we can assist. Captain Li said, putting the letter away and rising. Oh, it's nothing much. I just returned to the courtyard and was surrounded by 3 elders and their entourage. The issue arose because Bang Gung stole meat from my family and then, inexplicably, went to the bathroom to eat excrement. What? Bang Gang so. This boy is known for his meat obsession. How could he end up eating excrement? Captain Li was equally astonished. Indeed, and then they blamed me, accusing me of poisoning the excrement. No, they said I poisoned the meat. Their confusion regarding excrement and meat has left me utterly bewildered. I beg your pardon, Captain Li. Then the 3 elders rallied, a whole crowd, to threaten me. Gu Guodong vividly recounted the incident of being besieged, leaving no detail unmentioned. It was utterly outrageous. They had erred, yet dared to launch an attack against him. Fear not, Guodong. I shall certainly advocate on your behalf, he declared. Let us proceed. Upon hearing that Gu Guodong had been assaulted by that band of rascals, Captain Li wasted no time and rushed out with his team. These old scoundrels were beyond the pale, and he would not let them go unpunished. Once outside, a subtle smile graced Gu Guodong's lips, a radiant expression of satisfaction. Today had been exceedingly gratifying. He had given those beasts a thorough beating, and not only that, he had managed to break Yi Zhonghai's leg with He Yuzhu's assistance. Now he could lodge a complaint and have the security team apprehend them. It was simply exhilarating. When Captain Li returned to the courtyard with Gu Guodong, they coincidentally found that Yi Zhonghai had just been escorted back. Only Anida, Qin Huairu, and Shaju were left bustling about. After all, it was his leg that had been broken, and, at the very least, he would be responsible for the medical expenses. What a situation. They saw trouble with Gu Guodong. Yet in the end, it was Yi Zhonghai who got hurt. How bizarre. Indeed, I distinctly witnessed Shaju striking Gu Guodong. And suddenly, Gu Guodong vanished, transforming into Yi Zhonghai. Sighing, the onlookers murmur this time, it seems they have lost both the lady and the soldiers, and trouble remains unresolved. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui wore grim expressions. They had originally planned to confront Gu Guodong together, but now they had failed to do so. Who knew how this young man would retaliate against them in the future? Had they known better, they would not have heeded Yi Zhonghai's advice about the strength in numbers. Believing they could not be outmatched, the strength was indeed considerable, having broken a leg. How could it not be? Suddenly, both men looked up and saw Captain Li approaching with several security personnel, his expression one of fury directed at them. Taken aback, they quickly glanced behind themselves, expecting him to be waiting for someone else. However, upon realizing it was just their group, an uneasy feeling crept into their hearts. Surely, he is not here for us? As expected, Captain Li stepped forward. Yin Bugui, Lu Haizhong, I ask you, did you not participate in the assault on Comrade Gu Guodong today? Captain Li's face was stern, his tone serious, and his anger palpable. That is not the case. We had nothing to do with this. Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong exchanged glances before hastily shaking their heads in denial. Nonsense. I have already inquired in the courtyard, and many witnessed you leading the charge against Comrade Gu Guodong. Captain Li retorted with a cold snort, continuing, I shall not waste my breath on you. You will accompany me to the security office, where the police will handle the matter. What? This is an injustice. Captain Li, we truly had no part in this. We did not seek trouble with Gu Guodong. Upon hearing that Captain Li intended to take them to the security office for questioning, Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong panicked and began to plead their case. Yet, their protest fell on deaf ears. Captain Li was unswayed, and with a wave of his hand, several security personnel moved to apprehend them. Wait, Captain Li, we truly did nothing. We may have surrounded him, but we did not strike Comrade Gu Guodong. Yin Bugui exclaimed in desperation. You did strike, and I was bruised. Just then, Gu Guodong emerged from behind. You lie. We did not touch you. How could we have struck you? Upon seeing Gu Guodong, Yin Bugui's fury reached its zenith. This brat dares to slander me. Exactly, we did not touch you. How could we have harmed you? Guodong, do not spread rumors. Lu Haizhong added, glaring. Who says he did not harm me? Look here. Gu Guodong raised his right hand. Captain Li, they struck me with their faces, backs, and chests. Just look at my bruises. At this claim, the faces of Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong turned a sickly shade of green, and even Captain Li appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Captain Li, clearly this is Gu Guodong's fabrication. He is the one who assaulted us, yet he claims we struck him. This is blatant slander. He should be the one arrested. We are the victims. Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong seemed to seize upon an opportunity, launching a vigorous counterattack. Indeed, Captain, This is entirely an accusation against us. We did not touch him at all. You must have seen, he is merely spouting nonsense. Quickly arrest him. Ha ha, what a preposterous claim. I learned from you. Did I not? Just moments ago, you said that if a stick stole my meat, it was my fault. You took my belongings and claimed it was my error. By your logic, it is not I who struck you, but rather you who struck me. Guodong retorted without hesitation. To deal with such individuals, one must counter magic with magic. You, Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong were momentarily speechless. They had indeed uttered similar phrases earlier, but they had not anticipated Guodong's audacity in bringing their words to the fore for discussion. It was a humiliation greater than being beaten. Now, they found themselves thoroughly at a disadvantage. Brilliant. Captain Li could not help but secretly commend Guodong. He had heard of the Courtyard's affairs many times, each instance. These old rascals would twist the truth, using their status to evade accountability. Now, Guodong had turned their tactics against them, leaving them at a loss for words. Have you nothing further to say? Take them away, Captain Li ordered, signaling for them to be escorted out. Wait, I have something to say, Yin Bugui exclaimed urgently. Chapter 93. Banging still a child, don't let him off. Yin Bugui considered himself a teacher and could not afford to be taken into the police station. Otherwise, it would be akin to stepping in mud. Whether it was feces or not, it would still be unsavory. Should the school hear any rumors, he could face disciplinary action. His entire family depended on him for sustenance, and he could not afford to make any missteps. Thus, Yin Bugui concocted a plan and quickly spoke up. Captain Li, I have something to say. What else do you have to say in your defense? Captain Li shot him a skeptical glance, curious about his intentions. Captain Li, the situation was entirely orchestrated by Yi Zhonghai. It was they who approached us, suggesting we use this incident to target Comrade Guodong. We were momentarily bewitched and foolishly participated. However, we never intended to harm Comrade Guodong. I implore you to discern the truth. Yin Bugui asserted with fervor. Yes, indeed. This was entirely Yi Zhonghai's scheme. Had they not incited us, we would never have acted in such a manner. They were the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes. Please spare us, Lu Haizhong eagerly added. Oh, you claim Yi Zhonghai sought you out? What do they want from you? Captain Li's brows furrowed slightly as he inquired. Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong exchanged glances. Then Yin Bugui slowly replied, Yi Zhonghai wanted us to assist him in dealing with Guodong, claiming that this incident arose because Shaju stole meat from Guodong's household. Let us seize this opportunity and disregard the issue of theft. All blame is being heaped upon Guodong. They even claimed that after Guodong compensates, he would share a little with us. We were unwittingly ensnared in their scheme. Considering that Comrade Guodong was unharmed and we bore the brunt of the injuries, let us forgive this transgression. You apprehend Yi Zhonghai, and we shall testify. Furthermore, we shall testify that Bang Gung was indeed the thief. In a bid for self-preservation, the two hastily betrayed Yi Zhonghai, delivering a treacherous blow to his back. Captain Li, upon hearing this, pulled Guodong aside and whispered, Guodong, to be candid, you were the one who acted more aggressively this time. Just look at the Lu brothers. Their faces are bruised and battered, while you seem unscathed. If this were to escalate to the police station, the outcome may not be favorable. It would be wiser for us to focus on capturing Yi Zhonghai and Bang Gung. With their testimonies, we will surely succeed. Guodong pondered for a moment and gently nodded. With Guodong's consent, Captain Li approached the others. Very well. Remember your words and be prepared to testify when the time comes. He then exchanged glances with several team members, who promptly released them. Thank you. Captain Li. Thank you, Guodong. The Lu and Yin families expressed their gratitude profusely towards Guodong and Captain Li. Guodong waved his hand dismissively. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us depart swiftly. Observing this, everyone hurriedly made their exit. Once all had vanished from sight, Captain Li turned to Guodong and remarked, Guodong, we shall wait for the Qin family to return before we proceed. With that, he assigned one person to keep watch while the others returned home. Guodong also made his way back to his residence. What transpired, Brother Guodong? Upon entering, Zhang Shiyu eagerly inquired about the outcome. Guodong chuckled and recounted the events to Zhang Shiyu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shiyu trembled with rage, exclaiming, Yi Zhonghai is exceedingly malicious. It was he who concocted such a vile scheme. Fear not, Shiyu. This time, he has only succeeded in injuring himself with his own machinations. Guodong replied with a smile. As the clock struck 9, Hiyuzhu and Qin Huairu returned from the hospital. Hiyuzhu wore a dejected expression, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, while Qin Huairu's countenance was equally grim. They had not anticipated the severity of Yi Zhonghai's leg injury. Even if it were to be patched up, He would likely walk with a pronounced limp thereafter. More critically, it was highly probable that he would be unable to stand for extended periods. This was indeed a grave matter that might affect future employment opportunities. To add to their woes, the medical expenses had skyrocketed to over 120 yuan. Although Yi Zhonghai insisted that the primary fault lay not with him, but with Guodong's machinations, declaring that he would not cover the medical costs as they would manage it themselves. This was primarily due to Jia Dongxu's incapacitation. Despite Qin Huairu's promise to care for them going forward, Yi Zhonghai remained skeptical. He believed it prudent to diversify their support, hence his refusal to have He Yuzhu cover the medical expenses. This was a strategic move aimed at ensuring their long-term security. They understood He Yuzhu well. Should he refuse assistance, he would undoubtedly be consumed by guilt. The medical costs, though modest, could engender a lifetime of remorse for He Yuzhu, compelling him to care for them diligently in their old age. This was worth far more than any transaction. However, as anticipated, He Yuzhu was plagued by guilt. Thus, even when they expressed their disinterest in accepting help, he felt compelled to contribute something to ease his conscience. Yet, ironically, his savings had been depleted during his recent incarceration, and a portion had been appropriated by Qin Huairu. He found himself with no funds at all. Additionally, due to the previous incident involving Jia Dongxu assaulting Qin Huairu, he had refrained from asking for assistance. Now, in dire need of money, he resolved to broach the subject once more. Just as he entered the courtyard and was about to step inside, He Yuzhu prepared to speak. However, at that moment, a throng of individuals stormed in, startling both of them. Kome, Seize Bang Jing. In their moment of shock, they heard a commanding voice. As they turned to see who it was, they recognized Captain Li from the security department. With a single command, a team member rushed forward. Seeing this, Qin Huairu instinctively shielded Bang Gong. Captain Li, what is the meaning of this? Why are you apprehending our Bang Gong? Is there some misunderstanding? Indeed, Captain Li, could it be that you are mistaken? I have watched this boy grow up. Although he is a bit mischievous, he has never engaged in any illegal activities. He Yuzhu quickly chimed in to support Qin Huairu. There is no error. Bang Gong has stolen meat from Comrade Gu Guodong's household, and that constitutes a criminal act. Stand Azida, and let Bang Gong accompany us for questioning. Captain Li remained unmoved by their protests, steadfast in his intent to take Bang Gong away. Captain Li, he is merely a playful child. He knows not what he does. He was merely jesting. Qin Huairu attempted to defend him. Yes, indeed. He is still but a child. We must not be too harsh on him. Just then, Gu Guodong's voice rang out. Merely a child? Children have stolen plenty, and our belongings have not been spared. Just the other day, I witnessed him sneaking out from the kitchen of the factory. A voice interjected, startling both Qin Huairu and He Yuzhu. It was Su Damao. You rascal, are you itching for trouble? Coming here to stir the pot? Be careful, or I shall teach you a lesson. He Yuzhu, already hot-tempered, was further incensed and immediately began to berate Su Damao. What of it if I am itching for trouble? Come, if you dare, strike me. Su Damao stood defiantly, unafraid of any repercussions. He Yuzhu was infuriated by Su Damao's audacity, yet with the security personnel present, he refrained from acting out. He could only glare at Su Damao, vowing to settle the score once the officers departed. Captain Li advanced with authority, stating, Qin Huairu, step aside. We are taking your son for questioning. Do not obstruct us, or we shall take you as well. Bang Gong, unaccustomed to such confrontations, was used to being shielded by his grandmother. Even when matters escalated, Yi Zhonghai had always been there to smooth things over. Thus, every incident had been swept under the rug. Now, confronted with this scene, he was so frightened that his legs buckled, and he sat on the ground, wailing. I don't want to go. Mommy, please speak on my behalf. It was just a small piece of meat from Gu Guodong's house. What is the big deal? Last time, when I stole Su Damao's chicken, there were no consequences. Well, I don't want to go. In his panic, Bang Gong inadvertently revealed the incident of the stolen chicken. Upon hearing this, Su Damao's fury ignited. So, it was you who stole my chicken. No wonder Qin Huairu has been defending that fool. She was covering for her son's misdeeds. Lu Xiao chimed in, enough. You two, let us keep matters separate. I already compensated you 5 yuan for that chicken. This situation, as the conversation between the two individuals escalated, He Yuzhu swiftly interjected. Captain Li was already intent on apprehending him for pilfering meat, and if the matter of stealing chickens was also brought into the fray, the consequences would be far more severe. Qin Huairu wore a troubled expression. This child, without any prompting, had confessed everything, leaving her in a precarious situation. All right, Qin Huairu. Since Banging has already admitted his guilt, please step aside. Captain Li had not anticipated such ease in his task. He had initially planned to enlist Liu Haizhong and Yin Bugui as witnesses, but now, the confession had simplified matters considerably. Although Qin Huairu felt a deep sense of reluctance, she dared not obstruct further. While she was paying for her son, her mother-in-law remained inside, and with Jia Dongshu incapacitated and the little one needing care, she could not afford to be taken in. Otherwise, their entire household would be in disarray. Beng, captured, wept inconsolably, his cries echoing with despair. Captain Li, indifferent, gestured for several security personnel to firmly restrain him and push him back. Yet, within the courtyard, there were few who sympathized with him. Instead, they secretly rejoiced. This fool! Had he known this would be the outcome, would he have acted so foolishly? Frequently stealing had led him to this inevitable downfall. Many cast disdainful glances at Bang, spitting in contempt. Witnessing Bang's woeful demeanor, Qin Huairu could no longer contain herself. Her legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed. He Yuzhu, quick on his feet, rushed to support her. As she fell into his embrace, she wept bitterly. Zhuzi, what should I do? Bang has been captured. What am I to do? Sighing at her sorrowful countenance, He Yuzhu replied, Sister Qin, do not worry. I shall find a solution. Though his expression bore a hint of dismay, his heart soared with joy. This was the second occasion he had shared such closeness with Qin Huairu. The first had been when he transported Jia Dongshu back using a cart, a memory he fondly recalled. Despite the subsequent mishap that cost him 2 yuan, he deemed it worth the trouble. To his astonishment, at this moment, Qin Huairu, without any defenses, had thrown herself into his arms. How could he not embrace her? Upon hearing his words, she ceased her crying, and He Yuzhu promptly helped her to her feet, mindful of the onlookers. As the spectators in the courtyard deemed the spectacle concluded, they gradually returned to their respective homes, their discussions animated. Meanwhile, obediently preparing to escort Zhang Shiyu back to their quarters for further studies, Qin Huairu hastily approached, hoping to plead with Guodong for Bang's release. Unfortunately, Guodong ignored her entirely, turning on his heel and departing, leaving Qin Huairu seething with resentment at his retreating figure. The following day, the verdict was announced. Due to his excessive timidity, Bang had voluntarily confessed upon entering the police station. However, as the amount involved in the theft was negligible, he was sentenced to 3 days in a juvenile detention center. Upon the school receiving notification, they promptly expelled Bang. Upon receiving the expulsion notice, Qin Huairu fainted. Upon returning home, she endured a fierce rebuke from Jia Dongshu. Meanwhile, the animosity towards Guodong reached a peak for the Jia couple. As for Guodong, he had made a brief visit to the factory that morning, exchanging pleasantries with factory director Li before proceeding to visit Wang Lao. His primary objective was to deliver the modified blueprints for the 64-style micro-submachine gun, urging them to expedite production so he could swiftly realize his plans. Unsurprisingly, when Shun Lao and Wang Lao received the blueprints, they were astounded, particularly by the design of the silencer, which garnered unanimous acclaim from the 2 elders. Without hesitation, they instructed that a prototype be swiftly constructed to evaluate its performance, and subsequently, adjustments and testing would be conducted based on Guodong's provided schematics. Days later, the completed firearm astonished both elders, leading them to acquiesce to Guodong's request to establish a research institute. However, this institute would operate as a clandestine project, a stipulation requested by Guodong under the guise of safeguarding his own security. The 2 elders paid little mind, as it was acknowledged that talented individuals often harbored peculiarities. As long as he could contribute to the nation, other matters were secondary. Meanwhile, the steel mill's equipment renovations were nearing completion. Since the modifications were executed concurrently with production, there was no disruption to the production schedule. In fact, they had finished ahead of time. At this juncture, the steel mill also received new task orders. Chapter 95. Water pipes engraved with grooves. Are you telling me this isn't a gun barrel? This is to produce water pipes? Or is it a task assigned by the Ministry of Industry? Deputy Factory Director Li furrowed his brow as he examined the order in hand. Didn't we previously produce a batch of water pipes? Why are we being tasked again? Guodong, scrutinizing the document in his possession, felt a spark of recognition. He recognized the blueprint as his own creation. How could he not? Thus, Director Li, please find 2 trustworthy carpenters and machinists to come over. Have them work overtime to fabricate this equipment. Furthermore, we will not produce the steel pipes according to their blueprint. I shall revise it and will proceed according to my design. Guodong, with a few swift strokes, made some additions to the blueprint. Hearing Guodong's words, Deputy Factory Director Li was taken aback. Guodong, don't jest with me. Although this batch of water pipes is small in quantity, it was personally assigned by a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Industry. We cannot alter the specifications. We should simply produce as instructed. Rest assured, Director Lee. My modifications will not only evade any blame, but may also earn you rewards. Should any issues arise, I shall take full responsibility, Guodong confidently assured. With this, he quickly completed the new blueprint and began sketching the next design. Guodong, what have you added to this? Deputy Factory Director Lee inquired. His curiosity piqued as he examined Guodong's revised blueprint. Recently, he had occasionally visited the engineering department, absorbing foundational knowledge under Guodong's tutelage. As he aspired to ascend the ranks and could not afford to remain entirely uninformed in technical matters. Consequently, he could now comprehend some basic blueprints. Given that the steel pipe design was quite fundamental, he was able to grasp it. Oh, that's a groove. It's an advanced technique. Once engraved, it not only reduces noise, but also accelerates the flow of water. You see, our faucets often lack pressure, which is due to insufficient force. With this enhancement, the water flow can be increased. Guodong explained casually. Oh, accelerate flow and reduce noise. I see, Deputy Factory Director Lee acknowledged, enlightenment dawning upon him. Just then, Engineer Lin from the engineering department arrived to report on the renovation progress and the status of the new machinery. Ah, Engineer Lin is here. Come. See what new innovation Guodong has devised. This is a completely new technology. After engraving these grooves on the water pipes, noise is reduced and flow is accelerated. What do you think? If it proves effective, we will adopt this technology at our factory. Deputy Factory Director Lee greeted Engineer Lin warmly. Oh, is that so? Let me take a look. Engineer Lin, equally intrigued, leaned in to examine Guodong's modified blueprints closely. As he scrutinized the designs, he couldn't help but exclaim, It certainly seems to hold some merit. Suddenly, an unsettling familiarity washed over him as he gazed at the blueprints. Abruptly, Engineer Lin's eyes widened in realization. Not at all. Director Lee, this is not a water pipe. It is a gun barrel. As these words escaped his lips, Deputy Director Lee was momentarily taken aback. A gun barrel? Worker Lin thought he might have misread the blueprints and hurriedly snatched them back to examine them closely. This time, he was even more convinced that the blueprints indeed depicted a gun barrel. At first, he had been misled by Guodong's nonsensical talk about increasing flow rates and reducing noise, and had failed to react in time. Now that he was aware, it was clear as day. Guodong, what is this operation of yours? The higher-ups specifically requested us to manufacture water pipes, not gun barrels. Deputy Director Lee's speech became somewhat stammered, revealing his evident fear. Don't be ridiculous. We are a civilian factory. Gun barrels can only be produced in military factories. If you proceed with this, you risk being taken to a military tribunal. His expression grave, Deputy Director Lee fixed a stern gaze on Guodong, attempting to dissuade him from making a foolish decision. Ha, Director Lee, you can rest easy. I assure you, this is not a gun barrel. It is merely a water pipe designed to enhance flow rate. If you don't believe me, why not call the higher-ups and verify? Guodong's words left Deputy Director Lee momentarily speechless. Could this truly be permissible? With that thought, Deputy Director Lee hastily made a phone call for confirmation. To his astonishment, the leader on the other end fell silent for a full minute after hearing his explanation. Then, in a measured tone, he affirmed, Comrade Guodong is correct. It indeed can increase flow rate and reduce noise. Proceed as he suggested. Elated, Deputy Director Lee returned to announce that approval had been granted. This unexpected turn of events left Worker Lin questioning his own understanding of reality. Clearly, it was a gun barrel with distinct rifling. So how could it be deemed a water pipe? Was he perhaps growing old and failing to grasp new technologies? Director Lee, please have 2 carpenters and a mechanic fabricate this item. At that moment, Guodong presented another set of blueprints, prompting Lin to exclaim loudly, This is a rifling machine. How can you claim it is not for making gun barrels? He was no stranger to this equipment, having encountered it during his studies. Calm down, Lin. The higher-ups have declared it is not, so is not. Do you still doubt the leadership's word? Deputy Director Lee, now regaining his composure, smiled reassuringly while patting Lin on the shoulder. After the earlier series of events, he had come to a clear understanding. This was indeed a gun barrel. But since the leaders had declared otherwise, it was simply not so. Moreover, Guodong was evidently aware of the situation, or else the higher-ups would not have been so inclined to heed his counsel. It seemed Guodong must have had some dealings with Wang Lao recently. Nevertheless, Deputy Director Lee refrained from probing further, discerning what was appropriate to know and what was not. For now, he would simply ride on Guodong's coattails. Meanwhile, after hanging up with Deputy Director Lee, the higher-ups promptly relayed this matter to Chun Lao and Wang Lao. who both chuckled and chided Guodong for being a clever schemer, as he seemed to be privy to their intentions. In truth, they could have avoided involving Hongqing Steel Factory in production altogether, but they were curious to see if Guodong could bring them a pleasant surprise. Thus, they arranged for a small portion of their requirements to be manufactured by the Hongqing Steel Factory. To their astonishment, Guodong grasped their intentions in an instant. Additionally, there was another objective. After the Hongqing Steel Factory underwent renovation, its production capacity increased significantly. Currently, military factories face tight production schedules, prompting them to seek a share of output from Hongqing Steel Factory. As days passed, the rascals refrained from causing chaos. Guodong diligently imparted knowledge to Zhang Shuyu, while occasionally visiting Wang Lao to inquire about his research institute's progress. Finally, Zhang Shuyu had learned sufficiently and was ready to join the factory. Chapter 96. Zhang Shuyu and Qin Huairu joined the factory. On this particular day, both Guodong and Zhang Shuyu woke up early, for it was the day Zhang Shuyu was to report for duty. They freshened up and set off on bicycles towards the steel mill. Zhang Shuyu, perched on the back seat of Guodong's bike, was indeed a picturesque sight, attracting the attention of many passers-by. En route, as she gazed at Guodong pedaling ahead, her heart brimmed with happiness and sweetness. Coincidentally, this day also marked Qin Huairu's reporting to the factory. With Jia Dongshu no longer needing constant supervision, only requiring assistance during restroom breaks, she seized the opportunity to report to the factory, ensuring her income remained uninterrupted. Otherwise, as her pregnancy progressed, the factory might refuse her employment, suggesting she return only after giving birth, which was simply unacceptable. If they lacked income for an extended period, they would face starvation. Thus, she had prepared to head to Hongqing Steel Factory to report for duty. Unexpectedly, along the way, she encountered Zhang Shuyu and Guodong. Watching them ride together, she felt a pang of envy, wishing she too had a bicycle. Upon arriving at the factory, Guodong first introduced Zhang Shuyu to Deputy Director Li for a brief acquaintance, considering Zhang Shuyu would be working closely with him in the future. Shuyu, this is our Deputy Director Li of Hongqing Steel Factory. Deputy Director Li, this is my partner, Zhang Shuyu. Deputy Director Li extended his hand to shake Zhang Shuyu's, remarking, "Ah, so you are Comrade Shuyu. Indeed, you are quite beautiful. You and our Guodong are a match made in heaven." Upon hearing Deputy Director Li's compliment, Zhang Shuyu's cheeks flushed. "Thank you for your kind words, Deputy Director. I have much to improve upon, and I hope to receive your guidance moving forward." The praise from Deputy Director Li was sincere, as one of his pastimes involved seeking the company of various women. Zhang Shuyu was undoubtedly the most exquisite woman he had encountered, particularly with her graceful demeanor, which stirred his admiration. However, he was acutely aware that she was not someone he could pursue, as she belonged to Guodong, who had already befriended several influential figures and could easily venture to better opportunities. Consequently, Deputy Director Li refrained from harboring any improper thoughts. "Very well, Comrade Shuyu. During this period, familiarize yourself with the factory alongside Guodong. I am quite busy, so I shall leave you to it. Should you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me directly." Following this, Guodong guided Zhang Shuyu to the workshop director of Workshop 1, as his father had previously worked there. Therefore, he was assigned to this workshop. However, since he was a new recruit, he would start as an apprentice, earning a monthly wage of only 18 yuan. This was of little concern, as Guodong's current salary and allowances were more than sufficient to support both of them. In Workshop 1, numerous workers eagerly surrounded Qin Huairu. After all, she possessed a certain charm, and her pregnancy had only enhanced her allure, making her the center of attention among the men. These men did not act inappropriately, but rather showered her with compliments and flattery, which filled Qin Huairu with a sense of pride. Additionally, her adeptness in social interactions allowed her to bond well with everyone. Compared to the past, Workshop 1's workers had developed a favorable impression of Qin Huairu. Just as she was basking in her glory, Guodong escorted Zhang Shuyu to a workshop. The appearance of Zhang Shuyu captivated the attention of everyone present. "Oh my, who is this? She is truly enchanting, with skin as delicate and smooth as a freshly shelled egg. Is she Gu's partner? They look remarkably well-matched, standing together." Indeed, Gu's partner is stunning. Zhang Shuyu was not only more beautiful than Qin Huairu, but also radiated a pure and captivating charm, evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort. However, upon seeing Guodong beside her, no one dared to harbor any thoughts. Guodong had become a figure of great respect among these workers, comparable to a master in their eyes. His guidance had significantly enhanced their skills, especially for a few who now approached the upcoming promotion assessment with newfound confidence. Thus, The workers treated Guodong with utmost respect. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Guodong presented Zhang Shuyu to the workshop director. Director's son, this is my partner, Zhang Shuyu, who will be taking my father's position. I hope you will take good care of her. Shuyu, this is director's son of the workshop. You can consult him for any matters here. Guodong provided a brief introduction. Hello, Director Sunday. My name is Zhang Shuyu. I am here to work, and I look forward to your guidance. Zhang Shuyu greeted Director Sun with poise, exuding no airs of superiority. Well, Comrade Shuyu for now. You should learn from Master Wang. I heard from Deputy Factory Director Li that you will be preparing for the technician exam. You'll have to endure a bit for now. Director Sun, being quite perceptive, did not burden Zhang Shuyu with excessive responsibilities, allowing her to focus on learning. After all, Deputy Factory Director Li had personally instructed him that Zhang Shuyu would be joining the engineering department, and it was essential to keep a close watch on her, as she was Guodong's partner. Master Wang, however, appeared somewhat uncertain. Director, how can I teach Comrade Shuyu? My skills are nowhere near Gu's. I'm still learning from him. Perhaps it would be better for her to learn directly from Gu. Master Wang felt a bit embarrassed. No worries, Master Wang. It would be great if you could teach Shuyu a bit. She needs to adapt since she's just joined the factory, Guodong replied with a cheerful smile. All right then, I shall do my best. Watching the well-received Zhang Shuyu and Guodong, Qin Huairu felt a pang of jealousy. It was clear that she had arrived first. And just moments ago, everyone had been surrounding her. How had they suddenly turned their attention to Zhang Shuyu? Did this mean she was inferior? Though dissatisfied, Qin Huairu forced a smile. Also, Qin Huairu, since Engineer E is still in the hospital, you should learn alongside Master Wang for the time being. Once Engineer E returns, he will guide you. Director Sun arranged for Qin Huairu. Hearing this arrangement, Qin Huairu's eyes brightened. An opportunity had presented itself. In her view, Zhang Shuyu was merely a little girl, surely not as competent as herself. Since they were now in the same group, she was determined to showcase her abilities and reclaim everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Lu Haizhong, having caught a slight chill over the past few days, decided to visit the medical office. Just as Guodong exited the workshop, he noticed Lu Haizhong heading towards the medical office. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to follow. Lu Haizhong had been suffering from rhinitis lately, exacerbated by the windy spring weather, causing an incessant runny nose. Initially, he believed he merely had a cold and attempted to remedy it with some herbal concoctions. However, as his condition persisted, he resolved to seek assistance from the factory doctor. His stout figure ambled towards the medical office, oblivious to the shadow trailing behind him. Upon entering the medical office, Guodong discreetly maneuvered to the back. He had been engrossed in researching the pharmaceutical manufacturing secrets provided by the system, frequently visiting the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor for herbal remedies. Over time, they had become quite familiar, as Guodong often shared effective prescriptions for various ailments. Thus, the old doctor was generous with the herbs he provided to Guodong. As Guodong slipped through the back door into the pharmacy, he listened intently to the conversation in the front. The moment he heard Lu Haizhong describe his symptoms, he recognized it as rhinitis. An idea sparked in his mind. After diagnosing Lu Haizhong, the old doctor entered the pharmacy to prepare a prescription. Startled upon seeing Guodong, he exclaimed, "Ah, Guodong, when did you arrive? You didn't call out to me." "Oh, Dr. Chun, I just got here and saw you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. I've been experiencing a bit of rhinitis myself, and found an ancient remedy I'd like to try." Guodong feigned ignorance about the earlier conversation, subtly implying he too was afflicted with rhinitis. Knowing the old man's curiosity, Guodong anticipated that he would inquire about the remedy. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Chen eagerly asked, "What is the prescription?" "Master Lu from the second workshop is also suffering from rhinitis, and I was just about to prepare some medicine for him." Hooked, Guodong quickly gathered a few herbs and explained, "Here it is, grind these into a powder and inhale a bit when experiencing rhinitis." He handed the prescription over. Dr. Chen took it, examined it carefully, and remarked, "Quite simple. Is there any issue with this? Have I ever deceived you? Besides, this is for my own use. If you don't believe me, then don't." Guodong adopted a nonchalant demeanor. "I believe you, of course. Don't get me wrong. These ancient remedies of yours are surprisingly effective. I wonder where you found them. You want to even let me borrow them for a look?" Dr. Chen replied, a hint of jealousy in his tone. However, Guodong paid him no mind. The secrets of pharmaceutical manufacturing were firmly embedded in his mind. If he were to lend them out, he would have to write them down, and he had no time for that. "All right, Dr. Chun, I must take my leave now." Guodong took a prescription of his own and exited through the back door. Dr. Chun, having prepared a prescription, ground it into powder and handed it to Lu Haizhong as he emerged. The moment Liu Haizhong stepped out, he couldn't resist opening the small powder packet and inhaling a bit, instantly showcasing a look of utmost relief. This is truly miraculous. Guodong chuckled inwardly, following Liu Haizhong for a short distance until he saw him enter the restroom. Guodong hurriedly made his way to the security department. Comrades, I have discovered a grave issue. Upon arriving at the security department, Guodong feigned a look of panic. What is it, Gu? Seeing his anxious demeanor, the security personnel assumed something serious had occurred and quickly stood up. Please, take your time and explain. That Liu Haizhong from the second workshop, I saw him inhaling powder. After doing so, he looked like he was about to jump out of his skin with excitement. Though Guodong did not state it explicitly, the implication was clear. The security team members' expressions changed instantly upon hearing this. Liu Haizhong dared to openly consume prohibited substances. This was unacceptable. Quick, notify the inspection team. Yes. One of the security personnel responded and promptly left the department. Gu, is what you said true? Where is Liu Haizhong now? The security officer's expression turned grave as he inquired. It is known that in the early days of our nation, a vigorous campaign was waged against such behavior. How is it that individuals still dare to openly indulge in substance abuse? This is a blatant challenge to the country's boundaries. Moreover, such a significant incident occurring at the steel mill cannot absolve them of responsibility. In the restroom, Guodong interjected. Let us proceed to investigate, the officer declared, leading a few of his comrades toward the scene. Given that the facilities were currently rudimentary, lacking doors, a gust of wind followed the officers as they entered. This sudden rush made Liu Haizhong's nose itch once more, prompting an uncontrollable flow of mucus. Overwhelmed by discomfort, he disregarded his position and hastily retrieved a small packet of powder from his pocket, inhaling a delightful breath of it. The unpleasant odor of the restroom lingered. Yet the moment he inhaled, a wave of relief washed over his nasal congestion. The soothing sensation compelled Liu Haizhong to close his eyes in sheer enjoyment. Coincidentally, the group of security officers witnessed this scene, their expressions frozen in disbelief, particularly the leader, whose face turned an ashen hue. You are audacious indeed. Seize him. With a rush, the officers descended upon Liu Haizhong, pinning him to the ground. What are you doing? What is the meaning of this? He protested, struggling against their grip. Liu Haizhong, you have quite the audacity to publicly consume illicit substances. The leader of the security team scoffed, genuinely incensed by Liu Haizhong's reckless behavior right in front of them. You lie. Who is consuming illicit substances? Liu Haizhong retorted defiantly. What do you say to this? The officer pointed to the remnants of powder in Liu Haizhong's hand. This is for treating my nasal condition. It is medication. I obtained it from the infirmary. If you do not believe me, verify it. Liu Haizhong hastily defended himself, fully aware of the consequences of admitting guilt. Your word alone holds no weight. We shall await the arrival of the inspection team for verification. The leader of the security team replied coldly. May I at least wipe myself first? Enough of this nonsense. Behave yourself. Throughout the ordeal, Liu Haizhong remained pinned to the ground, unable to move. By the time the investigation concluded, he was left in a most uncomfortable state. Once it was confirmed that the substance was not illicit, the leader of the security team issued a series of apologies. However, no one faced punishment for the incident, as it was deemed too significant to overlook. In fact, Guodong reaped benefits from the situation. Ding received 80 operation points, total accumulated 520. Hearing the voice in his mind, Guodong smiled with satisfaction. I can draw again. Chapter 98. The first processing of parts, Qin Huairu's jealousy. In workshop number 1, Qin Huairu held her breath, feeling a swell of anticipation. Today marked her arrival at the factory, and initially, all eyes were upon her. However, once Zhang Shiyu entered the scene, all attention swiftly shifted in her direction. Not only was she more attractive, but she was also Guodong's partner, earning her a level of admiration within the workshop that far surpassed Qin Huairu's. Thus, she felt compelled to outshine her rival. As both were apprentices, no specific tasks were assigned to them. Instead, they were to observe and learn. Qin Huairu, confident in her understanding of basic principles due to her husband Jia Dongshu's prior teachings and the occasional guidance from Yi Zhonghai during his visits, found herself somewhat familiar with the essentials of metalworking. Consequently, during Master Wang's explanations, her mind wandered, believing she had already grasped the information, rendering it inconsequential. She found herself contemplating what to have for lunch instead, having previously only dined on the takeout brought by He Yuzhu. She resolved to request a generous portion from him when the time came. A smile crept onto her lips at the thought, but then she sighed, reminded of her current home situation. Thankfully, She was officially employed now. Regardless of circumstances, the household would have an income. She hoped for a brighter future ahead. Her thoughts flitted from one topic to another, unlike Zhang Shuyu, who listened intently. Although Guodong had shared similar information at home, it lacked practical demonstration. While she had retained the knowledge, the absence of hands-on experience left her feeling unprepared. Thus, as Master Wang demonstrated while explaining, she paid close attention. Hours slipped by, and before long, Master Wang concluded, "All right, you have grasped the operational essentials. Now it's time for you to try your hand at it." The announcement jolted Qin Huairu back to attention. "Oh, actual operation? Excellent," she declared, her competitive spirit ignited. "Watch I surpass you." Rising with confidence, she strode toward the workstation, with Zhang Shuyu closely following to another station. By this time, the morning tasks were nearly complete, and many were preparing to take a break for lunch. As the two young women approached their respective stations, a crowd gathered around them. "Who do you think will perform better?" one onlooker asked. "I believe Qin Huairu has the advantage. After all, her husband is a skilled technician, and his master is a level 8 craftsman. Surely she has learned a thing or two at home." While that may be true, Zhang Shuyu's partner is Guodong, which suggests she might excel even more, countered another. That is a fair point, but Zhang Shuyu is younger than Qin Huairu. Her control of force may not be as refined. The discussion continued, with opinions divided between support for Qin Huairu and Zhang Shuyu. Hearing the praises directed her way, Qin Huairu couldn't help but gloat, casting a challenging glance at Zhang Shuyu. However, she dismissed the naysayers with disdain, vowing to prove her superiority. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuyu maintained a calm demeanor, her expression neutral and composed. This very attitude incensed Qin Huairu further, as she interpreted it as condescension. Fueled by her temper, Qin Huairu set to work, determined to produce a qualified part and demonstrate her prowess. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Shuyu was unfazed by the competition. Her sole focus was on performing well and not embarrassing Guodong. Today, she had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. He commanded respect throughout the factory, even from seasoned workers. Thus, she was resolute about proving her worth, unwilling to be labeled merely as a pretty face. Taking a deep breath, she began her own processing task. At first, Qin Huairu felt exhilarated, as her efforts proceeded smoothly. "This is easy," she thought, convinced of her impending success. However, her confidence waned as she encountered precision work. Particularly when using the file, she sensed something amiss, feeling an uncomfortable friction. Yet, unable to voice her concerns, she pressed on stubbornly. Master Wang observed her with growing disapproval, having explicitly outlined the precautions for using the file. Yet, Qin Huairu seemed oblivious, exerting excessive force. "Fool," he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu executed her tasks flawlessly, adhering to all standards and demonstrating remarkable skill, utterly unlike a novice. Qin Huairu also noticed this issue. It seemed that Zhang Shuyu was faster than her. In a moment of panic, Qin Huairu felt a surge of urgency. No, she must surpass her. However, in her haste, she made a mistake. With a soft crack, a steel ingot was ruined by her hands. Qin Huairu's face turned to one of deep chagrin, wishing she could vanish into thin air. How humiliating it was to embarrass herself in front of so many people. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuyu had successfully completed her task. Master Wang shot a glance of irritation at Qin Huairu, secretly relieved that she was not his apprentice. If word got out, it would tarnish his reputation. Even the most inept individual shouldn't ruin a steel ingot. He then ignored Qin Huairu completely and approached Zhang Shuyu to meticulously inspect her work. Upon measuring with a micrometer, he discovered that all discrepancies fell within the acceptable range. He couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. "Comrade Shuyu, well done. For your first attempt, you've succeeded admirably," Master Wang praised. The other workers also chimed in with compliments, recognizing her as the partner of Guodong. "Master Wang, you flatter me. I merely got lucky," Zhang Shuyu modestly replied, though her cheeks were flushed with pride. Internally, she felt quite pleased, relieved that she hadn't let Guodong down. Watching Zhang Shuyu's demeanor, Qin Huairu was consumed with envy. Just then, Guodong arrived, ready to take Zhang Shuyu out for a meal. Director Sun and Master Wang stepped forward to recount the earlier incident, all eager to curry favor with Guodong. This made Zhang Shuyu feel quite pleased, relishing the attention. "Ha, all right, let us talk as we walk. Otherwise, we might miss out on the good food. Come on, let us head to the cafeteria and fill our stomachs first," Guodong exclaimed joyfully, leading everyone toward the cafeteria. Throughout the entire process, no one acknowledged Qin Huairu, leaving her feeling utterly wronged and on the verge of tears. Deep down, Qin Huairu vowed that she would not lose to Zhang Shuyu again. Chapter 99. The plan to establish an independent workshop. After lunch, Guodong returned to Deputy Factory Director Li's office. The initial phase of their plan was nearly complete, allowing them to proceed to the next stage. You mean an independent production workshop? Deputy Director Li asked, astonished as he looked at Guodong. Yes, Director Li. As you can see, our efficiency has significantly improved, and we are currently over capacity. If we were to rely on our previous production targets, even with increased quotas, we could easily meet them. Why not utilize our surplus capacity to establish an independent workshop? This workshop could manufacture various other products, such as this recent task involving water pipes. With an independent workshop, we could engage in alternative production without affecting our regular tasks. I am confident that the higher-ups will approve this. Deputy Director Li pondered for a moment, recognizing that this was indeed a commendable approach. Most importantly, Guodong's concluding remark, that approval from above was assured, resonated with him. The previous water pipe project had already led him to suspect that Guodong had possibly connected with some influential figures. This meant that the establishment of the workshop might very well be a directive from higher authorities, and reporting to him was merely a formality. This realization filled him with excitement, as it implied that Guodong would remain for the foreseeable future. Eager to solidify his own position before Director Yang returned, Deputy Director Li feigned contemplation and said, Your proposal is feasible. I'll entrust you with this matter. However, I can't just present it without any groundwork. Please share the detailed plan with me, so I know how to execute it. Hearing Deputy Director Li's words, Guodong smiled and replied, It's quite simple. Many of our machines are outdated. Even if I can improve some of them, there are limits. Constructing new machines is challenging with our current equipment. Therefore, I plan to start from scratch. We will develop this independent workshop, beginning with the design of a combined lathe. This will facilitate our processing of some special components and attachments. Additionally, we will be able to perform boring, milling, inserting, drilling, and other machining processes. Once we have these machines, our independent research and development will become significantly easier. Eventually, we can achieve a comprehensive technological upgrade, allowing us to be among the best in the nation. Guodong's voice held a captivating quality, each word drawing Deputy Director Li deeper into the vision. He could almost see a promising future beckoning them, igniting a surge of passion within him. The best in the nation. These 4 words etched themselves into his mind, causing his heart to race with fervor. Should they accomplish this, it would likely lead to far more than simply being a factory director. Entering the Ministry of Industry was well within the realm of possibility. Deputy Director Li felt a tremor of excitement at this thought, something he had never dared to dream before. In that moment, his perspective seemed to broaden, envisioning a future where the factory flourished and he ascended to a position of power, basking in endless glory. Suddenly, Deputy Director Li stood up, slamming his hand on the table, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Excellent, Comrade Guodong. You've articulated this splendidly. I will go report this matter immediately. His excitement rendered him slightly stuttered. Guodong smiled and reassured him, Rest assured, Director Li, I will do my utmost to see this through. Watching the fervently excited Deputy Director Li, Guodong maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware that Li's exhilaration stemmed entirely from his few words. The magnitude of his plan was astonishing to Deputy Director Li, and Guodong had anticipated every aspect of it. Then I shall leave it to you, Director Li, Guodong stated. No trouble at all. This workshop must be established without delay. Deputy Director Li insisted eagerly. Very well, Director Li. In that case, I shall take my leave. I look forward to your good news, Guodong replied. All right, you may go, Deputy Director Li said. Once his excitement had somewhat subsided, he picked up the phone and dialed the office of a high-ranking leader. Hello, Xiaowang. Please schedule a time for me with the leader. I have important matters to discuss. Deputy Director Li stated directly. After returning to the workshop, Guodong took a brief respite before continuing with his drawings. He was certain that the higher-ups would not reject this proposal. After all, he had already demonstrated a measure of capability, which held value for those in authority. Especially since this plan was closely tied to previous endeavors, they had no reason to decline it. Soon, it was time to clock out. On the way home, Zhang Shiyu's face glowed with a rosy hue as she excitedly recounted her experiences in the workshop to Guodong. Following her success in the morning, Master Wang and Director Sun had assigned her a few small parts to work on in the afternoon, all of which she successfully completed. This brought her immense joy. Though these tasks were not monumental, they represented a significant achievement for her. She was no longer merely the girl who cooked and did laundry for Guodong at home. Therefore, she was determined to seize this opportunity and strive to excel even further. Once home, Zhang Shuyu began preparing dinner. Typically, upon returning home, a meal awaits. Yet with Zhang Shuyu now also at work, one must exercise patience. In stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere of Guodong's household, the situation at the Jia family is exceedingly distressing. Qin Huairu, already beset by various misfortunes throughout her workday, finds herself bombarded by 3 hungry voices as soon as she steps through the door, urging her to hasten the meal's preparation, which only exacerbates her frustration. However, none of this pertains to Guodong. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhang Shuyu is busy cooking, he makes his way to the main house. Having accrued a considerable number of points, he is eligible for yet another round of the lottery. System, I wish to draw. After closing the door, Guodong eagerly summons the system. Ding. Request from the host received. A total of 520 points detected, allowing for 5 draws. Would the host like to proceed? Continue. Guodong responds without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, the distinctive lottery music resonates in Guodong's mind. Chapter 100. Today's system is quite unruly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a Li Minghua Seasoning Gift Pack X10. Li Minghua Seasoning Gift Pack? How delightful. This is quite timely, as our current spices are rather limited. Although Zhang Shuyu's culinary skills are commendable, even the most adept cook struggles without the proper ingredients. Thus, this gift pack is indeed a welcome addition. After inspecting the contents, he finds them to be quite comprehensive. System, proceed. Satisfied, Guodong continues. The electronic sound of the fruit machine follows. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Fruit Seed Gift Pack X1. A seed gift pack? This is splendid. I had previously asked Old Li for some seeds, but he seems to have forgotten amidst his busy schedule. Consequently, my space has only accommodated a few chickens and ducks. Now, I can finally diversify my cultivation. Moreover, I am unsure of the quality of the seeds Old Li possesses. They may not compare favorably with these. Open it. Without hesitation, Guodong instructs the system to unveil the gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received strawberry seeds, X10, watermelon seeds, X10, dragon fruit seeds, X10, sunshine rose grape seeds, X10, and cherry seeds, X10. Such abundance. This is truly impressive. Moreover, these are all fruits I enjoy. It appears I shall soon be indulging in delightful treats. After acquiring the seeds, Guodong enters his personal space, manipulating the ground to create plots reminiscent of a farming game, planting the seeds accordingly. He also ensures that the chickens and ducks are kept separate to prevent them from pilfering his newly planted seeds. Before leaving, he checks the speed within his small world, confirming it is operating at maximum acceleration. Satisfied, he departs, confident that he will soon relish these fresh fruits. Exiting his small world with a sense of joy, Guodong activates the lottery once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a jar of Tiger Whip liquor, 10 pounds, X1. Tiger Whip liquor? Who does it think it's looking down upon? Yet, considering the system likely means well, I shall graciously accept it. After all, Zhang Shuyu is quite beautiful, and there may be times when she needs a little boost. Even if not, it serves as a splendid gift or supplement. Upon receiving the liquor, Guodong refrains from storing it away immediately, opting instead to open it and inhale the rich aroma that pervades the room. He cannot help but take a deep breath. The scent of Tiger Whip liquor is simply intoxicating. It seems the quality is assuredly commendable. With 120 points remaining, he realizes he could draw once more. Although today's draws have not yielded anything of high value, the items are all quite practical. What will this final draw reveal? However, this last lottery seems to carry an unusual air. As he commands the system to initiate the draw, he is met not with the familiar sound of the fruit machine, but rather an oddly familiar opening melody. This tune instantly awakens long-dormant instincts within Guodong, conjuring vivid images in his mind. FBI warning. Surely, he cannot be hearing this nostalgic theme associated with his youthful days. Guodong is left uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Could it be that he is about to receive something inappropriate? Fortunately, the music does not linger long before the system's voice chimes in. This is rather impressive. No wonder the system presented me with a jar of Tiger Whip liquor in advance. Without it, I might find it a challenge to withstand. Today, the system is rather unruly, bestowing upon me such items. How amusing it is. I am merely indulging in youthful reminiscences. Despite such thoughts, Guodong's body remains honest, accepting the clothing that emerges. TSK, one cannot deny the craftsmanship of this system. It appears perfectly suited for Zhang Shuyu. However, these items must be hidden away. In a time when even wearing skirts requires utmost caution, Should these garments be discovered, both he and Zhang Shuyu would undoubtedly be branded as corrupt by capitalist influences. Such a label is one he cannot bear, lest he be subjected to undue scrutiny. Nonetheless, wearing them privately at home is harmless, provided no one else witnesses it. Guodong, dinner is ready. Come eat. What smells so fragrant? Just as Guodong is contemplating the outfit in his hands, Zhang Shuyu finishes preparing dinner and calls him to the table. Upon entering, she is immediately enveloped by the intoxicating aroma of the tiger whip liquor, prompting her inquiry. Her gaze then shifts to a transparent jar on the table, the contents of which appear decidedly peculiar. As her eyes dart around, they land on Guodong, who is holding an alarmingly short skirt. Just as Zhang Shuyu prepares to exclaim in surprise, she suddenly feels her mouth covered by something. Guodong's robust arm firmly clamps over her delicate lips, stifling any sound she might make. In a moment of urgency, Guodong swiftly utilizes his impressive physique to restrain Zhang Shuyu. Should she let out a cry, the entire courtyard would surely come rushing over, and that would spell disaster. Shuyu, do not scream, Guodong whispers softly in her ear. At this, Zhang Shuyu regains her composure and quickly nods in agreement. Only then does Guodong release his hold on her mouth. Guodong, why are you holding such clothing? And what about that jar? Zhang Shuyu's cheeks flush a deep crimson as she gazes at him, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Her voice is softened, evoking a sense of warmth that makes one's heart melt. Ahem, that is liquor, and this, he gestures to the skirt, is a gift for you. However, it must not be spoken of to others, nor should it leave this home. It is for private use only. Guodong coughs a couple of times, forcing himself to remain composed as he explains. I am to wear this. Upon seeing the short skirt in Guodong's hands, Zhang Shuyu's face turns a deeper shade of red. I cannot wear this. Her youthful modesty prompts her to reject the idea without a second thought. Observing Zhang Shuyu's bashful demeanor, Guodong is unable to resist and leans in for a kiss. Chapter 101. Establishment of the Independent Workshop. Successful formation of the Joint Machine Tool Group. Throughout dinner, the flush on Zhang Shuyu's face fails to dissipate. Guodong notices but feigns ignorance. Regardless, he was aware that even if Zhang Shuyu verbally opposed it, she would ultimately comply with his request and wear what he wanted her to wear. An entire night passed in silence, while Guodong peacefully slumbered in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuyu, in the main house, found her mind occasionally drifting back to the dress Guodong had held that afternoon. Although the current era favored more conservative attire, the desire for beauty is inherent to all. Moreover, as a young woman, she undoubtedly wished to don the most exquisite garments to present herself before the man she admired. However, the dress Guodong had chosen was indeed surprising. He appeared so simple and honest, it seemed to harbor a multitude of clever schemes. Yet, rather than feeling repulsed, Zhang Shuyu experienced a profound sense of happiness. After all, Guodong was a man she cherished. With this thought, her mood became exceptionally sweet. The following day, Zhang Shuyu awoke early, preparing breakfast with great care. After they finished their meal, Guodong rode his bicycle to take Zhang Shuyu to work. As anticipated, while sketching blueprints in the office that morning, Vice Factory Director Li brought forth delightful news. The higher-ups had tentatively approved their proposal for an independent workshop. However, they would need to resolve staffing and equipment issues themselves, as no additional funds would be allocated. This was inconsequential, as Guodong had already planned to handle the equipment on his own. Soon, the blueprints were distributed to the respective processing workshops. As days passed, the enhanced efficiency of the machinery made work considerably easier for everyone. Zhang Shuyu also made daily progress in workshop number 1, her skills now rivaling those of seasoned craftsmen, often leaving Director Sun and Master Wang in awe. In stark contrast, Qin Huairu had completely given up, idling away her time at work. Even when tasked with assignments, she would dawdle and ultimately find someone to assist her in completing the work. Guodong, have you finished processing the parts you arranged? Shouldn't we move on to assembly? On this day, as Guodong arrived at work, Engineer Lin gathered several technicians around him. They had been familiarizing themselves with Guodong's blueprints over the past few days. Upon learning that Guodong intended to construct a universal lathe, they were taken aback at first, but soon became exceedingly excited. Having spent many years in the factory with little to show for their efforts, merely mastering the foundational technology of older equipment without making any innovations, the arrival of Guodong had sparked a significant change. Not only had he improved equipment efficiency, but he was now introducing a universal lathe, representing a remarkable technological upgrade. Although their involvement was limited, they were eager to benefit from this progress anticipating rewards and recognition for their contributions. Consequently, they have been working overtime, striving to thoroughly understand Guodong's equipment. Now that the necessary parts have been processed, it was time for assembly. They found themselves more excited than Guodong. "Oh, have we completed everything so soon?" Guodong exclaimed, surprised by their rapid progress. Given that some outdated equipment was nearing decommissioning, Guodong had opted not to waste resources on entirely new constructions, but planned to salvage parts from the old machines for temporary use, as they did not require overly sophisticated equipment. "Everything is arranged. Go check if anything is missing. If all is well, we can commence," he instructed. Engineer Lin nodded, beaming with joy, and the group proceeded to workshop number 5. This smaller workshop had been vacated by Vice Factory Director Li, designated specifically for Guodong's independent workshop. The assembly of the universal lathe was relatively straightforward, yet due to the necessity of explaining certain principles to the engineering department, they spent the entire morning completing the task. Once assembled, Vice Factory Director Li came to inspect the new machine, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In his view, this was not merely a machine, but a stepping stone to ascend in his career. This stairway was exceptionally high and sturdy. Once he climbed it, he could secure the position of factory director. "Guodong, how does this machine look? Is everything in order?" he inquired. "Rest assured, everything is perfectly fine, Director Li. We can summon a worker to test it now," Guodong replied with a calm smile. "Quickly, Xiao Wang, fetch Master Wang to try out this machine," Vice Factory Director Li urged enthusiastically. "No need for that, Director Li. Just a level 3 worker will suffice. The machine I've constructed can be easily operated by lower-level workers," Guodong interjected, waving his hand to halt Li's instructions. "Is that truly all right?" Vice Factory Director Li paused, slightly hesitant, then asked, "Director Li, do I strike you as someone who would jest? This lathe is semi-automatic, thus not overly complex," Guodong chuckled. "Very well then," Vice Factory Director Li nodded in agreement, allowing his assistant Xiao Wang to find a level 3 worker for the trial. After the level 3 worker completed the test, his face lit up with excitement. This equipment surpassed their own advanced machinery by countless measures, capable of a myriad of processing tasks. Observing the worker's elation, Vice Factory Director Li was overjoyed. "What shall our next steps be, Guodong?" he asked, brimming with enthusiasm. "Next, we will arrange workers for this independent workshop. Since the equipment I design in the future will be automatic or semi-automatic, we will require workers who have at least completed primary school. Moreover, they should not be too old. We will primarily select from levels 1 and 3, with a few from levels 4 and 6 to provide assistance. Considering this workshop will manufacture various products, we should draw a few from each trade. Subsequently, we will increase the subsidies for this workshop." "How does that sound, Director Li?" Guodong inquired with a smile. "That sounds perfectly acceptable. We shall proceed as you suggest," Vice Factory Director Li agreed, now fully compliant with Guodong's directives, as long as they did not entail excessive demands. Once the announcement regarding the recruitment of workers for the new workshop was made, it stirred considerable excitement within the factory, particularly due to the increases in subsidies and benefits. Qin Huairu, upon seeing this notification, was the first to rush to sign up. Chapter 102, excluding Qin Huairu. A celebration in the canteen. Guodong, upon reviewing the list of applicants, swiftly crossed out Qin Huairu's name without a second thought. Aside from personal grievances, he had observed her idling during his visits to workshop number 1, where she was notably enthusiastic during mealtimes, often leveraging her relationship with He Yuzhu to receive extra portions. Such a disruptive element was ill-suited for his independent workshop. Zhang Shuyu, however, was a necessary selection. Despite her connections, she still endured a considerable workload in workshop number 1. It would be better for her to engage in lighter tasks. He then randomly selected several individuals from various trades to temporarily fill positions, intending to expand in the future if needed. Upon the announcement of the selected candidates, Qin Huairu was left utterly dumbfounded. She met all the criteria, having completed primary school and not being of advanced age. How could it be that others with similar qualifications were chosen while she was overlooked? Could it be that Guodong is up to something? Among so many people, why was she the only one not selected? She felt indignant. Just then, Guodong arrived at the workshop to check on Zhang Shuyu. Qin Huairu rushed right up to him. "Guodong, why was I not chosen as an employee for the independent workshop?" "Yes, our families have had some conflicts, but you cannot allow personal grievances to cloud your judgment. Clearly, I meet all the qualifications. Why am I excluded?" Qin Huairu questioned defiantly. "Aha!" Guodong replied with a faint smile. "Comrade Qin Huairu, you have misunderstood me. The independent workshop is not a place where just anyone can be employed. You must understand that we require individuals with considerable potential, diligence, and resilience. With your track record of sporadic effort, producing mediocre work, I simply cannot afford to take you on. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Qin Huairu glared furiously. I do not mean to offend. I am merely stating the facts, Guodong replied, spreading his hands. It is not that you lack qualifications. It is simply that you do not possess the requisite skills. If you doubt my words, let us put it to the test. Here, take this part and work on it. He casually handed her a simple component, instructing her to process it. This is not difficult. Any second level or even a skilled first level machinist should be able to handle it. Fine, Qin Huairu responded without hesitation. She could not believe she would be unable to produce such a simple item. Guodong chuckled to himself, knowing that Qin Huairu was underestimating the challenge. The part he selected was not random. He had seen her struggle with it during her last attempt, where the results were unsatisfactory and only passed inspection after another worker intervened. As expected, once Qin Huairu completed her task, the component exhibited significant discrepancies, rendering it entirely unfit for use. I was just a bit nervous, she stammered, her cheeks flushed upon seeing the outcome. Is that so? Then let's give you another chance. Guodong shrugged nonchalantly. Grinding her teeth, Qin Huairu threw herself back into the work. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Guodong could not help but shake his head in exasperation. Clearly, she was lacking in wisdom. The results mirrored her previous attempt, with the discrepancies still glaringly apparent. This time, she had no arguments left and quietly retreated, unwilling to speak further. Guodong, uninterested in her plight, continued with his own tasks, assembling the workers listed for the independent workshop. After a brief training session, he led the engineering team in constructing the second combined machine. Over several days, they successfully assembled 5 units, sufficient for their current needs. The workers and engineering team were exhausted, but filled with a sense of joy and fulfillment. Deputy Factory Director Li was particularly elated. Thus, on the day of completion, he gathered the workers from the independent workshop and the engineering department to celebrate modestly in the cafeteria. He even brought 2 bottles of fine wine from home. As everyone chatted joyfully, the kitchen descended into chaos. Guodong had unexpectedly returned home without notifying anyone, as it was reported that Jia Dongshu's wound had become infected and was in a precarious state, necessitating another trip to the hospital. It was Bang Gung who informed Qin Huairu at the factory. With no adults present at home, and Jia Zhangshi still confined indoors, and with an elderly relative hospitalized, she had no choice but to seek Guodong's help in the kitchen. Upon hearing that Qin Jia was in trouble, Guodong readily agreed to accompany her. However, he left without taking leave, relying on his connection to Factory Director Yang and his position as the cafeteria chef, knowing that no one would question him. Yet, unexpectedly, the leadership planned to dine there that day. Panic ensued in the kitchen, with the staff flitting about like ants on a hot pan. Mawa, why don't you take charge? Lulan suggested, glancing at him. I can't. You know I'm only passable at making large batches. If I were to attempt a smaller portion, it would be inedible. Mahua quickly waved his hands in protest. After all this time working with him, haven't you picked up at least a few signature dishes? Lulan, that's... Honestly, I haven't, Mahua replied, looking aggrieved. Then Fatty, how about you give it a try? Hey, don't pin this on me. I've only ever washed and chopped vegetables, Fatty exclaimed, hastily distancing himself from the idea. What do we do now? Lulan lamented, her brows furrowed. Luya, you have a close relationship with Deputy Factory Director Li. Why don't you talk to him? Fatty suggested. Lulan shot him a glare. How do I explain that Guodong and Qin Huairu went home together? What would that do to our reputation at the factory? Would Shaju even be able to keep his job after that? With no viable options left, Fatty turned to Mahua. Then it falls to you, senior brother. Yes. Mahua, why not give it a shot? If you do well, Deputy Factory Director Li might be pleased and even promote you, Lulan encouraged. At that moment, Mahua felt the weight of the situation. He had been an apprentice for 2 years and had seen no hope of advancement. With a glimmer of opportunity before him, he resolved not to let it slip away. All right, I'll do it. Chapter 103. Mahua steps in, yet the food is unpalatable. Guodong must cook himself? Upon hearing Mahua's decision, everyone perked up. Great. Senior brother, you've been doing the right thing. I'll help you with the preparations, Fatty said eagerly. The others sighed in relief. As long as someone was willing to step forward, they could manage whatever issues arose. They were wary of Shaju, but they could face Mahua. Mahua, a simple and honest man, thought it better to risk his own reputation than let the group down. Soon, a series of dishes were prepared, and Lulan led the team to serve them at the table. Come, everyone, today we have stir-fried dishes. They are different from the usual large batch meals and should taste better, she announced. Xiao Wang, pour everyone a drink. I want to toast to all of you. Deputy Factory Director Li welcomed everyone to the table. These individuals were not just ordinary workers. They were part of the independent workshop he had assembled, and he knew their success would reflect positively on his leadership. "Thank you, Deputy Factory Director," everyone chorused. "Not at all. We are all brothers and sisters here. Let us drink," he declared, raising his glass. At his words, everyone began to eat. However, after taking a bite, Deputy Factory Director Li's expression changed. The other workers soon followed suit. Weren't these supposed to be better than the usual meals? The taste was dreadful. Li set down his chopsticks, and seeing him stop eating, the others followed suit. "Liu Lang," Deputy Factory Director Li called out darkly, initially believing that everything was in order. Lu Lan was preparing to leave when she heard a shout. Her heart sank, and she steeled herself to turn around. "Director Li, is there something you wish to discuss? What on earth is wrong with today's dish? Please explain. Where's Shaju? Bring him to me." Deputy Director Li glared at Lu Lan with a menacing expression, his voice laced with anger. "What? This dish was prepared by Mahua today," Lu Lan replied meekly. "Mahua? Where has Shaju gone? How could it be Mahua who cooked?" Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Lu Lan reluctantly recounted the particulars of the situation. "This is utterly unacceptable. This is a display of disorganization and indiscipline. What is he trying to do? Does he not want to work anymore?" Upon hearing Lu Lan's words, Deputy Director Li's fury ignited. He had not anticipated that Yuju would act so recklessly, especially at a time when he was preparing to treat everyone to a meal. Was this not a deliberate attempt to embarrass him? Li contemplated the possibility of dismissing Yuju on the spot, yet it seemed implausible. After all, in this era of iron rice bowls, terminating an employee was exceedingly difficult. Previously, the most he had received was a severe reprimand and a reduction in salary for 6 months. This incident was considerably minor in comparison. At worst, it would result in a fine. Moreover, it was well known that Yuju was favored by Director Yang. The previous punishment had already been quite severe, and should he impose further penalties, it would certainly reflect poorly when Director Yang returned. Now is not the time to sever ties. Leaving Deputy Director Li to stew in frustration, the immediate priority was to resolve the dining arrangements for the group. Otherwise, before he could even win them over, they might start harboring grievances against him. "Well, I suppose I shall cover the expenses for a meal," Deputy Director Li mused, forcing a smile as he addressed everyone. "My apologies, everyone. Today I did not plan adequately, so I will treat you all to dinner." No, Deputy Director Li, let us just eat in the cafeteria. It's inconvenient to go out with so many people. If we're seen, it could lead to misunderstandings," Guodong interjected. "How about this? My partner and I will prepare a meal for everyone." Hearing this, Deputy Director Li felt a surge of delight. He had heard through the grapevine that Guodong often brought Zhang Shuyu to cook for Wang Lao and the others. Their culinary skills were surely commendable, or else they wouldn't have been invited repeatedly. However, he soon felt somewhat embarrassed. It was supposed to be his treat, and now the guests were offering to cook. "All right then, it's settled," Guodong declared, giving Deputy Director Li a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He then turned to the group. "Please wait a moment. I'll prepare something delicious for you all." With that, he and Zhang Shuyu made their way to the kitchen, while Lu Lan hurriedly followed. The workers were left in a state of astonished confusion. "Gu is capable of cooking? I've never heard of that. I wonder how good it will be. Is Gu really that skilled? No wonder he is a university graduate. He possesses both knowledge and skills, and now he can cook." The workers buzzed with speculation. "Everyone, you're in for a treat. I can't vouch for Gu Guodong's skills, but I assure you, Zhang Shuyu's cooking is bound to be delightful," Deputy Director Li said, his expression mysterious. "Is that true? How could it not be? Just wait and see." Meanwhile, Gu Guodong and Zhang Shuyu had arrived in the kitchen, where Mahua was still preparing the next dish. "Mahua, stop. You don't need to continue." Upon hearing Lu Lan's tone, Mahua's face turned pale. He understood that his dish had surely not met expectations. "This is disastrous. My chances of being officially recognized are likely to be indefinitely postponed." "Hey Gu, would you like us to assist?" Lu Lan suggested politely, turning to Gu Guodong. Only then did the others in the cafeteria notice that more people had entered the kitchen. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was indeed the recently renowned Gu Guodong. What is he doing in the kitchen? Could it be that he is here to cook? Sure enough, their suspicions were confirmed in the next moment. "Let us assign 2 people to help us with washing and chopping vegetables," Gu Guodong instructed without hesitation. Given that they were preparing multiple dishes and had a large group to cater to, assistance was essential. The others were taken aback. He truly was there to cook. "You, Fatty and Mahua, come help us prepare the ingredients." Gu Guodong selected the nearest 2. "What?" The 2 were taken aback. "What do you mean? Hurry and assist Gu." Lulan urged, her quick thinking prompting her to shout at them. Reluctantly, Fatty and Mahua complied. What would you like us to do, Gu? First, chop some green peppers and shredded meat for me. We'll prepare this to whet everyone's appetite, Gu Guodong replied thoughtfully. Understood. Upon receiving Gu Guodong's instructions, the two sprang into action. However, as soon as they began chopping, Gu Guodong furrowed his brow. Wait. He quickly intervened. What is wrong, Gu? Is there an issue? They asked, bewildered. Gu Guodong remained silent, instead displaying the unevenly chopped peppers and meat before them. What do you make of this? How is it that you can't even chop vegetables to a uniform size? The two were taken aback to find that the peppers and meat were indeed cut unevenly. Some pieces large while others were small. Do we really need to cut them to the same size? They asked, somewhat embarrassed. Didn't Shaju ever mention this? It's a fundamental skill for a chef, Gu Guodong frowned. And no, we haven't tea, they stammered, shaking their heads rapidly. Ah, Shaju is truly remarkable. No wonder the dishes he prepared were so unpalatable. If the ingredients are chopped poorly, how could the final dish possibly taste good? It was evident that Yuju had been hoarding knowledge. What do you usually learn from Shaju? Gu Guodong inquired. Just washing and chopping vegetables. But it's all for large-scale cooking. If it's for the leaders, he handles it himself, Mahua replied candidly. Well, it's clear that letting you handle the preparation work without teaching you the basics was a mistake. Gu, is there a technique to chopping vegetables? Mahua quickly seized the opportunity to ask. Gu Guodong's mind raced with thoughts. All right, let me explain briefly. He began demonstrating how to chop the green peppers and shredded meat under their watchful eyes. Chopping vegetables evenly is crucial because differing sizes require varying cooking times. If the pieces are not uniform, some will burn while others remain uncooked. As Gu Guodong spoke, he began to capture the attention of the entire kitchen. After all, Yuju had never shared such insights with them. The choice of ingredients is also quite meticulous. The timing and proportions of seasoning are indeed an art form. With that, he swiftly prepared a dish of green pepper and shredded meat. Though it was merely a simple home-style dish, as the aroma wafted through the air, it left everyone feeling ravenous, unable to suppress their eagerness. Gazing at the dish before him, many silently praised its appealing colors and fragrance. Come now, everyone can try a piece of meat, Gu Guodong cheerfully offered, extending his chopsticks. Thank you, Gu. Thank you, Gu. After a few individuals picked up their chopsticks, an air of excitement swept through them. Guodong, this shredded pork with green peppers is truly delectable, one exclaimed. Indeed, it's quite different from what we usually prepare. Another chimed in. I never anticipated that Guodong could cook so well. It's simply remarkable. Several kitchen staff members, after tasting the dish, offered their praises. This dish seems to rival even Yuju's culinary prowess. Yes, this is truly exquisite, Guodong. Your skills are beyond reproach. Lulan Zima, gazing at the dish of shredded pork with green peppers, unable to restrain her admiration. All right, this is merely basic fare. My partner Shuyu is the real culinary genius. Come, let us assist Shuyu, Gu Guodong said, guiding the two towards the sink to teach them how to handle various tasks. You two just like this and like this. Gu Guodong instructed, and they promptly complied. Zhang Shiyu's array of culinary techniques left everyone astounded, revealing a side of the typically reserved and demure girl that they had never seen before. They were not only impressed, but utterly captivated. Goodness, our kitchen truly hides talents. Will I ever find someone like Zhang Gong? The portly fellow and Ma Hua lamented. Indeed, Zhang Gong's skills are exceptional. I believe even Gu Gong's dishes pale in comparison. Another added. Yes, I thought our best chef was Master He. They debated animatedly. Watching the spirited discussions among the staff regarding the tips he had just shared, Gu Guodong secretly smiled. This was of course intentional. Yuju's confidence in the kitchen stemmed from the fact that no one else could shoulder the responsibilities. If he trained a few capable individuals, the kitchen would no longer remain tranquil. All right, let us call it day for now. It's time for us to eat. Remember to practice diligently, so we can provide better meals for the masters at our steel mill, Gu Guodong announced as Zhang Shiyu completed the last dish. Thank you, Guodong. We are truly grateful to you. The kitchen staff expressed their heartfelt thanks. In just a short time of cooking, they felt they had learned more than they had under Yuju's tutelage for so long. A few days prior, they had overheard the workshop workers discussing how Guodong generously shared his culinary skills without reservation, and they all envied the prospect of someone coming to teach them in the cafeteria. Otherwise, they would always be relegated to menial tasks. And not only did their wages stagnate, but they also faced criticism at home for lacking culinary progress. They never expected that their dreams would come true that day, with someone indeed coming to impart knowledge, none other than Guodong himself. Many were left in silent awe, marveling at Guodong's remarkable versatility. The only downside was that the time was still too brief. Although they had learned much, they found it difficult to retain everything. They wished for further opportunities to learn, yet they understood that such chances were likely scarce. After all, Guodong was an engineer. It was improbable he would take on a cooking role. Upon returning to the cafeteria, everyone was already ravenous. Each dish that arrived piqued their appetite, yet no one dared to reach for their chopsticks, waiting for Guodong to return. After all, though he had personally cooked, he was still not one of their direct leaders. To start eating beforehand would seem terribly impolite. At last, Guodong entered. "Come on, everyone, don't just sit there, dig in. Please try the dishes. I assure you they will tantalize your taste buds," he encouraged. Only then did they begin to eat. "Excellent. Guodong and Comrade Shuyu are simply outstanding. These dishes are divine," they exclaimed in unison, the atmosphere at the table growing lively, especially Vice Factory Director Li, who savored each bite, lamenting in his heart how wonderful it would be if Guodong were a chef. However, he also recognized that it would be a waste of talent, given Guodong's expertise in technology. After a few rounds of drinks, Guodong discreetly approached Li Factory Director, Director Li. "I have an idea I would like to discuss with you." Chapter 105. Guodong's new plan to cultivate culinary skills in the kitchen. "Oh, Guodong, what new idea do you have?" Li Vice Director's eyes lit up with interest upon hearing Guodong had a fresh proposal. "Hee. This pertains to the future of our factory. I hope you can lend your support," Guodong teased, taking a leisurely sip of his liquor. "Just tell me directly." "I will certainly support you," Li Vice Director replied earnestly. "Haha, Director Li, you are indeed straightforward. This time, I plan to enhance our kitchen's capabilities. As you can see, the chefs in our cafeteria are woefully inadequate, and if this continues, it will inevitably lead to problems. With He absent, these individuals struggle to prepare even the simplest dishes, which is quite troublesome. We should nurture a few talented individuals. That way, even if He decides to abandon ship, the kitchen can still produce acceptable meals," Guodong proposed with a grin. "Transforming the kitchen?" Li Vice Director pondered, nodding thoughtfully. "That seems like a sound idea. Currently, He calls all the shots in the kitchen, and even the cafeteria director occasionally finds it difficult to manage him. He has always relied on his skills to disregard others, even showing disdain for my authority as vice director. If we can cultivate a competent chef, it would put him in his place. He would no longer be so arrogant. Even if we can't dismiss him, we could certainly strip him of his head chef title. Let us see how he continues to act up then." "Excellent. Guodong, your proposal is fantastic. Let us proceed with it. I'll fully support this initiative, and I'll entrust you with its execution. However, Guodong, if you're busy teaching in the kitchen, won't our renovation plans be delayed?" Li Vice Director suddenly recalled that the other work might take precedence. "We cannot afford to neglect one for the other. Not to worry. I'll have my partner draft a simple cooking process and menu. After all, cooking in large batches isn't that complicated. The kitchen staff can practice. They just need to follow the menu for the ingredients. Even if the dishes aren't gourmet, they should at least meet basic standards. As for the stir-fried dishes, we can address that later," Guodong said dismissively. "In this era, people hardly have tasted exquisite food. Their palates aren't too discerning, as long as it's not unpalatable. Moreover, this is primarily to vex Yuju." "Well, that sounds reasonable. I can rest easy now." In the hospital, after a flurry of activity, Yuju and Qin Huairu finally settled Jia Dongshu. "Juzi, I can't thank you enough. Without your help, I don't know what would have happened." Qin Huairu expressed her gratitude. "What are you saying, Qin Jia? If I didn't help you, who would?" Yuju replied nonchalantly. Nearby, an elderly man in the adjacent bed observed the pitiful state of Jia Dongshu, feeling a pang of sympathy. Thankfully, when he had lent money to Qin Huairu previously, she had promised to support his old age. Otherwise, he would have been left in dire straits. "Juzi, is it safe for you to be out like this?" Yi Zhonghai then inquired, concerned. After all, he relied solely on Yuju now for his future support. He could not afford any more mishaps. "It's fine, uncle. You know that I essentially call the shots in the cafeteria. Our director can't control me," Yuju reassured him. "Moreover, I had already made arrangements before my departure, instructing them to prepare lunch. Now, with Director Yang absent, there is no one to request my culinary services. My few apprentices can manage the communal meal, albeit it may be a tad unpalatable, yet no one will discern the difference," Yuju remarked nonchalantly. Presently, Yi Zhonghai is referred to as third uncle, while Yan Bugue holds the title of first uncle. However, Yuju finds it difficult to alter his address and continues to call Yi Zhonghai Uncle Yi. With Director Yang missing, there is still Deputy Director Li present. What if he requires a reception? Yi Zhonghai expressed his concerns. That Li fellow can hardly entertain anyone. I have no desire to prepare meals for him. He Yuzhu's disdain for Deputy Director Li was palpable. In his view, Deputy Director Li's close ties with Guodong rendered him an undesired associate. He held Li in low regard. Alas, I am aware that Deputy Director Li is not the most congenial individual, but regardless, he is still a leader. Zhuzi, you must tread carefully. Yi Zhonghai sighed and shook his head. Understood, my uncle Yi, fret not. It will be fine. Even if he intends to stir trouble, it can wait until tomorrow. He Yuzhu waved his hand, eager for a moment of respite. His previous mishap involving the destruction of someone's cart had resulted in reluctance to lend him another. He was burdened by the weight of Jia Dongshu's expectations, which had left him utterly exhausted, were it not for Qin Huairu's supportive presence. Occasionally providing him with a gentle nudge of encouragement, he would have long since succumbed to fatigue. Moreover, he paid little heed to Yi Zhonghai's advice. The kitchen staff had not been imparted with substantial skills, rendering them incapable of shouldering any significant responsibilities. Minor errors were inconsequential. Unbeknownst to him, Guodong was already plotting to undermine him. Huairu, how have you fared at the factory lately? Have you faced any harassment? Yi Zhonghai inquired, turning his attention to Qin Huairu. Rest assured, my leg is nearly healed. Once I am discharged, I shall personally instruct you. Yi Zhonghai continued, shifting his gaze to Qin Huairu. It's been manageable, she replied, but upon Yi Zhonghai's mention, she recalled her earlier experiences, her countenance growing slightly uneasy. What is it, Huairu? Have those workers been tormenting you? Did you not inform them you are my apprentice? Yi Zhonghai asked, his concern piqued by her change in expression. Master, no. It's not that. It's someone else who has been unkind, Qin Huairu replied, a hint of embarrassment evident. Oh, Sister Qin, just be honest with Uncle Yi. That Guodong, he established an independent workshop, offering better subsidies and benefits than those in the regular workshop. Sister Qin applied and met all the criteria. Yet Guodong did not accept her. He Yuzhu quickly interjected, deducing the situation from Qin Huairu's demeanor. What? An independent workshop? Is Director Yang aware of this development? Yi Zhonghai was taken aback, astonished by the significant changes that had transpired in the factory during his absence. What could he possibly know? Director Yang won't return until next month. Even if he were to find out, there's little he could do. By then, the independent workshop will have already commenced operations. And he might just turn a blind eye. He Yuzhu scoffed. Why should he refuse Huairu? With such enticing benefits, why wouldn't he prioritize helping someone from the courtyard? Guodong is becoming increasingly unreasonable, Yi Zhonghai stated vehemently. In his eyes, regardless of any personal grievances with Guodong, these matters should remain confined to the courtyard and not spill over into their work environment. Rest assured, once I am out, I will have a serious discussion with that Guodong, ensuring you have the opportunity to enter that so-called independent workshop. Chapter 106. He Yuzhu's frustration. Guodong delivers the menu. Upon returning to the courtyard with Zhang Shuyu after a bike ride from the factory, the duo was greeted by the sound of Yin Bugui's incessant complaints from within the house. Yuli, it's one thing not to work, but to lounge about at home, consuming our resources, is unacceptable. I instructed you to return to your family, to seek some living expenses, yet you refused. And now you want your sister to partake as well? How can that be permissible? Father, surely you are being overly calculating. Our family Jie Chung hands over his salary to you each month, does he not? His earnings are sufficient for our food expenses. Furthermore, my sister is merely visiting for a couple of days. She'll leave once she secures employment. Your demands are excessive, even encroaching upon my family's affairs. Yuli protested vehemently, infuriated by her father-in-law's impositions, while she begrudgingly accepted the temporary arrangement due to their housing situation. Now her sister's simple desire for a few meals had drawn unwarranted scrutiny, extending even to her family's matters. You are you, and your sister is your sister. Each should be held accountable separately. If she wishes to dine here, she must contribute an additional share towards the food expenses, Yin Bugui stated unyieldingly. Father, Yu Yuli was left speechless in her anger and retreated into the house to fetch Yin Jiecheng. Speak up. Why are you hiding? Faced with the situation, Yin Jiecheng could only stammer. Father, we are all family. Why must we delineate so strictly? Moreover, I provide you with 27 yuan each month. Can't you deduct a portion for Haitong's meals for these few days? Huh. You only understand the value of money when you don't manage the household. That 27 is not only for my support, but also compensates for the 2 decades I spent raising you. People can go hungry and go without clothes, but being calculative is what truly impoverishes one. We are a family of 7. I must be prudent with every penny, Yin Bugue asserted with conviction. Unable to counter his father's reasoning, Yin Jiecheng resignedly conceded. All right, here are 3 yuan as a contribution for Haitang's meals. That should suffice, right? Ultimately, with no argument left, he complied and handed over the money to his father. Yet, in his heart, he resolved to move out the moment their house was ready, as he could no longer tolerate his miserly father. Guodong, your father-in-law is truly stingy. Even his own children are not spared from his calculations. Zhang Shuyu whispered to Gu Guodong, who was observing the spectacle. Indeed, but without such calculations, their family would likely struggle even more. With so many dependents relying on his income, housing, and finances, it's only logical for him to be frugal, Gu Guodong replied. Let be. As long as they do not provoke us, we shall not interfere, he added. Now, do you comprehend how comfortable the Jia family lives? Yin Bugue's household is genuinely struggling. Yet they never voice their complaints, while the Jia family merely lacks meat and fine grains and makes a fuss about it. Gu Guodong remarked with a shake of his head. Indeed, Zhang Shuyu nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Gu Guodong promptly instructed Zhang Shuyu to begin drafting a menu. The dishes were those typically prepared in the cafeteria, with a few additional selections included. The cooking process was meticulously outlined, detailing the size of the vegetable cuts, the timing for adding them to the pot, the precise heat settings, the stirring methods, and duration for cooking, as well as the order and proportions of various seasonings. Essentially, it was a recipe comprehensible even to a complete novice in the kitchen. Furthermore, Gu Guodong had incorporated many of his exclusive culinary secrets. With this recipe, the kitchen's proficiency would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, liberating them from He Yuzhu's constraints. The following day, upon his arrival at work, He Yuzhu was immediately summoned by the cafeteria director, who reprimanded him as if he were a mere child. He Yuzhu was astonished. Indeed, Yi Zhonghai had been correct. Deputy Director Li had indeed hosted a meal in the cafeteria. However, thankfully, it was not for the leaders as it had been previously. Instead, he invited some workers and Gu Guodong for a meal. Upon hearing that Gu Guodong was to be treated, He Yuzhu became even less concerned. He adopted a demeanor that suggested he was impervious to criticism, akin to a dead pig that fears not boiling water. After all, he had already been relegated to an apprentice-level wage, and the factory could not possibly dismiss him. At most, he would endure a reprimand. The cafeteria supervisor had initially intended to limit his scolding to a single tirade, recognizing that He Yuzhu was essential for managing the kitchen. However, to his astonishment, He Yuzhu remained unyielding and displayed an air of indifference. This infuriated the cafeteria supervisor, who erupted in an angry tirade, unleashing a torrent of insults, venting years of accumulated frustration directed at He Yuzhu. He Yuzhu was taken aback by the harshness of the insults, having never experienced such indignity. He ripped off his chef's coat and slammed it onto the floor in frustration. He was done. This was an outrageous form of bullying. Moreover, he had not been deliberately slacking off. Why should he be berated? I quit. Do as you please, he declared before storming out of the cafeteria. He was determined to prove that the cafeteria could function without him, vowing to demonstrate his significance to the supervisor. Soon enough, the supervisor would be begging for his return. The cafeteria supervisor was momentarily stunned by He Yuzhu's departure. In a fit of anger, he had spoken without thinking, and now he felt a pang of fear at the thought of He Yuzhu abandoning his post. What would he do if He Yuzhu truly walked away? This was a precarious situation. He Yuzhu was the only one in the cafeteria capable of cooking. With He Yuzhu gone, how would they manage? He needed to inform Vice Factory Director Li immediately. Before long, he found himself in Vice Factory Director Li's office. Director Li, we have a crisis. I made a grave mistake. Upon entering, the cafeteria supervisor readily admitted his fault. What's wrong? Calm down and speak slowly, Vice Factory Director Li replied while sipping his tea. I drove He Yuzhu away with my scolding. There's no one to cook now. I shouldn't have yelled at him. The supervisor confessed, his head bowed in shame, though he had felt a sense of relief in releasing his frustrations. He was genuinely concerned that He Yuzhu might quit. Humph, He Yuzhu truly thinks too highly of himself. He dares to leave? No need to look for him anymore. Here. This is the cooking process Comrade Gu Guodong wrote yesterday. You all will follow this from now on. You saw the cooking skills of comrades Gu Guodong and Shuyu yesterday. If you adhere to this, you can't go wrong, Vice Factory Director Li stated, handing over the recipe Gu Guodong had just provided him. The cafeteria supervisor's eyes lit up upon hearing Gu Guodong's name, and he eagerly accepted the recipe with both hands. Chapter 107. Teaching workers to use the combined lathe. Next steps, developing the punch press. Earlier, the cafeteria supervisor had feared he was in serious trouble, but after seeing Guodong's work, his spirits lifted. The previous day, Guodong and Zhang Xiyu had opened their eyes to a new realm of culinary education. They had all been discussing how wonderful it would be if Guodong could continue teaching them. To their surprise, that wish was now a reality. The recipe was detailed to such an extent that he felt even he could cook while using it. Comrade Guodong has truly been a tremendous help. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to prepare lunch, the cafeteria supervisor exclaimed with excitement. From now on, we need not fear Hiyuju quitting. Once Ma Hua and Fatty have learned sufficiently, I will strip Hiyuju of his title as head chef and let him see how he fares. Vice Factory Director Li said with a cold smirk. The cafeteria supervisor nodded in agreement, acknowledging that with this recipe, Hiyuju would no longer hold the same authority in the cafeteria, thus sparing them from his tyranny. As he tucked the recipe away, the cafeteria supervisor bid farewell, cradling it like a precious treasure as he returned to the kitchen. How did it go, Director? What did Vice Factory Director Li say? Lulan eagerly approached the supervisor upon his return. The Vice Director told us not to worry about Hiyuju for now. The cafeteria supervisor replied joyfully. What? Not worry? How will we cook without him? The kitchen staff asked, bewildered. Without Hiyuju, they genuinely struggled to operate the kitchen. Look at this. The cafeteria supervisor produced the recipe. This is the culinary guide crafted by Comrades Gu and Zhang Xiyu. With it, we can all cook. What? A recipe from Comrade Gu? Let me see it. The workers quickly gathered around, eager to glimpse the document. Wow, this is incredibly detailed. Look at how to chop and stir-fry, they exclaimed. And here, it even includes how to prepare small pot dishes, complete with timing. This also details ingredient pairings and cooking methods. It's practically a professional recipe. Amazing. The workers marveled at the meticulousness of the recipe, their eyes wide with excitement. With this guide, it wouldn't be long before they could each become competent chefs. By the way, I've already requested a clock from above, so we can time our cooking, the cafeteria supervisor announced. Also, Ma Hua and Fatty, from today onward, you two will take turns preparing the large pot meals. He began delegating tasks. All right, Ma Hua and Fatty responded enthusiastically, diving into their work. Previously, Ma Hua had felt immense pressure whenever Hiyuju assigned him large pot dishes, but now he was eager to embrace the challenge. Fatty, too, was exhilarated, thrilled at the opportunity to finally take on such a task. Oh, and one more thing. Everyone must keep the recipe strictly confidential. No one is to disclose it. If I find out that anyone dares to share it, there will be serious consequences. Yes, we understand. The workers chimed in. Meanwhile, Guodong was in the independent workshop, instructing the young workers on how to operate the combined lathe. Given their youth and previous elementary education, they grasped the concepts quite swiftly, following Guodong as thorough explanations with diligence. Guodong generously imparted a wealth of techniques without reservation, addressing their questions one after another. The morning passed quietly, and soon the lunch bell rang. Upon hearing it, the workers felt time had flown by, as if in the blink of an eye. Guodong clapped his hands and said, Comrades, today's lesson concludes here. The rest is up to you to grasp. Now off you go to lunch. Thank you, Comrade Gu. The workers responded, bowing in gratitude. At the cafeteria, diners buzzed with conversation. Today's meal seems somewhat different, one remarked. Yes, it feels like there's a new flavor to it, another agreed. What's going on? Has the taste of the dishes changed? That's unlikely. We always eat from the large pot. How could it be different? They speculated. The cafeteria supervisor, overhearing their chatter, couldn't help but smile broadly. As this development unfolds, they will soon be able to cease their reliance on Hiyuju. In the office of Deputy Factory Director Li, Guodong was engaged in a discussion regarding the next steps for advancement. With the newly acquired combined lathe, their productivity had significantly increased. Many items that were previously challenging to manufacture could now be produced with ease. Guodong, what should our independent workshop focus on next? Deputy Director Li inquired with palpable anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, Guodong replied, Now that we possess the combined lathe, machining parts has become considerably more convenient. How about we proceed with manufacturing a punch press? Once we develop the molds, we can commence mass production of materials. At that point, our independent workshop will be fully operational, and the efficiency will be remarkable. A punch press? Sounds promising, but are you certain you can manage such a complex task? Deputy Director Li regarded Guodong with a hint of skepticism. The intricacies of this machinery were formidable. He had only glimpsed it at the first machine tool factory in Beijing during his studies with Director Yang a couple of years prior. The challenge was daunting, and even Guodong seemed somewhat implausible. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. I have already prepared everything. and we can commence work next Friday, Guodong asserted with a smile. That quickly? Deputy Director Li was taken aback. Indeed, with the assistance of the combined lathe, I can train them promptly. Guodong nodded affirmatively. Very well. Since you are so confident, I will place my trust in you. We shall initiate this plan next Friday. Meanwhile, Hiyuju, having exited the factory, made his way directly to the hospital. He intended to express his grievances to Zhonghai. However, en route, he observed Bongging being accompanied by a young and attractive woman, engaged in earnest conversation. Bangung, let's go speak with the principal. At your age, how can you possibly abandon your education? Everyone makes mistakes. If you persist in this manner, how can you ever achieve greatness? The woman, Ran Xiuyue, admonished with sincere concern. Bongging hung his head in silence. He too aspired to return to school, yet having been expelled, he saw no path forward. Initially, Hiyuju speculated that Bongging might have landed himself in trouble, prompting his visit. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this was indeed Bongging's homeroom teacher. He had heard tales of her beauty, but seeing her in person was an entirely different experience. She was even more stunning than the rumors suggested. A sudden thought crossed his mind. He was already well into his late 20s, approaching 30, yet still single. Time was slipping away, and if he did not find a partner soon, he would risk becoming an older bachelor. In contrast, Guodong had secured a fiancée before turning 20 and was on the verge of obtaining a marriage certificate in a couple of months. Although Hiyuju harbored peculiar feelings for Qin Huairu, he understood the futility of that pursuit, given that Jia Dongshu was still very much present. Even if he were willing to step in, he needed to have something to offer. Thus, he resolved to seek a more practical companion. This teacher appeared to be a promising prospect, possessing beauty, elegance, and an enviable figure. He imagined that marrying her would be most gratifying. With a broad smile, he approached confidently. Bongging, what are you doing here? He first feigned casualness with Bongging before turning his attention to Ran Xiuyue. Greetings, you must be Teacher Ran, Bongging's homeroom teacher. My name is Hiyuju, the head chef at the steel mill's cafeteria. I also happen to be Bongging's neighbor. Their family is facing considerable hardship. Might you be able to advocate on his behalf with the school to reconsider his expulsion? He was merely caught up in a misunderstanding with our neighbor. His actions were not as severe as they appeared. Hiyuju did not reveal his true intentions outright, but instead used Bongging's predicament to showcase his empathy and establish a favorable rapport. After all, in this era, one needed a matchmaker to court a partner. Approaching directly could lead to misunderstandings and accusations of impropriety, which might result in serious consequences. Hence, he understood the need for patience in building this connection. Hello, Mr. He. I share your sentiment. Bongging is still quite young, and not attending school is unacceptable. I intend to take him back to school myself, but he is quite obstinate and refuses to listen to my counsel. Perhaps you could help persuade him? Ran Xiuyue expressed her exasperation. Hey, Bongging, what are you doing? Why aren't you heeding your teacher's advice? Come on, let us go to school together. Hiyuju feigned authority as he chided Bongging. Bongging looked up at Hiyuju momentarily before lowering his head again. Silly uncle. As soon as Bongging spoke, Hiyuju swiftly pulled him aside, whispering urgently, Bongging, do not refer to your teacher as silly. He is trying to make a good impression on Ran Xiuyue. If she were to discover that he called Hiyuju silly Zhu, that would spell disaster. Bongging glanced between Hiyuju and Ran Xiuyue, then nodded. Uncle He, I want to attend school as well, but I still owe tuition fees. Even if I can return, I must settle the fees first. However, my mother mentioned yesterday that our family is out of money. In truth, Ran Xiuyue's visit was also to recover Bongging's overdue tuition. The Jia family had delayed payment under the pretense of financial hardship. Now, although Bongging had been expelled, the school still required the fees to be collected. Thus, she had come for a home visit, only to unexpectedly encounter Bongging en route. Tuition fees outstanding? Hiyuju furrowed his brow, recalling that Qin Huairu had mentioned this issue to him some time ago. During that month, due to urgent financial needs, he had been unable to assist. He had assumed that with Jia Dongshu's paycheck, they would have settled it. To his surprise, the debt remained. How much does Bongging owe? 5 yuan, Ran Xiuyue replied, noticing Hiyuju's inclination to help. Oh, please hold on a moment. Teacher, Hiyuju said before turning and retrieving money from his pocket. Xingye, this will be the last time I assist you. Gritting his teeth, he produced 5 yuan and handed it to Ran Xiuyue. His expenditures had been considerable lately, and with Qin Huairu having previously taken some of his savings, he found himself with little left. The remaining amount was meant for his meals in the second half of the month. Yet, in pursuit of Ran Xiuyue, he decided to take the plunge. This also served as a means to sever ties with Qin Huairu. After all, if he were to win Ran Xiuyue's affection, he could no longer be entangled with her. This is for Bonging's tuition. He feigned nonchalance as he handed the money over. Bonging eagerly urged, Teacher Rand, please accept it. Does this mean I can return to school? Very well, I shall accept it, Rand said graciously, taking the 5 yuan from He and placing it in her pocket. Her intention was solely to collect tuition fees. As for who would be responsible for this payment, it mattered little to her. You wait at home for my news. I will promptly report the situation to the principal, she said. Thank you, Master He. After bidding them farewell, Ran Shuyue rode away on her bicycle. Observing her departing figure, He smiled radiantly, akin to a blooming morning glory. Bang Gung felt equally elated. The reason he had addressed He as uncle, he instead of calling him Silly Zhu, was to prepare for him to cover his tuition fees. Otherwise, given his character, it was inconceivable that he would humbly call him uncle. Even referring to him as silly uncle was a concession. That evening, during dinner, Bang Gung made it a point to mention this matter to Qin Huairu. Can you believe Silly Zhu helped you pay the tuition and was smiling at Teacher An? Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding flickered in Qin Huairu's mind. Silly Zhu's demeanor suggested he was vying for a romantic relationship with Ran Shuyue. No way, was her immediate reaction. Their family relied on He for assistance. If he were to pursue a partner, what would become of them? It seemed necessary to devise a means to thwart this. Chapter 109. The cafeteria has become tastier? Impossible, absolutely impossible. For several consecutive days, Guodong diligently instructed the workers in the independent workshop on the operation of the combined lathe. Although the workers learned quickly under Guodong's guidance, they still had their limits. Once they reached a certain level, further advancement became challenging. However, Guodong did not mind. Their current skills were sufficient. Thus, he began to draft the design plans for the punch press, involving the entire engineering department's technicians in the process. As he sketched, he explained the principles of the punch press, which were not overly complicated, allowing the technicians to swiftly grasp the essentials. Yet, the craftsmanship of the punch press was intricate. The angles, positions, and force were all crucial. Otherwise, malfunctions would occur in no time. Additionally, the precision required for the components was heightened, making the work pace rather sluggish. During this period, Guodong also brought Zhang Shuyu into the design process. Deputy Factory Director Li turned a blind eye to this, as Zhang Shuyu would eventually be sitting for the technician exam to enter the engineering department. Her early involvement posed no issue. Others were unlikely to raise objections. The engineering department was entirely under Guodong's dominion, while the workers in the independent workshop regarded him as their master, with Zhang Shuyu as their matron. Furthermore, with Guodong's recruitment into the workshop, their living standards had improved significantly. On late nights when they worked overtime, Guodong and Zhang Shuyu would personally cook for everyone, just as they had done before. Thus, the workers held Guodong in profound respect, and they were disinclined to interfere with Zhang Shuyu. To them, even if she sat there with a teacup, observing them work, they would accept it without complaint. In these days of leisure, not only was Guodong enjoying himself, but He was also quite at ease. Ever since he had made that stern declaration, he had not set foot in the cafeteria. He spent his time at home tinkering with various objects. When he had nothing else to do, he would accompany Yin Bugue fishing. He also occasionally made trips to Hongxing Primary School, hoping for a chance encounter with Ran Shuyue. Unfortunately, his luck had been dismal, and he had not crossed paths with her. Frustrated, he sighed repeatedly. The reduced interaction with her had confirmed Qin Huairu's suspicions that He was indeed pursuing a relationship with Ran Shuyue, deliberately distancing himself from her. The more she pondered this, the more she felt discontented, realizing it was time to take action. Additionally, another reason for her urgency was that He had not been to work recently, meaning there were no lunchboxes. Without lunchboxes, her family's already precarious situation would only worsen. However, this hardship was merely her perception of difficulty, as their supply of fine grains was running low. If she did not devise a solution soon, they would have to resort to coarse grains. Thus, after work today, she deliberately waited at her doorstep. Upon seeing He enter the courtyard, she rushed over. Zhuzi, I heard you helped our Bangung with his tuition. I've been too busy these past few days to find a proper moment to thank you. Qin Huairu beamed, her tone dripping with flattery. Ah, Sister Qin, you flatter me. Between Bangung and me, there's no need for such formality. I've always considered him like a son. Who else would I care for if not him? It's a trivial matter, He replied, his heart swelling with joy at Qin Huairu's flattering demeanor. By the way, how is Bangung's situation? Has the school agreed to let him return? Qin Huairu, clearly troubled by the matter, expressed her frustration. There's still no news. I explained the situation, and the tuition has been paid. Why can't they be accommodating? However, this was not the time for discussion. Today, she had ulterior motives. She quickly changed the subject, saying, Zhuzi, you haven't been to the cafeteria these past few days. Is everything all right? Hee, all is well. Who am I? The kitchen can't function without me. I'm simply waiting for them to come begging for my return. How's the food been in my absence? I bet it's been rather unappetizing. Yuzhu leaned closer to Qin Huairu and whispered conspiratorially. Inhaling the uniquely alluring scent that clung to her, he felt a stirring within. Although he had resolved to refrain from any further flirtations with Qin Huairu, upon seeing her, all previous intentions evaporated, leaving only a desire to savor the time spent together. Qin Huairu chuckled at his words. Zhuzi, you made that promise. You better not back out. Ha ha ha. When have I ever reneged on a promise? Rest assured. Yuzhu laughed heartily. But Zhuzi, the food in the cafeteria hasn't just remained mediocre. It seems to have improved. After a moment of laughter, Qin Huairu hesitated before adding, everyone has been saying so. What? Improved? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I know what level Ma Hua and the others are at. They can't even chop vegetables properly. How could they possibly cook something delicious? Yuzhu immediately countered. It's true. Why don't you go back tomorrow and see for yourself? Qin Huairu noted his strong reaction and felt assured. Very well. I'll return tomorrow to investigate. Yuzhu contemplated for a moment, his expression shifting, but ultimately acquiesced. After all, his culinary skills were his livelihood, and maintaining control in the kitchen depended on his expertise. If anything went awry in the kitchen, his exalted position would likely diminish. With this thought, Yuzhu lost interest in further light-hearted banter with Qin Huairu and walked toward the backyard with a heavy heart. Observing her plan's success, Qin Huairu smiled as she returned inside. After work today, Guodong took Zhang Shuyu to the market to buy some vegetables. On their way home, Guodong spotted a roadside stall. Initially intending to walk past, he reconsidered and decided to purchase a few items. For several days now, Yin Laoshi had been waiting at the entrance, asking them questions every time they returned with groceries, which had become somewhat bothersome. Thus, he resolved to bring him a small gift. Yin Laoshi had taken to waiting at the door and inquiring after he had, by chance, acquired a vegetable from neighbor. Since then, whenever he saw a neighbor purchasing vegetables, he would ask, and on fortunate occasions, he would manage to gather enough for a plate. Which is why he found such enjoyment in this routine. As anticipated, Guodong had scarcely entered the courtyard when Yin Bugue approached him eagerly. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he gazed at the vegetables in Guodong and Zhang Shuyu's hands. Oh, Guodong is back. Have you bought yet another bounty of vegetables? What delightful treasures have you brought this time? Yin Bugue inquired with a beaming smile. Indeed, uncle, yet again a generous haul, Guodong replied, emphasizing the word again. Yin Bugue, picking up on the underlying sarcasm, recognized that Guodong was poking fun at his daily inquiries. However, he brushed it off, knowing that his inquiries serve a purpose. It was essential for sustaining his household. Come now, uncle, seeing you labor so diligently in your daily greetings, allow me to present you with a little gift, Guodong said, extending the bag he held. Oh, how can I accept such generosity? Yin Bugue's eyes narrowed into slits of delight. Ever since Guodong had first purchased chicken, he had persistently inquired about his culinary endeavors. After so much time, was he finally witnessing the fruits of his labor? Moreover, it was well known that Guodong never bought anything of inferior quality. His vegetables were always abundant, and the meat he procured was substantial, often weighing a pound or two. Therefore, this bag was undoubtedly something special. Despite his feigned modesty, Yin Bugue's body betrayed him as he eagerly accepted the bag and reached inside. Ah, Guodong, let me see what delightful surprise you have for me, he exclaimed, rummaging through the contents. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. The odor emanating from the bag was appallingly foul, reminiscent of a latrine. The texture felt equally disconcerting, and as he pulled it out, he was horrified to discover a bag full of excrement. Yandaye, I see you have quite a bit of free time on your hands, asking everyone you meet about their day. I wouldn't be surprised if you wanted to sample the wares of that sewage truck you encountered, Guodong jested. In the spirit of our community's values of respect for the elderly and mutual assistance, I've saved you a trip. I happened upon an old man at the alley's mouth who was hauling a load of waste. He mentioned it was particularly pungent today, so I thought I'd bring some back for you. Upon hearing Guodong's explanation, Yin Bugue was left speechless. You brought me feces? I thank your ancestors for that. However, the overwhelming stench rendered him mute, and he began to retch uncontrollably. Good heavens, this is no ordinary foul smell. It's as if it's freshly laid. Reeking to high heaven, Yin Bugue felt a wave of nausea wash over him, instinctively covering his mouth and stepping back several paces. Uncle, are you truly going to sample the flavor? You must hurry before anyone notices, Guodong prompted. Only then did Yin Bugue remember that his hand had just been immersed in excrement, unable to restrain himself any longer. He dashed to the side and leaned over a trash can, vomiting violently. In that moment, he felt as though the world had collapsed around him, leaving only a sense of revulsion. Ding! Skillful antics rewarded. 80 points, current total, 100. Brother Guodong, you are delightfully wicked, Zhang Shuyu whispered to Guodong. Moments ago, she had been puzzled by his request for a bag of excrement from the old man with the cart. Now it all made sense. Do you find it enjoyable, Shuyu? Guodong inquired, pushing the cart forward. Yes, I quite like it, Zhang Shuyu replied shyly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet she nodded gently. The two of them continued their light-hearted banter, paying no mind to Yin Bugue, who remained hunched over the trash can, suffering in silence. After Guodong had walked some distance, Yin Bugue finally emerged from the trash can, wiping his nose and tears with his sleeve. Internally, he cursed the audacious young man, vowing to exact revenge. However, he knew he could not confront Guodong alone. He needed allies and a meticulously crafted plan. Otherwise, he risked a repeat of his previous failure, akin to Yi Zhonghai's misadventure. He realized that brute force would not suffice against Guodong. Cunning and strategy were essential. As he approached the door, he noticed Lu Haizhong standing at his doorstep, clutching something nervously. Oh, Erdi, are you here to deliver a gift for me? Guodong teased upon seeing Lu Haizhong. Guodong, you're back? Lu Haizhong responded, revealing a sycophantic smile that even surprised Guodong. In the past, Lu Haizhong had been eager to belittle him, so this sudden shift in demeanor was perplexing. Yes, Guodong nodded. Canal, what is this? Lu Haizhong hastily thrust the items in his hands toward Guodong. Hold on, Erdi, what is going on here? I'm a bit confused, Guodong remarked, refusing to accept the items. Ah, Guodong, this is a gift for you, Lu Haizhong replied with a grin. Enough with the preamble, Erdi. Just tell me what you want, Guodong interrupted. He had always regarded Lu Haizhong and his ilk with disdain. Nothing much, Guodong. I just wanted to ask for your help, Lu Haizhong continued. Since you oversee that independent workshop, I was hoping you could arrange for my son, Lu Guangtian, to be transferred there. Recently, word had spread throughout the factory about the benefits of the independent workshop, and everyone was eager to join due to the lucrative subsidies and perks on offer. Lu Guangqi had already decided to relocate with his wife to Tianjin, relieving Lu Haizhong of that concern. However, Lu Guangtian, a level 1 machinist, had been passed over twice in his attempts to join the independent workshop. So, he had sent gifts to his father, hoping to leverage his connections to secure a position. Erdi, you are mistaken in seeking my assistance. Personnel matters should be directed to Deputy Factory Director Li. I'm in the engineering department, not human resources. Why are you coming to me? Guodong shook his head vigorously, bemused by the request. Guodong, I know you have a good relationship with Deputy Factory Director Li, which is why I came to you, Lu Haizhong pleaded, his demeanor dripping with insincerity. Normally, he would never stoop so low, but Lu Guangtian had promised to pay him a monthly sum of 8 yuan if he got in. Thus, Lu Haizhong had mustered the audacity to approach Guodong. Well, Erdi, if your son is to be accepted into the independent workshop, he must demonstrate his capabilities. I am not his supervisor and cannot assist you, Guodong stated firmly, disregarding Lu Haizhong's reaction as he turned and walked away with Zhang Shuyu. With a resounding slam, he closed the door behind him, leaving Lu Haizhong standing there, bewildered. Eventually, he could only mutter curses under his breath as he departed. Huh, what is so impressive about him? Just wait until I become successful. I'll show you. Chapter 111, A New Development in Skills. He Yuanzhu returned to the cafeteria. After a simple meal at home, Guodong retreated to his room. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Upon receiving the host's request, the system promptly initiated the lottery. A series of electronic sound effects followed. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Butterfly Voice Changer X1, Oil Fish Can Goods X5, Skill Upgrade Book X2. A butterfly voice changer? Guodong pondered over this small device, wondering what it could be used for. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the system's explanatory voice echoed in his mind. Butterfly Voice Changer, capable of mimicking the voice of any individual with perfect accuracy. When only the voice is heard, others cannot discern the difference. Oh, listening to this explanation, Guodong suddenly felt that this item was rather impressive. It could certainly be used to play tricks on those rascals. He was already familiar with the oil fish canned goods, having shared a meal with his university roommates during his past life. The taste was decent, but it had a significant drawback. It caused uncontrollable oil leakage from one's backside for several days. A moment of inattention, and the oil would surge forth without any remedy. One could only wait for it to pass. It seemed this item was also meant for those rascals. He then examined the last item. Skill Upgrade Book. Can upgrade the host's current skills. After reading the item description, Guodong wasted no time and promptly clicked to use it. The host skill panel is now as follows. 1. Level 8 Technician Electrician. Welder. These 3 skills have reached their maximum level and cannot use scrolls. 2. Intermediate Engineer Skills. 3. Master Level Martial Arts, already at the highest. 4. Intermediate Medical Skills. 5. Beginner Drug Manufacturing. Which skill would the host like to use the scroll on? Guodong contemplated for a moment and decided to apply both books to the engineer skills. This was the most urgent matter. An improvement was imperative. Ding! Congratulations to the host on a successful upgrade. Engineer skills have been upgraded to Super Engineer Skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Engineer skills specialization branch has been unlocked. Specialization branch? What is this? Guodong hurriedly requested the system for further details. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were 3 major categories: military industry, computer science, and general skills. Within these categories were various subfields, including machinery, automation, construction, and hydropower, covering an extensive range of disciplines. This was excellent. With the support of such advanced technology, he could swiftly realize his aspirations. The pressing issue now was to earn points diligently. Otherwise, he would be left merely observing. With this thought in mind, Guodong began to devise his next plan. The following day, while on his way to work, Guodong unexpectedly spotted Hiyuju. A wave of astonishment washed over him. He had assumed this fellow would continue to sulk and skip work. Yet, only a few days had passed, and he could no longer endure it. In truth, this was largely due to Qin Huairu's influence. Yesterday, she had mentioned to Hiyuju that the kitchen in the factory had been preparing increasingly delicious meals. This piqued Hiyuju's curiosity, particularly since the canteen director and his apprentices had not sought him out in the past few days. Hiyuju felt a twinge of anxiety. Thus, early that morning, he hurriedly prepared to visit the canteen to uncover the truth. Upon returning to the canteen, the director merely scoffed upon seeing Hiyuju, offering no further comment. After all, the kitchen was still only capable of preparing large pot meals. The likes of Ma Hua and the fatty had not yet risen to prominence. The factory had been working overtime to manufacture the new machines designed by Guodong, with Deputy Factory Director Li supervising closely. Therefore, there had been no need for catering. Under Li's instruction, the director had refrained from seeking Hiyuju. Seeing the director's cold demeanor nearly drove Hiyuju to storm out again. However, his curiosity about the kitchen's current state compelled him to endure. He approached, lowering his head to apologize. "Director, I'm back. I was wrong about what happened the past few days. Please do not hold it against me. I will work diligently from now on." The director noted Hiyuju's contrite attitude and refrained from being overly harsh. After all, they were colleagues. He nodded. "All right. It's good to have you back. Get to work." He added, "In the future, you must not make mistakes again. Otherwise, I won't be so accommodating." Upon hearing this, Hiyuju's fists clenched tightly, his molars grinding. "Yes, director, I will work hard from now on." After Hiyuju walked away, a flicker of disdain crossed the director's face. This fool still dreams of becoming a head chef? What a joke. He eagerly anticipated that Ma Hua and the fatty would soon master the small kitchen tasks, allowing him to sideline Hiyuju altogether. "Master, you're back?" Upon seeing Hiyuju enter, Ma Hua rushed over to greet him. Although they were now using the recipes provided by Guodong and Zhang Shuyu, he still held a deep respect for his master. On the other hand, the fatty remained indifferent, exuding an air of disdain. Hiyuju paid no mind and began to survey the canteen. The kitchen staff greeted him, but their tone lacked the previous respect, which only fueled Hiyuju's simmering anger. He observed the kitchen, noting that little had changed. The only difference was a clock hung on the wall, and a scale sat beside the chopping board. He could not discern much, so he decided to wait until it was time to cook. Thus, Hiyuju found a spot to sit and rest until mealtime. The fatty initially intended to start cooking right away, but Ma Hua tugged at him, then went to find Hiyuju. "Master, it's time. We should prepare lunch." Regardless of the circumstances, Hiyuju was still the head chef. While they had managed fine in his absence, with him back, they were required to follow his lead. After all, the kitchen adhered to a certain order. "Oh, it's time to cook. I've heard your meals have improved significantly. Today, I do like to observe and see if there has truly been any progress. If there are any issues, I'll offer guidance from the sidelines." Hiyuju glanced at Ma Hua and spoke courteously. "That is fine." Ma Hua hesitated, but ultimately entered the kitchen. Although he still respected Hiyuju, he was eager to cook more often. After hearing the workers praise the meals over the past few days, he felt a surge of joy and did not wish to miss the opportunity to cook. With the Yuju's words, he happily returned to the kitchen, signaling to the fatty to start preparing the meal. Chapter 112. Everyone remained silent, stepping forward quietly. Upon seeing Ma Hua slip into the kitchen without a word, he Yuju followed closely behind. He was eager to see how these individuals managed to prepare the dishes in his absence. Once inside, he Yuju immediately sensed something was amiss. First and foremost, it was the fatty chopping vegetables. Previously, while he was adept at cutting, the sizes of the vegetables varied greatly. However, today, he noticed a marked improvement in the fatty's knife skills. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished by the uniformity of the cuts. To be honest, when making large pot meals, a rough chop wouldn't have much effect. Moreover, to hide their shortcomings, he Yuju, though aware of their previous faults, had refrained from correcting them, contemplating the prospect of having them study for another 5 or 6 years before gradually imparting knowledge. He mused on the adage that teaching apprentices may lead to the starvation of the master. If he did not safeguard some secrets, would they not usurp his livelihood once they master the craft? To his surprise, even before he had fully instructed them, the rotund one had already grasped this particular skill. Could it be that he had achieved enlightenment? That seemed implausible. If it were Ma Hua who had deduced it, it would be somewhat understandable, given that he had imparted a smidgen of knowledge to Ma Hua. It must be that Ma Hua, having gained insight, had conveyed it to the rotund one. He quickly found a plausible explanation. However, the subsequent scene left he Yuju utterly astonished. While the rotund one was chopping and preparing ingredients, Ma Hua was busily weighing out the seasonings on a small scale. Upon witnessing this, he Yuju furrowed his brow deeply. In the past, when he taught Ma Hua about adding seasonings, he always conveyed it in a single phrase. The seasoning must be used in moderation, neither too much nor too little. As for what constituted moderation or how to employ it, he could not articulate clearly. He had also vaguely suggested that the timing for adding seasonings was when the dish reached the appropriate heat. Yet now, it appeared that Ma Hua had discovered a method. After the rotund one finished chopping, Ma Hua began his work. He Yuju noticed that while Ma Hua was stirring the dish, he frequently glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, timing the addition of ingredients accordingly. It was only now that he Yuju understood the clock's significance. Upon completing the dish, he Yuju observed that Ma Hua had expertly controlled both the quantity of ingredients and the heat. Remarkable. It was his first time witnessing someone cook in such a manner. The steaming dish presented before him was visually appealing, and regardless of its taste, its appearance was commendable. The control of heat was something even he Yuju deemed impressive. Yet, could Ma Hua truly achieve such a feat? Surely not. How was it that in his absence over these few days, Ma Hua had progressed so markedly? This instilled within he Yuju a sense of foreboding. He hurried over to sample Ma Hua's first dish. The flavor? There was something subtly different. It seemed even more delectable than his own cooking. He Yuju was taken aback. Ma Hua, this is quite impressive. Where did you acquire such skills? He inquired tentatively. I've been practicing these past few days. Ma Hua humbly replied. As the two conversed, the rotund one had already commenced preparing the second dish. He Yuju noticed that the rotund one's cooking mirrored Ma Hua's, starting with measuring out seasonings on the scale, followed by timing the addition based on the clock. Although his technique was somewhat clumsy, he successfully completed the dish. After it was done, he Yuju could not resist sampling it. Remarkable. It was nearly indistinguishable from Ma Hua's dish, if one did not pay close attention. The differences would be imperceptible. What was happening here? You two, come here and explain yourselves. Who taught you this culinary prowess? Have you taken on a new master, or are you practicing clandestinely? He Yuju demanded, incredulity etched on his face. He could not fathom how these two had become so adept in such a brief period. Someone must have secretly instructed them, or they had learned surreptitiously. This revelation startled both Ma Hua and the rotund one. The idea of seeking a new master was a grave taboo. If word got out, their reputations would be tarnished. No, master, we did not seek a new teacher, nor did we learn in secret. They both hastily clarified. No. If that is the case, then explain how your culinary skills have improved so drastically. He Yuju pressed on relentlessly. The two were momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, they had indeed learned something outside. And while they had not formally taken on a new master, the situation was nonetheless serious. At this juncture, Lu Lan could no longer remain silent and stepped forward. Enough. Shaju, it was Engineer Gu and Master Zhang who taught us. You needn't berate Ma Hua and the rotund one. Engineer Gu? Master Zhang? He Yuju was bewildered. He had not heard of any master by the surname Gu. Wait, are you referring to Gu Guodong and Zhang Shuyu? His expression darkened. Gu Guodong and Zhang Shuyu were indeed skilled, and each time he passed by, he could smell the enticing aroma of their cooking. Although he had never witnessed it firsthand or tasted their dishes, his extensive experience as a chef allowed him to discern their culinary prowess merely by scent. Seeing He Yuzhu silent, Lu Lan grew bolder. Engineer Gu and Master Zhang are far more generous than you, teaching us a wealth of knowledge. Moreover, their dishes are more delicious than yours. More delicious than mine? You must be jesting. How could they possibly cook better than I? He Yuzhu retorted vehemently upon hearing Lu Lan's assertion that Zhang Shuyu and Gu Guodong's dishes exceeded his own. After all, his reputation as a chef was at stake. If you doubt it, you can ask the workers or even Deputy Factory Director Li. Everyone was late that day for the meal prepared by Engineer Gu and Master Zhang. Just the other night, they cooked again. Lu Lan insisted, eager to convince him. He Yuzhu's heart began to race at her words. Could it be that their dishes were truly superior to his? Suddenly, a realization struck him, igniting his fury anew. So you have been learning culinary skills from that Gu fellow and Zhang Shuyu, yet you claim you haven't sought a new master. He pointed accusingly at Ma Hua and the rotund one. Who else? Who else has learned? Step forward. His fierce gaze scanned the kitchen, and though the crowd remained silent, he subtly stepped forward, staring at the advancing crowd. He Yuzhu instinctively took a step back. What the devil? This unfolding drama was entirely contrary to his expectations. Chapter 113. He Yuzhu's outburst in the canteen kitchen. What is this? Are you all staging a collective rebellion? So, you intend to stop learning from me? He Yuzhu realized he could not show weakness at this moment. Otherwise, he would lose all authority in the canteen. Thus, he summoned his courage and shouted at the advancing crowd. Surprisingly, He Yuzhu did possess a measure of intimidation. After all, he had built up some prestige over the years. The moment he raised his voice, everyone halted, their heads bowed in guilt and silence. Master, that is not our intention. We simply... Ma Hua stepped forward, attempting to explain, but He Yuzhu interrupted him. Do not call me master. I cannot bear such a title. Have you not learned cooking from Zhang Shuyu and Gu Guodong? Henceforth, you are no longer my apprentice. You are Gu Guodong's disciple. He snapped, irritation evident in his tone. Master, Ma Hua sought to further protest, but Lu Lan restrained him. Ma Hua, don't be foolish. He does not value you. Why do you continue to ingratiate yourself? What good has come from following him? Reflect on it. Has he ever taught you anything substantial in these years? Listen to the praise you have received these past few days compared to the entire 3 years prior. Is it not evident that everyone now claims your cooking has improved significantly? Ma Hua fell silent, recognizing the truth in Lu Lan's words. He had indeed received more compliments recently than in the entirety of the past 3 years, which had galvanized his enthusiasm. He had begun to find his footing in cooking and, under the guidance of the canteen director, had even started preparing small meals. At this rate, it would not be long before he was poised to catch up with He Yuzhu's culinary skills. However, He Yuzhu had mentored him for 3 years, establishing a genuine master-apprentice bond that he found difficult to relinquish. Yet, Ma Hua lamented that foolish Zhu was unwilling to impart any knowledge to them, unlike Guodong, who would readily share recipes, ensuring that following his instructions would yield no errors. Even without foolish Zhu, they would still excel in their culinary endeavors. Upon noticing Ma Hua's lingering hesitation, the plump one edged closer to fan the flames of dissent. He had never harbored fondness for He Yuzhu, as the latter would often vent his frustrations on him and Ma Hua. Countless times, he had faced the wrath of He Yuzhu's ladle. Now, with an opportunity to break free from He Yuzhu's influence, he was not about to let it slip away. Recipe? What recipe? He Yuzhu exclaimed, taken aback by the mention of the term from the plump one's lips. Realizing his slip, the plump one quickly covered his mouth, while Lu Lan shot him a fierce glare. At that moment, He Yuzhu recalled how the plump one frequently glanced at the stove while cooking. Initially, he had dismissed it, but now, spurred by the plump one's remark, he dashed over to investigate. The plump one and his companions silently cursed their misfortune and hurried after him. However, He Yuzhu was quick-witted and swiftly seized the small booklet nestled beside the stove. Return it. That belongs to us. The plump one shouted as he reached out to snatch it back. Lu Lan, Ma Hua, and the other kitchen staff also closed in. Humph. I must see what this is that has enabled you to improve so remarkably in such a short span. He Yuzhu surmised from the crowd's reaction that the item must be extraordinary. Upon examining it, He Yuzhu froze in disbelief. Astonishingly, this so-called recipe meticulously outlined the cooking process, the timing for adding ingredients, the required heat, and the duration for frying. Additionally, it detailed how to chop vegetables and the proper treatment of various ingredients. There were even sections on the preparation of secret seasonings. some of which he had never encountered before. Did Guodong provide you with this? He Yuzhu questioned, his expression shifting between anger and confusion as he pointed at the booklet. The plump one and Lu Lan exchanged glances before nodding in affirmation. This is utterly outrageous. He is being ridiculous, He Yuzhu declared vehemently and rushed towards the dining hall exit. Foolish Zhu, what are you doing? Lu Lan gasped in shock at his audacity to run off with the recipe, quickly rallying everyone to pursue him. This small booklet was a treasure for the kitchen staff. Mastering its contents could secure their positions or even elevate them to higher chef ranks. You shall not impede me. I will teach him a lesson today. He Yuzhu fumed as he sprinted away. Meanwhile, the dining hall supervisor, disturbed by the commotion from the kitchen, barged in. What is all this ruckus? Don't you know it's almost mealtime? Hurry up and get back to cooking. He barked at the sight of He Yuzhu's furious demeanor. Yet, in the heat of his anger, He Yuzhu paid no heed to the supervisor's admonitions. Are you deaf, foolish Zhu? Get back to your cooking at once. The supervisor shouted as He Yuzhu continued his reckless dash forward. Supervisor, foolish Zhu has stolen the recipe. Please help us stop him. Lu Lan cried out, prompting the supervisor to halt in his tracks, his expression darkening. He hurried forward and attempted to restrain He Yuzhu, but the latter, fueled by rage, easily shrugged him off and pushed him aside. Fortunately, the delay allowed Ma Hua and the others to catch up, and together they overpowered He Yuzhu, pinning him to the ground. Let me go. I need to confront that Guodong. He Yuzhu struggled fiercely, attempting to kick the plump one in defiance. Thankfully, Lu Lan and Ma Hua had anticipated his resistance and held him firmly in place. I warn you, if you don't release me, I will retaliate, He Yuzhu exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. I'm not afraid. You have bullied us long enough. It is time you experience my strength, the plump one declared, tightening his grip, causing He Yuzhu to grimace in pain. In his agony, He Yuzhu inadvertently loosened his hold, allowing the recipe to slip from his grasp and fall to the floor. The dining hall supervisor quickly retrieved the fallen booklet, inspecting it for damage. Finding it merely crumpled but intact, he sighed in relief. Tie him up so he cannot move. I will report this matter to the deputy factory director immediately, the supervisor ordered before rushing out. Chapter 114. Guodong's Grand Scheme. Deputy Factory Director Li dismisses. He Yuzhu Deputy Factory Director Li was engaged in discussions with Guodong regarding preparations for reporting to senior management. The essence of performing well in one's duties lies in the ability to effectively communicate those accomplishments. Without reports, how could leadership recognize the extent of one's efforts? Especially in the absence of any work groups, proactive reporting became exceedingly vital. Currently, the factory possessed 5 combined lathes, with additional plans for manufacturing punch presses. This achievement was remarkable and warranted leveraging the opportunity to secure maximum personal benefits during the upcoming report. Hence, Deputy Factory Director Li summoned Guodong to strategize on how to present their achievements while also vying for superior task assignments, ensuring that senior leadership remained focused on their contributions. Guodong's strategy was straightforward, to continually dazzle senior management with grandiose plans. With the advent of combined lathes and the ongoing production of punch presses, the Red Star Steel Rolling Factory's output capacity had significantly increased, enabling the production of various items. Fortunately, in this era, despite the factory's designation, as long as task objectives were met, other production endeavors were permissible. In contrast, in future generations, such diversions would be frowned upon as unprofessional. Therefore, Guodong aimed to embark on a legitimate venture by developing a continuous rolling mill. Presently, 90% of steel rolling factories across the nation were still engaged in manual processes, which were both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Should he successfully create a mechanized, automated continuous rolling mill, it would dramatically enhance productivity, allowing for more task assignments and freeing up factory resources for additional projects. Senior management would undoubtedly be pleased upon hearing of this plan, and there was no concern of disbelief given the groundwork laid beforehand. As the two discussed the finer points of their strategy, the dining hall supervisor burst in with urgency. Director Li, there's an urgent situation I need to report. What is it? Has that He Yuzhu caused yet another ruckus? Deputy Factory Director Li inquired, his brow furrowing at the sight of the supervisor's distress. Earlier, Guodong had mentioned seeing He Yuzhu at work, and now, with the dining hall supervisor's sudden arrival, Li immediately suspected further trouble from that individual. Indeed, Director Li, the canteen supervisor exclaimed furiously. Just now, Shaju seized the recipe that Engineer Gu had given us. With a resounding slap, Deputy Director Li struck the table, his voice tinged with indignation. What? Shaju dared to snatch the recipe from Guodong? His eyes bulged with disbelief, as if he were ready to devour the culprit. He could hardly fathom the audacity of Yuju to engage in such brazen theft. It was nothing short of courting disaster. No wonder the canteen supervisor was seething with rage. After pacing thoughtfully for a few moments, Deputy Director Li turned to the canteen supervisor and commanded, "Go. Announce immediately that Yuju's position as head chef is hereby revoked." That might be a bit improper. The canteen supervisor hesitated. Though he held the title of supervisor, the head chef had been personally appointed by Director Yang. He had no authority to carry out such an order. What impropriety? Just follow my instructions. I'll handle the matters with human resources and Director Yang. Deputy Director Li retorted with a cold smirk. He was no longer inclined to tolerate Yuju's arrogance and resolved to dismiss him first. Very well, since you insist, I shall proceed, the canteen supervisor conceded. Subsequently, Deputy Director Li continued discussing the reporting matters with Guodong, while the canteen supervisor returned to the kitchen with a triumphant expression. How did it go, supervisor? What did Deputy Director Li say? Upon entering the kitchen, he was immediately surrounded by curious staff. The canteen supervisor remained silent, strutting over to Yuju with an air of superiority, gazing down at him. Bound by ropes, Yuju was unable to move. Noticing the supervisor's demeanor, a sense of foreboding flickered in Yuju's mind. Yuju, the canteen supervisor proclaimed, Deputy Director Li has declared that, effective immediately, you are no longer the head chef of our Hongqing steel plant canteen. What? The supervisor's declaration stunned the entire canteen staff into silence. On what grounds? I was appointed by Director Yang himself. What right does that Li have? Yuju initially froze, then erupted in fury. The audacity of Deputy Director Li to strip him of his position was incomprehensible. Amidst his rage, there was also a tinge of panic. His unchecked behavior in the kitchen, including bringing home lunchboxes daily, was solely due to his status as head chef. If stripped of that title, he would no longer dare to flaunt such entitlement. Moreover, the head chef role came with a 2 yuan allowance. Having already been demoted to apprentice wages, losing that allowance would mean he could no longer afford proper meals. He would be reduced to subsisting on watery gruel at home. Your cries are futile. Deputy Director Li's decision stands. If you're dissatisfied, go confront him directly. The canteen supervisor scoffed. Instantly, Yuju fell silent, his spirit crushed. The others, too, turned their attention back to their own tasks, leaving him to wallow in despair. At lunchtime, Qin Huairu approached the counter with a beaming smile. With Yuju back in the canteen, she anticipated enjoying fluffy, white buns once more. Perhaps she would even be able to bring home one of his lunchboxes that evening, filling her heart with joy. What's that you smiling so broadly? A voice chimed from behind her. Turning around, she found it was Su Domao. What is it to you? She shot back, rolling her eyes. Ever since she joined the factory, Su Domao had made it a point to engage her in conversation. She was well aware of his intentions, drawn to her allure. Back when Jia Dongshu was still in good standing, she often caught Su's gaze lingering inappropriately. Now that Jia had fallen from grace, Su's gaze had grown even bolder. Unlike Yuju, who was simply naive and easily manipulated, Su was far more calculating, unwilling to let her gain any advantage without offering something in return. Lingya, how about I treat you to a meal today? Su Damao said with a mischievous grin. He knew that Qin Huairu had subsisted on little more than steamed buns and porridge for days. No need, Qin Huairu huffed. With Yuju back, she had no use for his assistance. Unfazed by her dismissal, Su Damao shrugged it off. He was accustomed to rejection. Yet, when it was Qin Huairu's turn to be served, she was taken aback to find that Yuju was not behind the counter. Master Ma, is Chef He not working today? Chef He is here, but he has some matters to attend to. Master Ma hesitated to explain. Matters? Qin Huairu exclaimed in confusion. She distinctly remembered telling Yuju that morning to be available at lunchtime to serve, as she needed to purchase some buns and dishes. How would he be absent now? What was she to do? Without Yuju, she would again be deprived of proper food. Her expression soured as she inwardly chastised Yuju. Chef Ma, please Yuri. What do you need? The others are waiting, Master Ma urged, noticing Qin Huairu lingering at the counter without ordering. I'll have a steamed bun and a bowl of porridge. She finally relented, settling for the bare minimum. She resolved to seek out Yuju later to uncover the truth of the situation. In the canteen's back kitchen, Yuju sat slumped in a chair, sighing heavily. The demotion had stripped him of any desire to cook or assist with serving. Although Master Ma and the others had untied him, Yuju remained seated, staring blankly at the floor, punctuating the silence with occasional sighs. The others were aware of his recent dismissal and felt a sense of discontent, so none dared to provoke him. If he wanted to sit there, so be it. After all, They had already begun to adjust to life without him. Just as Iyuju was about to exhale his 28th sigh of the day, a voice broke through from above, accompanied by a pair of cloth shoes entering his line of sight. "What is wrong, Juzi? Have you encountered some trouble?" He looked up to find Qin Huairu gazing down at him with concern. Her caring expression warmed Iyuju's heart. It seemed that in this factory, only Qin Jie truly cared about him. Yet, Iyuju was reluctant to reveal his vulnerabilities before her. So, he shook his head and feigned nonchalance. "It's nothing. Just earlier. A chicken flew by and hit me, and I couldn't dodge it, which is why I'm like this." As he spun this tale, Qin Huairu regarded him with bemusement. She had observed the back door of the kitchen for quite some time and had not seen a single chicken. "Really, Juzi, what kind of nonsense is that? You say it's nothing, yet you can't even articulate your thoughts clearly." Qin Huairu's voice remained gentle, devoid of anger. She could see that he was troubled, but she was hesitant to pry into his affairs. However, she felt compelled to understand, as Iyuju's situation directly affected her own daily life. "Qin Jie, I assure you, I'm perfectly fine," Iyuju replied bashfully, scratching his head, realizing he had spoken unwisely. "I simply didn't rest well last night, which is why I'm feeling a bit off today." "Truly, there is no need for concern, Sister Qin," Iyuju hastily clarified. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu merely smiled. She certainly did not believe him. However, she remarked, "All right, I've heard that you have been pursuing our class teacher, Teacher Ran, lately. Is this matter troubling you? I can assist you with this. Tomorrow, I've arranged for Teacher Ran to come to our home to discuss the issue of banging returning to school. Would you like me to create an opportunity for you to converse with her? However, since I'm doing you such a significant favor, you must also help me in return. Could you bring some vegetables and steamed buns for us this evening? You know, banging is growing and Dongshu is also in recovery. They require nutritious food. So, Juzi, you'll help me, won't you?" As she spoke, Qin Huairu's tone softened, her face alight with anticipation. Qin Huairu's words left Iyuju somewhat flustered. "Huh? Teacher Ran?" Upon hearing her mention this name, Iyuju recalled the fleeting encounter with Ran Qiuyue. Though it had been a brief meeting, he found her strikingly beautiful, stirring feelings within him. The prospect of meeting Ran Qiuyue again was enticing. However, he felt conflicted. Having introduced himself as the cafeteria chef last time, what would he say if she inquired about it again? It had been days since he had been dismissed from that position, and he could only imagine how she might regard him if she found out. Yet, this was a splendid opportunity. To let it slip away would be a pity. "Yes, Teacher Ran, silly Zhu, do not be shy. Teacher Ran is quite easy to get along with, and you wish to see her again, do you not?" Noticing Iyuju's hesitance, Qin Huairu pressed him further. In truth, her intention in arranging the meeting was not to foster a connection between them, but rather to create obstacles so as to thwart any potential relationship. After all, if Iyuju continued to hold on to thoughts of Ran Qiuyue, her own future would be challenging. Iyuju truly found himself wavering. He was indeed tempted and wished to assist Qin Huairu, yet he felt he lacked the means to do so. Times had changed. He was no longer the cafeteria chef. Bringing food home was no longer feasible, and the cafeteria staff were now at odds with him. Even if he wished to discreetly bring some food, it seemed implausible. "Sister Qin, I may not be able to help you for the time being." Finally, Iyuju gritted his teeth and resolved to tell Qin Huairu the truth. "What is wrong, silly Zhu? Why do you say that?" Seeing the conflicted expression on his face, Qin Huairu inquired curiously. "I was dismissed by that fellow today. I am no longer the cafeteria chef. For the time being, I may not be able to bring any food." Iyuju took a deep breath before speaking. "What? Dismissed?" This news struck Qin Huairu like a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily speechless. She had hoped that with Iyuju back at the cafeteria, life at home would improve, but she never anticipated that he would return only to be dismissed. How could this happen? Is there some misunderstanding? Qin Huairu forced herself to maintain a calm facade, striving to appear composed. "It is like this." Iyuju briefly recounted the events of the morning. He concluded with, "But do not worry. Once Director Yang returns, I will seek him out, and it won't be long before I am reinstated as the chef." "All right. Well then, silly Zhu, I still have work to finish at the factory, so I shall head back now." Seeing that Iyuju could not assist her, Qin Huairu bid farewell and left without mentioning the meeting with Ran Qiuyue again. Chapter 116. Yi Zhonghai is discharged from the hospital. What does it have to do with me? Watching Qin Huairu depart, Iyuju felt a heavy weight in his heart. He feared that she would be upset with him for not being able to bring her food anymore. Yet, it seemed he had no way to remedy the situation. Sighing, Iyuju slumped into a chair, finally exhaling the breath he had been holding. In contrast to the discontent shared between Qin Huairu and Iyuju, Guodong was experiencing a rather leisurely day. After discussing the pie-in-the-sky plans with Deputy Factory Director Li, Guodong returned to his office to indulge in tea while awaiting the end of the workday. His current workload had fallen into a steady rhythm. The simpler blueprints for the punching machine had been handed over to the technicians after providing them with data and rough templates. He merely needed to check in on their progress and guide them in correcting any mistakes. As for the more complex components, Guodong had already completed those. With the skills of a super engineer at his disposal and equipped with a toolbox, his drafting speed could only be described as lightning fast. Thus, he found himself in the most relaxed position of all. During this time, he even dedicated some moments to teaching Zhang Xiyu various processing techniques. Soon, the workday came to a close. Guodong rode home on his bicycle with Zhang Xiyu. Having learned from the previous day's experience, Yin Bugue was not waiting at the entrance this time. However, once inside, they unexpectedly encountered Yi Zhonghai. After more than half a month of recuperation, he had been discharged from the hospital. Using a cane, he ambled slowly around the yard, seemingly practicing how to use it, while an elderly woman occasionally supported him to prevent him from falling. Upon seeing Guodong and Zhang Xiyu return, both were momentarily taken aback. They wished to say something, but found themselves at a loss for words, standing there in silence. Unlike Guodong, who had no intention of acknowledging them, he walked straight toward his room. Guodong, may I discuss something with you? Finally, as Guodong and Zhang Xiyu were about to enter the house, Yi Zhonghai could no longer contain himself and called out, "Absolutely not." Without turning his head, Guodong flatly refused. Yi Zhonghai had not expected Guodong's response to be so resolute, leaving him momentarily speechless. The elderly woman beside him shook her head and interjected, "Guodong, how can you speak like that? Regardless, Zhonghai is still an elder. How can you be so rude?" The elderly woman immediately expressed her displeasure, chastising him. "Elder? Please. I cannot bear such a title." Guodong scoffed dismissively. The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback by Guodong's words. How can this child be so lacking in manners? Guodong, it won't take up much of your time. It's just a matter of 2 sentences. I wish to ask for your assistance. The Jia family is nearly at the brink of starvation. This morning, I discovered that brewing tea with hot water tastes better than with cold water. Hearing Guodong's nonsensical remarks, Yi Zhonghai asked in confusion, "What does that have to do with me?" "Oh, so what you said has to do with me." Guodong shot him a disdainful glance. Ding. Skillful operation value credited. 10. Current total, 10. Yi Zhonghai was left speechless by Guodong's words. This stubborn young man, why has his tongue become increasingly unreasonable? Yet, he pressed on, "I would like to ask for your help in transferring Qin Huairu to that independent workshop. I know you have grievances against us, but it should not affect work. I have inquired, and Qin Huairu meets all the requirements for the independent workshop. Please, consider the Jia family's dire situation and lend them a helping hand." Yi Zhonghai spoke rapidly, delivering his request in one breath. However, Guodong was not swayed, merely smiling as he gazed at Yi Zhonghai and remarked, "Who claimed that Qin Huairu is competent? Everyone present witnessed my assessment of her, and she was utterly unqualified. Besides, what difficulties does the Jia family face? Isn't your esteemed self here to support them?" With that, he slammed the door shut. Upon hearing the door's resounding thud, Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened. That rascal Guodong was indeed a tough nut to crack, impervious to reason. Yet, what he had just mentioned regarding Qin Huairu's test, an unqualified assessment, was news to Yi Zhonghai. He resolved to inquire about it further upon Qin Huairu's return. Lost in thought, he soon spotted Qin Huairu entering, followed closely by He Yuzhu, both wearing rather glum expressions. "Huairu, Zhuzi, come into my room," Yi Zhonghai called out directly. Startled by his voice, both of them paused momentarily. "Master, Yi, you've been discharged from the hospital?" "Yes, come inside with me," Yi Zhonghai replied as he made his way into the room, prompting the two to hurry and assist him. Once seated, Yi Zhonghai inquired, "Huairu, I just spoke to Guodong regarding your entry into the independent workshop. He mentioned that you were tested in front of everyone and deemed unqualified. What is the story behind this? You never mentioned it to me." Well, Qin Huairu hesitated, casting a shy glance at Yi Zhonghai before recounting the events of that day. "Is it true that Guodong denied you entry into the independent workshop based on this?" Yi Zhonghai asked, his expression darkening. "Yes," Qin Huairu nodded. "This is utterly outrageous. How long have you been in the factory? This cannot be right. And old Wang, why couldn't he just teach you properly?" Yi Zhonghai began to voice his grievances against the temporary instructor, Master Wang. "Rest assured, my leg is healing rapidly, and I will return to the factory soon. When I do, I will personally instruct you." I refuse to believe that Guodong can continue to delay your entry. If all else fails, we can approach Factory Director Yang for assistance. No matter how formidable Guodong is, he cannot possibly surpass the factory director, Yi Zhonghai declared with indignation. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu's face lit up with joy. With Yi Zhonghai's assurance, she felt confident that Guodong would not dare to keep her from the independent workshop any longer. However, unbeknownst to her, while Yi Zhonghai spoke boldly, he harbored a different sentiment within. Chapter 117. Qin Huairu's outburst. Senior leadership inspects work again. Although Yi Zhonghai did not voice his concerns, he was nonetheless troubled. When Jia Dongshu had faced his misfortune, Yi Zhonghai had contemplated finding a new object of support. Unlike Jia Dongshu, Qin Huairu was not easily manipulated. Moreover, as she had to care for Jia Dongshu, her own time for self-care was significantly limited. Hence, since that moment, Yi Zhonghai had entertained thoughts of changing his support. Hearing that Qin Huairu could not even gain access to a modest independent workshop only intensified these thoughts. As for a suitable replacement, it was clear that Shaju was the most fitting candidate. Thus, he resolved to invest more effort into Shaju's development. Zhuzi, what troubles you? You look rather downcast. Yi Zhonghai inquired, eager to see if he could offer assistance. I'm no longer the head chef, he usually lamented, recounting the events of the morning to Yi Zhonghai. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's expression morphed into one of disappointment. Zhuzi, what were you thinking? Why would you attempt to alter that recipe on the spot? Surely you didn't think you could sneakily destroy it while they weren't looking? How can I commend you for this? Moreover, even if their culinary skills have improved, what does it matter? They can't possibly compete with you or your rapport with Director Yang. You've truly acted foolishly in this matter. I was overwhelmed with anger at the time, so I acted rashly. You know, our cafeteria has only me as the head chef, with such a formidable competitor suddenly appearing. How could I not be anxious? He usually replied defensively, feeling quite regretful for his earlier impulsiveness. Now, it will be challenging to sabotage that recipe, given the heightened vigilance of others. Yet, in that moment, it was hard not to lose one's temper. In the culinary profession, mentorship is essential, and the transmission of skills is usually quite guarded. Guodong's actions were clearly aimed at undermining his position. Forget it. Let us discuss it with Director Yang when he returns, Yi Zhonghai said, choosing not to continue his reproach upon seeing He Yuju's remorseful demeanor. Mom, didn't you say we could have meat for dinner tonight? Where's the meat? As soon as Qin Huairu returned home, Bang Gung eagerly approached her. The night before, after urging He Yuju to return to work, Qin Huairu had informed her family that there would likely be meat the following day. However, at noon, she had only brought back steamed buns and porridge, assuring them that she would definitely bring meat home for dinner. Can we perhaps eat well in a couple of days? I couldn't get any meat today, Qin Huairu replied, feeling somewhat awkward. She could never have anticipated that He Yuju would be dismissed. Had she known, she would have refrained from making such a promise. How useless. You can't even procure meat, yet you make promises to us? Jia Dongshu erupted in anger from the bed. It was unclear why, but his temper had been increasingly volatile of late. Hurry, go buy meat now. How can I? We've barely any money left, and my belly is getting bigger. I've already been busy enough at the factory today. Can I at least rest a bit when I get home? Qin Huairu's mood was also quite poor. The pressure of her life was driving her to the brink of madness. Pregnant and still working at the factory, while others enjoyed their lunch breaks. She had to bring food home for 3 mouths, and upon returning from work in the afternoon, she was met with an endless list of chores. Despite her efforts to provide for the family, no one understood her struggles, and they only hurled accusations. Qin Huairu felt she could endure no longer, her composure finally cracking. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she fought to maintain her silence. Seeing Qin Huairu in such distress, Jia Dongshu merely snorted, wisely choosing not to provoke her further. He was well aware of her temperament. Though she usually endured everything, when she finally exploded, he would not fare well. With his mother absent and his own condition rendering him incapacitated, he had no choice but to concede to Qin Huairu for the time being. Moreover, with a child on the way, he could not afford to risk her health. He was counting on Qin Huairu to bear him another son. Bang Gung stood there trembling, too afraid to speak loudly. I'll go wash some clothes. Tomorrow I'll find a way to bring back something to eat. Realizing her earlier outburst, Qin Huairu muttered this before grabbing a pile of clothes and stepping outside. Within his heart, he pondered the suggestion made by Su Damao at noon. Following the report from Deputy Factory Director Li, and with a fervent invitation extended, the esteemed leaders once again visited the Hongxing steel rolling mill that day. Inside the independent workshop, as they observed the workers skillfully operating the combined lathe, several leaders from the Ministry of Industry, along with other factory heads, were left in astonished silence. Comrade Guodong, did you design and manufacture this? One of the senior leaders finally inquired after a prolonged pause. Indeed, esteemed leader. This machine was a collaborative effort between our engineering department and the workers from various workshops, Guodong replied, modestly sharing the credit. Remarkable, remarkable. I never anticipated that you would surprise Wang Lao and the others last time. Now, it seems you have brought me a surprise as well, the senior leader exclaimed, showering Guodong with praise, which was echoed by the other factory heads. Comrade Guodong, is this unfinished machine a punch press? At that moment, another leader from a different factory, who had accompanied the senior leader, pointed to the incomplete machine. Yes, this is the semi-automatic punch press we are currently designing and producing, Guodong nodded in affirmation. Look here, Comrade Guodong's design is far more exquisite than the one we are currently working on, the leader remarked, and upon receiving a response, he eagerly pulled the senior leader over to inspect the machinery. That was Director Zhou from the first machinery manufacturing plant. The deputy factory director whispered to Guodong. Today has certainly been worthwhile. You see, esteemed leader, we have been stuck at this stage in our punch press production and had not been able to complete it. After seeing Comrade Guodong's design, it seems I finally understand, Director Zhou lamented, acknowledging the technical bottleneck they had encountered while designing a new punch press. Witnessing Guodong's design, they suddenly grasped the concept. Chapter 118, Guodong astonishes everyone. Comrade Guodong, would it be possible for you to share the design blueprints of this punch press with us? The senior leader unexpectedly addressed Guodong. Certainly, esteemed leader, I shall provide you with a copy shortly, Guodong replied nonchalantly. How about this, Comrade Guodong? You seem to excel in mechanical matters. Why not join our machinery factory directly? Director Zhou suggested, seemingly unsatisfied with merely obtaining the blueprints. Hey, old Zhou. Don't overreach. Comrade Guodong is the backbone of our factory. What do you mean by poaching our cornerstone? Deputy Factory Director Li interjected, unable to contain his discontent at the audacity shown before him. Guodong was a treasure to him. How could others covet him? Li Deputy Factory Director. I merely wish for Comrade Guodong to come to our machinery factory for some learning, Director Zhou replied, unfazed by the rebuttal. Don't be so stingy. Look how well Comrade Guodong designs mechanical equipment. It will be a waste at your steel mill. Our factory is in need of a talented young engineer. Director Zhou continued his plea, ignoring Li Deputy Factory Director's objections. All right, old Zhou, Comrade Guodong previously declined the opportunity to join my Ministry of Industry. So don't even think about it, the senior leader suddenly interjected. What? The factory heads behind him widened their eyes in disbelief upon learning that Guodong had rejected the prospect of entering the Ministry of Industry. They were leaders within the factory, and it was not easy to even catch a glimpse of the senior leader, let alone be transferred to the Ministry of Industry, a goal they had tirelessly pursued. Yet, unexpectedly, this young lad had outright refused. Esteemed leader, it makes no difference where I work. As you can see, I can design equipment just as effectively at the steel mill. Guodong explained calmly amidst the astonishment of the crowd. For him, it was all the same. Stability was paramount. Furthermore, at the steel mill, he practically held the final say. Most of the workers recognized his authority, with only a few, like Liu Haizhong, Qin Huairu, and the soon attorney Zhonghai, standing out. Even if Factory Director Yang returned, his prestige among the workers would likely pale in comparison to Guodong's. Changing locations, however, could complicate matters, as it was uncertain whether he could avoid turbulent winds ahead. Guodong, I heard from Old Li that you have some important work plans to report. The senior leader did not dwell on Guodong's choice of workplace, but instead shifted the topic. Yes, esteemed leader. Our next plan is to produce an automated continuous rolling mill. Guodong nodded in affirmation. An automated continuous rolling mill. The senior leader was taken aback by Guodong's ambitious proposal. Yes, currently, the most advanced rolling technologies in the world include the American 650 model, the Soviet 300 model, and the Japanese 1700 rolling mill. These rolling mills surpass our outdated models in terms of speed, precision, and quality. The American model is overly complex, and its technological route has not aligned with ours. Therefore, I intend to use the Soviet and Japanese models as templates to design our new rolling mill. Guodong spoke slowly, his voice soft yet laden with impactful information that left the leaders present in awe. The senior leader's expression grew solemn. After deep contemplation, he turned to Deputy Factory Director Li. Old Li, it's nearly mealtime. Let us dine here today. Find a quieter place where we can discuss matters while eating. Deputy Factory Director Li nodded in agreement. All right, I will make arrangements immediately. He understood the senior leader's intent to find a quiet space, as important discussions were forthcoming. By the way, Guodong, I have heard from Wang Lao that both you and your partner are quite the culinary talents. How about you take charge of the cooking for this meal? After instructing Deputy Factory Director Li, the senior leader turned to Guodong with a smile. Comrade Guodong can cook, another factory leader remarked, astonished. Indeed, it seems you are full of surprises. If the leader praises the food, it must be exceptional. The other leaders from different factories expressed their astonishment upon hearing of Guodong's culinary skills. You all may not know this, but our comrade Guodong is not only technically proficient, but also an exceptional cook. You are all in for a treat today. The senior leader beamed with pride as he introduced Guodong, having heard Wang Lao mention his and Zhang Shuyu's culinary skills on several occasions. However, due to his busy schedule, he had never had the chance to taste their cooking until now. All right then, today my partner and I shall showcase our skills. Guodong declared without hesitation, exiting the workshop to find Zhang Shuyu and head to the kitchen. In the back kitchen of the canteen, Ma Hua and others were bustling about. Today, He Yuzhu refrained from causing any further disturbances and diligently prepared the meal. Just then, the canteen director suddenly walked in. All right, everyone, get ready. It's confirmed that the leaders will be dining here today. Ma Hua, Fatty, you two hurry and prepare the ingredients. The leaders are expecting the finest dishes. The director surveyed the room before addressing Ma Hua and the others. Understood, director. Ma Hua and Fatty chorused in response. Subsequently, they busily resumed their tasks. He Yuzhu's eyes lit up at the prospect of cooking for the leaders. This was his chance to impress them and earn back his previous privileges. Determined, he resolved to put forth his utmost effort to leave a lasting impression on the leaders. Ma Hua, Fatty, hurry up. If the leaders get impatient, it won't bode well. He Yuzhu rolled up his sleeves and commanded, then walked over to the small stove, seemingly ready to showcase his culinary prowess. What are you doing, Fool Zhu? The cafeteria director asked, noticing He Yuzhu's actions. Cooking for the leaders. Aren't you asking the obvious? He Yuzhu rolled his eyes. Who said anything about cooking? Today's dishes were specifically requested to be prepared by Engineer Gu and Master Zhang. The cafeteria director looked at He Yuzhu with irritation. What? Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the other kitchen staff wore expressions of excitement. They knew that whenever Guodong and Zhang Shuyu came to cook, they could learn a great deal. Just as He Yuzhu was lost in thought, Guodong and Zhang Shuyu entered the cafeteria kitchen. Engineer Gu, Master Zhang, the cafeteria director, and others greeted them enthusiastically. Watching everyone approach with such warm eagerness, He Yuzhu's face darkened, as if it could drip water. Chapter 119. The leader's suggestion to establish a research institute. He Yuzhu observed Guodong and Zhang Shuyu energetically working at the stove, and his expression soured. He could see that these two were indeed exceptional cooks, especially Zhang Shuyu, whose techniques resembled those of a seasoned master chef. Moreover, they were teaching Fatty and Ma Hua as they cooked. This culinary skill was the foundation of his livelihood, but now it was swiftly becoming a disadvantage. A reality he found difficult to accept. The kitchen staff, noticing He Yuzhu's demeanor, shook their heads. He had always considered himself a culinary virtuoso, looking down on others. Now, the tables had turned, and retribution had arrived. Soon, a table laden with delectable dishes emerged from the collaborative efforts of Guodong and Zhang Shuyu. They paid no heed to He Yuzhu, and once the food was ready, they instructed a few staff members to serve it in a small conference room prepared by Deputy Factory Director Li. The senior leaders and heads of various factories had been waiting in the conference room for quite some time. As the fragrant dishes were presented, the eyes of everyone in the room sparkled with anticipation. How delightful! It smells delicious. It seems we are in for a treat today. Come on, everyone, try it, and you'll see I'm not deceiving you. After Guodong and Zhang Shuyu sat down, the senior leader immediately picked up his chopsticks and remarked. He then promptly took a bite of the twice-cooked pork. Upon seeing the leader begin to eat, everyone else felt encouraged to dig in as well. Instantly, their mouths watered. The flavors were simply unforgettable. Oh my, Comrade Guodong, you have truly impressed us today. After tasting, several factory directors could not help but shower praises. After all these years, they had never encountered such delicious dishes. Particularly astonishing was the speed at which Guodong and Zhang Shuyu prepared the meals. Hearing the compliments from the directors, Guodong and Zhang Shuyu merely smiled modestly. However, Deputy Factory Director Li felt a complex mix of emotions. Previously, only he and a few senior leaders were aware of Guodong's exceptional abilities, but now everyone recognized it, their eyes glimmering with admiration. He sensed a twinge of insecurity. It appeared he would need to employ some strategies soon, lest these old-timers entice Guodong away with enticing offers, leading to his regret. Guodong, about that continuous casting machine you mentioned, do you have confidence in it? Midway through the meal, the senior leader quickly steered the conversation back to the unfinished topic. You need not worry, leader. Since I dare to make such a bold claim, I undoubtedly possess sufficient confidence. Guodong smiled slightly, exuding confidence. We will certainly succeed in manufacturing these machines. However what? I'm just a bit concerned that there may not be enough task indicators allocated to us. Guodong replied cheerfully. Not enough task indicators? Hearing this, the senior leader scrutinized Guodong once more. Indeed, our steel production this year has decreased significantly compared to last year. If you truly can produce this continuous casting machine, and even a few more, I may not have enough steel available for you to process. The senior leader nodded, acknowledging Guodong's point. What? It seems Guodong might have some thoughts regarding the metallurgy industry? The senior leader asked with keen interest. Indeed, Guodong asserted with conviction, leaning closer to the senior leader's ear. Improvements on the oxygen top-blown converter and electric arc furnace. The brevity of his statement rendered the senior leader's expression momentarily frozen. Oxygen top-blown converter improvements and electric arc furnace modifications. These are technologies our nation has only recently mastered. Especially the oxygen top-blown converter, while developed, is still not very refined and often experiences explosions. The electric arc furnace, though more cost-effective, currently employs only ordinary power electric furnaces from over 20 years ago. Although these are not great secrets, they are not commonly known. Could it be that Guodong truly understood metallurgy? Coughing slightly, as the senior leader's expression shifted. Everyone fell silent, each speculating about what Guodong had whispered. Comrade Guodong, you're not joking, are you? The senior leader took a deep breath, striving to suppress his excitement. Why jest with you, leader? Guodong retorted. Ha, Comrade Guodong, I truly find it hard to describe you. You are indeed a pillar of the nation, just as old Wang said. I increasingly feel that your talents are wasted in this small steel mill. Have you truly considered joining my engineering department? The senior leader once again extended an olive branch to Guodong. Thank you for your kind offer, leader, but I believe I am better suited here for the time being. Guodong continued to decline. Leader, considering how exceptional Comrade Guodong is, I previously submitted a request for a position transfer, proposing that Comrade Guodong be appointed as our engineering department as deputy section chief. At this moment, Deputy Factory Director Lee interjected. Deputy Section Chief. The directors were taken aback upon hearing this. Guodong was not yet 20, and they were proposing him for such a position. However, the initial shock soon faded as they rationalized that, given Guodong's current skill level, not only would the deputy position be within reach, but he could also easily assume the role of a section chief, or even the chief engineer. Oh, this. The senior leader pondered, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of his office chair. Comrade Guodong, what do you think of this? I can assign a few more people to assist you. You could establish a research institute specifically tasked with the research and design of our equipment. A research institute? Everyone was astonished by the senior leader's proposal. Even Guodong was somewhat taken aback, while Zhang Shuyu's face flushed with excitement. Previously, Guodong had considered establishing a research institute through the senior leader's support, but he ultimately chose to align with old Wang, who seemed more favorable. Now that the senior leader himself had brought it up, Guodong found himself wavering. After all, establishing a research institute was no small feat. Your current designs are increasingly impressive. It would be rather unseemly to have you preoccupied with trivial matters at the steel mill in the research institute. You could engage in your design work more effectively. After witnessing Guodong's moment of hesitation, the senior leader continued to entice him. After all, such a talent should not be squandered. At that moment, Guodong's mind began to race. The leader's words rang true. Indeed, being at the Research Institute would facilitate his plans. Chapter 120. The plan for the establishment of the Research Institute. Very well, then I shall graciously comply. After some contemplation, Guodong resolved to accept the offer. Excellent, the senior leader exclaimed, slapping the table and rising to take a sip of his tea. He had already recognized Guodong's capabilities. If this project succeeded, Guodong would undoubtedly become a rising star. He had a premonition that Guodong would surprise him even more. Upon hearing Guodong's agreement, Deputy Factory Director Lee immediately panicked. He had merely suggested to the leader the idea of promoting Guodong, never anticipating such a substantial elevation. If a research institute were to be established, Guodong would no longer be part of the steel mill. How could they soar under his leadership then? Leader, this cannot be. Deputy Factory Director Lee exclaimed anxiously. Why the rush? What did I ever suggest that Guodong would leave? The senior leader shot Lee a warning glance. In the future, Guodong's Research Institute will still be under the auspices of Hongqing Steel Mill. It will also be overseen by our engineering department. Consider it a brotherly unit. Guodong will continue to be responsible for his duties at the steel mill. The materials and funds required for the Research Institute will be supplied directly by the engineering department. The senior leader then announced his arrangements, which had been made after careful consideration. Establishing a standalone research institute could risk it being claimed by those from the Academy of Sciences one day, which would indeed be a loss. However, by keeping the institute under the steel mill, it would be much more challenging for the Academy to take it. After all, they couldn't just appropriate an entire steel mill, could they? Upon hearing the senior leader's arrangements, Deputy Factory Director Li's eyes lit up. This was acceptable. As long as it remained under Hongqing Steel Mill, Guodong's new research could still benefit him. He might even be reinvigorated due to the development of more advanced products. Fine, let us proceed as the leader suggests. Deputy Factory Director Li nodded in agreement. Very well, since there are no objections, let be so. Upon your return, prepare the documentation for the establishment of the Research Institute. I will handle the necessary procedures. As for the location of the institute, there is some vacant land around the steel mill. Select a plot from there to construct the institute, and then send personnel to assist Comrade Guodong in expediting the establishment of the institute to bring us new innovations. The senior leader instructed. Understood, leader. Deputy Factory Director Li nodded once more. The other factory heads present gasped at the magnitude of the senior leader's arrangement. This was a significant undertaking. Having a brother unit under Hongqing Steel Mill indicated that the institute's status would align with their state-owned enterprises. This meant that Guodong would be at least their equal in rank moving forward. All eyes turned toward Guodong with envy, and some factory heads even displayed jealousy. This was a remarkable opportunity. Guodong was still so young. His future prospects were indeed boundless. Simultaneously, some factory heads internally chastised their daughters for not having encountered such a promising young talent. All right, let us wrap up the work discussion here and continue with our meal. It is not often we get to enjoy the dishes prepared by Comrade Guodong, the senior leader remarked before taking his seat and inviting everyone to dine. The meal unfolded in a delightful atmosphere. Once the senior leader and others departed, in the deputy factory director's office, Li and Guodong sat across from each other. Guodong, it seems that your position may soon surpass even mine as deputy factory director, Li said, pouring a cup of tea and handing it to Guodong. Thank you, Director Li, for your kind words. I'm merely doing my utmost. Without your assistance, I doubt I could have reached this point, Guodong replied with a gentle smile. Ha ha, Guodong, you are being modest. Deputy Factory Director Li laughed heartily. Hearing Guodong's words put him at ease, confirming that Guodong had not forgotten his benefactor and would not cast him aside now that he had gained the leader's favor. By the way, Guodong, do you have any requests regarding the Research Institute? Li inquired further. Given that the institute was established for Guodong, it was only fitting that he should voice his opinions. Requests? Guodong pondered for a moment. Since the work will primarily involve research, confidentiality will be paramount. A security department is indeed necessary. Indeed, with the current rampant activities of enemy agents, your designs are incredibly valuable to us. I shall transfer the best personnel from our security department to assist you. Deputy Factory Director Li nodded in agreement. No need for that. Guodong waved his hand. I will find a way to arrange for security personnel myself. We can start by establishing those positions. It was not that Guodong mistrusted the current security personnel at Hongqing Steel Mill. Rather, he had better candidates in mind, specifically from Wang Lao's side. Selecting individuals directly from the military would yield superior results. Most importantly, those individuals might even be armed, which would ensure safety. Very well, you have your methods, Deputy Factory Director Li said, though he was unaware of Guodong's sources and did not oppose the idea. Additionally, I would like to establish a cafeteria. Since we will be conducting research, which is mentally demanding, the food should differ from what is provided at the steel mill, which is primarily focused on physical sustenance. I will create a new menu. As for personnel, I will take Mahua and Pongzi, and then find a couple more. Guodong continued. Guodong, that does seem rather inconsiderate. After all the effort put into cultivating those two, you're now asking for them. Deputy Factory Director Li expressed his reluctance upon hearing Guodong's request. If those two left, he would have to rely on He Yuzhu for a while longer. Fear not. During the time it takes to establish the Research Institute, we can easily train new personnel. Besides, I have Lulan set aside for you, Guodong said, casting Deputy Factory Director Li a knowing glance. Ah, Guodong, please do not speak recklessly. What do you mean by set aside for me? Deputy Factory Director Li's face flushed. Initially, he had thought this matter was discreet. Such information should not be widely known, If it reached his father-in-law's ears, it would spell disaster. All right, Deputy Director Li. Do not be anxious. I will keep your secret, Guodong chuckled. Ahem, very well then. What else do we need to discuss? Chapter 121. The Research Institute Proposal Approved. Guodong promoted to Deputy Section Chief. For now, that covers everything. We can discuss the other matters later. As for the location, Guodong approached the window, gazing at the expanse of barren land in the distance. That area will suffice. Do you have a map of that region, Director Li? I would like to draft a simple plan. Deputy Factory Director Li quickly retrieved a map from his drawer. Receiving the map, Guodong began delineating the areas on it. He delineated a rough layout, subsequently annotating various sections. Firstly, the principal office area is situated centrally. Surrounding it, guard stations will be established to deter any intrusions. Behind this area lies the warehouse, facilitating easy access to supplies, followed by the conference room, relaxation area, and cafeteria. At the outermost perimeter, restrooms are designated, currently comprising dry toilets, which can be quite unpleasant due to proximity. Adjacent to the office area, a laboratory will be set up, enabling the team to conduct experiments directly upon the arrival of new designs and innovations. Additionally, a workshop will be established at the junction with the steel mill, allowing for the independent workshop to be relocated here, thus eliminating the need for frequent trips to the steel mill. Naturally, it is essential to maintain a security division in the middle to separate the workshop from the research institute, preventing any accidental incursions by workers into the research area. Director Li, let us report this preliminary plan for now. Guodong handed the drafted blueprint to Deputy Director Li. Nodding in acknowledgement, Deputy Director Li examined the detailed drawings. Although he struggled to grasp certain specifics, he recognized the overall meticulousness of the design. Upon returning to the engineering department, several technicians gazed at Guodong with enthusiasm. Engineer Gu, just now, the head of the Human Resources Department, brought us an application form to fill out. We inquired, and he mentioned that the leadership intends for you to establish a research institute, and that we are all to move there. Is that true? Wang Weiguang eagerly inquired. Yes. If all goes well, our engineering department will eventually operate independently as a research institute. Guodong replied candidly to their questions. That is fantastic. We will all be part of the research institute, and we will surely work hard to support you. Engineer Gu. Isn't that right, everyone? Wang Weiguang exclaimed excitedly. Absolutely. We will definitely assist Engineer Gu. Several technicians echoed enthusiastically. All right. However, let us not celebrate prematurely. We are still in the preliminary drafting phase. There remains much to prepare before establishing the research institute. Our foremost task is to complete our current assignments and wrap up all matters at the steel mill before we receive official approval. Once that is accomplished, you may transition at any time, Guodong asserted, clapping his hands. Rest assured, Engineer Gu, we will diligently complete this task. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now, let us continue working on the blueprint for our punching machine, Guodong said with a smile. And with this promise, the team's enthusiasm for their work visibly surged. They began to engage earnestly in their tasks. After all, joining the Research Institute would be a significant change. While salaries may not increase, the benefits and allowances would certainly see an improvement. Observing the team's diligence, Guodong too remained occupied, initiating the next phase of his conceptualization. After conversing with several factory directors today, he gained a preliminary understanding of the current shortcomings and potential areas for future development. If all goes according to plan, once he resolves the matters at the steel mill, he can begin addressing these deficiencies. However, the immediate priority is to tackle the technical challenges of converter steelmaking. Having briefly discussed with senior leadership, he has gained some insights into the causes of furnace failures and merely needs to assist them in enhancing their processes. It is crucial to focus on advancing electric arc furnace steelmaking technology, as this will be essential in producing the special steels required for future innovations and materials. Otherwise, should he design something without adequate materials for production, it would indeed be a regrettable predicament. Thus, for the next few days, Guodong busied himself with Deputy Director Li over matters concerning the Research Institute. Simultaneously, he found time to visit Old Wang. Recently, Old Wang seemed particularly occupied, as it took several attempts before they finally met. Guodong surmised that tensions were likely escalating in the West. As someone connected to the military, Old Wang was probably preoccupied with those affairs. Guodong wondered if his modified Type 64 submachine gun would be able to contribute to the ongoing conflict. He hoped that the weapon he designed could be of some assistance. Upon meeting Old Wang, Guodong wasted no time and directly discussed his desire to transfer personnel to the Research Institute's security division. Old Wang was taken aback to learn that the Ministry of Industry was also prepared to assist Guodong in establishing the research institute. However, he quickly regained his composure. Given the current talent shortage, Guodong's ability to serve both military and industrial sectors simultaneously was undoubtedly advantageous, so he did not decline. He was already in the process of applying for personnel for the research institute, so adding a few more would not be a problem. One day, while Guodong was finalizing the details of the research institute in his office, Deputy Director Li entered with an exuberant smile. "Guodong, I bring good news. Double happiness has arrived," he exclaimed, laughing joyfully as he entered. "What double happiness?" Upon hearing this, the engineering department gathered around. "The first piece of good news is that the proposal for the research institute has been approved. We can commence construction tomorrow." The moment he finished speaking, the engineering department erupted in cheers. "That's wonderful. We're finally establishing a research institute. Indeed, we will finally possess our own research institute. It's a cause for celebration. We will all be part of the research institute from now on." The staff of the engineering department rejoiced. Witnessing this scene, Guodong couldn't help but smile faintly. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally achieved success. "Deputy Director Li, what is the second piece of good news?" Guodong inquired, eager to learn what could elicit such joy from Deputy Director Li. "The second piece of news, well, everyone listened closely. Just then, the factory's PA system crackled to life. Attention! Good morning, everyone. We have an important announcement. Comrade Guodong, due to his outstanding work performance and significant contributions to our steel mill, has been promoted to Deputy Section Chief of the Engineering Department with an administrative rank of level 17, enjoying the benefits of a Deputy Section Chief. Let us all extend our congratulations." As the announcement concluded, the Engineering Department erupted in excitement. "Ha, Guodong, congratulations. Engineer Gu, congratulations." Although everyone knew that Guodong would eventually be promoted to Deputy Section Chief, or even Section Chief, they were surprised by the swiftness of this advancement. The announcement was repeated 3 times, ensuring that nearly everyone in the factory heard it clearly, including those in the engineering department, the independent workshop, and kitchen staff who were relatively close to Guodong. Those familiar with him celebrated his promotion, while others expressed astonishment. Naturally, alongside the joy, there was also discontent. For instance, Hiyuju's expression shifted from pale to flushed upon hearing the news. He had never seen eye to eye with Guodong. Not only had Guodong bested him in confrontations, but he had also shared a formidable recipe with the kitchen staff, seemingly threatening his livelihood. Now, with Guodong's promotion, it would be even more challenging for him to create trouble. With Guodong now serving as Deputy Section Chief, even those who had previously been antagonistic toward him had become more restrained. Even if Guodong indulged in lavish meals at home with Zhang Shiyu frequently, they chose to turn a blind eye, especially Yi Zhonghai, who seemed to have forgotten past grievances entirely. Each time he resumed walking in the courtyard and encountered Guodong, he would greet him amiably. Certainly, it is not that he has undergone a change of character or truly forgotten the entanglements with Guodong. Rather, upon his return, he sought out the old matriarch accompanied by Hiyuju. The matriarch offered them but a single word: endure. She then added, "A small lack of patience disrupts great plans." Following this, she analyzed the current situation, asserting that, in a direct confrontation, they would surely be outmatched by Guodong. Thus, they would need to enlist some external assistance. This external force was, unmistakably, Director Yang. Only with the return of Director Yang, their most formidable ally, could they mount a counteroffensive and turn the tide in their favor. Consequently, both Hiyuju and Yi Zhonghai have maintained an extraordinarily low profile during this time, and even Lu Haizhong and Yan Buguwei have also faded into silence. Everyone has been living their lives quietly. Although Qin Huairu was unaware of the methods imparted by the deaf old matriarch, and when she inquired, Hiyuju remained tight-lipped. She nonetheless sensed something amiss and took it upon herself to restrain Bang Gong, advising him to refrain from causing any disturbances recently. Thus, the entire courtyard existed in a state of eerie tranquility, yet beneath the surface, currents of tension surged. No one knew how the next upheaval would erupt. Finally, after a week's time, Director Yang returned. At this moment, Guodong's independent workshop had also completed the production of the punching machine. In the director's office, Director Yang furrowed his brow as he listened to his assistant report on the work situation during his absence. Initially, he believed his brief departure would not lead to significant issues. However, to his astonishment, in less than 2 months of his absence, a multitude of major events had transpired. Not merely significant, but according to the current trajectory, had he delayed his return by another month, he might have lost his position as director. He also felt a twinge of regret for allowing Li Huai to welcome Guodong. Had he stayed behind to meet Guodong instead of going on a business trip. He would now be the one in the ascendant position. What progress has been made on the research institute? Director Yang inquired after listening. It is expected to be preliminarily completed next month, and we can move in to start working then, came the response. After hearing this, Director Yang's fingers lightly tapped the desk, and after a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Inform everyone that tomorrow, those individuals should cease their current tasks and gather here." As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of paper, scribbled a few names, and handed it to his assistant. "Very well, I will notify them immediately." The assistant nodded and exited the room. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door was rapped upon. "Come in," Director Yang replied in a deep voice. With a click, the door opened, and a figure leaning on a crutch, assisted by someone who appeared somewhat anxious, slowly entered. Director Yang. The newcomers were, indeed, Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu. Upon seeing them, Director Yang promptly stood, smiling as he remarked, "Just in time, I was preparing a call for both of you. Please, take a seat and let us discuss matters at leisure." He gestured for them to sit. "Master Yi, is your foot all right?" After they sat, Director Yang focused on Yi Zhonghai's injured foot. It is well known that a machinist's work requires prolonged standing. Any issues with the foot could significantly hinder work efficiency and stability. "It's nothing, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I should be able to return to work in a couple of days. There is no need for you to worry, Director Yang," Yi Zhonghai assured with a smile. In truth, his foot had not fully healed, or rather, it might never fully recover. However, in order to preserve his job, he had to feign nonchalance. "Well, as long as you're all right," Director Yang nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to He Yuzhu, asking sternly, "He Yuzhu, what mischief have you been up to? Did you dare to slack off in my absence? I trust you've been dealt with accordingly?" "That is not it, Director Yang. Let me explain. I truly had matters to attend to that day. I didn't intend to skip out. Moreover, if it weren't for Guodong's unreasonable behavior." He Yuzhu hastily defended himself upon hearing Director Yang's words. "All right, enough of your excuses. What do you plan to do now?" Director Yang interrupted as He Yuzhu was still speaking. "What can we do? We'll continue to follow you, Director Yang. If you find us useless, then we shall take our leave," He Yuzhu said somewhat defiantly. Hearing this, Director Yang chuckled. "If you two truly wish to leave, you may do so right now, so as not to waste my time." Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu immediately lowered his head, silenced. It was Yi Zhonghai who spoke up. "Director Yang, we have come today to seek your support." "Oh, how would you like me to support you?" Director Yang inquired with interest. "Director Yang, we want to drive Guodong away." He Yuzhu suddenly lifted his head and declared. Yi Zhonghai nodded in agreement. However, Director Yang shook his head at their words. Driving him away is not feasible. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback before begrudgingly responding. "Director Yang, you're the only one in the factory who can keep him in check. If you say the word, would Guodong dare to defy you? We simply cannot stand his arrogant demeanor, bullying others with Vice Director Li's backing. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in such a predicament." Chapter 123. Director Yang brought back new machinery. Observing the excitement of the two, Director Yang felt a mix of exasperation. These two were indeed stubborn. Guodong was on the verge of establishing a research institute of his own, which would be on par with the steel rolling mill. This meant that Guodong would henceforth hold a position equal to his own, and to suggest driving him away was utterly implausible. "All right, He Yuzhu, do not bring this matter up again. If I say it cannot be done, it simply cannot. Do not entertain any thoughts of opposing Guodong in the future." Director Yang firmly refused. He was not foolish. Guodong was backed by formidable individuals, and even he could not afford to offend them. Who would want to jeopardize their standing for the sake of two workers against a rising star? But Director Yang, upon hearing his words, the two exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they contemplated their next words, but ultimately swallowed them back. After all, he was their director, and they depended on him for their livelihood. Seeing their demeanor, Director Yang sighed. "Very well, you two may remain here peacefully. I will find a way to alleviate your penalties." At this, He Yuzhu and Yi Zhonghai exhaled in relief. Though still somewhat dissatisfied, it was better than receiving nothing. With the penalties lifted, they could at least return to their previous lives. "Tomorrow, the new workbench I requested will arrive. It is a state-of-the-art operating table, semi-automatic, which will significantly enhance our work efficiency," Director Yang said to Yi Zhonghai with a hint of pride. The primary objective of his recent trip had been to secure this operating table. Had it not been for this, he would have likely returned much sooner. Upon hearing about the new operating table, Yi Zhonghai's eyes instantly gleamed. "A new operating table?" "Yes," Director Yang affirmed, continuing. I heard that last time Guodong had you process some parts, you were unable to complete them. Is that correct? That was due to Liu Haizhong constantly interfering. Making a ruckus, Yi Zhonghai replied, visibly frustrated. He had been on the verge of success on 2 occasions, only to have it thwarted by Liu Haizhong's antics, which had cost him his wages, truly infuriating. All right, I will personally reprimand him later. Director Yang waved his hand impatiently and continued, with this new workstation. You will no longer make such mistakes. I will only share this with you. If possible, please come to the factory tomorrow, and I will arrange for you to try out this workstation. You must perform well and continue to be our exemplary machinist at the steel mill. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brows. His leg was not yet healed enough for him to work, but merely trying out the new workstation should pose no problem. Thus, he agreed. Meanwhile, in the deputy director's office, Deputy Director Li was leisurely sipping tea while sitting opposite Guodong. Unlike the tense atmosphere elsewhere, both Guodong and Deputy Director Li exhibited little reaction to Director Yang's return. During Yang's absence, they had already achieved considerable accomplishments. With these achievements, Deputy Director Li's promotion seemed all but assured. It was merely a matter of time. As long as no mistakes were made, everything would be fine. Guodong had even less to worry about. Once the research institute was established, he would have the final say there, freeing him from the constraints of the factory. Haha, Guodong, I hear that Director Yang seems to have brought back some new machinery. What are your thoughts? Deputy Director Li inquired with a smile. Through certain connections, he had learned that Director Yang had returned with a new type of machine, though he was unaware of its specifics. Honestly, I don't think we need to concern ourselves with such matters. We are quite busy as it is, and there's no need to waste our energy on trivialities. We could always create our own upgraded version. Don't you agree? Guodong replied with a slight smile. Regardless of what new machine Director Yang had brought back, with his current skills, he could easily develop a superior version once he understood the principles involved. Haha, with your words, I am at ease. Confidence is the foundation of achievement. Deputy Director Li chuckled heartily upon hearing Guodong's affirmation. He now held Guodong in unconditional trust. If Guodong claimed he could create it, then he undoubtedly could. He then reached out to tug at Guodong's sleeve, pulling out 2 tickets. Feigning anger, he said, as our engineer and future director of the Research Institute, how can you not even have a wristwatch? Here, take this. You've made such significant contributions, and I haven't had the chance to reward you properly yet. Consider these tickets a token of my appreciation. Upon examining the tickets, Guodong was surprised to find they were for wristwatches. Acquiring such tickets was no easy feat for an ordinary person. It would likely be as challenging as obtaining a bicycle. Why are there 2? Guodong asked, puzzled. The other is, of course, for Comrade Zhang Shuyu. She has also made considerable contributions to our steel mill during this time, and since you are about to register your marriage, consider these wristwatch tickets as my gift to you both. I wish you a long and happy life together, Deputy Director Li said with a beaming smile. The tickets had indeed been purchased with his own funds. After all, he and Guodong were now in the same boat, and with Guodong's continued achievements, he decided to express his gratitude with something of value. However, it seemed that ordinary gifts held little significance for Guodong now. Thus, he devised a clever approach, giving a gift to Zhang Shuyu, which would surely be well received. Then I shall accept, Guodong replied with a smile, showing no reluctance. Although he wasn't particularly fond of wristwatches from this era, he could easily modify one once he acquired it, thanks to his technical skills. After Deputy Director Li's reminder, he realized he had yet to properly present Zhang Shuyu with a gift, and a wristwatch would be an excellent choice. All right, let's leave it at that for today. Deputy Director Li concluded with a smile. Very well, goodbye, Director Li. Guodong stood up, bid farewell to Deputy Director Li, and exited the office. In the courtyard, Qin Huairu had been pressing Bang Geng not to stir up trouble, which had left him feeling stifled. With nothing happening recently, he believed Qin Huairu must be deceiving him and decided to take action. Chapter 124. Following Guodong, smoking and drinking beer. At the steel mill, in Workshop 1, everyone was gathered around a shiny new machine, clearly intrigued by it. Is this the new workstation that Director Yang brought back? It doesn't look much different from the ones we usually use, does it? I heard it can perform self-grinding, which could enhance our work efficiency and reduce processing time. Self-grinding? That is, just like the combined lathe that Engineer Gu has been researching. I envied the lathe workers before. Who would have thought that we machinists would now have such a workstation? Is that really true? That's impressive. It must be true, otherwise, why would Director Yang have gone to such lengths to bring it back? Guodong merely glanced at the machine and grasped its basic principles. In reality, this workstation was not high-tech nor based on advanced principles. It simply utilized a clamping mechanism to allow for precise point-to-point grinding of the workpiece. Currently, machinists had to grind manually, continuously rotating to shape the piece as desired. Any slight unsteadiness or error could lead to excessive grinding, rendering the part useless. It was essentially a semi-automatic workstation. Guodong sighed inwardly. This device was essentially obsolete technology from abroad. Presumably by this time, numerical control systems would have already been invented and begun to be widely adopted. If he guessed correctly, this machine must have been purchased at a high price, and they had only acquired the machine itself without any warranty or accompanying technical support. Should any issues arise, they would be charged exorbitant repair fees. As he pondered this, Guodong frowned slightly. These individuals were truly unscrupulous, taking advantage of the situation. However, there was little that could be done. Falling behind meant suffering the consequences. Just as he was lost in thought, Director Yang suddenly inquired, "So, Comrade Guodong, does this machine meet your expectations?" Returning to reality, Guodong smiled and replied, "Director Yang, this machine is indeed commendable. However, I am curious about its operation and whether it can meet my requirements." Hearing this, Director Yang burst into hearty laughter. "Rest assured, Comrade Guodong, I will have someone operate it right away, so you can see for yourself." Upon hearing that Director Yang would have someone demonstrate the operation, all the machinists displayed eager anticipation, clearly hoping to be selected. Lu Haizhong, in particular, squeezed his plump frame to the front of Director Yang. Observing Lu Haizhong's eagerness, Guodong and Deputy Director Li couldn't help but chuckle. "Director Yang, may I volunteer to operate it?" Lu Haizhong proposed eagerly. "Don't worry, everyone will have a chance to operate it in the future. However, this time, to maximize the machine's performance, I have decided to let our factory's most skilled master handle the demonstration first," Director Yang stated. Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong's previously cheerful expression froze, while the other skilled machinists displayed excitement. After all, those with the best skills were none other than them, and under normal circumstances, if Yi Zhonghai were still present, such an opportunity would certainly not have fallen to them. However, at this moment, Yi Zhonghai, still nursing his injuries, had yet to return to work, leaving them with no choice but to select one from among themselves. Just then, an unexpected voice echoed from outside, prompting the crowd to part. "Huh?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Guodong lifted his head to gaze in that direction. The crowd opened a path, and there he saw Yi Zhonghai approaching, albeit in a rather awkward manner. "Is that not Master Yi? What brings him here? I heard he had his leg broken by Chef He from the cafeteria. Didn't he?" "Indeed, I've heard the same, which is why he took such an extended leave. That seems dubious. Just yesterday afternoon, I saw Master He supporting him as they entered the factory. If it were truly Master He who had caused the injury, how could they still be on such good terms?" The arrival of Yi Zhonghai sparked a flurry of chatter among the onlookers. As he made his way through the throng, he could feel the sweat saturating his back. In truth, he had come early that morning, following Director Yang's instructions to test the new machine. One must admit, the machine was indeed impressive. He had managed to successfully process the part that Guodong had requested with remarkable ease. In that moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Initially, he feared that his foot injury would hinder him, but surprisingly, with the aid of this machine, he felt no adverse effects at all. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. I sustained a minor injury recently, which is why I've been absent from work. I'm back now, my apologies." Yi Zhonghai explained it. Panting slightly, truth be told, while his foot had healed significantly, the early morning rush and subsequent standing had taken a toll on him. In days gone by, he would have easily endured hours on his feet, but now he felt a sense of fatigue creeping in. Yet, to maintain his dignity, he needed to persevere. After all, he was the youngest level 8 fitter in the factory, and he had to embody both authority and resilience. Observing Yi Zhonghai's feigned composure, Director Yang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Earlier that morning, he had appeared perfectly fine. How could he now be so drenched in perspiration? "Master Yi, are you all right?" Director Yang inquired chautuously. The others looked on with concern etched on their faces. "Iem me fine. I can manage." Yi Zhonghai replied, steeling himself as he approached the machine. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he took in the sight of the apparatus. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. As he stood before the machine, the expressions of a few level 8 fitters shifted to one of extreme dismay. They had anticipated a chance to mock him. Their desire to impress was fueled by rumors that the engineering department would soon be splitting off to establish a research institute, along with an independent workshop. With time, everyone had learned of the benefits associated with the independent workshop and the advantages of working under Guodong. The workshop was abuzz with the saying, "Follow Guodong." enjoy cigarettes and beer, leading everyone to vie for a position in Guodong's independent workshop. The various benefits and subsidies promised to elevate their living standards significantly. Who would have thought that Yi Zhonghai, with his limping gait, would choose to show up at such a critical moment? As Yi Zhonghai prepared to operate the new machine, he suddenly found himself face to face with Liu Haizhong, causing a wave of trepidation to wash over him, reminiscent of past humiliations. "Old Liu, step aside for a moment," he said, prompting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Although many hadn't witnessed the incident firsthand, they had heard the tales that circulated afterward, and Yi Zhonghai's words elicited a wave of mirth. Liu Haizhong's face shifted through shades of embarrassment, but he had no retort and complied, stepping aside. Taking a deep breath, Yi Zhonghai declared, "Now, I shall demonstrate how to operate this new workstation." With that, he pressed the switch. As the motor whirred to life, he picked up a steel ingot and began preparing for processing. The entire operation proceeded seamlessly, without a hitch, and his grin widened with each passing moment. His moment of redemption had arrived. Yet, as he glanced up, he caught the ambiguous expression on Guodong's face, causing a knot of anxiety to form in his chest. Had he made a mistake? No, he had adhered to the standard operating procedures. He had done the same in the morning without issue. Yet, the unease stirred within him, and in that moment of tension, he faltered, his hands slipping as he inadvertently thrust the steel ingot toward the grinding wheel. A piercing shriek echoed as the iron plate met the abrasive surface, warping it unevenly and emitting a cloud of black smoke. The sight left everyone aghast. Yi Zhonghai's face paled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his mind buzzing in a daze. Meanwhile, Guodong stood in bewilderment. He hadn't done anything. How could Yi Zhonghai's glance at him lead to such calamity? What on earth was happening? As Yi Zhonghai lay there, the crowd rushed over, startled and concerned. Listening to their inquiries, Yi Zhonghai could only manage a woeful expression, stammering. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, feeling utterly wronged. He had merely followed the prescribed protocols. But, Yi Zhonghai stuttered it, unable to form a coherent sentence, ultimately turning to Director Yang for help. Director Yang, equally flabbergasted, could hardly fathom that the individual renowned for his steady hands had committed such a grave error. His face twitched uncontrollably, momentarily rendering him speechless. He had intended to assist Yi Zhonghai, only to be met with this disaster. Now, not only had the attempt failed, but the machine was also damaged. What now? It could jeopardize his own position. This equipment had cost a fortune to acquire, and to have it break on the very first day? He might not be able to shoulder that responsibility. Observing Yi Zhonghai's bewildered expression, a wave of resentment surged within Director Yang, wishing he could tear Yi Zhonghai apart for this blunder. Seeing the murderous glare from Director Yang, Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of panic. "Director, it's merely the grinding wheel that's broken. We can replace it with a spare. The wheels on our workstation do occasionally wear out. A simple swap will suffice," Yi Zhonghai hurriedly reassured him. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If things escalated, he could not bear the consequences. And judging by the director's expression, it was evident that he was displeased. If he failed to handle this matter properly, his fate would be sealed. "Are you certain?" Director Yang's face darkened as he probed. Yi Zhonghai hesitated for a moment before hastily nodding. "Yes, Director, it's really no problem." "Very well. Then let us replace it," Director Yang conceded, glancing at Yi Zhonghai before waving his hand dismissively. Yes, Yi Zhonghai exhaled in relief and turned to fetch the tools. But just then, a voice interrupted. "Wait!" Director Yang and Yi Zhonghai turned their gazes simultaneously. Upon recognizing Guodong as the speaker, Yi Zhonghai felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if it might leap from his chest. "This machine differs from the one we are accustomed to. Hastily replacing the grinding wheel could lead to a series of hazardous consequences. I believe it would be prudent to refrain from such actions," Guodong remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai exhaled a sigh of relief, reassured that there was no cause for concern regarding Guodong's judgment. "This is merely a grinding wheel. There's nothing to worry about," he thought, having anticipated a more alarming revelation. As a veteran machinist with decades of experience, he was quite familiar with such equipment. Had Guodong delved into technical intricacies, he would have hesitated to proceed. However, changing a grinding wheel seemed innocuous enough. Seeing Yi Zhonghai's confidence, Director Yang nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, proceed with the replacement." As long as Yi Zhonghai could manage the machine effectively, he would overlook the earlier incident. However, it was clear that any further assistance from Yi Zhonghai was out of the question. His fate was no longer Yang's concern. With Yang's consent, Yi Zhonghai quickly located a grinding wheel and began the replacement process. During the exchange, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as the locking mechanism's sound when mounting the new wheels seemed different from before. Yet, he dismissed his apprehensions, attributing the anomaly to the new machine, and proceeded to affix it securely. Soon after, he completed the task, turning to Director Yang with a satisfied smile. "All done, Director. Let's give it a try," he announced, pressing the power button once more. After a few tense seconds, the machine remained utterly unresponsive, causing cold sweat to bead on Yi Zhonghai's forehead. What in the world? Why isn't it working? Could it be broken? Director Yang's previously improving demeanor darkened once again. Noting Yang's change in expression, Yi Zhonghai felt a wave of panic. He couldn't believe it, so he conducted a thorough inspection. To his astonishment, he discovered the cause of the malfunction. In his nervousness, he had forgotten to plug it in. Grinning sheepishly, he held up the plug and said, "Director Yang, it's simply unplugged. The machine is fine." Seeing that it was merely an oversight, Yang's expression softened slightly, but he still spoke with a hint of impatience. "If that's the case, plug in quickly and try again. Don't waste everyone's time." Yes, of course," Yi Zhonghai replied, relieved that Yang had eased up a bit. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, plugged in the device, and pressed the switch once more. As he slowly pressed the button, Yi Zhonghai found the workstation still unresponsive. Beads of sweat now dotted his forehead. What on earth is going on? "Yi Zhonghai, have you even repaired it?" Director Yang's face darkened completely. He no longer addressed Yi Zhonghai as Master Yi, but rather by his full name. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai was utterly dumbfounded, stammering, "I'll try again." "No need. Yi Zhonghai, do you realize how expensive this machine is? Can you afford to compensate for it? What more can you possibly say?" Director Yang roared in anger. Yi Zhonghai trembled at the outburst and suddenly fell to his knees, pleading, "Director, it's my fault. I deserve punishment. Please spare me this time." Witnessing this scene, those around them shook their heads in pity, silently lamenting Yi Zhonghai's predicament. However, it was of no concern to them. They were neither relatives nor friends, thus had no obligation to intervene. With a derisive snort, Director Yang declared, "So you do no fear? Let me inform you that your wages are hereby suspended. Get out of the workshop." Yi Zhonghai was left bewildered. The suspension of his wages was unbearable. Without income, how would he manage his daily needs? How could this happen? He pondered, struggling to comprehend the turn of events. This is all Guodong's fault. Suddenly, recollection struck him. He recalled Guodong's earlier comments and the way he had looked at him. Had Guodong not intervened, he would not have made the mistake. If Guodong had vehemently discouraged him, he would never have attempted to repair the machine. Guodong had clearly anticipated the mishap, yet had said nothing, just like last time. He must have done it deliberately, eager to see him fail. With renewed fury, Yi Zhonghai glared at Guodong, his voice dripping with malice. "Guodong, why are you trying to sabotage me? Did you know there was a problem with the machine all along? Why didn't you stop me? Are you deliberately setting me up for failure? You want Director Yang to dismiss me? You're utterly heartless. I'll have my revenge." With that, Yi Zhonghai charged at Guodong, swinging a punch. Those around were taken aback. It seemed Guodong had done nothing wrong and had even offered a timely warning. Yet, Yi Zhonghai had chosen to provoke him further. A display of utter shamelessness. Just then, a resounding slap echoed as Guodong effortlessly struck Yi Zhonghai's face, his voice cold and unyielding. "Yi Zhonghai, one can indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak recklessly." While the onlookers witnessed a seemingly light slap, the impact on Yi Zhonghai was far from gentle, leaving an imprint on the left side of his face. "I'll kill you," Yi Zhonghai screamed in a frenzy, lunging once more at Guodong. In that moment, Yi Zhonghai had completely lost control, raising his right fist to strike Guodong with all his might. In response to Yi Zhonghai's aggression, Guodong was reminded of a saying, "Kick the good leg of a cripple." He deftly seized Yi Zhonghai's descending fist, then swiftly kicked the opposite calf with tremendous force. The sound of cracking bone rang out, and Yi Zhonghai cried out in agony, collapsing into a heap, curling up in pain. "Ouch! It hurts so much." Yi Zhonghai lamented, his mind spiraling into confusion. The onlookers were astonished, clearly not expecting Guodong, a technician, to possess such prowess. They knew Yi Zhonghai to be a robust worker, strong and imposing, yet today he had fallen victim to Guodong's skill. "Master Yi, are you all right?" One of Yi Zhonghai's acquaintances, who had a relatively good rapport with him, hurried over to assist him. Yi Zhonghai was in excruciating pain, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. His complexion pale as parchment. He trembled, unable to articulate a word, clearly suffering greatly. Damage control value received. 80, current total, 90. Most observers took a schadenfreude approach to Yi Zhonghai's injury. Even Director Yang remained indifferent. Still fuming, he refrained from delivering a further kick, deeming it a gesture of mercy. Observing Yi Zhonghai's injured state, Director Yang frowned slightly and addressed him. Yi Zhonghai, we shall leave matters here for today. Await your disciplinary notice at home. Director Yang. Yi Zhonghai opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately fell silent, knowing he dared not defy the director's orders. With a sorrowful countenance, he departed the workshop. Director Yang watched as Yi Zhonghai limped away, his expression still tinged with resentment. Director Yang, I, too, must take my leave. There's work to attend to, Guodong said, standing beside Yang with an air of nonchalance. Huh? Comrade Gu, you're leaving? Director Yang exclaimed, somewhat flustered upon realizing Guodong's intention to depart. He had hoped for Guodong's assistance in repairing the workstation and quickly called out, Comrade Gu, wait. With a forced smile plastered across his face, he approached Guodong. Comrade Guodong, could you take a look at this workbench? It's something we labored extensively to acquire and cannot simply abandon. Guodong furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Director Yang, it's not that I am unwilling to assist. It's just that this workbench clearly requires accompanying components, and the parts are currently damaged. Without the appropriate replacements, I simply cannot repair the machine. Upon hearing this, Director Yang was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that the workbench needed compatible parts, but they came at a considerable cost. Moreover, he had heard that Guodong had previously repaired machines by drafting his own blueprints. Why was it suddenly impossible now? This seemed almost intentional. The other workers whispered amongst themselves, expressing their dismay. Alas, it appears our new workbench machine is doomed. Indeed, they had hoped for Gu's assistance in restoration, but now, faced with this predicament, what could they do? Guodong, wearing a wry smile, said, Director Yang, I'm at a loss as well. Perhaps you could hire someone else to give it a try, or consult a professional engineer. With that, he departed the workshop without a backward glance. He was preoccupied with hastily returning to draft blueprints for an upgraded workbench, having just grasped its operational principles. Left in a state of confusion, Director Yang felt his head buzzing and muttered to himself, It's over. It's all over now. Chapter 127. Guodong creates a new workbench. Yi Zhonghai goes mad. Upon returning to his office, Guodong immediately set about drafting the blueprints. The workbench was not overly complex. It merely required the addition of a motor and some securing mechanisms, along with adjustments to the vise, among other things. Furthermore, Guodong planned to manufacture a more advanced version. He could first create a simplified model to test his skills, and if successful, he would proceed directly to the upgraded version. At that point, the proficiency of the workers in his independent workshop would soar, no longer reliant on the original skilled craftsman. The workers in the current independent workshop held him in high regard, considering him one of their own. Soon, the blueprints were completed. After finishing, he promptly instructed the workers in the independent workshop to use the combined machine tools for processing. Guodong began to polish the components using the usual machinery. Although he had merely glanced at the workbench, it now held no secrets for him. His familiarity with the semi-automatic workbench rivaled that of its developers. He then took electrical components and began his modifications. The series of actions left the workshop workers in awe. Though they were unsure of Guodong's exact intentions, they were profoundly impressed. However, as Guodong continued his work, they began to perceive similarities between his creation and the new machine they had seen outside, albeit with some distinctions. All right, Master Wang, could you bring me a sanding disc? As he neared completion, Guodong called out to the nearest craftsman. Sure thing. I'll fetch it right away, replied a young man named Wang, who hurried over with a sanding disc in hand. Guodong carefully placed it on the machine, fitting it into the workbench's groove, and proceeded to assemble the remaining components according to the blueprints. This is the final piece, Guodong declared as he picked up another metal plate and began to slowly turn the screws. He then plugged in the power and pressed the switch. With a hum, the sanding disc began to spin. All right, who wants to try out this new workbench? Guodong asked the onlookers as the workbench successfully powered on. The crowd exchanged glances, but no one dared to step forward. They had all witnessed the chaos caused by Yi Zhonghai's mishandling of the machine and feared potential repercussions, including dismissal. Don't worry. Even if it breaks, I can fix it. You can try it without hesitation. However, even with Guodong's reassurance, no one volunteered. After some thought, Guodong suggested, In that case, Shuyu, why don't you give it a try? Oh, all right, Zhang Shuyu replied, stepping forward. Unlike the others, she harbored no fear. She had unwavering faith in Guodong. She first pulled back the sanding disc, took a rough steel ingot, placed it in the vise, and then returned the disc. She began the sanding process, and soon, A part that usually took considerable time to process was completed swiftly. Guodong encouraged Zhang Shuyu to continue. One operation followed another, and each time, her execution was flawless, with no errors. The machine functioned without issue, and the part that typically took 5 minutes to process was completed in just 2 minutes, doubling efficiency. Wow, this machine is incredibly fast. Having this would make our tasks so much easier, exclaimed one worker. Absolutely. This machine is astonishingly efficient. We won't have to deal with so much hassle anymore. Others chimed in, showering praises. Now, do you all see the capabilities of this machine? Come give it a try. Guodong urged, and the crowd surged forward, eager to experiment. Most of them had some experience, and since Guodong had chosen those with strong learning abilities, they quickly grasped the operation. Later, Guodong returned to the engineering department and summoned several members to the independent workshop to explain the assembly of the machine and various precautions. The team was astounded to see that Guodong had managed to create the new machine in just one morning, and it appeared even more impressive than the new machine they had initially seen. Recognizing this, they understood that Guodong had been merely placating Director Yang earlier. However, no one dared to voice this realization, as they were all aware of the closer rapport Guodong had with Deputy Factory Director Li, who had been providing numerous benefits to the engineering department recently, a stark contrast to the previous regime under Director Yang. As a result, the staff found themselves increasingly aligned with Deputy Director Li, yet their primary loyalty remained with Guodong, the pivotal figure propelling their advancement. After instructing the technicians, Guodong requested they produce 2 more workbenches. He then leisurely made his way to Deputy Director Li's office. When Guodong conveyed the news to Deputy Director Li, the latter was nearly left speechless. He had initially anticipated that the creation of a new workbench would take several days. Yet, Guodong had accomplished it in just one morning, and the results were impressive. This prompted him to rush to the independent workshop for a first-hand look. Upon seeing the new workbench, which, though somewhat rudimentary in appearance, was functionally outstanding, Deputy Director Li's eyes widened in excitement. Is this your creation? He eagerly inquired. Yes, I made it. Take a look, Guodong replied with a smile. Deputy Director Li, unable to contain his enthusiasm, eagerly began to examine the machine. This is truly remarkable. You never cease to amaze me. Just wait, I'll report this tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai returned to the courtyard, disheartened and disheveled. His foot had not yet healed, and now he had injured the other one. He had struggled to walk back from the steel mill, tripping multiple times along the way, leaving him covered in dust. The severed leg continued to ooze with blood, yet he appeared to be completely devoid of pain. It seemed as though all of this bore no relation to him. Yi Zhonghai trudged step by step toward his home. Suddenly, he halted. He lifted his gaze to the sky and murmured, "Oh heavens, is this your punishment for me?" At that moment, his eyes glistened with a hint of red, brimming with desperation, indignation, malice, remorse, jealousy, and hatred. With each whispered word, the resentment within Yi Zhonghai surged. Finally, upon reaching the threshold of his door, he erupted, "Ah! Chapter 128. Yi Zhonghai seeks advice from the deaf old lady. Guodong takes Zhang Shuyu to buy gifts. His cries quickly roused Aunt Da, who was resting inside the house. "What is the matter? What happened, Zhonghai?" she exclaimed, rushing out with concern etched on her face. "I've injured my leg again," Yi Zhonghai sorrowfully replied. "What on earth happened? How could your leg be hurt again? Weren't you just at the factory for a short while?" Aunt Da asked in astonishment, crouching down to inspect Yi Zhonghai's injury. Upon seeing the blood gushing from his leg, she could not help but weep. "What are we to do?" she fretted. Yet Yi Zhonghai seemed utterly oblivious, resembling a mere shell of a man. "How can this be? Oh heavens, do you wish for me to perish?" he lamented, gazing at the ominous clouds above. "What else is the matter?" Seeing Yi Zhonghai in such a state, Aunt Da realized the situation was far from simple. Yi Zhonghai slowly turned his head, murmuring, "I'm about to lose my job, my leg is crippled, and I have nothing left." Aunt Da was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom his words. "No job? How is that possible? You were a level 8 fitter. They didn't dismiss you even when you were locked up last time. What have you done? Why would they fire you? Have you not spoken to Director Yang?" Upon hearing Aunt Da's queries, Yi Zhonghai managed a bitter smile. "It's Director Yang who wants to deal with me." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. He recounted the events of that morning in vivid detail to Aunt Da. "What? How could this happen?" Aunt Da exclaimed in shock, unable to believe the unfolding events. "Alas, it's all my fault. I simply cannot compete with them. Now I've lost my job. What am I to do?" Yi Zhonghai lamented, cradling his head in despair. "Don't worry, let us seek out the old lady." "Yes, let's go to the old lady." Anda Sudani declared. "Seek out the old lady? Upon hearing Aunt's words, the weeping Yi Zhonghai quickly wiped his tears, looking at her with renewed hope. Indeed, how could I forget the old lady? She is our ancestral matriarch, and surely has a way to assist me. Yes, let us hurry. With that, Yi Zhonghai took Aunt's arm and headed towards the old lady's home. Before long, Aunt supported Yi Zhonghai to the doorstep of the deaf old lady's residence. Old lady, we come see you. Are you home? Yi Zhonghai knocked on the door, his voice tinged with urgency. Oh, I'm coming, came a frail voice from within, and the door swung open. Old lady, I beseech you to help Zhonghai. He may be dismissed by Director Yang, Aunt implored, her expression filled with earnestness. Yes, old lady. Please speak to Director Yang on my behalf. He might fire me. Yi Zhonghai sobbed, tears streaming down his face. What? Hearing this, the deaf old lady, who had been somewhat drowsy, instantly regained her composure. She fixed her cloudy gaze upon the two, her demeanor turning serious. Who told you this? Was it Director Yang or someone else? Which vice director? Tell me everything in detail. What is going on? Upon hearing her inquiries, Yi Zhonghai and Aunt promptly recounted the entirety of the situation. After a prolonged silence, the old lady finally sighed deeply and, eyes closed, replied, Very well. Tomorrow you shall take me to the steel rolling mill. I will personally speak with Director Yang. At this, Yi Zhonghai and Aunt Da's eyes lit up. Excellent. We shall not disturb your rest any longer. Should you need anything, please call for us. With that, Yi Zhonghai and Aunt departed, leaving the old lady alone in her room, deep in thought. Sighing heavily, the old lady gradually made her way to the bedside. She squatted down and lifted a blue brick from beneath the bed. With a faint cracking sound, a wooden board emerged. Then, flipping the board, she revealed a small wooden box within, filled with an array of glimmering jewelry. Heh, after all these years, I kept you safe here, thinking I would never need you, she murmured, gazing at the contents. She then retrieved a small yellow fish and concealed it in her bosom, carefully closing the lid and restoring the brick to its place. Leaning on her cane, she stepped out, heading towards the street office. Upon arriving at the street office, the staff were taken aback to see such an elderly lady arrive alone and quickly came out to assist her. Upon hearing that she wished to see Vice Director Lin, the staff promptly led her to his office. When they arrived, the staff opened the door and respectfully announced, Director Lin, an elderly lady has come see you, claiming she wishes to discuss something. An old lady? Who is she? Vice Director Lin wondered, intrigued by the visitor. I'm not sure. She said she is from the Courtyard at 95 Nanluo Guxiang. The Courtyard? That must be the deaf old lady, Lin thought, prompting him to instruct the staff to bring her inside. It's the old lady. What a rare visitor. Upon recognizing her, Vice Director Lin hurried to greet her. All right, you may step out now. He gestured for the staff to leave. Once the door was closed, no one knew what transpired within. Only that approximately half an hour later, the deaf old lady emerged with Vice Director Lin's support. Furthermore, it was noted that Vice Director Lin did not return his office that afternoon, reportedly having gone to the steel rolling mill. Meanwhile, after making arrangements in the morning, Guodong asked Vice Director Li for a leave of absence, intending to take Zhang Shuyu out for shopping. Vice Director Li didn't question him further, considering the couple was soon to be wed and likely needed to purchase wedding items. Moreover, Guodong had recently been promoted to Deputy Section Chief, and it was expected that his position would soon surpass Li's. Thus, Vice Director Li refrained from making any objections. Chapter 129. Guodong's premarital shopping spree. Before departing, Vice Director Li opened his drawer and handed over several receipts. Here, Guodong, take these with you. You haven't been working here long, and you don't have these receipts yet. Guodong glanced at them and exclaimed in astonishment, sewing machine and radio receipts. It seems these are the essential items for marriage that old Li has procured. With this addition, the trifecta shall be complete. Thank you, Director Li. Guodong remarked with a smile. Haha, why be so formal with an old friend? What kind of bond do we share? Deputy Director Li chuckled as he patted Guodong on the shoulder. However, I must correct you. Now that Director Yang has returned, you ought to address me as Deputy Director, he added with a hint of jest. Haha. Upon hearing Deputy Director Li's playful banter, Guodong chuckled softly. It's only a matter of time. Well then, I shall take my leave. With a wave, he exited the Deputy Director's office and headed towards the independent workshop. Coincidentally, he encountered Director Yang, who was currently overwhelmed with the new workbench, having just learned that Deputy Director Lin from the street office was seeking him. Puzzled, Director Yang wondered what could possibly be so urgent at this hour. Nonetheless, since Deputy Director Lin had come looking for him, he felt compelled to go. Hello, Director Yang. Gu Guodong greeted casually upon seeing him approach. Guodong, would you mind stopping by my office later? I wish to discuss matters concerning our new workbench, Director Yang said, his face lighting up with delight upon hearing Gu Guodong's affirmative response. Oh, I apologize, Director Yang. I have a prior engagement this afternoon and have taken leave. Gu Guodong replied, glancing at him. I see. Director Yang appeared somewhat disappointed. No worries, you can come by later. Although slightly disheartened, he still expressed understanding. Director Yang, I'm truly unable to assist with a new workbench. You might want to consult others. Gu Guodong shook his head, declining the request. At that moment, it became evident that Gu Guodong was genuinely unable to aid Director Yang, as they were no longer on the same side. How could he possibly offer help? The moment Yang heard Gu Guodong's refusal, his expression darkened. Very well, I shall not press the matter. We can discuss it another day, Director Yang sighed. All right. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Guodong took his leave. Watching Gu Guodong's retreating figure, Director Yang's expression fluctuated, revealing the turmoil of thoughts within. Upon arriving at the independent workshop, Gu Guodong found Zhang Shuyu. Come on, Shuyu, I've taken half a day's leave. Let's go to the department store and buy some things. Huh? What are we buying? Zhang Shuyu asked, bewildered, as she was unsure of Gu Guodong's intentions, thinking they lacked nothing at home. Clothes. We can't be too casual on a wedding day. We should at least dress appropriately, Gu Guodong explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyu's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, shyly responding with a soft demo. The workers in the workshop and the busy technicians nearby erupted with teasing remarks upon hearing this. The news of Gu Guodong's impending marriage to Zhang Shuyu had already spread throughout the workshop, hence the playful uproar when Gu Guodong mentioned buying her clothes. Gu, don't forget to invite us when the time comes. Yes, Gu, we will definitely give you a generous red envelope. Gu Guodong smiled at the surrounding workers, assuring them. Rest assured, we will certainly host a banquet, and you will not be left out. Great. Gu is truly kind. The crowd cheered, as weddings in that era were typically quite simple. Most couples merely celebrated with close family over a decent meal. It was rare for anyone to host a banquet for colleagues and friends unless there were special reasons. Otherwise, it was generally avoided to prevent extravagance, as money was hard to come by during that period. However, everyone knew that Gu Guodong was affluent and generous, so a lavish feast was expected. Moreover, attending such a banquet would not incur significant costs, for Gu Guodong had mentioned before that contributions were voluntary and not to be overly scrutinized. Thus, this feast could essentially be seen as Gu Guodong treating everyone. At the department store, Gu Guodong and Zhang Shuyu strolled leisurely inside. However, their shopping priorities seemed quite different. Gu Guodong was focused on purchasing clothing and perhaps some skincare products for Zhang Shuyu, while Zhang Shuyu was contemplating a new wooden bed, a wash basin, a bright red quilt, and a thermos, along with essential items like a washboard, a feather duster, and a small broom. In the past, she would not have given such things a second thought. A bed and a quilt would have sufficed. However, now they were both employed, and should she succeed in her engineering examination in a few months, she would become a proud civil servant. Therefore, it was reasonable to improve their living conditions, especially since they were now earning salaries and aware that their future income would only increase. This time, Zhang Shuyu decided to indulge a little, not hesitating to make purchases as she once might have. First, they bought new sheets and blankets, followed by various household items like a new kerosene lamp. With so many purchases, they made several trips back and forth, leaving the neighbors in the courtyard astonished. Thankfully, the tickets given by Deputy Director Li were comprehensive, covering everything. Otherwise, they would have found it quite challenging. They also bought a sewing machine and a radio, which left the residents of the courtyard filled with envy. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai watched Gu Guodong moving in and out with new possessions, his expression darkening to a near-black hue, especially when he saw Gu Guodong carrying a sewing machine and Zhang Shuyu with a radio. These were items he did not possess, and he couldn't believe that Gu Guodong had acquired them. With the trifecta nearly complete, he began to suspect that they might also be purchasing a watch. He was correct. Gu Guodong's final stop was indeed to buy a watch for Zhang Shuyu. In truth, Zhang Shuyu was somewhat bewildered. She had noted down the items they intended to buy on a piece of paper, crossing each one off as they made purchases. Now that everything was checked off, she wondered what else Gu Guodong had in mind. When she saw him leading her to the watch counter, her heart raced. Gu Guodong, surely we don't need to buy a watch? Gu Guodong playfully pinched Zhang Shuyu's nose. Silly girl, if we can buy it, I will certainly get you the best. Chapter 130. Gu Guodong buys a watch, and the deaf old lady pleads for Yi Zhonghai at the factory. Observing the two hesitating, the middle-aged saleswoman, clearly growing impatient, was about to express her frustration, but thought better of it upon glancing at the sign prohibiting the assault of customers. She forced a smile and asked, "Are you two comrades ready to make a purchase?" "Yes, here are our tickets and payment," Guodong replied, producing the prepared watch tickets and cash. Upon seeing Guodong present 2 watch tickets, the saleswoman was taken aback. In those days, expensive items required payment before viewing. If there was any uncertainty about the purchase, they would not display the merchandise. The saleswoman eyed him with surprise, evidently not anticipating that this young man would be so remarkable as to present 2 tickets. However, she felt no envy. "Take a look at this one," Guodong said, pointing to a Shanghai brand women's watch. "This one is for your partner, right? Good taste. Young man. Here, miss, try it on." The saleswoman handed over the watch, and after trying it on, Zhang Shuyu felt it fit perfectly. "So do you like it?" "Yes. It's quite nice. We'll take this watch." Guodong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Guodong selected a distinguished men's watch, and with that, the two returned home in high spirits. Throughout the journey, the smile on Zhang Shuyu's face was unwavering. She felt that today was the happiest day of her life. Not only had they indulged in shopping, but she also acquired a watch, along with her long-desired quilt and some nourishing cream. "Thank you, Brother Guodong," Zhang Shuyu exclaimed joyfully. "Oh, you silly girl. Why so formal with me? How do you intend to express your gratitude? I've heard that in ancient times, esteemed young ladies would offer their bodies in return." Guodong teased. Blushing at his jest, Zhang Shuyu retorted, "Ah, Brother Guodong, I shall not entertain you any longer." With that, she quickened her pace ahead. Guodong chuckled heartily and hurried after her. The next morning, after having breakfast, the pair rode their bicycles toward the steel mill. Just a few hundred meters from the entrance, they spotted 3 familiar figures on the road. Zhonghai, leaning on a cane, accompanied by a woman supporting a deaf elderly lady. Ding ding ding. Guodong promptly rang his bicycle bell. Had it been anyone else, he would have circumvented them without hesitation. Yet, when faced with these individuals, he felt no inclination to veer off course. Upon hearing the bell, the 3 ahead wore expressions of confusion. "This road is so wide. Can't he just go around?" Zhonghai was about to turn and scold them when the woman remarked, "It's Guodong." At that, both Zhonghai and the deaf elderly lady quickly stepped aside. Despite having moved at a snail's pace moments before, they now leapt aside with the agility of rabbits. As Guodong rode past with Zhang Shuyu, it took Zhonghai a moment to regain his composure to curse. "That little rascal lacks any morals. He doesn't even understand the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. He will surely face retribution one day." The deaf elderly lady remained silent, but glared at the retreating figures with a dark expression, even after they had traveled some distance. Guodong could still feel the resentful gaze lingering behind him. "Brother Guodong, it seems Zhonghai and the others are bringing the elderly lady to the steel mill." Zhang Shuyu suddenly commented from behind. "Yes, it's likely related to Zhonghai's work. After such a significant incident yesterday, even if factory director Yang wished to protect him, it would be challenging. Moreover, he probably won tea," Guodong replied. "Do you think anything will happen?" Zhang Shuyu inquired. "Rest assured, Shuyu, before long, your Guodong will be on par with that surname Yang. What do you think could transpire?" "All right, we've arrived. Let us dismount." With that, they reached the steel mill, where workers began greeting them warmly. After a considerable delay, Zhonghai and the deaf elderly lady finally arrived at the steel mill. As a formal punishment regarding Zhonghai had yet to be issued, the security department did not obstruct their entry. Upon clarifying the purpose of the elderly lady's visit, they were allowed to proceed. In the factory director's office, Director Yang sat with a furrowed brow, seemingly preoccupied with troubling thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed from his office door. "Come in." With a creak, he looked up as his assistant entered to report, "Director, Zhonghai has brought an elderly lady to see you. They are in the waiting room. Please let them in," Director Yang instructed, appearing unsurprised by their arrival. When Zhonghai entered with the deaf elderly lady, Director Yang stood and said, "Madam, what brings you to my office today?" "Director, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. I was overconfident and should not have damaged the machinery. I beg your forgiveness." Zhonghai lowered his head, speaking with a tone of humility. "Oh," Director Yang replied coldly, seemingly disinclined to engage further. "All right, Zhonghai, you may step outside. I need to speak with the director privately." At that moment, the deaf elderly lady suddenly grasped Zhonghai's clothing. "Very well, madam." Zhonghai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced, joining the woman in the waiting room. Once Zhonghai had exited, Director Yang assisted the deaf elderly lady to a sofa and personally poured her a glass of water. "What brings you here to our steel mill today, madam?" The elderly lady, not one to be coy, promptly sipped her water and stated, "Director Yang, I trust that Deputy Director Lin informed you of yesterday's events. Given the circumstances, could you consider showing leniency?" The deaf elderly lady wasted no time and directly addressed the matter. Hearing her words, Director Yang pondered for a moment before replying, "Madam, Deputy Director Qian has already briefed me on the situation. However, it is undeniable that Yi Zhonghai acted improperly." The elderly lady's heart sank at his dismissal. Before she could respond, Director Yang continued, "Initially, I intended to allow Master Yi to restore his credibility and possibly lift his punishment. But who would have thought he would directly damage the machinery? We had only just managed to reclaim that equipment, although it can be repaired. Failing to address Yi Zhonghai's actions would surely undermine my authority, and I would find it challenging to proceed, so I hope you can understand, madam." Ultimately, he contacted someone to assess the machinery, which turned out to be only a minor issue. Simply replacing a small part would suffice. However, the incident had significant repercussions. As Director Yang's words trailed off, the deaf elderly lady produced an item and placed it on the table. Chapter 131, The Disciplinary Outcome. Yi Zhonghai was demoted to a Level 1 technician while the others prepared to turn against him. "Director Yang, I implore you to show mercy to Zhonghai this once. He has served in the factory for many years. While he may not have made great contributions, he has certainly endured hardships. Wouldn't you agree?" The deaf elderly lady smiled as she gently nudged the item on the table forward. As Director Yang's gaze fell upon the glimmering golden fish, his heart raced, and he found himself gasping for breath. The atmosphere fell silent, save for the sound of the elderly lady sipping water and Director Yang's heavy breaths. The elderly lady remained patient, confident that Director Yang would acquiesce to her request. After nearly a minute of internal deliberation, Director Yang finally spoke, "Very well, madam. I will grant you this favor." His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes reddened, as though he had made a significant resolution. He reached out to place the golden fish into his drawer, then turned away from his seat, standing by the window to take several deep breaths in an effort to compose himself. After gathering his composure, he returned to his chair. "All right, madam. I will allow Master Yi to remain with us. However, he cannot retain his status as a Level 8 technician." Director Yang stated firmly. "He must start anew as a Level 1 technician, but Master Yi's skills are undeniable. He can simply reapply for assessment. In a few years, he will once again be a Level 8 technician." Upon hearing this, the deaf elderly lady sighed, but securing his position was still a positive outcome. As Director Yang mentioned, he could eventually be promoted again. It would merely entail enduring a few years of hardship. Fortunately, Yi Zhonghai had saved a considerable sum over the years, so they would manage. "Thank you, Director Yang," the elderly lady said as she rose to express her gratitude. Director Yang waved his hand, signaling for her not to be so formal. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, he dismissed her. Once the elderly lady departed, Director Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been troubled all night, even sprouting a few more gray hairs. Thankfully, the expert's assessment indicated it was merely a minor issue. Moreover, due to its recent purchase, this repair can be executed with reduced costs. At last, I can rest easy. Director Yang contemplated for a moment before placing a call to the Human Resources Department, requesting their presence. "Let us go, Zhonghai, it's resolved. However, you must start again as a Level 1 worker." Upon exiting, the deaf old lady addressed Yi Zhonghai and an elderly woman waiting nearby. Her demeanor upon emergence starkly contrasted her earlier state. She appeared notably dejected. "That's wonderful. Thank you, madam." Yi Zhonghai expressed his gratitude promptly, finally feeling a sense of relief. The thought of being dismissed was indeed dire. Yet a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. "But I am already receiving Level 1 worker benefits. How can this be?" The deaf old lady cast him a sidelong glance and shook her head. "You will begin anew as a Level 1 worker." "What?" Both Yi Zhonghai and the elderly woman were taken aback by this revelation. However, Yi Zhonghai quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Madam, are you suggesting that I must climb the ladder once more?" Observing Yi Zhonghai's discontent, the deaf old lady scolded him in frustration. "Retaining your job is already a blessing. You can aspire to those positions later. Isn't this far better than losing your employment altogether?" Following her reprimand, Yi Zhonghai bowed his head, feeling a sense of disgruntlement. The prospect of retracing his steps filled him with dismay, rendering him taciturn, primarily out of fear of failing the assessments. Yesterday, he had attempted some processing and recognized that the impact of his injured leg was far more significant than he had anticipated. With the reassessment looming, he feared he might not even pass as a Level 6 worker. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his concerns, merely supporting himself as he followed the old lady. "Madam, How did you persuade Director Yang? The elderly woman suddenly inquired. The deaf old lady hesitated, then replied, "Some things are better left unasked." With that, she resumed her forward stride. For reasons unknown, Yi Zhonghai sensed that after uttering those words, the old lady seemed to stoop even more. Had it been anyone else, she would surely have withheld assistance this time. However, due to the care Yi Zhonghai and the elderly woman had shown her, coupled with her awareness of her dwindling years, she chose to reveal a fragment of her secret to aid him. These were matters she had intended to carry to her grave, perhaps leaving a trace for Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu before her departure. Yet, given the circumstances, if she did not extend her help, her future days would likely be fraught with difficulty. Without Yi Zhonghai's support, the respect she garnered in the courtyard would dwindle significantly. Thus, her decision was motivated more by self-preservation than altruism. Not long after Yi Zhonghai and the others exited the factory, the broadcast of the steel mill resonated, announcing the decision regarding Yi Zhonghai's situation, the revocation of his Level 8 machinist status, commencing anew as a Level 1 machinist. The announcement elicited a mixture of reactions. Some rejoiced, while others lamented, with a few even covertly applauding. Predominantly, joy prevailed, with only two individuals, He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu, feeling dismay. He Yuzhu had heard of the previous day's events and was astonished by Yi Zhonghai's unfortunate turn of fate, particularly regarding the damage inflicted upon the new workbench. Now, demoted to Level 1 machinist, it might have repercussions within the courtyard. Qin Huairu's situation was similarly precarious. Their household relied on Yi Zhonghai's monthly supplement of 20 yuan. What if he decided to withdraw it in the future? No, she needed to find a new objective. She could not afford to remain idle. The most jubilant were Lu Haizhong and Su Damao. Lu Haizhong had previously been on guard against Yi Zhonghai's potential resurgence to reclaim his former status, which would threaten his standing. Now that Yi Zhonghai was relegated to a Level 1 machinist, his concerns dissipated. He could focus solely on ousting Yan Bugue. Su Damao in the office shared a similar sentiment. He had contemplated running for the position of the overseer during the upcoming elections, but the long-standing prestige of the three elder supervisors had deterred him. Now, with Yi Zhonghai's predicament, an opportunity had presented itself. Resolute, Su Damao planned to report the situation to the street office shortly. Guodong, upon hearing of Yi Zhonghai's punishment, was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the deaf old lady possessed such capabilities. He wondered what sort of clandestine arrangement she had brokered with Director Yang to secure Yi Zhonghai's position. Yi Zhonghai would undoubtedly be reluctant to remain a Level 1 machinist. He would aspire to ascend. Coincidentally, the upcoming evaluations for technician and worker levels were approaching. Yi Zhonghai would surely enlist, presenting an opportunity for Guodong to maneuver. Chapter 132. Sister Qin had forgotten about my situation due to her busyness. I hold no ill will towards her. Within the steel mill, machinery roared as everyone worked with fervor. Today, Yi Zhonghai returned to work, despite his legs not having fully healed. Yet, for the sake of sustenance, he had no choice but to attend. After a period of unemployment, his hands had begun to grow clumsy. With the level examinations looming next month, he needed to reacquaint himself with the operations. More importantly, he aimed to assist Qin Huairu in her endeavors. A minor Level 2 machinist assessment should pose no challenge for him, even with his injury. However, Qin Huairu's relatively short tenure made her prospects less certain. Therefore, Yi Zhonghai resolved to personally mentor her in the requisite skills to ensure her success in the evaluation. In the past, he might have allowed Qin Huairu to progress at her own pace, but circumstances had shifted. Now, as a Level 1 machinist, he recognized the necessity of elevating her qualifications for their future. By enhancing her income, he could alleviate the financial burden on the Jia family and increase the likelihood of her caring for him in the future. As his leg faltered, Yi Zhonghai occasionally leaned against Qin Huairu for support. This was quite significant. Although he lacked the ability to father children, he remained a man in every sense. Each time he drew near to Qin Huairu, the unique fragrance of a married woman wafted into his nostrils, stirring emotions within him. Particularly, her pregnancy had endowed her with a fuller figure, flushed cheeks, and eyes glistening with a watery sheen, which further ignited his desires. Yi Zhonghai could not help but swallow hard, a scene that did not escape the notice of Guodong, who was inspecting the various workshops. Meanwhile, He Yuzhu sat in the back kitchen's break area, smoking and pondering his life. The last time Qin Huairu visited the kitchen, she mentioned that when Ran Shiyue came for a home visit, she would invite him along for introductions. Yet, he had waited in vain. After some contemplation, he decided to inquire further. Thus, during the lunch break, he intercepted Qin Huairu as she was leaving with her meal. Sister Qin, wait a moment. What is it? Silly Zhu? Is there something you need? Upon seeing He Yuzhu halt her, Qin Huairu greeted him with a smile. Nothing much, just noticed your portion seems a bit scant. So I thought I'd give you a bit more. He Yuzhu said, extending his meal box towards her, which he had purchased with his own meal ticket. Qin Huairu's eyes brightened. Oh, I couldn't possibly. Why not? There is no need to be modest, Sister Qin. I haven't brought you all a meal box in ages. Consider this a small compensation, He Yuzhu replied with a slightly bashful grin. Seeing Qin Huairu smile at him once more made his heart race. Ah, thank you, Zhuzi. Dongxiu is still at home waiting for me. I shall take my leave now. Wait a moment, Sister Qin. He Yuzhu suddenly recalled that there was an important matter yet to be addressed. What is it? Speak up, Zhuzi. Why are you so hesitant? Seeing He Yuzhu's hesitation, Qin Huairu couldn't help but tease him with a laugh. I just wanted to ask you about the last time, when Teacher Ran came for home visit. You mentioned she would introduce me to something. He Yuzhu spoke somewhat awkwardly. Oh dear, how could I forget? Qin Huairu slapped her smooth forehead and looked apologetically at He Yuzhu. I'm so sorry, Zhuzi. I've been swamped lately and completely overlooked this matter. When Teacher Ran visited last time, I was too preoccupied with discussing the issue about bonging. She sighed. The school still does not permit bonging to return to school. But don't worry. I will arrange to meet Teacher Ran again and will certainly bring it up next time. Huh? Upon hearing that Qin Huairu had forgotten about the matter, He Yuzhu felt a bit dazed. He had intended to say something further, but Qin Huairu had already walked away with her food. Unbeknownst to him, once she was out of sight, her previously cheerful expression darkened significantly. In truth, she had merely been placating He Yuzhu and did not genuinely intend to introduce him to Ran Xiuyue. After all, who else would assist her in the future? Initially, she thought that He Yuzhu would forget about this matter in a few days. She did not anticipate that he would still be pondering it. It seemed she needed to rethink her strategy. While she was contemplating her approach, He Yuzhu was also devising a plan. He suddenly felt that this matter needed to be re-strategized. It was not that he disbelieved Sister Qin, but rather that she had indeed been quite busy lately, also caring for Jia Dongxiu. Meanwhile, he had worked at the factory and was preoccupied with issues concerning bonging. It was understandable that she might forget about his affairs. Thus, he decided to think of a solution himself. Otherwise, Sister Qin might forget again next time due to her busyness. After much contemplation, he settled on a target, the current Mr. Yin Bugui. Yin Bugui was also a teacher at Hongxing Primary School and a colleague of Ran Xiuyue. With his introduction, it should not pose any problem. Resolute in his decision, He Yuzhu then proceeded to request leave from the cafeteria director. During this request, his demeanor was notably humble and deferential, a stark contrast to his previous attitude of indifference. The cafeteria director appreciated He Yuzhu's newfound respectfulness, given that he previously would often leave without a word. Consequently, the cafeteria director did not make things difficult and granted his request. Currently, Ma Hua and Fatty in the back kitchen were capable of managing independently. He Yuzhu's presence was inconsequential. Unless Director Yang personally insisted on having He Yuzhu cook, it made no difference whether he was there or not. However, if Director Yang were to seek him out, it was no longer his concern, as he had now fully aligned himself with Vice Director Li. Moreover, Vice Director Li had assured him that a small cafeteria would be established at the Research Institute, which could potentially include him, alleviating his fear of Director Yang. After securing his leave, He Yuzhu hurried to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. While he and Qin Huairu were busy devising plans, they were unaware that Guodong was also strategizing on his end. Earlier, while dining, Guodong had overheard their conversation and was contemplating how to exploit the situation for his own benefit. Upon arriving at the cooperative, He Yuzhu purchased some local specialties before heading directly to Hongxing Primary School. Knowing that Yin Bugui had a penchant for small favors, he had prepared a few items to present to him, hoping for his assistance in making connections. When he arrived at Hongxing Primary School, he fortuitously encountered Yin Bugui returning from the restroom. He rushed forward, calling out, Uncle Yin, wait a moment. Hearing someone call out to him, Yin Bugui paused in his tracks. Isn't this silly Zhu? What brings you to our school? Do you need my assistance with something? Upon hearing He Yuzhu address him as uncle, Yin Bugui realized that He Yuzhu must be seeking his help. After all, this was the first time He Yuzhu had ever called him that since Yin Bugui had assumed this role. You see right through me, Uncle Yin. I indeed have a favor to ask today, He Yuzhu admitted without hesitation. So you finally come to seek my help. Yin Bugui beamed with joy, as it was a rare occasion for He Yuzhu, who usually ignored him, to come asking for assistance. This was an opportunity. Speak, what is it? Uncle Yin, you know there's that teacher Ran at school, the one who was previously Bonging's homeroom teacher. I would like you to introduce me to her. He Yuzhu confessed a bit shyly. Huh, silly Zhuyu? With your rugged appearance, do you think that delicate teacher Ran would be interested in someone like you? Yin Bugue looked at He Yuzhu in surprise. He Yuzhu was typically unkempt and slovenly. It was hard to imagine that someone like Ran Shiyue would take an interest in him. Uncle, you underestimate me. I've actually met teacher Ran before. We're just not very familiar, which is why I hope you can make an introduction. He Yuzhu continued earnestly. Moreover, whether she finds me appealing or not can only be determined through conversation. Wouldn't you agree? Silly Zhu, matters like this are not easily resolved. Yin Bugue remarked with a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. I understand, Uncle Yin. I've done my research. Teacher Ran's parents are both educators, coming from a well-educated family with good conditions. However, I also have my advantages. You see, I have a stable income, and there's no burden on my family. Frankly speaking, I could even marry into her family, right? It wouldn't be easy for her to find someone like me, don't you think? He Yuzhu persuasively argued, then turned to produce a bag of goods. Look, Uncle, I prepared a gift for teacher Ran. While I may not understand foreign gifts, I know our local specialties well. Take a look at these local delicacies. They're not easy to come by. Please help me deliver them to her, he said, attempting to hand over the bag to Yin Bugue. Well, silly Zhu, I still have classes to attend. Yin Bugue instinctively recoiled from the offering. Please, Uncle, don't be in such a rush. There's one for you as well. Just hold on to it for now. Upon hearing that there was also something for him, Yin Bugue smiled satisfactorily and accepted the bag of local specialties. Then, He Yuzhu produced another bag. Uncle, I'm aware of your family situation. With so many people relying on your single income, it's tough. Although your eldest son has found work, it hasn't eased your burden much. But please don't misunderstand. This is not a bribe. It's simply a gesture of respect, he said, handing over the second bag filled with potatoes, tomatoes, and eggs. Yin Bugue's face lit up at the sight of the bounty. He realized that He Yuzhu was offering him a form of benefit. This was enough food for his family for several days. He had recently been short on cash to buy a bicycle and was contemplating borrowing money. Now, with this unexpected gift, he could save money for the bike. Silly Zhu, you're too kind. You didn't need to bring all this. Had I known you were so earnest, I would have helped you introduce her sooner. I thought you weren't interested in dating. Yin Bugue chuckled. No, uncle. Please don't refuse my goodwill. This is my sincere intention. If you help me connect with teacher Ran, I promise to treat you to drinks. He Yuzhu eagerly insisted. Leave this matter to me. You need not worry. Yin Bugue joyfully accepted the pile of items that He Yuzhu had given him. And after idly chatting for a while, he finally made his way to the office. Once He Yuzhu departed, Yin Bugue resumed his calculations. Finding a partner was no simple task. He Yuzhu had made a request of him and had rewarded him handsomely. If he were to make a few more requests, it might very well improve his household's circumstances for an entire month. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the bag of local specialties that He Yuzhu intended for Ran Shiyue. Upon seeing it, Yin Bugue could not help but entertain some schemes. Such items were not typically available for purchase, nor did he possess any at home. If he could manage to bring them back. As this thought crossed his mind, Yin Bugue's eyes sparkled with excitement. After settling this matter, He Yuzhu was undeniably in high spirits, humming a tune as he walked, his face beaming with a broad smile. His steps were light, as if he might take flight at any moment, all while daydreaming about the splendid life that awaited him. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, he fortuitously encountered Qin Huairu, who was returning home from work. Zhuzi, have you encountered some delightful news? You're smiling like a blooming flower. Qin Huairu couldn't resist inquiring upon seeing He Yuzhu's jubilance. Don't trouble yourself about that matter, Sister Qin. What matter? Oh, it's about teacher Ran. I asked an elder for help, and he is going to speak on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu quickly understood. An elder? Yin Bugue? You must have spent quite a bit, haven't you? Qin Huairu shot him a teasing glance. Oh, not much, it's worth it. He Yuzhu felt an overwhelming sense of ease and joy. Hey, silly Zhu, what has got you so cheerful? At that moment, Su Damao sauntered over from the alley, having overheard their conversation. What is it to you? Why are you prying? He Yuzhu waved his hand dismissively upon seeing Su Damao. Hey, I am merely curious. Su Damao retorted, striding inside. Just wait until I become the head of affairs in a couple of days. Let us see how you maintain that attitude. Su Damao thought to himself. Earlier, he had visited the street office to report the disciplinary action against Yi Zhonghai. He vehemently argued that Yi Zhonghai was no longer suitable for the position of head of affairs, hoping for a re-election. The director of the street office had also indicated they were aware of the situation and were preparing to revoke Yi Zhonghai's position, planning to announce it in the following days. Upon learning this, Su Demao returned to the courtyard in high spirits, ready to prepare for the upcoming election. Who would have thought he would stumble upon He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu conversing at the gate, only to be met with disdain? This added another entry to He Yuzhu's list of grievances against him, and he vowed to settle the score once he became the head of affairs. How about it, Shiyu? Does my voice sound similar? Chapter 134. Guodong's voice changed to deceive He Yuzhu and Yi Zhonghai. After dinner that evening, Guodong took out the voice changer he had won in a lottery. He began to adjust it. After a series of manipulations, he finally mastered the device. Now, through the voice changer, Guodong was imitating Qin Huairu's voice. It sounds remarkably similar, Brother Guodong, Zhang Shuyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement as she marveled at Guodong's ingenuity. Brother Guodong, why do you want to imitate Qin Huairu's voice? Zhang Shuyu asked, perplexed. Hee. You'll find out soon enough, Guodong replied with a smug smile, choosing not to answer her question, instead speaking in a mysterious tone. He then took a small stool, seated himself by the window, and kept a watchful eye on Yi Zhonghai's residence. As soon as he saw an elder lady leaving her home and heading towards the backyard, Guodong stealthily approached Yi Zhonghai's door, using the voice changer to mimic Qin Huairu's voice. Master, there are still some things I haven't learned today. Could you please come to the cellar to teach me a bit more and share some precautions? After speaking, Guodong quietly retreated. Inside, Yi Zhonghai was massaging his leg, hoping for a swift recovery when he suddenly heard what he believed to be Qin Huairu's voice. Startled by the content of her words, he hurriedly leaned on his crutch and made his way over to investigate. However, he was too slow. By the time he reached the door, Guodong had already returned to his own room. Yi Zhonghai was left bewildered, rapidly analyzing what Qin Huairu's words might imply. If it were a matter of skill, she could easily inquire during the day. Otherwise, there wasn't much guidance he could offer at this moment. Did it concern something else? His thoughts drifted back to the scent he had noticed on Qin Huairu earlier that day, igniting a spark of desire within him. Previously, he had always interacted with Qin Huairu in a mentor-like manner, but today, as he had guided her closely in her craft, he had experienced a glimpse of her feminine allure for the first time. He finally understood why He Yuzhu was so infatuated with Qin Huairu. Now, faced with the prospect of her invitation to the cellar, he found himself at a crossroads, unsure of whether to accept or decline, though it seemed that either choice led to the same outcome. Zhonghai, what are you thinking? Upon returning, the elder lady noticed Yi Zhonghai's dazed expression, a faint blush on his cheeks, and a hint of drool at the corner of his mouth. She gently nudged him. Huh? Oh, nothing, just lost in thought. Yi Zhonghai stammered, realizing he had been so preoccupied that he hadn't even noticed his wife had returned. He instinctively compared her to Qin Huairu and quickly dismissed the thought. It was hardly a fair comparison, leading him to shoot an irritated glance at the elder lady. He then turned away, feigning to massage his leg while continuing to indulge in his fantasies. Meanwhile, Guodong approached He Yuzhu's door, once more using the voice changer. Zhuzi, I've been rather busy lately and haven't been able to assist you. I'm sorry. To make amends, would you come to the cellar tonight? Dress a bit more lightly, will you? As soon as Guodong finished speaking, He Yuzhu's door swung open within 3 seconds. Luckily, Guodong was quick on his feet and vanished in an instant. Otherwise, he might have been discovered. He Yuzhu's face turned crimson, disbelief washing over him as his heart raced like a drum, feeling as though he had just committed some misdeed. Is this an illusion? He murmured to himself. After closing the door, He Yuzhu paced back and forth in his room, unable to calm himself. The earlier words had sparked a whirlwind of imagination within him. I must have been dreaming, right? It has to be a dream, surely. After contemplating for a while, He Yuzhu concluded this to be the case. He then prepared to lie back down and sleep. Yet once he did, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to find rest. His mind kept replaying those words. This is merely my imagination. It must be. He repeatedly reassured himself, yet he could not quell his thoughts. The memory of their physical contact when he and Qin Huairu had picked up Jia Dongshu lingered vividly in his mind. Overwhelmed by his thoughts, He Yuzhu shivered. After a long while, he swallowed hard and quickly changed his undergarments, all the while contemplating whether he should go to the cellar tonight or not. It seemed he had no real choice. Either option felt the same. Brother Guodong, you're so wicked. After listening to Guodong's plan, Zhang Shuyu blushed and remarked, you can't blame me for this. It's their own folly. Guodong chuckled in response, relishing the rare opportunity to manipulate the two individuals. He had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards these beasts from the very beginning, a grudge that seemed irreconcilable. Since reconciliation was out of the question, he resolved to devise a way to make their lives unbearable. At that moment, Guodong was concocting a potion, an ephemeral mist that could plunge a person into a state of disarray for a brief period. The effects were fleeting, lasting only 2 to 3 minutes. Yet it was potent enough to induce temporary confusion and provoke involuntary physical reactions, all without the risk of detection. As the moonlight deepened, Yi Zhonghai made a pretense of needing to use the restroom, gingerly emerging with the aid of a cane. An elderly woman initially offered to assist him, considering his current physical limitations, but he firmly declined. She acquiesced, reasoning that a trip to the lavatory posed no danger. Once outside, Yi Zhonghai remained oblivious to the shadow, trailing him silently. Soon, he arrived at the cellar, limping down the stairs with the aid of his cane. Guodong, concealed in a shadowy corner, patiently awaited He Yuzhu's arrival. He was confident that He Yuzhu would not fail to show up. Given his character, he would undoubtedly come to investigate, especially since Sister Qin had mentioned it. As anticipated, after only a few minutes, Guodong spotted a furtive figure approaching. With his keen eyesight, he recognized He Yuzhu and nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the lad dressed solely in a tank top and shorts. Once He Yuzhu stealthily entered the cellar, Guodong swiftly activated the mist and tossed it inside, simultaneously igniting a string of firecrackers. Chapter 135. The humiliation of Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu. As He Yuzhu crept into the cellar, an unsettling sensation washed over him. A faint odor reminiscent of body odor lingered in the air, starkly contrasting with Sister Qin's delightful fragrance. He then heard a series of rolling sounds, as if something was tumbling across the ground, accompanied by a peculiar aroma. Despite his confusion, he cautiously proceeded, driven by curiosity about the bizarre situation. Upon entering the cellar, Yi Zhonghai a kerosene lamp. Finding it empty, he settled into a corner to await developments. His mind wandered through countless possibilities, all inevitably leading to thoughts of an encounter with Qin Huairu. Though he recognized the impropriety of such thoughts, he could not help but indulge them, especially considering his lack of heirs. He firmly believed that any issue lay with the elderly woman and not with him. The sudden prospect of potentially having descendants stirred something within him, an undeniable temptation. Yet, he dared not confirm anything, opting to observe the unfolding events. As he continued to ruminate, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from above, followed by the enticing scent wafting down. His heart raced, and the clarity of his desires sharpened. This girl has even used such fragrant perfume. It seems my suspicions were correct. Qin Huairu desires something more with me. With that thought, he inhaled deeply, causing his head to spin. He Yuzhu, too, was entranced by the enchanting aroma, causing the world around him to blur into a dreamlike haze. Overcome with heat, he hesitated not a moment longer and stripped off his only garment, the tank top, before stepping further into the cellar. Bathed in the dim light, he finally laid eyes on the object of his longing, Sister Qin. Under the warm glow of the kerosene lamp, she appeared stunningly alluring, her form mature and curvaceous. Albeit slightly robust, clad in a white tank top, her arms bare, He Yuzhu felt his heart threaten to burst with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to embrace her. Simultaneously, Yi Zhonghai witnessed Qin Huairu descending the cellar stairs, tossing aside her tank top. He intended to feign indignation, but was quickly overwhelmed as she ran toward him and enveloped him in her arms. Under the influence of a mist, He Yuzhu and Yi Zhonghai found themselves locked in an embrace. At that moment, Guodong ignited the firecrackers and hastily retreated. The resounding crackle shattered the tranquility of the courtyard, startling every household awake as they rushed outside to investigate the commotion. Soon, a throng of curious onlookers gathered at the cellar entrance. What happened? What is going on? Lu Haizhong, ever the eager participant in any event, was the first to inquire. I don't know, Uncle Air, perhaps there is an intruder? Should we go down and check? Just then, Yin Bugue arrived at the cellar entrance, and after a brief discussion, they sent their sons down first. Before long, they reached the cellar. The first to descend, Lu Guangtian, was so shocked by the scene before him that he ran back out in fright. What is happening? The brothers Yin Jiefeng, and Yin Jiecheng, startled by Lu Guangtian's scream, quickly followed suit. You gotta see for yourself, Lu Guangtian exclaimed, pointing back. Peering into the dim light, the Yin brothers gasped in horror and dashed back outside. What is going on? What is happening? Seeing their sons emerge in a panic, Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue quickly intercepted them. Uncle Yi and Shaju are down there embracing. Lu Guangtian stammered. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. An elderly woman rushed past them, plunging into the cellar. Upon seeing the scene, she muttered, "It's over," before collapsing to the ground, her mind blank. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu slowly regained their senses, the reality of their situation dawning upon them. They were not fools. They understood what had transpired, yet they were bewildered, unable to fathom how they ended up in such an embrace. Stumbling out of the cellar, they paid no heed to the collapsed woman, still reeling from the shock as they listened to the brothers Liu and Yin recount the startling events in the courtyard. Suddenly, He Yuzhu emerged, bare-chested and clad only in shorts, followed closely by a visibly distressed Yi Zhonghai. The sight left the onlookers momentarily speechless, their doubt evaporating as the truth of the situation became undeniable. He Yuzhu walked forth like a specter, his eyes glazed and devoid of awareness. As Qin Huairu passed by, she caught a mechanical glance from Yi Zhonghai, who said nothing and continued his way home. Similarly, Yi Zhonghai was no better off, walking robotically outside, and when he passed by Qin Huairu, he too turned his head mechanically to glance at her. Neither uttered a word, both silently heading towards their respective homes. This strange behavior left the residents puzzled, all eyes fixated on Qin Huairu, eager to decipher the situation. Qin Huairu, equally bewildered, hastily remarked, "Everyone, please don't look at me. I have no idea what is going on." After a prolonged silence, someone finally broke it, stating, "So it's true that Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu are fond of men." Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly recalled the scandal involving Yi Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and He Yuzhu from some time ago, sending chills down their spines. Subsequently, their gazes shifted to Liu Haizhong. "Don't look at me. I had nothing to do with this," Liu Haizhong stammered defensively, not wishing to be embroiled in such matters again. Ding. Skill points credited, 120, current total, 210. Chapter 136, Payday, Inciting Beastly Jealousy. Today, the steel mill buzzed with excitement. The reason for the commotion was simple. It was payday. As the announcement echoed through the speakers, workers from various workshops began to collect their wages in batches. When Guodong and Zhang Shuyu arrived, a long queue had already formed ahead of them. "So many people, Brother Guodong," exclaimed Zhang Shuyu, her cheeks flushed with excitement. It was her first time receiving a salary, making her particularly elated. In this era, having a job and earning one's own wages was indeed an honor. "Indeed, I didn't expect such a turnout," Gu Guodong observed, noting the crowd ahead. Having received his wages once before, he remained relatively composed. Coincidentally, he noticed that familiar faces from the courtyard were also present. However, their positions were rather peculiar. Su Demao, Liu Haizhong, and Qin Huairu stood in the middle, while Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu occupied the front and rear. Since the incident in the cellar a couple of days prior, He Yuzhu and Yi Zhonghai had not exchanged a single word. Although both were aware that something was amiss that day, they could not delve further into it. The incident had also spread within the factory. Engaging in inappropriate relationships was a serious matter, yet their entanglement in same-sex affairs, coupled with Director Yang's efforts to suppress the issue, had not caused much of an uproar. However, it did lead to some minor repercussions. As male workers and male cafeteria staff began to keep their distance from Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu, as if wary of contamination. Soon, it was their turn to collect their wages. "Master E, first-class fitter, salary 33 yuan. However, due to previous disciplinary actions, your pay will be adjusted to the apprentice level. This amounts to 18 yuan per month, and with an additional penalty, 2 months' wages will be deducted. There will be no salary for last month and this month. Please keep this receipt." Yi Zhonghai received the receipt with a dark expression. Was it really necessary to announce the details of his punishment so loudly? Observing the scene, Zhang Shuyu could not help but stifle a laugh, though she struggled to contain her amusement at Yi Zhonghai's murderous glare. This incident had indeed tarnished Yi Zhonghai's reputation, making him hesitant to meet anyone's gaze. Liu Haizhong, on the other hand, wore a look of schadenfreude. Having been oppressed by Yi Zhonghai for too long, he felt joy witnessing Yi Zhonghai's downfall. When Yi Zhonghai turned to see Liu Haizhong's grin, his anger flared. "Old Liu, don't forget, you promised to take my punishment for these 2 months. Hand over the 18 yuan later, or you'll regret it." Liu Haizhong's smile froze at this remark. Last month, he hadn't collected his wages due to Yi Zhonghai's absence from work because of an injury, and he hadn't given the money to Yi Zhonghai, thinking he had forgotten. Little did he know, Yi Zhonghai remembered perfectly. This meant he now owed Yi Zhonghai 36 yuan, making him feel as if a large chunk of flesh had been carved from him. Qin Huairu, apprentice worker, 18 yuan. Correct? Inquired Accountant Wang, looking at Qin Huairu. "Yes, that's right." Qin Huairu nodded, calmly accepting her wages and receipt. Yet, she did not leave. She was waiting for Yi Zhonghai to get his money, so he could give her the agreed-upon amount. Yi Zhonghai had promised to supplement their wages with 20 yuan each month, but he had yet to deliver. This time, she could not allow further delays. Lu Haizhong, 7th level fitter, monthly salary 84. 5 yuan, correct? The accountant continued, now addressing Lu Haizhong. That's right. Lu Haizhong, looking distressed, collected his money and turned around, only to find Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu staring intently at him, or more precisely, at the cash in his hands. Here you go. Lu Haizhong begrudgingly counted out 36 yuan and handed it to Yi Zhonghai. He had barely warmed the money in his hands before having to part with nearly half of it. Humph! Yi Zhonghai snorted coldly, accepting the money from Lu Haizhong, then pulled out 4 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Qin Huairu. Here you go, Huairu. This is the monthly supplement I promised you. Yi Zhonghai. I'm a man of my word. As he spoke, Yi Zhonghai's voice was notably loud, drawing the attention of those in line nearby. Although he felt an acute sense of loss as he uttered those words, he believed it was worth it. After all, the way people regarded him had shifted. There was now a hint of admiration in their gazes. This was his attempt to restore the image and persona he had lost. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Qin Huairu replied with a faint smile. At this moment, Su Demao had also finished collecting his wages but did not leave. He stood by, eager to witness the unfolding drama involving He Yuzhu. He Yuzhu, 7th level chef. Due to disciplinary action, your salary is now at the apprentice level, 18 yuan. Your position as head chef has been revoked, correct? The accountant continued. Yes, that is correct. He Yuzhu replied, his face darkened. Previously, he had enjoyed a comfortable life, knowing that he could provide for his family as long as he maintained his position as head chef. Now, stripped of that title, he could no longer bring home food for the Jia family and would have to spend his own money to buy ingredients. With no savings, he faced a grim reality. His family might not have enough to eat this month, only managing to drink water. However, he remained unfazed, for Director Yang had assured him that he had found a way to help him regain his position, and he only needed to endure for 1 more month. Zhang Shuyu, apprentice worker, 18 yuan. When it came to Zhang Shuyu, the accountant's demeanor was notably more cordial. Everyone knew that Guodong had become the most popular figure in the factory, and Zhang Shuyu was his partner. Accountant Wang, being affiliated with Deputy Factory Director Li, naturally treated Zhang Shuyu with greater courtesy. Thank you, Accountant Wang. Zhang Shuyu beamed as she accepted her first paycheck, her eyes sparkling with joy. Guodong, 9th level engineer, concurrently serving as Deputy Section Chief of the Engineering Department. Salary 102 yuan. The receipt is calculated based on the 8th level engineer's salary. When it was Guodong's turn, the accountant's attitude improved even further. Thank you, Accountant Wang. Guodong accepted the money and receipts without a second thought. He has considerable faith in the finance department, fearing to deceive himself. Upon hearing Guodong's astonishing salary, the remaining members of Yi Zhonghai's group were indignant. Why should he, who merely draws a few diagrams daily, earn such a fortune? It is utterly unjust. Chapter 137. Director Yang's flattering scheme. Su Demao's betrayal of He Yuzhu. After collecting his salary, He Yuzhu made his way to Director Yang's office. Today, Director Yang intended to take him somewhere, promising that if he performed well, he could avoid punishment. Director Yang, I'm here. Shall we depart? Upon reaching the office, He Yuzhu hastily inquired. Yes, let us go. The director then led He Yuzhu outside, ready to board his official vehicle. However, upon seeing who was in the car, He Yuzhu's expression soured. Oh, silly Zhu, are you coming along as well? The occupant of the vehicle was none other than Su Demao. The sight of Su Demao made He Yuzhu reluctant to get in. Silly Zhu, why are you dawdling? Hurry and get in. Noticing He Yuzhu's hesitation, Director Yang urged him on. With no alternative, He Yuzhu reluctantly climbed into the car. He needed to resolve his punishment swiftly, especially since he was about to go on a blind date with teacher Ran Xiuyue. If she discovered his disciplinary action, one could only imagine her thoughts. Before long, the vehicle arrived at a quaint villa. Remember, you two, once inside, speak little and focus on your tasks. Su Demao, prepare your film. He Yuzhu, ensure the food is ready while the leaders watch the movie. After disembarking, Director Yang instructed. The factory situation was evidently askew. He felt his authority waning in many areas. Yet, Deputy Director Li's words held weight, instilling a sense of crisis within Director Yang. Thus, he planned to flatter the leadership with Su Demao and He Yuzhu to solidify his own standing. As they conversed, a young man emerged from within. Director Yang, you've arrived. Yes, Secretary Chun. Has Director Wang arrived? He has been here for some time. Ah, I thought I was early. Director Yang replied with a smile. Allow me to introduce you. This is Chef He Yuzhu, and this is projectionist Su Damao. Please make arrangements for them. Both He Yuzhu and Su Damao nodded. However, Su Damao wore an obsequious expression, while He Yuzhu displayed visible impatience. Sitting beside Su Damao throughout the journey had made him quite uncomfortable. Auric, Director Young. You may enter first, Secretary Chen instructed, then turned to He Yuzhu and Su Damao. Chef He, please head to the kitchen to prepare. Su, bring me the projection equipment. Without uttering a word, He Yuzhu proceeded to the kitchen. Rest assured, Secretary Chen, I have prepared the film and guarantee it will satisfy the leaders. After He Yuzhu left, Su Damao Faventin Su, there is no need for your film. I have one here. Play mine. Su Damao's statement was abruptly interrupted by Secretary Chen's wave. Upon hearing this, Su Damao's eyes darted, and he quietly inquired, May I ask who the leader is? Do not inquire about what is not your concern. Simply prepare your film. Secretary Chen replied, his demeanor turning stern. Seeing Secretary Chen's reaction, Su Damao nodded, understanding. He then headed to the car to retrieve his projection equipment, his face alight with excitement. Although Secretary Chen did not disclose the leader's identity, Su Damao sensed that this leader was of considerable stature, and he was determined to make an impression. If he could be remembered by such a figure, it might just lead to his success. Upon entering the kitchen, He Yuzhu was elated by the array of ingredients and utensils. He resolved to exert himself fully today. However, instead of immediately cooking, he sat on a stool and leisurely lit a cigarette. Just as he did, a middle-aged woman approached him. Excuse me, chef, but please refrain from smoking. We do not allow it here. He Yuzhu was taken aback. He hadn't even taken a puff yet, and he was being asked to stop. However, as this was their territory, he felt it unwise to argue, begrudgingly extinguishing the cigarette. By the way, it seems you do not have sesame paste? He Yuzhu suddenly asked. What do you need sesame paste for? We brought you here to prepare Sichuan cuisine. The middle-aged woman frowned at He Yuzhu's inquiry. Cooking is my responsibility. Eating is yours. Ask what is necessary and refrain from the rest. He Yuzhu's mood soured further, leading to a sharper tone. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. She had encountered many leaders, yet never one with such an attitude. Truly, he was audacious. Nevertheless, as he was not from her establishment, having been invited by Director Yang of Hongqing Steel Plant, she chose to ignore him and exited. In the hot water? He Yuzhu, oblivious to his misstep, proceeded to retrieve tea leaves, preparing to brew a pot. He looked up only to realize she had departed without him noticing. Ultimately, he could only sit down disgruntled. Meanwhile, Su Damao, having set up his equipment, began tinkering. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman entered, prompting him to stand respectfully. Hello. Is there something you need? Oh, nothing much. The leader is in a meeting and will come to watch the film shortly. I wanted to check in on things. Rest assured, everything is in order. I have made all necessary adjustments, and the film will be ready as soon as the leader arrives. Su Damao assured her, then added, In the future, if you need any film shown, just let me know, and I will be at your service. Though he did not recognize the middle-aged woman, her presence suggested she was either the leader's wife or a relative. Winning her favor would be tantamount to winning the leader's. Thus, he thought that securing the position of deputy director of the publicity department might be within reach. The leader's wife, noticing Su Damao's amiable demeanor, which far surpassed that of the previous chef, smiled and asked, What is your name? I am Su Damao, 25 years old. He exclaimed with joy. You are certainly of a higher caliber than that chef. It's astonishing how vast the disparity is between individuals from the same factory. He seems utterly incompetent. I even question his ability to cook, the leader's wife sighed, evidently displeased with He Yuzhu's earlier demeanor. He is hardly capable, you know. We at the factory refer to him as Silly Zhu. He is perpetually daft and just recently received a reprimand. How could he possibly cook? Upon hearing the leader's wife's remarks, Su Damao did not hesitate to betray He Yuzhu. Chapter 138. The Overconfident Su Damao. Oh, is that so? The leader's wife was taken aback by Su Damao's revelation. She had not anticipated that the Hongqing Steel Plant would employ someone who had been reprimanded to prepare their meals. Indeed, our cafeteria's other two cooks produce far superior dishes than his, Su Damao asserted confidently. Recently, it has indeed come to everyone's attention that He Yuzhu's communal meals have become increasingly inferior compared to those prepared by Ma Hua and Fatty. The flavor of He Yuzhu's cooking has remained unchanged. Rather, it is Ma Hua and Fatty's culinary skills that have improved remarkably. The disparity is quite pronounced, as one can discern the difference with a mere taste. Some workers, and even the canteen director, have expressed their opinions, suggesting that He Yuzhu should refrain from preparing the communal meals. It is not that his cooking is subpar, but simply that it does not measure up to that of others. Furthermore, I must bring another matter to your attention. Su Damao, with a glint in his eye, continued. A new university graduate has recently joined our factory. His name is Guodong. He is now the deputy section chief of our engineering department. Let me tell you, he has taken advantage of his position to establish an independent workshop where the workers enjoy better compensation than the norm. He has even transferred his partner into that workshop to benefit from the perks. Don't you think this is favoritism? Su Damao feigned righteous indignation as he spoke. Ever since he learned about the independent workshop's generous benefits and Guodong's appointment as deputy section chief, he has been seething with discontent. Why should that young man be the one to ascend to such a position? He has always prided himself on being the most outstanding young individual in the courtyard, and seeing Guodong surpass him naturally left him dissatisfied. Consequently, when the opportunity to malign arose, he seized it without hesitation. Indeed, upon hearing the term favoritism, the wife of the high-ranking leader furrowed her brow. Isn't the factory director aware of this? How could he allow such nonsense to occur? Our factory director has been away on a business trip recently, so he is unaware of the situation. Oh, that makes sense. A person like that ought not to be retained. I shall speak to the chief immediately. After pondering Su Damao's words for a moment, the leader's wife nodded in agreement. With that, she strode purposefully towards the exit. Once she departed, a triumphant smile crept onto Su Damao's face. No need, I have heard enough. Just as the leader's wife had taken a few steps outside, Su Damao was met with a resonant voice that echoed through the room. For some inexplicable reason, he found the voice strikingly familiar, as if he had heard it before. When the high-ranking leader entered and Su Damao finally beheld his visage, his heart nearly ceased to beat. How could it be this leader? The leader had visited the steel mill on several occasions, and Su Damao had certainly witnessed Guodong engaging in amiable conversation with him. He would never have imagined that today's visitor would be from this esteemed household, especially after having spoken ill of Guodong in front of him. Was he not courting disaster? Su Damao's complexion turned pale as he stood frozen in place, unsure of where to place his hands. Leader, he stammered. Oomph. The leader let out a cold snort, flinging his sleeve as he turned to leave. Director Yang wore an equally grim expression. He believed that Su Damao was typically quite adept at navigating social interactions and conversing well with others. Why then? Was he disparaging someone today, particularly Guodong? Did he not realize that the higher-ups held Guodong in high regard? It appeared that bringing him along today had been an erroneous decision. If this were to implicate him, he would ensure that Su Damao faced the consequences. After casting a deep glance at Su Damao, Director Yang hastily pursued the leader. Upon witnessing the expression in Director Yang's eyes, Su Damao inwardly lamented his fate, collapsing onto a nearby chair. This was the end. He was finished. Not only would he not be promoted, but merely retaining his job would be a stroke of luck. Old Lu, what are you doing? Why are you so furious? I believe what that projectionist said holds some truth. The leader's wife remarked as she followed him into the study. We have just emerged from a difficult period. How can we allow favoritism? That young man he mentioned is clearly unfit. Bang! The leader slammed his hand on the table, clearly irritated. What do you understand? Do you know who that person is? It is the Guodong that I frequently mention, whom both Wang and Old Shun hold in high regard. Huh? It's him. No wonder the name sounded somewhat familiar. The leader's wife responded, astonished. She had heard her husband speak of this young man on numerous occasions, aware of his remarkable achievements. However, she still believed that he ought not to receive preferential treatment. While she acknowledged his excellence, such favoritism would only invite gossip. I have heard that he even transferred his partner into the workshop. Isn't that nepotism? Although the leader's wife had learned the truth, she still pressed on. Foolishness. His partner, Zhang Shuyu, may not be as exceptional as he is, but she is indeed a rare talent. She has already registered for the upcoming technician examination and, under Guodong's guidance, has now reached the level of a 12th grade technician. Do you think she was merely granted access to the independent workshop through nepotism? What you do not realize is that she is still earning an apprentice's salary while contributing far beyond that of a mere apprentice to the steel mill. The leader's wife was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to counter this argument. In any case, I do not favor this individual. Even if it is not Guodong he speaks of, disparaging someone behind their back is unequivocally unacceptable. A person who speaks ill of their co-workers cannot be of good character. With that, the leader stood and made his way outside. We shall not watch the film today. Old Yang, that projectionist of yours, Su Damao. Director Yang seized the moment to interject. I do not care what his name is. I do not wish to see him again. The leader responded, somewhat irate. Rest assured, I will address this matter seriously upon my return. Hearing the leader's words, Director Yang let out a sigh of relief. He knew he was in the clear, as long as Su Damao was dealt with. It was indeed better for him to face the consequences than for himself. Master He, why are you still sitting there? Have you not yet begun to prepare the meal? In the kitchen, Secretary Chen entered and saw He Yuzhu leisurely sipping tea. His tone tinged with urgency. Didn't he the leader say we would watch a movie first? A film lasts at least 2.5 hours. I have prepared the meal. Are we to let it cool? If it spoils, you will be held responsible. He Yuzhu replied nonchalantly, continuing to sip his tea. He had already made the necessary preparations in advance and only needed to cook as the film approached its conclusion. Chapter 139. I no longer wish to see these two individuals. No more watching. We shall eat first. That projectionist has angered the leader, Secretary Chen insisted, sounding anxious. What? Su Damao angered the leader? What happened? Upon hearing that Su Damao had offended the leader, He Yuzhu's expression brightened. At that moment, Secretary Chen realized he had misspoken. It's nothing. Don't ask questions, you Shun-Ti. Just focus on preparing the meal. The leader is waiting. All right, I shall begin. He Yuzhu placed the enamel basin on the table and commenced cooking. Learning that Su Damao had upset the leader lifted his spirits, and he approached his cooking with newfound vigor. Leader, the incident with the workbench was purely accidental. That Master E is also a long-standing employee of the factory. Therefore, I merely issued him a light penalty, planning to demote him for a year and then promote him again later. What do you think? At that moment, Director Yang was reporting to the leader about the new workbench that had been damaged on its first day of arrival. As long as it gets repaired. I have heard that Guodong's independent workshop has also created a new workbench with functionality comparable to the one we purchased. Have you seen it? The leader suddenly inquired. Guodong mentioned this during his recent report on work progress. What? The independent workshop invented a new workbench? Upon hearing this news, Director Yang was taken aback. What? Did you not know? Upon witnessing Director Yang's astonishment, the senior leader inquired with a hint of surprise. Ah? They have yet to report this matter to me. Director Yang, his countenance somewhat pallid, replied, the primary issue is that he sought Gu Guodong's assistance to repair the workbench. But after Gu Guodong declined to help, he harbored resentment towards him. Consequently, he has not visited the independent workshop since. In his perspective, that area is on the verge of being allocated, destined to fall under the jurisdiction of the Research Institute. Hence he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with it. To his shock, they quietly produced a new workbench, which is functionally identical to the one he purchased. Is this not a deliberate affront to him? Old Yang, one must foster camaraderie among colleagues. Internal strife is impermissible, especially for someone of your seniority. It is imperative to prioritize unity, the senior leader remarked, placing a reassuring hand on Director Yang's shoulder with earnest intent. Understood, Director Yang replied with a tinge of bitterness in his voice. He indeed wished for unity, but it seemed that others were unwilling, leaving him at an impasse. Just then, Secretary Chen entered, announcing, Chief, the meal is ready. Already? That was swift. All right, everyone. Let's proceed to dine. The senior leader beckoned everyone to the dining area. The table was already adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes that ignited everyone's appetite. Splendid, quite lavish indeed, remarked one of the leaders from another factory, smiling as he admired the steaming platters. This is courtesy of our factory's finest chef, He Yuzhu. Old Li, you must admit this is delectable. Upon hearing this, Director Yang chuckled, hoping to subtly remind the senior leader of He Yuzhu's prowess, believing that if the meal pleased him, it could facilitate future endeavors. However, before he could finish his thought, the leader referred to as Old Li curiously interjected. Isn't the best cuisine from your factory prepared by comrades Gu Guodong and Zhang Shuyu? Indeed. The most exceptional dishes are undoubtedly crafted by Comrade Gu Guodong and Comrade Shuyu, echoed several other leaders, all of whom had dined at the steel mill where Gu Guodong and Zhang Shuyu had showcased their culinary skills. At this, Director Yang was momentarily taken aback. Why is it Gu Guodong again? Is he also proficient in cooking? He pondered, astonished that someone with such a discerning palate would consistently praise him. Old Yang, you can't possibly have never tasted the meals prepared by comrades Gu Guodong and Zhang Shuyu, can you? One leader jested. I truly have not. Director Yang awkwardly admitted, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Another leader chimed in cheerfully, you must seize an opportunity to sample their cuisine. Otherwise, you may regret it for a lifetime. Yes. Director Yang responded with a forced smile, his heart heavy with frustration. He too yearned to partake in such delightful fare. Yet fortune seemed to elude him. All right, everyone, let us settle down and enjoy the meal, the senior leader interjected, sensing the tension and having discerned some underlying issues during Director Yang's report. It appeared that there was some friction between Director Yang and Gu Guodong, as many matters had been overlooked. This dish is acceptable, though it pales in comparison to the culinary creations of Guodong and Shuyu. One leader remarked after taking a few bites. Upon hearing this, Director Yang's expression grew even more dismal. He had no inkling that He Yuzhu's cooking, while commendable, could be deemed inferior by comparison. Indeed, if one has never experienced the meals prepared by Guodong and Shuyu, this is not too shabby, another leader added. Indulge in your meal. Soon Guodong will be the director of the research institute. He will have little time to prepare meals for you, so be content with this, the senior leader said with a cheerful grin. What seems to be the issue? Is it not to your liking? The senior leader turned to his wife, noticing she had not touched her food. Not at all. It's just that I find the chef's attitude and quality lacking. The dishes are not as delectable as I had envisioned. Ah, Director Yang, I just heard from the projectionist that this chef has recently faced disciplinary action. What transgression led to this punishment? The senior leader's wife inquired. Director Yang, quietly focused on his meal, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. His original plan had been to ensure the senior leader enjoyed the meal, thereby hoping to garner favor and have the disciplinary action revoked. However, with everyone praising Guodong, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing the inquiry from the senior leader's wife, the other leaders paused their meals, eager to understand the situation. Reluctantly, Director Yang provided a brief overview of He Yuzhu, omitting the reasons behind the disciplinary action. Unbeknownst to him, a leader who had previously investigated Guodong had unearthed the details regarding He Yuzhu's involvement in bullying him. Consequently, this leader recounted the incident, revealing that He Yuzhu had been sanctioned for colluding with others to mistreat Guodong. Hearing this, the other leaders began to express their disapproval, as if they were about to regurgitate their meals. The senior leader's complexion turned a shade of iron as he erupted in anger. Old Yang, what is the meaning of this? You brought these two individuals to my home? I do not wish to see them again. Chapter 140. Choose between a janitor or a manure worker. Good morning, fellow workers. I have an important announcement to make. Following an investigation by the factory, Su Damao, abusing his position as a projectionist, engaged in extortion while screening films in the countryside. He is hereby dismissed from his position and reassigned to the logistics department as a janitor. He Yuzhu, a kitchen staff member, has been found guilty of repeatedly taking food home, constituting theft of public property, and is also reassigned to the logistics department as a manure worker. Guodong arrived at work early that morning, stunned by the news. How had these two managed to provoke such severe repercussions? Flashback to the previous afternoon. After finishing their meal, Director Yang had taken Su Damao and He Yuzhu back to the steel mill. Throughout the journey, Director Yang's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, causing Su Damao and He Yuzhu to feel uneasy. Su Damao's face was contorted with distress, alternating between shades of green and pale. He knew he was in deep trouble, yet he was uncertain of the manner in which Director Yang would impose punishment. Meanwhile, He Yuzhu harbored a sense of schadenfreude, having learned from Secretary Chan about Su Damao's transgression against the leadership. This time, Su Damao would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Despite his amusement, He Yuzhu contemplated whether to extend a helping hand to Su Damao, as they had shared a bond since childhood. Director Yang, is there something you wish to address? Upon arrival, Director Yang led them straight to his office, his face stoic as he silently sat down and began to smoke. Observing this, He Yuzhu hesitantly asked, I've heard that Su Damao has offended the leadership. I assure you, while Su Damao may have a loose tongue, he possesses a good heart. After much deliberation, He Yuzhu decided to advocate for Su Damao. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Director Yang interrupted him. Enough, He Yuzhu. You should focus on your own situation. Focus on myself? He Yuzhu was taken aback by this remark, sensing an ominous premonition. According to their prior agreement, Director Yang was supposed to introduce him to the senior leader during the meal, allowing him to showcase his talents and potentially have the disciplinary action overturned. However, it was already the end of the meal, and no one had come to call him. He thought that Su Damao had offended the leaders, which was why he was being ignored. Yet, observing Manager Yang's demeanor, it seemed there was a matter concerning him as well. But he hadn't even met the leader. How could this possibly pertain to him? Could it be that the food was poorly prepared, and thus he was to be punished? This seemed implausible. Just as he contemplated asking for clarification, Manager Yang spoke first. Su Damao, I shall refrain from discussing your matter. You know the reason well enough. He Yuzhu, let us address your situation. Yes, Manager Yang, I too wish to understand what transgression I have committed that has incited your ire, He Yuzhu replied earnestly, determined to grasp the full extent of the issue. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was it that lady, resembling a leader's spouse, who had said something? Surely not. All he had done was request a bit of sesame paste from her. What leader's wife? Manager Yang interjected abruptly. He Yuzhu recounted his encounter with the leader's wife in the kitchen. Please, evaluate my words. I did nothing wrong. One ought to inquire about pertinent matters and refrain from the irrelevant. This was your directive, and besides, she knows nothing about cooking. Why would she ask me for sesame paste? Hiyuju voiced his indignation. With a resounding clap, Manager Yang slammed his hand on the table in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Hiyuju. Hiyuju, I have warned you repeatedly to temper your foul temper and watch your sharp tongue. You refused to heed my advice, and now you find yourself in trouble. At that moment, Manager Yang comprehended why the leader's wife had suddenly brought up Hiyuju's name. It turned out that he had offended her in the kitchen. Although the principal reason for the leader's dissatisfaction stemmed from Hiyuju's previous offense against Guodong. Had he not angered the leader's wife, she would not have raised the issue. Manager Yang, at a loss for words, pointed at Hiyuju, his frustration palpable. After hearing the entire story, Hiyuju was equally dumbfounded. How could this ordeal still be unresolved when he had already faced punishment? Manager Yang. Hiyuju began to defend himself, but was silenced by a wave of Manager Yang's hand. No need for explanations. Now, I present you both with two choices. 1. Transfer to a sanitation worker, responsible for cleaning the steel mill, with a monthly salary of 18 yuan and a 2 yuan subsidy. Or 2. Work as a latrine cleaner, tasked with waste removal, earning 25 yuan a month with a 3 yuan subsidy. You may decide among yourselves. With that, Manager Yang resumed his smoking, lost in existential contemplation, pondering how the factory had transformed so drastically in his brief absence of less than 2 months. Upon hearing Manager Yang's words, both men were left in shock. Previously, they had engaged in respectable work, particularly Su Domao, whose role as a projectionist afforded him a decent salary and the opportunity to travel to the countryside to entertain locals. This was the most delightful aspect, as village leaders often treated him to drinks and meals, and young women would flirt with him. Yet now, he was to become a sanitation worker or a latrine cleaner. The thought was unbearable. Manager Yang, look at me. I'm as thin as a reed. Taking on such laborious tasks would surely shorten my lifespan. Please, allow me to rest for a few days, and I promise not to err again. Su Domao knelt before Manager Yang, pleading for mercy. Hiyuju also looked at Manager Yang with a troubled expression, hoping for an alternative solution. He knew Manager Yang had always been kind to him and would likely come to his aid. However, Manager Yang remained impassive, focused on a cigarette. Seeing this, Hiyuju quickly stood and spoke up. Manager Yang, this cannot be. I have a blind date in a few days. If they discover I am engaged in such menial labor, it would ruin my chances. He had just sought assistance from Yin Bugue to introduce him to Ran Xiaoyue. If she learned he was now a sanitation worker or a latrine cleaner, who would want to marry him? Even if he were to enter her family as a son-in-law, she would undoubtedly refuse. You can choose not to do such work, then get lost. Manager Yang retorted harshly. This situation had nearly implicated him as well. It was fortunate that he could still retain them at the steel mill. The audacity to bargain with him was infuriating. Manager Yang was genuinely exasperated, resulting in an exceedingly harsh tone. Manager Yang, please calm down. I truly was unaware. It was my fault for uttering those words, Su Domao stammered, sensing the urgency to appease him. Unaware? Huh. Manager Yang scoffed, his disdain evident. If you were unaware, how would I know? Choose swiftly, or I shall consider you no longer interested in working here. You know my reputation. Faced with this ultimatum, Su Domao no longer hesitated. This situation could not be allowed to deteriorate further. If he failed to make a choice, Manager Yang would likely dismiss him without a second thought. He ultimately chose to be a sanitation worker, as he could not bring himself to be a latrine cleaner. It was too humiliating for someone with his previous standing. And you, Hiyuju, do you wish to become a latrine cleaner? After Su Domao made his choice, Manager Yang turned to inquire about Hiyuju's decision. Manager Yang, surely you can offer an alternative? Hiyuju protested. No alternatives. Hiyuju was left speechless, his hands clenched into fists, veins protruding from his forehead, eyes filled with resentment. Yet he restrained himself from speaking. Observing this, Manager Yang internally scoffed and then addressed Su Domao. Very well, you may leave now. Remember to report to work on time tomorrow. Yes, thank you, Manager Yang. Su Domao quickly exited. Once he departed, Manager Yang continued. Rest assured, Hiyuju, this position is temporary. Guodong is establishing a small canteen, and a portion of the staff will be reassigned there. When that occurs, I will ensure your return. I cannot bear to lose your exceptional culinary skills. As time ticked away, Hiyuju breathed heavily, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, he took a deep breath, unclenching his fists, and rasped, Very well, Manager Yang, I shall take the position of latrine cleaner. After uttering those words, his spirit visibly waned, his complexion turning pale. Manager Yang, pleased by He Yuju's acquiescence, gestured for him to leave. As He Yuju approached the door, his steps faltered, yet he managed to steady himself and exited. On his way, although He Yuju felt a surge of anger, he ultimately found solace in a rationalization. Though this job lacked dignity and would be uncomfortable, after all, he would be dealing with excrement daily, he resolved to endure it. Fortunately, the duration of this job is not excessively long, and most importantly, the remuneration is quite satisfactory. Otherwise, earning merely 18 yuan each month will be quite disheartening. With a salary of 25 yuan plus allowances, although life is not as comfortable as it once was, is still bearable. Contemplating this, He Yuju's steps became significantly lighter. Thus, the following morning, upon arriving at the steel mill, Guodong would hear this comrade's news. Upon receiving this information, Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu, who were diligently working, were momentarily taken aback. They could hardly comprehend what had transpired. How could it be that He Yuju and Su Damao were suddenly reassigned to the roles of janitor and sewage collector? Yi Zhonghai was eager to rush over and inquire about the situation from He Yuju. However, he was no longer an 8th-level mechanic and was unable to leave during working hours. More importantly, after the incident in the cellar the previous night, he had yet to have a proper conversation with He Yuju. Ultimately, he could only entrust Qin Huairu to seek out He Yuju during their break for clarification. Qin Huairu harbored similar intentions, as she had previously planned to find Su Damao. After all, exchanging steamed buns for steamed buns seemed reasonable. However, with his sudden transition to a janitorial role, her plans were now jeopardized. Particularly concerning was He Yuju's unexpected change. She was uncertain if it would affect her own financial support in the future. Before long, noon arrived. He Yuju had spent the entire morning in the restroom. The steel mill was a massive establishment with nearly 10,000 employees, and many had come to relieve themselves early in the morning. After spending the morning cleaning waste, he felt as though he might become permanently imbued with the odor. It must be said that He Yuju was remarkably efficient in his work. Drawing upon years of experience wielding a large ladle, he quickly mastered the art of sewage collection, outpacing his fellow workers significantly. His deftness garnered admiration from his colleagues, who remarked that such a talented individual should have been assigned to this task much earlier. Arriving now seemed a terrible waste of his abilities. Of course, He Yuju's method was not without its flaws. He had a tendency to inadvertently jostle the ladle, slightly diminishing his efficiency. Otherwise, he would have excelled even further. While He Yuju worked at an impressive pace, Guodong was also making strides on his end, thanks to the introduction of new workstations. Their productivity had notably increased, and the addition of a combined lathe resulted in the prompt creation of new equipment. With the arrival of this new machinery, Guodong and Deputy Factory Director Li began deliberating on the most advantageous course of action. Originally, the plan entailed using the new press to mass-produce civilian goods after creating the necessary molds. However, with the return of Factory Director Yang, this plan was now thwarted, as they were uncertain whether he would grant approval. After all, upon his return, he had assumed the role of the primary decision-maker, and any production tasks outside the ordinary scope required his consent. Moreover, any successful output would undoubtedly earn him a share of the credit. Guodong and Deputy Director Li were not inclined to engage in such maneuvers. Although neither side had openly confronted the other, it was evident that tensions were brewing. Particularly peculiar was Director Yang's unexpected inspection of the independent workshop that morning. Even more bizarre was his feigned praise upon seeing the new workstation, leaving Guodong and Deputy Director Li perplexed about his true intentions. Chapter 142. Qin Huairu's new objective. He Yuju, please refrain from shaking while collecting sewage. This is not cooking, and there is no need to jostle the ladle. A coworker interjected upon witnessing He Yuju's unintentional swaying. Others nodded in agreement. He Yuju offered a wry smile, but remained silent, continuing his labor. Soon, it was time for a break, and Qin Huairu approached He Yuju. However, upon seeing him, her brow furrowed. The odor emanating from him was overpowering, as if he had been marinated in filth. Unperturbed, He Yuju felt a surge of joy upon her arrival, exclaiming, "Oh, Sister Qin, you came to see me?" He was genuinely pleased, having anticipated that she might disdain him for his new job. "Yes, Juzi. Let us find a place to converse," Qin Huairu said, suppressing her distaste. "Certainly." He Yuju nodded and followed her to a more secluded spot. "There," Qin Huairu inquired, "Juzi, what prompted your sudden shift to sewage collector?" "Well, it's quite a story." He Yuju paused to gather his thoughts before recounting the events of the previous night. "You offended the leadership?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had never imagined He Yuju could have incurred the wrath of superiors. Instantly, a chill ran down her spine, Would her inquiry implicate her as well? Iyuju seemed oblivious to her unease and continued, "But don't worry, Sister Chin. Director Yang mentioned he would reassign me to the cafeteria in a couple of months. Juzi, I have something to attend to. I must return to deliver food to your brother Dongshu," she hastily stated before departing. Watching her retreating figure, Iyuju felt a pang of confusion. Why had she left so abruptly after only a few exchanged words? He brushed it off and, after having his meal, returned to his sewage collection duties. Meanwhile, Chin Huairu was increasingly anxious. Given Iyuju's predicament, she realized she could no longer introduce her sister to him. Initially, she had planned to connect her sister with Iyuju once she learned about his assistance from Yin Bugue, firmly believing he would be a suitable match. Now, however, she felt compelled to distance herself from him. What if his troubles ensnared her as well? Yet, without Iyuju's support, her family might soon face dire straits. In recent days, Yi Zhonghai had also been acting strangely, casting uneasy glances in her direction. Furthermore, when teaching her skills, his demeanor was noticeably off, particularly with his persistent body odor, which was nearly overwhelming. If Yi Zhonghai were still the competent 8th-level mechanic capable of supporting her family, she would endure the discomfort. However, now he was merely a 1st-level mechanic, and his paltry monthly stipend of 20 yuan was already a source of discontent. There was no telling when this lifeline might be severed, potentially leaving her family in starvation. As her worries multiplied, she found herself lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings, until she collided with someone. Ouch! Chin Huairu cried out, rubbing her head as she looked up, only to recognize the man she had bumped into, Li Huaida, deputy factory director, who frequently associated with Guodong. Li Huaida, initially poised to scold, broke into a broad grin upon realizing it was Chin Huairu. "Oh, isn't this Master Chin Huairu? What happened? How could you walk without watching where you're going?" He chuckled, his tone laced with a lecherous undertone, his eyes gleaming with inappropriate interest, especially in the case of Chin Huairu, who has surpassed the innocence of a child and is currently expecting. He has long harbored intentions. "I'm terribly sorry, Deputy Factory Director Li," she hastily apologized, feeling the lecherous gaze of the other party, which instantly sent chills down her spine. "What do you have to apologize for? It's perfectly fine. Would you like me to check if you're injured?" Li Huaid remarked with a hint of innuendo. Upon hearing this, Chin Huairu's heart stirred. She indeed required external assistance to extricate herself from her current predicament, and this deputy factory director, Li, would undoubtedly be of help. However, she refrained from immediately acquiescing, knowing that with such men, one must keep them yearning in order to reap the greatest benefits. If he were to be satisfied at the outset, she would likely receive nothing substantial or merely a pittance. "No, thank you for your kindness, Deputy Factory Director Li, but I have pressing matters and must take my leave," Chin Huairu replied with a faint smile. "Very well. Then take care, Master Chin," Deputy Factory Director Li expressed, revealing a trace of disappointment. It appeared this young woman held little interest. Yet, he could not press the issue. Forcing the matter could lead to unforeseen complications. Just as he was feeling disheartened, Chin Huairu's next words ignited his interest once more. "My husband is still at home, waiting for me to bring him food. Perhaps another time." Another time? This was not merely a suggestion, but a blatant proposition. He immediately responded with delight. "Wonderful. Then let us arrange for next time." His expression suggested he was on the verge of overstepping boundaries. Observing Deputy Factory Director Li's reaction, Chin Huairu internally scoffed. She understood that he had taken the bait, and now it was merely a matter of reeling him in. If she did not secure a significant gain from this encounter, it would be an affront to the sacrifices she made today. "By the way, I heard that Comrade Dongshu can no longer take care of himself since his leg were injured. Is that true?" "Alas, the factory has yet to visit him. We have neglected our duties. Here, this is 10 yuan and some tickets. Consider it my consolation," Deputy Factory Director Li suddenly remarked as if a thought had struck him. He was unaware of what Chin Huairu truly needed, but given her current circumstances, this money and these tickets would surely be accepted. This would serve as a silencing fee. Should she contemplate turning against him, she would think twice. Without waiting for her consent, he thrust the items into her arms. This Li Huaid was indeed a cunning old fox. Chin Huairu feigned shyness, gently pushing him away. "Deputy Factory Director Li, how can I accept this? It would be too embarrassing." Seeing her bashful demeanor, Li Huaida's heart ignited with fervor. "It's quite all right. This is merely a compensation for your husband's injuries." Chapter 143. Guodong sets a trap for Factory Director Yang. On her way home, clutching the money and tickets, Chin Huairu's heart raced with excitement. For the first time, she found earning money to be astonishingly effortless. A small price paid yielded nearly half a month's worth of living expenses for her family. If only she could repeat this several times, wouldn't her family be able to enjoy a good life? The thought of a brighter future caused her to smile audibly. However, upon returning home and seeing Jia Dongshu sprawled on the bed, her thoughts turned somber. Currently, Jia Dongshu was incapable of doing anything and required care. With her mother-in-law detained, wouldn't it be better if Jia Dongshu were to pass away? In the afternoon, the steel mill welcomed a high-ranking leader once more. Following factory director Yang's behavior the previous night, the leader realized that there might be issues of division within the mill. He had come specifically to address the discord. In the independent workshop, the leader surveyed the newly manufactured punching machine and nodded in satisfaction. Very good indeed. Behind him, Deputy Factory Director Li beamed with delight. However, his flushed countenance was not merely due to happiness. After a long afternoon of toil, he had managed to extinguish the fire of conflict. Thus, his face was now aglow. Having enjoyed a moment of joy at noon, he was even more elated by the leader's praise in the afternoon. Guodong stood calmly to the side, finding the development rather trivial. What mattered now was to expedite production, lest their efforts go to waste. Factory Director Yang maintained a serene facade, though the occasional twitch of his facial muscles betrayed his true dissatisfaction. The machine bore no relation to him, and he had no share in its success. How could he possibly feel joy? In our work, the most crucial aspect is unity. We must all exert our efforts in harmony. If we work together, we will surely accomplish this task. The leader suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing these words, the three men understood the underlying message. The leader was emphasizing unity. Factory Director Yang immediately nodded, stating, "Our steel mill has always been united, striving to excel in every task. It is only that Comrade Guodong, Old Li, and I have yet to find our rhythm. I believe that once we do, there will be no issues." Hearing Factory Director Yang's words, Guodong and Deputy Factory Director Li exchanged glances. This was a clear insinuation that they were not cooperating. This old fellow was quite cunning. Guodong would not let this slide. Stepping forward, he asserted, "Factory Director Yang speaks truthfully. Our collaboration has some issues, likely due to our brief time working together. However, I have already begun to grasp your working style, which may be that you have yet to catch up with our current pace." Guodong was no longer deferential to Factory Director Yang. Before long, he would be of a similar rank, no longer bound by the constraints of the steel mill. Thus, he did not mind causing offense. After all, he had ample support. If necessary, he could confront Yang head-on. Indeed, upon hearing this, Factory Director Yang's expression darkened. "Comrade Gu, your statement is rather skewed. Are you suggesting that you know what I am thinking and planning, yet I cannot keep pace with you?" The leader observed the two with keen interest. Conflicts were natural. They needed resolution. If both parties merely maintained a facade of politeness while privately refusing to yield, he would find that unacceptable. Unveiling the conflict and resolving it was precisely what he sought. Noticing the leader's intrigued gaze, Guodong smiled. The angrier Factory Director Yang became, the more pleased he felt. "My meaning is quite straightforward," Guodong stated directly. "Your current work pace is too slow, while mine is too rapid. Therefore, I propose we take some time apart to acclimate and gradually find our rhythm." Then, with a glint in his eye, he added, "As for what Factory Director Yang is thinking, I naturally know. How about we place a bet? If I correctly predict what you are thinking, you must grant me one condition." Upon hearing this, Factory Director Yang was momentarily taken aback. Guodong was suggesting a wager? How audacious! What sort of bet are you proposing? Factory Director Yang coldly inquired. "If I succeed, then you must agree that the production tasks of the independent workshop will be entirely overseen by me and Deputy Factory Director Li, no longer subject to the factory's centralized distribution. If I lose, I will follow your directives without question. What do you say?" Guodong replied with a grin. Then he turned to the senior leader and inquired, "Leader, is this acceptable?" The senior leader narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Yes. Let us proceed as Guodong has suggested. I am curious to see if you can discern what old Yang is contemplating. After all, the independent workshop is destined to be transferred to the Research Institute. Even if Guodong emerges victorious now, it merely expedites the inevitable. Well, I shall say this. I surmise that Director Yang is currently pondering how to enhance our steel mill's productivity to fulfill the annual targets, and to lead our employees in better serving our nation and contributing to its development." Guodong articulated this lengthy statement with fervor. Upon hearing his words, Director Yang's face darkened instantly, resembling someone who had just tasted something foul. The moment Director Yang heard this, he realized he had fallen into Guodong's trap. How could he refute such a statement? Should he claim that he did not think this way? To declare otherwise in front of the senior leader would surely jeopardize his position. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and concede, indeed. Comrade Guodong has accurately guessed my thoughts. That is precisely what I am considering. The senior leader, caught between amusement and exasperation, thought to himself, you rascal. He was well aware that Guodong had cleverly ensnared Director Yang. Nevertheless, keeping his word, Vice Director Li was nearly applauding from the sidelines, knowing they could now focus solely on their tasks without concern for Director Yang. Henceforth, he could no longer usurp their accolades. Ding. Received 80 operation points. Current total, 290. Chapter 144. Guodong's new invention, the electric fan. On that morning, Guodong did not inspect the independent workshop's operations. Instead, he busied himself in the office crafting a small gadget. He intended to create a device akin to a lighter's ignition mechanism, for tomorrow marked the workers' assessment. Preparations were essential. As for whom this was intended for, it was needless to say, it was undoubtedly for Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu. The advancement of others was of no concern to him. These two would merely be kept stagnant. Soon, a compact electronic igniter was completed. After slightly increasing the power, Guodong tested it and found it to be somewhat effective, delivering a mild shock. Subsequently, he resumed his regular duties. Now that the independent workshop was under his sole authority, Guodong set about creating various items. His first target was the electric fan. With summer fast approaching, the sweltering heat rendered work exceedingly uncomfortable. He contemplated utilizing scrap materials from the steel production to construct several large fans. This would provide the workers with a more pleasant working environment and enhance their efficiency. Moreover, Guodong also designed smaller household fans. His home was equally stifling, especially at night, when sleep became elusive due to the heat. Considering future nights with Zhang Shuyu after marriage, when activities would inevitably raise the temperature, a fan was essential. The concept was not overly complex, and with the availability of a punch press, he could quickly produce a model for manufacturing. The only challenge lay in the electrical components, which would require some expertise, but that was manageable. Initially, he could offer them at a low price to the factory's leaders and employees, or even use them as rewards for various assessments. In no time, Guodong sketched the blueprints and brought them to the independent workshop, instructing the team to begin producing the necessary components for one fan. What new marvel has engineered or created? An electric fan? I never imagined engineer Guo could craft such a device. Why are there two sets of blueprints, one large and one small? The larger one must be for the factory, right? Can we install one in our workshop first? It's been unbearably hot lately. I'm sweating just standing here. Upon Guodong's arrival with the blueprints, workers and technicians flocked to inquire. Guodong smiled and assured them, rest assured, we will install one in our workshop first, and the rest will be produced according to the leader's arrangements. Excellent. The workers cheered. It must be said that under Guodong's guidance, coupled with the new workbenches and lathes, the skills of these second and third tier workers in the independent workshop had significantly improved. Most had reached levels 4 or 5 in proficiency. They merely awaited assessments to advance. Soon, various components of the fan, such as the blades and protective grille, were produced in their hands. Guodong personally tackled the motor section, inviting several electricians from the independent workshop to learn alongside him. Remarkably, within less than a morning, a fan materialized before their eyes. At that moment, Vice Director Li happened to be inspecting the workshop and was taken aback by the sight of the fan they had created. Guodong, did you make this? Vice Director Li stammered. Previously, he had assumed Guodong was only capable of handling large machinery. But now he was astonished to see him adept at crafting such compact devices. Guodong nodded. Vice Director Li, what do you think? Impressive. Truly remarkable. Vice Director Li exclaimed, clapping in admiration. Quick, plug it in and let us see. Vice Director Li urged, impatiently directing someone to connect the power supply. The workshop soon resonated with a humming sound as a gentle breeze swept through, providing a refreshing respite that was immensely pleasurable. Ah, how delightful. If it could remain this cool, our work wouldn't be so arduous. Indeed, I feel as though I might faint from the heat. Everyone displayed expressions of sheer enjoyment. Observing this, Vice Director Li nodded in satisfaction. Guodong, this is truly commendable. I was just about to consult you on what the independent workshop should produce. And seeing this, we shall prioritize it. We could even propose to the leaders that we sell these fans through the supply and marketing cooperative, thereby generating some revenue. Then, Vice Director Li cheerfully added, the fan hasn't been painted, so it appears a bit unattractive, but once it is painted, it will undoubtedly sell well. Guodong did not contest this. His responsibility was solely to design and produce. How the products would be sold thereafter was not his concern. Let Vice Director Li devise a strategy. After all, he had connections and would not be accused of speculation. By the way, Guodong, my home is quite warm as well, perhaps. At that moment, Vice Director Li interjected. Guodong understood that he was angling for one of the fans. However, Guodong shook his head, smiling. Vice Director Li, do not rush. I have an improved version that works for you. The enhanced model Guodong envisioned involved adding a water tank and creating a simple water circulation system. When the weather became hot, the air blown by the fan would inevitably be warm, which did not align with Guodong's aspirations. Thus, he planned to design a special reinforced version with a water cooling system. The fan would draw air through a water pipe, transforming hot air into cool air. While the performance would not rival that of an air conditioner, it would still be remarkably effective for the time. Furthermore, if ice could be procured and mixed with water, the results would be comparable to those of an air conditioner. Vice Director Li had assisted him immensely, and it was only fitting to reciprocate. Otherwise, it would be unjust. Upon hearing about Guodong's plans for the enhanced fan, Vice Director Li's eyes lit up. Wonderful. I eagerly await your good news, Guodong, he exclaimed with excitement. He had never anticipated that Guodong would innovate something new. His respect for Guodong was growing by the day. To conceive such inventive ideas at such a young age was truly remarkable. Upon finishing his thoughts, he noticed the workers in the workshop gazing at them with eager eyes. Guodong exchanged a knowing smile with Deputy Factory Director Li and then announced, when the time comes, our workshop's craftsmen will have the opportunity to purchase at cost price first. I will request approval from the higher-ups to ensure everyone enjoys a cool summer. These individuals have become his trusted allies, and it was only natural to treat them well. Indeed, upon hearing this, the workers erupted in joyful cheers, making the neighboring area believe they were celebrating a festival. Meanwhile, Zhonghai was preoccupied with another matter. Chapter 145, Notification. Zhonghai was in the cellar, entangled with Qin Huairu. Ever since the incident in the cellar, Zhonghai had been eager to clarify matters with Qin Huairu. He wondered whether she had indeed come to his door that night, beckoning him to join her. If she hadn't then someone must have been meddling behind the scenes. If she had, then his dreams could become a reality. Regardless, he needed to ascertain the truth. Therefore, he approached Qin Huairu and asked her to visit the cellar with him after the evening rest, indicating he had something to discuss. Upon hearing Zhonghai's invitation to the cellar, Qin Huairu's eyes widened in disbelief, unsure of his intentions. Just as she was about to express her anger, Zhonghai added, I will bring you some flour and cornmeal. The corn is in the growing phase. It would benefit him to have some nourishment. After contemplating his words, Qin Huairu nodded. With her family relying on her for sustenance, she found her apprentice's wages insufficient, especially as her belly continued to grow. Although she had acquired various items in recent days, the more provisions she could gather, the better. Seeing Qin Huairu agree, Zhonghai smiled with satisfaction and resumed his preparations. Soon it was time to clock out. When the residents of the compound saw Guodong and Zhang Shiyu returning with an electric fan, envy gleamed in their eyes. The weather had turned increasingly hot, and the thought of having an electric fan to provide relief was enticing. Moreover, the fan appeared to be a novel model, complete with copper tubing, exuding a sense of modernity. Surely, it would provide a more refreshing breeze. Old Man San, the gatekeeper, looked particularly displeased. He had envied Guodong for acquiring a bicycle and had finally scraped together enough money to buy a second-hand one from the school leadership. Just as he was about to make his purchase, Guodong had returned with an electric fan, coupled with the sewing machine he had bought a few days prior. Old Man San felt increasingly outdone. He had always prided himself on being the top of the heap, especially now that he had been promoted to Old Manda. Despite his family's frugality, he believed their living standards were second only to Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong. Now, with Guodong's arrival, he felt overshadowed. Returning home, Guodong plugged in the fan, and a wave of coolness enveloped the entire household. Brother Gu, this fan is even cooler than those at the factory, Zhang Shiyu exclaimed, wiping beads of sweat from her forehead as she smiled at him. They began preparing dinner, enjoying the refreshing breeze. Later that evening, as most settled down to sleep, Guodong suddenly heard the sound of a door opening nearby. Peering out the window, he was surprised to see Zhonghai, one hand carrying 2 bags and the other propped on a crutch, moving cautiously as if to avoid drawing attention. What was he up to? Guodong felt a surge of curiosity. Just then, he noticed a figure stealthily slipping out from the opposite door. His eyes widened in realization. Could it be that Qin Huairu and Zhonghai were truly involved? This was a sensational development, even more scandalous than the previous male-male entanglements. Quietly, he opened a sliver of the door and stealthily followed them. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, One must catch them in the act. He intended to witness their rendezvous before alerting anyone, ensuring that they could not deny their actions. Observing their direction, Guodong's expression turned peculiar. Were they truly heading for the cellar? Indeed, they soon disappeared down the stairs. Here, Huairu, this is the fine flour and cornmeal for you. Zhonghai gently handed the food to Qin Huairu as they reached the cellar, his demeanor softening. Thank you, old Manda, Qin Huairu replied sweetly while accepting the provisions. This made Zhonghai blush, and he hastily waved his hand, saying, We are friends. It is only right to help the Jia family. After saying this, they fell into an awkward silence. Qin Huairu was at a loss for words, as she was unsure of Zhonghai's true intentions for summoning her to the cellar. Zhonghai, on the other hand, was nervous. After all, they had never shared any intimate moments before, and the sudden invitation left him feeling anxious. After a few moments of quiet, Qin Huairu finally broke the silence, asking, Manda, why did you ask me to come here? Oh, it's nothing really. Are you sure? If it's nothing, I'll be leaving now. Seeing Zhonghai's hesitant demeanor only deepened Qin Huairu's confusion. Did she misinterpret his intentions? Upon hearing that she intended to leave, Zhonghai gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Huairu, I want to ask you about what you said the other night when you came to my door. What did it mean? What night? I never want to find you or say anything, Qin Huairu replied, her face etched with confusion. Noticing that Qin Huairu did not seem to be lying, Zhonghai began to doubt himself. Could it have been a figment of his imagination? What should he do now? As he pondered, he took another look at Qin Huairu and realized that under the dim light of the kerosene lamp, she appeared even more alluring than he had imagined, causing his breath to quicken. Feeling Zhonghai's gaze upon her, Qin Huairu was suddenly overwhelmed with discomfort and instinctively recoiled. However, to her surprise, he reached out and grasped her arm. Huairu, I like you. Will you bear my child? With that, Zhonghai shut his eyes tightly, burying his head in Qin Huairu's embrace. The unexpected scene startled her. What are you doing, old Manda? Let go of me, she protested, struggling vigorously. Yet, Zhonghai held on as if he were a vice, impervious to her attempts at escape. Outside, Guodong had gathered enough of the situation to realize that Zhonghai sought clarity regarding that fateful night. He couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Even if given 10 years, Zhonghai would likely never unravel the mystery. Just as he was reveling in this thought, he overheard Zhonghai proclaiming his desire for Qin Huairu to bear him a child. Guodong's eyes flickered with cunning as he procured a small wooden stick to secure the door, preventing any possibility of escape. He swiftly returned home to retrieve an object he had whimsically crafted earlier that morning amidst his myriad of inventions. Originally designed to facilitate communication amidst the cacophony of the workshop, he had not anticipated its current utility. It was none other than a large loudspeaker. The noise of machinery had necessitated such an invention, as commanding attention often required a bellow, a rather inconvenient method. Thus, Guodong had conceived the idea of a loudspeaker to spare his vocal cords. Little did he know that it would find its first application here in the courtyard. Flipping the switch, Guodong raised the loudspeaker and proclaimed, Attention! Attention! Zhonghai is engaging in illicit activities with Qin Huairu in the cellar. Attention! Attention! Zhonghai and Qin Huairu are in the cellar. Please come quickly to witness. Ding! Received 80 points for audacious action. Current total, 370. Chapter 146. The Collapse of Hiyuju. Inside, Zhonghai and Qin Huairu were immediately thrown into a state of panic upon hearing the announcement. Hastily separating and dashing toward the cellar door, Zhonghai pushed against the door with all his might. It remained stubbornly unyielding, for Guodong was resolutely barricading it. Guodong, it is not what you think. Please open the door for us, Zhonghai implored, catching a glimpse of Guodong through the crack. However, Guodong remained indifferent, continuing to shout through the loudspeaker. The sight made Zhonghai's complexion turn grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. What do we do, master? What should we do? Qin Huairu's voice trembled, her body quaking with fear. Fear not, I am here. Zhonghai clenched his fists and pounded on the door, then tugged at the handle, but the door remained obstinately closed, heightening his anxiety. Guodong, open the door. We truly did nothing wrong. Do not spread falsehoods, or I shall not be so courteous. Zhonghai shouted angrily at Guodong outside. Oh dear, Zhonghai, do not frighten me. It makes me feel quite terrified. Guodong retorted, still holding the loudspeaker aloft. Seeing Guodong's refusal to relent, Zhonghai's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that panic would lead him nowhere. After a frenzied mental whirlwind, he devised a plan and stated with righteous resolve, Huiru, there's nothing amiss. We have done nothing wrong. Those who act with integrity need not fear shadows. I merely came to deliver food today. Anyone who arrives will see it is, as I say. We are above reproach. This declaration left Qin Huiru momentarily stunned. So, it turns out that the one who had taken advantage of me was not you, but someone else. How shameless can one be? I never realized how hypocritical you, Yizhonghai, truly are. Though such thoughts crossed her mind, she nonetheless replied, Master, you are correct. I came today solely to deliver food. Guodong's loudspeaker echoed piercingly through the tranquil night, ensuring that everyone in the courtyard could hear his proclamation. What truly ignited the crowd's excitement were the contents of his announcement. Yizhonghai and Qin Huiru entangled in scandal. This was indeed sensational news. Just days prior, Yizhonghai had been linked with He Yuzhu in a homosexual affair, and now he was allegedly involved with Qin Huiru. This man evidently had a proclivity for both genders. Consequently, many who had retired for the night hastily donned their clothes and flocked to the scene. What is happening? Although Lu Haizhong was stout, he was always the first to arrive at any commotion. All right, Guodong, stop shouting. What is going on? Yes, Guodong. What is this about Yi and Qin Huiru? Yin Bugui followed closely behind, eager to uncover the truth. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, a foul odor wafted through the air, revealing that He Yuzhu had also arrived. Having spent considerable time dealing with excrement, he had acquired a rather pungent aroma that lingered even after bathing. Coupled with his now fearsome expression, onlookers instinctively recoiled, unwilling to stand near him. Guodong, I warn you, do not slander Yi and Sister Qin with your baseless accusations. Defaming their character will not go unpunished. He Yuzhu rumbled ominously, despite having not spoken to Yizhonghai since the incident. His indignation arose from the mention of someone he held in high regard. Isn't it obvious? Look, with both Qin Huiru and Yizhonghai absent, they must be up to no good. Sudamao in dazet, juling malicioli. He had been nursing a grudge since Qin Huiru had deceived him regarding tickets, and he was not about to miss this opportunity to kick someone while they were down. Sudamao, you're courting death. Hearing Su's words, He Yuzhu erupted. If I cannot defeat Guodong, can I not handle you? In a few swift strides, He Yuzhu confronted Su Damao, landing a punch squarely on his right eye, instantly creating a black bruise. Yin Bugui rushed forward to assert his authority. Enough, Shaju. Let us discuss this rationally. There is no need for violence. Yes, stop it, Shaju. Don't hit anyone. Lu Haizhong chimed in support. Su, mind your words next time, or I'll make you pay. He Yuzhu delivered another slap to Su Damao before finally ceasing his aggression. Su Damao shot him a menacing glare, but refrained from further comment, though he silently vowed vengeance. All right, in our courtyard, we have always valued truth and evidence. Guodong, you cannot spread rumors without proof. With He Yuzhu and Su Damao subdued, Yin Bugui continued, yes. You must provide evidence, Guodong, otherwise it's mere slander. Lu Haizhong chimed in, playing the role of the moralist. Is it slander? Let everyone be the judge. With that, Guodong unlatched the door and swung it open, revealing Yizhonghai and Qin Huiru standing before the crowd. Upon sighting them, He Yuzhu stumbled backward, sitting down in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. His heart raced, overwhelmed by disbelief, leaving him momentarily dazed. The other onlookers were equally incredulous at Yizhonghai's appearance, erupting into a flurry of chatter. It truly is Yizhonghai and Qin Huiru. They are involved in a scandal. How shameless. Yizhonghai is old enough to be Qin Huiru's father, yet he pursues her. What could Qin Huiru possibly see in Yizhonghai? He was a level 8 locksmith, and now he is merely a level 1. Who knows, perhaps she's attracted to his lack of hygiene. Such revelations left many aghast, and they could hardly believe that Yizhonghai was capable of such duplicity. They had misjudged him all along. I told you, with Jia Dongshu incapacitated, Qin Huiru would not remain alone forever. Observing the chaos, Lu Haizhong felt a mix of triumph and glee, despite his outward show of concern. Chapter 147. Yizhonghai's evasion and Jia Dongshu's outburst. During this period, although Yizhonghai had been demoted to the status of the third elder, Lu Haizhong could clearly sense that it seemed to have little effect on Yizhonghai. His influence within the courtyard remained substantial. As long as matters did not involve Guodong, he was still able to call the shots. Thus, Lu Haizhong felt compelled to bring Yizhonghai down, rendering him incapable of even managing affairs as an elder. Only then could his influence be utterly eradicated. Upon witnessing Yizhonghai's recent misdeeds, Lu Haizhong was elated. Truly, Yi Zhonghai was the most formidable hypocrite in the courtyard. Even when confronted with such circumstances, he maintained his composure and approached, saying, "Old Liu, you are misunderstanding me. Please do not let everyone else be misled. It is not as you think. I am merely assisting the Jia family during their hardships." Qin Huairu also stepped forward, wiping her tears in a display of grievance, saying, "Yes, second elder, you must not speak so recklessly. Elder Yi is acting out of kindness, seeing how poorly we are faring, and has come to support our family. Do spare me your lies. Does assisting the Jia family necessitate a visit to the cellar? Yi Zhonghai, I always believed you were a man of integrity, yet here you are, caught and still trying to wriggle out of it." Liu Haizhong had no faith in the words of Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu. Yi Zhonghai did not engage Liu Haizhong further, as arguing with him bore no significance. Gaining the approval of the courtyard's residents was far more meaningful, hence he bypassed Liu Haizhong and stepped outside. With a calm demeanor, he addressed the crowd. "Everyone, listen to me. Qin Huairu and I are innocent. There is nothing amiss. I have come to assist their family. I realize that without proof, you may not believe me, but I possess evidence." As he spoke, Yi Zhonghai turned to Qin Huairu and instructed, "Huairu, show everyone what I have given you to prove our innocence." After wiping her tears, Qin Huairu nodded and produced 3 pounds of fine flour and 5 pounds of cornmeal that Yi Zhonghai had just handed her. "Behold, this is what I have provided for the Jia family. I have always advocated for mutual assistance and unity. Therefore, upon finishing work today, I bought some food to deliver to them, hoping they can have enough to eat." Alas, Yi Zhonghai shook his head in a show of sympathy, while Qin Huairu remained silent, appearing deeply sorrowful. The onlookers fell into silence upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's words. They were astonished to discover that he had indeed been aiding the Jia family. He Yuzhu, witnessing this, regained his composure and breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. How could Yi Zhonghai be involved with Qin Huairu in such a manner? Previously, Yi Zhonghai was Jia Dongshu's mentor, and now he is also Sister Qin's. Logically and emotionally, he would not engage in such behavior. Oh, then why under the cover of night? Why in the cellar? Moreover, Yi Zhonghai, your belt is unfastened." Just as the crowd began to believe Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu's narrative, a sudden voice broke the tension. "Indeed, why wait until night to deliver aid? The daytime would suffice. And why the cellar? It is inconceivable. I have not loosened my belt." While the crowd remained skeptical, Yi Zhonghai felt his conscience prickling, leading him to focus on the latter part of the statement. However, this exchange revealed an inconsistency. Did this not imply an admission of guilt? Yi Zhonghai, straining his neck, exclaimed, "Do not believe Guodong's attempts to sow discord. He is goading me into speaking." "Ah, why would I induce you?" "Well then, if the latter part is misleading, kindly elucidate the former. Why did you choose to assist under the cover of night in the cellar? Please, enlighten us." Guodong continued to press. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Yi Zhonghai, eager to witness his justification. A cold sweat broke out on Yi Zhonghai's brow as he mentally cursed Guodong. He had nearly maneuvered through this unscathed, only to have Guodong resurrect the matter. How would he explain? His mind raced, but no coherent reasoning emerged. He could only stammer aimlessly. At that moment, the usually silent Aunt Yi spoke up. "Everyone, do not put Yi Zhonghai in a difficult position. He truly went to assist the Jia family. Before he left, he confided in me that he chose the cellar out of concern for misunderstandings and to avoid speculation. Given the hardships we have all been facing, and that Yi Zhonghai has been demoted, we can only aid one another on a case-by-case basis. That is why he came to the cellar. I sincerely apologize for this unfortunate misunderstanding." Upon hearing Aunt Yi's words, the crowd fell silent. Although her reasoning contained apparent flaws, her own wife stood in defense of Yi Zhonghai. It seemed there was little need for further investigation. Yet, one person accepted these explanations, He Yuzhu. Despite the evident inconsistencies, he appeared to have found a rational justification, firmly believing that there was nothing untoward between Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai. If Guodong were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly remark that He Yuzhu was indeed a foolish sycophant. To suggest that He Yuzhu was naive would be misleading. He was not without sense. In any situation where Qin Huairu was absent, he would not be taken advantage of. However, upon encountering Qin Huairu, he seemed to transform entirely, becoming a devoted admirer, unconditionally assisting her in all matters. Liu Haizhong and Yin Bugui exchanged glances, feeling helpless. It appeared that this matter could only be brushed aside. With Aunt Yi unwilling to pursue the issue, what could they possibly investigate further? As the crowd prepared to disperse, a sudden scraping sound of a chair against the floor caught their attention. They turned to see Jia Dongshu slumped in a chair, struggling to pull himself up. When Guodong began shouting through a megaphone, Jia Dongshu could hear it clearly. Enraged, he wanted to rush out to ascertain the situation, but unfortunately, as a paralyzed individual, he could only instruct others to help him onto a chair and secure him with ropes for transport. The young lad, Bang Gung, exerted considerable effort to assist, finally managing to bring Jia Dongshu out just as the crowd was about to disperse. Upon his arrival, the crowd, which had intended to leave, paused in their tracks. Qin Huairu, you wretched woman, taking advantage of my paralysis to engage in an affair, are you? Come here, and I shall have your head. And you, Yi Zhonghai, you old scoundrel, I once regarded you as a mentor, planning to care for you in your old age, and this is how you repay me? I will kill you. Chapter 148. Jia Dongshu's Frenzy and Guodong's Machinations. Dongshu, it is not as you imagine. We truly have done nothing wrong. Upon seeing Jia Dongshu emerge, Qin Huairu panicked and rushed over. Yi Zhonghai quickly followed suit. Silence. Jia Dongshu pushed Qin Huairu aside, gripping her collar as he demanded, what did you say? Explain to me how this is not as I perceive. You shameless hussy, have you been colluding with Yi Zhonghai all along, just biding your time for this day? We are innocent. We have not wronged you in any way. Tears streamed down Qin Huairu's face, her sorrow palpable, evoking sympathy from the ONL, but now it's not even his turn to play in this situation. He can only stare at Qin Huairu and shed tears. But he can't do anything. But Jia Dongshu didn't listen at all. Just a big-eared melon seed called out on Qin Huairu's face. Then he forcefully grabbed Qin Huairu's hair and pulled her back and forth, shouting, I want you to explain it to me clearly, otherwise I'll kill you today. Jia Dongshu's voice echoed throughout the entire courtyard, leaving everyone stunned. No one expected that Jia Dongshu, who was usually gentle and weak, and seemed to have no strong opinions, would make such a rude move. This is something that no one expected, and also something that Qin Huairu did not expect. She resisted Jia Dongshu desperately. While crying loudly, he shouted, Dongshu, I really didn't betray you. Don't mess with me. Be careful of a child in my belly. Upon hearing these words, Jia Dongshu's anger grew even stronger, and he slapped Qin Huairu without asking for money. Do you still know that you are pregnant? You despicable woman. You should die. You should die. I don't live anymore. I'd rather die. I want you to be buried with me. You despicable woman. At this moment, Jia Dongshu seems to be going crazy. Enough. Dongshu, let go. There are so many people watching here. It said that nothing happened between Huairu and me, just to help your family. Why can't you listen? Yi Zhonghai, who was standing beside him, finally couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward with an arrow to stop Jia Dongshu. Yi Zhonghai, you old bastard who can't have children. Get out of here. You are a worthless teacher. I will kill you. After speaking, he released Qin Huairu with his left hand, then grabbed Yi Zhonghai and pulled him towards him with force. Then he punched hard with his right fist and hit Yi Zhonghai's nose bridge bone. Immediately, Yi Zhonghai was beaten up and his face was full of peach blossoms, with nosebleeds streaming down his face. Then Jia Dongshu unexpectedly made a move that nobody expected. Pull over the stick meme on the side and shout out, Stick meme, help your father fight together. Then he directly pushed the stick towards Yi Zhonghai on the ground, hitting him directly on the stomach. Yi Zhonghai immediately covered his stomach and lay on the ground, howling in agony. The stick meme is full of strength now, and with his weight, it suddenly weighs down. Yi Zhonghai only felt severe abdominal colic, gastrointestinal churning, and almost vomited. Then Jia Dongshu shouted at Qin Huairu lying on the ground, saying, Bastard woman, you slut, dare to betray me, get up. I won't kill you today. Qin Huairu dare not resist, ultimately because of guilt and reason, slowly stood up. However, at this moment, her heart was plotting how to eliminate Jia Dongshu with malice. The harm caused by these two mother and son has far exceeded the benefits they have brought to themselves. Anyway, the job is my own now, and as long as Jia Dongshu dies, the house will also be my own. In the future, just take care of the meme by yourself. At this moment, Jia Dongshu is like a crazy bull. When he sees Qin Huairu getting up, he immediately prepares to give him a round of repayment. But He Yuzhu can no longer bear to watch. He came straight between the two and stood in front of them. Dongshu, stop fighting. Qin Jia is still pregnant now. And as the old lady just said, it's really nothing. They are truly innocent. Speaking of this, He Yuzhu still firmly controlled Jia Dongshu's hands. Get lost. Jia Dongshu struggled and angrily cursed. But He Yuzhu still persisted, not willing to let go. What's it to you if I hit my wife? What do you count? You're just a dog that cooks for our family every day. Get lost. Jia Dongshu shouted loudly. At this moment, he has completely lost his rationality and actually shouted out his most genuine thoughts. Upon hearing these words, He Yuzhu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Everyone knows this in their hearts, but no one has ever said so. They all say it's to help the Jia family. But now, speaking out in full view of everyone, He couldn't stand it anymore. For a moment, He felt as if his worldview had collapsed, standing still in place blankly. Everyone accused Jia Dongshu of being ungrateful. Of course, more often than not, there's schadenfreude. Get out of here, don't force me to take action. If you don't believe me or not, I'll beat you up. Jia Dongshu shouted fiercely at He. The more Jia Dongshu behaves like this, the more shameless he appears, making everyone look at him with even more contempt. You come here, look who's amazing. Aren't you just a cripple? He regained consciousness and also entered a state of rage. I didn't care that Jia Dongshu was a disabled person, so I started to fight him with my hands. The onlookers are no longer calm, and if they continue to make such a fuss, there's no guarantee that something big will happen. So everyone rushed forward, trying to intervene. Guodong is particularly proactive. He took the lead and came between a few people. Oh, stop fighting. You can't kill anyone like this. No, you're going to kill someone like this. Guodong said on his lips not to hit. His hand also reached between a few people, once again demonstrating his great teleportation. Jia Dongshu called over, reached out to stop him, and then pretended to be weaker than him. Jia Dongshu knocked his hand away and then slapped Qin Huairu in the face. Then he followed the recipe and stopped He while slapping Jia Dongshu. Then he pretended to be pushed by Jia Dongshu, fell back, and then sank his shoulders. I brought a Kuin Iron Mountain to support He. He's chest and lung were throbbing with pain. It's not just about constantly moving your hands. Without mercy, he took advantage of the chaos and stomped on Zhonghai several times on the ground, especially when stomping on that good leg. I just stepped on a bloody mess. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. If you keep fighting, something will really happen. Guodong anxiously said. He kept hitting these 4 people without stopping. At the same time, my heart blossomed with joy. It was really fun. Everyone saw that Guodong seemed to be trying to mediate, but was pushed back and forth by a few of them. But it seems that their injuries are even more severe. Ding! Received a SAW operation value of 80. Currently accumulated value, 450. Chapter 149. Guodong enlivens the atmosphere and is ruthless towards Qin Huairu. Okay, stop fighting, Guodong, stop fighting. It was Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue who first realized something was wrong. Why does Guodong look like he's trying to persuade someone? It seems more like he's hitting someone. Under the persuasion of Guodong, Jia Dongshu, and Qin Huairu all became bruised and swollen. Zhonghai on the ground was even more so. His good leg was covered in blood and flesh. Is it really certain that this is not harming someone, but rather trying to persuade them to fight? What nonsense are you talking about? First and second, I'm trying to persuade them. If you don't help, it's okay. You told me not to fight anymore. What's your intention? Upon hearing Lu Hai and Yin Bugui's words, Guodong immediately became somewhat unhappy and said, Okay. Please stop at Guodong for a moment and don't advise. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui quickly stopped him. Okay, then I won't advise you. You guys can take care of it. After speaking, Guodong also gasped for breath and walked out. Not to mention, it's quite tiring to use this Chinko and Nua to hit people. After all, you have to pretend that they're using their own hands to hit them, equivalent to consuming a lot of physical energy. Without Guodong's help in the middle, soon everyone would divide the few people into 2 by 3. Roughly counting He, Jia Dongshu, and Bang Gung each lost 1 tooth. Qin Huairu, Jia Dongshu, and He suffered varying degrees of skin injuries on their faces. Although Zhonghai did not lose his teeth, he had a bright red footprint on his face. And my feet are rotten. He felt that his breathing was not smooth, and even with a little force, he could feel like his body was being pricked. This is the effect brought by Guodong's Kunkin Iron Mountain just now. Everyone was shocked to see these 5 people in a disheveled and injured state. How did they look like they were beaten up by more than 10 people? Otherwise, how could there be such exaggerated injuries? At this moment, the initiator is rubbing their waist. They haven't exercised for too long, and even a slight movement can cause some back pain. It seems that they still need to strengthen their exercise in the future. Dongsu, you've hit and cursed, and you've already let out your anger. I want to say to you at the end, Qin Huairu and I are completely innocent, and nothing has happened between us. I swear, if I have any malicious intentions towards Qin Huairu, I will be struck by 5 lightning strikes from the heavens. Zhonghai sat up slowly, panting heavily, and said to Jia Dongshu, he feels so guilty. If he really did something, he would just let it go. But I just took a sip of Mantu across the way and did nothing else. And then it was discovered, and now it's still being beaten up like this. I can only pretend that my grandson is mistaken. It's really a huge loss. Boom, boom, snap. Just as Zhonghai's words fell, everyone suddenly heard muffled thunder. This scared Zhonghai and Qin Huairu quite a bit. Zhonghai even got his pants wet. He was filled with immense fear in his heart. Isn't this so miraculous? How could he have just fulfilled his oath? Is it true that I have been punished by the heavens and must die today? Thinking that he was about to be chopped into ashes, Yi Zhonghai was even more afraid in his heart, and Qinweru also bit her lips tightly. Her eyes filled with mist. She didn't swear, which thunder wouldn't hit her. The leaders of the courtyard, who were watching nearby, felt like they were avoiding each other, afraid that they would also suffer. Jia Dongshu looked at Yi Zhonghai with red eyes, as if he wished he had eaten Yi Zhonghai. This made Yi Zhonghai secretly exclaim in his heart, "Not good." Boom, boom. Snap. Another loud bang came. Yi Zhonghai's legs began to tremble, with a yellow-brown liquid flowing between them as he urinated again. Wow. After seeing it, Qinweru couldn't help but burst into tears. Ha ha. Yi Zhonghai wouldn't have died so early, would he? This old god is really clever. Yi Zhonghai thought with a bleak expression. How would he know how clever he would be? If he had known, he wouldn't have made such a vow. Ha ha, this god really has eyes. Specifically targeting villains like you, Yi Zhonghai. Jia Dongshu laughed wildly. All right, Guodong, don't mess with this. At this moment, Yin Bugui suddenly said. Upon hearing Yin Bugui's voice, everyone followed the sound and realized that it was Guodong holding a loudspeaker simulating the sound of thunder. Ha ha, I'm just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Keep going. Keep going. Seeing everyone looking over, Guodong chuckled. Just now, he took advantage of everyone's inattention and took out a butterfly onomatopoeia, ready to scare Yi Zhonghai. I didn't expect the effect to be outstanding. I just peed him directly. Ding! Received a SAW operation value of 80, currently accumulated value, 530. Seeing that it turned out to be fake, both Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu looked at Guodong with hatred. They were really scared just now. In fact, not only were they both scared, but even He Yuzhu, who was closest to them, almost couldn't hold back his urine. If it weren't for the issue of image, I would probably have had to pull my pants like Yi Zhonghai. As for Yi Zhonghai, it goes without saying. Now he has a strong smell all over his body, even on his face. This made Yi Zhonghai very irritable. He wanted to find a place to take a shower, but now he couldn't leave. This is simply a fatal loss. At this moment, Qin Huairu suddenly returned home and walked out with a kitchen knife in hand. Everyone was startled by the situation. What are you going to do now? Are you going to kill someone to silence them? He Yuzhu rushed straight up. Qin Jia, don't act impulsively. Let's talk about what we have to say. Yin Bugui also quickly stepped forward to persuade Lu Haizhong. If this causes a loss of life, it will be a big deal. Pillar, move aside. Facing He Yuzhu, who came forward to stop him, Qin Huairu just said calmly and lightly. This is the first time He Yuzhu has seen Qin Huairu like this. Although his face was calm, He Yuzhu felt a sense of determination from her expression. I could only slowly step back to the side. Come on, Dongshu. Since you don't believe me, then use the kitchen knife to chop me to death. If you misunderstand again, that's the kind of relationship I have with Uncle E. Come on, you can chop it. Remember, make sure to chop it hard on your head. This is the only way to relieve anger. After He Yuzhu stepped aside, Qin Huairu handed the kitchen knife directly to Jia Dongshu and said with a resolute expression, Qinweru, why don't you make a fuss? Put down quickly. Yi Zhonghai became anxious when he saw Qin Huairu handing Jia Dongshu a kitchen knife and shouted at her. However, Qin Huairu turned a deaf ear to this and stared calmly at Jia Dongshu. After taking the kitchen knife, Jia Dongshu also fell silent, knowing that Qinweru was trying to preserve his reputation. After all, this matter has a huge impact on women. But Jia Dongshu still couldn't control his anger. He can't control it. He even felt a flame burning in his chest cavity. Come on, cut me off. Qin Huairu looked at Jia Dongshu, who hesitated while holding a kitchen knife, and repeated again. Chapter 150. Jia Dongshu can't take action. Lu Guangqi is getting married. Looking at the kitchen knife in his hand, Jia Dongshu suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and fiercely chopped at Qin Huairu. However, it did not fall but stayed in midair, clanking. In the end, Jia Dongshu threw the kitchen knife to the ground. Seeing Jia Dongshu's performance like this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it didn't make a big mistake. Whoosh whoosh. Yi Zhonghai was lying on the ground, panting heavily, almost scared to death just now. Just now, he almost thought that Qinweru was really going to be hacked to death. If Qinweru were to be chopped down, he wouldn't be much better. Everyone will definitely say that he caused the death of Qin Huairu. Then it's over. Yi Zhonghai, we will no longer have a master-disciple relationship in the future. For a long time, Jia Dongshu spoke slowly to Yi Zhonghai on the ground, word by word. Then he turned to Qinweru and looked at her with a complicated expression. Push me back. Upon hearing this, Qinweru remained silent and silently approached, dragging a chair towards her home. The chair made a piercing sound as it rubbed against the ground. Just like Qin Huairu's heart now. Bang Gung also found his lost tooth on the ground and helped pull Jia Dongshu home together. Yi Zhonghai sighed as he watched Qin Huairu's distant figure. This time it's completely ruined. He knows that from now on, the Jia family has broken ties with him, and they will definitely not help him retire in the future. Why am I so confused and lost in my mind? Yi Zhonghai shook his head and sighed inwardly. But he didn't notice that the old lady beside him also looked at him with a complicated expression. After returning to the room and placing Jia Dongshu, Qin Huairu sat alone in a chair, staring blankly out the window. Bada, bada, bada. So, the room fell into silence. Perhaps after a long time, Qin Huairu's eyes shed 2 clear tears. Then, as if he had made some kind of determination, he wiped away his tears, washed up, and prepared to rest. On the other hand, Yi Zhonghai was also in the room, lying in bed with a face full of pain and frustration, constantly imagining everything that had happened tonight. I really deserve to die. I shouldn't have chosen this time. It's all because of that damn Guodong. Oh my leg hurts so much. Yi Zhonghai found himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of reflection, each contemplation deepening his regret and amplifying his discomfort, until he ultimately decided to abandon it all. He reclined on his bed, succumbing to slumber. Beside him, a matron silently shed tears. She gazed at Yi Zhonghai's unfamiliar back, feeling a profound sense of estrangement. The lingering guilt of not being able to bear him a child weighed heavily upon her conscience, compelling her to fulfill his every request. Yet, she was blindsided to discover that Yi Zhonghai had sought solace outside their marriage, embroiled in a scandal of considerable magnitude. Of all the choices available to him, he had chosen the wife of his apprentice, or rather, his current apprentice. Such a breach of ethical conduct was nothing short of a farcical disgrace. She found herself lamenting her past naivety in marrying Yi Zhonghai, her animosity towards him now palpable. Thoughts of divorce flitted through her mind, but she ultimately cast them aside. After all, age had crept upon her, and without children to support her, she was uncertain of her future should she part ways with Yi Zhonghai. Moreover, she still relied on his income to sustain her daily existence. In the west wing of the courtyard, Su Damao was wide awake, brimming with excitement. He had believed his fate as a janitor marked the nadir of his misfortune, yet a twist of fate had changed everything. Lu Haizhong had just sought him out, announcing plans to approach the street office to voice their grievances. Their intention was to oust Yi Zhonghai from his position as the courtyard mediator, subsequently recommending Su Damao for the role of the third master of affairs. With such prospects, they envisioned themselves walking tall within the courtyard, enraptured by this delightful possibility. Su Damao could not suppress his broad grin. "What are you smiling about, Damao?" Lu Haizhong inquired. "I've already informed my father about your transfer to janitorial duties. He plans to speak to Director Yang in a few days, hoping to have you reinstated as a projectionist after a brief punishment. You truly are something else, aren't you? You can criticize Shaju all you want, but why disparage Guodong?" Lu Xiaoa chimed in, readying herself for slumber as she caught Su Damao's foolish smile. "Hey, Easy Eye, let me tell you, in a few days I shall ascend to the position of the third master." Su Damao et Galim. His joy evident upon hearing Lu Xiaoa had consulted her father. Her father, Lu Jinhua, had once been a shareholder in the factory, though the factory had since been nationalized. Lu Jinhua still retained some influence. With his intervention, Su Damao believed his reinstatement was all but assured. The prospect of becoming the third master seemed like a double blessing. Really? The third master? Lu Xiaoa was elated, promptly climbing onto the bed to embrace Su Damao. "Indeed, Easy Eye. Once I reclaim my position, our lives will undoubtedly improve," Su Damao declared with pride. In light of recent events, the courtyard had grown quieter, with everyone leading their lives with newfound decorum. To avoid any suspicion, Qin Huairu had not exchanged a single word with Yi Zhonghai, whether in the factory or the courtyard. The bonds that had once tightly bound the Jia family, He Yuzhu, and the elder master had been entirely severed by Guodong through 2 incidents involving the cellar. On this Saturday, having returned from grocery shopping, she noticed He Yuzhu delivering vegetables to the Jia family once more, shaking her head in disbelief. He Yuzhu was truly remarkable. Despite the scandal involving Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu, he remained oblivious to the obvious rift between them. One could only wonder if the Jia family could stomach the meals He Yuzhu now prepared. He Yuzhu, who had taken to working with manure, now carried an unmistakable odor. If that scent infused his cooking, the results could be quite unpleasant. Indeed, as Guodong had anticipated, He Yuzhu's meals now bore an indescribable taste. After a single encounter, Qin Huairu had refused to eat anymore. Strangely, Bongging and Jia Dongshu seemed impervious to the flavor, relishing every bite. With Qin Huairu abstaining, they were delighted. ferment more food for them. As noon approached and cooking commenced, Guodong caught sight of Lu Haizhong distributing invitations through the window. When Lu Haizhong reached Yi Zhonghai's residence, Guodong overheard the purpose of his endeavor. Lu Haizhong's eldest son, Lu Guangqi, was to be wed. "Hey Shaju, wait a moment. I need your assistance," He Yuzhu called out as he completed his deliveries, and Lu Haizhong quickly intercepted him. "Second master, you look radiant. Congratulations." He Yuzhu greeted with a smile. "Ha, what is there to congratulate? Have you heard about the banquet?" Lu Haizhong replied with a chuckle. "Second master, please don't jest. I am but a humble soul, ill-suited for such grand affairs," He Yuzhu protested, waving his hands in refusal. "Come on, Shaju. You know our steel factory produces the finest dishes. If you claim second place, no one would dare to claim first. This is your chance. Don't be ungrateful." Lu Haizhong urged earnestly. "Well, if you want my help, it won't be for free. 8 yuan. I'll handle the cooking. You'll need to find someone else for the rest," He Yuzhu replied with a mischievous grin. Lu Haizhong's expression soured at the mention of 8 yuan. He typically managed banquets of 10 or 8 tables, and He Yuzhu's demands seemed exorbitant. "Shaju, we're neighbors. Isn't that a bit excessive for such a simple task?" Lu Haizhong protested. "Then find someone else," He Yuzhu interjected, cutting Lu Haizhong off. "Wait, how about this? You can skip the gift, and I won't charge you either. We're neighbors. Let's help each other out," Lu Haizhong suggested after some contemplation. "Second master, your calculations are too astute. A generous gift would only amount to 50 cents. You expect to exchange 50 cents for 8 yuan? Do you take me for a fool?" He Yuzhu shot back. After enduring He Yuzhu's rebuttal, Lu Haizhong felt a mix of frustration and resignation. He could only appease him, acknowledging his culinary skills. "Shaju, you know I have no other options. How about 7 yuan? That's my final offer," Lu Haizhong said, reluctantly extending 7 fingers toward He Yuzhu. After a moment's hesitation, He Yuzhu replied, "Fine, 7 yuan it is." Seeing He Yuzhu acquiesce, Lu Haizhong felt a twinge of uncertainty. "Shaju, be sure to prepare it well. I wouldn't want you to skimp just because I offered a lesser amount," Lu Haizhong cautioned. "Rest assured, second master, I shall prepare it with utmost care," He Yuzhu assured him. Under normal circumstances, He Yuzhu would have declined to assist Lu Haizhong, even for 10 yuan. However, having been relegated to a worker handling waste, his income had diminished significantly. Living alone was manageable, but he required extra funds to prepare meals for Qin Huairu. Thus, he had agreed to help Lu Haizhong. Satisfied with He Yuzhu's earnest promise, Lu Haizhong resumed distributing invitations. However, at the last moment, it seemed that something struck him, and he turned back to say, "By the way, Shaju, remember to take a good bath before you cook tomorrow. You really have quite an odor about you." "Huh, doi smell. He Yuanju." Hearing Lu Haizhong's remark about his scent, couldn't help but sniff himself. He had just bathed yesterday. How could he possibly smell? "What? You can't smell how bad Shaju is? You reek like a latrine," Lu Haizhong exclaimed, looking at He Yuanju in disbelief. "I've been quite diligent about my personal hygiene lately. How could I possibly smell?" He Yuanju frowned at Lu Haizhong's comment. "I don't care. You must wash thoroughly tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't let you help us out," Lu Haizhong insisted, seeing He Yuanju's disbelief. "All right, fine. I promise I'll wash properly tomorrow." After settling this with He Yuanju, Lu Haizhong glanced at Guodong, ultimately pursing his lips and choosing not to inform him. He still harbored resentment from their previous grievances. If he were to tell him now, it would likely lead to chaos. Yet he was somewhat conflicted, after all. Guodong was the deputy section chief of the engineering department, a minor leader. If he invited him, it would certainly result in a generous gift. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, if Guodong came, he would no longer be the most prominent person present. If their relationship were amicable, it would be fine. He could even show off to others. Unfortunately, their relationship was far from cordial, and if anything went awry, Guodong might not give him face, which would ruin the wedding. Guodong, upon realizing he was not invited, was not surprised. In any case, even if he were invited, he had no intention of attending. Why partake in their feast when he could prepare his own meal? Given their stingy nature, it was likely they wouldn't have enough meat or dishes. It was questionable whether he would even receive a return gift. Fortunately, the watermelon in his space had ripened, making it a perfect treat. Indeed, early the next morning, the backyard was bustling with activity. Tables were set up from the backyard to the courtyard, with 5 tables arranged. The main area was chosen to be the courtyard, as it was more spacious and could accommodate more items. Lu Haizhong's relatives and friends were gathered in the courtyard, engaged in lively conversation. At that moment, Guodong returned on his bicycle, accompanied by Zhang Xiu, carrying a chicken, a bag of meat, and several bags of vegetables. Most notably, Zhang Shuyu cradled a large watermelon. Fruits were a rarity in that era, making this watermelon a prized possession. The young girl was truly charming, even more so than Guanxi's wife. "Oh, Lao Lu, you even bought a watermelon. And so much meat too. I didn't expect you to be so generous this time." One of the aunts remarked, surprised to see Guodong returning with such a bounty. "Yes, I thought you would just do something simple for Guanxi," another chimed in. The aunts, sitting and chatting, assumed that the food Guodong brought was for Lu Haizhong's gathering. One even stood up, preparing to help Guodong and Zhang Shuyu with their load. However, to their astonishment, Guodong ignored them entirely and walked past with Zhang Shuyu toward his own house. "Hey, where are you going?" "It's right here," the aunt called out, flustered at not receiving any food. No, that is not ours. Ours hasn't arrived yet," Lu Haizhong awkwardly clarified. Chapter 152. The food smells better than ours. Isn't this ruining the party? What? Isn't that ours? The aunt who had attempted to claim Guodong's food stood frozen in place, her expression turning envious as she watched Guodong and Zhang Shuyu enter the house with their bounty. It wasn't tea until the door closed that her gaze reluctantly withdrew. Just then, the chefs Lu Haizhong had sent to procure vegetables returned, burdened with bags of varying sizes, although they had bought a considerable amount. The meat was barely 10 pounds, and there was no chicken. Most of it consisted of eggs and vegetables. This was meant to serve 10 tables. Yet it appeared far less impressive compared to what the young man had brought. Moreover, there were no fruits. After all, Guodong had that large watermelon. Observing the changing expressions of the relatives, Lu Haizhong quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Everyone rest assured. I have hired the best chefs from our steel factory to cook for us. The food will be exquisite. You'll see once you taste it." Hearing Lu Haizhong's reassurance, the crowd's expressions softened slightly. After all, He Yuanju's reputation preceded him. Many had heard of his culinary skills learned at Hongbin. While they could not claim that his cooking was divine, it was undoubtedly far superior to what they typically consumed. Upon returning home, Guodong took a short rest before heading to the kitchen, carrying the large watermelon. He swiftly sliced it in half, inserted 2 spoons into the halves, and carried them back into the room. Watermelons are best enjoyed when held and eaten directly from the cut halves. Eating small pieces simply does not compare. The relatives outside watched in awe as Guodong emerged with a watermelon, then returned with 2 large halves, spoons in hand. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Haizhong even began to regret not calling out to Guodong, thinking that perhaps he could have snagged a taste of that watermelon. "Here, Shuyu, you have this half." Once back inside, Guodong handed 1/2 of the watermelon to Zhang Shuyu, who was waiting by the car. "Thank you, Guodong Gu," she said with a sweet smile as she accepted the watermelon. Particularly with her rosy cheeks, she appeared even more enchanting. She took a spoon and began to eat. Delicious. So sweet. After taking a bite, Zhang Shuyu's eyes squinted in satisfaction. In the past, she would never have indulged like this. However, under Guodong's influence, she had become less frugal, especially regarding food. Since both of them started receiving their wages, she had become notably generous, willing to use more ingredients in their meals. Unlike before, when she meticulously calculated the oil for each dish to avoid waste, she now poured oil freely, leading to tastier and more flavorful dishes. "Guodong Yi, I'll go prepare lunch now," she said after enjoying a few bites of watermelon. After all, they wouldn't be partaking in the outside feast and still needed to cook their own meal. "What would you like me to make today?" she asked. "How about some spicy chicken?" Guodong suggested after a moment of thought. "All right, I'll make it right away." Upon hearing the dish Guodong wanted, Zhang Shuyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Noticing her inexplicable blush, Guodong felt puzzled, then suddenly realized, laughing, "I shouldn't have mentioned chicken. Civility dictates I should be more mindful, Shuyu. I'll be careful next time." Zhang Shuyu didn't respond, merely rolling her eyes at him, leaving him to deduce the meaning. Once in the kitchen, Zhang Shuyu began her preparations. She chopped the chicken into small pieces and then placed them in the hot oil to fry. Once they were nearly done, she set them aside and started adding various spices, including the essential dried chili peppers, to release their aroma. Once sufficiently fragrant, she added the fried chicken along with the seasoning Guodong had previously provided. The dish was already bold in flavor, and with the added spices, it would surely be a delight. Suddenly, the entire courtyard was enveloped in a rich and fragrant aroma. "What is that delightful scent?" remarked the relatives present, drawn to the enticing fragrance wafting through the air. The dishes being prepared for Lu Haizhong's son's wedding banquet were also located in the central courtyard. This aroma completely overshadowed the dishes that He Yuju was cooking, rendering them seemingly unappetizing in comparison. He Yuzhu's expression shifted. He was acutely aware of Zhang Shuyu's exceptional culinary skills, which were undoubtedly the reason behind the creation of that renowned cookbook. However, he had not anticipated the extent of her prowess. Previously, when he worked in the backyard, he seldom encountered or caught a whiff of the dishes from Guodong's household, leaving him in ignorance of their true capabilities. Now, with just a whiff, he realized the reality. Sichuan cuisine was also his forte, and from the aroma of the spicy chicken, he could tell that the culinary skills on display might rival, if not surpass, his own. Fortunately, neither of them intended to pursue a career as chefs. Otherwise, he feared there might not be a place for him in the cafeteria of the steel mill. With this thought, He Yuzhu's heart settled somewhat. Meanwhile, Lu Haizhong's heart sank, and his countenance darkened. He, too, had detected the delightful aroma and was irked by the whispers of the crowd. Wasn't this a blatant disruption? Knowing full well that he was holding a feast, Guodong had the audacity to prepare such alluring dishes. Lu Haizhong felt utterly aggrieved, as his moment in the spotlight was being stolen away. He had hoped that He Yuzhu would provide an impressive meal to showcase his own status. Yet, He Yuzhu was proving to be utterly ineffectual. Despite being touted as the best chef at the steel mill, it was mere boasting. He resolved to find a reason to dock He Yuzhu's pay later. He then moved towards the entrance of the floral arch, where a table had been set up, adorned with a red cloth. Yanbu Gui was diligently recording names in a crimson ledger, while second aunt sat beside him, collecting money. Today, he had specifically invited Yanbu Gui to assist him with the accounts. Congratulations, old Lu, congratulations. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai hobbled over, leaning on a cane, accompanied by a solemn-faced first aunt. Ah, old Yi has arrived. Upon seeing Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong instantly beamed with a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. So, old Yi, how much are you planning to contribute? Yanbu Gui had already pre-filled Yi Zhonghai's name on the ledger and asked with a grin. I am currently facing financial difficulties, so I shall contribute just 50 cents, Yi Zhonghai replied with a smile. First aunt stepped forward and placed the 50 cents on the table. Upon seeing Yi Zhonghai's meager contribution, Lu Haizhong's smile faltered. He distinctly remembered that during Su Damao's wedding, Yi Zhonghai had generously given a whole yuan. To think that at his son's banquet, he would only contribute 50 cents. However, he refrained from voicing any complaints, instead resolving in his heart to ensure that Yi Zhonghai would be swiftly sent on his way. Chapter 153. Lu Guanqi's Wedding in Turmoil. Guodong and Zhang Shuyu as spectators. Just as Lu Haizhong simmered with anger, Qin Huairu approached to pay her dues. Uncle, could you kindly note our contribution? The Jia family, 2 dimes? Qin Huairu stated, handing over the coins. This made Lu Haizhong's already unpleasant expression grow even more sour. The Jia family, comprising 2 adults and 2 children, had the audacity to contribute only 20 cents. It was as if they were merely there to partake in the festivities without any intention to contribute. Furthermore, considering that little Bang Gung could eat like a voracious beast, that 20 cents was hardly sufficient to satisfy him. Yet, being a day of celebration, he held his tongue. However, when it came to the issue of numbers, his gaze towards Yanbu Gui turned decidedly less amiable. The Jia family at least contributed 20 cents, while Yan Laoshi had the gall to claim that he would not accept any gifts when he sought his assistance. His family comprised 7 members, enough to occupy an entire table. Moreover, Yan Jieqing had already married, yet Yanbu Gui insisted that they were still a unified household, dismissing him outright. This left Lu Haizhong seething with frustration. However, Yanbu Gui was the only teacher in the courtyard, capable of writing and keeping accounts. And now he was also an elder. It would have been inappropriate not to invite him. So Lu Haizhong could only begrudgingly accept the situation, especially since he had also enlisted Yanbu Gui's assistance with writing couplets and invitations. In truth, Lu Haizhong had few relatives, most of whom were from second aunt side. The majority of the contributions were merely 20 cents, although they did not have as many members as the Jia family. In comparison, Yi Zhonghai's 50 cents for just 2 people was the highest contribution per capita. Fortunately, despite having few relatives, Lu Haizhong had managed to maintain good relations with several apprentices. Almost all of his apprentices attended, each contributing 30 cents. Thus, even with a modest banquet, he would still make a small profit. Before long, the guests had nearly gathered. With the cheerful cries of children outside, a series of firecrackers erupted, heralding the arrival of Lu Guanqi and the bride. Yanbu Gui had completed the registration and joined his family at a table. Yi Zhonghai and his wife joined them, a deliberate arrangement by Lu Haizhong. It was essential that Yanbu Gui's family sit together. If they were dispersed, it would be to Lu Haizhong's detriment. Having Yi Zhonghai's family at the same table would significantly offset their contribution. Meanwhile, Su Damao's family, the Jia family, and several relatives of second aunt gathered at another table, also to balance the accounts. As Lu Haizhong declared the banquet open, everyone began to eat. It must be said that Lu Haizhong had indeed spent some money, providing a total of 8 dishes, 2 meat and 6 vegetarian. The meat dishes included a braised pork and a braised fish, both portions rather small, merely the size of a thumb. Each table seemed to have been meticulously portioned, with 10 pieces of meat per table, allowing 1 piece per person. The fish was similarly diminutive. The 6 vegetable dishes included 2 cold and 4 hot dishes. Although each dish was not plentiful, under Hiyuju's adept hands, they were visually appealing and flavorful. Before the meal commenced, everyone was amiable, but that quickly changed once they began to eat. At Yin Bu-gui's table, the moment the meal was served, his family eagerly reached for the braised pork. Fortunately, each person only took 1 piece, and Yi Zhonghai and first aunt managed to secure a share. Nonetheless, with only 9 people at their table, 1 piece remained. This led to a dispute among the Yin family over the last piece of meat. The situation was even more chaotic at the Jia family and Su Damao's table. Bang Geng swiftly commandeered the braised pork, claiming 4 pieces for himself. Jia Dongshu was equally unrestrained, his hands surprisingly nimble despite his leg injury, as he snatched up 3 pieces of meat. This infuriated Su Damao, who nearly lost his temper. However, he refrained from causing a scene at the wedding and bit his tongue. Of course, he did not remain polite, promptly taking the braised fish for himself. With a flick of his chopsticks, he stripped the meat from the fish's front side, placing it all into his bowl. He then flipped the fish over, and with another swift motion, he took the remaining half of the fish and placed it in Lu Xiao's bowl. The brazen actions of both families left the others utterly bewildered. Consequently, they too decided to take action, diving into the remaining dishes as the scene grew increasingly lively. Meanwhile, Bang Geng, with a glint in his eye, abandoned his table and made his way to Yi Zhonghai's and the Yin family's table, requesting Yi Zhonghai to serve him some food. Despite the Jia family having severed ties with Yi Zhonghai, Bang Geng was indifferent to such matters. After all, for him, anyone who could provide food was a friend. Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu, witnessing this, chose to turn a blind eye. It is indeed a fortunate occurrence when a child is able to procure their own sustenance. Furthermore, Yi Zhonghai is intentionally endeavoring to mend a relationship with the Jia family. So upon the arrival of Bang Geng, he immediately greets him with a beaming smile and offers him dishes. The moment Bang Geng enters, the previously serene atmosphere at the table, where food was being shared fairly, transforms into a fierce competition for dishes. Everyone is acutely aware of Yi Zhonghai's fondness for Bang Geng, which guarantees that he will be served copious amounts of food. Consequently, the Yin family members are desperately reaching for more servings. This infuriates Yi Zhonghai, who is left fuming in exasperation. At this juncture, whether it is a psychological effect or otherwise, the members of the Yin family begin to perceive a faint odor reminiscent of a lavatory emanating from the food since Bang Geng's arrival. Yin Jiequang, unable to contain himself, directly accuses Bang Geng. Have you been eating excrement again, you king of dung eaters? You've tainted the food. Bang Geng, who cannot abide such an insult, feels that being accused of consuming excrement is the greatest stain on his reputation. Anger surges within him, and he retaliates by hurling peanuts at Yin Jiequang. Yin Jiequang is not one to tolerate such behavior. Being only a few years older than Bang Geng, he is in the throes of youthful rebellion. Seeing Bang Geng daring to throw peanuts at him, he charges forward and delivers a blow to Bang Geng's head. Yin Jiefang follows suit, joining in to beat Bang Geng as well. Their long-standing disdain for Bang Geng manifests in this newfound opportunity for a physical confrontation. Nearby, Jia Dongshu witnesses his son being assaulted and grabs an object to retaliate against the Yin brothers. The 2 siblings, already riled up from their earlier skirmish, find their tempers flaring anew, plunging into a fresh bout of fighting. This time, Jia Dongshu is drawn into the fray. Qin Huairu can only watch anxiously from the sidelines. When she attempts to intervene, she is forcefully pushed to the ground. Hiyuju, who has been spectating the chaos, cannot bear to see Qin Huairu being shoved and promptly joins the melee. This infuriates Lu Haizhong, for it is supposed to be a day of celebration, yet chaos reigns. He immediately calls upon his sons, Guangtian and Guangfu, to join the fray as well. In an instant, the scene devolves into utter pandemonium. Guodong and Zhang Shuyu, meanwhile, sit at the entrance, enjoying watermelon while observing the commotion. Chapter 154 sees Guodong's mischievous antics, and Hiyuju and Su Damao exchanging blows over their younger brother. Amidst this tumultuous brawl, other corners of the gathering are not devoid of unrest either. Yin Jiequang's earlier remark about the food having a lavatory scent has sown seeds of doubt among the guests. Initially, some had sensed a subtle, unpleasant odor emanating from the dishes, but dismissed it as mere illusion. However, once voiced, many joined in the chorus of complaints, affirming the presence of a foul smell in the food, far more than just a hint. This revelation ignites a furor, prompting the crowd to question Lu Haizhong about the situation. They demand clarification on whether the food is indeed fresh. Lu Haizhong finds himself at a loss for words. He had instructed Shaju the day before to bathe thoroughly before cooking, yet Shaju had evidently disregarded this advice, resulting in the current predicament of foul-smelling food. Lu Haizhong, with his thick skin, insists that the dishes possess their intended flavor. However, the crowd is unconvinced. They declare that unless Lu Haizhong provides a satisfactory explanation, they will seek to retract their monetary gifts. Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong is incensed, having already paid the gift money and consumed the food. How could they even think of reclaiming it? You scoundrels, do not slander us. Our food is purchased and fresh. If you don't believe me, take a whiff. It is not the scent of excrement, but the unique fragrance of fresh vegetables. It is he Yuju, the dung collector, who undoubtedly carries an odor. At this moment, Guodong, reveling in the chaos, seizes a loudspeaker and begins to broadcast. Yes, it's he Yuju, the dung collector. He prepared today's meal. No wonder it smells. Su Damao, seizing the opportunity, leaps forth. He will not let such a splendid chance to disparage he Yuju slip away. What? You hired a dung collector to prepare our meal? This is an affront to our dignity. Who could possibly eat this? Upon hearing that the food was prepared by a dung collector, the crowd's expressions morph into ones of disgust. This news is explosive, igniting fervent discussions among the guests. What do you mean, hiring a dung collector to cook for us? Lu, what are you trying to imply? One relative stands up, pointing accusatorily at Lu Haizhong. Lu Haizhong, utterly infuriated, never anticipated such a turn of events. At last, he Yuju manages to extricate himself from the situation and stands up for Qingjie. However, upon hearing the guests disapproving of his cooking, he becomes enraged and starts to argue back. Do you even know how to appreciate food? I assure you, my cooking is the most authentic. You wish to taste it, yet cannot. How dare you look down upon it? You're simply living on borrowed time. With that, he Yuju lunges at the man who insulted him, and the two become locked in a scuffle. Stop. He Yuju, cease at once. I won't pay you if you keep this up. Lu Haizhong bellows upon witnessing he Yuju attacking his relative. If you don't pay, then so be it. What's the big deal? Do you think you're royalty? We are free to do as we please. Dare to criticize my cooking, and I shall retaliate. He Yuju shows no signs of restraint, continuing his assault on his relative. Thus, the ruckus, which had shown signs of waning, reignites with fervor as everyone once again engages in a brawl. He Yuju, known for holding grudges, recalls Su Damo's earlier taunts and lunges at him with fervor. Amidst this chaos, Guodong stealthily navigates through the crowd. At this juncture, he Yuju is atop Su Damao, mercilessly pummeling him. Su Damao finds himself pleading for mercy. Just as he Yuju prepares to rise, Guodong seizes the moment, lifting Su Damao's legs while simultaneously delivering a kick to he Yuju's heel. In that instant, both he Yuju and Su Damao feel as if they are being elevated, as if they have glimpsed paradise. They imagine their deceased ancestors beckoning them from above, while simultaneously envisioning hell, with their forebears resurrected. In that moment, he Yuju experiences a wave of pleasure akin to that of manhood. However, the next instant, pain engulfs their bodies, from the back of their heads to their spines and tails, akin to a jolt of electricity coursing through them. This indescribable agony is overwhelming. Even a mere bump would elicit a cry, let alone such a violent collision. Both men nearly faint, and in their minds, they can almost hear the sound of an egg shattering. Finally, they can no longer contain themselves, releasing a simultaneous cry of anguish. Their wails are heart-wrenching, causing tears to well up in the eyes of all who hear it, especially the men, who shudder as though they too have been struck. This cry abruptly silences the previously tumultuous wedding scene, leaving everyone stunned, unable to comprehend what has befallen the two. Damao, what is wrong? Don't scare me. At that moment, Lu Xiaoa, who had been embroiled in a fight with a Lu family relative, rushes over. She is taken aback by Su Damao, who is curled up and clutching his groin. The elder Qin Huairu and others quickly rush to check on he Yuju, who is similarly crumpled and clutching his midsection. The women are left bewildered, struggling to grasp the situation. However, several men were already drenched in cold sweat. Observing the positions of he Yuju and Su Damao, and the crimson and white fluids seeping from their trousers. They had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. Quickly, get them to the hospital. It was Yi Zhonghai who first reacted, shouting to the Liu and Yin brothers around him. Oh right. At this moment, they too realized the seriousness of the matter. Hastily lifting He Yuzhu and Su Damao and rushing toward the door. Looking at the pitiful state of the two men, these brothers could not help but clench their thighs. Could it be that they would end up losing everything? This question simultaneously arose in their minds. The atmosphere at the scene was so tense that no one dared to act recklessly anymore. Everyone began to tidy up the tables, with those who hadn't finished their meals continuing to eat as the wedding proceeded, yet the ambience became so stifling that it was almost suffocating. Liu Haizhong's face was as grim as if he had just consumed excrement. How had a perfectly fine wedding descended into chaos? Yi Zhonghai, who accompanied them to the hospital, wore an expression of indescribable excitement. Ding! Received 100 points for the chaotic operation. Current total, 630. Chapter 155. He Yuzhu and Su Damao's loss. Lu Guanqi flees. At the hospital, the examination results were revealed, delivering a tremendous shock to everyone present. Both He Yuzhu and Su Damao had suffered the loss of their testicles, leaving not a single one intact. To ensure their safety, the doctors had to perform an immediate procedure. The most direct consequence of this was that they would henceforth be incapable of fathering children. Lu Xiaoyi fainted on the spot. Ever since her marriage to Su Damao, she had been unable to conceive, a long-standing issue that had plagued them. However, they had never sought medical advice, always holding on to hope. Now, with the doctor's diagnosis, it was confirmed that there was a 99% probability they would never have children. The reason it wasn't stated as 100 was to offer the family some comfort, as no one could guarantee the possibility of a medical miracle in the future. Thus, it was recorded as 99. Lu Xiaoyi was unable to withstand this devastating news and fainted. He Yuzhu's situation was even more tragic, as he had no family members present. His only relative, He Yushui, was still in class, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding. The onlookers could only express their sympathy. Moreover, Yi Zhonghai was secretly pleased, with He Yuzhu incapable of having children. It meant there would be no offspring, and marrying a wife would bear no descendants. Wouldn't this mean he could live comfortably in retirement? With this thought, Yi Zhonghai's lips curled into a manic grin. However, the Liu and Yin brothers were still present, forcing him to suppress his expression. Yet, the idea of someone providing for him in his old age made it difficult for him to maintain composure, causing his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Given the severity of the incident, someone naturally reported it to the police. However, upon arrival at the hospital, the police concluded that the two had engaged in mutual combat, and if arrests were to be made, both would have to be detained. Ultimately, everyone agreed to settle the matter privately. Thus, He Yuzhu and Su Damao found themselves at the height of misfortune. The two awoke nearly simultaneously, and upon learning of their condition and the final resolution of the incident, they stared blankly at the ceiling, their faces devoid of emotion. In that moment, they felt as if they had died, their bodies stiff with despair. Their minds were shattered. They could no longer carry on their family line. More importantly, they would likely never again be able to engage with women. Although the doctor had stated that some functions remained, the reality was akin to being devoid of heirs. Such a scenario was exceedingly difficult for any man to bear. They both fell into deep contemplation, realizing they had no one to hold accountable. How could they seek revenge? By mutually destroying each other's dignity? They had claimed to seek vengeance, yet it seemed they had already lost that opportunity. Ultimately, their minds were in utter disarray. The news quickly spread through the courtyard when the Liu and Yin brothers returned home, circulating throughout the night. Despite Yi Zhonghai's persistent warnings to refrain from gossiping until he returned, his authority as the third elder paled in comparison to that of their fathers. Thus, these brothers paid no heed to Yi Zhonghai. Given their already strained relationships with He Yuzhu and Su Damao, they wasted no time spreading rumors that Su Damao and He Yuzhu had become impotent. This revelation sparked a flurry of gossip throughout the courtyard. Upon hearing the news, Guodong was immensely satisfied. He had exerted considerable effort to create such chaos. If it had only resulted in minor injuries, it would have been a significant loss. The key was that they were oblivious to his involvement, ensuring that animosity would brew among them, thus facilitating his accumulation of points. In the Jia family, Jia Dongshu wore a joyful expression. Ever since his paralysis, he had been worried that Qin Huairu would seek companionship elsewhere, especially since he was unable to fulfill his role as a husband. This worry had escalated after the incident involving Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai in the cellar, which had incited his furious outburst. While he was particularly concerned about Yi Zhonghai, his greatest anxiety was directed at Hiyuju. Although rumors circulated that Hiyuju preferred men and had previously been seen with Yi Zhonghai in the cellar, Jia Dongxu remained uneasy. The connection between Hiyuju and his family was too close for comfort, as they still required his support. Now that Hiyuju had fallen out with his mentor, Yi Zhonghai, he was the only one who could aid the Jia family. Thus, Jia Dongxu was caught in a dilemma, wanting Hiyuju's assistance, while simultaneously wishing to keep him away from his wife. Now, however, the situation had changed, with Hiyuju rendered impotent. He could no longer threaten Jia Dongxu's marriage. In contrast, Qin Huairu felt a pang of worry. Both men had been selected as allies for her family. Although one had taken up a job as a cleaner and the other as a dung collector, there were still opportunities to benefit from their support. With both sustaining such injuries, she wondered if they would lose interest in women altogether. If they did, how could she rely on them for assistance? No, she needed to find a way to test the waters. Previously, when they had their virility, she had to tread carefully to avoid any unintended consequences. Now that they could not father children, perhaps she could afford to be a bit bolder. On Lu Haizhong's side, he wore a satisfied expression. Initially, he had been deeply frustrated by the turn of events at the banquet. Hiyuju had proven to be more of a hindrance than a help. Not only had he failed to prepare a dish as delectable as those from Guodong's family, but he had also disrupted the gathering with a fight, almost prompting guests to withdraw their wedding gifts. Fortunately, after Hiyuju had been injured and taken to the hospital, the remaining attendees quieted down and ceased discussing the matter. Furthermore, Hiyuju had insisted on foregoing any payment for his services, which meant Lu Haizhong had inadvertently gained an extra 8 yuan. Although his pride had taken a hit, the financial gain offset much of his discontent. Now, with his son returning to report that Hiyuju had been rendered impotent, Lu Haizhong felt even more elated, muttering curses about how this was the consequence of provoking him. After consuming some alcohol and having worked tirelessly throughout the day, he soon fell asleep. Little did he know that while they all drifted off, the newlywed Lu Guanqi and his wife were wide awake, engaged in their own physical activities. Certainly, it is not a matter of creating life, but rather tidying up. The items in the room have been meticulously arranged and placed into a large wooden box. How does it look, Guanqi? Is there anything missing? Lu Guanqi's wife inquired softly. Nothing is left. Let us depart, he responded. With that, the two carefully hoisted the box and made their way towards the door. By the time Lu Haizhong and Aunt Air awoke the following morning, they found the place deserted. Lu Haizhong was so taken aback that he fainted, causing quite a commotion in the Lu household. Chapter 156, Worker Assessment. Before long, the day of the assessment arrived. The first order of business was the worker evaluation. As the deputy section chief of the engineering department at the steel rolling mill and possessing exceptional skills, Guodong was unsurprisingly selected as one of the chief examiners for the assessment. Upon entering the workshop, he found that most of the workers had already begun their preparations. Particularly, the workers from his independent workshop, under his insistence, had all registered for the assessment. With his guidance over the past few weeks, their technical proficiency had improved significantly, making their advancement virtually assured. Upon seeing Guodong enter, the workers greeted him warmly. Chief Gu, you promised us that if 80% of our workshop passed the assessment, you and Comrade Zhang Shuyu would personally cook us a meal, exclaimed a secondary worker, only slightly older than Guodong, with a grin. Indeed, Chief Gu, you and Comrade Zhang Shuyu cannot escape this, chimed in another worker. Clearly, these workers were salivating at the thought of Guodong's culinary skills. Rest assured, as long as you all pass, Shuyu and I will prepare a delightful feast for you, Guodong assured them. Having previously promised that if 80% of the independent workshop workers passed, he and Deputy Factory Director Li would personally treat them to a sumptuous meal. Excellent. The workers cheered in unison, inciting envy among employees from other workshops who wished for such treatment. Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu felt similarly discontented as they too participated in the assessment. Hearing Guodong's generosity towards these workers left them feeling quite uncomfortable. Why couldn't Guodong extend the same kindness to them in the courtyard? Despite now holding the position of Deputy Section Chief, he still showed no inclination towards fostering amicable relations with them. They could not fathom what had caused Guodong to harbor such resentment against them, completely oblivious to their earlier intentions of claiming his father's pension and house. The first assessment was for the blacksmiths, requiring them to forge steel ingots according to the specifications outlined in the blueprints, with tolerances strictly maintained within acceptable limits. Soon, they received their blueprints and began the forging process. For the workers in the independent workshop, this was merely child's play. Although they were now utilizing the semi-automatic punching machines designed by Guodong, the assessment tools were rather antiquated. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for them. And given the simplicity of the task, they completed it swiftly. Without any surprises, all the blacksmiths from the independent workshop passed the assessment. Next came the lathe operators. Similarly, this assessment involved processing parts according to individual blueprints. Once again, the workers from the independent workshop achieved a perfect pass rate. This was in part due to the fact that most of them were lower-level workers, progressing from second to third class, or from third to fourth class, but more importantly, their skills had improved tremendously. As they witnessed the success of the independent workshop workers, the other workers looked on with envy and resentment, yet felt powerless to change their situation. After all, they had not been selected and thus missed out on Guodong's mentorship. With the current state of their skills, they had no idea when they might ascend the ranks. Soon, it was time for the assessment of the fitters. Yizonghai, participating in the assessment, felt his face darken as he overheard the discussions around him. Previously, as an 8th-level fitter, he occasionally served as an examiner. But now he had been demoted to a 1st-level fitter and was required to reassess. It was no surprise that people were talking about him. However, this did not deter him. After years of experience, he could quickly enter a focused work state, impervious to external distractions. Upon receiving his blueprint, Yizonghai furrowed his brow. The part appeared simple, but the processing would take considerable time. At first glance, he suspected that Guodong had intentionally assigned him a task requiring a lengthy processing time. Given his current mobility issues, prolonged work was inconvenient for him. Yet he scoffed at the thought, knowing such petty tricks would not daunt him. Although his legs were injured, his skills remained intact, and he could easily handle this small task. Were Guodong aware of Yizonghai's thoughts, he would undoubtedly proclaim that there was no need for doubt. This blueprint was indeed crafted specifically for Yizonghai, not to challenge him, but to create an opportunity for himself should processing take too long. If the task were completed swiftly, Guodong would be too close to Yizonghai, risking unwanted scrutiny. With the fitting assessment underway, Guodong began to stroll the examination floor. When he reached Yizonghai, the latter kept a vigilant eye on Guodong, wary of any sabotage. However, Guodong appeared entirely disinterested in such antics and continued on his way. After Guodong passed, Yizonghai exhaled in relief and resumed his work. Just then, a faint tap echoed in the air, and Yizonghai felt as though he had been jolted by an electric shock, his entire body trembling. In the next moment, he realized he had inadvertently overfiled the piece in his hand. Furrowing his brow, he pondered what had just occurred. He had been watching Guodong intently, who had not made a move against him, yet he felt as if he had been struck. Staring at the failed part in his hand, Yizonghai fell into contemplation. Perhaps he had not rested well the previous day. Ultimately, he set the flawed piece aside and picked up a new rough ingot to start anew, while Yizonghai remained unperturbed. His actions sparked lively discussions among the observing examiners, who speculated about whether Yizonghai was faltering. This scrutiny caused Yizonghai to frown, yet he remained unfazed. However, his actions did affect Qin Huairu, who was already struggling to focus. She had been half-heartedly engaging in her work, often slacking off. Upon hearing that Yizonghai had failed, she began to panic. Could this task truly be that difficult? She and T found it so. Hastily, she took her piece and measured it with a micrometer to check for errors. In her flustered state, her movements became erratic. With a crisp sound, the part fell to the ground. Chapter 157. Qin Huairu's and Yizonghai's Assessment Failures. Engineer Assessment. Ah, Guodong chuckled at Qin Huairu's mishap. How is it that I haven't even exerted myself, yet you let it drop? He had initially intended to approach her and subtly intervene. The moment she was tapped, her hand trembled, resulting in failure. The assessment allowed only 2 attempts, and consecutive failures would be deemed a complete failure for this evaluation. To his astonishment, before he even made his move, Qin Huairu had already faltered. What was happening? Witnessing Qin Huairu's actions, Yizonghai's face turned ashen. It was one thing for him to fail, but now she had failed as well. Was this a prelude to simultaneous failure? With that thought, Yizonghai summoned every ounce of his energy, determined to master this final task. If he failed this time, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Thus, Yizonghai was wholly engrossed in his work, to the extent that he didn't even notice Guodong approach him. Suddenly, that peculiar jolt of electricity surged through him once more, and Yizonghai felt a shiver run down his spine, his hand going numb again. This time, he threw his tools aside and glared fiercely at Guodong. He finally understood that the sudden weakness in his arm was the result of Guodong's mischief. Guodong, you did this on purpose, Yizonghai shouted, pointing at Guodong, who had already moved to the other side. His heart was filled with fury and indignation. He never imagined that Guodong could be so treacherous. He was merely attempting to take a level 2 worker's examination. Yet Guodong chose this moment to create disturbances. What audacity! Upon hearing this, Guodong halted and slowly turned his head. He looked at Yi Zhonghai, who was glaring at him, and calmly replied, "Master, please speak respectfully. Do not disrupt the assessments of other workers. What exactly have I done deliberately? You intentionally disrupted me with your electric tricks, preventing me from properly processing the parts." Yi Zhonghai retorted, feeling utterly frustrated without any tangible evidence, merely relying on his instinctive feelings to accuse Guodong. "Master Yi, don't blame the toilet for your inability to relieve yourself. You failed the assessment and now want to place the blame on me. Is that truly appropriate?" Guodong countered without reservation. "Who is blaming the toilet? It's clearly you." Yi Zhonghai shouted furiously. "The less capable you are, the less responsibility you bear. Master Yi, we all know you once shone brightly as an 8th level technician. However, those days are in the past. Now that you're injured and your skills have declined, we can understand that. But you cannot simply shift the blame onto others, can you? According to your logic, should everyone who fails today also blame me?" In a battle of words, Yi Zhonghai was no match for Guodong. Soon, he found himself at a disadvantage, with only the words you left in his mouth. "All right, Master Yi, if you fail, you can come back next year. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Learn from this experience, and you will improve next time. Do not let anger harm your health. That would be counterproductive," Guodong said, patting Yi Zhonghai's shoulder in consolation. Although his expression was concerned, Yi Zhonghai read mockery in it. Observing Guodong's demeanor only intensified Yi Zhonghai's frustration. But he felt powerless to argue back and angrily walked away, ignoring Guodong. Just then, Qin Huairu also failed. This time, it wasn't due to anyone else's interference. It was entirely because Guodong and Yi Zhonghai were arguing, leaving her merely a bystander. In her distraction, she inadvertently dropped the part she was handling onto the ground. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened further as he left the examination workshop. Conversely, Qin Huairu appeared unfazed. She had not truly wished to participate in this examination. It was Yi Zhonghai who had pressured her to register. After Vice Factory Director Li had given her 10 yuan and some tickets last time, Qin Huairu felt that this gradual ascent was far too slow. Earning money too slowly was frustrating. Once someone has tasted quick profits, it becomes exceedingly difficult to appreciate slower means of income, especially for someone like Qin Huairu, who had long relied on borrowing to get by. She viewed working as a mere waste of time. It was at best a way to secure the most basic living income. To truly live well, she needed to find alternative methods. She was acutely aware of her own limitations and knew she would never become a senior worker. Thus, she preferred to take it easy and find other means to make a living. Among those who failed, only Qin Huairu felt no sorrow whatsoever. Soon, the examination for the machinists concluded. The independent workshop maintained a 100 pass rate. That morning had been filled with various workers' assessments. Only 2 individuals in the independent workshop did not pass, yielding a pass rate of over 90%. Guodong was also preparing to fulfill his promise, asking Vice Factory Director Li to arrange for some ingredients to be procured, intending to cook a meal for everyone in the afternoon, which incited a cheer from the crowd. In the afternoon, they were to head to the Ministry of Industry for the examination of engineers and technicians. The factory had arranged for a large vehicle to take everyone there. Aside from a few technicians from the engineering department, Zhang Shuyu was also among them. "All right, everyone, don't be nervous. Keep your composure. Everything will be fine," Guodong reassured the technicians. He then gently held Zhang Shuyu's small hand. "Shuyu, you need not be anxious. Just answer as I have taught you. I have faith in you." After saying this, Guodong smiled. Zhang Shuyu lowered her head, her face flushed. Seeing her agreement, Guodong refrained from further comments. "Let us depart." With the driver's call, the vehicle headed toward the Ministry of Industry. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the entrance of the Ministry of Industry. At that moment, a crowd had already gathered outside, seemingly all participants of the examination. Additionally, several leaders from the Ministry of Industry were present, including high-ranking officials. Upon seeing Guodong and his companions disembark, the senior officials approached to greet them, offering some words of encouragement. They also brought Guodong good news that there was an update regarding the new house he had applied for, which will be discussed after his examination. Soon, they arrived at the examination room, where the examiner was momentarily taken aback upon seeing how young Guodong was. Especially upon realizing he was there to take the 8th level engineer exam, the examiner was astonished, as young engineers were quite rare. Chapter 158. The design concept of all-terrain vehicles. As he looked at the examination paper before him, Guodong felt a bit bewildered. The initial questions were standard, concerning manufacturing processes or design modifications. However, as he progressed, the questions became rather peculiar. This reminded him of the professor who had handed him the test. The professor had confirmed his identification multiple times before extracting a sheet from the bottom of the stack. It appeared this test was custom-tailored for him, likely orchestrated by Wang Lao and Chun Lao. Guodong's suspicions were correct. At that moment, the senior officials were discussing the matter with Wang Lao and Chun Lao. The microcomputer design Guodong had provided previously had astonished them upon its completion. It was compact yet powerful. After testing its stability and finding no significant issues, a batch had been dispatched to the plateau, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities against the Asan nation. Currently, both sides were in a phase of friction, often on the verge of conflict, yet they managed to maintain a significant degree of restraint. This situation was further complicated by pressure from both the bear and eagle powers, making large-scale confrontations unlikely, which in turn emboldened Asan's demeanor. Their various maneuvers at the border have grown increasingly audacious. Yet, with the advent of this modified submachine gun, certain localized areas have begun to tilt in their favor. The Rabbit, known for its guerrilla tactics, finds this tool perfectly suited for its needs. It allows for distant, silent strikes, after which the bodies can be discreetly disposed of. The adversaries, often oblivious, may not notice the sudden disappearance of a few individuals until their numbers dwindle significantly, at which point their vigilance is aroused. However, lacking any substantial evidence, they can only suffer in silence. Having achieved considerable results this time, Wang, Old Chun, and the senior leader convened to devise a special examination for Guodong. The questions were centered on high-altitude warfare. Of course, this was merely an additional exercise. They were well aware of Guodong's formidable capabilities. Even if he struggled with the questions, they would still ensure he passed the assessment. They were curious to see if he could surprise them. At that moment, Guodong found himself deep in contemplation over the final question: to provide a conceptual design for transporting supplies and equipment to high-altitude regions. It was clear to him that this was aimed at countering the adversary. In such terrains, the most efficient means of transport would naturally be airlift. However, the nation's air force was still in its infancy, and the unique challenges of high-altitude environments made air transport exceedingly difficult. The terrain was too rugged, with most areas lacking flat surfaces, making access virtually impossible. The rapid conclusion of previous conflicts was attributed not only to the geopolitical crises involving the two major powers, but also to logistical considerations. Should the situation prolong into heavy snowfall, the risks would escalate significantly. Thus, in operations against the adversary, the efficacy of supply lines was paramount, while combat capability took a back seat. After all, the adversary was notoriously tenacious in their fighting spirit. Effectively transporting supplies in such high-altitude regions is neither utterly insurmountable nor effortlessly simple. Being a harbinger of the future, Guodong was aware that the nation had already resolved many logistical issues. He merely needed to transcribe the existing solutions. The challenge lay in the fact that the advanced technologies of the future were still difficult to replicate in the present. Fortunately, he was only required to provide a conceptual framework. Thus, he proceeded to delineate the design ideas for an all-terrain vehicle, which featured a non-metallic track structure and a unique hinged dual-body design, allowing the vehicle to be segmented. Each section would possess its independent power system, significantly enhancing both the vehicle's propulsion and its load capacity. In no time, Guodong sketched a rudimentary diagram and succinctly described the underlying principles. He also annotated several details of the vehicle design. Just as he was nearing completion, the examination bell rang. "All right, comrades, please put down your pens. The assessment is over." As the proctor announced this, Guodong tidied his materials and exited the room. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the senior leader and the long-absent Old Chun and Wang. "How did it go, Guodong?" the senior leader inquired, beaming as he waved him over. Upon seeing Old Chun and Wang, Guodong's suspicions were confirmed. This examination had been tailored specifically for him. "By the way, Guodong, did you manage to answer the final question?" Old Chun asked, with a hint of curiosity. "Yes, I have some ideas," Guodong replied, proceeding to elaborate on his thoughts regarding the all-terrain vehicle, including various details. Wang and Old Chun listened in astonishment, as many of the concepts were quite advanced, and some were even beyond their comprehension. Nonetheless, it provided a plethora of ideas, such as the hinge structure and dual power systems. They had previously been grappling with how to facilitate vehicle access to high-altitude regions, but progress had been elusive due to the steep gradients. Existing trucks were incapable of reaching the front lines, requiring manual labor to transport supplies from the base of the mountains, which was particularly challenging in the oxygen-depleted environment. They had also contemplated utilizing tank tracks, but the steel components posed a problem in frigid conditions, where thermal expansion and contraction could quickly render them inoperative. Guodong's proposed non-metallic track structure seemed particularly well suited for the task. Coupled with the dual power system, it appeared to offer a viable solution. Although this was merely a conceptual framework for now, it provided a clear direction for further research, much to the excitement of Wang and Old Chun. As they conversed, Zhang Shuyu approached, her face alight with enthusiasm. For her, today's examination had been relatively straightforward, although she had not undergone the systematic knowledge infusion others had. Her recent training under Guodong had equipped her with a foundational grasp of engineering principles. She had navigated the 12-level technician exam with ease, even exceeding the requirements. Leader, you mentioned earlier that you had good news to share after the exam. What is it? Guodong suddenly recalled the senior leader's promise. Well, there are two pieces of good news. The first, I'll let old Wang convey, the senior leader replied, turning to Wang. Haha, Guodong. The request you asked me to facilitate has been approved, and we're currently in the process of selecting a site. Construction will commence shortly, Wang announced, eliciting a bright response from Guodong, who realized this was the research facility promised by Wang. Guodong, it seems you already have one from Wang. Yet you sought another from me. What a greedy lad you are, the senior leader teased, having just learned of Guodong's dual requests. Well, it doesn't interfere. The one with Wang will focus on their specific RD, while this facility will handle routine development, Guodong replied candidly, unperturbed by the revelation. He reasoned that with personnel in short supply everywhere, assisting both sides would be welcomed. Indeed, the senior leader merely chuckled, not pursuing the matter further. And what is the second piece of good news? Guodong inquired after the discussion had settled. Did you not apply for new accommodations? We have news regarding that, the senior leader said, smiling. Guodong felt a surge of excitement. He had awaited this moment for quite some time. It was finally time to relocate from the dismal courtyard, a place riddled with negativity. The feng shui of this dwelling was abysmal. Both the elderly and the residents had met unfortunate fates, and now, with Yushu's addition, it only underscored the ill fortune of the place. If I don't move out soon, what if this misfortune befalls me as well? However, should I take the opportunity to render the troublesome brat completely impotent before I leave? It is likely that the Liu family's sons will depart in a few years, just as depicted in the original text. After all, Liu Haizhong frequently bestows upon them a hefty dose of paternal affection. Liu Guanqi serves as a prime example. The Yin family is not much different. I have heard that Yin Jieqing is already applying for housing. According to the original narrative, he is also someone who will grow old without anyone to care for him. Thus, it appears that this courtyard may indeed become a dead-end residence. After all, with Liu Haizhong and Yin Bugui aging without anyone to look after them, it is not far removed from being a place devoid of heirs. If I were to eliminate that troublesome brat as well, it could be said that all the beasts in this courtyard would be left without successors. The courtyard is conveniently located adjacent to your current residence, and knowing your preference for tranquility, it is a place where you could live entirely alone. The senior leader continued to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Guodong realized which household the senior leader was referring to. The conditions are quite favorable, although it is somewhat dilapidated at present. It may require renovation before it becomes livable. However, this presents no challenge for him, as such tasks are well within his current capabilities. He just needs to draft a renovation plan and carry out the necessary refurbishments. When he learned that the keys and various documents had already been handed over to the factory, Guodong bid farewell to a few leaders alongside Zhang Shuyu and returned. Since he had to prepare a meal for the workers in the independent workshop that afternoon, he did not rush to inspect the house. After all, the house would still be there. There was no need to hurry. Upon his return, Deputy Factory Director Li wore a beaming smile. He had visited his father-in-law, and after some maneuvering, if all goes well, a promotion within a year or two should pose no problem. The only uncertainty lies in whether he will be transferred or allowed to remain in his current position. Of course, what delighted him even more was that the majority of the workers in the independent workshop had passed their assessments. This level of success was unprecedented. Since Guodong had previously orchestrated a strategy for Director Yang, the entire management of the independent workshop was under his and Guodong's purview. Therefore, with so many workers achieving promotion this time, he would undoubtedly reap some benefits as well, given that he is one of the founders of this workshop. It is only natural that his contributions would not go unnoticed in the factory's sudden discovery of so much talent. For this reason, he personally participated in the procurement for today's meal. He was far from stingy, purchasing over 10 pounds of meat, including not just pork but also beef and lamb, and several chickens and fish. This meal was certainly meat-heavy with fewer vegetables. Moreover, he even brought some of his own wine to ensure a joyous feast, compensating for the recent busyness. With such an abundance of ingredients, Guodong and Zhang Shuyu showcased their culinary skills, preparing a lavish spread featuring multiple cuisines for everyone to enjoy. They toiled until around 9 in the evening, at which point the group finally felt satisfied and content. They then departed the steel mill in high spirits. Since they returned quite late today, most of the animals were already resting. Naturally, upon entering, they heard some rather inappropriate sounds emanating from a few rooms. There was little to be done. In this era of limited entertainment options and without television, everyone tended to retire early at night to conserve coal and electricity. However, even with early bedtimes, sleep did not come easily, leading to a surge in nocturnal activities. Aside from the lack of family planning initiatives, this is also why every household tends to have several children. There is simply no holding back. Of course, this does not apply to the likes of Zhonghai, who, despite his efforts, was unable to have children. Having consumed some alcohol and with no one watching, Guodong chose not to return to the kitchen to sleep that night. After all, their application had already been submitted, and they were merely waiting for the right age to finalize the paperwork. Thus, even if they shared a room, no one could find fault with it. Zhang Shuyu seemed to sense something. Her cheeks flushed, and she dared not look at Guodong. Once inside the room, she began to tidy up the bedding by herself. When Guodong approached her from behind, drawing near enough that his warm breath brushed against her neck, she trembled slightly. No, Guodong fe. Zhang Shuyu still put forth a final verbal resistance. However, Guodong had deliberately placed a voice changer and loudspeaker outside, mimicking the croak of a toad to mask their sounds. That night, the toads in the courtyard croaked exceptionally loudly, their chorus resounding throughout the night. Chapter 160. The Thief Saint's Brat Strikes, Stealing Canned Fish Oil at Night. That night, due to the raucous croaking of the toads and a dull ache from his injuries, the slumbering Jia Dongshu was roused from his sleep. Glancing at the brat beside him, he could not help but frown. How had he never noticed that this little rascal snored so loudly? He thought to himself, but chose to remain silent, closing his eyes once more. Awakening was easy. Falling back asleep proved to be a greater challenge. The cacophony outside, coupled with the brat-esque snores, rendered Jia Dongshu unable to rest peacefully. The incessant noise was driving him to the brink. Damn it, will you ever be quiet? Finally, Jia Dongshu could no longer endure it and shouted angrily, delivering a sharp slap to the brat-esque face. The sudden sound and the sting of pain jolted the brat wide awake. Upon seeing Jia Dongshu's face darkened with fury, he instinctively recoiled. Dad, why are you hitting me for no reason? The brat protested, bewildered, unable to comprehend why his father was so irate and had struck him with such force that he felt on the verge of tears. Get out there and see. That damn toad has been croaking all night, making a racket. Catch it and stew it tomorrow. And what were you shouting about just now? Oh, the brat dared not retort any further, hastily dressing and climbing down from the bed before heading outside. Jia Dongshu watched as his figure disappeared from the room, then turned over and continued to sleep. With no school to attend, the brat typically spent his days playing and sleeping. Now, having been awakened, he found himself surprisingly alert. Once outside, he began to search for the source of the croaking. He did have a fondness for catching toads. After all, they were a source of meat. As long as they weren't the bumpy skin variety, he would dare to eat them. Coincidentally, as he stepped outside, Guodong was finishing up and putting away the voice changer and loudspeaker before heading back to bed, originally intending to search for toads. The sudden silence left the brat unsure of where to look. He could only roam around the courtyard, hoping to find something else of interest. Under the bright moonlight, he unexpectedly noticed that the kitchen window of Guodong's residence appeared to be open. He quietly approached, peering inside. To his delight, he realized that the kitchen was unoccupied. With the window open, it was a perfect opportunity for him. His excitement surged as he jumped inside. After rummaging around for a bit, the brat furrowed his brow. There were only a few seasonings inside. There was no food to be found at all. This was strange. Guodong's family always had delicious meals, so there should be plenty of food in the kitchen. How could there be nothing? The brat was utterly perplexed. After some contemplation, Bang Gung resolved to take a bottle of soy sauce with him. After all, having come this far, it would be a shame to leave empty-handed. Moreover, opportunities to visit Guodong's home were not commonplace. Just as he was about to retrieve the soy sauce, a sudden spark of realization illuminated Bang Gung's eyes. He noticed, beside the cutting board by the window he had entered through, 2 cans of food prominently displayed. How blind he had been, overlooking such a conspicuous treasure right by the window. Clearly, he needed to train his observation skills. Otherwise, how could he hope to acquire more in the future? He chastised himself silently, and then abandoned the soy sauce, swiftly seizing the 2 cans and dashing home. Naturally, he found nothing of value left behind, for Guodong had, before departing, meticulously stowed away all the good items into his storage space, while Zhang Xiyu was momentarily distracted, specifically to thwart Bang Gung's attempts. The cans were remnants of the previous draw, containing oil fish, deliberately left in plain sight for Bang Gung to pilfer. Had it not been for today's serendipitous turn of events, it might have taken Bang Gung quite some time to discover the cans. Cradling the cans in his hands, Bang Gung's face blossomed with joy. He hadn't anticipated such a bountiful reward for his nighttime escapades. "Dad, Mom, wake up." Upon returning home, he rushed to the side of the bed where Jia Dongshu lay, shaking him awake. "What is it, you little rascal?" Jia Dongshu, having just fallen asleep, was jolted awake, and he retaliated with a smack to Bang Gung's head, glaring at him fiercely. "Hee, Dad, let me tell you, we have food now, huh?" Despite the slap, Bang Gung remained jubilant, his expression brimming with pride. Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu was momentarily taken aback, then elated. "Don't tease me. Is it true?" The realization struck him that Bang Gung had indeed procured some food. "Why would I lie? Hurry up and get up. I'll close the door to keep others from hearing." At that moment, Qin Huairu also stirred awake. "Dad, Mom, guess what I just saw? There were 2 cans of food by Guodong's window, and I swiped them." "You stole 2 cans? What kind of cans?" Jia Dongshu, now wide awake, propped himself up, his drowsiness fading away. Qin Huairu looked at her son, astonished. "Look, it seems to be fish cans." Bang Gung produced the cans he had just pilfered, offering them for their inspection. Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu exchanged glances, and joy danced in their eyes. Jia Dongshu, particularly, was overwhelmed with excitement. They hadn't had meat in several days, and the only taste of flesh had been from the scant half-pound of fatty meat Qin Huairu had bought last time, which had long since turned into oil, leaving them with only the remnants to consume. "Hurry, let us open one now and see how it tastes," Jia Dongshu urged, barely able to contain his anticipation. The craving for meat had become almost unbearable. "All right," Qin Huairu agreed, hastily rising to open a can, using a spoon to scoop out a piece. Delicious. Absolutely delectable," Bang Gung exclaimed, swallowing the entire piece in one go, marveling at the exquisite flavor that was unlike anything he had ever experienced. "Quick, fetch another bowl. I want to eat too," Jia Dongshu shouted excitedly. Once they tasted the savory, sweet, and tender morsels, words failed to capture the delight they felt. Bang Gung's cheeks flushed with excitement as he savored the moment. Even the usually sound asleep Xiao Dang was roused by Qin Huairu and managed to nibble a couple of bites. Thus, the family consumed the entire can, enveloped in happiness before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 161, Deputy Factory Director Li drives, The Power of Oil Fish. At Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill, everyone was industriously engaged in their tasks. Today, Guodong appeared unexpectedly spirited, having finally transcended from boyhood. Similarly, Zhang Xiyu radiated an alluring femininity, attracting many curious glances. Several female workers stifled giggles at Zhang Shiyu's appearance, well aware of what it signified. Yet, Zhang Xiyu remained oblivious to their attentions, immersed in her work, her thoughts adrift, repeatedly recalling the tender kiss Guodong had bestowed upon her in the darkness the night before. His lips, like a magnet, had drawn her in, igniting a fervent warmth within her, akin to being engulfed in flames, leaving her in a state of torment. Unbeknownst to her, her usual pace of work gradually slowed, mirroring the blissful distraction. Equally blissful was Qin Huairu, who felt utterly content after indulging in the canned food the previous evening. However, as she worked, a peculiar sensation began to unsettle her. The workers behind her were whispering and pointing, discussing something that seemed unsavory. Confused, Qin Huairu remained unaware until Li Zhonghai quietly approached her, revealing that her pants appeared to have been splashed with something, leaving them damp. "What's going on?" she wondered, bewildered by the sensation. Had she accidentally splattered water on herself while washing her hands? Alarmed, she quickly reached to feel her pants, only to discover the substance was not water but the oil from yesterday's canned food, reeking of a strong fishy odor. Startled, she realized something was amiss. Hastily, she sought out the workshop's supervisor to request time off, intending to investigate the situation. As Qin Huairu departed, the chatter among the workers intensified, speculating that she had wet her pants or was dealing with relatives, while others hinted at more scandalous possibilities. Given Qin Huairu's striking beauty and mature femininity, she drew the attention of many colleagues. Even though she was pregnant and her belly had begun to show, this only made her more alluring in the eyes of certain men, including Deputy Factory Director Li. After having taken advantage of Qin Huairu previously, he had continued to harbor thoughts of her, but had been unable to find an opportunity due to familial obligations and dealing with Lulan. Today, with some leisure time, he decided to wander about, hoping for a chance encounter. By coincidence, he spotted Qin Huairu exiting one of the workshops, her trousers stained with oil. Seizing the moment, he stealthily followed her. Qin Huairu first made her way to the restroom, puzzled by her condition. It felt neither like diarrhea nor anything else, merely a slick oil. Dismissing it as a consequence of indulging in rich food, she resolved to change her pants in the storage area. As she prepared to change, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she was taken aback to find Deputy Factory Director Li standing there. Deputy Director Li? Qin Huairu exclaimed in a flustered tone. Hey, it's nothing. I was just concerned seeing you haven't come out for so long, fearing something might have happened. So, I made a special trip to check on you. Look how cautious you are. You almost stumbled. Observing the lascivious expression on Deputy Factory Director Li's face, Qin Huairu felt an overwhelming chill run down her spine. What do you want? She exclaimed. Noticing the wary glimmer in Qin Huairu's eyes, Deputy Factory Director Li chuckled. Don't worry. Wasn't I just going to help Master Qin? See if you were injured? Relax. Don't be so tense. As she watched his hand reach toward her, Qin Huairu instinctively took 2 steps back. No, it's fine. You can leave. Qin Huairu's words faltered midway. For Deputy Factory Director, Li had produced 2 large black $10 notes along with several meat and grain coupons. Gazing at the money and coupons in his hands, her heart raced and her breath quickened. She barely managed to utter a single word before being rendered speechless. The dire need for this money was overwhelming. It represented her entire month's salary. If she could seize this opportunity to earn a bit, it would perfectly compensate for the financial shortfall their family had been experiencing due to He Yuzhu's absence. But it wasn't just Qin Huairu who was suffering. Her family, including Bang Geng, Jia Dongxiu, and even Xiao Deng, were also affected, particularly Jia Dongxiu, who was bedridden and unable to fend for himself. Could only wait for Qin Huairu to return at noon. Due to her injury, she had arrived home later than usual that day, and this delay of merely a few minutes had provoked a tirade of curses from Jia Dongxiu. Qin Huairu said nothing in response to his scolding. She merely busied herself with tidying up. After ensuring that the 3 mouse at home were fed, she stepped out again. However, she did not head towards the steel mill. Instead, she took a leave of absence in the afternoon to visit Pigeon City. Chapter 162. Viewing the new house in the afternoon, Guodong also refrained from continuing work. Instead, he sought out Deputy Factory Director Li, requesting that he accompany him to inspect the Sihiyuan they had secured. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the courtyard, located adjacent to the one they currently occupied. Though it was merely a single-entry courtyard, it was quite spacious. The northern section boasted 3 rooms, 2 bright and 1 dark, while the eastern and western wing houses each contained 3 rooms. Including the southern section and the entrance, there were a total of 5 rooms, albeit modest in size, each approximately 12 to 13 square meters. In the end, once the rooms were combined into larger spaces, the entire area would approach 300 square meters. So, what do you think, Guodong? Not too shabby, right? It's quite ample. You and Shuyu will have more than enough space. Nonetheless, I must say, you should really consider a small Western-style house. Although this Sihiyuan is decent, it pales in comparison to a small villa. Plus, it's rather old, and you'll need to renovate it, which is quite a hassle, Deputy Factory Director Li remarked, shaking his head as he stood in the courtyard. Upon hearing Li's words, Guodong chuckled to himself. Little did he know that this Sihiyuan, which many would dismiss today, would be inflated to astronomical prices in the future. Although the property currently belonged to the state, he believed it wouldn't be long before reforms began, and with his status, acquiring the land deed wouldn't pose a challenge. Of course, Guodong wasn't particularly concerned about the money. Given his current trajectory, by the time he reached the era in which he lived, he would be well off. What mattered more was the vibrant atmosphere of the Sihiyuan, offering a comfortable living experience. Yes, Director Li, I'm quite satisfied with this courtyard. He nodded affirmatively after surveying the surroundings. Zhang Shuyu looked at the house with delight, envisioning it as their future home, with so many rooms. She began to mentally plan how each space would be utilized, considering where their future children might reside. Well, if you like it, then there's no issue. We'll proceed with the paperwork, and here are the keys for you. Just let me know when you're ready to move. And I'll arrange for a few people to assist you, Deputy Factory Director Li said, handing over a set of keys. Oh, and regarding the 2 rooms you're currently occupying, we've decided to let you keep them for the time being. After all, your father used to stay there, and it holds sentimental value for you. Well done, Guodong. If your father were aware of your current endeavors, he would undoubtedly feel immense pride, Li added, as if recalling something, patting Guodong on the shoulder. Normally, When a housing application was approved, the previous residents would be reclaimed. However, considering Guodong's contributions, Deputy Factory Director Li had leveraged a bit of influence to facilitate the retention of his prior residents. When the higher-ups were informed, they approved it without hesitation. Really? Thank you, Director Li. Guodong was somewhat surprised. It seemed that Li had managed to handle everything for him. Director Li, do you have any construction teams available? I'd like to renovate my new courtyard. On the way back to the factory, he inquired, adding, I will, of course, pay the renovation wages accordingly. Upon hearing Guodong's words, Deputy Factory Director Li waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Isn't your research institute currently under construction? We can just assign a few workers to help you out. There's no need to discuss payment. Once they arrived at the factory, Deputy Factory Director Li immediately summoned the construction head, Team Leader Zhou, responsible for the Research Institute's construction. You Guodong, right? I've heard many people on the site speak highly of you these past few days. They say you're exceptionally skilled, able to build machines, cook, and even teach others technical skills. Team Leader Zhou praised upon meeting Guodong. They're just exaggerating. Please don't take it to heart. I'm not quite as remarkable as they claim, Guodong responded modestly, though he did not overly downplay his abilities. Haha, regardless, I genuinely believe you are an extraordinary person. It's said that everyone in our factory holds you in high regard. Even Director Li himself, Zhou continued. All right, Team Leader Zhou, I would like your assistance in refurbishing my courtyard. It's rather old, and I wish to make some improvements. Guodong stated directly, skipping any pleasantries. Certainly, no problem. Director Li has already briefed me. Feel free to list your requirements, Team Leader Zhou replied readily. He assured that, without affecting the project timeline, a few workers will be dispatched to refurbish Guodong's residence. Let me share my vision with you, Guodong began, pulling out a blueprint of the Sihiyuan and starting to sketch out his plans. First, I want the walls of the main house and the east and west wing rooms to be knocked down and reinforced. Then, we'll lay cement flooring and repaint the walls. In the northwest corner of the main house, I want to partition off a bathroom. Ensure the slope is correct, directing the sewage pipe to the external drainage. This side room will be converted into a kitchen, with the same sewage system running underground outside. Guodong succinctly outlined his renovation requirements, striving to meet the standards of modernity while working within the feasible limits of the time. Although he found it straightforward, Team Leader Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Many of the concepts were entirely new to him, yet he grasped them swiftly. He couldn't help but admire Guodong, realizing why everyone spoke so highly of him. Just hearing the technical jargon made Team Leader Zhou wonder if Guodong was perhaps an architect by training. Otherwise, how could one possibly know so much? All right, Captain Zhou, for now, that will suffice. You all can proceed according to this plan, and it must be completed within a month at the latest. Is that agreeable? After finishing the drawings, Guodong remarked, There is no issue with that. However, I estimate that refurbishing your house will incur considerable expenses. Rest assured, there is no need for reimbursement from your side. Subsequently, Guodong reached into his bag and pulled out 30 large black $10 bills. Here is $300. You may use it for now. Ensure that the meals for the workers assisting with the refurbishment are prepared well and buy plenty of meat. Although Deputy Factory Director Li indicated that there was no need for out-of-pocket expenses, Guodong would not allow them to handle everything. As his construction requirements for this house were rather high, the cost would not be insignificant, and getting caught with a weak point would be unfavorable. Chapter 163. What kind of person becomes a father-in-law without ever having been a father? Upon returning home after work, just as he passed through the corridor, he heard a lively conversation emanating from the courtyard. Upon investigation, he was astonished to find Yuzhu and Sudamao had both been discharged from the hospital. Auntie and the deaf old lady were eagerly guiding Yuzhu's gaze, inspecting everything. Qin Huairu stood nearby, her expression filled with concern. Sudamao was being assisted by Lu Xiao Yi as they made their way to the backyard. Zhuzi, my dear grandson, you have finally been discharged, exclaimed the deaf old lady, her eyes brimming with tears. These past few days, I've been utterly worried, fearing for your well-being. Dear old lady, I'm perfectly fine. The doctor has said I am well and can engage in normal activities, Yuzhu replied, touched by the old lady's tears. Although his spirits were quite low at present, he forced a smile, attempting to reassure her. Please, dear grandmother, do not weep. The doctor has declared that Zhuzi is fine. He merely needs some rest. Witnessing the old lady's sorrowful tears, Auntie hastily offered comfort, then turned to Yuzhu, saying, Zhuzi, for the next few days, you must recuperate at home. I will prepare your meals and bring them over. You needn't lift a finger, understand? Indeed, Zhuzi, I have already secured a leave of absence for you at the factory. Take these days to rest well. There's no rush to return to work, echoed Yi Zhonghai. Auntie, uncle, I assure you, I am quite all right and can take care of myself. There is no need for you to worry. He Yuzhu quickly declined their concerns. Although he indeed needed a few days of rest, he was eager to return to work and prove himself. This matter had undoubtedly circulated, and if he did not regain his composure, others might question his masculinity and capabilities. As a man, how could he admit defeat? Even if he truly felt incapacitated, he must rally himself to demonstrate to everyone that he was still capable. Moreover, He Yuzhu secretly vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would marry and fiercely demonstrate his prowess, ensuring everyone knew he was still in his prime. At this moment, He Yuzhu was entirely ensnared in self-delusion. Regarding the medical report, he had only absorbed the phrase, not completely infertile, which sustained his current belief in life. This was particularly poignant when he laid eyes on Qin Huairu. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt a flicker of response, which filled him with elation. To think that during his hospital stay, he had surreptitiously attempted to rekindle his vitality at night, only to find it utterly futile, regardless of whom he fantasized about. This realization had left him in tears. After all, he was still a young man who had never experienced intimacy. To lose that potential without so much as a response was a fate worse than death. Now, seeing Qin Huairu and feeling even the slightest stirring, how could he not be overjoyed? In truth, it was not just him. Yi Zhonghai also perceived a subtle change in Qin Huairu today. After she left in the morning, she did not appear again until the afternoon, and upon seeing her, Yi Zhonghai felt she was somehow different. She seemed more alluring, her eyes sparkling with a hint of spring, leaving him breathless. Shiyu, let me pose a riddle. What kind of person becomes a father-in-law without ever having been a father? As they conversed, Guodong and Zhang Shiyu strolled past them. Huh, a father-in-law without being a father? I don't know, Zhang Shiyu replied, momentarily bewildered by Guodong's question. Without a father, there are no children. How can one be a father-in-law? A eunuch, Guodong chuckled, revealing the answer. Silence. Following Guodong's revelation, the atmosphere fell into a stunned hush. Everyone stared at Guodong in shock, including Zhang Shiyu. To utter such words in front of Yi Yuzhu was akin to plunging a knife into his heart. Beep. Received 20 operation points. Current total, 700. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Guodong nodded in satisfaction. Another grand lottery could soon commence. Indeed, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yi Yuzhu abruptly lifted his head to glare at Guodong. You repeat that. Yi Yuzhu gritted his teeth, unfazed by Yi Yuzhu's furious glare. Guodong instead wore a smug smile. What is wrong, Yi Yuzhu? Did you not hear me clearly? Then allow me to repeat it for you. Just as Guodong prepared to reiterate his words, Qin Huairu, standing behind, rushed forward and interjected. Enough, Guodong. Zhuzi heard you. There is no need to repeat it. You should hurry back. Oh, is that so? However, I must remind you, before managing others, tend to your own affairs. Your pants are wet. Guodong feigned concern, prompting Qin Huairu's face to turn crimson. Observing the teasing glint in Guodong's eyes, she was convinced that this situation was indeed the result of his meddling. It was this fellow who had led her to lose her virtue to deputy factory directorly. Yet, she had also gained a substantial amount of money and receipts. Caught in a quandary, she was uncertain whether to express gratitude to Guodong or to hold him accountable. However, at this moment, she could not afford to linger. She needed to return and address the matter at hand. Yi Yuzhu, too, recalled the pressing issues, preparing to confront Guodong about the accounts. Just as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action, the deaf old lady struck Yi Yuzhu on the head with her cane. A wave of dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed to the ground. Well then, young man from the Gu family, we will convey your words to Zhuzi. You have no further business here. Come, Songai. Xiao Zhou, help me carry Zhuzi back, the deaf old lady instructed Guodong, then turned to Zhonghai and Andy. She had no desire for Yi Yuzhu to clash with Guodong mere moments after his discharge and end up hospitalized again. Moreover, she harbored deep suspicions that the injuries sustained by Yi Yuzhu and Su Damao were somehow related to Guodong. The two had been bickering since childhood. It had never been as seriously hurt as they were this time. Thus, it was prudent to prevent Yi Yuzhu from making a rash decision. If anything were to happen to him now, she would be left without anyone to care for her. Witnessing the old lady's swift actions, both Guodong and Zhang Shiyu were left in astonishment. This maneuver seemed even more audacious than his own. Chapter 164. Luxiao e Six Divorce. Qin Huairu administers medicine to Jia Dongxiu. That evening, upon awakening, Yi Yuzhu's first instinct was to seek revenge on Guodong. However, He was restrained by the deaf old lady. After much persuasion, He acquiesced to her advice, deciding to wait for the perfect moment to deal with Guodong decisively, rather than rushing into a trap. It was evident that Guodong had deliberately provoked him. An elderly woman, with a maternal demeanor, joined in the persuasion, ultimately coaxing He's stubborn temper down. However, shortly after dinner, a significant upheaval transpired at Su Damao's household. After finishing his meal and taking a brief respite, Su Damao seized Lu Xiaoye's hand, eager to engage in a bout of physical intimacy, testing whether he still possessed the prowess for such endeavors. Yet, after countless attempts, he was met with utter disappointment. This lack of response ignited Su Damao's frustration. Although he had long been unable to father children, he was undeniably a man of considerable appetites. Each time he ventured into the countryside, he would discreetly rendezvous with several widows. Now, to find himself unable was a torment far worse than death. In a fit of rage, he placed the blame squarely on Lu Xiaoyi, deeming her ineffectual for his predicament. Lu Xiaoyi, being the daughter of a wealthy capitalist, was not one to indulge such behavior. Furthermore, following her recent treatment, she had taken it upon herself to consult a physician regarding Su Damao's health, uncovering a harsh truth. He was inherently infertile. Even without this unfortunate circumstance, he would have been incapable of fathering a child. Since marrying into the Su family, she had endured the stigma of being childless, often berated as a hen that laid no eggs. Despite having undergone numerous examinations herself, she found no issues. Each time she urged Su Damao to seek medical advice, he would evade the suggestion. Now that the truth was revealed, she resigned herself to it, knowing her own family background was not favorable, and that merely surviving alongside Su Damao was a small blessing. Yet, Su Damao's accusations unleashed years of pent-up grievances within her. The temper of the young lady flared up. Had it not been for her social standing, it was unlikely she would have ever associated with someone like Su Damao. She had been accommodating, tending to his needs, and yet he treated her thus. Tolerance could be extended, but humiliation could not. Consequently, Lu Xiaoyi confronted Su Damao head-on. Stripped of his virility, Su Damao's combativeness was significantly diminished, allowing Lu Xiaoyi to retaliate fiercely. In their tumultuous exchange, both emerged battered and bruised. Fortunately, the elderly woman, alongside He's and another maternal figure, intervened just in time to prevent further escalation. Otherwise, it could have turned even more violent, especially since Lu Xiaoyi had contemplated retrieving a kitchen knife. "I want a divorce from you, Su Damao," she screamed desperately, her voice resonating with the weight of her emotions. This declaration stunned everyone present. Divorce was not a common or easily attainable affair in that era, particularly for someone of Lu Xiaoyi's background, making it an even more formidable challenge. However, upon hearing her words, the elderly woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had previously entertained the notion of orchestrating a split between Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi, hoping to unite Lu Xiaoyi with her favorite grandson, He's. Lu Xiaoyi was a young woman she admired, not only for her frequent visits to care for her, but also for her affluent background. Having experienced turmoil herself, the elderly woman surmised that Lu Xiaoyi's family must possess valuable assets. If she could successfully pair He's with Lu Xiaoyi, both would be inclined to care for her in her old age. Thus, when Lu Xiaoyi expressed her desire for a divorce, the elderly woman devised a plan. She would first bring Lu Xiaoyi to her home to stay, then approach Deputy Director Lin to facilitate the divorce, believing that Lu Jinhua would also assist in the endeavor. With this strategy, the separation would transpire swiftly, granting her grandson a chance at happiness. Without delay, she instructed the other maternal figure to separate the two and escort Lu Xiaoyi back to her residence. Su Damao remained unperturbed by Lu Xiaoyi's divorce proposal. In his view, he was a peasant, while Lu Xiaoyi hailed from a prominent capitalist family. He was confident that without his consent, a divorce would be unattainable. Meanwhile, across town, Jia Dongshu was berating Qin Huairu, also suspecting that last night's canned goods had caused a problem. Yet, instead of blaming the pilfered items, he directed his ire solely at Qin Huairu for her supposed negligence. Despite his tirades, Qin Huairu remained silent, merely preparing the medicine he required. Her quietude did little to soothe Jia Dongshu. His fury only intensified, his spittle landing on her face, prompting her to furrow her brow in concern over his escalating madness. After a prolonged outburst, Jia Dongshu, hoarse and exhausted, finally consumed the concoction, a traditional remedy he had insisted she procure after his debilitating accident. This particular medicine was reputed to be a remedy for the timid, a veritable antidote for cowardice. The incident that had incapacitated him had not merely left him paralyzed, but had robbed him of certain functions as well. Guodong, unwilling to accept this fate, believed that with the right dosage, he could regain his former vigor, envisioning a future filled with children to secure his old age. Watching Guodong drink the medicine, Qin Huairu swiftly took the bowl to wash it, exhaling a sigh of relief as she returned to gather the soiled clothes from the day. They had all dirtied their trousers, necessitating a prompt wash. With unfinished tasks looming, she prepared to work overtime the following day. I will have the food and medicine ready for you. Courtesy of the elderly woman, she informed Guodong before stepping outside to tend to the laundry. Understood. Guodong acquiesced to her request, and as Qin Huairu departed to wash the clothes, he resumed his tirade, continuing to voice his grievances from the confines of the bed. In Chapter 165, the scene transitions to a moment of anticipation as Guodong, having engaged in personal exercise, returned to the kitchen, ready to partake in a grand lottery. Having amassed a substantial 700 points, he was poised to win numerous prizes. Upon receiving the host's request, the lottery commenced. Please hold on. As soon as Guodong's words faded, the system promptly responded. With a series of electronic chimes, the lottery began. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a comprehensive guide to special steel formulas. Huh? Guodong marveled at the prize he had drawn. The truth was, the slow progress on many projects stemmed from material shortages. Although he was proficient in machinery, his knowledge of steel production was rather limited. While he could assist in enhancing furnace technology, it merely increased output. The requisite steel remained elusive. However, with the acquisition of this special steel formula, he could address some material challenges, at least enabling him to produce the steel necessary for various machine tools. With the foundational industrial machinery in place, he could subsequently manufacture more machines and an array of other products. After retrieving the formula, he flipped through it with keen interest. The aforementioned recipe appears to be quite comprehensive, encompassing applications for both civilian and military sectors. Thus, by upgrading his engineering skills and integrating the universal and military aspects, a considerable array of inventions could be realized. While foreign countries have already commenced the utilization of CNC machine tools, there is an urgent need to hasten progress on our end. After placing these items into the spatial realm, Guodong embarked on another round of the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 skill upgrade books. Well, it seems that wishes do come true, which is quite convenient. Without any hesitation, Guodong immediately applied the upgrade books to the civilian and military sectors. The surplus skill books were allocated to the pharmaceutical manufacturing, elevating it to an intermediate level. System. Continue the draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 space upgrade card. Note: space upgrade card. Each use doubles the size of the host space. The flow rate of time can be enhanced to 5 times. A space upgrade card? This discovery dazzled Guodong. Given the increased items, the current area had become somewhat congested. The most significant advantage, however, was the acceleration of the time flow. The seeds and the chicks and ducklings planted over a month ago had only seen the watermelons ripen under the triple flow rate. Other crops still required considerable time to mature. Now, with the flow increased to 5 times, these items would soon be ready for harvest. He promptly used the card. Upon entering the space, he found it had expanded to 2 acres. Although still not vast, it felt refreshingly spacious compared to before. The main issue was the abundance of blueprints. The equipment blueprints he had previously drawn were piled in a corner, resembling a small mountain. This was unavoidable, as they constituted a complete set. Fortunately, with a mere thought, he could retrieve the desired sections. Otherwise, he would be rummaging through them indefinitely. After tidying up his current space, Guodong initiated another lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host, but you have drawn nothing. Guodong was left bewildered. What on earth did it mean to draw nothing? Upon further inspection, he realized he had indeed not obtained anything. It was astonishing to think that he could draw a blank. He continued. After a brief moment of frustration, Guodong proceeded with another draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 Unity tokens. Huh? Looking at the item drawn, Guodong found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. 1,000 Unity tokens would make him a wealthy man. However, it was still 1962, and the general populace was dealing with the old $10 bills. The Unity tokens were not to be utilized until 1966. Essentially, he now possessed 10,000 yuan, which he could not spend, a truly frustrating situation. Nonetheless, it mattered little. His daily needs were sufficiently covered by the factory, which was in a semi-subsidized state. Occasionally, Deputy Director Li would slip him some vouchers. Thus, he had not truly encountered a financial shortfall, and he could simply set aside this money for future use. With 2 opportunities remaining, Guodong refrained from continuing the lottery, primarily due to having drawn 2 rather disappointing items. He decided to pause for a moment. After all, one does not always possess the luck of a deity. Moreover, he still needed to attend to pressing matters. Enhancing his engineering technology in the military sector, coupled with the formula for special steel, had sparked an idea. He contemplated creating another blueprint for Old Wong's side. High-tech equipment like planes and tanks could not be mass-produced at this stage. That would be a waste. Therefore, Guodong set his sights on rifles. In the coming years, aside from facing the A3 nation, he would also have to contend with the standoff against the bears and the southern monkeys. Hence, equipping standardized weapons on a large scale would be ideal. After some contemplation, Guodong decided to focus on the Type 81 rifle. The material requirements for the Type 95 were excessively high, unlike the Type 81, which was affordable and durable. Moreover, it demonstrated excellent performance in combat, capable of serving multiple purposes as a sniper rifle, submachine gun, or even mounting a grenade launcher. Thus, it was the most suitable choice. Coincidentally, he was scheduled to visit Old Wong's Research Institute the following day, providing an opportunity to present the blueprints to them. In no time, Guodong completed the blueprints and fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, before heading out, Qin Huairu informed an elderly woman of her request. She asked her to assist in feeding Jia Dongshu his medicine, as she would need to work overtime and might not return until later. Upon hearing Qin Huairu's request, the elderly woman readily agreed, having done this before. With a resolute glance at the house, Qin Huairu departed for work without looking back. Upon arriving at the steel mill, Guodong greeted Deputy Director Li and then rode his bicycle to Old Wong's side. Before leaving, he also assigned a production task to the independent workshop to promptly collect the waste materials and have the other workshops assist in melting them down to create rough casts for producing electric fans. News of the electric fan had begun to circulate, and many grassroots managers in the factory came to inquire, eager to purchase one. The primary advantage was that, unlike the supply and marketing agency, which required vouchers as long as the factory approved, one could buy a fan here at a much more affordable price. This was quite popular among everyone. Before long, it was noon. The elderly woman, having fulfilled Qin Huairu's request, brought the medicine to Jia Dongshu. Dongshu, it's time for your medicine. Chapter 166. Jia Dongshu has passed away, and Yuzhu could not help but burst into laughter. Thank you, Annie. Although he had severed ties with Zhonghai, Jia Dongshu still felt grateful towards the elderly woman and was willing to be close to her. Moreover, the elderly woman had indeed taken good care of him. She shook her head. You child, why be so polite? Hurry and drink it, or the medicine will get cold. Jia Dongshu refrained from further politeness, taking the medicine and gulping it down. Dongshu, regarding the previous incident, it was purely a misunderstanding. Your master truly did not have any involvement with Huairu. Observing Jia Dongshu drinking the medicine, the elderly woman sighed and spoke. She intended to help mend the relationship between Jia Dongshu and Zhonghai. After all, she and Zhonghai had invested so much energy and money into Jia Dongshu. They could not simply abandon him. Additionally, Zhonghai had encountered some issues recently, having failed to pass the second-level worker exam. This had caused them considerable anxiety. Especially since Yuzhu had been relegated to the role of a manure worker, his future prospects were uncertain. Therefore, it was crucial to maintain good relations, at least to ensure that Qin Huairu would fulfill her previous promises. Otherwise, what would they do when they grew old? The elderly woman spoke to herself, completely oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on Jia Dongshu's forehead, and his lips had also turned somewhat pale. Annie finally, after downing the last sip of soup, Jia Dongshu grimaced in pain and exclaimed, what is wrong with Dongshu? Are you feeling unwell? Only then did the elderly woman notice Jia Dongshu's abnormal condition. She froze momentarily before quickly supporting him, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine, just a severe stomachache. Jia Dongshu gritted his teeth in agony. He felt as though his stomach was in turmoil, as if something were being crushed within. Moreover, every part of him felt like it was being pricked by needles. Soon, Jia Dongshu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Blood seeped from his eyes, mouth, and nose, accompanied by slight coughing. Oh no, what is happening? Is Dongshu about to die? Upon witnessing the pitiful state of Jia Dongshu, a nearby ant was so terrified that she collapsed onto the ground, her voice trembling as she cried out, someone, please come quickly. Dongshu is dying. In a state of panic, she rushed outside, shouting for help. Meanwhile, Jia Dongshu clutched the edge of the bed with both hands. His entire body arched, his face contorted in agony, stained with blood. The ant's frantic cries soon attracted the attention of other neighbors in the courtyard. He Yuzhu was the first to hear her screams and hurriedly rushed over, followed closely by Su Damao, the Liu brothers, the Yin siblings, and other neighbors who were not at work. By the time He Yuzhu reached the Jiao residence, Jia Dongshu lay unconscious on the ground, his face a mask of blood. This sight horrified He Yuzhu, who immediately scooped up Jia Dongshu and dashed outside, shouting, "Help! Make way!" as he encountered other neighbors along the way. They hastily cleared a path, too frightened to impede his progress. However, He Yuzhu overestimated his own stamina. Upon reaching the front yard, he collapsed from exhaustion, inadvertently throwing Jia Dongshu onto the ground. Fortunately, the Liu brothers, who had followed closely behind, quickly helped Jia Dongshu back to his feet, each taking an arm to support him as they rushed him to the hospital. This dramatic scene drew the attention of the surrounding neighbors, and He Yuzhu hurriedly followed suit. In a moment of solitude, he couldn't help but chuckle. Unbeknownst to him, witnessing Jia Dongshu's impending demise brought him an unexpected sense of joy. His interest in most women had waned, save for Qin Huairu, with whom he still felt a spark of masculinity. He began to contemplate how he might win over Sister Qin once Jia Dongshu was no longer in the picture. Securing her affection would be twofold. It would also mean that Bang Jin and Xiao Dang would be his children. Given that he might never father children of his own, he found solace in the thought of embracing them as his own. Moreover, with Qin Huairu currently pregnant, he mused that perhaps they could all share his surname in the future. This line of thought made him chuckle once more. Upon arrival at the hospital, it became evident that Jia Dongshu had lost both breath and heartbeat, his pupils dilated. Upon hearing the news of Jia Dongshu's death, He Yuzhu feigned surprise before volunteering to inform Qin Huairu. All the while, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, even envisioning a blissful future. As he neared the hospital, he composed himself, donning a grave expression as he walked toward the steel factory. Soon, he found himself in workshop number 1, where he located Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai at work. "Sister Qin, Uncle Yi, something terrible has happened. What is it?" The serious countenance of He Yuzhu startled both Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai. "Brother Dongshu, he is dead," he stammered, his voice laced with an undertone of feigned sorrow. "What? How could this be?" Yi Zhonghai exclaimed, standing frozen in disbelief. Qin Huairu appeared to struggle to comprehend the news, mumbling, "How is that possible? It can't be. I thought. How could?" Before she could finish her sentence, her head tilted, and she fainted. Sister Qin, He Yuzhu reacted swiftly, catching her before she fell. He discreetly checked her pulse, relieved to find a response. He then addressed Yi Zhonghai, saying, "Uncle Yi, you should go check on her. This may be related to the aunt's actions." Awakening to the gravity of the situation, Yi Zhonghai dashed toward the hospital. The workshop director quickly noticed the commotion and was equally startled upon learning of Jia Dongshu's demise, allowing Yi Zhonghai to leave without hesitation. After a brief moment, He Yuzhu hastily pinched Qin Huairu's acupoint to revive her. "Where's Dongshu? I need to see him one last time." As soon as she opened her eyes, Qin Huairu struggled to rise. "Sister Qin, Brother Dongshu is at the hospital. I'll accompany you there." He helped her to her feet as they made their way toward the hospital. The workshop director promptly assigned someone to report the incident, then hurried after He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu. Throughout the journey, Qin Huairu remained silent, her eyes vacant, as if her very soul had been siphoned away, her body trembling intermittently. Despite her earlier desire for Jia Dongshu's demise, the reality of his death filled her with dread. According to her plan, he should not have perished at this moment. What had gone awry? Upon their arrival, the police were already outside the hospital room, questioning the doctor. Chapter 167. Qin Huairu and He Yuzhu are apprehended. Guodong fabricates the 81 bar incident. Previously, when Qin Huairu went to purchase medicine, she had taken a detour to Pigeon Market. While shopping, she had overheard rumors of a drug that could induce unconsciousness and cause nasal and oral bleeding, which took effect only after several hours. She secretly bought a small quantity. Her intention in having the aunt care for Jia Dongshu was solely to extort some money from his family. Following the cellar incident, the two families had been in a state of conflict, and seeing Yi Zhonghai's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of providing the agreed-upon monthly subsidy of 20 yuan. Thus, Qin Huairu resolved to orchestrate a more significant scheme to frame the aunt, claiming that she had poisoned him. Since the poison was administered the day prior, the aunt's portion of the medicine contained no toxin, ensuring that even if the police were involved, it wouldn't trace back to her. Given the existing animosity, Yi Zhonghai would likely settle the matter with a monetary compensation. However, it appeared that her plan had gone awry, as Jia Dongshu had died instead. So the fatal injury was to the head? Indeed, the deceased sustained a head injury, which led to his death. During their conversation, Hiyuju and Qin Huairu rushed into the room. Doctor, please save Dongxiu. My husband cannot die. Qin Huairu instantly knelt before the doctor in desperation. Calm down, please. The doctor quickly helped her to her feet. Arrest her. Just as the doctor was pulling her up, the police officer who had been conversing with the doctor motioned to his colleagues, who swiftly apprehended Qin Huairu. What are you doing? Why are you arresting Sister Qin? Officer, you must be mistaken. Upon witnessing the police seize Qin Huairu without warning, Hiyuju was immediately alarmed. We suspect she murdered Jia Dongxiu. The officer replied coldly. I refuse to believe it. I trust Sister Qin. Hiyuju shouted defiantly. You need not believe it. You are also implicated in Jia Dongxiu's death. Seize him too. The officer barked. What? How could I be implicated? Hiyuju was taken aback. He had merely come to save Jia Dongxiu. This is a wrongful investigation. I came to save Jia Dongxiu. I had no part in his death. Hiyuju protested vehemently. Whether you are guilty or innocent will be determined upon investigation. For now, accompany us to the police station and cooperate. As he spoke, several officers advanced to restrain Hiyuju as well. You cannot do this. I am innocent. I have committed no crime. On what grounds are you arresting me? Hiyuju cried out in indignation. Guilt or innocence is for the law to determine. For now, remain compliant. With that, the officers escorted both individuals away. Yi Zhonghai, drawn by the commotion, emerged to witness this shocking scene, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. How had Hiyuju and Qin Huairu ended up in handcuffs? What was happening? Meanwhile, Guodong had also arrived at Wang Lao's location. This research institute was substantially larger than the one currently under construction at the steel factory. It seems that the small warehouse has been repurposed, yet security measures are exceedingly stringent. 2 armed soldiers stand guard at the entrance, each equipped with a sidearm. Guodong notices that the weapons they wield are, in fact, the modified version of the 64-style submachine gun he had previously provided. The sidearms they carry are also the 64 pistol. Upon seeing Wang Lao and Chun Lao escort him in, the soldiers inside salute. It appears they recognize him, their gazes filled with admiration. Your photograph has been shown to the soldiers guarding your research institute. They are aware that the firearms in their possession are products of a design, which has garnered their respect. These individuals have all undergone stringent vetting and are commendable soldiers, without a doubt. Observing Guodong's perplexed expression, Wang Lao elucidates. Now makes sense, Guodong realizes. Upon entering the research institute, Guodong's eyes light up. The facilities and equipment here are quite comprehensive, and there are several individuals present. Come, let me introduce everyone. This is Comrade Guodong, the mastermind behind the latest submachine gun and pistol designs. Let us extend a warm welcome. Wang Lao guides the group to greet Guodong and introduces their identities. Guodong takes note of each one, gradually understanding that they are military personnel, likely researchers from the armed forces, here to assist in his work and to monitor him as well. However, Guodong is unfazed. It would be unusual for the authorities not to be vigilant given the magnitude of his contributions. Wang Lao, Chun Lao, take a look at this. This is my latest design, a modified version of the 56 submachine gun. Guodong, without unnecessary elaboration, presents the blueprints he completed the previous night. Besides the fundamental design of the Type 81, he has also sketched concept for light machine guns and rifles. Oh, another new design? Wang Lao and Chun Lao's eyes gleam with interest as they scrutinize the blueprints. This seems quite similar to the 56 model. Wang Lao inquires, pointing at the diagram. Indeed, it is an upgraded model. This rifle employs 7.62mm ammunition, boasting rapid fire and significant power. It merges the structural designs of semi-automatic rifles and submachine guns, while also incorporating a feature for locking the bolt in an open position. Most importantly, it is adaptable to various environments, remaining unaffected by external conditions, Guodong explains. Hearing this, Chun Lao and Wang Lao become increasingly astonished, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This new firearm perfectly aligns with current demands. How about this? I see a 56 submachine gun here. Let us modify one and test it, Guodong suggests, glancing at the materials on the workbench. Excellent. Upon hearing Guodong's proposal, Wang Lao and Chun Lao immediately concur, and the rest of the team steps forward to assist. Given the relative simplicity of the task, they quickly produce the modified weapon. Subsequently, they let a soldier test it. The results astonish everyone present. The accuracy is superior, the power is greater, and the range is extended. It can be said that its performance far surpasses that of the 56 submachine gun and its semi-automatic counterpart. It is truly the gun of their dreams. This weapon is remarkable. Not only does it possess formidable power, but also reaches further distances. It feels tailor-made for combat units. After testing, Chen Lao cannot help but exclaim. Guodong smiles in response. Meanwhile, after being taken back to the Public Security Bureau, Qin Huairu and He Yuzhu come to a startling realization. They're not the only ones detained. Aunt Zhao has also been apprehended. The three are confined in separate rooms for interrogation. Chapter 168. Interrogation. He Yuzhu dismissed from the steel mill interrogation room number 1. Qin Huairu. We have detected traces of sedative drugs in your husband's system. Additionally, you entrusted Zhou Xiaomei from across the street to care for your husband today. We suspect you poisoned him to frame Zhou Xiaomei. We ask that you confess the truth. The interrogation commences not long after she sits down. I did not kill my husband. I was at work and knew nothing. Qin Huairu exclaims, her eyes reddened with emotion. Nonsense. Why did you deliberately not return home today? Asking Zhou Xiaomei to look after your husband? The interrogator retorts sharply. Because I didn't finish my work yesterday and needed to make up for it today. My husband is dead, and you even let me see him before you arrest me, falsely accusing me of murder. Do you have no humanity? Qin Huairu cries out in desperation. Interrogation room number 2. He Yuzhu, you are suspected of murdering Jia Dongxiu. Please recount the events of today honestly. What? When did I kill him? I was saving him. He Yuzhu responds, brimming with indignation upon hearing the officer's inquiry. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you dare to quibble? Are we mistaken in our accusation? The officer replies coldly. I did not kill Jia Dongxiu. Even if he died, I was trying to save him. On what grounds do you say I murdered him? He Yuzhu then recounts the events of the morning in detail. Interrogation room number 3. Zhou Xiaomei, you are suspected of poisoning Jia Dongxiu. What do you have to say for yourself? The officer questions impassively. I did not kill Jia Dongxiu. On what basis do you accuse me of plotting against him? It was Qin Huairu. Jia Dongxiu died after consuming the medicine she gave me. She intended to murder him and frame me. Aunt Zhao exclaims, her face contorted in anger. The authorities employ different interrogation methods for the three, striving to obtain the most accurate account of events. However, as their testimonies emerge, the police find themselves in a quandary. According to the autopsy results, Jia Dongxiu's actual cause of death was a blow to the head, with trace amounts of sedative in his system. Qin Huairu claimed she administered a traditional remedy to Jia Dongxiu daily, as he requested. This was corroborated by both Qin Huairu and Jia Dongxiu's son, Jia Gong. By noon, they dispatched personnel to investigate, confirming that Qin Huairu indeed frequently purchased medicine, but it was always the traditional remedy. There was no record of her acquiring any sedative. Furthermore, the authorities tested the medication and utensils at although, in name, the street office had assigned Yi Zhonghai to care for her, a recipient of 5 guarantees. In reality, the bulk of the labor fell upon an elderly woman. She was responsible for tasks such as emptying bedpans, doing laundry, and cooking. It was primarily her efforts that sustained everything. With both of them now detained, and Yi Zhonghai being a cripple, it left her without any care. Thus, without hesitation, she accompanied Yi Zhonghai to the police station. As they stepped outside, they encountered He Yushui returning home. Upon hearing that her brother was implicated in the murder of Jia Dongxiu, she was utterly bewildered. Although her brother had feelings for Qin Huairu, it hardly justified him resorting to murder. When she learned that the deaf old woman and Yi Zhonghai intended to seek clarity at the police station, she hurriedly followed suit. The steel mill soon received news of the situation. Without any hesitation, they decided to terminate He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu's employment, regardless of the eventual outcome. The criminal detention of their employees severely tarnished the mill's reputation. Initially considering the possibility of reinstating He Yuzhu after a while, Manager Yang was now filled with dread. He had previously regarded He Yuzhu as a loose cannon, but never imagined he would resort to murder. Such a person was too dangerous to retain. What if he turned on him one day? Upon returning from Wang Lao's place and hearing this news, Guodong was equally stunned. Good heavens, Jia Dongxiu was dead, and both Qin Huairu and He Yuzhu were suspects. Had these two truly lost control? While he could fathom why Qin Huairu might act out, He Yuzhu's motives eluded him. He was armed, but lacked ammunition, and the reliability of his weapon was questionable. What benefit would there be in killing Jia Dongxiu? Was it merely to have Bang Gong as his son? He was perplexed. In the courtyard, Su Damao initially felt elated, but soon became plagued by anxiety. In the past, had He Yuzhu found himself in such trouble, he would have been the first to applaud and perhaps even celebrate with firecrackers. Yet now, a sense of melancholy settled upon him. If He Yuzhu were gone, he would be the only remaining elder in the courtyard. Should anyone mock him for his own issues, he would find no allies to share in his resentment, forcing him to endure alone. Thus, he was inevitably struck by a sense of shared sorrow. Upon learning this news, Yin Buguwei, Liu Haizhong, and others reacted with various degrees of schadenfreude. Meanwhile, at the police station, an officer inquired, "Captain, have we yet uncovered any viable leads?" A hint of frustration colored the captain's response. "Not at the moment. However, we are preliminarily suspecting Qin Huairu, so we will keep a close watch on her in hopes of resolving the case swiftly." He sighed, believing the situation was not overly complex. Yet the lack of evidence proved vexing. Just then, a knock echoed through his office. "Guomin," a police officer entered and announced, "Captain, the families of He Yuzhu and Zhou Xiumei wish to know the situation." The captain frowned, instructing, "Tell them the case is still under investigation and visitation is not appropriate." On the other side, upon receiving the news that visitation was prohibited, the deaf old woman and her companions grew anxious. With no alternative, they left the station to await further information. However, the following day, Qin Huairu and the elderly woman were released due to insufficient evidence. "What is the matter, Xiao Zhou? Why hasn't T. Zhuzi been released?" The deaf old woman, having hurriedly arrived, immediately questioned the elderly woman. "Zhuzi may be the one who killed Dongxiu, so the police want to let him go," the elderly woman replied, uneasily avoiding eye contact. "What?" The deaf old woman's eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiao Zhou, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhuzi may be a bit reckless, but how could he possibly kill Dongxiu?" He Yushui echoed her disbelief. "Oh, for heaven's sake, let me finish," the elderly woman implored. "The police said that when Zhuzi tried to save Dongxiu, he accidentally threw him, resulting in his head striking something, which led to his death. They're considering it manslaughter, and we just need a letter of understanding from the family and some compensation to resolve this issue." After hastily explaining, the deaf old woman stood frozen in shock, eventually processing the information. Zhuzi really killed someone? He Yushui, too, was left in a daze, struggling to accept such a conclusion. But he was only trying to help. "How could this happen?" she murmured. "Let us go find Qin Huairu. She must be involved in this," the deaf old woman resolved after a moment of contemplation, pulling He Yushui along as they departed. At the Jia household, upon their mother's return, Bang Gung and Xiao Dang rushed into Qin Huairu's embrace, crying, "Don't be afraid, my dears. Mommy is here and won't leave you again," she comforted, tears streaming down her face. "Mom, who killed Daddy?" Bang Gung suddenly cried out, his anguish palpable. Hearing this question, Qin Huairu froze, unsure of how to respond. "The police say it was Zhuzi," she murmured, her tone laced with complexity and guilt. "Qin Huairu, you're talking nonsense. My brother would never kill Jia Dongxiu. He came to help and instead was wronged by you. You should be the one in there." He Yushui's voice rang out from outside as she prepared to confront Qin Huairu, only to be stopped by the deaf old woman. "Qin Huairu, what is truly going on here?" the deaf old woman demanded, stepping forward with a stern voice, initially filled with guilt and panic. Upon seeing the deaf old woman and He Yushui, any remorse Qin Huairu had was instantly replaced by a facade of indignation. "According to the police, Zhuzi accidentally killed Dongxiu. I didn't say anything untrue," she asserted. Upon hearing this, He Yushui attempted to charge forward again, but was restrained by the deaf old woman. "Zhuzi was only trying to help. Now the police say they need you to provide a letter of understanding for his release. Please write one." The deaf old woman's tone left no room for argument. "Sure, but you'll need to pay me 300 yuan in compensation," Qin Huairu replied coldly. "Otherwise, this matter won't be resolved." At her words, the deaf old woman's anger flared. "Are you trying to extort me? My brother has helped you for so many years, and you dare to show no gratitude?" He Yushui echoed her fury. "And what of it? Does my husband's life mean nothing?" Qin Huairu stood her ground, locking eyes with the deaf old woman defiantly. She was no fool. Upon learning from the police that she was to be released without charges while He Yuzhu faced imprisonment, she realized her own safety was assured. Not only was she free, but her original scheme of extortion could continue, albeit with He Yuzhu as the target instead. She understood that He Yuzhu might not have the means, but the deaf old woman and Yi Zhonghai did. If they wished to rescue He Yuzhu, they would have to part with the money she demanded. "Fine, just wait." After a prolonged silence, the deaf old woman gritted her teeth and spat out her words before turning on her heel and departing the room. He Yushui glared at Qin Huairu with seething anger, declaring, "You wretched woman, I will make you pay." With that, she too exited the chamber. At that moment, Bang Gung stared blankly at his mother, unable to fathom how she could forgive He Yuzhu for a mere 200 yuan, the very man who had taken his father's life. Yet, he dared not utter a word. Today's version of his mother felt like a stranger to him. After leaving Qin Huairu's side, The deaf old woman returned home briefly before making her way to Yi Zhonghai's residence, having also sent Anta and He Yushui away. Zhonghai. Qin Huairu demands 300 yuan to release Yuzi, she stated directly, without any preamble. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's expression shifted dramatically. He had already expended a significant amount of money previously, even depleting his savings considerably. To produce another 300 yuan now would surely spell financial ruin for him. After all, the previous disruption caused by Guodong had resulted in failure during an important examination, and the future remained uncertain. As it stood, He Yushu was no longer worth saving. He had received notice at work that both He Yushu and Qin Huairu were being dismissed. Even if he were to be rescued, there was no guarantee he could support himself in his old age. It would be better for him to remain in prison, where at least he had a roof over his head and meals provided. Rest assured, I will cover this expense, though I lack funds. Only this, she said, placing 2 small yellow fish before Yi Zhonghai. The sight of the fish made Yi Zhonghai's breath quicken. He had not expected the deaf old woman to possess such valuable items. His gaze towards her grew fervent. Do not worry. I have only a few years left to live. These were originally meant for you and Juzi. When I am gone, they shall be yours. Chapter 170. Guodong's new appointment is imminent. He Yushu feasts lavishly. Noting the intensity of Yi Zhonghai's gaze, the deaf old woman spoke calmly. Very well, I will wait. I shall fetch the money now. Yi Zhonghai, taking a deep breath, replied solemnly, understood. Moments later, he returned with a stack of cash. Perhaps I should accompany you. To prevent any further complications, Yi Zhonghai suggested, pondering the current situation. With Jia Dongshu deceased, Qin Huairu had become a widow, igniting his ambitions once more. Beyond his interest in Qin Huairu, he also contemplated how he might manipulate Bangong. His thoughts were straightforward. With Jia Dongshu gone and Jia Zhongshu imprisoned, the 2 children needed care. Could he not adopt Bangong as his god-grandson? If that were possible, it would secure another source of support for his old age. Before long, they arrived at the Jia household. It appeared that Qin Huairu had anticipated the deaf old woman's ability to gather the 300 yuan. Upon their arrival, Qin Huairu held a piece of paper in her hand, likely a pre-written letter of understanding. Come now, Qin Huairu, please sign, the deaf old woman urged. Handing over the 300 yuan, Qin Huairu, not hesitating, counted the bills and upon confirming the amount, passed the letter to the deaf old woman. With the letter in hand, the deaf old woman hurried to find He Yushui, instructing her to take it to the police station to secure He Yushu's release. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai lingered, engaging in trivial chatter with Bangong, but Qin Huairu paid him no mind, focusing instead on tidying up the house. When Guodong returned from work that evening, he noticed the Jia family was already preparing for a wake, with sounds of weeping echoing from within. Unklida, anda, and several neighbors were bustling about. He Yushu sat vacantly at the entrance of the Jia household, a look of bewilderment on his face, lost in thought. Seeing that He Yushu and the others had been released surprised Guodong. It seemed Jia Dongshu had died in vain, as no one assumed responsibility for his demise. However, such matters were of no concern to him. He merely found the noise bothersome. At that moment, He Yushu was indeed in a state of confusion. After being informed by the police that he was implicated in a fatal accident, he fell into a stupor. Having spent most of his life being a good person, he now found himself branded as a murderer. What compounded his despair was the revelation from his sister, He Yushui, that he needed a letter of understanding from Qin Huairu to avoid further complications. Initially, he believed this to be a minor issue. After all, he had acted out of a desire to save Jia Dongshu. Surely, Sister Qin would understand and provide the letter. However, to his dismay, He Yushui informed him that Qin Huairu demanded 300 yuan for the document, plunging him once more into a state of shock. Hadn't he supported Sister Qin countless times over the years? Did she not hold any gratitude for his kindness? Thus, upon his release, He Yushu made a beeline for the Jia household, determined to confront Qin Huairu. Yet, upon witnessing her grief-stricken demeanor at the wake, his resolve wavered. Uncertain of what to do, he sat at the entrance of the Jia household, his mind a blank slate. It was not until nightfall that he regained his senses and silently made his way to the old woman's home. His release was thanks to her, and he had yet to express his gratitude properly. Seeing He Yushu in such a state, the deaf old woman sighed softly. Nevertheless, she mused that perhaps it was for the best. This way, he could sever ties with Qin Huairu. Throughout the night, the Jia household remained preoccupied with preparations for Jia Dongshu's burial, resulting in a cacophony that persisted until near dawn. Consequently, many residents of the courtyard arrived at work the following day bearing dark circles under their eyes, having been unable to sleep. He Yushu arrived early at the steel mill, only to be struck by another blow. he learned he'd been fired. He stood there, stunned, before departing the steel mill like a mere shell of himself, heading back toward the courtyard. Meanwhile, Guodong went directly to Deputy Factory Director Li to check on the progress of the Research Institute. Upon his arrival, Deputy Director Li greeted him with good news. Guodong, congratulations. I have been informed that your appointment letter will be issued on the same day the Research Institute is completed. You will be the director at the Deputy Division level, Administrative Grade 16. Deputy Director Li spoke enviously, casting a glance at Guodong. At such a young age, he was ascending to a notable position. It would not be long before he surpassed Li himself. Director Li, I trust you have also reaped some benefits? Guodong observed the beaming smile on Li's face, realizing he too had received a considerable advantage. It is all thanks to you, otherwise I would have likely remained a mere factory director for life. Now I can aim a little higher. Though he spoke modestly, Li's heart was elated. Given his qualifications, he had expected to reach the factory director position at most, but now he had the opportunity for further advancement, nearly reaching parity with Director Yang. How could he not feel ecstatic? We must celebrate this noon, Guodong declared cheerfully to Deputy Director Li. Absolutely. Today, we shall feast on fish and drink to our heart's content. The two exchanged smiles, each reflecting joy in their eyes. Meanwhile, the Jia household in the courtyard began their own feast. At the funeral of Jia Dongshu, Qin Huairu expended very little. Everything was executed with utmost simplicity, as minimalistic as possible. However, when it came to the collection of monetary gifts, things were decidedly less straightforward. Upon returning, He Yuzhu, after contributing a mere 2 dimes, seemed to channel his sorrow into a ravenous appetite, devouring the banquet voraciously. The onlookers, including Yi Zhonghai and others, were taken aback. The cook, an unknown figure summoned by Qin Huairu, prepared only the most basic fare, boiled cabbage and stir-fried tofu. Yet, was it truly so delectable? Unbeknownst to them, He Yuzhu's insatiable consumption stemmed from a desire for revenge. It was Jia Dongshu who had precipitated his current state. Thus, as he consumed the meal, an unusual sense of satisfaction enveloped him, and he relentlessly cleared the table. He even felt it insufficient and contemplated moving to the adjacent table for more. Had it not been for the intervention of the deaf old ladies, He Yuzhu might have indulged to the point of excess. In Chapter 171, Yi Zhonghai mistook bonging for his grandson, while Qin Huairu yearned for canned oil fish. Observing He Yuzhu's frenzied eating, her brow furrowed. With Jia Dongshu's affairs seemingly concluded, and Jia Zhongshu still imprisoned, she found herself liberated from the burden of caring for 2 dependents. However, a more pressing concern loomed. During yesterday's conversation with Yi Zhonghai, he had broached the subject of her dismissal. Although she now possessed 300 yuan, life appeared increasingly arduous. Bonging and Xiaodang were still young and incapable of self-sustenance. Furthermore, she was now pregnant, her belly quite pronounced. Without employment, how would she provide for her 2 children and the unborn? After considerable contemplation, she turned her gaze towards Yi Zhonghai. He had previously hinted at the possibility of aiding in the care of bonging. Should she seek his assistance? In the courtyard, only He Yuzhu and Yi Zhonghai had shown willingness to help with her children. Given the circumstances surrounding the letter of understanding, it seemed unlikely that He Yuzhu would be an option. Thus, Yi Zhonghai appeared to be her only recourse. Moreover, he had no children of his own and had long desired to have one. His recent comments likely indicated a wish to take Bongeng and raise him as a grandson. Qin Huairu pondered the feasibility of this arrangement and, growing increasingly convinced, called Yi Zhonghai over. Master, considering that Bongeng and Xiaodang require supervision and I am without work, what if I allow them to recognize you as their grandfather? You could care for them while they grow, and in turn, they could support you in your old age. What do you think? Her proposal struck a chord with Yi Zhonghai. The previous afternoon, he had contemplated how to broach this very subject, and now, unexpectedly, Qin Huairu had brought it up herself. Given that Bongeng was still quite young, having been raised under his watchful eye, it should not pose much difficulty to correct his upbringing. However, as he gazed at Qin Huairu, Yi Zhonghai's thoughts began to wander into more unorthodox territory. Huairu, I have no objections, but considering my relatively youthful age, it seems somewhat inappropriate for me to assume the role of a grandfather, he expressed, hinting at an alternative desire that he could not articulate directly. While Bongeng could indeed be raised as a grandson, he could also be regarded as a son. After all, the nurturing would remain the same. At present, Qin Huairu had yet to reach 30 and could still bear children. Perhaps she could even conceive a biological son for herself. Master, it is quite fitting. You are just over 50 now. Had this been earlier, your grandson would already be running around. How could it possibly be inappropriate? Qin Huairu was perceptive to Yi Zhonghai's underlying intentions. She recalled his earlier indiscretions in the cellar, where he had acted inappropriately towards her. Now that Jia Dongxi was no longer present, he seemed eager to make advances. Observing this exchange, one of the older women, who had been attentively listening, felt a surge of joy. Having never borne children herself, this was her greatest regret. The prospect of receiving 2 children was undeniably enticing. Yet, upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's response, she recalled the past incident in the cellar, and her expression paled. She hurried over. "That sounds wonderful, Huairu. You should tell Bongging that I will be his grandmother, and I will cherish him." She could not allow Yi Zhonghai to succeed in his pursuits. If Qin Huairu were to acquiesce, it was likely that Yi Zhonghai would then devise a plan to divorce her, leaving her without any means of support. The older woman had been engaged in conversation with others, and, as she approached, attention naturally shifted towards her. Upon hearing that Yi Zhonghai intended to adopt Bongging as his grandson, the onlookers eagerly chimed in to support the notion. Yi Zhonghai, witnessing the overwhelming consensus, realized his plan had gained momentum. With resignation, he said, "Very well then, let us procure some items for this recognition." Although he had not achieved his ideal outcome, acquiring Bongging was still a favorable result. At the very least, it would provide him with someone to care for him in his later years. Consequently, the two hurriedly set out to purchase supplies. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu returned home to discuss the matter with Bongging and Xiao Dang. Xiao Dang was indifferent, but Bongging was less than pleased. With his grandmother incarcerated and his father deceased, he was engulfed in profound sorrow. The sudden suggestion to accept another as his grandfather was simply beyond his grasp. He promptly began to wail, crying out for his grandmother and rejecting the notion of any other. However, he overlooked the stark reality. The loving father and grandmother who once protected him were no longer present. Qin Huairu chose to disregard Bongging's tantrum, remaining unperturbed by his outbursts. It was not until she spotted Yi Zhonghai returning with purchases that she spoke up. "Bongging, have you finished your fuss?" Her tone was calm, yet it bore an unmistakable authority that brooked no dissent. Bongging raised his tear-filled eyes to her, and upon seeing her serene countenance, one reminiscent of her demeanor during the previous day's discussion regarding his father's compensation, he was taken aback. Instantly, he ceased his cries, obediently rising from the floor to stand beside Qin Huairu. "Mother, I will go," he declared. "Very well," Qin Huairu replied, her expression softening as she took Bongging and Xiao Dang by the hand, leading them across to the neighboring home. Yi Zhonghai and his wife beamed with joy as they watched Qin Huairu approach with the 2 children, their faces radiating warmth. They performed a simple ceremony of kneeling and renaming. He Yuzhu, having heard from someone that Bongging and Xiao Dang were to recognize Yi Zhonghai as their grandfather, rushed over in haste. Initially, he had intended to raise the 2 children himself, but now found himself in this unexpected situation with Qin Huairu. Standing at the threshold of Yi Zhonghai's home, he watched the 2 children kneel and perform the ceremony, his mouth opening several times to speak. Yet ultimately no words escaped his lips. With a resigned shake of his head and a sigh, he retreated to the courtyard. After resolving the matters concerning Bongging and Xiao Dang, Qin Huairu returned to the courtyard, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Yet, her worries persisted. While the children's issues had been addressed, her own dilemmas remained unresolved. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the unopened can of oiled fish. Previously, due to a leak, this can had remained uneaten. Last time, Deputy Factory Director Li had seemed quite pleased with it. Perhaps she could leverage this can for another opportunity? Even if it could not rectify her employment situation, it might at least yield some money and rations from Deputy Factory Director Li to alleviate her financial burdens. Meanwhile, after lunch, Guodong made his way back to the independent workshop. Chapter 172. Farewell to Professor Lin Wenbo and the expansion of the Research Institute, just as Guodong was preparing to embark on a new venture. Deputy Factory Director Li unexpectedly arrived with an unanticipated guest, Professor Lin Wenbo, whom Guodong had not seen in quite some time. "Gu, you have been doing remarkably well," Lin Wenbo remarked with a look of genuine satisfaction upon seeing him. Having heard of Guodong's recent accomplishments during his time at home, Lin Wenbo felt an immense pride in his disciple's achievements. "Teacher," Guodong replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he addressed his mentor. Lin Wenbo had dedicated himself entirely to contributing to the nation, foregoing marriage and family in the process. "Guodong, I have come today primarily to discuss a matter with you," Lin Wenbo stated. Without hesitation, Guodong responded, "Please do not hesitate to share your instructions, teacher. I have just reviewed the new machines you have designed and manufactured. Your various devices aimed to produce CNC machine tools, correct?" Lin Wenbo inquired directly. "Indeed, teacher, you are correct," Guodong replied respectfully. His ultimate goal was indeed to create CNC machine tools. However, he was currently hindered by a lack of materials and the absence of computer technology, which had prevented him from progressing. Once CNC machine tools were successfully produced, productivity would soar, allowing more individuals to engage in other endeavors. In fact, we already possess our own CNC machine tools, Lin Wenbo suddenly interjected. This revelation astonished Guodong, as he had been unaware of this fact. Noticing Guodong est surprise. Lin Wenbo briefly recounted the story. It turned out that 4 years prior, in 1958, the first machine tool factory of the capital collaborated with Qing Shui University to develop the first CNC machine tool, the X53K1 3-coordinate CNC machine. Lin Wenbo had been involved in its research, and the development team had been remarkably youthful. Aside from Lin Wenbo and another professor, the majority were students and workers, with an average age of just 24. With only a single reference card and a schematic obtained from the Soviet Union, they successfully developed the CNC system after 9 months. This system controlled the movements of the machine table, lateral saddle, and vertical milling head, enabling the coordination of 3 axes. Listening to Lin Wenbo's account left Guodong profoundly impressed. The fact that they had managed to create a CNC machine based solely on a photograph taken by a professor during his studies abroad was astounding. The photo depicted a CNC machine alongside a 1.5-meter tall control cabinet, which housed the core of the CNC system, along with several performance indicators. Unfortunately, it lacked structural schematics for the CNC components. Nevertheless, leveraging their understanding of the machine's characteristics and processing requirements, they established their technical specifications and structural schematics. Over the course of nearly 6 months, they completed the logical design, power design, unit circuitry design, and production drawings, ultimately resulting in the successful manufacturing of the machine by the first machine tool factory. The fact that a mere photograph could inspire the development of a CNC milling machine spoke volumes about the scientific spirit of that era, which could hardly be compared to later generations. Guodong felt an even deeper respect for Lin Wenbo. However, a thought suddenly struck Guodong. But why was there not a larger-scale production or application? He queried. Lin Wenbo seemed to anticipate his question and replied, "Indeed. It is true that we have not heard of that factory utilizing CNC machine tools." He sighed. The educational foundation was too weak. The design CNC systems were not so straightforward. Without a certain level of educational background, one cannot operate these machines. He continued, in fact, the challenges extend beyond this to include high maintenance difficulties and inadequate supporting systems. As a result, despite the development, practical application has not materialized. Then, teacher, do you mean to suggest that I should halt this plan? Guodong pondered aloud after a moment of reflection. He had not considered these aspects before. If the CNC machine were indeed completed, the current workers might struggle with its operation. No, continue with it. Your independent workshop has provided me with great inspiration. Back then, we were all immersed in research, designing primarily according to our own understanding. However, what you have developed is different. You are involving the workers in the learning process, and your teaching is comprehensible to them. Had we engaged with the workers at the first machine tool factory in a similar manner, perhaps our situation would have been different. Lin Wenbo expressed, tinged with regret. The inability to utilize what had been created had always been a lingering ailment in his heart. This was precisely why he had chosen not to continue engaging in research in recent years, opting instead to focus on teaching, hoping to cultivate a sufficient number of talents to prevent such situations in the future. Teacher, my intention is to foster a collaborative environment where everyone can learn from each other and enhance their skills together. I plan to design a user-friendly version for collective use. Guodong began, but then hesitated. He realized that such an undertaking might require considerable manpower. Relying solely on himself and a few members from the engineering department, it would be challenging to accomplish. Suddenly, Guodong looked up at his teacher. Could it be? Seeing Guodong's gaze, Lin Wenbo nodded in approval. You are indeed perceptive. He then handed over a list, stating, these are your former seniors or classmates who have applied to join your research institute. Eager to collaborate with you on this endeavor. I wonder if Director Gu would welcome their participation? Lin Wenbo's tone carried a hint of playful jest as he concluded. Welcome. Welcome. It is truly wonderful to have so many outstanding seniors willing to join my research institute. Guodong exclaimed with a smile as he examined the list handed to him by Lin Wenbo. To his delight, the list included Lin Wenbo himself. With their addition, the strength of his research institute would undoubtedly be enhanced, allowing him to share the load. Having heard Lin Wenbo's earlier account, Guodong was confident that these individuals, with a bit of guidance, would soon produce remarkable results. Chapter 173. The arrival of senior brothers upon returning home that evening. Guodong and Zhang Xiyu were taken aback to learn that Yi Zhonghai had taken in Bang Gung and Xiao Dang as his grandsons. Qin Huairu is quite ruthless. Now that she has become a widow, she is sending her children away. Is she preparing to fly solo? Guodong mused. When the Jia Zhang family learns of this, they will likely be devastated, having lost their son and now their beloved grandson as well. One can only anticipate the ensuing drama. Later that evening, He Yuzhu returned to his quarters in a daze. Hardly had he settled in when he was summoned by the deaf old woman. Having observed He Yuzhu's condition, the old woman felt a pang of sympathy and devised a plan to cheer him up. Recently, Lu Xiaoa had been staying with her, caring for her while also discussing the divorce with her family, urging Lu Jinhua to think of a solution. Thus, the deaf old woman began to entertain the thought of orchestrating a union between Lu Xiaoyi and He Yuzhu. She had always held a fondness for Lu Xiaoyi, but alas, she was previously the wife of Su Damao. Now, with their impending divorce, the timing seemed perfect for her matchmaking aspirations. Although He Yuzhu had lost his manhood, she believed that as long as they could live harmoniously, it would suffice. This was the simplicity of the deaf old woman's intentions. However, she had not anticipated that He Yuzhu had never harbored any interest in Lu Xiaoyi. Now, after his misfortune, his disinterest had only intensified. As the old woman gathered the two, their conversation failed to find common ground. Lu Xiaoyi, embroiled in a quarrel with Su Damao, harbored deep resentment towards individuals of his ilk. Upon encountering He Yuzhu, a fellow eunuch, her demeanor was far from cordial. The mutual disdain between the two left the old woman feeling utterly helpless, ultimately leading her to abandon her plans for the time being. Nevertheless, she concocted a strategy in her mind. Once Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi finalized their divorce, she would seize an opportunity to confine He Yuzhu and Lu Xiaoyi together. By then, if she could create circumstances that forced them together, they would have no choice but to unite. As time swiftly passed, Thursday arrived, and Guodong had just reached the factory. No sooner had he settled into his seat than Deputy Factory Director Li approached him with news that Lin Wenbo had arrived with his senior colleagues. The two made their way to the entrance, where Guodong was surprised to find Director Yang also present. It was to be expected as, despite the independence of the workshop, the Research Institute still fell under the jurisdiction of the rolling mill. With so many talented individuals arriving, it would be remiss of him not to welcome them. Before long, a convoy appeared in the distance, led by a jeep followed by a large bus. The first to disembark were the senior leaders and Lin Wenbo, who had traveled in the lead vehicle. The bus was filled with mostly young individuals in their 20s and 30s, though a few middle-aged men nearing 40 were also present. The gathering numbered over 30. A veritable throng of leaders and educators. Guodong approached the senior leaders and Lin Wenbo to exchange greetings. Guodong, let me introduce you to your seniors. Some are technicians, while others, like you, are now level 9 engineers, with a few being level 8. Oh wait, you seem to have passed your exam. So now you're also level 8, ha ha ha. Lin Wenbo recalled, remembering that Guodong had recently passed his exam, though his credentials were yet to be issued. Ah, you must be Guodong, the junior disciple. Truly, the younger generation is surpassing the older, threatening to leave us in the dust. A well-mannered young man said as he approached, patting Guodong on the shoulder. I am Lu Xiangdong, 31 years old. I graduated a few years before you. I was in the Northeast, but upon your teacher's invitation, I came here. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. Hastily, Guodong shook his head, Senior. You are too kind. I look forward to your guidance as well. He then turned to the curious group beside him, who regarded him with intrigue. Upon receiving Lin Wenbo's letter detailing Guodong's accomplishments, their curiosity had piqued. At such a young age, he had achieved feats they had not, which was indeed remarkable. After a round of introductions, Guodong engaged in lively discussions with the group, while Director Yang felt somewhat awkward. Throughout the gathering, aside from the initial introduction by the senior leader, he had not found an opportunity to interject, relegated to observing from the sidelines. Noticing this, the senior leader sighed softly. He had originally intended to ease the tension between Guodong and Director Yang, but it now seemed futile. They would simply have to let it be. After all, their differences were minor, with no significant conflict between them. Once the Research Institute was completed, their paths would diverge even further. Come dias, señores. Today my partner and I will cook for you all. You are in for a treat. Our culinary skills are quite exceptional, and such delights are rare. Upon hearing Guodong's mention of cooking, the senior leader who had initially intended to depart opted to stay. The news of Guodong's culinary prowess elicited astonished looks from his seniors, including Lin Wenbo. Yet, Guodong paid little heed to their gazes and instead led everyone to the independent workshop. Upon witnessing the arrival of such a large group, the workers in the independent workshop were taken aback. Guodong stepped forward to reassure them, instructing them to remain calm and continue their work, which eventually settled the atmosphere. As they observed the equipment designed by Guodong, the group marveled at its ingenuity. It was evident that the praises in the letter from their teacher were well-deserved. The machinery he had created was indeed impressive. Seeing the enhanced efficiency of the modified machines alongside the semi-automated workstations, even those who had initially doubted Guodong's capabilities found themselves yielding to admiration. While they possessed a certain level of technical skill, they could not conceive of creating such innovations. Dear seniors, as the Research Institute is not yet completed, we will have to share the independent workshop and engineering department for now. I hope you do not mind, Guodong remarked after giving a brief tour. What are you saying, Guodong? We are more than willing to stand and learn from these advanced techniques. Lu Xiangdong responded with a grin, and the others nodded in agreement. All right, let's take a short break. I will arrange for lunch now. In the dining room, the newly arrived engineers and technicians were all smiles, their faces radiating joy. Previously, they had been accustomed to top-notch treatment at their previous establishments, and upon arriving here, they had worried about the quality of their meals. However, it became evident that their concerns were unfounded. The culinary skills of Guodong and Zhang Shiyu surpassed their expectations, rivaling even the finest establishments. Their admiration for Guodong deepened. At such a young age, not only was he technically proficient, but he also possessed remarkable culinary talent, far surpassing their own capabilities. What excited them most was Guodong's assurance that the Research Institute would eventually have its own cafeteria, with dedicated meals provided. He would teach the kitchen staff some culinary techniques, ensuring that even if the food did not reach the same heights, it would still be of decent quality. This meant that they would have no worries regarding their meals in the future. After lunch, the seniors began examining the existing machine blueprints. Though the Research Institute was yet to be completed, they could not afford to be idle. They needed to familiarize themselves with their current work as soon as possible. Of course, their primary interest lay in discovering how Guodong had designed the machines. Consulting the blueprints was undoubtedly the quickest way to glean insights. Guodong, eager to share his knowledge, provided detailed explanations of each machine at Lin Wenba's request, elucidating the various principles behind their designs. The seniors listened intently, each taking notes diligently, and whenever they encountered uncertainties, they raised their hands to inquire, reminiscent of their days as students. For 3 consecutive days, Guodong dedicated half of each day to assist his senior colleagues in becoming acquainted with the machinery and the work environment. Gradually, everyone became familiar with their current tasks and the forthcoming project plans. As they were all temporary workers, they resided in a makeshift dormitory arranged by the factory, conveniently located near the steel rolling mill. Consequently, they often worked late into the night before returning home. Not a single soul complained about the rudimentary living conditions, as they were all there to acquire knowledge and prepare for better job opportunities. The prospect of learning outweighed the discomfort of sleeping on wooden boards. However, Guodong was not inclined to let them remain in such substandard conditions. The well-being of researchers is paramount. Therefore, he applied for a small plot of land adjacent to the existing Research Institute to serve as accommodation for the engineers. The dormitory was designed in accordance with the layout of university dormitories from later generations, albeit modified to accommodate either 2 people per room or single occupancy. Additionally, each room was equipped with a private restroom for convenience. Another advantage of situating the dormitory next to the Research Institute was that security personnel could provide unified protection. On one particular day, while Guodong and Zhang Shiyu were returning home after work, they unexpectedly spotted Yi Zhonghai exiting the post office, clutching an envelope and appearing rather furtive, as though he were engaged in something clandestine. This piqued Guodong's curiosity. Logically, Yi Zhonghai was perceived as a recluse, without relatives or friends, and thus, it seemed improbable that anyone would send him a letter. Furthermore, his behavior was suspicious. Clutching the envelope in such a manner suggested something was amiss. Soon enough, Guodong recalled certain details from the original narrative, specifically that He Daqing had been sending He Yuzhu and his sister a monthly allowance of 15 yuan. However, given the current state of He Yuzhu and Yu Shuai, it was evident that they were not living comfortably, implying that they likely had not received this money. Since Yi Zhonghai had already expended a considerable amount since moving into the Sihiyuan, it was implausible that he had accumulated such savings merely from his work as a level 8 fitter, as he had not always held that rank and had progressed step by step. This indicated that he must have additional sources of income. It was highly probable that Yi Zhonghai was in possession of the funds sent by He Daqing. Upon this realization, Guodong felt a surge of excitement. He promptly halted his bicycle and instructed Zhang Xiyu to wait outside while he entered the post office to investigate. Upon inquiry, he discovered indeed that there were records of remittances from He Daqing, occurring monthly. Elated by this revelation, Guodong speculated that the envelope Yi Zhonghai had just received contained the money from He Daqing for that month. It appeared that this seemingly virtuous hypocrite, Yi Zhonghai, was even more morally corrupt than he had presumed. Considering the timeline, He Daqing had likely departed the Sihiyuan nearly a decade ago. Throughout these years, he must have sent an unknown sum, much of which was probably embezzled by Yi Zhonghai. The unfortunate He Yuzhu and his sister had always believed that Yi Zhonghai treated them well, entirely unaware that he was scheming for that 15 yuan. After acquiring the address of He Daqing from the postal staff, Guodong exited with a sense of satisfaction. Observing his elation, Zhang Xiyu inquired urgently about the cause of his joy. He eagerly shared his deductions with her, and upon hearing them, she was left in shock. Had this been prior, she would have found it hard to believe. However, after witnessing Yi Zhonghai's true nature alongside Guodong, she realized that such actions were indeed within his capacity. Guodong, what are you planning to do? Do you intend to help He Yuzhu and his sister? Zhang Xiyu asked. With a chuckle, Guodong replied, I am not so benevolent as to spare time to assist them. My intention is solely to ensure that Yi Zhonghai receives the punishment he deserves. Hearing this, Zhang Xiyu felt relieved, fearing that Guodong might indeed attempt to aid Yi Yuzhu. Upon returning home, Guodong promptly penned a letter, succinctly outlining the matter of the money and the troubling situation regarding He Yuzhu's lost sibling. He believed that once He Daqing received the letter, he would hasten back. Guodong had long harbored a question regarding why He Daqing pursued the widow by. Logically, even if there were mutual attraction, it should not necessitate leaving the area. After all, one was a widow and the other a widower. Such a union would be quite natural. Yet, both He Daqing and the widow had ventured to Guodong, indicating that there was likely a significant backstory. Guodong instinctively felt that this matter was intertwined with Yi Zhonghai. Thus, summoning He Daqing back would surely lead to a dramatic confrontation. Chapter 175, Sibling Quarrel. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the He Yuzhu residence within the Sihiyuan, a considerable argument erupted between the siblings. The cause was straightforward. After a few days of calm, He Yuzhu had the audacity to seek out Qin Huairu once again. Coincidentally, upon returning home from school, He Yuzhu witnessed her foolish brother's actions. Seeing him pursue Qin Huairu again nearly drove her to madness. Had he forgotten that this unscrupulous woman had demanded 300 yuan just to agree to write a letter of understanding? Without hesitation, she dragged He Yuzhu back to their home. Brother, what on earth is wrong with you? Have you not yet discerned the true nature of Qin Huairu? You have aided her so much, yet she demanded 300 yuan to release you. 300 yuan, that is equivalent to your annual salary. Over the years, you have likely given far more than that to the Jia family. Yet, she remains utterly heartless. Are you still not awakened to this? He Yuzhu exclaimed, her anger palpable. In recent days, she had transformed from the submissive sister who once allowed her brother to dictate her actions. Though she appeared meek, her inner strength had grown immensely. Sister, you misunderstand Sister Qin. She is not as you perceive her, He Yuzhu countered. Having spent time reflecting on the situation and believing there were justifiable reasons for Qin Huairu's actions, then please enlighten me as to why Qin Huairu is so cold-hearted? He Yuzhu demanded. Because with Dongshu gone and Zhang's An imprisoned, she is left alone to care for 2 children. Furthermore, she is currently unemployed and pregnant. So her request for such a sum is quite understandable. He Yuzhu explained his perspective. This reasoning left He Yuzhu dumbfounded. She could not fathom why her foolish brother was so infatuated with Qin Huairu, defending her even in such dire circumstances. That wretched woman is not as you imagine her to be. She merely wishes for you to assist her without offering anything in return. After all these years, have you truly felt nothing? He Yuzhu shouted, her frustration boiling over. Yuzhu, how can you insult Sister Qin by calling her a wretched woman? I have told you. She is not that kind of person. He Yuzhu retorted, visibly displeased by his sister's words. She is exactly that kind of person. He Yuzhu shot back, unyielding. Enough. I have told you, she is not that kind of person. Furthermore, if she truly intended to harm me, would she need to write a letter of understanding? After He Yuzhu finished speaking, he dismissed He Yuzhu with indifference. Frustrated and angry, He Yuzhu ultimately stomped away. As night fell, He Yuzhu lay on the outdoor corridor, gazing at the starry sky, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. He turned to see that the visitor was none other than Qin Huairu. Her face stained with tears, clearly having just cried. Sister Qin, what has happened? Yushu quickly rose, concern etched on his face. I'm so sorry, Zhuzi. Did you have a quarrel with Yushui? It's all my fault. This is all due to me. Perhaps we should limit our contact from now on, Qin Huairu said. Lowering her head, her voice filled with grievance. Upon seeing her distressed demeanor, Yushu immediately grew alarmed. Sister Qin, please don't be like this. My argument with Yushui is between us. It has nothing to do with you. You mustn't feel unduly pressured. Yushu then hurriedly reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of Qin Huairu's eyes. I am sorry, Zhuji. Qin Huairu choked out. I actually do not wish for that 300 yuan. But as you know, Bongging and Xiaoding are still young. We have lost our jobs. And if we do not take this 300 yuan, how will we survive? Rest assured, consider a loan from me. I will return it to you as soon as I have a means. In fact, after Yushui and Yushu had been brought back that afternoon, Qin Huairu had stealthily followed behind, overhearing their conversation. After gathering her thoughts, she resolved to put on an act to continue earning Yushu's trust. Thus, although she currently had no job, she speculated that since the deaf old lady had previously taken out money, she must have more funds at her disposal. When Yushu was truly in need, the deaf old lady would undoubtedly provide the funds again, though uncertain of the exact amount. She intended to keep Yushu in suspense, hoping to benefit herself in the end. Upon hearing Qin Huairu's words, Yushu's expression brightened. Indeed, Sister Qin's reasoning aligned with his own. It was a matter of necessity, not genuine desire for the 300 yuan. Just as he was about to speak, Yushui rushed out from the adjacent room. Qin Huairu, you shameless woman, are you acting again? I tell you, our family will have no further connection with you. And you must not come looking for my brother again. Yushui, you are right. This is all my fault. I will never approach your brother again. Qin Huairu feigned sadness as she spoke. Turning, she prepared to leave the He family's doorstep. Yushui, what nonsense are you spouting? I've told you this matter is not as you think. Do not cause a ruckus here. Seeing Qin Huairu about to depart, Yushu hurriedly stopped her. Turning to reprimand Yushui, not backing down from Yushu's scolding, Yushui retorted, what chaos am I causing? Am I not speaking the truth? This vixen is simply putting on a show. Yushui, Yushu was utterly enraged by her words. He rushed forward and slapped her across the face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving all three in stunned silence. Yushui stared incredulously at her brother, never having imagined he would strike her for this woman. Yushu, too, had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to this point. Seeing Yushui frozen in place, tears streaming down her face, he was instantly filled with panic. Yushui, I'm sorry. Please stop crying. Yushu extended his hands, attempting to console his sister. Ugh, brother, you actually hit me for this shameless woman. I hate you, go away. Yushui forcefully pushed Yushu away, then covered her mouth and ran into her room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. I'm so sorry. Sister Qin, I failed to properly guide Yushui, Yushu said awkwardly, scratching his head. It's all right, Zhuzi. Yushui is still young. She will learn in due time. Qin Huairu shook her head and sighed as she walked back to her courtyard. What should I do now? After Qin Huairu left, Yushu slumped onto a bench, murmuring to himself in despair. Chapter 176, Project Initiation, High-Precision CNC Machine Tool. With the assistance of the newly arrived engineers, Guodong prepared to launch his latest initiative, to directly construct a CNC machine tool. Initially, he had intended to proceed step by step, but with the support of these senior engineers, he could now embark on the research and development of a high-precision machine tool. When the new engineers heard Guodong's plan, they were taken aback, including Lin Wenbo, who wondered if this leap was too ambitious. However, Guodong referenced the example of the CNC milling machine developed by Lin Wenbo and others 4 years ago. If the teacher could create a CNC milling machine from just a photograph, then with their current level of technology and collective effort, producing a high-precision CNC machine should pose no challenge. Encouraged by Guodong's words, the engineers gained confidence and expressed their willingness to take on the project. Thus, before the research institute was even completed, the first project was established, the high-precision machine tool. Given the complexity of constructing such a machine, the independent workshop's craftsmen alone could not fulfill the necessary component manufacturing. They would need to draw upon the expertise of the steel mill's craftsmen to avoid disrupting overall production. Those originally working in the independent workshop would also be reassigned to fulfill the factory's production tasks. When this project was reported to the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Industry, it was swiftly approved. Furthermore, to ensure the project's smooth progression, They specifically notified Factory Director Yang to have all personnel at the ready to follow Guodong's directives. With the aid of the independent workshop, completing the production tasks posed no problem. Coupled with the directives from the high-ranking officials, Director Yang dared not obstruct the process and obediently complied with Guodong's arrangements. Soon, all workers above level 6 from various workshops were gathered in the independent workshop. The original workers and machines from the independent workshop were relocated to other workshops for production. Witnessing the factory once again requisitioning skilled workers, Yi Zhonghai seethed with frustration, yet felt powerless, as he was merely a level 1 mechanic, rendered incapable of participating in such production. Within the independent workshop, numerous craftsmen exchanged glances, sensing that this undertaking was significant. This was indeed a major operation, as all present were skilled workers from the factory. Not only mechanics, but also smiths, lathe workers, welders, electricians, and more. All craftspeople were gathered here. All right. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to expedite the production of a batch of specialized components. For this production, we must ensure absolute confidentiality. Therefore, no information is to be leaked during the process. Anyone who dares to divulge even the slightest detail will face not only the loss of their wages, but also termination. Guodong announced from a platform, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing the seriousness of the matter, everyone quickly lowered their heads in acknowledgement. After all, such an important task, if leaked, could have significant repercussions. Guodong observed their responses and continued to outline the regulations. He then had the pre-prepared blueprints distributed. Please, each craftsman, collect your blueprints in order. During the processing, do not inquire about what others are working on. Now, I kindly request all workers to take their respective slips of paper and collect the blueprints according to their assigned numbers. Each individual is permitted to receive only one copy. After obtaining the blueprints, please return to your designated stations and commence the processing of the specifications outlined therein as swiftly as possible. Upon completing the components and ensuring they meet the required measurements, you may then collect the next set. Is that clear to everyone? At this point, Guodong paused momentarily before continuing, in an effort to maintain your enthusiasm and ensure the precision of the component fabrication. The dining facility will be elevating the quality of the meals for this period. Upon the announcement of this news, the workers present erupted in excitement, as an enhancement in their dining experience was indeed a most welcome development. Yes, they all chorused in unison, their voices resonating powerfully throughout the space. Subsequently, the workers proceeded to retrieve the blueprints and tools in the order indicated on the documents. Each individual, upon receiving their blueprint, returned to their workstation to initiate the design and processing as per the descriptions provided. Every craftsman was allocated a blueprint, each bearing distinctive and challenging tasks. Naturally, there were also a few level 4 and 5 workers in other workshops assigned to simpler hardware tasks, albeit at a lower grade. For instance, components designated for level 3 were entrusted to level 4 craftsmen. Given the stringent timeline for this project, even the slightest deviation could result in the final machinery being deemed unsatisfactory. Thus, all components were subjected to an exceptionally high standard of urgency. This was the only way to ensure the precision of the CNC machines produced. Throughout the production process, even the higher-ups would occasionally make rounds to monitor progress. They were aware of the previous failure concerning a CNC machine, and this time, they hoped for a successful outcome that could be put into production. To this end, they had even reached out to the machine factory to request the dispatch of some senior technicians to assist in the creation of this robotic apparatus. To maintain strict control over the overall timeline and progress, Guodong refrained from directly engaging in the processing, opting instead to conduct continuous inspections within the workshop and guide the workers to preempt potential errors. Upon learning that senior workers from the machine factory would be arriving, Guodong planned to allocate the processing of certain specialized steel components to the individuals sent by the higher-ups. It was fortunate that he had secured the special steel formula during the previous lottery. Otherwise, he would struggle to produce the high-precision machine drawings, as numerous components required the specialized steel. Meanwhile, at the steel rolling mill, the processing was in full swing. In a modest dwelling in Guodong, Hebei, a man with graying hair and a weathered appearance was holding a letter, trembling all over. He had read the letter repeatedly, unable to comprehend the reality it conveyed. How could you treat my child this way, Yi Zhonghai? Tears welled in his eyes as he furiously crumpled the letter and cast it to the ground. He then stepped outside to instruct his elderly partner to gather their belongings. Gather our belongings? Where are we going? His partner responded, taken aback by his words. Back to the capital. Back to the capital? Are we even allowed to return? What will we say to Yi Zhonghai and the Long family? His partner's astonishment deepened. There has been a catastrophe over there. He has lost everything. If I don't return soon, he may lose his very life. Without waiting for his partner's reaction, the man strode out the door, determined to purchase tickets. Chapter 177. Yi Zhonghai has once again caused the machine to malfunction. For 2 consecutive days, Guodong had been leaving early and returning late, primarily overseeing the development progress of the high-precision CNC machine. His main focus was to monitor the specialized steel components, including various critical accessories, such as tool heads and drill bits, some of which he personally handled due to his concern regarding the pace of processing. The supply of specialized steel was limited, having just been produced, and he had requisitioned all of it. A failure at this stage would mean insufficient materials for processing, hence no room for carelessness. After completing the processing of a drill bit, Guodong was about to take a break when a technician approached him. "Gu, there is an issue with the machine over there. I can't handle it and may need you to take a look." "A machine malfunction?" Guodong furrowed his brow at the news. Although he did not possess immense confidence in that particular machine, it was puzzling that after working independently for such an extended period without issues, it would suddenly fail after just a couple of days of relocation. Without further hesitation, he summoned 2 senior colleagues to accompany him. These seniors, having learned over the past few days, were eager to dismantle a machine and examine it, but had not yet found the opportunity. Now, they would seize the chance to inspect and repair it, stepping in before Guodong himself, should they be unable to resolve the issue. Upon arriving at the workshop, they found Deputy Factory Director Li and Factory Director Yang already present. To their surprise, Yi Zhonghai was also there, appearing utterly helpless beside the damaged machine. Could this incident be connected to him? Observing Yi Zhonghai's submissive demeanor, Guodong began to piece things together. "Deputy Section Chief Gu, you're here. Could you please check what's wrong with this machine?" Upon seeing Guodong, the 2 promptly greeted him. One called him Gu, while the other referred to him as Deputy Section Chief. The one calling him Gu was naturally Deputy Factory Director Li, while the one using the title Deputy Section Chief was Factory Director Yang. "Seniors, please take a look first." Guodong nodded to both directors before addressing his 2 companions. "All right, Gu, we'll check it out. If we can't resolve it, we'll call you in." With that, they confidently moved forward. Although they had never disassembled Guodong's machine before, they were already quite familiar with the blueprints after reviewing them multiple times. After opening the machine and conducting a thorough inspection, however, they furrowed their brows in confusion. Upon a cursory examination, they found most components in excellent condition, showing no signs of damage. "What is the matter, seniors? Did you find anything?" Guodong inquired, noticing their troubled expressions. "From what we can see, it seems this machine hasn't encountered any major issues. It's likely a problem with operation. Let us examine it more closely," one engineer replied. Hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to Yi Zhonghai, who stood aside. "This isn't my fault. I was operating it perfectly fine," he protested. "I took great care and didn't cause any damage. It must be a malfunction of the machine itself. After all, it's new, and we're still unfamiliar with it. There may be flaws we haven't detected." Yi Zhonghai hurriedly attempted to absolve himself of responsibility while subtly blaming Guodong for a design flaw. "Nonsense. I've used this machine for an extended period without any issues. You use it once, and it breaks down. It's undoubtedly due to your improper operation." A nearby worker interjected, recognizing Yi Zhonghai as a member of the independent workshop and suspecting that the workstation might belong to him. "Signor, please continue your inspection to identify the problem." Without engaging in further arguments with Yi Zhonghai, Guodong instructed his 2 companions to keep searching for the source of the malfunction. Identifying the malfunction of the machine will undoubtedly reveal the party responsible for the situation at hand. The 2 individuals resumed their task of disassembling the apparatus. Observing the scene, Yi Zhonghai couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Such pretentiousness. Initially, he had not operated this machine, yet after it was brought out, he had been eager to try it. Unfortunately, the labor had consistently denied him the opportunity. Today, however, with Factory Director Yang's visit for inspection, he had seized the chance to ask Yang to instruct the worker to allow him to operate the new machinery. Little did he know that after merely half a morning of handling it, the machine encountered an issue. At first, Yi Zhonghai was quite flustered, fearing that he might have mishandled it, leading to the malfunction. However, upon further reflection, he was confident that he had adhered to all operational protocols, thus firmly believing that the problem lay within the machine itself. As the disassembly progressed, the furrows on their brows deepened. Yi Zhonghai, witnessing this development, felt an increasing sense of delight, nearly laughing aloud. It appeared his deductions were correct. The machine had indeed malfunctioned on its own, and for once, Guodong had faltered due to his own device. Just as Yi Zhonghai was preparing to interject with his usual sarcastic remarks, one of the engineers spoke up, exclaiming, "We found the issue." This revelation caused Yi Zhonghai's heart to plummet, and he fervently prayed that the damage was not a result of his own errors. Guodong approached the machine and discovered a clump of metal shavings lodged within the gears, preventing it from operating. "When was the last time this machine was cleaned?" he inquired, gazing at the obstruction. "Metal shavings? What metal shavings?" Yi Zhonghai was utterly bewildered by Guodong's words. Had Master Yi not informed him that regular cleaning of metal shavings was necessary when using this machine? This apparatus was semi-automatic, unlike the manual files he was accustomed to. Over time, it accumulated a significant amount of shavings that required periodic removal. Otherwise, it would lead to operational stalling, and in severe cases, outright damage. Guodong looked at Yi Zhonghai with a knowing expression. "Huh? No one mentioned that to me," Yi Zhonghai stammered, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. "Master Yi, please refrain from fabricating stories. When you first used the machine, I clearly outlined all necessary precautions, including the importance of timely removal of metal shavings to prevent the machine from stalling." The nearby worker interjected, indignant. Earlier that morning, he had meticulously conveyed all pertinent information to Yi. Now, faced with complications, he sought to absolve himself of all responsibility, a most dishonorable act. Yi Zhonghai faltered, panic setting in. He had indeed heard the worker's instructions, but had dismissed them. In his mind, the machine was not complex, with years of experience. He believed he could master it effortlessly, and thus he ignored the cautions given. Now, confronted with numerous issues, he realized he could not escape the consequences, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. "I recall stating that this machine should not be assigned to other workers, but exclusively to those in our independent workshop. How could it have been given to Master Yi?" Guodong did not press Yi Zhonghai directly, but instead posed this question. Given Yi's current standing, it was evident that he could not have accessed the machine without someone else's directive. It was apparent that this person was none other than Factory Director Yang. Consequently, Guodong aimed to direct the inquiry towards Yang rather than Yi. Upon hearing Guodong's words, Yang's expression shifted dramatically, although he maintained a composed facade. Internally, he was engulfed by turmoil. He had not anticipated that Guodong would shift the blame squarely onto him, igniting a fierce anger within. This situation forced him to confront Yi Zhonghai. Failure to act could result in reporting him to higher authorities for allegedly allowing the workers to damage the newly designed machinery, which could spell disaster for him. Clenching his teeth, Yang fixed his gaze upon Yi Zhonghai, whose heart raced at the sight of Yang's almost murderous glare. Just as he was about to utter something, he caught Yang's intense stare, prompting him to swiftly fall silent. I, Yi stammered it. Yang's fury intensified at Yi's hesitance. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, incredulous that he still refused to acknowledge his faults. "Master Yi, this marks the third instance you have damaged factory equipment," Yang declared, his voice steady yet laced with ire. "As the saying goes, trouble comes in threes. You should return home and await notification from the factory regarding your fate." Having reached this juncture, Yang was disinclined to concern himself with Yi Zhonghai's future. He had done all he could. This individual had repeatedly vandalized public property, and it was clear he was beyond redemption. Despair washed over Yi Zhonghai's face upon hearing Yang's decree. It was over. He realized his career was effectively at an end. "Director Yang, you cannot dismiss me. I did not damage the machine. It was him. This man is the one responsible," he exclaimed, furiously pointing at the nearby worker. His expression one of sheer animosity. "Enough. Stop causing a scene and leave at once. If you do not depart, I will summon security," Yang warned, exasperated by Yi's outburst. "On what grounds do you dismiss me? I contest this. I have done nothing wrong and shall report your misconduct." Yi Zhonghai had completely unraveled. Seeing Yi's continued defiance, Yang wasted no time in instructing security personnel to intervene. Shortly thereafter, 2 security officers entered the workshop and escorted Yi Zhonghai away, who continued to shout indignantly. Meanwhile, Guodong and the 2 engineers successfully repaired the machine. Upon reconnecting the power, it resumed normal operation. "All set, Director Yang, Deputy Director Li. The machine is functioning again. We shall be on our way, but do call us should you require further assistance," Guodong informed them. He added a cautionary note that those untrained in the operation of new machinery should refrain from using it until proper training could be provided to the entire workshop. This advice was clearly directed at Director Yang. Upon hearing this, Yang's expression darkened, though he could only acquiesce. However, once Guodong departed, Yang's demeanor shifted dramatically. A chilling fury coursed through him as he vowed, "You will pay for this, Guodong." After resolving the matter at hand, the focus returned to the independent workshop, where the remaining specialty steel components were processed. The afternoon slipped away in a blur, due to the relatively light matters of the day. The first phase of work had been nearly completed, allowing Guodong and Zhang Shuyu to return home at the usual time. Meanwhile, at the train station, He Yushui anxiously craned her neck, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Soon, a train gradually approached from the distance. Here it comes. He Yushui silently cheered within her heart. Yesterday, she had received a letter from her father, He Da-ching, at school. The moment she laid eyes on the letter, she felt a surge of surprise. After so many years without news, her father had actually written to her, especially upon reading that he would be returning today. She couldn't contain her joy and leapt with excitement. Thus, she eagerly arrived at the train station to welcome He Da-ching. As the train gently came to a halt, it wasn't long before He Yushui spotted her father disembarking, accompanied by the widow Bai. Despite her earlier excitement, the sight of her father now made her heart sink. After all these years, he had silently pursued the widow Bai, leaving her and her brother to rely solely on one another. This had always weighed heavily on her mind. Particularly seeing the widow Bai beside her father rendered her speechless. In that moment, countless words surged within her, yearning to be spoken to He Da-ching. Yet, as they hovered on the tip of her tongue, she hesitated, fearing her father might misunderstand her. Dad! Ultimately, He Yushui could no longer restrain herself and rushed to embrace He Da-ching. Ah, silly child, am I not back now? He Da-ching affectionately caressed his daughter's head, though a hint of sorrow lingered in his eyes. Hearing her father's comforting words, He Yushui, already feeling melancholic, found her nose growing warm, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Chapter 179. He Da-ching's confrontation with Ilaogo. Yushui, where's your brother? After soothing He Yushui for a while, He Da-ching inquired, glancing around for He Yuzhu, who was nowhere to be seen. I didn't inform my brother that you were coming back, He Yushui replied, pouting. It was at this moment that He Da-ching noticed a faint slap mark on her right cheek. The sight of it darkened his expression immediately. What happened to that mark on your face? Connecting it to He Yushui's previous comment about not telling He Yuzhu of his return, he pressed further. Did your brother hit you? Why would he do that? At his words, He Yushui's tears flowed uncontrollably once more as she recounted the incident involving He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu in detail. Listening to her tale, He Da-ching's expression grew increasingly grim. How could his son be so infatuated with a widow? Was it a trait he had inherited from him? Nevertheless, even in his frustration, He Da-ching felt a surge of anger. While he had indeed developed feelings for a widow, his situation was different. He had lost his wife, and she had born children. Such circumstances were hardly uncommon. But what of He Yuzhu, a young man yet to marry, ensnared by a widow's charm? What filled him with shame was that, according to He Yushui's account, He Yuzhu had pursued her even before she became a widow. After all these years of investment, he had gained nothing in return. It was utterly disgraceful. At least he had succeeded in winning over the widow Bai. Yet, now was not the time to dwell on this. Now that he had returned, he was determined to address He Yuzhu's situation, for he was still his father. Dad, where have you been all these years? I see the return address on your letter is in Jixingshu City. Have you been there all along? It's not too far from us, so why haven't you come back in the past decade? Without lingering on the matter of He Yuzhu's actions, He Yushui suddenly posed her question. However, upon hearing her inquiry, He Da-ching fell silent. Dad, what's wrong? Is there something you can't tell me? He Yushui asked, gazing at her father with confusion. Well, this matter is complicated, He Da-ching sighed, glancing around before continuing. Let's talk somewhere else. This isn't the place for such discussions. All right. Nodding in agreement, He Yushui recognized that the bustling train station was hardly conducive to a private conversation. She led He Da-ching and the widow Bai to a nearby park. He Yushui chose this location not only for its tranquil environment, but also because she wished to discuss the widow Bai with her father in private. Dad, let's sit down and talk. Once they found a bench, He Yushui gestured toward the seat opposite them and spoke up. After they were settled, she continued, Dad, what have you been doing all these years? Why did you leave? Well, the reason I left initially was due to issues concerning our family background. He Da-ching slowly began once seated. Family background issues? He Yushui was taken aback by his words. Our family has been tenant farmers for 3 generations. How could there be a problem? She recalled her brother, He Yuzhu, telling her since childhood that they were tenant farmers with a commendable background. Why then? Did He Da-ching now imply that their family background was problematic? Tenant farmers? He Da-ching chuckled resignedly. That's merely a facade to mislead people. Yushui, think about what I do for a living and what your brother does. We're both chefs. What's wrong with that? Yes, you're chefs. But there's another identity. We are the legitimate heirs of Tan family cuisine. Tan family cuisine is an official cuisine. Do you truly believe our family could be mere tenant farmers? He Daqing explained. Although they were not landlords, they were not far from it either. Such a background was, in fact, quite perilous. After hearing He Daqing's words, He Yushui was left speechless in astonishment. Previously, whether from He Yuzhu or the neighborhood, they had consistently claimed to be tenant farmers for 3 generations. How could her father's words now transform their standing into that of quasi-landlords? This revelation was difficult for her to accept. So, she stammered. Yes, they used that as leverage to force me to leave, He Daqing confirmed, nodding in agreement with her assumption. While not everyone is aware of our family background, the deaf old lady and Yi Zhonghai certainly are. At the time, Yi Zhonghai, unable to have children, set his sights on Zhuzi, wishing to have him support him in his old age. They threatened to expose my family's background if I didn't leave the courtyard. I feared it would adversely affect you and your brother, and thus I had no choice but to depart. Although life might be a bit harder for you in the future, at least there would be no repercussions. When your brother grows up and takes my place in the factory, he can lead a decent life. He Daqing gradually revealed the truth of the situation to He Yushui. Originally, I thought that once Zhuzi matured, he would understand. As long as I was absent, I wouldn't have to worry about these chaotic matters. I believed he would take good care of you. Who would have imagined he would end up like this? He Daqing spoke with a heavy heart. Dad, don't be sad. I'm here for you now. Upon hearing He Daqing's explanation, He Yushui quickly interjected, her eyes reddening. So Dad, what should we do now? You have returned. If they were to discover this, would they not trouble you once more? She inquired nervously, uncertain of how to proceed upon learning the truth. When I departed, I made it abundantly clear that they would dutifully oversee both the pillar and you. Now that the pillar is in such a state, I see no reason to uphold our agreement any longer. You may not know this, but I have been sending you a monthly allowance of 15 yuan, yet I suspect you have never received it. Have you? That is because the wretched Yi Zhonghai intercepted it. My return is solely to settle accounts with him. He Daqing dropped another bombshell, leaving He Yushui in stunned silence. This was news to her. Come, follow your father home, and watch how I deal with that old dog. Chapter 180. He Daqing collects debts. He Yuzhu's worldview shatters. In the courtyard, at the He Yuzhu residence, Qin Huairu returned, intending to discuss future plans with He Yuzhu. Her primary objective was to ascertain whether the deaf old lady had given He Yuzhu anything. The last time, the deaf old lady had asked Yi Zhonghai to produce 300 yuan to save Yi Yuzhu. Surely, there must have been some cost involved. Otherwise, given Yi Zhonghai's character, there was no way he would part with that sum to rescue He Yuzhu, especially now that He Yuzhu was unemployed, offering him no advantage. Thus, it was plausible that the deaf old lady had made some sort of transaction with him. She came to meet He Yuzhu to probe him through conversation, hoping to discern if he was aware of anything significant, whether it be treasures or wealth from the Rong family. If such a thing indeed existed, she must find a way to acquire it. Despite currently possessing over 300 yuan, it was hardly sufficient. That amount would barely sustain her for 2 to 3 years, leaving her in a precarious situation. Given her pregnancy, she required a considerable amount of nourishment. That money simply would not suffice for 2 years of living expenses. After knocking, Qin Huairu entered He Yuzhu's room, where he lay asleep. Having reconciled with Sister Qin, he was overjoyed the previous night, and he felt an unusual impulse, an awakening of sorts, which kept him excited and awake until the early hours of the morning. Thus, when he heard the knocking, he merely rolled over and continued to sleep. Zhuzi? Qin Huairu frowned and called out. Huh, what is it? He Yuzhu lazily opened his eyes upon hearing her voice. Is that you, Sister Qin? What brings you here? Upon realizing it was Qin Huairu, he immediately became alert. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. What is it? Please, go ahead. A smile spread across He Yuzhu's face at her words. However, before Qin Huairu could pose her question, another figure entered the room. Seeing the newcomer, He Yuzhu was taken aback. Father, why have you returned? Father? Qin Huairu was equally startled and quickly turned around. Behind He Daqing stood a man resembling He Yuzhu, of a similar age to Yi Zhonghai, accompanied by an elderly woman of similar age and He Yushui. Though the elderly woman had aged, her beauty and youth was evident. Upon seeing the older man, Qin Huairu was taken aback. Is this He Yuzhu's father? Has he not already left the courtyard? Why is he back now? Upon spotting Qin Huairu, He Daqing scoffed. He finally understood why his son had been captivated by this widow. Based on his extensive dealings with widows, he recognized this woman's cunning. His son, being a naive young man, was certainly ill-equipped to handle such a character. Get up, come with me to settle accounts. After a cursory glance at Qin Huairu, He Daqing ignored her and directed his attention to He Yuzhu. Settle accounts? What accounts? Hiyuju was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp his father's intentions. We're going to confront that old dog, Izhonghai. Uncle Da. Hiyuju's confusion deepened. Why do we need to confront him? In your absence, Uncle Da has helped both me and Yushue significantly. Without him, we might have starved. Silence, you fool. What do you know? Hidaching's ire flared. Since my departure, I've been sending you 15 yuan each month. Yet you were oblivious. You claim you and Yushue nearly starved? You would never have faced starvation. Your hunger was due to Yi Zhonghai's thievery. What? Hidaching's revelation left Qin Huairu and Hiyuju dumbfounded. How could this be? Uncle Do would never do such a thing. Hiyuju murmured, struggling to accept the truth. Enough with the nonsense. I have no time for your babble. Come with me at once. Hidaching, unwilling to waste further time, strode toward the courtyard. Hiyuju and Qin Huairu hurriedly followed. They soon arrived at the courtyard, in front of Yi Zhonghai's home. Yi Zhonghai, you shameless wretch, come out. Hidaching shouted without reservation. Yi Zhonghai had just returned home, lost in thought about his future. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice outside. Initially taken aback, he recalled where he had heard it before. A wave of dread washed over him as he realized it was Hidaching's voice. Why has he returned? And why is he at my doorstep? At that moment, Panik Giripit Yi Zhonghai. He understood that Hidaching had come to collect debts. His shout attracted the attention of many in the courtyard, who emerged to witness the commotion. Several long-time residents recognized Hidaching and began to murmur among themselves. Seeing the crowd, Hidaching wasted no time in recounting Yi Zhonghai's interception of his monthly remittance of 15 yuan. Having dealt with Yi Zhonghai for years, he knew that the man valued his reputation above all else, and thus sought to tarnish it. Little did he know, before he could do so, Guodong had already sullied Yi Zhonghai's name. Nevertheless, the crowd was stunned to learn of Yi Zhonghai's misdeeds. Although they had previously been alerted to his character by Guodong, they had not anticipated such depths of avarice. The one most affected was, of course, Hiyuju. As Hidaching detailed the entire affair, disbelief washed over him. The expression on his face was one of utter shock, ultimately unable to bear the weight of the revelation. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. The very person who had made his life so miserable was none other than Yi Zhonghai. He had foolishly regarded him as a savior. Even Qin Huairu was taken aback, unable to fathom Yi Zhonghai's treachery. No wonder he was so wealthy. 15 yuan a month, accumulated over a decade, amounted to a staggering sum. Meanwhile, inside, Yi Zhonghai sat in stunned silence, rendered utterly speechless by the unfolding events. By a curious twist of fate, Guodong and Zhang Shuyu returned just at that moment. Upon entering the courtyard, they were met with a cacophony of shouts and curses. After discerning the situation, Guodong promptly exited the courtyard once more. Chapter 181. The police have arrived enough. Hidaching, cease your tirade. Zhonghai interjected, hastening from the house. He had not anticipated Hidaching's return at such an inopportune moment, nor the fact that the matter would be aired publicly. After his dismissal earlier that day, Zhonghai's spirits had already plummeted. Now, the humiliation inflicted by Hidaching only served to stoke his simmering fury. Are you afraid now? Hidaching remarked coldly. Afraid? What reason do I have to be afraid? Yi Zhonghai retorted defiantly. Then why do you hesitate to come forth? Hidaching pressed. Who said I hesitated? Am I not here before you now? Yi Zhonghai responded. Repay the money. Yi Zhonghai, return every single one of the 15 yuan you have withheld from our family for the past decade. Hidaching shouted, his eyes ablaze with indignation, yearning to exact vengeance upon Yi Zhonghai. By what right do you demand this? Was it not given to me voluntarily? Yi Zhonghai countered, equally obstinate. He then leaned closer to Hidaching, whispering a veiled threat. Do you truly wish to sever ties with me? Do you not fear that I might expose that incident? In such a case, neither of us would emerge unscathed. Do not attempt to intimidate me. Yushue has confided in me, revealing that during her childhood, there were times when she nearly starved. You promised to care for my 2 children, and this is how you fulfill that promise? Hidaching shot back, not one to be easily outmaneuvered. For a moment, Yi Zhonghai found himself momentarily speechless, as the truth of Hidaching's words struck home. Yi Zhonghai, if you possess any sense of propriety, you will promptly return the money. I assure you, I will not report you if you comply. Otherwise, Hidaching's voice dripped with menace. Otherwise what? Yi Zhonghai seethed, his teeth clenched. Otherwise, I will ensure you face the consequences, reporting your crimes to the police. At that point, it will be too late for regrets. Hidaching declared. Upon hearing Hidaching's words, Yi Zhonghai's expression shifted unpredictably. He understood that Hidaching was not merely attempting to frighten him. He genuinely intended to report him. And the realization sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Yi Zhonghai's brow. How does it feel, Yi Zhonghai? He Da-Ching taunted, sensing the tremor of uncertainty in his adversary. This was sufficient to embolden him further. You think you can report me? Suddenly, a cunning glint sparked in Yi Zhonghai's eyes as he fixed a fierce gaze on He Da-Ching. If you do so, I shall reveal everything. You won't escape the repercussions either. You, He Da-Ching fumed. Look, the police have arrived, just as the two men were locked in a standoff. Guodong entered the courtyard, leading 2 police officers behind him. Comrades, this is the man who has intercepted the 15 yuan sent back to this family every month for the past 10 years. Guodong pointed an accusing finger at Yi Zhonghai. He then nodded at the He family with a slight smile, adding, no need to thank me. This is merely my duty. The unexpected turn of events left everyone present in a state of bewilderment, particularly He Da-Ching and Yi Zhonghai. He Da-Ching had merely intended to intimidate Yi Zhonghai into returning the money, never truly desiring to involve the police. Conversely, Yi Zhonghai had not anticipated Guodong's betrayal. You, Guodong, you. Yi Zhonghai stammered, his fury rendering him speechless. What is it? Are you not the one who has seized others' hard-earned money? A police officer inquired, his tone frigid as he regarded Yi Zhonghai. I did not. Yi Zhonghai stuttered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. He realized that he was now cornered. You are aware that your actions are illegal, correct? The officer remarked, unable to suppress the urge to confront Yi Zhonghai for his despicable behavior. Comrade, could you please confirm whether this individual has been consistently intercepting your remittances? Another officer inquired politely, directing his attention towards He Da-Ching. Indeed, that is correct. He has been siphoning off our living expenses every month. Arrest him at once. Before He Da-Ching could respond, He Yushui interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Zhonghai. Since He Da-Ching had revealed that Yi Zhonghai had been intercepting the remittances, memories of past interactions flooded He Yushui's mind. She recalled several occasions when her brother, He Yushu, was absent from the courtyard, and she sought to dine at Yi Zhonghai's home, only to be rebuffed. At the time, she had thought little of it. But now it became clear that Yi Zhonghai had taken advantage of her brother's absence to bully her. Search the premises. One of the officers commanded. Wait, I protest. I demand to see your superior. I want to appeal to your leadership. Yi Zhonghai shouted, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. An older woman inside attempted to intervene, yet the officers swiftly dismissed her. Before long, Yi Zhonghai's residence was thoroughly searched, and beneath his bed, a bulging black bag was discovered. Upon opening it, the officers found it filled with letters, each one a remittance slip from Yi Da-Ching. While the amount of money was relatively modest, the officers were taken aback to also uncover 3 small yellow fish among the contents, a shocking revelation that none had expected. Where did this come from? One officer questioned Yi Zhonghai. It's mine, Noah. Yi Zhonghai stammered, his panic escalating. The more he faltered, the more suspicion enveloped him. Enough. Where did this come from? The officer bellowed angrily. I truly do not know. Yi Zhonghai lamented, his face a mask of despair, his mind racing in chaos. Still attempting to deny it? Take him away. The officer commanded, his voice laced with fury. Very well, comrade. The letters sufficiently substantiate your claims. We shall take you in for further investigation. We will notify you of any developments, but please remain here to cooperate with our inquiries, the officer said, turning to He Da-Ching. Thus, Yi Zhonghai was taken into custody. Chapter 182. The ruthlessness of He Da-Ching. Although Yi Zhonghai had been apprehended, he surprisingly displayed an air of calmness, his demeanor unruffled. This unnerved the He family and Guodong, who sensed that something was amiss. Thank you all for your assistance today. I never expected such generosity. Rest assured, I shall not forget your noble support. Once this matter is resolved, I will host a banquet in your honor. By the way, may I ask your names? He Da-Ching inquired, regaining his composure and addressing Guodong and Zhang Shuyu with warmth. At this, both He Yushu, who lay on the ground, and He Yushui, standing nearby, exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Initially, their relationship with Guodong was not particularly amicable, and based on their understanding, Guodong's recent recruitment of police officers was solely aimed at dealing with Yi Zhonghai, rather than offering assistance to them. There's no need for such formality, uncle. Guodong replied with a faint smile, before leading Zhang Shuyu back home. Qin Huairu, is it? After Guodong entered the house, He Da-Ching turned to Qin Huairu and inquired. Yes, Uncle He, I am Qin Huairu, she responded promptly, her heart skipping a beat at being addressed by name. She was acutely aware that He Da-Ching could be as ruthless as Guodong. Consequently, although it was Guodong who summoned him, He Daqing had indeed managed to have Yi Zhonghai apprehended rather than resolving the matter within the courtyard. Such a person was not someone she could afford to provoke. I shall not engage in idle chatter. I have but one question for you. Are you willing to marry Zhuzi? The moment He Daqing posed this question, Qin Huairu was left utterly speechless. She could hardly fathom that He Daqing would dare to ask such a question in public. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. The other residents of the courtyard shared her astonishment. Although many were aware of He Yuzhu's affections for Qin Huairu, he was currently a man rendered impotent. It was uncertain whether even a widow like Qin Huairu would consent to marry him, regardless of the opinions of others. He Yuzhu was filled with excitement, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Qin Huairu. Lingye, his voice brimmed with enthusiasm and hope, even tinged with a slight quaver. After a prolonged silence, Qin Huairu finally lifted her gaze to He Daqing. Uncle He, you seem to be mistaken. Zhuzi and I are merely close neighbors. Moreover, my husband has only recently passed away. How could I possibly remarry? So, you're implying that you are unwilling? He Daqing inquired softly. Having dealt with widows for many years, He Daqing understood them all too well. He was acutely aware of Qin Huairu's intentions and aimed to lay bare her true motivations before He Yuzhu, ensuring that He Yuzhu comprehended that Qin Huairu would not marry him, thereby allowing He Yuzhu to relinquish his hopes. Indeed, under the weight of He Yuzhu's eager gaze, Qin Huairu slowly shook her head. Witnessing this, He Yuzhu felt as though he might faint. Before the death of Jia Dongxiu, he had believed that he and Qin Huairu were merely separated by Jia Dongxiu. However, following Jia Dongxiu's demise, he had begun to entertain notions of a future with her. Based on Qin Huairu's reaction, he had felt that they were just a piece of paper away from a union. Yet now, it seemed that this paper was insurmountable, perhaps even a mountain standing between them. He stood there utterly dazed, his expression more pained than when he had learned that Yi Zhonghai had been siphoning off their living expenses. Very well, if you are unwilling, then do not come to our home for favors in the future. Furthermore, you are to repay every penny that Zhuzi lent you within a day. Make no mistake, we're keeping track of the accounts, He Daqing declared, having received the answer he desired. He Daqing's sudden shift in demeanor left Qin Huairu utterly dumbfounded. She had not anticipated such a swift change in his attitude, nor did she realize that He Yuzhu had been meticulously recording the money she had borrowed over the years, something he had never disclosed to her. She had borrowed an indeterminate amount from He Yuzhu over the years, and now, being asked to repay it, she found herself at a loss. She had only the 300 yuan given to her by the deaf old lady for He Yuzhu a couple of days prior, along with a meager amount she had saved, totaling less than 500 yuan. With no source of income, if she were to repay, would she not face starvation? With no other recourse, Qin Huairu turned her gaze to He Yuzhu, seated on the ground. Upon hearing He Daqing's words, He Yuzhu snapped back to reality. Although Qin Huairu had just rejected him, witnessing her pleading eyes stirred feelings of compassion within him. Father, perhaps. Slap. Before He Yuzhu could finish his sentence, He Daqing struck him. Silence. If you dare to plead for her, do not blame me for disowning you as my son, He Daqing scolded, exasperated with his son's foolishness. At this moment, He Yuzhu promptly fell silent. He recognized that his father was furious, and he knew better than to provoke him further. He would have to devise another plan later. Seeing that He Yuzhu could not assist her, Qin Huairu adopted her most pitiable demeanor, tears welling in her eyes as she implored He Daqing, Uncle, could you allow me some time to consider? You know that as a woman, I have no means to repay Zhuzi. Is there any chance you could grant me a little more time? You are aware of my current situation. I'm the only one left in my family, and I truly have no money. Please, just a little more time, and I promise to repay what I owe. Spare me the sob story. You have one day. If you cannot produce the money by this time tomorrow, I will have you sent in as well. You were unwilling to tolerate our family living here, and now I am equally unwilling to show you any leniency unless you bring forth the funds. He Daqing remained impervious to Qin Huairu's feigned fragility, having experienced such tricks before with the White Widow, rendering him immune to her manipulations. Without allowing Qin Huairu a chance to retort, he addressed the neighbors. All right, the spectacle is over. Everyone disperse. Yin Buguwei and Lu Haizhong quickly emerged to urge the crowd to disperse, reluctant to remain congregated. Both felt a mix of emotions. While they held little affection for Yi Zhonghai, witnessing his downfall nonetheless evoked a sense of shared sorrow. Chapter 183. Sleepless Nights for Guodong, Qin Huairu's Strategy. That evening, He Daqing subjected Yi Yuzhu to a lengthy reprimand, ultimately securing his promise to cease his entanglement with Qin Huairu. Of course, this was merely a verbal commitment. What He Yuzhu truly felt remained a mystery only to him. The matter between He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu reached a temporary conclusion, proving to be a significant blow to He Yuzhu, yet it left Qin Huairu entirely unscathed. Within her home, Qin Huairu pondered whether she should flee. Remaining here seemed increasingly futile. Not only was she unlikely to gain anything, but she also risked being controlled by He Daqing at any moment. Continuing down this path seemed counterproductive. However, where could she possibly go? Return to the countryside? Having grown accustomed to city life, Qin Huairu had no desire to return to a rural existence fraught with hunger. As she contemplated her situation, a plan gradually began to take shape in her mind. Meanwhile, in the deaf old lady's home, she wore a grim expression. Annie had just visited her, bearing messages from Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai had requested her assistance in persuading He Daqing and He Yuzhu to let him off the hook, not pursuing the matter of his embezzlement of funds. Otherwise, he threatened to expose the origins of the gold bars, implicating her as well. Upon hearing Auntie's account, the deaf old lady was nearly overcome with rage. How could she be forced to repay the sins of Yi Zhonghai? Yet, she felt cornered into compliance, for she feared the repercussions. Yi Zhonghai's threat loomed large. Should she refuse to assist him, not only would his life be at stake, but hers would be as well. She had no desire to meet her demise. Though she may not have many years left to live, she believes that every day is a blessing. After much contemplation, the deaf old woman reluctantly concedes to the words of the elder aunt. She plans to find a reason to visit the He family tomorrow. However, He Daqing is not an individual to be easily dealt with. Even if she is willing to go, He Daqing must also be amenable. After all, she played a role in driving him away, and now seeking his favor seems nearly impossible. Fortunately, just days ago, she had paid to secure He Yuzhu's release, which lends her some justification. Otherwise, she would truly be at a loss. Yet, that must wait until tomorrow, as He Daqing is likely still in a foul mood, rendering any attempt to approach him futile. That night, Qin Huairu tosses and turns, her mind racing with thoughts of how to extricate herself from this predicament. Moreover, due to the incident involving Yi Zhonghai, the elder aunt has returned Bang Geng and Xiao Dang, instructing them to stay with her for the time being. If Yi Zhonghai were to be sentenced, she would have to take responsibility for Bang Geng and Xiao Dang, necessitating even more financial resources, a truly vexing situation. The deaf old woman, too, finds herself unable to sleep, pondering how to explain the situation to He Daqing the next day. Meanwhile, Guodong is also restless, but not from worry like the others. Rather, he is kept awake by happiness. He is busy preparing breakfast for the following day, kneading dough for steam buns. The night sky is devoid of stars. Suddenly, a clap of thunder disrupts Guodong's task. Perhaps as a result of the storm, the power goes out, extinguishing the candles on the table and plunging the room into darkness. With no other choice, he ceases his work and retreats inside. Crack! Another thunderclap echoes, followed by a torrential downpour. Guodong dreams of a colossal dragon roaring through the void, its immense body twisting and turning in the darkness, leaving trails of starlight in its wake. The fierce dragon sweeps across the sky, sometimes charging forward and at other times slithering like a serpent. Wherever it goes, it lays waste to all in its path, unstoppable and invincible. In the end, with flashes of lightning and booming thunder outside, a fierce wind rages. Roar! The dragon emits a deafening roar, causing the entire house to shake violently. A powerful gust of wind rushes through the cracks in the door. When the storm subsides, the night grows tranquil, but the room lies in disarray. Suddenly, Zhang Shuyu collides with the wall, producing a dull thud. In the darkness, the moment is unclear, but fortunately, Guodong manages to catch Zhang Shuyu just in time. Otherwise, she would have surely fallen. Concerned, he asks Shuyu, "Are you all right?" "I am fine." She replies, That's good, that's good." Upon hearing her reassurance, Guodong breathes a sigh of relief, for he was worried she might be injured. "Brother Guodong, that was so frightening." Zhang Shuyu reflects on the recent events, filled with awe and admiration for Guodong. "Yes, it was indeed formidable, but do not lose heart. One day, you shall conquer it." Guodong comforts her with a smile, though internally he feels a swell of pride that he must not reveal. "I understand. Shuyu, let me help you get some rest." "Okay." Zhang Shuyu nods obediently, lying in Guodong's embrace as he carries her to bed. The following day, Guodong awakens early. Glancing at the still sleeping Zhang Shuyu, a tender smile graces his lips as he cannot resist planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Soon, Zhang Shuyu awakens, and after they wash up, they head together to the steel mill. Meanwhile, after making ample preparations, Qin Huairu arrives at the He family's backyard. Have you prepared the money? Hidaching greets her with a cold tone. Uncle I truly cannot provide the money, but I can offer something in return for Juzi. Qin Huairu explains her plan to Hidaching. Oh, Hidaching furrows his brow upon hearing her suggestion. Are you saying you can introduce your sister to my son? Yes. Qin Huairu nods. The idea of introducing her sister to Hiyuju had crossed her mind before, but after Hiyuju's castration, she had abandoned that thought. Regardless, she cannot endanger her sister. However, it seems she has no choice now. Otherwise, she would be the one facing dire consequences. Without hesitation, Qin Huairu chooses her own safety over her sister's. She believes that if she introduces her sister to Hiyuju, Hidaching will be inclined to overlook past grievances. After all, her sister is beautiful and has a charming personality. Hiyuju would surely be delighted to marry her. Moreover, she trusts that upon seeing her sister's beauty, Hidaching will reconsider. Chapter 184. The deaf old woman pleads. The first high-precision CNC machine tool is born. All right then, let us have your sister come over for a look. Hidaching nods in agreement. Given his son's current circumstances, finding a bride seems a daunting task. If Qin Huairu can indeed arrange for her sister to marry his son, relinquishing the money might not be such a loss after all. Elated by this prospect, Qin Huairu quickly departs. Not long after her departure, the deaf old woman arrives. Noticing Hidaching sitting in the living room with a gloomy expression, she cannot help but sigh. Daching, I would like to discuss something with you. Seeing the deaf old woman, Hidaching can't help but retort. Isn't this the old lady? What? Are you here to chase me away again? His tone drips with sarcasm. The deaf old woman forces a bitter smile. Daching, Juzi has helped me quite a bit over the years. Just a few days ago, I was the one who got Juzi out. Your words won my heart. Humph. Hidaching snorts coldly. He is well aware of the events that transpired, having heard Hiyushue recount the significant occurrences of recent years, including Juzi's recent incarceration and the role the deaf old woman played in his release. Speak your mind. Hidaching gestures for her to sit down. Seeing Hidaching's attitude soften, the deaf old woman's face brightens, and she continues, Daching, given your long-standing friendship with Zhonghai, why not let this matter go? Why should I let it go? Hidaching retorts immediately. Her words bring a flicker of embarrassment to the deaf old woman's face, but she quickly regains her composure. Daching, the 3 gold bars in Zhonghai's house were given to him by me. They were meant to rescue Juzi. Zhonghai said that if you don't let him go, he will reveal this matter, and then if it leads back to me, Juzi will also be implicated. The deaf old woman explains slowly. Upon hearing this, Hidaching's expression darkens considerably. Although he does not know how the deaf old woman acquired those gold bars, he suspects their origins are dubious. Otherwise, why would she have refrained from using them for so long? Living in poverty, if this were to come to light, not only would it endanger Juzi, but it could also implicate him and Hiyushue. His family's background is already problematic. If this were to be exposed, it could lead to even more trouble. The most pressing issue is that he and the White Widow now have a child. If this were to be uncovered, it would endanger both the widow and the child as well. As he contemplated this, Hidaching's demeanor gradually grew serious, fixating intently on the deaf old woman before him. I am amenable to releasing Zhonghai, but only if you assure me that you will return the money and refrain from ever mentioning my family background again. Although I consent to your request to release Zhonghai, I will not let this opportunity slip away easily. Seizing the moment, he sought to extort the old woman. He was not a fool. He understood that if the deaf old lady could procure 3 gold bars to save her grandson, she must possess even more valuable assets. Such an opportunity was one that even Hidaching could not overlook. Upon hearing his words, the old woman's expression darkened momentarily before she regained her composure. Over the years, she had come to realize that only Hiyuju had genuinely cared for her. Furthermore, the remaining possessions she held were originally intended for Hiyuju, and thus, she did not refuse Hidaching's demands. I agree to your terms, she stated after a brief contemplation. Very well, let us visit the Public Security Bureau this afternoon. He replied, turning to leave the He household. Sighing deeply, Hidaching lamented the situation. He had exposed the risks of his family background and ended up ensnaring Zhonghai. The outcome left him feeling discontented, yet he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. Meanwhile, at the independent workshop of the steel mill, the 8th-level fitters and mechanical engineers gathered together. They were on the verge of completing the final few components, which were all irregularly shaped and required meticulous handwork. Throughout the process, the fitters worked with utmost caution, frequently pausing to measure their progress before continuing to polish, fearful of compromising precision. At that moment, Teacher Lin Winbao entered, announcing that the motor had been set in place, and once the remaining parts were produced, they could commence assembly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Guodong recognized that the motors and CNC components were secured through the efforts of teacher Lin Wenbo and higher authorities. However, the programming remained rudimentary, relying on perforated paper tape for input, while the input machine utilized a telegraph device from their department. This was an unavoidable circumstance, as the nation's development remained nascent, compounded by stringent controls over various electronic components that made it impossible to import the necessary parts. Finally, around 3:30 in the afternoon, the last set of components was completed. Everything was in place, and all the parts for the CNC machine were transported to the independent workshop. Under Guodong's personal supervision, several engineers and technicians got to work. They first connected the wiring and then proceeded with the assembly step by step. During this time, everyone's focus was solely on the assembly of the components, entirely oblivious to the passage of time. By around 10 o'clock that evening, a brand new CNC machine was finally assembled. "We did it," Guodong exclaimed, taking a deep breath and clenching his fists in quiet triumph. The engineers, technicians, and workers present shared in his exhilaration. This day was truly historic, marking a significant milestone for domestic CNC machinery. Here, the first truly operational domestic CNC machine was born. "Teacher, come quickly and see how this machine performs," Guodong eagerly urged Lin Wenbo, fully aware that the success of this trial could be pivotal for future advancements. Lin Wenbo, equally thrilled, felt tears welling up at his eyes. As one of the designers of the previous CNC milling machine, he had believed that was the pinnacle of his career, only to see it never reach production. Now, witnessing a machine ready for operational use felt like a dream fulfilled. "Teacher, don't just stand there and enjoy. Quickly assess our machine," he urged. "Oh yes, let us see how this CNC machine operates." Lin Wenbo wiped the tears from his face and hurried over to the control panel. Chapter 185. The power of the CNC machine. As the first segment of the perforated tape was fed into the machine, a low, resonant hum emanated from the CNC machine. The surface began to tremble slightly, prompting everyone to hold their breath in eager anticipation of the machine's response. Suddenly, the sound of the lathe in operation filled the air, and before long, a steel ingot was secured and began to be processed automatically. "Is this really happening?" a lathe operator exclaimed incredulously as he observed the part being produced by the CNC machine. If he had been tasked with creating that component, it would have taken him at least 10 minutes. Yet, the CNC machine had accomplished it in under a minute without any manual intervention, only requiring Professor Lin to insert a piece of tape at the outset. This was nothing short of miraculous. "Let us measure it." Guodong quickly instructed one of the technicians to gauge the accuracy of the part. "All measurements are within standard tolerances," the technician reported, excitement evident in his voice. "What? Let me see." A seasoned 8th-level lathe worker rushed over, meticulously measuring the part with a micrometer, confirming it was indeed within acceptable limits. "This is a component suitable only for a 6th-level craftsman, yet has been produced so effortlessly by this machine," he marveled, prompting the others to gather around in astonishment. "Wow, Old Lee, are you serious? Is this really a 6th-level part?" Another worker interjected, incredulous. "No kidding, this is the real deal. Old Wang, you need to see this. It surpasses anything your apprentice has made before." The group erupted into excited chatter, a realization dawning upon them that this machine could potentially render 6th level and below workers obsolete, completing their tasks with unmatched efficiency. Anxiety rippled through several of the workers, as the prospect of losing their livelihoods loomed large. "Let us now test the manual operation," Guodong announced, breaking through the tension. In addition to automated operations, this machine is also designed with a manual mode for simple feed movements. When the coordinate feed button is pressed, the machine will activate, automatically adjusting the tool angle before commencing motion. To halt its operation, one merely needs to release the button. Additionally, a jog mode has been established, where each press of the feed button moves the machine a preset distance. He had configured 3 precision levels: 0, 1 mm, 0, 1 mm, and 0, 001 mm, allowing for various degrees of accuracy. This time, instead of technicians or engineers operating it, he invited an 8th-level lathe worker to come forward, standing beside him to guide the process. After a brief demonstration of the operation, the worker quickly grasped the procedure and began producing a component. Remarkable. Gazing upon the CNC machine, the workers felt for the first time the formidable power of technology. In the past, they were required to manually turn handles to set the internal components in motion, often necessitating the collaboration of several individuals to operate a single lathe. This not only resulted in inefficiency, but also demanded considerable human labor. However, with the advent of this machine, one person can now operate it independently, and the speed of part processing has accelerated by more than fivefold. After successfully machining a component, he swiftly measured its tolerances, discovering with astonishment that it fell within the acceptable standard range. This part, classified as a level 7 component, signified that the CNC machine had achieved a level 7 craftsmanship standard. This revelation left all the workers in a state of disbelief. While engineers and technicians erupted in exuberant cheers, they had collectively contributed to the creation of this machine, each playing a pivotal role. Guodong nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that the machine indeed met high-precision standards. Given the current low production demands, it was capable of reaching a level 7 standard. In later times, achieving a level 5 or 6 would be commendable. Nonetheless, this advancement would facilitate more efficient work in the future. He also noticed the anxious expressions on the faces of the machinists, understanding their concerns, and quickly reassured them that there was no need to worry. Regardless of the machine's prowess, its productivity remained limited. In such a vast steel mill, the demand for produced parts was substantial, necessitating collective effort to fulfill it. This machine would primarily be used for urgent production needs, ensuring it would not adversely affect the workers. Although Guodong was aware that the widespread adoption of machines would inevitably render many workers redundant, he believed the time for such concerns had not yet arrived, and thus endeavored to soothe their worries. He was determined not to allow these workers to simply fade away and had devised a plan to gradually implement changes that might prevent a wave of layoffs. Soon, the various performance tests of the CNC machine were compiled into a report and submitted to the higher-ups. Upon reviewing the data, the leadership expressed considerable delight and promptly commended Guodong for his significant contribution, even personally calling to offer praise. Nevertheless, Guodong did not allow himself to become complacent. He immediately set to work on the next design. With the first CNC machine successfully operational, the subsequent machines would be far easier to produce. Efforts would be made to expedite the manufacturing of various remaining machines, for only with these industrial mother machines could they yield more chickens. At the end of the workday, everyone was filled with exhilaration. They had witnessed the CNC machine's impressive performance firsthand. What would the scene be like once all the various machines were constructed? The thought was almost beyond comprehension. Previously, components requiring the skills of level 7 or even level 8 craftsmen could now be produced by level 2 or level 3 workers after some training. Furthermore, their efficiency would surpass that of their more experienced predecessors. Thus, the steel mill would evolve beyond simply being a steel production facility. It would transform into a high-precision component processing plant, implying a potential enhancement in their remuneration. The mere prospect of this was exhilarating. Chapter 186, Su Damao's Divorce. Qin Jingru moves to the city. In the streets, Su Damao wandered in a state of despair. He had just finalized his divorce from Lu Xiao, and he had never anticipated that she would ever choose to leave him. After all, their family backgrounds were significant. Yet, he had grossly underestimated Lu Jianhua's influence. Although Lu Jianhua came from a less favorable background, he possessed a certain network, albeit a discreet one. Upon hearing of the grievances faced by his daughter, he did not hesitate to leverage his connections, leading to the swift approval of Lu Xiao's divorce application. Ultimately, the rationale behind marrying their daughter to Su Damao had hinged on his family's background. They were considered stable, and marrying him would ensure her a life filled with children and happiness. However, the couple had not been able to conceive, with the underlying issue stemming from Su Damao. Lu Xiao, still young and with a family that, despite its modesty, had some assets, could easily find another partner without being tied to Su Damao, who might leave her without support in her old age. Thus, the couple had proceeded to finalize their divorce. After completing the paperwork, Lu Xiao chose not to return to the Sihiyuan, but instead went back to her parental home. Previously, the deaf old lady had summoned Yuzhu to share a room with her, clearly intending to introduce her daughter to him. Initially, Lu Xiao had perceived the old lady as a kind-hearted person. However, after that incident, she realized that there were no good souls in the courtyard. Remaining in the Sihiyuan was no longer an option, as she feared that one day, the old lady might sell her off. Hence, Lu Xiao decided to return to her family. Su Damao wandered aimlessly through the streets, uncertain of the purpose of his existence. With his wife gone, and now relegated to sweeping the streets for a living, he faced an uncertain future regarding his sustenance. Sighing deeply, he resolved to return home for a drink, as only alcohol could soothe his troubled heart. Just then, he spotted two women in the distance. One was the heavily pregnant Qin Huairu, and the other, resembling her, was dressed modestly. Yet, she appeared youthful and vibrant compared to Qin Huairu. The two were engaged in conversation, prompting Su Damao to quicken his pace to catch up. The newcomer was none other than Qin Huairu's sister, Qin Jingru. This time, She was determined not to mislead He Yuzhu as she had previously done with He Daqing. After their agreement, she promptly wrote to her sister in the countryside, urging her to come to the city at once. "Sister, what is the man you want to introduce to me like?" Qin Jingru inquired eagerly. She was desperate to leave the countryside. "Rest assured, he is an exceptionally fine individual, a superb cook, and comes from a reasonably good family. His character is also commendable. You will undoubtedly experience great affection in marriage," Qin Huairu replied with a smile. "Is that so? What does he do?" Qin Jingru asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He was previously a chef at her steel mill. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Huairu spoke somewhat hesitantly. "Previously? What is he now?" Qin Jingru questioned, puzzled. "He was a chef, then became a latrine attendant, and now he is nothing at all." Just as Qin Huairu was contemplating how to explain the situation to Qin Jingru, a familiar voice startled her. Turning, she was surprised to see Su Damao, whose presence sparked a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. To her astonishment, she had encountered Su Damao here. "Huh? A latrine attendant? Now, he is nothing at all. What does that mean, cousin?" Qin Jingru asked anxiously, sensing that the man her sister intended to introduce to her might not be a good match. "Jingru, don't listen to him. He is merely a cleaner at the factory. Let me explain everything to you when we return home," Qin Huairu said, somewhat irately, casting a fierce glare at Su Damao. "Su Damao, don't cause trouble for me, or you'll be in for it." "Hey, Qin sister, I don't appreciate that. When you introduce Shaju, you call them a chef, but when you introduce me, you label me a cleaner. According to the method you described, I should indeed be a film projector operator," Su Damao retorted without any hesitation. I can't be bothered with you." "Jingru, let's go," Qin Huairu scoffed. Subsequently, she grasped Qin Jingru's hand, and the two sisters proceeded onward. Watching the two sisters depart, Su Damao snorted in disdain. From their brief exchange, he discerned that Qin Huairu intended to introduce her younger sister to Shaju. This was something he simply could not tolerate. If he did not intervene in this matter, he would not bear the surname Su. In his view, the sole reason for his divorce was the altercation between him and Shaju. Had it not been for the incident, Lu Xiaoa would never have divorced him. Thus, he recognized that he might have issues in that regard, being unable to father children, but he had never undergone an examination, leaving him without concrete evidence. Merely on account of this, Lu Xiaoa would not have divorced him. Otherwise, she would have done so long ago. However, after the fight with Shaju, he had been effectively rendered incapable. Whether he could have children previously remained uncertain, but he was now definitively unable. This was what led to their divorce. Thus, he could not passively witness Shaju's success in courting. "Sister, do not listen to that person-'s nonsense. He is Shaju's sworn enemy. Hence he only speaks ill of him." After walking for a while, the two sisters came to a halt, and Qin Huairu spoke up. "Cousin, something feels amiss. That person just mentioned you were introducing me to someone named Shaju. He can't possibly be a fool, can he?" Qin Jingru furrowed her brows, realizing that if this were true, her situation would be dire. "What are you talking about? Shaju is quite clever. Shaju is merely his nickname," Qin Huairu replied, rolling her eyes at her. "Even if he isn't a fool, he just said that this Shaju is merely a dung collector, and now he is nothing at all. What does that mean?" "Jingru, I will ask you one thing. Do you wish to marry into the city and live there?" Qin Huairu did not linger on this topic, but instead shifted the conversation. Upon hearing this question, Qin Jingru fell silent. She had visited the city a few times, and indeed, life there was considerably better. At least she wouldn't go hungry as she did in the countryside. Truth be told, she was quite eager to experience life in the city. Observing Qin Jingru's demeanor, Qin Huairu understood that she was intrigued. Seizing the moment, she continued, "Shaju may not currently have a job, but he possesses skills, and I am confident he will find work soon enough. Most importantly, he holds a city residence permit. Marrying him would grant you the opportunity to move to the city. Once your residence permit is also transferred to the city, you will." Chapter 187. The Schemes of the Qin Sisters. Qin Huairu did not finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. She suggested that Qin Jingru marry He Yuzhu first, and once she obtained a city residence permit, they could divorce later. Qin Jingru was no fool. She instantly grasped Qin Huairu's intentions. However, she remained somewhat conflicted. Could she truly lead a good life without a job? As if reading her worries, Qin Huairu continued to persuade her. "Rest assured, while Shaju may not have a job at present, his family background is quite good. Supporting you will not be a problem. Although He Yuzhu is currently unemployed, He Daqing has returned. According to him, he will send 15 yuan each month, which indicates that He Daqing possesses substantial financial resources." "All right, cousin. Then let us go and take a look. May I observe first before making a decision?" Ultimately, Qin Jingru acquiesced. Although she had yet to fully decide whether to consider this, Qin Huairu's words had profoundly moved her. If she could enter the city, she would escape the hardships of rural life. Upon hearing her cousin's agreement, Qin Huairu sighed in relief. She had feared that her cousin would refuse, which would have posed a problem. Now that her objective had been achieved, Qin Huairu hurriedly led her cousin back to the courtyard. Without hesitation, she brought Qin Jingru to the backyard. Uncle He, Yu Shuai, Shaju, this is my cousin Qin Jingru, what do you think? Upon arriving at the He residence, Qin Huairu directly introduced her sister. Inside the house, only the three of them remained. Bai Guofeng had previously visited but returned to the city. Of course, it was not that she was unwilling to stay. She had gone back to fetch her child, and now that He Daqing had resolved their housing issue, they could return openly. Upon seeing Qin Jingru, He Yuju, who had been feeling somewhat dejected, suddenly widened his eyes. Initially, he believed that no one could compare to his sister, but now it seemed that his sister's younger sibling was not lacking and was, in fact, quite beautiful. Observing He Yuju's reaction, Qin Huairu could not help but smile. So Shaju, how do you feel? Qin Huairu inquired of He Yuju. Pretty good. Thank you, sister. He Yuju's response brought a radiant smile to Qin Huairu's face. She had genuinely feared that he would not find her sister attractive. Now, as long as her cousin agreed to marry Shaju, everything else would fall into place. Both He Daqing and He Yushui nodded in approval, clearly pleased with Qin Jingru as well. Please, have a seat. Let us eat and chat. He Daqing motioned towards the empty stools beside them, indicating that Qin Huairu and her sister should sit down. The two sisters nodded and took their seats in turn. He Daqing turned to his son, Shaju. Why are you still dawdling? Quickly bring in the dishes. Oh right, I'm on it. Chastised by his father, He Yuju quickly stood up to fetch the prepared dishes. As the food was set before them, Qin Jingru's eyes widened in astonishment. There was braised pork, stir-fried greens, and fried tofu. The main staple was steamed white buns, devoid of any coarse grains. This meal was exceptionally lavish. In the countryside, she only experienced such feasts during the new year. Normally, she subsisted on cornbread and wild vegetables. At that moment, she finally felt reassured, believing her sister's words. Marrying into their family would likely elevate her living standards. Thanks to this meal, the atmosphere became quite cheerful. Although He Daqing did not hold Qin Huairu in high regard, he found Qin Jingru to be quite satisfactory. The young girl appeared innocent, devoid of ulterior motives. Moreover, as a country girl, a little good food would likely make her obedient and understanding. Hence, he was very much in favor of He Yuju marrying Qin Jingru. He understood that this match was undoubtedly advantageous for He Yuju. After all, given He Yuju's current lack of employment and significant shortcomings, it was indeed rare to find someone as beautiful as Qin Jingru. After the meal, Qin Huairu proposed to return to their room to discuss the marriage arrangement. He Daqing nodded in agreement. Once the two sisters exited, they made their way back to the central courtyard. Upon arriving, they spotted Guodong and Zhang Shuyu seated in the covered walkway, enjoying watermelon with spoons. Qin Jingru was momentarily taken aback. Eating watermelon in such a manner indicated that this family was affluent. Upon seeing Guodong and Zhang Shuyu, they naturally noticed Qin Jingru as well. Hey Guodong, who is that person? She looks a lot like Qin Huairu, Zhang Shuyu remarked after spitting out a watermelon seed. She must be her sister, likely introduced to Shaju. Guodong replied casually, though he harbored some curiosity. Now, He Yuju has become a father-in-law, yet Qin Huairu still intends to introduce her sister to him. Is she not pushing her into a pit? Introducing her to the foolish Zhu? This is truly wicked. Zhang Shuyu was equally astonished. Qin Huairu's actions indeed seem rather unscrupulous. Forget about her. Let us enjoy our gossip. Guodong shook his head, diverting his attention from Qin Huairu and instead focusing intently on the watermelon in his hands. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu led Qin Jingru into her room. Once they had settled, Qin Jingru glanced around and inquired, Sister, why are you alone in here? What about your husband and mother-in-law? And where are your son and daughter? Upon hearing Qin Jingru's questions, Qin Huairu sighed and, with tears welling in her eyes, recounted the recent events in a nutshell. Qin Jingru listened in stunned silence, unable to fathom the multitude of calamities that had befallen her sister, her mother-in-law imprisoned, her husband deceased, and her children given away to others. This was more astonishing than the peculiar occurrences that transpired in their village over an entire year. Sister, what do you plan to do now? The news left Qin Jingru feeling a bit dazed, yet she recognized the urgency of Qin Huairu's situation. At present, I am uncertain. My mind is in disarray, Qin Huairu replied, massaging her temples, visibly distressed. Well, sister, why not endure for a while? Once I marry He Yuju, we can live together. Qin Jingru suggested after a long moment of contemplation. Qin Huairu looked at her sister in shock, evidently taken aback by Qin Jingru's proposal. It's all right, you are my sister, and you have introduced me to such a match. I shall certainly assist you. Qin Jingru reassured her sister. However, she harbored an ulterior motive, to divorce Yuju when the time was right and allow Qin Huairu to be with him, thereby ensuring they would not seek trouble from her. Chapter 188. Establishment of a CNC Machining Center. As the steel mill fervently produced various CNC machine tools, news of the Hongqing steel mill's development of high-precision CNC machines began to circulate among industrial factories. Initially, it was merely a rumor, and few took it seriously. Some even mocked the Hongqing steel mill, claiming it was boasting beyond its capabilities, spreading falsehoods about its supposed achievements in developing usable CNC machines. However, following the publication of an internal newspaper, the skeptics were swiftly silenced, as the Hongqing steel mill had substantiated its prowess. This development posed a significant crisis for the Hongqing steel mill, not merely within China, but also internationally. Due to the lack of deliberate concealment, many were made aware of the situation. It is noteworthy that, at this time, few established industrial powerhouses possessed their own high-precision machine tools. Thus, when this news emerged, it was met with disbelief, particularly for countries like the United States and the United Kingdom, which led the world in industrialization. This revelation was difficult to accept. They had never believed that the rabbit, a colloquial term for China, could manufacture such technology. After all, every country, including Russia, had imposed technological embargoes on China, believing it impossible for them to produce such advanced machinery. Currently, the rabbit had already earned a formidable reputation on the battlefield, becoming a military presence that could not be ignored, and now it seemed to be catching up in what had once been their most backward sector, which was simply astonishing. Of course, the most serious concern came from Russia. Having once been a subordinate of China, they knew it all too well. Since their relationship had soured, they had withdrawn all their experts. Logically, it should have been impossible for China to develop such technology. Although they had successfully created their first CNC machine during the year they withdrew their experts, the information they received indicated that machine was not production capable. How could they have developed a production-ready CNC machine in such a short span of years? Moreover, according to the data they obtained, this machine was significantly more advanced than their existing CNC machines. At this moment, Guodong sat in the office of a high-ranking official, feeling as though he were in a dream. He had not anticipated that the CNC machine he developed would garner such attention from higher authorities, with even a leader having inspected his machine. In his hands, he held a heavy medal, an award bestowed upon him. Although he was still young, the honor represented by this medal was enough to command respect from anyone. He now felt an invincible sense of confidence. Indeed, the youth are formidable, truly formidable. The high-ranking official remarked, gazing at Guodong with admiration. He had not expected that within merely 2 months, Guodong would achieve so much, particularly with the CNC machine. The official was taken aback by its efficiency and precision, which had reached an astonishing level. Guodong, I hear that you are currently leading efforts in the development of other CNC machines. Is that correct? The official's demeanor grew more serious as he addressed Guodong. Yes. Guodong nodded, having no intention of concealing anything regarding this matter. You must understand that what the country needs most right now are high-performance CNC machines. I hope you can expedite the development of the remaining machines, as this will allow us to deploy them more swiftly, the official stated earnestly. I understand, leader. I will complete the research as soon as possible, Guodong replied solemnly. Leader, I have an idea. What if we establish a CNC machining center? Guodong suddenly proposed. Oh, Guodong, do you have such an intention? The leader smiled, finding Guodong's suggestion quite favorable, aligning with his own thoughts. It would indeed be a waste to confine these CNC machines to the steel mill for processing ordinary parts. Their goal should be to manufacture high-precision components. We could position it right beside my research institute. We currently have sufficient talent at the institute to operate these CNC machines comfortably. Although the CNC machines had been developed, their operational requirements remain high. If the parameters were set correctly, even a secondary or tertiary function could be easily controlled. However, allowing workers to set the parameters themselves posed a challenge, as their educational background was generally not high. They could manage design blueprints, but designing parameters for CNC machines was beyond their capability. If they only needed to process 1 or 2 types of parts, it would be manageable. Once set up, they could operate the machines. Yet, the number of high-precision components to be processed in the future was uncertain. If each part required a new setup before workers could take over, it would be more efficient for them to operate the machines directly. Furthermore, learning to set such parameters required at least a college-level education. Fortunately, Guodong's senior colleagues met these qualifications. All right, since you, the chief of the research institute, have proposed this, I will leave it entirely in your hands, the leader agreed readily. Guodong was a young man brimming with energy and determination, making him well-suited for this endeavor. However, he was cautioned to maintain confidentiality regarding the design blueprints and to ensure that they were not leaked, as the consequences of such an oversight would be dire. The leader looked at Guodong and sternly cautioned, "Do you require the recruitment of additional managerial talent for the CNC Center?" Ultimately, Guodong, whose expertise lay in technical research, might not excel in management. Hence, the higher-ups sought to appoint a dedicated individual to assist him with routine administrative tasks. Guodong, however, was resolute in his focus on technological development. "No, not at this moment. I have an excellent candidate in mind. Should he prove inadequate, I shall request the leadership to make alternative arrangements," Guodong replied. Referring to Deputy Director Li, without a doubt, Li possessed considerable acumen in administrative management. Yet, Guodong recognized that he could not unilaterally decide on this matter and would need to discuss it with Li to ascertain the situation. As things stood, the CNC Machining Center was of an equivalent stature to the Research Institute. Thus, its management could be seen as a lateral transfer. As Guodong's projects proliferated, the institution would inevitably undergo upgrades, which would also facilitate Li's advancement, contingent upon his vision. Chapter 189. Hiyuju's Major Life Event. By the way, Guodong, this is a high-precision machine tool. Can you not develop some simpler machines that could enhance efficiency? The leader's intention was straightforward. Since Guodong had successfully created high-precision CNC machine tools, the production of semi-automated or fully automated machines should not pose a significant challenge. The steel industry requires rapid advancement in all aspects. Relying solely on human labor is far too sluggish. The introduction of machinery would significantly elevate production efficiency. Indeed, that is not an issue. However, our current dilemma lies in the stagnant steel output. This year's production is even lower than last year's. We must dramatically increase our steel output to foster the robust growth of our steel rolling industry. Guodong reflected. Yes, Guodong, what you've mentioned is indeed a concern. However, rest assured, our Shugong factory has already developed a side-blown to top-blown method. Once we succeed in our experiments, it will be swiftly disseminated, leading to a substantial boost in our steel output. The leader nodded in agreement upon hearing Guodong's remarks. Guodong tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating. Currently, most regions still employed open-hearth steelmaking, with only a select few, like Shugong, utilizing the side-blown converter technology. Despite Shugong's advancements in the side-blown to top-blown technique, progress remains sluggish. "Is there an issue, Guodong?" the leader inquired. "Indeed, my suggestion is to directly pursue the development of top and bottom blown converter technology. In a couple of days, I will compile a comprehensive report to present to you. I will personally brief you on the project status," Guodong stated earnestly after a moment of contemplation. "What? Top and bottom blown converter technology?" the leader exclaimed, rising in astonishment. He was aware that several advanced industrial nations abroad had already adopted aspects of this technology. However, they remained too far behind to implement it, having spent considerable time transitioning from side-blown to top-blown. Moreover, the process remained exceedingly unstable, prone to explosions. Guodong's assertion that he could develop top and bottom blown converter technology was nothing short of shocking. "Are you serious?" the leader asked again, unable to quell his astonishment. Although he recognized Guodong's exceptional capabilities, mastering such technology was no simple feat. Besides, some advanced countries had yet to mature in this area. Whether it could be successfully developed domestically remained an uncertainty. Guodong nodded affirmatively. "Yes. I am serious, leader. I have confidence." "Very well. Expedite the compilation of your materials, and I will convene a general meeting tomorrow to discuss your proposal," the leader mused after a moment of consideration. With the foundational success of the CNC machine tools, he chose to place his trust in Guodong. Although this technology was challenging to master, he yearned for the industrial strength of the nation to flourish, enabling the country to assert itself on the global stage. This was the essence of a great nation. While Guodong was engrossed in significant undertakings, Hiyuju was also preoccupied with his own pivotal life event. After meeting for a blind date yesterday, today Hiyuju set out to invite Qin Jingru. Unlike his usual disheveled self, Hiyuju was impeccably groomed today. "Sister, I'm heading out," Qin Jingru announced to Qin Huairu before departing the courtyard with Hiyuju. Hiyushui and He Daqing exchanged knowing nods. though they were oblivious to the fact that shortly after Qin Jingru and He Yuzhu exited the courtyard, Su Damao had also stealthily slipped away, despite He Yuzhu's loquacious nature in the courtyard, where he could effortlessly engage in grandiloquent discourse. He found himself utterly at a loss for words in the crucial moments spent with a lady. After strolling with Qin Jingru for quite some time, he struggled to utter a single phrase. It was ultimately Qin Jingru who broke the silence, asking, "Brother Zhu, where are you taking me?" The question left He Yuzhu momentarily speechless. Having never dated before, he was uncertain of where to lead her. Fortunately, he had received some guidance from Yu Shuai the previous night, which provided him with a modicum of direction. Let's go to the park," he suggested. Yu Shuai had mentioned that many of her classmates went to parks for dates, as it could alleviate the tension between both parties and foster better understanding. Following that, he planned to take Qin Jingru out for a meal, which he presumed would ensure a successful outing. "Sounds good. Let's take a stroll in the park." Qin Jingru agreed without hesitation. Having visited the factory numerous times, she had never been to a park and was eager to experience the boating and various treats available there. Once He Yuzhu took that initial step, it was as if he had suddenly gained clarity. Upon reaching the entrance, he promptly bought Qin Jingru a popsicle. Although he had never dated before, he understood what girls liked, and he aimed to surprise her. "Thank you." Qin Jingru beamed as she accepted the popsicle, her cheerful demeanor warming to him immediately. This small gesture significantly enhanced her impression of him, leading her to appreciate his somewhat weathered appearance. He Yuzhu then eagerly dashed off to queue for boat tickets. As a seasoned admirer, he exhibited an innate talent in certain aspects of courting. Unfortunately, he had previously misdirected his affections towards Qin Huairu, an individual more interested in draining his resources. Now, channeling his efforts towards Qin Jingru, he found that in just a morning, her attitude had undergone a complete transformation. She was now calling him Brother Zhu with enthusiasm, which delighted He Yuzhu immensely. At noon, the two dined at a state-owned restaurant, where He Yuzhu ordered 3 meat dishes. Having rarely indulged in such a feast, Qin Jingru nearly swallowed her own tongue in surprise. By the end of the meal, she noticed He Yuzhu's gaze had turned notably amicable. She was striving to move to the city, ultimately for a life such as this. If it meant enjoying such a lifestyle, she would gladly consider marrying the older He Yuzhu. It is merely a bit shabby, nothing too grave, certainly preferable to enduring hunger. Chapter 190. Su Damao unexpectedly intervenes, intending to intercept Qin Jingru. While strolling in the park, he suddenly became aware of his stomach, which emitted a gurgling sound, suggesting he might be experiencing a bout of diarrhea, likely due to the ice pop he just consumed. Thus, he turned to Qin Jingru and said, "Jingru, please wait for me here. I need to visit the restroom as my stomach is causing me discomfort." "All right," Qin Jingru nodded in response, not thinking much of it. However, shortly after He Yuzhu walked away, a figure appeared beside her. "Hey, Qin Jingru, are you really planning to date He Yuzhu?" Upon seeing the young man with a half-moon hairstyle and a mustache, Qin Jingru exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, you're that. Su Damao." "Yes, Su Damao. What brings you here?" she asked, astonished to see him. "Why shouldn't I be here? I specifically came to find you," Su Damao replied with a cheerful grin. "What do you want with me?" Qin Jingru regarded him with suspicion. "Haha, just relax. I have no intention of harming you. I merely wish to inform you that Shaju has some significant issues," he said. "What? What kind of issues?" Qin Jingru's eyes widened in confusion. "Did your sister not tell you? Shaju is, well, lacking in certain male attributes. He is a eunuch." Su Damao glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning closer to whisper to Qin Jingru. "What?" Qin Jingru was momentarily stunned, thinking she must have misheard him. However, Su Damao's expression suggested he was not deceiving her. Could it be that He Yuzhu truly lacked such attributes? If that were the case, what would he do in the future? What about her own situation? She had considered the possibility of divorcing He Yuzhu after obtaining a city residence permit and then attempting to match her sister with him. Yet, that was merely a plan, its success uncertain, and if it failed, she might have to endure a long-term relationship with him. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her emotions grew increasingly complex. Noticing the changing expressions on Qin Jingru's face, Su Damao hurriedly urged, "Don't let Shaju fool you." "I understand," Qin Jingru replied quietly, lowering her head. The two fell in a silence, neither daring to speak. "Why not come with me? I'll treat you to a meal, and then we can discuss He Yuzhu in detail." Su Damao proposed, his eyes glinting with a cunning plan to lure Qin Jingru away and gradually win her over. "All right," she acquiesced, curious to discover if He Yuzhu truly was as unworthy as Su Damao claimed. If that were the case, there would be no reason to remain entangled with him. Thus, they exited the park together. Su Damao was generous, leading Qin Jingru directly to Donglishan, renowned for its delectable lamb dishes, particularly the broth used for cooking noodles, which was exceptionally savory. "Are you really treating me to lamb?" Qin Jingru exclaimed excitedly upon spotting the restaurant sign. She had thought the meal he Yuzhu treated her to earlier that day would be the best she would ever have. Little did she know, she would soon enjoy an even finer feast. "Yes, you will dine here tonight," Su Damao said with a smile, having intentionally chosen this venue to outshine He Yuzhu. He had followed both He Yuzhu and Qin Jingru since early morning and was aware they had dined at state-run restaurant. To demonstrate his superiority, he opted for Donglishan. "Wonderful, I can hardly wait," Qin Jingru exclaimed, eagerly pulling Su Damao inside. Once seated, they were promptly informed of the prices, which left Qin Jingru taken aback. "Brother Damao, this is too expensive." "Not at all. Eat as much as you like," Su Damao declared flamboyantly. Tears of gratitude welled up in Qin Jingru's eyes. She had always known Su Damao was a good person. They ordered lamb, cabbage, and vermicelli, and Qin Jingru wasted no time digging in. "Ouch, that's hot," she cried after taking a large bite of lamb, needing to gulp down half a glass of water to recover, yet she remained reluctant to set her chopsticks down. "Take your time, don't choke," Su Damao chuckled at her ravenous appetite. "You know, Shaju was quite the tyrant in our steel factory-esque cafeteria kitchen. The chefs feared him, and even the management was wary," he continued. "Oh, he was a complete scoundrel, bullying his apprentices, flaunting his skills. He would even play tricks while serving food," Su Damao recounted, divulging all the misdeeds he knew about He Yuzhu. Qin Jingru listened silently, not refuting any of Su Damao's claims, though her mind was in turmoil. His words contradicted what she had heard from her sister, leading her to suspect Su Damao might be deceiving her. After all, her sister had insisted He Yuzhu was not that kind of person. Yet, Su Damao's demeanor did not suggest he was lying, leaving her in a state of inner conflict. "I assure you, every word I've spoken is the truth. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire in the courtyard," Su Damao added hastily, noticing her contemplative expression. "Then I will check the courtyard," Qin Jingru nodded, genuinely wanting to verify the claims made. This was indeed a matter of great importance concerning her future. "Brother Damao, thank you for treating me to such a wonderful meal. My mind is quite troubled right now. I will go confirm what you've said. If it turns out to be true, I will repay your kindness," she concluded before rising to leave. After she exited, a smile crept across Su Damao's lips, confident that his plan for the evening would surely succeed. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, He Yuzhu and Qin Huaiyu were filled with anxiety. After He Yuzhu finished in the restroom, he discovered Qin Jingru was nowhere to be found. He searched every nook and cranny of the park, but to no avail. Ultimately, he decided to return to the courtyard to see if she had returned. Upon his arrival, he learned that she had not come back, sending Qin Huaiyu into a panic. How could she just disappear like that, with no other options left? They considered reporting her missing when suddenly, Qin Jingru stepped back into the courtyard. Chapter 191. Qin Jingru does not wish to marry He Yuzhu. Yi Zhonghai is released from prison. "Jingru, where have you been?" Qin Huaiyu rushed forward to grasp her shoulders, her tone filled with urgency. I was just wandering nearby," Qin Jingru replied softly, lowering her gaze. "You silly girl, why do you run off like that?" Qin Huaiyu sighed in relief upon hearing her response, grateful that nothing terrible had happened, yet still scolding her gently. "I was merely exploring the vicinity," Qin Jingru mumbled, refraining from admitting she had actually gone to Donglishan. He Yuzhu approached, intending to express his concern. But when Qin Jingru recalled Su Damao's words about He Yuzhu being a eunuch, she instinctively recoiled from his outstretched hand, avoiding his touch. This action abruptly froze He Yuzhu's expression upon his face. How could it be that just this afternoon, he was being affectionately addressed as Brother Zhu, and now he felt such an unfamiliarity? Ultimately, he could only awkwardly retract his hands. The disappointment and discomfort of He Yuzhu did not escape Qin Huairu's notice. Although she was unaware of the reason behind Qin Jingru's sudden cold demeanor towards He Yuzhu, she felt certain it was related to her abrupt disappearance. Thus, she spoke up. All right, Zhu, it's getting late. You should head back. I need to have a word with Jingru." He Yuzhu nodded, casting a lingering glance at Qin Huairu before reluctantly looking back at Qin Jingru. With a sigh, he silently turned to leave. However, just as he did, he caught a glimpse of an indescribable expression in Qin Jingru's eyes, causing his heart to jolt, sensing that something was amiss. Yet he could not articulate what exactly felt wrong, and ultimately he could only shake his head and exit the courtyard. As He Yuzhu's figure faded from view, Qin Huairu turned to Qin Jingru with a serious demeanor, saying, "Jingru, come inside with me." Seeing her sister's grave expression, Qin Jingru felt a swell of unease as she followed her sister into the house. Once the door was closed behind them, Qin Huairu broke the silence. Jingru, tell me honestly, where have you been? Have you been indulging in some delicacies? The moment she seized Qin Jingru, she detected a potent aroma of lamb emanating from her. Qin Jingru abruptly lifted her head, meeting her sister's gaze. She dared not affirm or deny the accusation, merely lowering her head and softly murmuring an acknowledgement. Who did you go with to eat? Qin Huairu continued. I recall you didn't have any money. Observing her sister's demeanor, she furrowed her brow and pressed on. I went to the hot pot restaurant with Su Damao, Qin Jingru hesitantly confessed after a moment's hesitation. What did you say? You want to eat lamb with that Su Damao? Upon hearing Qin Jingru mention Su Damao, Qin Huairu's expression darkened, and she exclaimed in anger. Yes, Qin Jingru nodded. You, how could you be so foolish? Did I not tell you before? That man is not a good person. Why won't you listen? Qin Huairu chided, exasperatedly tapping her sister's forehead. Qin Jingru stammered, unable to explain herself, only lowering her gaze. After the persuasive and manipulative words of Su Damao earlier that afternoon, Qin Jingru's perception had entirely shifted. After a moment of contemplation, she summoned the courage to inquire, Sister, tell me honestly, is he Yuzhu? Is he a eunuch who can't bear children? Who told you this? Was it Su Damao? Qin Huairu was taken aback by Qin Jingru's question and hurriedly replied. Her answer only solidified Qin Jingru's belief. It was Su Damao who told me, sister. What on earth is going on? Qin Jingru pressed on, sighing. Qin Huairu recounted the details of the altercation between Su Damao and He Yuzhu that had led to both of them being castrated. When Qin Jingru absorbed this information, she was rendered speechless, astonished that such a thing had transpired. Even more surprising was the fact that Su Damao had also been castrated. But sister, I heard that eunuchs don't have beards. Yet Su Damao still has his, she remarked. That is because he had grown it before the incident and has not dared to shave it since. Qin Huairu replied tersely, her frustration towards Su Damao palpable. What an unfortunate twist of fate, daring to disrupt our plans. What do you intend to do? Qin Huairu asked her sister, looking intently at her. Qin Jingru hesitated before responding. Originally, the plan was to wait until I had accepted He Yuzhu before revealing this matter to him. However, it seems that plan has now collapsed. Ultimately, it was Qin Jingru who was to marry, not her sister, and she felt incapable of making that decision for her. I do not like He Yuzhu, so I do not wish to marry him. Once those words left her lips, Qin Huairu's complexion turned ashen. If Qin Jingru were unwilling to marry He Yuzhu, then He Daqing would undoubtedly come seeking repayment from her. How could she possibly muster such a sum to settle the debt? Just as she prepared to continue persuading Qin Jingru, the sound of Bangung and Xiao Deng calling out Grandpa echoed from outside. Grandpa? Could it be that Yi Zhonghai has returned? Qin Huairu hurried to the door. And indeed, Yi Zhonghai had come back. Master, you have returned, she greeted respectfully. Upon hearing this title, Yi Zhonghai was momentarily taken aback. Given their mutual dismissal from the steel factory, their master-apprentice relationship had effectively become irrelevant. The cunning old fox immediately grasped that Qin Huairu must have a request of him. Thus, he nonchalantly replied, Huairu, we are no longer employees of the steel factory, so let us dispense with the master title. Just call me Uncle E. Now that Bangung had been adopted as his grandson, this title was quite fitting. Moreover, it somewhat satisfied his vanity, allowing him to fantasize about still being the esteemed figure in the courtyard. Very well, Uncle E. Qin Huairu acquiesced, then continued, Uncle E. I am facing a bit of a predicament and would like to ask for your assistance. Yi Zhonghai inwardly mused that his suspicion had been correct. He had indeed anticipated that Qin Huairu sought his help. Please, sit down and take your time, he said, pulling a chair beside Qin Huairu with a smile. Chapter 192. If you wish to settle the debt, wait for me in the cellar. Uncle E, ever since Shaju's father returned, he has been demanding repayment from me for the money I borrowed from Shaju over the years. I simply have no funds to give him, Qin Huairu explained, her gaze hopeful as it turned towards Yi Zhonghai. That old he is truly unreasonable. Given your circumstances, and now that you're out of work, he still dares to demand money from you? Besides, all the money he refers to was willingly given by Zhu to assist you. It was never really a loan. Yi Zhonghai finds sympathy. Come, let us pay him a visit and clarify this matter. With that, Yi Zhonghai rose and headed towards the door. Seeing this, Qin Huairu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She knew Yi Zhonghai would certainly help her, which was far better than facing He Daqing alone. After leaving the Yi household, the two made their way swiftly to He Daqing's residence in the back courtyard. Knocking 3 times on the door, Yi Zhonghai called out, Who is it? A voice from within responded with curiosity. The door swung open to reveal He Daqing's face. Oldie, it's me, Yi Zhonghai. I've come to discuss something with you. Yi Zhonghai said with a smile. Upon recognizing Yi Zhonghai, He Daqing's expression grew grave, clearly reluctant to engage in conversation. Yet he still permitted them to enter. Unlike the previous arrangement where He Yuzhu had lived alone, the interior was now quite crowded, as He Daqing and the widow had brought their belongings together. However, it was not as chaotic as before. Rather, it was quite well organized. He Daqing sat on a wooden chair, while Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu took seats opposite him. "Speak, what brings you here?" He Daqing inquired as the three settled in. He Daqing discerned the true nature of Yi Zhonghai early on. This old scoundrel presented himself with a facade of righteousness, yet behind the scenes, he was nothing but a cunning manipulator, ever calculating the misfortunes of others. Therefore, he had no desire for excessive interaction with Yi Zhonghai. Were it not for the matter of the gold bars, he would never have deigned to go to the police station to testify, clearing Yi Zhonghai of the embezzlement accusations and securing his release. His original intention was to orchestrate Yi Zhonghai's downfall directly. Look at the Jia family now, in such dire straits, clinging to the mere suspicion of one person. 2 children remain unripe, and with another on the way, all the responsibility rests on her shoulders. Do you think you could perhaps forego the debts owed? Yi Zhonghai hypocritically addressed He Daqing. Absolutely not, He Daqing replied brusquely, a cold snort escaping him as he dismissed the notion without a moment's pause. Yi Zhonghai's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated such a blatant refusal from He Daqing. We're neighbors, after all. It is only natural for neighbors to assist one another. By your logic, does that mean neighbors may lend money without the expectation of repayment? Then I shall borrow 300 yuan from you. He Daqing's countenance darkened. Having already extended the courtesy of releasing Yi Zhonghai, he deemed that his limit. He never imagined he would audaciously provoke him further. My son is so naive and gullible, deceived by you for all these years. And now you still refuse to repay the money? You have gone too far. His voice brimmed with anger and dissatisfaction. Old He, that is not the case. We did not deceive him. This money was given willingly to assist the Jia family and cannot be considered a loan, Yi Zhonghai attempted to clarify. Willingly? Just because you say it was willingly given, does that make it so? He Daqing exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Rising to point an accusatory finger at Yi Zhonghai, cursing vehemently, I tell you, that money must be returned to me, no matter what. With that, he attempted to usher the two out. Yi Zhonghai hastily blocked the door, exclaiming, Old He, let us discuss this reasonably. Look, I have 20 yuan here. I can repay 20 yuan on her behalf for now, and she will repay you when she has the funds. How does that sound? As he spoke, Yi Zhonghai reached into his pocket, producing 2 large black notes. Absolutely not. When will she have the money? What if she runs away? People like you are untrustworthy. He Daqing glared fiercely at Yi Zhonghai. Seeing He Daqing's anger, Yi Zhonghai quickly apologized. Old He, calm down, please. How about this? Within 3 days, if I cannot gather the funds, then consider my debt. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's proposal, He Daqing's demeanor softened slightly, tinged with astonishment. He had not expected Yi Zhonghai to make such a commitment. Despite his disdain for Yi, years of dealings had shown him that he was a man of his word. Now, he had brazenly promised to fulfill this within 3 days. Old Yi, since you've made such a statement, I shall agree. But if you fail to repay me by the deadline, do not blame me for being unyielding, He Daqing warned ominously. Upon hearing this, a sense of dread washed over Yi Zhonghai. He understood He Daqing's character well, petty and vengeful. The words he had just spoken would surely linger in He Daqing's mind, leading to trouble in 3 days. Yet, with no alternative, he reasoned that for his future and livelihood, even a greater sacrifice was worth it. Not a problem. I will exhaust every effort to gather the remaining funds, Yi Zhonghai assured, leading Qin Huairu out of his home. Thank you so much, Uncle Yi. Qin Huairu expressed her gratitude once outside. No need for thanks, but Huairu, have you truly considered what you would do next? Yi Zhonghai sighed and inquired. Next? Qin Huairu hesitated for a moment before offering a bitter smile. I don't know. What else can I do? I can only take it one step at a time. In truth, she was unsure of her next steps, unable to secure a job. Yi Zhonghai's heart stirred upon hearing her words. Glancing around to ensure they were unobserved, he leaned closer to Qin Huairu and whispered in her ear, if you wish to settle the debt, come to the cellar tonight and wait for me. Without waiting for her response, he turned and left, leaving a bewildered Qin Huairu standing in place. Really? Again? Could it be that Yi Zhonghai had forgotten what had transpired between them underground? Or did he believe that with Jia Dongshu now deceased, it would be safe to return without fear of discovery? Should she go or stay? For a moment, Qin Huairu felt torn. If she chose not to go, Yi Zhonghai might withdraw his support. If she went, the potential repercussions were all too clear. After much contemplation, Qin Huairu resolved to go. After all, exchanging favors was not a new experience for her. Chapter 193. Will automation lead to unemployment? Workers are restless. Yi Zhonghai's thoughts were straightforward. Although he had taken in Bongging and Xiaodang as his grandchildren, both were now old enough to understand certain matters. Whether they would indeed consider him their grandfather in their later years remained uncertain. Thus, it would be prudent to have a biological child of his own. With Jia Dongshu gone, and He Yuzhu still present, but no longer dependable with Yi Daqing's return, securing Qin Huairu's unborn child would ensure a brighter future for him. Of course, his intentions were not entirely innocent. According to a notion he had once heard, if he could make his move while Qin Huairu was pregnant, then the child born would be indistinguishable from his own flesh and blood. Once raised, that child would inevitably regard him as a true father. Bongging remained too precarious. Although Jia Dongshu was gone, his grandmother, Jia Zhang, was still incarcerated. Who could predict her actions upon release? If Bongging were to go with her, all his efforts would be in vain. Thus, it was imperative to secure a child of his own. If he could make his move tonight in the cellar with Qin Huairu, the matter would be settled. At the Hongqing steel plant, the independent workshop was alive with the roar of machinery. Guodong held blueprints in hand, meticulously assigning tasks. His brow furrowed, his focused gaze scanning each blueprint as he diligently organized the responsibilities of every engineer. Having gained experience from the previous CNC machine project, the engineers adapted swiftly to the current tasks. Most of the remaining CNC machinery was similar, with only the critical components differing. Consequently, he directed the engineers at the Research Institute to take portions of the blueprints and select suitable workers for the manufacturing process. Under his coordination, the entire workshop operated smoothly. Guodong also became involved in overseeing the overall construction and improvement of component manufacturing, constantly monitoring each worker's progress to ensure all procedures adhered to established protocols. The flurry of activity had left Guodong's hair somewhat disheveled, and stubble had begun to sprout on his face. Yet he reveled in the busyness. Filled with vigor each day, he moved about incessantly, checking the status of every component, occasionally stepping in to guide the workers directly. The workshop was imbued with the fruits of his labor and sweat, where the sounds of machines blended with the shouts of workers, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled industriousness. However, within the steel mill, harmony was notably absent. Numerous rumors began to circulate, suggesting that Guodong's creation of automated machinery would drastically reduce the labor force. Tasks that previously required 10 workers laboring for 10 hours could now be accomplished by a single individual in just 2 to 3 hours. This would render many workers unemployed, leaving the majority without means of livelihood. Once these rumors emerged, the atmosphere within the steel plant erupted into chaos, inciting hushed discussions among hundreds of workers. Was Gu's invention truly for the betterment of the factory? While the machinery was undoubtedly advanced, did it not imply our obsolescence? Surely, you have heard of the new CNC machine that requires merely one engineer to operate, capable of producing components of grade 6 or even 7. What about the lower-tier workers? Is it true that only grade 8 workers will retain their jobs, leaving the rest of us redundant? What does it matter? After all, they're merely machinists, and it doesn't concern us. Have you noticed the introduction of new machines? I have heard that these machines will include stamping, cutting, drawing, turning, and grinding. In essence, anything we are capable of doing will now be handled by machines. The tasks we cannot perform will also be managed by them. What will become of us? Will we not find ourselves starving in the future? Such conversations proliferated throughout the steel mill, ultimately converging on Guodong, with the general sentiment being that he intended to deprive thousands of their means of sustenance. As tensions escalated, a large group of workers, led by several veteran employees, marched towards Guodong's independent workshop. Guodong had been diligently focused on his blueprints until the cacophony from outside disrupted him. The CNC machine was functioning well, with only minor adjustments needed for optimal performance. He was currently drafting the technical drawings for the top and bottom blowing converter technology, which was crucial for enhancing steel production. At the existing technological level, only over 10 million tons could be produced annually, but with the support of top and bottom blowing technology, a tenfold increase in output should not be insurmountable. It was imperative to complete this design swiftly. Just then, the tumult outside intensified, with workers clamoring for an explanation. Gu, come out and speak to us. Yes, we demand answers. Does the factory no longer want us? At the entrance, workers shouted in unison. Guodong emerged, furrowing his brow. What is the matter, esteemed colleagues? The leading veteran workers sneered. Gu, do you not owe us an explanation? Is this machine designed to render us jobless? You cannot do this to us. We have toiled for half our lives. Guodong observed them, realizing that they had fallen prey to the rumors. Esteemed colleagues, brothers and sisters, you have misunderstood me. I have never contemplated such a notion. You may be unaware that foreign machinery has become ubiquitous. I hope you can recognize the significance of these machines and the convenience they bring. According to current trends, industrial automation will be adopted nationwide and even globally. Many may fear that automation will lead to mass unemployment, but is it not true that machines will ultimately replace you? Guodong spoke slowly, his gaze unwavering, as if asserting a fundamental truth. Indeed, some workers retorted defiantly, the efficiency of machines far surpasses our own. We cannot compete with their productivity. Guodong shook his head slightly, asserting, that is erroneous, fundamentally misguided. I assure you, once industrial automation is implemented, not only will you not face unemployment, but even those of you currently out of work will find opportunities for your children in the future. Chapter 194. Destroying the devouring machines. How can this be possible? An elderly worker bellowed. If machines are doing all the work, what need will there be for us? Come, brothers, for our survival, let us destroy these insatiable machines. Another worker echoed. Esteemed colleagues, please, I implore you to be silent, Guodong interjected. Raising his hands for calm, he waited for the crowd to settle before continuing. I understand your concerns about job security. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to learn machine operation alongside me, I guarantee stable employment for you all. And you shall never again fret over hunger. Guodong reflected that since entering the factory, he had never acted against the collective interests. He had imparted skills to the workers, enhancing their expertise, many of whom had recently achieved promotions. Did they truly believe that his actions could be detrimental? If he were intent on harming them, why would he invest effort into their training? At this moment, some in the crowd fell silent, contemplating Guodong's words. His rationale held merit. Although they were seasoned workers, they recognized the need for adaptability, especially since Guodong had demonstrated loyalty to them. They began to ponder, if Guodong truly wished them ill, why would he teach them skills? Why advocate for their advancement? Noticing this shift in sentiment, Guodong continued. Esteemed colleagues, these machines are our future hope, our weapons in the competitive market. Should we destroy them, we would regress into obsolescence. We must embrace new technologies and acquire new knowledge. Only then can we secure our position in future competitions. As Guodong's words resonated, the workers gradually calmed, beginning to grasp his intentions and the importance of machinery. Very well, we trust you, one worker stated. Esteemed colleagues, regardless of others' opinions, I ask you, are you willing to learn mechanical manufacturing with me, so that we all can thrive? Guodong's words resonated with conviction. After exchanging glances, the workers nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to learn from him. Relieved by their response, Guodong continued. Now that you have all decided to learn with me, allow me to share my vision. You must be wondering how, with automation, job opportunities could possibly increase. Comrades, the reasoning is straightforward. As we enhance our technology, our efficiency will rise. Consequently, one individual can achieve the output of 10 or even 20. Our nation currently faces material shortages and is in dire need of development. All sectors demand our attention, leading to a supply-demand imbalance. Consider the reasons behind this. Our country has a vast population. The implementation of a planned economy stems from this disparity between our numbers and our resources. Have you heard of tractors and harvesters? With these machines, agricultural efficiency will undoubtedly improve. The time saved can be utilized for other pursuits, such as raising pigs, chickens, and ducks, which would subsequently boost grain production, ensuring that everyone has sufficient food. Do you not desire to enjoy meat? Guodong skillfully coaxed them. Of course we long for meat. An elder worker exclaimed. A man in his 40s, yet frail due to inadequate nutrition, appearing older than his years. Indeed, once we elevate our technology, we shall create more machines, and all industries will progress. In due time, our living conditions and various aspects of life will witness remarkable advancements. Just imagine how many individuals will be required across so many industries by then. Will anyone still be concerned about finding employment at that point? In the coming decades, Guodong's voice boomed with resounding vigor, evidently harboring immense energy within him. His words inspired those around him, igniting a fervor that made them eager to plunge back into work immediately. When he sensed the moment was ripe, Guodong appropriately tempered his emotional appeal and said, So, does anyone still wish to vandalize the machine behind me? No, let's instead embrace new technologies. We must not hinder production. Yes, I stand in support of Engineer Gu. This machine is indeed exorbitantly priced. I cannot squander Guodong's good intentions. Suddenly, the previously raucous crowd shifted their attitudes, rallying to Guodong's call, ready to resume their tasks. This transformation filled Guodong with immense satisfaction. With a beaming smile, he waved at everyone before turning away, his expression instantly turning grave. Deputy Factory Director Li had arrived unbeknownst to him. At this moment, Li's countenance was equally grim. As a seasoned veteran of the workplace, he immediately discerned that this incident was no mere workers' riot. Someone was undoubtedly stirring trouble from behind the scenes. Otherwise, according to the typical temperament of workers, there would be nothing more than complaints and grumbling, not such a significant conflict that led to an attempt to destroy his machinery. Well, he considered it his machinery now. Just days prior, Guodong had approached him about taking on the role of manager for the data processing center, and without hesitation, he had agreed. He had already begun the handover process. However, he never anticipated that before he could even assume the position, someone would attempt to undermine his livelihood. In truth, he had rushed over as soon as the incident occurred, but witnessing Guodong remain unflustered, composed, and speaking with reason and evidence, he had refrained from intervening. Now, as Guodong concluded his address and turned back, Deputy Factory Director Li promptly approached him with a serious expression and inquired, "Guodong, this matter is undoubtedly the work of someone with ill intentions." Indeed, upon hearing Deputy Factory Director Li's words, Guodong nodded. "Do you have any suspects?" Li asked. Guodong shook his head. "Then what do you plan to do?" Li pressed further. After contemplating for a moment, Guodong replied, "We should report this matter and allow the higher-ups to handle it." In his heart, he already harbored suspicions that this incident was likely instigated by Director Yang. After all, aside from this individual, he had practically no enemies within the factory. Moreover, only Director Yang possessed the capability to incite such a large number of workers. "How do you intend to report it to the higher authorities?" Li inquired. "Just a moment. I will draft a report and submit it directly to the Ministry of Metallurgy for the senior leadership to address personally," Guodong stated. "Very well. I shall go and reassure the workers," Li said before departing. Chapter 195. Has Yi Zhonghai become a traitor? Meanwhile, after resolving matters with Qin Huairu, Yi Zhonghai prepared to seek employment. He believed that regardless of the circumstances, he possessed the skills of a level 8 mechanic. Although he had failed to pass the last assessment, achieving only a level 2, that was solely due to Guodong's interference. Without such hindrances, even if he could not reach level 8, attaining level 6 or 7 should be effortless, especially with his decades of experience, making him more than qualified for any factory. As he walked, lost in thought, he unexpectedly arrived at the mouth of an alley. Just as he passed by, a hand emerged from the alley, forcefully pulling him into its depths. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback by the sudden assault. He struggled desperately, but the assailant was far too strong, and with only one leg, he could muster little resistance. Thus, he was quickly subdued, unable to move. "Who are you? Why are you capturing me?" Yi Zhonghai shouted, but his mouth was gagged, rendering his voice nearly inaudible. "Huh? Who are we? Guess." Shortly afterward, Yi Zhonghai felt a sharp pain in his neck and lost consciousness. After a while, Yi Zhonghai groggily awoke, his eyes fluttering open to an unfamiliar environment. The room was small, merely a dozen square meters, with a wooden bed positioned at its center and a dilapidated cabinet in the corner. Apart from that, it was bare and empty. "You are Yi Zhonghai, are you not? From now on, you will work for us. We will pay you 80 yuan each month." A sinister voice echoed in the room. Yi Zhonghai turned to see a short, stout middle-aged man glaring at him with icy eyes, sending a chill down his spine, as if he had fallen into a bottomless ice pit. "Not willing, are you?" The middle-aged man asked menacingly. "What is it that you do?" Yi Zhonghai asked warily. "Haha, that's none of your concern. Just know it isn't anything nefarious. From now on, you will obey us," the middle-aged man sneered. "Traitors?" The word flashed through Yi Zhonghai's mind. He became increasingly certain that this group was no ordinary band. Otherwise, how could they have even discovered his name? What exactly did they intend to do? Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of fear. "You can refuse, but I fear you won't leave this place today." The middle-aged man's voice dripped with menace. As Yi Zhonghai pondered, he suddenly heard the threat. He looked up sharply to see the middle-aged man brandishing a knife, its gleaming blade reflecting a chilling light that made Yi Zhonghai tremble. He hastily shook his head in agreement. No sooner had he nodded than the middle-aged man produced a stack of crisp black notes and handed them to him. "This money is for this month. Keep it for now. You won't be required to do anything just yet. When we need you to act, you had better comply. Or else." The middle-aged man left the threat hanging in the air. Yi Zhonghai, observing the glinting knife in the middle-aged man's hand, swallowed hard and tremulously accepted the substantial sum. Remember, you cannot run away without my permission, nor should you attempt to escape. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. With that parting warning, the middle-aged man, and however, it was not far from that. It was sufficient to sustain both himself and Anida. Moreover, with this sum of money, he could smoothly proceed with his next scheme. That was to deliver a shot to Qin Huairu, transforming the child within her womb into his own. Once born, he would possess the means to continue nurturing the child. Having come to this realization, Yi Zhonghai's steps became notably lighter, even prompting him to hum a little tune as he returned home. Zhonghai, why are you back? Weren't you supposed to be looking for work? Auntie Da inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion upon seeing Yi Zhonghai's return. Well, I have devised an alternative plan for the time being, so I shall postpone the job search, Yi Zhonghai replied nonchalantly. Oh, Aochida nodded, not dwelling on it further as she resumed her task of selecting vegetables. Earning a living was Yi Zhonghai's responsibility. Her role was merely to maintain a semblance of order within a household. During dinner, after a bowl of wine, Yi Zhonghai suddenly spoke up. Later tonight, I will take some food to Huairu. Hearing this, Auntie Da was taken aback, her body swaying slightly, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Ultimately, she chose silence, nodding instead and continuing her meal. Meanwhile, Bang Gung appeared to ponder this development. Although his intellect was somewhat lacking, he recalled that the last time Yi Zhonghai had ventured out late at night, it was to deliver food to his mother, which subsequently led to a chaotic upheaval. He wondered if this evening would unfold similarly. Bang Gung, your mother and your aunt are currently in dire straits, so I must bring them something to eat. Please do not divulge this to anyone, all right? Yi Zhonghai gently reassured Bang Gung, who seemed ready to speak. Bang Gung blinked, then nodded earnestly, promising grandfather. I want to say a word, I promise. His demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Yi Zhonghai's. It was evident that this was still a formative phase for Bang Gung. Previously, he had emulated Jia Zhangshi, but now he was mirroring Yi Zhonghai. Thank you ever so much, Bang Gung, Yi Zhonghai expressed. You're welcome. I'm a good boy. Bang Gung puffed out his small chest with pride. Yi Zhonghai chuckled heartily, ruffling the top of his head. As the night deepened, Yi Zhonghai donned his attire, took a bag of mixed flour, and departed from home. Chapter 196. Is this it? Qin Huairu was utterly bewildered. At the Jia household, Qin Huairu found herself engulfed in turmoil. She was uncertain whether she should go out tonight. If she refrained, her mounting debts would likely remain insurmountable. Given Yi Daqing's nature, it was probable he would not relent until he had completely ruined her. Yet, if she did go, considering her current condition, it was uncertain if she could withstand Yi Zhonghai's advances. Just as she was mired in indecision, a gentle knock echoed on her door, startling her. However, she quickly deduced it was Yi Zhonghai seeking her out. As she approached the door, his voice confirmed her suspicion. Huairu, it's me. I'm waiting for you in the cellar. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Huairu resolved to pay him a visit. Although Yi Zhonghai was currently unemployed, his ability to emerge from prison suggested he still had some connections. Furthermore, the discovery of 3 gold bars in his home indicated he must still possess considerable wealth. Based on her understanding of this cunning fox, she surmised that the confiscated gold bars were merely a fraction of his total assets. Coupled with his promise to assist her in repaying Yi Daqing, her assumptions were further validated. She might be able to extract some living expenses from him. You've arrived. Huairu, Yi Zhonghai greeted her with an unusual smile upon her entry into the cellar. Yes, Qin Huairu replied, feeling an inexplicable chill at the sight of Yi Zhonghai's grin. At that moment, he resembled a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey, which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Please have a seat. Yi Zhonghai gestured toward a nearby stool for her to sit. The reason I summoned you today is to discuss the little one in your womb. I wish to adopt him as my godson or goddaughter. Of course, before we proceed, certain matters must be addressed. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, Qin Huairu's expression shifted dramatically. Having grown up in the countryside, she had certainly heard tales of individuals who sought out pregnant women to take a shot at them before marrying them, thereby ensuring the child would carry their surname. She had initially thought Yi Zhonghai merely sought to relieve his own frustrations, but it appeared he intended to seize the child for himself. Qin Huairu's countenance flickered between uncertainty and resolve. The child within her was distinct from the already grown Bang Gung and Xiao Dang. He had yet to be influenced by Jia Dongshu or Jia Zhangshi. Perhaps, with proper nurturing, he could grow into a remarkable individual. She had once fantasized about raising this child while maintaining her job, cultivating him into a talent, ensuring she would have support in her old age. Yet now, confronted with the reality of her unemployment and the uncertainty of her future in the city, those dreams seemed to evaporate into thin air. Why are you silent? Rest assured, I will treat him well. Yi Zhonghai assumed Qin Huairu's silence stemmed from concerns over his intentions toward the child. Is that truly your word? Are you willing to take in this child and care for him properly? Qin Huairu raised her gaze, fixing Yi Zhonghai with a serious stare. Indeed, I assure you, as long as you agree, I can guarantee your future well-being. Moreover, this is my sincerity, Yi Zhonghai stated as he produced 3 large black bills, handing them to Qin Huairu. This, staring at the unexpected 30 yuan in her hand, Qin Huairu was momentarily taken aback. What? Is it insufficient? Yi Zhonghai fronit in injury. No, not at all. Qin Huairu swallowed nervously. Given her current lack of employment and dwindling savings, this 30 yuan could sustain her for 2 or 3 months. If Yi Zhonghai were to continue providing her with 30 yuan each month, she could maintain her previous lifestyle, perhaps even improve it. With this thought, Qin Huairu felt a surge of excitement. Rest assured, should any difficulties arise, I will not hesitate to reach out to you. I will ensure that you and your mother are well taken care of. Seeing Qin Huairu's satisfaction, Yi Zhonghai exhaled deeply, subtly relieved. He was grateful to have secured a job today, ensuring he would receive 80 yuan each month. Otherwise, he would have struggled to discuss how to raise the child. As Qin Huairu contemplated the 30 yuan in her hand, feeling the weight of Yi Zhonghai's promise, she nodded vigorously. Yi Zhonghai breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his usual dignified demeanor. In that case, let us commence our serious discussion. Before Yi Zhonghai could finish speaking, he caught sight of something that stirred his interest. How fair. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he exited, Bang Geng had also awakened. He had firmly etched Yi Zhonghai's earlier remarks into his memory. He understood that Yi Zhonghai would surely seek out his mother again that night. Although he was uncertain why he would venture out at such an hour, he sensed there was something significant between the two. Consequently, he remained vigilant throughout the night. Unable to sleep, once Yi Zhonghai had left, he observed quietly. After ensuring Annie Da was asleep and breathing evenly, Bang Geng stealthily opened the door and ventured outside. He was determined to uncover Yi Zhonghai's true intentions for visiting his mother at such a late hour. It must be said that Bongging has lived in this courtyard since childhood, and is thus remarkably familiar with its every corner. Even now, under the dim light of a waning moon, without a flashlight or any illumination, he swiftly made his way to the cellar door, relying solely on his memory. As he approached the entrance, he heard what seemed to be a sound of weeping, a blend of anguish and something he could scarcely comprehend. Upon recognizing the voice, his heart filled with rage. It was unmistakably that of his mother, Qin Huairu. He had never anticipated that the old scoundrel, Yi Zhonghai, who had promised to assist his mother that night, was in fact there to harm her. In a hurry, he searched around for a sturdy wooden stick, akin to a rolling pin, and gripped it tightly as he charged into the cellar. He was determined to rescue his mother. Chapter 197. Mother, did he hurt you? Just as the two of them were preparing to leave, a voice echoed from above. Yi Zhonghai, I'll kill you, you scoundrel. Startled, both of them turned to see a small figure rushing down with a large stick in hand. Bongging, stop. Don't act recklessly. Qin Huairu cried out as she dashed to seize Bongging's arm, attempting to restrain him. Mother, let go. I must kill him. He has bullied you. He has bullied you. Bongging, struggling against his mother's grip, shouted in desperation. Bongging, I haven't bullied your mother. I am your grandfather, which means your mother is my daughter. How could I possibly harm her? Yi Zhonghai proclaimed with feigned righteousness, his expression so sincere that even Qin Huairu was momentarily taken aback. Had she not just endured the torment, she might have believed him. Although she was unaware of the specific events, she was certain she had not misheard. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu's face turned pale, tinged with a hint of crimson. She had not anticipated that the sounds would reach Bongging. Yi Zhonghai's face twitched, clearly unprepared for such a coincidence. Ah, you've misunderstood. I was merely joking with your mother. I did not bully her, he attempted to clarify. I don't care. I will beat you to death. Bongging was now consumed by rage, impervious to Yi Zhonghai's words, as he brandished the stick and lunged at him. Yi Zhonghai, fearing for his safety, evaded the blows. If you don't stop, I shall not hold back any longer, Yi Zhonghai said in alarm, recognizing that Bongging was relentless, and if this continued, he might actually be harmed. Yet, Bongging remained undeterred, shouting, You shameless beast. I will kill you. At this moment, Qin Huairu panicked. She knew her obstinate son, under Jia Zhang's misguided teachings, lacked discretion. If he truly got hurt, the consequences could be dire. Thus, she hurriedly positioned herself in front of Bongging, blocking him while saying, Bongging, halt. You must not strike your grandfather. As she spoke, she pushed him gently. Let go. I must kill him. Kill him. Bongging cried, feeling even more aggrieved by his mother's interference tears streaming down his face. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Zhonghai swiftly climbed to the edge of the cellar and made his escape, fearing he might truly be harmed if he lingered any longer. Bongung, I assure you, your grandfather did not bully me. Please, do not let your imagination run wild. Qin Huairu knelt down, embracing him in a comforting manner. Mother, you were lying. I heard all. With every explanation, Bonging's cries only intensified. Finally, she sighed and said, all right, he did strike, but it didn't hurt much. He was actually here to bring me food. She lifted the bag in her hand as evidence. Upon hearing her words, Bonging immediately ceased his tears, looking up at her. Mother, did it hurt? At this, Qin Huairu felt a wave of embarrassment. Did it hurt? It was hard to say. It barely registered at all. Yet, she could not divulge the truth to her son, so she replied, not really. Good. If Yi Zhonghai dares to strike you again, you must tell me, and I will surely make him pay. Qin Huairu nodded in agreement before abruptly changing the subject. Bonging, let us go outside. We can discuss this further. Thus, the two of them exited the cellar. Meanwhile, outside, Yi Zhonghai had not departed, for he encountered He Yuzhu. Ever since the loss of his egg, He Yuzhu had been plagued with frequent urges to relieve himself at night. This evening, as he prepared to dispose of the full chamber pot, he unexpectedly came face to face with Yi Zhonghai. Since the last incident, He Yuzhu had not spoken a single word to Yi Zhonghai. Even after his release from prison, he had avoided him during daylight hours, uncertain of how to confront the man he once viewed as a benefactor. In his eyes, Yi Zhonghai had been nothing but a great help since his father's departure, always taking his side in any matter that arose. However, after his father returned and revealed the truth, exposing Yi Zhonghai's misdeeds before him, He Yuzhu found it hard to accept. The towering image he had of Yi Zhonghai crumbled in an instant, and he could hardly believe that Yi Zhonghai could engage in such despicable acts. Henceforth, he sought to sever all ties with him. Yet, he never expected to encounter him that night. As he gazed at Yi Zhonghai from a distance, a tumult of complex emotions surged within him, especially when he noticed that Yi Zhonghai was also staring back. It felt as though his innermost secrets had been laid bare, igniting a deep sense of shame. Ahem, Yuzhu, are you going out to use the toilet? Yi Zhonghai awkwardly remarked, not wishing to see He Yuzhu, aware of how much he had wronged them. Uh-huh, He Yuzhu replied curtly, looking down as he hastily made his way toward the outhouse. Yuzhu, Yi Zhonghai called out as He Yuzhu neared the corner, unable to suppress the urge to speak. What is it? He Yuzhu's steps faltered slightly, but did not halt. Yi Zhonghai struggled to articulate his thoughts, failing to form a coherent sentence, which caused Yi Yuzhu to furrow his brow. He halted, turning with a cold gaze to inquire, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy. Just then, Qin Huairu and Bonging emerged from the cellar. The anger that had begun to dissipate within Bonging reignited upon seeing Yi Zhonghai. Why are you still here? Without hesitation, Bonging grabbed a nearby broom and hurled it at Yi Zhonghai. Ouch! You little rascal, are you insane? You dare strike your grandfather! Yi Zhonghai exclaimed as he dodged, though the broom still struck his arm. Even a clay figurine has its limits. After being repeatedly provoked, Yi Zhonghai's temper flared, and he prepared to confront Bonging. Chapter 198. He Yuzhu, I truly deserve this. The commotion in the backyard was far from subtle. Hearing the ruckus, Lu Haizhong's family, who lived nearby, quickly emerged. Shortly thereafter, He Daqing and He Yushui were also roused by the noise, and upon witnessing the tense standoff between Yi Zhonghai and Bonging, they were all left bewildered. What is this grandfather and grandson up to again? However, no one seems inclined to intervene. Instead, they stand aside with their hands clasped behind their backs, eagerly watching the spectacle unfold. Both Yi Zhonghai and Bang Geng, in a sense, have become somewhat estranged from the group. Not only that, but there exists a web of unclear grievances among them all. Thus, the sight of their quarrel brings a certain delight to the onlookers. Yi Zhonghai, I warn you, if you dare to approach my mother again, I will end you, Bang Geng declared vehemently. As he saw Bang Geng charge at him with a broom, Yi Zhonghai instinctively recoiled and hastily retreated toward the courtyard. It was not fear of being struck by Bang Geng that spurred his flight. Rather, it was the growing crowd. If Bang Geng were to inadvertently reveal something, it could expose his relationship with Qin Huairu, which would spell trouble for him. Thus, Yi Zhonghai's only desire was to escape swiftly. After Yi Zhonghai fled, Bang Geng, seething with anger, stamped his foot in frustration and prepared to pursue. Enough of this. Let us go inside, Qin Huairu urged, grasping her son's arm. With a huff, Bang Geng, albeit still disgruntled, acquiesced and followed her inside. Meanwhile, He Daqing's family and Lu Haizhong's family exchanged glances before each retreated to their respective homes. And thus, the tempest subsided. Only He Yuzhu remained rooted in place. Lost in thought, he had just seen Yi Zhonghai emerge from the cellar. Now, with Qin Huairu and Bang Geng also coming up from below, it was evident that something had transpired between Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu down there, coupled with the previous incident involving Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu in the cellar. A chill swept through He Yuzhu. Although he did not truly believe that Yi Zhonghai could have an inappropriate relationship with his beloved Qin Jie, the sight of them ascending from the cellar together, along with their prior solitary encounter, spoke volumes. The realization left his complexion pale, yet a flicker of doubt lingered. And after a long pause, he resolved to seek confirmation. Thus, he concocted an excuse to fetch the chamber pot and made his way to the courtyard. He knew that if he mentioned seeking out Qin Huairu, his father He Daqing and sister He Yushui would certainly object. However, if he acted clandestinely, he doubted they could thwart him. With this in mind, He Yuzhu quietly approached Qin Huairu's door and gently knocked. "Who is it?" Qin Huairu inquired, her heart racing in curiosity. Surely, it could not be that old scoundrel Yi Zhonghai again. If he were to come here, trouble would surely follow. "It's me, Zhuzi," He Yuzhu whispered, muffling his voice with a hand. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Huairu exhaled in relief. It was not Yi Zhonghai after all. She quickly rose to open the door. "Zhuzi, what brings you here?" she asked, worry etched on her face, fearing that Bang Geng might return to cause further disruption. Fortunately, once Bang Geng returned, he quickly fell asleep, seemingly unaware of the commotion. "Xenia, I wish to inquire about what you were doing with Idajia in the cellar just now." He Yuzhu's voice was low, yet it carried an unmistakable note of anticipation. The moment Qin Huairu heard his inquiry, a heavy weight settled in her chest. He had indeed come for that reason. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of nonchalance. "Oh, is that what you're curious about? It's nothing significant. Idajia merely prepared some food for me. As you know, my belly is growing, and I need to nourish myself. Since I am currently without work, Idajia has been kind enough to provide us with some sustenance," Qin Huairu replied, feigning calmness. Observing her expression, He Yuzhu felt reassured. She did not appear to be deceiving him. He noted that she had slightly shifted aside, revealing a sack of flour tucked beneath the table, further solidifying his trust in her words. "Moreover, your father is seeking money from me. Zhuzi, you know I am out of funds. Could you perhaps speak to your father and request a delay? Once I find work and earn some money, I will certainly repay you," Qin Huairu said, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow, tears nearly brimming in her eyes. Seeing her in such a plight, He Yuzhu's heart ached for her, and he immediately agreed. "Of course, no problem at all, Qin Jie. I will certainly assist you. Here, take this money. When my father comes to ask for it, you can simply return it to him." As he spoke, He Yuzhu produced a wad of cash for Qin Huairu. In truth, he knew he could not persuade He Daqing, for he was, after all, his father. If he were to broach the subject, he would surely face his wrath. Thus, He Yuzhu devised a compromise. He would give the money to Qin Huairu, and she would return it to He Daqing, thereby resolving the matter seamlessly. "Thank you so much, Zhuzi." Qin Huairu smiled gratefully at him. "Not at all. It's the least I can do, Qin Jie. Please take care of yourself," he said, turning to leave. He had already lingered longer than advisable and needed to depart quickly. Otherwise, if He Daqing discovered his visit to Qin Huairu, he would certainly face another beating. With that thought in mind, He Yuzhu hastened his steps homeward, simultaneously berating himself for having doubted Qin Jie and Yi Zhonghai's relationship. How could such a beautiful goddess of a sister ever harbor feelings for an old scoundrel? Overwhelmed by shame, he wished to slap himself. As He Yuzhu's figure receded, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Qin Huairu's eyes. The money he had lent her would perfectly suffice to repay He Daqing the following day. Thus, the portion given to her by Yi Zhonghai could remain with her. With this thought, a wave of relief washed over her. The most pressing trouble had been temporarily alleviated, allowing her to focus on her future job search and life plans. Even if she failed to secure employment promptly, it was of little concern. She now possessed nearly 500 yuan, which, if spent frugally, would sustain her until she gave birth. Chapter 199. He made my mother cry. What is wrong with me wanting to leave? After all was done, Qin Huairu climbed into bed to sleep. However, unbeknownst to her, in the darkened room, a pair of eyes widened in shock. That was Qin Jingru, nestled in the innermost corner of the calm. If anyone could discern the expression on Qin Jingru's face at that moment, they would see her disbelief. That night, she had tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, the sound of knocking jolted her awake. Initially intending to rise and investigate who it was, she noticed her cousin Qin Huairu had already sat up. Subsequently, She feigned sleep, eager to discover who had come to visit her cousin at such a late hour. To her surprise, it was Yi Zhonghai. What would he possibly want with her cousin at this hour? Overcome with curiosity, Qin Jingru remained silent. Having spent much time working in the countryside, her ears were exceptionally keen. Holding her breath and focusing intently, she managed to overhear the conversation between Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu. She had not anticipated Yi Zhonghai's late visit would involve leading her cousin to the cellar. Upon realizing this, her heart raced with excitement. She felt as though she was on the brink of uncovering something monumental. Afterwards, Qin Huairu stepped out. Just as she was torn between the decision to follow and see what was happening, she unexpectedly returned, accompanied by Bongging. What was the situation? Hadn't Bongging already gone to be a grandson for Yi Zhonghai? Why was he back home? At this moment, Bongging declared that if that old scoundrel Yi Zhonghai dared to make his mother cry again, he would seek vengeance on his behalf. Had his cousin been struck by Yi Zhonghai? Upon hearing Bongging's account, Qin Jingru was initially taken aback. Yet, she quickly pieced together that the two must have gone to the cellar for reasons other than a fight. This could only mean one thing. There was an affair between them. Coupled with Bongging's assertion that Qin Huairu had indeed been made to cry by Yi Zhonghai, Qin Jingru's suspicion solidified. Though inexperienced in romantic entanglements, she had grown up in a rural setting rife with gossip, where the local old bachelors and women often exchanged ribald tales. Consequently, she had developed a keen understanding of certain matters. The thought of her cousin having such a relationship with Yi Zhonghai sent a shiver down her spine. No wonder Yi Zhonghai was so willing to assist Qin Huairu. It all made sense now. However, the surprises did not end there. Shortly thereafter, He Yuzhu arrived. The content of their conversation left Qin Jingru's mind buzzing. She was aware of He Daqing seeking money from Qin Huairu. But when she heard He Yuzhu express his willingness to help Qin Huairu repay the debt, she was utterly bewildered. She listened intently to their dialogue, and it was clear from He Yuzhu's tone that he harbored feelings for Qin Huairu. What was going on? Wasn't He Yuzhu supposed to be introduced to her? Why was there an inexplicable connection between the two of them? Qin Jingru's mind swirled in confusion. Her cousin seemed far more complex than she had initially perceived. Throughout her life, she had never encountered a woman so adept at concealing her true self. The secrets surrounding Qin Huairu were manifold. Suddenly, Qin Jingru felt that her cousin was nothing short of a conundrum. Moreover, she began to suspect that her trip to the city was perhaps orchestrated by her cousin for some ulterior motive. The thought chilled her. She realized that this venture into the city might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Lost in such musings, time slipped away until it was around 4 in the morning. Exhausted, Qin Jingru succumbed to slumber. The next day, Guodong and Zhang Shuyu awakened from their slumber. Having retired early the previous night, they were blissfully unaware of the commotion that had unfolded in the courtyard. Once they had freshened up, they heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from the adjacent room. What's going on? How would I know? Let's go take a look. Upon stepping outside, they encountered Bongging creating a ruckus at Yi Zhonghai's home. It appeared that Bongging was adamant about no longer being Yi Zhonghai's adopted grandson. Naturally, Yi Zhonghai vehemently disagreed. After all, he had invested a considerable sum during the adoption process. If Bongging simply walked away, wouldn't that render his investment futile? Although he had already set his plans in motion, the child in Qin Huairu's womb had yet to be born, and it remained uncertain whether it would be a boy or girl. If it were a girl, it would be more prudent for Bongging to continue serving as his grandson for the sake of his future. After all, daughters would eventually marry off. If he raised her only for her to leave after marriage, wouldn't that merely benefit someone else? Stop right there. You little ingrate. I provide you with delicious food every day, and this is how you repay me? You ungrateful wretch. After all I've done for you. Yi Zhonghai roared in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Bongging. You can insult me all you want, but let me make it clear, I will not remain as your grandson. I want to leave. I no longer wish to stay in your household. Bongging retorted defiantly. Following the events of the previous night, he was thoroughly disillusioned and had resolved to break away from his family. You little beast, if you don't want to stay, then get lost. We don't need ungrateful wretches like you here. Yi Zhonghai bellowed furiously. You filthy cur, don't push me. Bongging shot back with equal ire. He glared at Yi Zhonghai and declared, I refuse to be your grandson, and I am leaving. If you dare to strike me, then you're a coward. Yi Zhonghai ground his teeth in fury, wishing he could deliver a punch that would send Bongging to his end. Yet, reason held him back. Not only was Bongging a child, but if he were to strike him, the boy would undoubtedly retaliate. Sensing Yi Zhonghai's hesitance, Bongging grew even more emboldened. As everyone prepared to leave for work, a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. Most onlookers secretly criticized Bongging, reasoning that since he had already been adopted by Yi Zhonghai, he ought to remain in the household. His desire to leave was clearly unethical. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Bongging became visibly agitated and, mimicking Yi Zhonghai's manner, began to address the bystanders. You all think I'm in the wrong? Let me tell you, that old scoundrel Yi Zhonghai beat my mother in the cellar last night, making her cry. Now that I want to leave him, what is wrong with that? It must be said, he bore a striking resemblance to Yi Zhonghai in that moment. Chapter 200. Lu Haizhong calls for a courtyard meeting. Guodong receives the certificate. Did Yi Zhonghai really make Qin Huairu cry in the cellar? Is that true? What did he use, a stick? Of course it was a stick. What else could it be? Goodness, I never imagined Yi Zhonghai, at his age, could still behave this way. Quite the vigorous old man. I suspected there was something untoward between them when he claimed to be delivering food to Qin Huairu. Guodong was right. They must have been engaging in illicit activities in the cellar. It's surprising that after Jia Dongshu's death, Qin Huairu would be involved like this. The residents of the courtyard, upon hearing Bongging's words, erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Yi Zhonghai's face turned ashen upon hearing their comments. He had not anticipated that Bongging would reveal such information. It's not as everyone thinks. Please, let me explain. Yi Zhonghai hastily attempted to defend himself. Explain what? You're denying it, aren't you? Today I want to see who dares to stop me. Bongging scoffed, kicking Yi Zhonghai's cane away. Yi Zhonghai stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He had not expected Bongging to act so boldly, which sent him into a fit of rage. Just then, Qin Huairu emerged from within. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly limped forward. Huairu, please tell them that I was merely trying to help your family in need by giving you a little support. Qin Huairu, left with no choice, had to assist in clarifying the situation. Though she attempted to explain, most people remained skeptical. If it was indeed assistance, it could have been offered during the day. Why wait until nightfall when both were not working? There must be some ulterior motive. Particularly the gossips among them embellished the tale further, even concocting a story that Yi Zhonghai sought to claim the child in Qin Huairu's womb, hoping to possess her entirely. Lu Haizhong, en route to work, witnessed this scene and was utterly amused. He promptly stepped forward to speak. I believe this matter has had a profound impact on our community. Thus, I propose we convene a general assembly this evening to deliberate on the incident involving Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu. Lu Haizhong's suggestion garnered substantial support, as many appeared to revel in the misfortune. Throughout the ordeal, Yi Zhonghai maintained a sullen demeanor, reflecting on how he had failed to recognize Lu Haizhong's true character. Now, in Yi Zhonghai's moment of adversity, they sought to further complicate his plight, having lost his position at the factory and the esteemed title of a level 8 fitter. He found that many in the community no longer held him in high regard due to prior events. Lu Haizhong's refusal to assist was one thing, but to take pleasure in Yi Zhonghai's downfall was particularly disheartening. Qin Huairu, too, wore a worried expression. The scandal undoubtedly tarnished their reputation, should the situation be mishandled. She feared she would struggle to hold her head high in the community thereafter. Given the consensus, we shall indeed convene tonight to reach a conclusion. If Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu are truly as the rumors suggest, they must face the appropriate consequences, and we shall not show leniency. Otherwise, how can we, as neighbors, continue to reside here with any semblance of dignity? Following Lu Haizhong's remarks, he turned to the others and declared, "All right, everyone, you may now return to work." With that, he was the first to exit the courtyard, prompting the others to disperse, leaving only Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu behind. "Uncle, what should we do now?" Qin Huairu asked, panic creeping into her voice as she surveyed the tense atmosphere. After all, she had children to care for. What if their situation incited further ire? "Fear not. I will find a way," Yi Zhonghai reassured her. Qin Huairu nodded in understanding. At that moment, from the direction of the Jia household, Qin Jingru emerged, carrying her bundle. "Sister, since there is nothing pressing, I shall return home to tend to chores," she said to Qin Huairu. After the events of the previous night, she was reluctant to linger, fearing she could be sold off at any moment. Life in the countryside, while challenging, felt safer in comparison. She felt a twinge of sadness. Initially, she had hoped to embrace city life, but now it seemed she might have to return to marry a farmer and live a life of toiling from dawn to dusk. "Ah, Zhanglu, are you so eager to leave? Why not stay a couple more days?" Qin Huairu was taken aback by her sister's haste to depart, as she had intended for Qin Jingru to bond more with Hiyuju, possibly changing her mind about him. Yet, it seemed her sister was resolute in her decision, convinced that her cousin intended to purchase her, prompting her to leave even faster. With a hurried farewell, Qin Jingru hastily exited the courtyard. Meanwhile, Guodong and Zhang Shuyu did not attend the factory today, opting instead to take a personal day. This day held special significance as it marked Guodong's 20th birthday, a milestone that allowed him to marry. Their application had already been submitted, and today they arrived to register. Upon reaching the street office, Director Wang warmly welcomed them and personally assisted in processing their paperwork. As the head of the street office, Director Wang was well informed. Aware that Guodong had recently been promoted to Deputy Section Chief of the Engineering Department and was soon to assume the role of Director of a new research institute. Such rapid advancement at his age hinted at a promising future. Director Wang was eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with Guodong, not only facilitating their registration, but also expressing his intention to host a lavish banquet to strengthen their bond. However, Guodong declined this offer, having already envisioned a celebration to take place once his small courtyard was completed, preferring to avoid inviting the unsavory elements from the courtyard. The guests he planned to invite were primarily his peers, engineers, as well as Deputy Factory Director Li and the esteemed elders Wang and Chun. Bringing them to the courtyard would feel inappropriate, given its mixed company and potential safety concerns. Thus, hosting the celebration in his own small courtyard seemed far more prudent. Chapter 201: A Serendipitous Encounter at Courtyard. Thanks to Director Wang's direct involvement, the entire process unfolded seamlessly. Before long, Guodong and Zhang Shuyu held their small red booklet in hand. This booklet not only contained their personal information, but also featured a photograph of them nestled closely together. For their wedding photos, they had dressed in their finest attire, appearing as if they had stepped from the pages of a magazine. Although the picture was black and white, it was evident that both possessed striking features. With the booklet carefully tucked in her pocket, Zhang Shuyu felt an exhilarating thrill. From this day forth, she would be Guodong's wife. Though their relationship had already been established, receiving the booklet filled her with indescribable joy. Subsequently, they visited the grave of Gu Mingzhong. Father, I have married Shuyu. I promise to care for her and cherish her well, and I hope you can rest easy knowing this. Guodong spoke solemnly, lighting incense and pouring out a few cups of wine in tribute. Although he had traversed through time, merging with the original owner's memories had fostered a connection to his father. Mingzhong, father, Zhang Shuyu initially wished to address him as Uncle Mingzhong. But now that they were officially registered, she called him father. I have come to visit. Today, Guodong and I have registered our marriage. He treats me very well. You can rest assured, she shared, recounting the recent events to Gu Mingzhong. Brother Gu, we should visit my hometown soon to inform my parents about our union, she suggested after leaving the cemetery. Indeed, but please discuss it with me in advance so I can accompany you, Guodong replied readily. Brother Gu, you are so kind. Zhang Shuyu's eyes sparkled with delight at his words. With a soft smile, Guodong affectionately ruffled her hair. He then took her to Courtyard, deciding against cooking for the day and opting for a fine meal instead. Upon entering the famed restaurant, Guodong wasted no time and ordered a whole roast duck. The server paused, surprised at the request, as a whole duck was typically meant for a large family, not just two individuals. They must be quite affluent, he mused, but he quickly returned to his duties. Soon, a glistening roast duck was presented before them, and both felt their appetites surge at the sight. This marks the first occasion since his arrival in this realm that Guodong is indulging in the exquisite pleasure of Peking duck. Naturally, he is quite exhilarated, for he has just cast a glance towards the preparation area, confirming that the duck is indeed roasted over fruitwood, exuding an aroma that is utterly delightful. Shuyu, do give it a taste, Guodong urged, as he deliberately requested the chef to refrain from slicing the legs, directly handing a whole leg to Zhang Shuyu while inquiring, how does it fare? Delicious, succulent and crispy, Zhang Shuyu exclaimed, her mouth brimming with duck meat, observing her flushed face as she savored the dish. Guodong felt a pang of hunger himself, prompting him to take a bite of duck meat wrapped in a thin pancake along with scallions and cucumber. The duck leg was perfectly balanced in fat and lean meat, yielding a tender and satisfying bite, while the bones were equally delectable. Guodong found the flavor simply exquisite. Who would have thought? We both have quite the appetite, Zhang Shuyu remarked, unable to stifle her laughter at the sight before them. Indeed, we do. Guodong agreed with a nod of affirmation. Just then, Guodong's gaze fell upon an unexpected figure, a young man sporting a half-moon hairstyle and a distinctive mustache. Seated opposite them, also enjoying Peking duck, it was none other than Su Demao. Opposite him sat a rather unassuming girl with two braided pigtails, who was none other than Qin Jingru, the younger sister of Qin Huairu. Well, this is quite intriguing. I never anticipated that, even after my arrival in this world, Su Demao would manage to win over Qin Jingru, Guodong mused, recognizing that he still possessed a certain charm. Perhaps they truly shared a profound connection. as even in the original narrative, despite learning that Su Damao was unable to have children, Qin Jingru remained steadfastly by his side. Even after a divorce, they ultimately reconciled. Thus, there must be some element of fate at play here. Meanwhile, Su Damao looked quite pleased as he regarded Qin Jingru. "So how is it, Jingru? I told you, Shaju is not a good person." Originally, Qin Jingru had intended to return home today, but Su Damao had intercepted her along the way. He could not allow such a wonderful girl to simply return to the countryside without making his intentions known. Qin Jingru replied, her focus unwavering as she tackled the plate of roasted duck. This was yet another delightful dish she had encountered since her visit to Donglishan, and she was soon to return to the countryside, where such delicacies may be scarce. She felt the need to savor this moment. "Jingru, take your time. No one is vying for your food," Su Damao said, observing her ravenous consumption with a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Qin Jingru immediately ceased her enthusiastic eating. She was aware that her manners were lacking, yet she simply could not restrain herself. She was naturally a foodie, unable to resist the allure of delicious food. I admit defeat," Su Damao said with a resigned shake of his head. Who could resist such delectable offerings?" Qin Jingru responded, her spirit lifted. "By the way, Damao, what inspired you to bring me here for Peking duck?" she inquired, looking up at him. "Because I like you. Ever since that first day I saw you in the pavilion, I've been enchanted by you," Su Damao confessed, gazing intently at the girl across from him. Qin Jingru was taken aback by Su Damao's declaration, her mind swirling with uncertainty. This was essentially an invitation to enter into a romantic relationship. It had been rendered incapable of fatherhood, effectively a eunuch. Despite her budding feelings for him, she hesitated, recalling how he had treated her to Donglishan on their first outing and now to Quanjude. Such extravagance suggested he was not of ill character, yet his physical condition posed a dilemma. As Guodong observed Qin Jingru's indecision, he couldn't help but reflect on Su Damao's considerable appeal, evidenced by his rapid entanglement with her. However, it was also predictable that Qin Jingru's hesitation stemmed from the complexities of Su Damao's situation. "Shuyu, do you see Su Damao is here as well?" Guodong redirected his attention to Zhang Shuyu. "Really?" Zhang Shuyu inquired with curiosity, glancing towards the pair and quickly recognizing the girl beside Su Damao. "That's Qin Jingru, sister of Qin Huairu," Guodong clarified. That explains why she seemed familiar," Zhang Shuyu responded, enlightened. At that moment, Su Damao seemed to be saying something to Qin Jingru, causing her to move closer to him. An idea sparked in Guodong's mind. He discreetly took a small duck bone and flicked it toward the area just below Qin Jingru's navel. "Jingru, let me tell you, although I cannot bear children, I do have a respectable job. Don't let my current position as a cleaner fool you. I assure you, no one in the factory can operate that projector as well as I can. It won't be long before the manager reinstates me as a projectionist. When that happens, my salary will be 35 yuan and 50 cents a month. Plus, I often go to the countryside, where matchmaking events yield plenty of food. Once, I was even gifted a hen. Just think, my income will increase significantly. You must be wondering why I could treat you to Donglishan and now to Quanjude. It's because I've always maintained a high salary and rarely spent money. In fact, I was once a capitalist. My family was quite affluent and frequently aided us. Since starting work, I have hardly spent any of my earnings. So, Jingru, let's be together. Marry me, and I promise you shall never want for food or drink." Su Damao pressed on, seizing the moment. Hearing Su Damao's words, Qin Jingru felt her heart flutter. She realized he was indeed a commendable man, and more importantly, she longed to escape the hardships of rural life and embrace the comforts of the city. Sensing her hesitation, Su Damao continued, "Jingru, a girl as wonderful as you shouldn't remain in the countryside. You deserve to enjoy the urban lifestyle. While I may not be able to have children, that simply means our living expenses will be lower. Our lives will be more comfortable. And if you genuinely desire children, we could adopt from an orphanage, raising them as our own and ensuring they care for us in our old age." A smirk crossed Su Damao's face as he concluded. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope sparked in Qin Jingru's eyes. Whether his feelings were genuine or merely a ruse, she found herself swayed. "Damao, I agree," she exclaimed, caught up in the excitement of the moment. However, just as she began to speak, a sudden sensation in her abdomen interrupted her, causing an uncontrollable release of gas. A loud sound echoed throughout the restaurant, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, including Qin Jingru herself. What on earth was that? Su Damao exclaimed in utter disbelief, having anticipated a response from her, but instead met with an unexpected auditory interruption. What was the meaning of this? Is it to imply that one is merely indulging in nonsensical thoughts, or is it to suggest that one's utterances resemble the sound of flatulence? Moreover, why does this flatulence possess such an unbearable stench? The foul odor was so overwhelming that it nearly drove him to despair. Su Domao racked his brain in confusion, unable to fathom why Qin Jingru, a young lady of repute, would emit such a noxious fart. At last, Qin Jingru realized her predicament. Covering her derriere, she fled outdoors, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide in. She felt utterly humiliated, as if she had brought shame upon herself. Today was indeed a day of misfortune. Jingru, where are you running off to? You haven't answered me yet. Su Damao observed Qin Jingru's hasty retreat and hurriedly settled his bill to pursue her. Ding. Received 50 points for audacious actions. Current total, 330. Hearing the voice of the system echo in his mind, Guodong nodded in satisfaction. Brother Gu, you are quite mischievous, remarked Zhang Xiyu, turning with a hand over her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment, torn between laughter and decorum. Moments before, when Guodong had picked up a duck bone, she had speculated on his intentions, never anticipating such a turn of events. Guodong shrugged, feigning innocence. Xiyu, do not speak frivolously. How can I be deemed mischievous when I am merely assisting Su Damao? His eagerness is misplaced. If he rushes into courting, how could the young lady possibly consent? I merely wish for them to temper their enthusiasm and spend more time together to understand each other's feelings. With that, Guodong burst into laughter and took his leave. Watching his carefree figure depart, Zhang Xiyu could no longer contain her mirth. Meanwhile, Su Damao chased after Qin Jingru with all his might, calling out incessantly, Jingru, wait for me. Yet no matter how fervently he shouted, Qin Jingru chose to ignore him. Oh my, why is that girl running so fast? He pursued her to the end of the street, only to see her receding into the distance. Su Damao abli hatet, gasping for breath, muttering complaints. It was only when the sound of footsteps faded that Qin Jingru finally slowed her pace. She felt utterly mortified, having promised Su Damao only to embarrass herself in such a manner. Surely, he would think her ill-mannered and perhaps even repugnant. With such a blunder, her hopes of being with Su Damao seemed all but lost. All Qin Jingru desired now was a quiet place to weep and release her pent-up frustration. On another note, after Guodong and Zhang Xiyu departed from Quanjude, they ventured to the Diamond department store. Today was, after all, a momentous occasion for registration, a day that called for new attire and some additions to the household. Thus, Guodong and his companion embarked on a shopping spree. Afterward, they returned to the Sihiyuan laden with their purchases, as they had not given much thought to their bicycles earlier in the day when visiting the cemetery. They had left them at the street office. Being public property and guarded, they had no fears of them being stolen. However, upon their return to retrieve the bicycles, they discovered a small figure crouched in front of Guodong's bike. Chapter 203. Bonging attempts to steal my belongings. Watch as I set my dog upon you. Having successfully moved out from Yi Zhonghai's residence that morning, Bonging was in high spirits as he set out to play. With no school to attend, he wandered aimlessly down the streets. His family was no longer as affluent as before, and he now received a mere 3 cents as pocket money daily. A stark contrast to the 10 cents he once enjoyed. 3 cents hardly sufficed for indulgence. Thus, Bonging spent the day meandering, seeking opportunities to procure something to eat. Since his previous stint at Yi Zhonghai's home, where he was forbidden from taking things without permission, he had grown somewhat rusty in his pilfering skills. As he ambled about, he unwittingly found himself at the street office. Spotting a bicycle at the entrance, he initially paid it little mind. However, upon recognizing the license plate, he suddenly realized it belonged to Guodong. He had long harbored intentions to teach Guodong a lesson by tampering with his bicycle. Yet, being in the courtyard where it was parked, surrounded by people and Guodong's formidable presence, he had refrained from acting. Now, with fewer onlookers around, the moment seemed ripe for mischief. He discreetly observed for nearly half an hour, and upon confirming that no one was around, he felt assured that Guodong was not present. Thus, he moved closer, intent on executing his plan. His objective was clear, given that this was the entrance of the street office, where people occasionally came and went. Removing the bicycle wheels would be too conspicuous and likely to attract attention. Instead, he aimed to steal the valve caps, which could be easily twisted off and taken without raising suspicion. He could feign picking something up if caught. Furthermore, these valve caps held some value, fetching 1 or 2 cents at a repair shop. If he managed to acquire 2, he would have enough pocket money for a time. With determination, Bonging swiftly approached the bicycle. However, as fortune would have it, he was spotted by Guodong, who had just returned. Yet Guodong did not immediately confront him. After all, capturing him would only lead to a few months in a juvenile detention center, which would be too lenient a punishment. Earlier, while arriving, He had encountered a stray dog named Ah Huang, a pitiful creature that had seen better days. Starving and emaciated, Ah Huang had grown somewhat streetwise over time, able to comprehend a few human words. Guodong devised a plan to have Ah Huang teach Bonging a lesson, as if summoned by the thought. Ah Huang appeared before him. Guodong retrieved a piece of pig head meat from a shopping bag and tossed it in front of the dog. Ah Huang, I will give you this meat if you help me bite someone. Upon hearing this, Ah Huang, though not fully understanding, lifted its head, sniffing the enticing aroma of the pig head meat. It seemed delicious, yet upon glancing at the man before it, it wagged its tail and returned to savor the meat it had been given. Guodong did not expect it to fully grasp his words. After Ah Huang finished the first piece, he waved another in front of its nose. Having just tasted the duh at that moment, an excited bark echoed behind him. Turning around, he beheld a large golden retriever charging towards him, its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Under normal circumstances, he would harbor no fear of this dog, as it was a familiar sight, one he encountered daily, and there had been no reports of it being aggressive. However, today his nerves were frayed, as he was already anxious about not being discovered. The sight of the drooling dog, with its eyes radiating an unsettling glow, was utterly terrifying, as if it were intent on devouring him. Consequently, he fled in terror, instinctively darting towards the courtyard. The golden retriever, having caught sight of the pork head, was frantic. Witnessing this individual carrying away its coveted treat only spurred it on to pursue him relentlessly. The man was fleeing for his life, with the dog hot on his heels. Ultimately, the golden retriever caught up with him and sank its teeth into his backside. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to howl in agony. He felt a chilling sensation as if a piece of flesh had been torn from him. Yet he understood that stopping was not an option. Doing so could very well lead to his demise at the jaws of the golden retriever. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he pressed on, finally managing to reach the safety of the courtyard. Unable to contain himself any longer, he collapsed onto the ground, howling in distress. His pitiful cries roused the attention of the Yin siblings, who rushed out to see the commotion. Upon seeing him rolling on the ground, they couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude, as his reputation in the courtyard was far from favorable. Each household had suffered at his hands, and had it not been for their numerous family members constantly around, they might have also fallen victim to his mischief. However, as they observed him further, they noticed something was amiss. Blood was seeping from his lower body, and the flow was increasing alarmingly. The siblings hurried closer to investigate, and what they discovered left them aghast. His lower half was drenched in blood, and it appeared that his most prized possession was missing. The sight left the Yin brothers trembling, instinctively squeezing their legs together. Quick, go inform Qin Huairu. It was Yuli who first regained her composure. Chapter 204. The dog has bitten off his treasure. Qin Huairu, come quickly. Your Bangwa has been bitten by a dog. It seems like his treasure is gone. Upon hearing his wife's words, Yin Jieqing dashed to the central courtyard, just as Yi Daqing arrived to collect money, with Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu also present. Ha, bitten by a dog? Is it serious? Let's hurry and take a look. Yi Zhonghai's spirits soared at the news of Bangwa being bitten, considering it poetic justice for the trouble he had caused that morning. This was surely divine retribution. He couldn't suppress a laugh, but his mirth attracted the attention of others. Realizing he was in public, surrounded by many, he quickly composed himself and amended his statement. Qin Huairu was likewise startled by the sudden news, and she and Yin Jieqing rushed towards the front courtyard, seeing the distress etched on Qin Huairu's face. He Yuzhu disregarded his father He Daqing's presence and bolted after her, even outpacing her to reach the front courtyard first. When the group arrived and beheld Bangwa's dire condition, apart from Yin Jieqing, the others gasped in horror. Bangwa had succumbed to unconsciousness, his face pale and contorted in pain, his body curled up with cracked, dry lips that looked grotesquely terrifying. Qin Huairu quickly knelt beside him to inspect the damage, only to find that his lower half was empty. Frozen in shock, she sank onto the ground, overwhelmed. Bangwa, my Bangwa, how could this happen? What sin have we committed? Her sobs echoed through the air. Since the death of Jia Dongxiu, her thoughts had solely revolved around her child. Although she had temporarily entrusted him to Yi Zhonghai, it had merely been a stopgap measure, a means to secure a better home for Bangwa during this time. She was confident that once her mother-in-law, Jia Zhang, was released, she would reclaim Bangwa without lifting a finger. She had always believed that her daughter would eventually marry, but only Bangwa could remain by her side, providing support in her old age. She had even harbored hopes of Bangwa growing up, marrying, and giving her grandchildren. Yet now, all those dreams lay shattered. Such a commotion inevitably drew the attention of the neighbors, who emerged to witness the spectacle. Upon learning the details, they were left utterly astounded. Poor Bangwa. At such a tender age, he had been rendered a eunuch. If Qin Huairu's unborn child turned out to be a girl, would the Jia family be left without heirs? They shuddered to think of how Jia Zhang would react upon her return from prison, discovering the calamities that had befallen her family. Seeing Qin Huairu in distress, He Yuzhu felt a pang of panic and hurriedly reassured her, "Sister Qin, do not worry. Someone has gone to fetch a doctor. He will be here shortly. Everything will be fine." Yet, despite his encouraging words, he harbored no real confidence. After all, the precious part was gone, taken away by the dog. And whether it could be reattached remained uncertain. For now, he could only offer comfort to Qin Huairu. Yes, the doctor might still be able to help. "Zhuzi, could you assist me in finding that dog?" At He Yuzhu's words, Qin Huairu snapped back to reality, urgently inquiring. All right, I'll go look for it right away. Don't worry, there will definitely be a solution." With that, He Yuzhu turned and hurried towards the entrance. Surprisingly, He Daqing did not prevent him from leaving, perhaps moved by the sight of Qin Huairu and her childless plight. Only Yi Zhonghai wore a facade of sorrow, seemingly mourning Bangwa's loss of his manhood. Yet inwardly, he reveled in glee. Another family was now bereft of heirs, while he had been the target of ridicule just a day prior. How would they mock him now? Regardless, he was still capable in that regard, while He Yuzhu, Su Damao, and Bangwa would likely find their futures uncertain. The thought filled him with delight. However, some pretense was still necessary. "Yin Jieqing, while Zhuzi is out searching for the dog, you need to carry Bangwa to the hospital," Yi Zhonghai commanded with authority. Yin Jieqing did not hesitate to refuse. "No way. Last time, Lu Guangtian kindly took Jia Dongshu to the hospital, and it nearly turned into a murder case for them. I don't want to end up like that." Helping to notify Qin Huairu to come see her son was already the extent of his assistance. Seeing Yin Jieqing defy his orders left Yi Zhonghai feeling powerless. His standing in the courtyard had diminished significantly, and no one was willing to heed his commands any longer. Fortunately, at that moment, He Yuzhu returned from outside. In his hand, he held a grotesque object. "Sister Qin, I found it. I found it," He Yuzhu exclaimed excitedly, and then handed the item to Qin Huairu. Upon receiving it, Qin Huairu discovered that the head was missing, leaving only a mass of blood and flesh. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. It turned out that Ah Huang had taken a bite, but found it foul-smelling and discarded it by the roadside. He Yuzhu happened upon it while walking along the path. With Qin Huairu unconscious, chaos ensued among the onlookers. Fortunately, a few kind-hearted neighbors came forward to assist, ensuring that Qin Huairu and her son were taken to the hospital. When Guodong and Zhang Shuyu returned, they fortuitously encountered a large group of people making their way into the distance. Upon inquiry, they learned that Bang Gung had lost his vital part to a dog bite, a revelation that surprised both of them, particularly Guodong, who had merely intended for the dog to nip at Bang Gung's behind as a lesson, never anticipated that Ah Huang would so decisively sever his manhood. It was an unexpected turn of events. "Haha," Guodong could not help but chuckle. Zhang Shuyu also displayed a gleeful expression, thinking of the mischievous child, who was bound to face repercussions sooner or later. Meanwhile, when Qin Huairu awoke, she found herself in a hospital bed with He Yuzhu by her side. "Zhuzi, how is Bang Gung? What did the doctor say?" The first thing Qin Huairu asked upon regaining consciousness was about Bang Gung's condition. He Yuzhu sighed. "The results are still uncertain. However, the doctor mentioned that the chances of recovery are slim. Sister Qin, you must prepare yourself." Overwhelmed with sorrow, Qin Huairu began to weep upon hearing his words. In Chapter 205, a microcosm of automated production unfolds. Throughout the day, Qin Huairu remained vigilantly by Bang Gung's bedside, watching helplessly as his condition deteriorated. Once plump and healthy, Bang Gung now appeared pallid and frail, his lips devoid of color. After examining him, the doctor shook his head, indicating that the severity of Bang Gung's injuries left little hope for recovery. Hearing the doctor's assessment, Qin Huairu felt utterly despondent. She was at a loss for how much more grief she could endure. With her husband, Jia Dongshu gone, now her son faced life-threatening peril. She no longer dared to wish for Bang Gung to return home safely. All she could do was pray for divine mercy, hoping that he would survive. On the other side, after Guodong and Zhang Shuyu returned home, they tidied up briefly before preparing dinner. Zhang Shuyu headed to the kitchen, while Guodong made his way to the main room, ready to engage in a round of prize draws. "System, I would like to draw. Request from the host received. Currently, there are 430 points available for 4 draws. Would the host like to continue?" "Yes." As the electronic sounds of a fruit machine play, ding. "Congratulations, the host has won a breeding gift package. Would you like to open it immediately?" "Oh, a breeding gift package? Just what I need for resources. He decided to open it. Request from the host received. Please wait a moment. Ding. The package has been opened. Congratulations. The host has received 20 calves, 10 males and 10 females. 20 piglets, 10 males and 10 females. 20 sheep, 10 males and 10 females. 30 chickens, ducks, and geese each, 15 males and 15 females. 50 tilapia fry, 50 yellow river carp fry. 50 Yangtze knife fish fry, 50 Nanyang lobster fry, 50 tuna fry, 50 soft-shelled turtles, 50 Christian carp fry, and 50 flower carp. Staring at the lengthy item list, Guodong was utterly astonished. It truly was a substantial gift package. However, his small world was currently limited in size. If he placed all these creatures inside, it would become exceedingly cramped, especially with the pigs, cows, and sheep. He pondered how to manage this situation. After much contemplation, he realized he could only leave them for now. It was not feasible to bring them into the outside world. Fortunately, he could adjust the flow of time inside, allowing him to slow their growth until he expanded the space. The only challenge would be accommodating the various species according to their living conditions. Otherwise, mixing marine and freshwater fish would lead to disaster. Thankfully, adjusting these conditions was merely a matter of thought, making it a manageable task. Soon, Guodong had everything arranged. System, continue the draws. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn a small world upgrade card. Guodong looked at the new item, feeling both bemused and relieved. His only grievance was that he wished he could have drawn the space upgrade before acquiring the breeding items, as he had just organized everything. Now, he would have to do it all over again. Would you like to use the small world upgrade card immediately? Just as Guodong was contemplating, the system's mechanical voice echoed again. Use it, use it. What else would I do with it? He waved dismissively. Upgrading the small world, please wait. Ding. Space upgrade successful. Your small world has expanded 5-fold from its original size. The host should check it out. As the system's prompt concluded, Guodong immediately focused his mind and entered his small world. Now, the water-based small world spanned 10 acres, which was quite considerable. Unlike the outside world, he could maintain the grass in a constant state within this space. Even if the animals grazed, the grass would regenerate quickly, eliminating the need for them to roam endlessly. Additionally, the air quality was excellent, alleviating concerns about toxicity or other hazards. Guodong then manipulated the land within his small world, creating small hills for the cows and sheep to move about comfortably. He also optimized the river, dividing it into 2 sections, one for freshwater and another for seawater, allowing for the rearing of different aquatic species. Furthermore, the space now boasted modern machinery to facilitate better animal husbandry. After pressing the automation button, a mechanical system sound echoed throughout the space. Configuring automated breeding technology, please wait. A moment later, the system issued another prompt. Configuration successful. The host's small world will gradually become electronic. The host can enable automatic feeding, weeding, pest control, and harvesting devices, greatly enhancing the automation level of the small world. Would you like to activate these immediately? Yes, enable weeding, pest control, and automatic feeding, Guodong replied. Weeding and pest control were currently paramount, as the fruits he had previously planted were beginning to grow. Without proper management, some might spoil. Automatic feeding would also significantly lighten his burden. For the animals, this place was a paradise, free from predators and abundant in food. Guodong worried that apart from the pigs, the other animals might not grow fat enough, ultimately depriving him of their delectable meat. Thus, these 2 tasks were of utmost importance. The rest could be managed gradually. Received host instructions, deploying automatic weeding, pest control, and feeding devices. Please wait. Shortly thereafter, the system provided another update. The automatic weeding and pest control device, along with the automatic feeding apparatus, has successfully initiated its autonomous operation. The host may now accelerate the exploration of this miniature world to observe the operational effects. Upon receiving the notification, Guodong promptly approached nearby. Indeed, the automatic weeding and pest control system, as well as the automatic feeding mechanism, had been fully activated. Witnessing this, Guodong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With the assistance of these devices, the maintenance of this miniature world would be considerably less arduous. He gazed into the distance, contemplating that, should this continue, perhaps one day this small world could genuinely evolve into a veritable paradise. The mere thought evoked a flutter of excitement and anticipation within him. Of course, the most significant aspect was that he would likely no longer have to worry about sustenance. Currently, resources were rather scarce, unlike in future times when express deliveries would allow for swift access to goods from all corners of the country. Chapter 206. semiconductor technology, and biochemical technology. The lottery continues. After organizing his miniature world, Guodong immediately immersed himself in the lottery once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Comprehensive Guide to Semiconductor Technology. A comprehensive guide to semiconductor technology? This is indeed a valuable asset, for in this era, the nation's semiconductor technology has developed relatively well, especially as other countries are only just embarking on their journey. Only the United States holds a slight edge. If memory serves, the 1960s marked a period of rapid advancement in the semiconductor industry. Just 2 years prior, in 1960, the first laser was manufactured. The advent of laser technology laid the groundwork for subsequent photolithography techniques, which are pivotal in the fabrication of integrated circuits. In 1962, Texas Instruments in the United States introduced the first commercial integrated circuit chip, the TMS 1000 microprocessor, heralding the official birth of integrated circuits. 3 years later, in 1965, Gordon Moore famously articulated Moore's law, predicting that the integration density of integrated circuits would double every 18 months. It was not until 1969 that Intel released the world's first commercial microprocessor, the 4004, marking the dawn of the microprocessor era and enabling the widespread proliferation of electronic products such as computers. By the late 1960s, MOS, metal oxide semiconductor, technology gradually supplanted epitaxial technology as the mainstream method for integrated circuit manufacturing. Following the standard trajectory, the nation should formally establish its first-generation semiconductor key laboratory in 2.5 years, in 1964. If he could expedite this timeline, the country's semiconductor technology would not fall too far behind. Moreover, the reasons for the subsequent lag in the nation's development, aside from human factors, can be attributed to 2 significant issues. The first is the imposition of technological and material blockades. At that time, semiconductor materials were essentially impossible to produce domestically, heavily relying on imports. Following the onset of technological blockades, the lack of material supply naturally hindered further development. Additionally, both the United States and the Soviet Union were intent on preventing the emergence of a competing superpower in this region, suppressing the nation's material resources and thereby stalling its technological advancement. Although this issue was eventually resolved in the future, progress would not manifest for many years. Another critical reason was the nation's initial adoption of the Soviet developmental model, which emphasized theoretical research and laboratory development while underestimating the importance of production application, leading to certain misconceptions. However, the present scenario is markedly different. With the assistance of this comprehensive guide to semiconductor technology, the acceleration of the nation's semiconductor industry would surely be more seamless. Moreover, the guide meticulously catalogs various semiconductor manufacturing processes, theoretical knowledge, and crucial apparatuses, enabling the nation to avoid unnecessary detours and minimizing challenges in the production application phase, as long as the content is thoroughly understood. The production of qualified semiconductor products would represent a substantial leap forward. Particularly, if integrated circuits could indeed be produced, the pace of development would far exceed the standard timeline, providing resources for more research institutions and universities to explore, thereby collectively advancing the nation's technological progress. If all goes well, within the next 2 to 3 years, the nation's semiconductor industry could experience a modest resurgence, although there would still be a disparity compared to the development pace of the following decades. It would nonetheless mark the crucial first step. Through this 2 to 3 year development period, the semiconductor industry could attain an initial scale. More importantly, it would instill in the nation a genuine understanding of the significance of the semiconductor industry. If this importance is recognized, subsequent investments should be more abundant. In such a case, over the coming years, the semiconductor industry could not only further develop and expand, but also begin to shift the national mindset of prioritizing theory over application. Once this paradigm shift occurs, the nation's technological advancement would truly embark on the correct path, no longer fixating solely on laboratory research while neglecting the importance of industrialization. If he could facilitate an early transition in this perspective, the future development would undoubtedly be smoother. Achieving this would render the value of the comprehensive guide to semiconductor technology immeasurable, playing a critical role in the nation's technological progress. Thus, receiving the comprehensive guide to semiconductor technology elated Guodong immensely. He pondered how to maximize the utility of this guide to rapidly propel the nation's semiconductor industry forward while also strategizing his entry point. Ultimately, he resolved to commence with a numerical control system, Currently, the touch control machine tools still rely on telegraph machines. So he could initially produce some integrated circuits for use in numerical control systems. Continuing with the lottery, Guodong felt a surge of joy upon acquiring this item. His spirits lifted considerably. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a comprehensive collection of biochemical laboratory tools and accompanying materials. A comprehensive collection of biochemical laboratory tools? This is a rather specialized item. Guodong's understanding of biology is not profound, let alone biochemical experimentation. However, he is quite familiar with chemistry, given his background in the sciences, which has provided him with a solid foundation in this area. The comprehensive collection of biochemical laboratory tools should encompass a variety of specialized experimental instruments and reagents. Although he may not be entirely acquainted with them, possessing this material would certainly facilitate any related experiments he wishes to undertake. The key lies in comprehending the various experimental principles and procedures, such as those utilized in cell culture, along with the necessary instruments and reagents. While current biotechnology has begun to take shape, it remains exceedingly underdeveloped compared to future standards. Should he truly master these tools and innovate some new technologies, he might emerge as a leader in the field of biology, advancing the entire realm of biotechnology. Of course, this endeavor would require time, certainly not an overnight affair. Nevertheless, he now possesses excellent introductory materials for study, which will likely become one of his future career paths, endowing him with a new identity as a biotechnology expert. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by the voice of Zhang Shuyu. Guodong, dinner is ready. Upon hearing the call, Guodong composed himself, tidied up the materials at hand, and opened the door. After a simple dinner, he heard Yin Bugue ringing the gong, summoning everyone to a courtyard meeting. Guodong made a point of bringing out a watermelon, sitting alongside Zhang Shuyu on a small stool in the corridor, enjoying the fruit. Chapter 207. The dismissal of Yi Zhonghai and the selection of a new steward. The purpose of gathering everyone today is, in fact, to address two matters. We shall first resolve the initial issue. It is indeed Yi Zhonghai, our esteemed third master. Whether he shall continue to hold the esteemed position of the caretaker is a matter that requires our deliberation. As individuals began to gather, Lu Haizhong, with a protruding belly, stood before the eight immortals table, adopting an official tone. Everyone is aware of the numerous disturbances Yi Zhonghai has caused at our hospital recently. Not only has he caused uproar within our premises, but he has also stirred quite a commotion at the factory. First, he damaged machinery, ascending to the rank of a first-class fitter, and just a few days ago, he once again broke a machine, resulting in his immediate dismissal. Fearing that some may be ignorant of these events, I felt it necessary to inform you all. Lu Haizhong then recounted the various incidents that had transpired at the factory involving Yi Zhonghai. While many were aware of his expulsion from the factory, the specific reasons and occurrences remained unclear to most. Thus, when Lu Haizhong elaborated, everyone listened with rapt attention. In addition to the factory troubles, Yi Zhonghai's conduct within the courtyard has also been rather unsavory. Time and again, he has been found in the cellar with Yi Yuzhu and Qin Huairu, engaging in dubious activities. Although justifications were eventually found, I believe everyone harbors their own suspicions regarding the truth of the matter. In light of his numerous indiscretions, I contend that he is no longer fit to serve as our courtyard's caretaker. Therefore, I propose that we expel him and appoint a more agreeable individual in his stead. After making his statement, Lu Haizhong surveyed the room for dissenting voices. Throughout this process, Yi Zhonghai remained with his head bowed, his countenance ashen, refraining from voicing any opposition to Lu Haizhong's remarks. He understood well the adage that when a wall falls, it is the crowd that pushes it. At this juncture, his words would garner no support, not even from his previous strongest ally, the deaf old lady. His attempts to intimidate old Lady Long had resulted in a near-complete estrangement between them. Seeking her aid in his defense now seemed utterly hopeless. Moreover, his once formidable ally, Yi Yuzhu, had effectively severed ties due to issues surrounding alimony. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had become a pariah. Thus, he chose to remain silent, fully aware that no one would heed his words. He had anticipated this outcome, and thus had no desire to engage in a debate. I concur. As soon as Lu Haizhong finished speaking, someone immediately echoed his sentiment. Agreed. I support this. With each representative voicing their agreement, the atmosphere gradually quieted. Only Yin Bugue remained, wearing an inscrutable expression, seemingly pondering some issue, and delayed in making a statement. Is there a problem, old Yin? Or do you have a different opinion? Lu Haizhong inquired, noticing Yin Bugue's reluctance to express his stance. The two had previously reached an understanding, It was unlikely that Yin Bugue had suddenly changed his mind. Oh, it's nothing. I agree as well, Yin Bugue replied, momentarily taken aback before continuing. In truth, he was merely posturing. Following the courtyard assembly that evening, he could now be regarded as the true leader of the courtyard, relishing the feeling of authority. Since no one voiced any objections, the resolution passed smoothly. Yi Zhongkai, with a cold huff, retreated to his dwelling. After all, having been dismissed, remaining in the courtyard would only serve to further humiliate him. Attending future gatherings was of no concern. As he departed, Lu Haizhong felt an immense sense of triumph. Yi Zhonghai had dominated him for over a decade, and with each misfortune that befell Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong's satisfaction grew. Yin Bugue, too, wore a smile as he observed Yi Zhonghai's exit. He prided himself on being exceptionally fair. Regardless of which neighbor he mediated for, he maintained an even hand. Unlike Yi Zhonghai, who would consistently show bias in matters concerning the Jia family or Shaju. Particularly during the incident where Shaju had stolen a chicken, it was Yi Zhonghai who had taken the lead, leaving Yin Bugue feeling quite disgruntled. Thus, this evening, he felt he had finally avenged himself. Furthermore, with Yi Zhonghai stripped of his caretaker title, he would no longer have a say in the courtyard's affairs. Well, the first issue has been resolved. Now, let us address the second matter. Who shall be appointed as the new mediator, our courtyard's new caretaker? Lu Haizhong gestured for silence, then continued. After consulting with Old Master Yi, we have decided to recommend Su Damao for the position of the new mediator. Su Damao is a man of integrity and has resided in the courtyard for over a decade, so everyone is familiar with him. What do you all think of appointing him as our caretaker? I oppose. Lu Haizhong had scarcely finished speaking when He Yuzhu eagerly interjected with a rebuttal. Upon hearing dissent, all eyes turned toward He Yuzhu. What do you mean by that, He Yuzhu? Lu Haizhong demanded, his anger flaring at He Yuzhu's interruption. Anyone can serve as caretaker, but Su Damao cannot. He Yuzhu replied earnestly. Su Damao's grandson is younger than me. If he becomes the caretaker, that would place him a generation above me. He is taking advantage of me, and I will not agree to it. Laughter erupted in the room at He Yuzhu's absurd reasoning. Initially, everyone had expected He Yuzhu's objection to be based on a legitimate concern, but his justification proved to be quite peculiar. Lu Haizhong's expression darkened. Shaju, do not cause trouble. We are selecting a mediator. Age is secondary. You can simply refrain from calling him Old Master. That is even less acceptable. Su Damao cannot even manage his own family's affairs. How could he possibly oversee the courtyard's matters? What if he causes trouble? He Yuzhu insisted resolutely. Many in attendance nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Su Damao had only recently gone through a divorce and had yet to resolve his own family's issues, thus lacking the qualifications to manage the courtyard's affairs. Upon hearing He Yuzhu's comments, Su Damao's expression darkened. However, he refrained from further discussion. He could hardly contend with He Yuzhu alone. And with He Yuzhu's family, now comprising 3 members, he felt even more powerless. Most importantly, He Daqing was a formidable individual, and Su Damao had no desire to provoke him, so he remained silent. Then tell me, Shaju, who do you think would be suitable for the mediator position? Lu Haizhong inquired, his tone growing increasingly harsh as He Yuzhu continued to interfere. Of course it should be me. He Yuzhu patted his chest in confidence. You? Lu Haizhong interrupted, incredulous. So you oppose Su Damao's appointment as caretaker simply so you can take on a role yourself? Is that correct? Before He Yuzhu could respond, Lu Haizhong derisively cut him off. Indeed, Shaju, such a notion is utterly ludicrous. It is perfectly acceptable to oppose Su Damao, but you cannot do so merely because you wish to assume the caretaker role for yourself. If that is the case, it would be better to let Su Damao take the position, as there is little difference between you two. Yin Bugue chimed in sarcastically. Or are you still half asleep, Shaju? Should we find someone to wake you up? Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue engaged in a back and forth, denying He Yuzhu any opportunity to speak. After making this remark, Lu Haizhong cast a glance at the distant Guodong. In this courtyard, if there was anyone Shaju feared, it was undoubtedly Guodong. Lu Haizhong aimed to use Guodong to intimidate Shaju. In his perspective, Guodong and Shaju harbored animosity towards one another. Thus, he would undoubtedly oppose Shaju assuming the role of the steward. Me? Look at me now. I'm indulging in watermelon. If I were to urinate, what if he finds it sweet? Perhaps we should consider someone else. Upon hearing Lu Haizhong mention his name, Guodong hastily waved his hand in refusal. Lu Haizhong. He Yuzhu? The residents of the courtyard? No, what I meant was, what is your opinion on this matter? I didn't mean for you to wake him up. Lu Haizhong quickly added. Oh, you were asking for my perspective. I thought you were suggesting I wake him up. Gu Guodong finally comprehended. Ding! Received 50 points for clever maneuvering, total accumulated 80. Upon hearing Gu Guodong's words, the crowd was left in a state of disbelief. He Yuzhu's face turned an alarming shade of green, as if he had indeed been splashed. However, he dared not take any action, merely glaring furiously at Gu Guodong. Noticing that everyone was awaiting his stance, Gu Guodong promptly cleared his throat and stated, I believe there is no rush for Sha Zhu to take on this role, nor should we grant it to Su Damao. Have you heard of a probationary period? Let us appoint a temporary steward for now to assess suitability. If deemed appropriate, we can formally elect someone. Otherwise, we shall continue searching for candidates. In any case, let us take our time. This indeed seemed a viable approach. Lu Haizhong nodded in agreement and turned to the others. What do you all think of Guodong's suggestion? The plan to nominate Su Damao as the steward had now been rendered null and void. The only course left was to heed the will of the people and allow them to elect someone. I concur, it is worth a try. It's certainly better than directly appointing Sha Zhu. Very well, let us elect a temporary mediator for the time being. Any recommendations? Lu Haizhong inquired. I suggest Master Wang from the front courtyard. He is a decent man. Master Wang is too lenient to manage the affairs of the courtyard. Moreover, he is from the front courtyard, and the position we are filling is for the central courtyard. He is likely unfamiliar with its matters. How about Master Li? His straightforward nature and traditional approach make him a suitable candidate for mediator. Master Li could indeed work, everyone responded. Shall we give a try? Lu Haizhong asked. Sounds good to me. If it's temporary, Master Li would be a commendable choice. Seeing that the majority agreed on Master Li, Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue decided that, given the consensus, Master Li would serve as the temporary mediator of our courtyard to evaluate the arrangement. Wait. Everyone has misunderstood my intention. I hadn't finished my statement. What I meant is not that I will be the steward, but rather that my father should be. Look at me. His age is suitable, and he has lived in the courtyard for many years, albeit having been away for a while. Now that he has returned, he is perfect to take over Yi Zhonghai's position. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu rushed to intervene, as the discussion was swiftly nearing a conclusion. He had originally intended to recommend his father, He Daqing, for the steward role, but had been interrupted by Lu Haizhong and later was infuriated by Gu Guodong, completely forgetting his initial proposal. After He Yuzhu concluded his remarks, an unexpected silence enveloped the courtyard. Yin Bugue nearly spewed his tea, while Lu Haizhong wore an expression of utter astonishment. Goodness, appointing He Daqing as the steward would be catastrophic. Yi Zhonghai, for all his faults, possesses a veneer of decorum and cares for his reputation, often conducting his affairs discreetly. However, He Daqing is a ruthless individual. Should he become the steward, chaos would surely ensue. The entire courtyard would be turned upside down. As he contemplated opposing this notion, someone else beat him to it. Yi Zhongkai, who had retreated to his room, had been discreetly observing the unfolding events. Upon hearing He Yuzhu's recommendation of He Daqing for the steward role, he can no longer remain seated. He burst forth, exclaiming, No, I oppose. No one should allow him to take on this position. Yi Zhonghai pointed at He Daqing, his voice rising in indignation. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue, taken aback by Yi Zhonghai's sudden appearance, stood momentarily in shock. He Daqing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was now displeased at Yi Zhonghai's outburst against his potential stewardship. Hey, you old doggy, why do you oppose me becoming the steward? Yi Zhonghai was incensed by He Daqing's audacious reference to him as old dog. He had always been held in high esteem within the courtyard, and although his reputation had waned, no one had ever dared to treat him with such disrespect. On that particular day, He Daqing had called him old dog out of anger, which could be forgiven. But for him to do so again today was an affront too great to bear. He could no longer contain himself. Shouting, he raised his cane to strike He Daqing. Seeing his father about to be assaulted, He Yuzhu rushed forward to protect him. Elder Yi, what are you doing? Do you intend to strike someone in broad daylight? He Yuzhu chastised, positioning himself in front of his father. I am indeed going to strike someone. With that, Yi Zhonghai swung his cane towards He Yuzhu's head. Yin Bugue and Lu Haizhong quickly intervened to intercept Yi Zhonghai's strike, causing the scene to devolve into chaos. Meanwhile, Gu Guodong and Zhang Shiyu delightedly enjoyed their watermelon. Watching the spectacle unfold, one cannot help but remark that the dramatic nature of life surpasses that of any performance. It is no wonder that art is often said to stem from life. Chapter 209, The Power Supply Issue. In the engineering department office of the steel mill, Gu Guodong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Vice Director Li had just approached him with a grave issue. The power supply was insufficient. Previously, most operations were manual, with only the steel rolling machine requiring electricity, thus the power supply had been adequate. However, since he had designed CNC machinery and some semi-automated equipment, the demand for electricity had significantly increased. During this time, Vice Director Li had already requested an increase in power supply from higher authorities. Considering the importance of their current equipment, they had allocated the maximum possible power supply, which could no longer be augmented. If they wished to manufacture new equipment, generating electricity would necessitate their own solutions. Though he had contemplated this issue previously, it had not been pressing due to Vice Director Li's request for additional supply, which had sufficed. He had not anticipated the current power shortage. Nonetheless, this was not insurmountable. Based on his current knowledge, generating electricity with sufficient resources would be relatively straightforward. After a morning of reflection, he had devised two preliminary plans. The first involved utilizing the factory's boiler for power generation. The factory already possessed a boiler. It merely required reconfiguration. By incorporating a steam turbine and generator set, they could establish a miniature thermal power plant to provide supplementary electricity. He had even formulated a modification plan, which included enhancing the existing boiler's thermal load to increase steam production and pressure, as well as installing economizers and waste heat recovery devices to improve boiler efficiency. This could potentially elevate power output by 30 to 50. If fully implemented, it would effectively resolve the short-term power shortage. The primary concern with this plan was the coal supply, as the boilers primarily relied on coal as fuel. Fortunately, this did not present a significant obstacle. Given the efficiency gains anticipated from the modifications, it should be feasible to secure a portion of industrial coal from the upper management. The second plan revolved around photovoltaic power generation. Although solar power technology was not yet fully developed in this era, it had begun to advance. In this era, photovoltaic power generation predominantly relies on monocrystalline silicon solar cells, which possess an efficiency ranging between 6 to 8, necessitating a substantial amount of silicon materials. The primary raw material for solar cells is high-purity monocrystalline silicon. However, the current production of high-purity silicon in our country is relatively low and entirely dependent on imports, rendering material-related issues particularly challenging to resolve. Nevertheless, in pursuit of future development, Guodong has articulated his ideas into a proposal. This entails establishing a domestic high-purity polysilicon production line and conducting research on silicon material refining technology to achieve the production of domestically sourced high-purity silicon materials. He has also drafted an improvement plan for solar cells. The enhanced process for monocrystalline silicon solar cells could elevate conversion efficiency to approximately 15. If a novel metallic silicon solar cell is developed, efficiency could potentially reach 20. Regarding silicon extraction, he has proposed a method utilizing infrared light heating technology to purify low-purity silicon materials, subsequently producing high-purity polysilicon ingots that meet solar cell requirements. Once this technology matures, a dedicated solar cell production line could be established, wherein high-purity silicon ingots would be cut, polished, and doped to manufacture nickel silicon or metallic silicon solar cell panels, which would then be assembled into solar cell modules for installation. This proposal presents considerable challenges, primarily due to the limited funding available domestically. In comparison, coal remains a more cost-effective energy source. However, there is no immediate rush. Guodong envisions his research institute as a pilot project, initially securing a portion of silicon materials to generate the necessary power for his institute. If successful, this would capture the attention of higher authorities. And once the economic situation improves, this technology could be vigorously developed. The photovoltaic industry, however, may not be ideal for the current population of rabbits, as their numbers are excessively high, and relying solely on photovoltaic power would fall short of meeting the demand. Nonetheless, this technology is indeed highly sought after abroad, where environmentalism thrives. Once the market opens, it could be monopolized for profit, yielding foreign exchange. Within a mere morning, Guodong meticulously drafted both proposals, detailing the required resources, personnel allocation, challenges, and timelines for completion and normal operation. When he presented this proposal to the leadership at the Ministry of Metallurgical Industry, the response was one of astonishment. "Guodong, did you write this?" The leader inquired, visibly impressed. "Yes," Guodong affirmed. "Excellent work, Guodong," the leader commended. He had not anticipated Guodong to harbor such innovative thoughts in the realm of electricity. If this endeavor were to succeed, it would not only alleviate the power shortages faced by power plants, but also significantly advance scientific and technological progress. Most importantly, if this proposal were to succeed entirely, many factories could adopt it in the future, making it undoubtedly worthy of attention. After a thorough examination of Guodong's proposal, the leader, well acquainted with the specifics of the steel rolling mill situation, concluded that the first proposal was more feasible. This approach would minimally impact the existing boiler facilities while yielding sufficient power generation to meet their needs. In comparison to the second proposal, the first presented fewer challenges. Moreover, according to Guodong's description in the first proposal, a modest request for industrial coal would suffice to address the fuel issue. Conversely, the second proposal posed significant challenges in terms of materials and technology, as current photovoltaic efficiency remains relatively low, necessitating extensive solar cell arrays to generate adequate power, which would entail substantial alterations to the factory. Although the second proposal considered the future prospects of the photovoltaic industry, its current implementation seemed overly ambitious. Thus, the leader deemed it prudent to first execute the first proposal to resolve the immediate power concerns, considering the incorporation of the second proposal later. Once the domestic photovoltaic industry matures, efficiency improves and costs decrease. He also endorsed Guodong's idea of using the Research Institute as a pilot project and promised to expedite the procurement of the necessary silicon materials. However, as per the usual protocol, all designs crafted by Guodong would need to be submitted to the Ministry of Industry. Guodong harbored no objections to this, recognizing that he would eventually need to submit them regardless. The timeline was merely a matter of a few days' difference. Given the leader's willingness to assist him, Guodong decided to share all pertinent information, thereby reducing the necessity for future trips. Chapter 210, Research and Development of Solar Panels. Guodong. Everything you requested has been delivered and is now in the independent workshop. On this particular day, as Guodong arrived at work, Deputy Factory Director Li sought him out. Oh, that was quick. The speed exceeded Guodong's expectations. He had anticipated it might take a week. To his surprise, everything had been arranged in just 2 days. Thank you, Director Li. I will head over immediately. After acknowledging, Guodong proceeded to the independent workshop, where Professor Lin and his senior colleagues were busy, gathered around the newly delivered items. Guodong, what are you planning to create this time? An engineer inquired as he approached Guodong. I am preparing something special for our research institute, Guodong teased. He then walked over to the wooden crates and opened them all. The first batch of smaller crates contained silicon wafers, which are essential components in the production of solar panels. The second batch of larger crates housed glass panels, each approximately 1 square meter in size. The subsequent crates contained copper wires and similar materials. Lastly, the final batch comprised batteries, specifically lead-acid batteries, the most common and mature battery technology of the time. These batteries utilize lead and sulfuric acid for electrochemical reactions, providing relatively high power and density, albeit with a relatively short lifespan. However, this limitation was unavoidable, as high-power batteries were essential for electricity supply. Observing these materials, Lin Wenba's eyes sparkled with understanding. Guodong, you intend to create solar cells, don't you? Yes, Professor. I have applied for the necessary materials, and moving forward, our research institute will utilize solar energy storage batteries for power supply. We will also initiate a new project focused on the development and application of photovoltaic technology. Upon realizing that a student had guessed correctly, Guodong no longer concealed his intentions and shared everything with Lin Wenba. The professor's expression turned to one of pride as he listened to Guodong's account, marveling at the young man's ingenuity. The surrounding senior colleagues looked equally astonished. They had only heard of such technology, but had never encountered it firsthand, let alone at their research institute. They were also somewhat bewildered. Had they not all studied mechanical manufacturing? How could he be delving into solar panels? Was it possible that they weren't all studying the same curriculum? Or had Lin Wenba given him special guidance? Yet, that seemed implausible, as they recalled that Lin Wenba also specialized in mechanical manufacturing. Logically, he should only have been familiar with the concept. The only reasonable explanation was that this was knowledge Guodong had acquired independently. Upon contemplating this, a wave of admiration washed over everyone. This junior brother is truly remarkable. Not only did he graduate early, but he also managed to self-study an impressive array of subjects. If the same were to be applied to them, they would hardly have sufficient time, as the intricacies of mechanical manufacturing alone had consumed the majority of their time and energy. Guodong, it appears you have made significant progress during this period. Upon hearing the teacher's commendation, Guodong quickly responded with a humble smile. You flatter me, teacher. All right, do prepare to enlighten us. Guodong wasted no time, gathering the necessary raw materials, such as silicon chips, copper wires, and glass panels. He first laid the copper wires on the glass panel, then soldered approximately 20 silicon chips onto it, finally connecting the wiring at the back. After half a day's preparation, the solar panel was assembled. Guodong allowed everyone to take a distant glance at the finished product. They were all astounded that such a glass panel could generate electricity. It was simply miraculous. Lin Wenbo, fully aware of the workings of solar panels, was nonetheless taken aback by witnessing it firsthand. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Guodong, you are truly the pride of our engineering department." The senior students looked on with envy, realizing that among their peers, someone had already achieved such impressive results. It was evident that they would need to redouble their efforts to avoid being left behind by this prodigy. "Thank you, teacher. But this is merely a product of my spare time research and hardly qualifies as a significant achievement," Guodong humbly remarked. "Enough with the modesty. You are the first to accomplish this. That alone speaks volumes," Lin Wenbo generously praised. "When you have the time, please elaborate on the solar panel manufacturing process so we can broaden our horizons." "Of course, I have detailed steps and precautions to share," Guodong readily agreed. The group was delighted at the prospect of swiftly learning this cutting-edge technology. They had indeed come to the right place. "Guodong, please provide us with a detailed explanation this evening. We will diligently study in hopes of reaching your level soon," they all chimed in unison. "All right, it's settled then. Now, let's test the efficiency of this solar panel," Guodong declared as Deputy Factory Director Li arrived. Gazing at the completed solar panel, he expressed his astonishment. "Is this the solar panel you mentioned in your report? Can such a device provide sufficient electricity for our steel mill?" "Indeed, this is the solar panel, though this small piece alone cannot supply our full energy needs. If it receives sunlight all day, it could generate about 2 to 3 kilowatt hours, Guodong explained. 2 to 3 kilowatt hours. Guodong's understated remarks startled Deputy Director Li. They typically used less than that in a day. With such a device, would they not be exempt from electricity bills in the future? Not that they were particularly burdened by the cost, but rather, this technology was a remarkable showcase. "Don't worry, Director Li, if I have any surplus, I'll give you a piece," Guodong said with a knowing smile. "Ha ha, then it's settled." Deputy Director Li chuckled joyfully. Upon receiving the solar panel, he eagerly took it home to install, looking forward to impressing family and friends. "Now, let us proceed with the test." Guodong led everyone outside the independent workshop. He enlisted 2 workers to carefully carry the solar panel outside and set it in the sun. Chapter 211. Astonishing Power Generation. Technical Instruction. "First, let me demonstrate the power generation effect of the solar panel," Guodong announced, positioning the solar panel at an angle on a stand. He then connected jumper wires to one end and linked the other end to a meter to display the generated electricity. It was the peak of noon, the sun's rays at their most intense. "In a moment, we will clearly see how many microamperes this solar panel can produce per second," Guodong briefly explained. The crowd held their breath, eager to witness the marvelous device in action. Glancing at the meter, Guodong exclaimed, 300 microamperes? How can it be so high? Initially, he had anticipated a lower output of around 100 microamperes from such a small panel, yet the actual reading exceeded expectations at a remarkable 300 microamperes. The onlookers were left speechless. Such a diminutive glass panel could produce such a powerful current. It was truly incredible. "Guodong, the efficiency of your solar panel is astounding," Lin Wenbo couldn't help but praise. Typically, achieving this efficiency from solar panel of such small dimensions is exceedingly challenging. "Thank you, teacher. I invested considerable effort in the development of the solar panel, which accounts for its higher efficiency," Guodong explained. The high efficiency was also attributable to the superior quality of the silicon chips used. Recognizing the importance of quality, the leadership had procured a portion of high-grade silicon chips from various universities for research purposes. However, the current battery quality was not yet optimal. Even with good efficiency, there would still be losses once it reached the battery stage. Subsequently, Guodong meticulously detailed the solar panel manufacturing process and the associated precautions. Lin Wenbo and several other engineering students diligently took notes and posed numerous questions. Although this technology was avant-garde, the principles were not overly complex. The key was to grasp the essence and critical points. Guodong patiently addressed their inquiries and repeatedly demonstrated the process, ensuring that everyone had a solid understanding of the technique. Ultimately, they succeeded in broadening their horizons as Lin Wenbo had hoped. It is worth noting that such advanced technology would typically take much longer to learn at other institutions or research facilities. They had mastered it in merely a short span, a feat made possible by Guodong's selfless dedication. With the assistance of these seniors, the remaining solar panels were soon manufactured. During this time, Deputy Director Li and some workers thoroughly organized the top of the independent workshop, as it would soon house a substantial array of solar panels. If the area were too cluttered, a strong wind might inadvertently damage the solar panels. Days later, through collective effort, the solar panels sufficient for the steel mill were finally completed. Guodong, all the solar panels have been installed. Our independent workshop is now fully powered by solar energy. An excited engineer rushed into the office to report. That's fantastic. Our electricity expenses will significantly decrease now. Guodong, your new design is incredibly practical. Director Li beamed with delight. At last, we resolved our electricity issues. In just a few days, they had manufactured numerous components, and the remaining CNC machines would soon be completed. Our research institute must vigorously develop in the field of new energy. This is an essential area for future competition. As long as we master the core technology and maintain rapid development, we may have the opportunity to become leaders in this domain. Lin Wenbo spoke with excitement. Indeed, the technology of new energy is currently in a phase of rapid advancement. Solar energy generation is merely one avenue among a plethora of technologies worthy of our exploration. It is hoped that the Research Institute will make significant strides in this domain in the future. Guodong also expressed his concurrence, acknowledging that there remains vast potential for development in the realm of new energy. Other avenues still to be explored include wind, hydro, and geothermal energy, among others. Of course, those discussions are for another time. For now, it is imperative to expedite the revitalization of the steel industry. After attending to matters at the steel mill, Guodong seized an opportunity to visit Wang Lao. He had frequented this military research institute less often lately, primarily occupied with production line issues aside from routine weekly inspections. With some leisure time finally at hand, Guodong decided to pay a visit to Wang Lao. Upon arriving at the institute, he found the same group of technicians present, diligently engaged in the design of various new firearms. Their focus was largely on expansive developments. The 81 series firearms that Guodong had previously provided had now officially entered production, and it was estimated that a comprehensive replacement of this equipment would occur shortly. During his inspection, he came across an intriguing item, a two-section tracked vehicle. He recalled that he had answered a question about this during a recent examination. To his surprise, he encountered it here. Could it be that the exam paper was specifically designed for their own purposes? It seemed highly probable. Typically, an engineer of level 8 would not delve into such matters. The appearance of the two-section tracked vehicle elicited a knowing smile from Guodong. The swiftness with which Wang Lao and his team had shifted their focus was impressive. In the past, the military-industrial sector had prioritized the development of major strategic weapons, often neglecting practical equipment like this. Now, there was a growing recognition of the importance of defensive measures and logistics in localized warfare. After all, much of our country's terrain remains overly complex, with an alarmingly extensive border. In coastal regions, access is relatively straightforward, with well-developed transportation networks allowing trucks and trains to reach any destination. However, to the west, northwest, and southwest, the terrain is predominantly mountainous and harsh. Without specialized transport vehicles, logistical support to these areas will be nearly impossible. The most pressing concern arises from threats emanating from the southern neighbor. Should the plateau region fall entirely under their control, we would be faced with a direct assault on our hinterland, a significant threat. Thus, it is imperative to act swiftly. Having perused recent newspapers, Guodong was aware that tensions had escalated. According to the original timeline, action was anticipated shortly after the National Day celebrations. Therefore, it was crucial to expedite the production of at least one vehicle prior to the festivities. Even a single unit would greatly facilitate the transportation of supplies. Consequently, Guodong immediately joined their research efforts. Chapter 212, Hinge-type two-section tracked vehicle. Adhering to a pragmatic philosophy, Guodong first contemplated the critical component of the two-section tracked vehicle, the hinge connection mechanism. The hinge must support the weight of both sections while withstanding the various stresses generated by vigorous motion, necessitating careful consideration of materials and structural design. After calculations, Guodong selected a specialized steel alloy as the primary material and proposed a novel multi-link structure that provides both strength and a degree of shock absorption. Given the technological constraints and resource limitations of this era, the materials chosen for the tracked vehicle primarily consisted of various steel alloys and ferritic alloys. Ferritic alloys, being lightweight yet highly resilient, were an optimal choice. To withstand the harsh environmental conditions, the surface required stringent galvanization. Additionally, to prevent excessive weight from compressing the tires against the ground, micro-adjustments were necessary. The multi-link structure utilized the characteristics of the segmented vehicle to enhance stability. with the interior walls of the compartments designed for sealed partitions and a spiral structure to bolster firmness. Crucially, the internal facilities of this compartment could maximize airflow, thereby reducing overall weight. This design garnered the approval of several technical personnel. After repeated validations, the structure was finally solidified. Guodong's craftsmanship surpassed that of anyone present. Although they possessed considerable experience, they lacked innovative thinking, which had ensnared them in a quandary. His arrival undoubtedly opened a new realm of possibilities for them. Particularly following practical testing, Guodong's judgments and experiences proved remarkably accurate, providing them with direction and dispelling their confusion. Under Guodong's guidance, they succeeded in designing a prototype of the two-section tracked vehicle. Guodong was quite pleased with this achievement. Although some details still required refinement, the progress was commendable. Ultimately, the most crucial component remained: the engine. The primary options for the engine were various high-power diesel engines. While gas turbines offer high power density, their costs are prohibitive, and their pod space is considerable, rendering them unsuitable for the current technological level. Thus, diesel engines emerged as the preferred choice. Although turbocharged diesel engines have advantages, the complexity introduced by the turbo and high-pressure fuel systems proved impractical with the existing manufacturing capabilities. Consequently, a naturally aspirated, air-cooled diesel engine was selected. Considering the immense power requirements of the vehicle, a 12 or 16-cylinder V-type or inline four-stroke diesel engine with power ranging from 600 to 1,000 horsepower was deemed necessary. After multiple discussions with the research team, a viable design plan was solidified. The vehicle's chassis adopted an integrated welded structure, with the front and rear sections connected via a coupling and large spherical hinges, allowing for a tilt and rotation of 0 to 45 degrees. The track system utilized steel plates to replace rubber tracks, incorporating retractable track segments at the connection points to accommodate axle distance variations. The engine comprised two V12 diesel engines driving the front and rear sections, synchronized through couplings. The transmission system was also divided, utilizing parallel shaft transmissions to achieve a maximum speed of 50 km per hour. Steering was accomplished by adjusting the track speeds, allowing for independent or synchronized maneuvering of the front and rear sections. The hydraulic system included a hydraulic pump, actuators, and hinge locking mechanisms to facilitate vehicle tilting, locking and unlocking of hinges, and braking. The electrical system consisted of two redundant systems, incorporating batteries, generators, and lighting and signaling systems. Ultimately, the vehicle's chassis was constructed from an innovative material base, chosen from a specialized steel formulation by Guodong. This base was meticulously designed by Guodong himself, during which he invested considerable effort in revising the design blueprints. Given the project's substantial metal element requirements, Guodong had also requested access to a specialized metal element reserved to facilitate future production. It could be said that Guodong was the principal architect of the entire design, while the other researchers diligently took notes, many of them encountering such concepts for the first time. This revelation illuminated their understanding, as if they had opened a new door. That evening, at the Liu household, the head of the family remarked that now that Guangfu and Guangtian had grown so much, it was no longer feasible for them to continue living together. Just consider how much money had to be spent on them daily. Perhaps it would be better to find them their own place? After dinner, Aunt Air and Liu Haizhong were engaged in casual conversation, which naturally led to discussions about the children's marriages, drawing upon lessons learned from Liu Guangqi's experience. The two individuals deliberated and concluded that these children would inevitably need to venture out into the world. Rather than delay their departure, it would be prudent to act sooner, thus avoiding a scenario reminiscent of Liu Guangqi, who had emptied his home in a frenzy. Seizing the moment, I hastened to facilitate their exit, thereby alleviating future concerns. However, to send them off, suitable accommodation was imperative. Liu Guangtian's employment situation had nearly been resolved. He had secured a position at the factory as an apprentice. Yet, the prospect of applying for housing remained a distant hope, with no clear timeline for resolution. Ultimately, I would have to take the initiative to find them a place to live. Without proper housing, their chances of finding partners will be severely diminished. I too desired to seek a residence, but the challenge of finding suitable housing was daunting. Liu Haizhong let out a wry smile, stating, if we had a suitable house, we would have already sent them off, and it wouldn't have dragged on to this day. Indeed, that was a valid point. Suddenly, Liu Haizhong's mind sparked with an idea. What's wrong, head of the household? Have you thought of something? In response to Liu Haizhong's words, Aunt Air inquired eagerly. Qin Huairu, she has been dismissed from the factory. Logically, she should no longer reside in that house. We could approach the factory and request that they vacate it. Upon hearing this, Aunt Air found the suggestion plausible. If they could transfer Qin Huairu's house to Guangfu and Guangtian, it would be a twofold victory. She had always regarded Qin Huairu as a poor character, constantly seducing men, be it Shaju or Su Damao, even failing to spare old Master Yi. Such a person did not deserve to occupy a courtyard. And if they could evict her, it would be for the best. This idea is commendable. You should discuss it with the factory personnel tomorrow and see if we can secure it. If we succeed, most of our problems will be resolved. Meanwhile, in the front yard of the Yin family, a similar conversation unfolded. Chapter 213, Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong scheme for the Jia family's house. Are you referring to the Jia family's house? Indeed, Jia Cheng has married and secured a residence. But what about Jia Fong and Jia Kuang? What will they do in the future? They would still have to live with us. It's difficult enough to have them contribute to household expenses, and they always seem to look to benefit from us. If they had a place to live, they could support themselves, thus alleviating the burden on our retirement funds. Yin Bugui remarked, following Aunt San's lead. Originally, Yin Jiecheng had lived at home. It was not expensive, merely requiring his son and daughter-in-law to pay for living expenses, utilities, and various fees, leaving only 5 yuan for their own use each month. Now, however, the couple had received housing and moved out on their own, while Jia Fong and Jia Kuang remained without a stable arrangement. Jia Kuang was still studying, but Jia Fong was on the verge of graduation. If he couldn't find a job, staying with them would be a waste of resources. Thus, the couple turned their attention to the Jia family's house. If they could evict Qin Huairu, they could allocate that house to Jia Kuang and Jia Fong, allowing them to manage their own affairs and even contribute to their retirement fund. This arrangement would certainly be more economical than having them live at home. However, even if we evict Qin Huairu, the house belongs to the factory. The factory is unlikely to grant it to us. Aunt San initially felt elated by the proposal, but quickly regained her composure. That is why I plan to ask old Lu to join in the application to the factory. Perhaps we will succeed. Yin Bugui devised a compromise. Old Lu would apply, as his 2 sons were also concerned about housing. They could partition the house, giving each family half. That's a splendid idea. Aunt San agreed immediately. The next morning, Yin Bugui intended to consult Lu Haizhong about the matter. Perhaps if they approached the factory together, there might be hope. Securing the house would be a long-term solution, providing peace at home and substantial savings in expenses. They would only need to offer occasional living expenses. As for Huairu, Yin Bugui had not considered her at all. After all, their family lacked a male presence, and she had been dismissed from the steel mill. How could she possibly qualify to continue residing in the courtyard? Such individuals should not inhabit housing provided by the factory. All right, you must see old Lu first thing tomorrow. If we can resolve this, it would be ideal. If we cannot, we shall have to devise alternative plans. We cannot continue to support them without recompense. Aunt San insisted that Yin Bugui speak with Lu Haizhong promptly, emphasizing the need for an early resolution. The longer they delayed, the more complications would arise. If they secured the housing, Jia Fong and Jia Kuang must also be made aware of the necessity of diligence. Otherwise, they should not expect to be accommodated. They needed to understand that one must work for their sustenance. If they could instill a sense of hard work in these 2, it would benefit them greatly. For individuals of their age, enduring hardship now would enable them to stand firm in the future. Absolutely, I shall go tomorrow. Yin Bugui nodded in agreement. She understood the importance of seizing this opportunity, which would facilitate a much easier and more manageable future. Once the 2 children were settled outside, their home life would be considerably more tranquil. There would be no more concerns about them loitering at home, consuming resources, and damaging the household. With this opportunity at hand, it was imperative to resolve the issue swiftly, leading to a reduction in future troubles and allowing for a more peaceful existence. As for how the 2 would fare outside, that was no longer her concern. As long as they could sustain themselves, the objective would be achieved. Today's youth seem oblivious to the value of labor. If they remained dependent on others, they would inevitably become indolent. It was better to encourage them to venture out and witness the world's hardships, ultimately fostering a spirit of perseverance that would lead to future success. Unbeknownst to Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui, Qin Huairu felt devoid of motivation these past few days. Particularly after the incident with Bang Gong, learning of her lost opportunity left her in a state of confusion. She barely ate or drank, and Qin Huairu, observing her distress, felt a pang in her heart but was powerless to assist, only able to offer comfort. Unfortunately, her efforts bore little fruit, and soon she too found it difficult to eat. During this time, He Yuzhu accompanied her to the hospital. Though he could provide no real help, at least he did not add to the chaos. Sister Qin, Please try to eat a little tonight. If you continue like this, your health will surely deteriorate. If you fall ill, what will become of Bang Gong, Xiao Dang, or the child in your womb? He Yuzhu implored, noticing her continued indifference. In desperation, he resorted to his trump card. Upon hearing mention of her unborn child, Qin Huairu's composure faltered. Zhuzi, quickly fetch some bowls and chopsticks to serve me some porridge. And you sit down too. Let's eat together. Seeing the woman he cherished finally willing to eat, he Yuzhu felt a surge of joy, and together they shared 2 bowls of porridge. The following morning, Yin Bugue rose early, eagerly waiting at the door. When he spotted Lu Haizhong heading to work, he hurriedly intercepted him. Uncle, wait a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Oh, old master, what's the matter? Lu Haizhong responded, initially intending to call him Old Yen. However, upon hearing the other party refer to him as second uncle, he had no choice but to hastily change his address to first uncle. Come here, I need to speak with you, he said, attempting to pull Lu Haizhong toward his home. Hey, but I have work to attend to. Is there nothing that can be discussed outside? Lu Haizhong appeared utterly bewildered, as he had obligations at work that day. Any delay would certainly result in a deduction from his pay. Oh dear, just step inside with me first. It's about the Jia family. Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong's heart stirred. He had intended to attend to matters concerning the house today as well. Why was Old Yin mentioning their family? Could it be that they were interested in Qin Huairu's house? Indeed, their children had nowhere to live, and with so many people in their household, it was only natural they would covet Qin Huairu's residence. With this thought in mind, Lu Haizhong promptly decided to accompany Yin Bugue inside to discern his true intentions. Chapter 214, Guodong scheme. Let them tear each other apart. Old Lu, I wish to discuss something with you. Qin Huairu has already been dismissed from the factory, hasn't she? Logically, they should no longer reside here. What do you think about applying to reallocate their house? Yin Bugue suggested while keenly observing Lu Haizhong's expression, eager to grasp his thoughts. Lu Haizhong inwardly acknowledged that indeed, Old Yin harbored intentions regarding the Jia family's property. Oh, Old Yin, even if Qin Huairu cannot live here, it hardly falls to your family. As you're not an employee of the steel mill, Lu Haizhong's eyes glinted, and he swiftly formulated a plan. Even if Qin Huairu were to vacate, it was not for Yan's family to claim. How can you speak like that, Old Lu? My son is also an employee of the steel mill, Yin Bugue retorted. Visibly anxious, he has already been allocated a house, yet our Guangtian hasn't received one. Old Yin, you can forget it. This house is for our Guangtian. Lu Haizhong asserted as he strode forward, his spirits buoyed, for the house ultimately belonged to his family. Yin Bugue stamped his foot in frustration. If I cannot scheme, neither shall you. How is it head of the household? Did second uncle agree? As soon as Lu Haizhong stepped out of their home, third aunt rushed out, impatiently inquiring, what happened? Lu Haizhong refused. He intends to claim the Jia family's house for himself. Yin Bugue replied irritably. Oh, how can they do this? The Jia family's house has 2 rooms. Their home is already so large, yet they covet the Jia family's property. Not considering that we are all cramped in a tiny room. Before third aunt could finish her grievances, Yin Bugue interrupted. All right, since we cannot obtain this house, the Lu family shall not have it either. Come here, I need to tell you something. After giving his instructions, Yin Bugue also left for work. At the steel mill, Guodong was occupied in his office, sketching blueprints. Lately, he had transformed into a relentless drawing machine. Not only did the steel mill require his designs for equipment, but the Research Institute needed his expertise for their 2-section tracked vehicles, and he also had to organize special steel formulas to submit to Old Wang. Just then, Deputy Factory Director Li entered, looking dejected. What's wrong, Director Li? Guodong wondered if something significant had occurred, noticing Li's morose expression. Besides, don't mention it. That Lu Haizhong from the Courtyard came over to the logistics department, claiming the Jia family no longer has a position and should have their house reclaimed. Coincidentally, Lu Guangtian has just entered the factory and is also applying for housing. He wants the Jia family to relinquish their house to them. But how can we ask a pregnant woman like Qin Huairu to move? The underlying reason was that Li Deputy Director had previously experienced the pleasures of Qin Huairu and had been longing for another opportunity. Guodong was taken aback. Lu Haizhong was indeed audacious, seizing the moment to demand housing, essentially cornering Qin Huairu. This Lu Haizhong is quite something. During such challenging times, he still seeks to take advantage of others. What will happen to the child if Qin Huairu, who is pregnant, is left without a home? A technician nearby sighed in agreement. Indeed, this matter is quite delicate. Forcing Qin Huairu out would clearly violate humanitarian principles. Yet, delaying the issue will only invite a multitude of complaints, asserting that since this is factory housing, how can she continue to reside here without employment? It's truly a dilemma, lead deputy director lamented, shaking his head. Although he had promised Guodong to move to the CNC processing center, it was still under construction, and the new personnel for human resources and logistics had yet to arrive. Hence, he remained responsible for these matters at the factory. If mishandled, it could lead to accusations of negligence, so he had to tread carefully. Why not agree to Liu Haizhong's request, but with a condition? Allow him to agree that Qin Huairu can stay temporarily for 6 months until she gives birth, Guodong suggested after contemplating. Of course, this was not an ideal solution. If Liu Haizhong learned that the factory had consented to give him that house, he would undoubtedly rush to find ways to evict Qin Huairu. Once she encountered difficulties, He Yuzhu would surely intervene, leading to a chaotic confrontation. Ding. Received host cunning maneuver value. 40, current total, 120. This plan had merit, as it would at least ensure Liu Haizhong agreed to grant Qin Huairu 6 months before addressing the housing issue. Lead Deputy Director found Guodong's proposal quite reasonable, as it allowed for a 6-month delay to allow Qin Huairu to recover after giving birth before addressing the housing matter. As for what would happen after 6 months, that would no longer concern him. By then, he would no longer be in this position, leaving the mess for the next deputy director to handle. Upon receiving this response, Liu Haizhong was elated. Just as Guodong had anticipated, he was entirely unconcerned about whether Qin Huairu was pregnant and about to give birth. He was already plotting to convene a meeting of the entire courtyard upon returning, rallying everyone to force Qin Huairu out. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu and He Yuzhu had just returned from the hospital. Upon entering the courtyard, they encountered third aunt emerging. Hey, Qin Huairu, wait a moment. I need to tell you something. Qin Huairu halted, looking at third aunt with confusion. Third aunt, what do you need? I'm busy going back to prepare dinner. Oh goodness, what dinner? A major event is about to unfold in our family. Don't you know? Third aunt leaned inconspiratorially towards Qin Huairu. Hearing this, Qin Huairu became even more perplexed. What event? Third aunt glanced around before lowering her voice to whisper. I heard that second uncle is going to the factory today regarding your house. He claims that you are no longer an employee and wants the factory to reclaim your house and allocate it to his second son, Lu Guangtian. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. What? Third aunt? Are you speaking nonsense? How could second uncle do this? He Yuzhu was equally shocked, unable to believe that Liu Haizhong would resort to such measures to seize Qin Huairu's home. Chapter 215. Qin Huairu seeks help. Indeed, such is the tale I have heard, and whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely your prerogative. With that, Sandama turned on her heel and departed, leaving the two in silence. This was Yin Bugui's stratagem. Since Liu Haizhong was unwilling to collaborate with him, he would directly divulge the matter to Qin Huairu. If he could not possess it, then neither should anyone else. Watching Sandama's receding figure, Qin Huairu felt as though her mind might explode. Zhuzi, what should I do? Can you help me? I cannot afford to lose this house. As she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Upon seeing Qin Huairu in tears, He Yuzhu was instantly alarmed. He hurriedly consoled her. Sister Qin, do not worry. We shall find a way to resolve this matter. I will not allow anyone to take away the home that rightfully belongs to you. Qin Huairu nodded, leaning against He Yuzhu's chest, weeping softly. The sensation of her soft form and the faint fragrance enveloped him, igniting a warmth within his lower abdomen. After a prolonged period of dormancy, Zhuzi felt a stirring within him, which filled him with exhilaration. Qin Huairu naturally sensed this. Her curiosity piqued. Hasn't He Yuzhu undergone a procedure? How can he still react? She mused, her pride swelling at the thought that her allure could evoke such a response in him, even after his operation. However, she refrained from any overt actions. She needed to seek additional allies, for relying solely on He Yuzhu was far from sufficient. He Yuzhu helped Qin Huairu back to her residence, and as soon as they entered, she ushered him out. Zhuzi, you should head home now. I will return shortly. If you go back now, who knows what your father might say? All right, Sister Qin, I shall take my leave. Please rest well, he replied. Do not bother with dinner. I will prepare it, and we can deliver it to Bangung together. With that, He Yuzhu exited and made his way home. Once she confirmed that He Yuzhu had retreated to the backyard, Qin Huairu opened the door and approached the house opposite her own. She knocked on Yi Zhonghai's door with urgency. Knock, knock, knock. After a few raps, a gruff voice resonated from within. Who is it? Elder Yi, it is I, Qin Huairu. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Please, may I come in? Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. What trouble had Qin Huairu found herself in now? Hadn't he already helped her resolve her issues with Hidaching? With a puzzled expression, he slowly opened the door to reveal Qin Huairu standing outside. Huairu, what brings you here? Come in and speak. He stepped aside, allowing her entry, and promptly locked the door behind her. Qin Huairu frowned at this. Did Yi Zhonghai fear eavesdroppers, or was there something more sinister afoot? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Yi Zhonghai turned and seized her waist in an embrace. Elder Yi, please release me. It would be utterly embarrassing to be caught in broad daylight, she exclaimed. Ha ha, Huairu, the door is closed. And your aunt has gone back to her family's home. There's no one else here. Why should you be embarrassed? A chill ran down Qin Huairu's spine. She had not anticipated such shamelessness from this old man. How could he lack any sense of decency, especially given his former position of authority? In truth, Yi Zhonghai felt powerless. Ever since their encounter in the cellar, he had developed a taste for her. Each recollection stirred a response within him. Yet opportunities for further encounters had been scarce. Moreover, Qin Huairu's skills were remarkably honed. Despite having borne 2 children, her experience was unparalleled, which brought him immense pleasure. The added advantage of her being somewhat more accommodating than others prolonged their encounters, much to Yi Zhonghai's satisfaction. Elder Yi, I am here for a pressing matter. One of utmost urgency. Qin Huairu forcefully pushed him away. Yi Zhonghai, disheartened, settled onto a stool. Very well, speak your mind. You must tell me this time. Qin Huairu dropped to her knees, gazing earnestly into Yi Zhonghai's eyes. Get up. What on earth is wrong with you? Speak plainly, he urged, helping her to her feet. Elder Yi, Lu Haizhong intends to reclaim my house for Lu Guangtian's use. What? The news shocked Yi Zhonghai to his core. How could Lu Haizhong dare to seize Qin Huairu's home? His expression darkened with rage. Elder Yi, I need your assistance. You must help us, or my daughter and I will be left to fend for ourselves. I only sought your help as a last resort. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to approach you. Very well, stop crying. I will certainly assist you, Yi Zhonghai conceded with a sigh. Thank you, Elder Yi. Wiping her tears, Qin Huairu hastily departed, not wishing to linger lest the old man succumb to his baser instincts. Once she was gone, Yi Zhonghai exhaled deeply. Qin Huairu was indeed a temptress, difficult to resist. He worried that had she remained any longer, he would have faltered. Yet, the matter of the house weighed heavily on his mind. Lu Haizhong had truly overstepped his bounds, believing himself above reproach. Yi Zhonghai resolved to confront Lu Haizhong upon his return from work. The property could not simply be reclaimed at his whim. His determination stemmed from a conviction that the child growing within Qin Huairu was his. He must protect his offspring at all costs. Once the child was born, they could navigate their future as they wished. Until then, he would not allow anything to threaten his dreams. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Hiyuju was intercepted by Hidaching. Zhuzi, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Hidaching inquired sternly. You went out with Qin Huairu again, didn't you? I told you to keep your distance from her and cease all interactions. Why can you not heed my words? Faced with his father's reproachful tone, Hiyuju remained silent, lowering his head as he entered the house. Zhuzi, say something. Father, I need to tell you something. Summoning his courage, Hiyuju revealed his recent reaction to Hidaching. What? Is this true, Zhuzi? Initially, Hidaching believed that after the procedure, his son would no longer be capable of such responses. But now, if he could still react, did that not imply there was hope yet? Chapter 216. Are Qin Huairu and Hiyuju seeking a marriage certificate? Father, it is true. I'm not deceiving you. You must believe me. I would never fabricate such a matter. I know you do not wish for me to marry Qin Huairu, but I genuinely care for her. You have seen that other girls do not regard me. She is a widow, and I have a sliver of a chance. Hearing Hiyuju's words, Hidaching pondered for a moment before letting out a heavy sigh. Very well, since this is your choice, I will not stand in your way. However, you must remember that Qin Huairu is not easily manageable. After Hidaching's warning, Hiyuju did not respond with his usual cheer, but instead fell into deep contemplation. Observing his son's silence, Hidaching chose not to speak further. After a prolonged pause, Hiyuju made a momentous decision. He promptly exited to seek out Qin Huairu. Zhuzi, has the meal been prepared so quickly? Upon seeing Hiyuju at her door, Qin Huairu assumed he had come to deliver the meal for Bengong. Not yet, Sister Qin. I have come to discuss something with you. Hiyuju hesitated, his demeanor betraying an inner turmoil, as if he were caught in a web of unspoken words. Qin Huairu, sensing his unease, patiently urged him, if you have something to say, just speak up. If it's appropriate, I will certainly assist you. Gathering his resolve, Hiyuju raised his head, and after a moment of indecision, he bit the bullet and declared, Sister Qin, let's marry. I wish to be with you. Qin Huairu was taken aback by Hiyuju's sudden proposal. She had never contemplated that he would broach the subject of marriage. Noticing her silence, Hiyuju's heart sank, interpreting it as a rejection. With a hint of sorrow, he implored, Sister Qin, I genuinely like you. Please agree to marry me. I promise to take good care of you and our future children. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Qin Huairu felt the weight of his words. Yet, she hesitated, responding, but, Yuju, I'm not a good woman. I'm unworthy of you. Although her lips spoke of doubt, her gaze remained fixed upon him. In response to her rejection, Yuju became increasingly fervent. No, Sister Qin, you are not a bad woman. In my eyes, you will always be the best. You deserve happiness. His sudden intensity startled Qin Huairu, causing her to take several steps back. She had never witnessed such a display from him before. But your father would never consent, she stammered, still conflicted. In truth, she was reluctant to marry Yuju. Perhaps in the past, there had been a glimmer of possibility, but now, with his disability, the prospect seemed dim. Sister, rest assured. My father has already agreed. Once we are married, I promise he will never harm you, Yuju assured her earnestly. Moreover, after marrying me, you need not worry about losing your home. Even if your house is reclaimed, you can always stay with me. Yuju's clever reasoning struck a chord with Qin Huairu, causing her to waver. After all, her current living situation was precarious, and the thought of losing her home loomed ominously. In contrast, Yuju's family owned their residence, ensuring a stable future. Most importantly, with her lack of skills, finding employment was exceedingly difficult. Seeing her indecision, Yuju felt a surge of hope. He pressed on. Sister Qin, you must understand that marrying me will bring you a life filled with care and love. I will cherish you and treat any children we have as my own. His heartfelt promises began to melt Qin Huairu's reservations. Yet, she hesitated, but Yuju, can you? The implication of her question hung in the air. Yuju, momentarily embarrassed, swallowed hard and replied, although I may not be able to perform as before. Fear not, Sister Qin, for I have other means to ensure your satisfaction. What means? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Trust me, I can procure a special remedy from the pharmacy that will restore my abilities, he whispered conspiratorially, glancing around as if sharing a secret. He had heard rumors of a potent concoction available in Gezi City that enhances strength. While uncertain of its effectiveness on himself, he knew he had to convince Qin Huairu of its potential. With a deep breath, Yuju summoned all his determination. Look, Sister Qin, I am ready. Suddenly, her heart raced at the prospect of marrying him. After all, it offered a refuge and affection, whereas remaining alone would inevitably lead to losing her home to the factory. After a moment of contemplation, she finally nodded, conceding, all right, Yuju, I agree to marry you. Yuju's heart soared with elation, and he jumped for joy. Thank you. Sister Qin, you're welcome, Yuju. From now on, I will be by your side. As she smiled and moved closer to him, Yuju felt a rush of emotions and couldn't help but swallow hard. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned in to whisper softly near her ear, causing her to shyly push him away. Yuju, don't be inappropriate. I'm just wanting to hold you. Let us first register our marriage, then we can enjoy our wedding night. Yuju, you're insufferable. Why do you always think about that? Qin Huairu playfully scolded, swatting away his wandering hands. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Yuju noticed her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, making her even more alluring. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he said, Come on, Sister Qin, let us go get our marriage license today. All right. She nodded, and together, they stepped out hand in hand. Chapter 217. Qin Huairu and Yuju obtained their marriage certificate, their unborn child to bear the surname He. Yuju instructed Qin Huairu to wait outside while he stealthily returned home. Taking advantage of He Daqing's unawareness, he retrieved his household registration certificate. Although his father had ceased opposing his relationship with Qin Huairu, Yuju felt uncertain. If his father were to discover the certificate, he might intervene once more, which would be disastrous. Thus, while He Daqing was asleep, Yuju quietly slipped into the house, pocketed his household registration certificate, and hurried back out. Since neither of them was currently employed, they could directly obtain their marriage registration at the community office. Yuju took Qin Huairu's hand and led her to the street office. As they passed the commune, Yuju suddenly halted. What's wrong, Yuju? Qin Huairu inquired. Do you remember, Sister Qin? Our first meeting was right outside the street office. Oh yes, she recalled. His reminder brought back the memory of their first encounter. When Qin Huairu had just married into the courtyard and visited the street office for paperwork, she had coincidentally met Yuju, who was selling goods at the time. At just 15, he was already out on the streets, scavenging. From that moment, he had captured her attention, though she was already married to another. Now, he was finally achieving his long-held desire. Upon entering the street office, they found it to be relatively quiet. Yuju presented his household registration certificate to the clerk. Comrade, please assist us in registering our marriage, he requested earnestly. Certainly, The clerk nodded and began processing their paperwork. Shortly thereafter, their marriage certificate was ready. Staring at the certificate, Iyuju was momentarily entranced, before breaking into a goofy grin. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu beamed with joy at the sight of their marriage licenses. Yuju, we are officially husband and wife now, she exclaimed with delight. Yes, Sister Qin. From this day forth, I am your man, Iyuju solemnly vowed. And you can never bully me again, she teased. I would never dream of it, Iyuju quickly assured her, unwilling to let his new bride suffer any grievances. With their marriage certificate in hand, they departed the office. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qin Huairu did not immediately follow Iyuju into his home. Instead, she suggested that he scout the situation first. If there were no objections from the Qing, everything would be fine. However, if the Qing had any grievances, they were prepared to live independently. Dad, I'm back. Iyuju returned home to find Hida Qing watering the flowers in the yard. Where have you been? Hida Qing inquired, puzzled. I want to get a marriage certificate with Sister Qin. What do you mean by getting a certificate? Hida Qing was utterly bewildered. Yes, Dad, Sister Qin and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. We are now husband and wife. Iyuju exclaimed with excitement. Hida Qing furrowed his brow. Taken aback, he hadn't anticipated that his son would not only express interest in Qin Huairu in the morning, but would also rush to get the certificate by afternoon. Isn't this a bit too fast? Yet, Iyuju remained oblivious to his father's unusual demeanor and excitedly recounted the details of their recent acquisition of the certificate. He concluded, Dad, look, we are now a legal couple. Oomph. Hida Qing snorted coldly, continuing to tend to the flowers. Observing Hida Qing's demeanor, Iyuju felt perplexed, uncertain whether his father was angry or indifferent. Bring that girl from the Qin family over. Just as Iyuju was about to inquire further, Hida Qing suddenly spoke, startling him. Dad, why do you want Sister Qin? Iyuju asked, astonished. When I tell you to find her, just find her. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Hida Qing replied irritably, resuming his task of watering the flowers. Hearing his father's words, Iyuju dared not delay any longer and promptly dashed outside. Sister Qin, my dad wants you to come over. Upon arriving at the Jia family home, Iyuju wasted no time and got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu's heart sank. She was momentarily at a loss as to what this could entail. When it came to dealing with others, she could manage somewhat, but facing Hida Qing, a man experienced in dealings with widows, she felt utterly powerless. Zhuzi, why does your dad want to see me? It can't be anything serious, right? Qin Huairu asked, her face filled with concern. Oh, Sister Qin, you needn't worry. My dad isn't going to blame you for anything. He probably just wants to discuss some matters. Iyuju reassured her. However, deep down, he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, his father's attitude that morning had been quite unusual. Qin Huairu took a deep breath and nodded, following Iyuju back to the He household. Hello, Uncle, you wanted to see me? Qin Huairu greeted with a forced smile. Is it true that you want to get a marriage certificate with my son? Hida Qing asked. Well, Yes, Qin Huairu stammered, her words struggling to flow. She was adept at charming men, yet her tricks seemed utterly ineffective against Hida Qing's scrutiny. The reason I called you here is that I want you to agree to one condition. Hida Qing sat leisurely in his chair, taking a sip of tea. Upon hearing his words, Qin Huairu immediately felt a sense of relief. As long as the condition Hida Qing proposed was not too outrageous, it would be manageable. Uncle, just tell me, and if I can do it, I promise to comply. You assure me you can do it? I want the child in your womb to take the surname He. He will be the child of you and Zhuzi. A glimmer of intensity flashed in Hida Qing's eyes. Qin Huairu's eyes widened in shock. Iyuju was equally stunned for a few seconds. What? Is that so difficult? The Jia family is no longer around. Changing a surname is hardly a challenge, is it? Hida Qing said nonchalantly. This is unavoidable. Iyuju can no longer bear children. Raising another child directly is not a viable option. What if, in the end, they do not recognize him? The safest route is to have the child in your womb take the He surname. If we raise him from a young age, he will belong to the He family and will certainly look after Iyuju in his old age. As for the imprisoned Jia Zhang, Hida Qing dismissed her entirely. After the incidents involving Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady, he had come to understand. In this courtyard, one must be ruthless to survive. As long as you are sufficiently ruthless, others will not dare to provoke you. No, it's not that. It's just that I had already discussed it with Yi Zhonghai. The child is supposed to go to their family after being born. Qin Huairu replied, feeling cornered. Hida Qing frowned. I'll handle the matter with Yi Zhonghai. Chapter 218. Hida Qing's intentions. Guodong rubbed the radio. All right then. After much hesitation, Qin Huairu ultimately acquiesced to Hida Qing's demands. She had completely lost her support if she did not comply with Hida Qing's request. She feared she might not even be able to support herself. While she was aware that this might offend Yi Zhonghai, He Daqing had assured her he would take care of it, leaving her with no reason to oppose. Upon hearing Qin Huairu's agreement, He Daqing's expression visibly softened. The reason he was pressing Qin Huairu to change the child's surname was also because he intended to separate from He Yuzhu. Without the ability to bear children, He Yuzhu was no different from a useless person. He Daqing was not one to squander his wealth on a disabled individual. Thus, rather than wait to be burdened by He Yuzhu in the future, he preferred to seize this opportunity to split the household. However, the division had to happen swiftly. He was unwilling to waste money feeding a dog every year. If he were to separate directly, others might gossip, claiming he had abandoned He Yuzhu. By finding a suitable wife for He Yuzhu and securing a child for him before the split, who could dare to speak ill of him then? Once the separation occurred, all of his future assets would be left to him and the son of the widow Bai. Even the property deeds of the He family would belong to his son. As for He Yuzhu, he could simply be treated as an ordinary relative. After the separation, He Daqing would not concern himself with how He Yuzhu lived his life. With this in mind, He Daqing grew increasingly resolute. This was also why, despite feeling some anger at He Yuzhu's marriage to Qin Huairu, he did not rage as he had in the past, but instead invited Qin Huairu to discuss matters. "Thank you, uncle," Qin Huairu expressed with a look of gratitude. Still calling me uncle?" He Daqing frowned. At his words, Qin Huairu froze. "Thank you, she said. Her face flushed with embarrassment, her head bowed, appearing exceedingly bashful. "Ha, good. This child truly knows how to behave." He Daqing couldn't help but break into hearty laughter. Seeing He Daqing accept Qin Huairu, He Yuzhu finally felt a sense of relief. "Come, you two have married, and I am pleased. I have prepared a gift for you. This house is small. After tidying up, you can move out to live at Qin Huairu's place. It's larger there." He Daqing rose, retrieving 2 red envelopes and handing them to the couple. Upon hearing that He Daqing wanted them to move out, Qin Huairu felt an inkling of something amiss, yet she could not pinpoint what was wrong and could only suppress her feelings. The two accepted the red envelopes and opened them, both astonished. Inside was 100 yuan each. Together, that amounted to 200 yuan. They had not expected He Daqing to be so generous. Grateful for He Daqing's kindness, Qin Huairu and He Yuzhu exited. Once outside, Qin Huairu turned to He Yuzhu, her face a mask of confusion. "Zhuzi, why is your dad suddenly so polite? I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Is he trying to get rid of us so quickly?" He Yuzhu, sensing Qin Huairu's concern, quickly reassured her. "Sister Qin, you're overthinking it. My dad is probably just happy about our marriage and gave us some money as a show of support. As for moving out, it's simply because this place is small and not convenient for our newlywed life." Qin Huairu nodded, seemingly comforted by He Yuzhu's words. Then she extended her hand. "Hand it over." "What?" He Yuzhu replied, utterly perplexed. "The wedding gift. Now that we're married, shouldn't the money be managed by me?" He Yuzhu awkwardly coughed. Sister Qin, I don't have much spare cash on hand. Will you give it or not? Please, allow me to repay you, my dear sister." With a resigned sigh, she produced the recently received red envelope and placed it into Qin Huairu's hands. Observing the substantial envelope, Qin Huairu smiled in satisfaction. Now, that's more like it." Meanwhile, in the factory, Guodong surveyed the various workshops, all diligently engaged in the production of components as per his directives. The data for the solar panels had already been submitted to the Ministry of Industry, and upon learning of their remarkable efficiency, the higher-ups had dispatched a fresh batch of materials, urging continued production of solar panels. Guodong did not decline this request and arranged for his senior colleagues to oversee the manufacturing process. They were quite intrigued by this newly encountered field of electricity, as this technology had the potential to advance their industrial progress further. Plans to nurture several individuals towards specializing in electrical engineering were already in motion, with aspirations to establish a photovoltaic division. However, the scarcity of talent necessitated that individuals juggle multiple roles across various domains until they could gradually expand their workforce. Alongside the materials, a shipment of electrical components arrived, all meticulously prepared at the behest of the higher-ups. Having acquired semiconductor technology, Guodong intended to create a rudimentary device as a practice exercise, a radio. Although a television could also be constructed, the intricacies of cathode ray tubes posed significant challenges given the current equipment. Commencing with radios would suffice, allowing everyone to tune into news broadcasts and gain new knowledge. Staying informed would undoubtedly benefit the collective. Upon examining the components, vacuum tubes, transformers, capacitors, inductors, resistors, oscillators, everything was present and accounted for. He began by crafting the chassis. selecting a wooden board to measure and cut into the top, bottom, front, and back panels, which were then assembled into a hollow casing with screws. Subsequently, he established the board-level structure, arranging the components according to their functions on the wooden board and connecting them with wires to form the FM amplifier board, demodulator board, and audio amplifier board. After securing each board within the chassis with screws and linking the plugs and interfaces to the power supply, he finalized the assembly by connecting the antenna and power source. The moment power was applied, a crackling sound emanated from the speaker. After a brief adjustment, voices from the radio station filled the air. Success. At that moment, Deputy Factory Director Lee, having concluded his own tasks, entered the independent workshop and was taken aback upon seeing the radio in Guodong's hands. This is a radio? He exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. Indeed, Director Lee, this is a radio I just completed, capable of receiving radio signals, Guodong replied. My goodness, Guodong, you've done it. This is truly remarkable. Director Lee stammered in excitement. His astonishment was understandable. After all, they were merely a steel rolling factory, and creating such intricate devices was quite impressive. Chapter 219, Transformation of the Continuous Rolling Mill. Upon hearing the broadcast, Deputy Director Lee nodded vigorously. This signifies that we are making progress. The ability to produce simple electronic products is splendid. Guodong concurred with Lee's assessment. Indeed, my intention is to enable everyone to practice by creating simple electronic products, gradually cultivating interest and talent in this field. As our skills improve, we can consider tackling more complex projects. An excellent idea. Once the production of this batch of solar panels concludes, we can invite those interested to learn how to create basic electronic devices, Lee affirmed. In the future, we might expand this area into a new division. Who knows, we could eventually produce televisions, refrigerators, and similar items like other manufacturers. Yes, we shall proceed step by step. Guodong smiled. For now, we may only be able to create simple radios, but as our technological proficiency advances, I am confident we will produce even more sophisticated products. With Guodong, a highly skilled and innovation-driven talent, on board, Deputy Director Lee felt optimistic about the Institute's future. He silently expressed gratitude for having accepted Guodong's recent invitation to become the director of the CNC Center. Had he missed this opportunity, he knew he would have to wait an eternity to witness the advancement of his career. Just then, a worker rushed in, breathless. Director Gu, there's been a major issue. The drive shaft of rolling mill number 3 has broken, halting production. Other departments are affected as well. Several maintenance workers and engineers are on site, but they are at a loss. They have sent for you. Upon hearing this, Guodong immediately followed the worker to the workshop. The third rolling mill was a critical piece of production equipment. Any downtime would result in significant losses. Other technicians were scrambling to make repairs, but progress was slow due to insufficient expertise. Guodong promptly requested that the spare shaft be brought, but given its weight of several tons, the transport would take time. This delay could lead to immeasurable losses. We need a temporary solution, an engineer suggested. Guodong furrowed his brow in contemplation before proposing. If we can use a motor and a frequency converter to drive the shaft, we should be able to restart the production line. Good idea. Quickly get a 200 horsepower motor and frequency converter. They connected the motor's output shaft to the broken one, and, upon starting the motor, the rolling mill roared back to life. Fantastic. The production line is operational again. Director Gu is truly remarkable. This solution is brilliant. Onlookers marveled at Guodong's ingenuity. While this emergency fix resolved the immediate issue, it also illuminated the inadequacies within the existing equipment. What is the status of the parts for the continuous rolling mill that I previously requested for production? He suddenly recalled, having arranged for their manufacturing earlier. However, most personnel had been reassigned to new projects, leaving only a fraction to continue producing the necessary components. The supervisor from Workshop 3 hurried over. Director Gu, we have produced the majority of the components, with only a few remaining due to their intricate specifications, which have slowed our progress. Which parts are still missing? Bring them to me, Guodong instructed as he moved toward the area where the components were stored. This one, and this one, he pointed out. The supervisor directed the nearby workers to fetch the missing parts while consulting the blueprints. Guodong approached to inspect the components displayed on the shelves and noted that the missing items were merely standard parts found in older machinery. He immediately ordered, no need to procure the remaining items. We shall proceed with the modification of rolling mill number 3, transforming it into the 1,700 millimeters continuous rolling mill I previously outlined. Just then, Deputy Director Lee, who had been following closely, tugged at Guodong's sleeve. It suddenly dawned on Guodong that with Factory Director Yang's return, They were no longer the sole decision-makers. Such a significant modification required Director Yang's approval. At that moment, Director Yang arrived and overheard Guodong's remarks, his brow furrowing in concern. Guodong, we are in a critical phase. Each day the rolling mill is offline incurs substantial losses. Is it not a jest to contemplate the transformation of machinery? However, this remains merely a temporary solution, unsustainable for long. We can either halt operations and await the new axle or repurpose existing machinery to sustain production. The decision falls to you, Director Yang. Guodong shrugged nonchalantly, for the production responsibilities had reverted to Director Yang. Should the tasks remain unfulfilled, the accountability would rest solely on Yang, leaving Gu unscathed. The expression on Director Yang's face shifted rapidly, ultimately culminating in a clenched jaw. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Oh wait, repurposing is acceptable. But the credit for this modification must be attributed to our research institute. Director Yang acquiesced, yet Guodong promptly introduced a new stipulation. This is no laughing matter. The two of us are adversaries now, and I shall not willingly cede credit to another. Upon hearing this, Director Yang's countenance darkened. Guodong was audaciously overstepping, daring to contest him for recognition. Yet he merely cursed inwardly, thinking that what was said was inconsequential. When the time came to allocate credit, it might not be as clear-cut as it seemed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Guodong spoke again. Let us consider this a brief meeting. We should draft a meeting summary. With that, he took a piece of paper and swiftly documented the matter, then handed it over. Now, Director Yang, please sign here. Once you do, we shall commence the modifications. Ding. Received 50 operation points, current total 170. This maneuver made Director Yang feel as though he had swallowed something distasteful. Gritting his teeth, he signed his name, though internally reluctant, for there was no alternative. Should he refuse, the losses from a halted production line would be burdensome to bear alone. Observing Director Yang's reluctant signature, Guodong felt a surge of triumph. Now, all recognition was firmly in his grasp. With this in mind, he promptly instructed, quickly gather your tools. Let us prepare to modify the number 3 rolling mill. Understood. The workers responded, springing into action. Chapter 220. The rolling mill attracts attention. Experts come to visit. Upon receiving the order, the workers immediately set to work. The first task was to dismantle the majority of the old components from the number 3 rolling mill, retaining only the essential mechanical structure and certain stability parts. To expedite the dismantling process, Guodong deliberately dispatched an additional team of technicians to assist. Meanwhile, several workers collaborated to lift the large and cumbersome old components away from the machine, enabling the modification work to proceed smoothly. Next came the adjustment and transformation of the machine's main structure. The columns on both sides of the mill needed extending to accommodate longer working rollers, and the base frame required reinforcement to ensure operational stability. Once the main structure was modified, new parts and components began to be installed in succession. 2 brand new working rollers were hoisted into the machine and precisely adjusted to maintain a specific gap. The feed and discharge chutes were to be dismantled and rebuilt to match the new roller length. The inverter and drive system were critical. The original system needed removal and replacement with a brand new variable frequency drive system. Additionally, the motor and gearbox had to be interconnected to ensure accurate power transmission and roller speed control. The hydraulic and heat treatment systems also required corresponding upgrades to meet the demands of the new rollers. Numerous sensors needed reinstallation and calibration. After completing the installation and debugging of the critical systems, the machine assembly and linkage testing commenced. They repeatedly started and stopped the machine, checking whether each system operated normally, ensuring that vacuum levels, roller gaps, and drive ratios were all in optimal condition. After an afternoon of nearly frenzied labor, just as the end of the workday approached, a brand new 1,700mm continuous rolling mill was revealed. Although the exterior still resembled the original number 3 mill, the internal mechanical structure and systems were entirely new. Once testing began, the new 1,700mm continuous rolling mill quickly showcased its exceptional processing capability. "Good heavens, this speed is astonishing," exclaimed a worker, eyes wide as he watched the rapidly spinning rollers. The mill could produce an extraordinary number of steel plates per minute, at least 3 to 5 times faster than the old mill, as another engineer recorded with a counter. The old mill produced 40 plates per minute. Now, this machine was turning out 200, 5 times faster. The workers exclaimed, gathering around in disbelief, eyes agog. Director Yang was equally stunned by the efficiency. He had merely hoped the new machine would restore normal production speeds, yet had exceeded expectations by a staggering fivefold. All right, no need for such astonishment. Guodong chuckled as he approached. I had long anticipated this rolling mill's speed capabilities. You folks are rather slow to catch on. Keep up with the pace, will you? Guodong appeared unfazed, yet the glint of pride and excitement in his eyes did not escape Director Yang's notice. Now, can we increase production targets? Vice Director Li asked eagerly. Certainly. Let everyone return to work. Both production tasks and output goals must be adjusted accordingly, Guodong replied with a nod. Director Yang stood by, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He had initially believed this unexpected incident would present an opportunity to reclaim some ground. Yet the outcome was utterly unforeseen. Guodong remained the one basking in the accolades. This fellow was astutely calculating, considering every angle. Opposing him had led to repeated setbacks, leaving Yang feeling overshadowed and diminished. Regret and frustration welled within him. Had he not been at odds with Guodong and instead fostered a good relationship, perhaps the factory's achievements would be even more illustrious, and he would not be perpetually in the shadow of another. With a resigned sigh, Director Yang reflected on his short-sightedness. Nevertheless, the machine's smooth operation and significant increase in output provided a temporary reprieve from the immense pressure of unmet production tasks, lightening his mood of fraction. After addressing the continuous rolling mill, Guodong returned directly to his office. Meanwhile, Vice Director Li hurriedly reported the successful completion of the rolling mill to the industrial department via phone. At that moment, the industrial department was preparing to close for the day. Upon hearing Vice Director Li's news, the leaders of the industrial department were taken aback and quickly organized a team to rush to the Hongqing steel plant. This was the nation's first welding-based continuous rolling mill. How could it not attract attention? Especially the experts responsible for mechanical manufacturing were particularly excited, as they had been developing continuous rolling mills themselves, aspiring to replace conventional mills. Unfortunately, due to limited resources, they had yet to discover suitable methods and materials, leaving their ambitions unfulfilled. Now, the Hongqing steel plant had successfully produced the first continuous rolling mill, invigorating these experts. This breakthrough in mechanical manufacturing technology was undoubtedly a groundbreaking achievement. It significantly elevated the domestic level of machine tool technology. This was a historic breakthrough. Due to the unique nature of the continuous rolling mill, the industrial department decided to personally lead a delegation to the Hongqing steel plant to observe and assess its process quality and performance characteristics. The official vehicle of the industrial department traveled smoothly, swiftly arriving at the factory area of Hongqing steel plant. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, several experts eagerly exited, making their way towards the factory entrance. As their figures appeared at the door, they encountered a familiar face. Wenba, long time no see. We meet again. An elderly man, nearly 60, with a face full of wrinkles, thick glasses, and a slightly plump physique, clearly in poor health, approached Lin Wenba, who stood beside Guodong. Haha, old Zhao. It has indeed been a while. Allow me to introduce my student, Guodong. He designed and manufactured this continuous rolling mill, Lin Wenba said, gesturing towards Guodong with a smile. Professor Zhao's expression swiftly transformed into one of astonishment as he meticulously scrutinized Guodong. This venerable gentleman was none other than one of China's foremost mechanical experts, a distinguished engineer nurtured by the state. Guodong, allow me to introduce my old classmate, Academician Zhao of the Academy of Sciences, who oversees matters related to mechanical engineering. Lin Wenba subsequently elaborated. Academician Zhao, it is a pleasure to welcome you to Hongqing for your guidance and insights, Guodong warmly stated as he grasped the elder's calloused hands. The entire encounter left Director Yang feeling as awkward as a marionette, unable to interject. He had initially hoped to forge valuable connections during this visit, yet it seemed that no one bestowed him a glance, leaving him profoundly disheartened. He refrained from following them, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes, lost in contemplation. Chapter 221. Lu Haizhong calls a general meeting. Meanwhile, at the courtyard, following dinner, Lu Haizhong rallied everyone for a general meeting. At the central courtyard, the Jia family heard a series of knocks on the door. Qin Huairu, come out quickly. The meeting is starting, and everyone is here except for you. Annie too called out excitedly from outside. She was particularly enthusiastic about this meeting, having already received word from Lu Haizhong that the factory had agreed to provide them with housing. Although the factory stipulated that they would reclaim the property after Qin Huairu gave birth, and that only half a room would be allocated to them, while the other half would be designated for someone else, their aspirations were far grander. They believed they ought to secure the house immediately, intending to oust Qin Huairu. Once she was gone, the property would rightfully belong to them. As for the factory's claims about dividing the half-room, they would address that when the time came. Until then, it was theirs, and they could all reside together. After all, Lu Guangtian was now an employee at the factory, and they doubted the management would evict him. The Jia family's house was quite sizable, comparable to their current dwelling. Once they moved in, it could easily be divided into 3 rooms. One for Lu Guangtian, one for Lu Guangfu. And the extra room could be rented out or used for storage. Such opportunities were too good to pass up. Upon hearing Annie Tu's call, a sense of dread washed over Qin Huairu. She had prepared for this moment, informing various parties and gathering all the help she could muster. Everyone had expressed their willingness to assist her. Yet, standing at this juncture, uncertainty gnawed at her. Thankfully, even if the house were to be taken away, she could still reside with He Yuzhu, which provided her with some comfort. Sister Qin, do not worry. I am here, He Yuzhu reassured her upon noticing her anxious demeanor. We are a couple now. You should trust me in any circumstance. Rest assured, I will be by your side. Qin Huairu replied softly. Open the door quickly. What are you dilly-dallying for? Annie Tu's voice urged from outside. As the door swung open, revealing He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu, Annie Tu was momentarily taken aback. Why you two? She stammered, pointing at them. He Yuzhu smiled calmly and replied, Sister Qin and I have just registered our marriage today. What? Annie Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. You two are married? By this time, a considerable number of people had gathered in the courtyard, and upon witnessing He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu emerge together, a flurry of whispers erupted. Clearing his throat, He Yuzhu addressed the crowd. Since everyone is present today, I would like to share that I have officially married Qin Huairu. Henceforth, we are family. Silence enveloped the courtyard as his words resonated, leaving everyone in a state of shock, as if they had just heard the most absurd news imaginable. They had not anticipated such a staggering announcement, particularly given that just days prior, Qin Huairu had publicly expressed her disinterest in He Yuzhu. How could the two, who had seemingly been at odds, suddenly be wed? This bewilderment left the crowd's minds in disarray. Lu Haizhong's countenance darkened upon hearing this news. Had it only been Qin Huairu, he might have managed the situation more easily. However, with their marriage, He Yuzhu would undoubtedly become involved in the matter. The complications were mounting. While he did not fear He Yuzhu himself, he was wary of his father, He Daqing. If he could not contend with Yi Zhonghai, how could he face someone even more formidable? At that moment, Yi Zhonghai's expression was equally grim. He could hardly believe that Qin Huairu had married He Yuzhu. What would become of the child she was carrying? They had previously agreed that the unborn child would be his. Now, this unexpected twist left him unable to accept the reality. No, this cannot be allowed to stand, he thought. His cold gaze fixed on Qin Huairu as a nefarious plan began to form in his mind. He could not simply let this go unchallenged. Meanwhile, Yan Bugui wore a smug expression. Lu Haizhong's refusal to collaborate with him had left a grudge in his heart. He had informed Qin Huairu that Lu Haizhong intended to seize the house, and now, with He Yuzhu involved, it seemed that the property was beyond Lu Haizhong's grasp. If you had collaborated with me, perhaps I could have assisted you. Now, however, a cruel smile crept onto Yan Bugui's lips. Let us extend our congratulations to He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu. It appears that love has triumphed, Yan Bugui declared, leading the applause, though his tone was laced with sarcasm. While everyone was aware of He Yuzhu's affections for Qin Huairu, the recent passing of Jia Dongshu and the ensuing tumultuous events had cast a shadow over this union. It was indeed astonishing that they had managed to marry under such circumstances. The courtyard erupted in scattered applause, tinged with mockery. Qin Huairu's brow furrowed deeper, discomfort washing over her. Yet, she chose to remain silent, accustomed to the harsh realities of this courtyard. However, she understood that she must navigate this situation deftly. Otherwise, her standing within the community would become increasingly precarious. Enough with the applause. Let us focus on the matters at hand, Lu Haizhong interjected, his face darkening at the scene. Once the clapping subsided, he continued, Recently, our courtyard has been quite lively, with numerous events unfolding. As the overseer, I cannot stand idly by while things spiral out of control. Thus, I wish to address these occurrences and present some decisions. Lu Haizhong adopted a leadership stance, appearing to embody the role of a diligent official, genuinely concerned for the welfare of the courtyard. Today, I wish to discuss matters concerning Qin Huairu. I hope everyone will share their insights. Chapter 222. Yan Bugui's ultimate betrayal of Lu Haizhong. Recently, our courtyard has witnessed an overwhelming number of events. To speak more specifically, it concerns the matters between Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu. What exactly is transpiring between them? I shall not delve into details, as everyone is already well aware. Lu Haizhong began to speak with a sarcastic tone. Old Lu, what is going on between us? Please clarify. I have declared that I am providing assistance to the Jia family. Are you not aware of their current predicament? Is there anything wrong with helping them? As soon as Lu Haizhong finished his words, Yi Zhonghai stood up in anger and retorted, assisting my grandmother's leg. I am well aware of your trivial intentions. If your aim were truly to assist, why would you only do so under the cover of night in the cellar? Who would believe that? Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's rebuttal, Lu Haizhong inwardly scoffed, his expression revealing disdain. Very well, let us assume you are indeed helping. But what about the death of Dongxiu? How could he have died so abruptly? Moreover, he did not even speak of it, and in the end, he nearly caused Zhu Zi to be arrested. He was merely trying to lend a hand, and yet he ended up being swindled out of 300 yuan. Truly, it is difficult to be a good person. Lu Haizhong continued, clearly intending to sow discord between He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu. Although the couple was married, Lu Haizhong had little faith in the strength of their bond. If he could incite conflict between them, his subsequent plans would unfold more smoothly. I say, second uncle, I have yet to voice my opinion on this matter. Why are you in such a hurry? Truly, the emperor is not in a rush. He Yuzhu interjected, only to falter midway, as he realized he too seemed like a eunuch in this situation. Did he not just insult himself? All right, second uncle, let us speak candidly. What do you intend to do? In the end, it was Qin Huairu who could no longer contain herself, speaking up directly. It was evident that she sought to seize their family's property while shrouding her intentions in pretentious justifications. Truly disgusting. Now, to discuss the matter at hand. It is clear that all these events are related to you, Qin Huairu. To ensure the harmonious development of our courtyard, I propose that you move out immediately. You are no longer an employee of the courtyard. Thus, this house should be reclaimed. I have already applied to the factory, and they have consented to transfer the property to us. Lu Haizhong insisted, urging her to vacate. Having spent considerable time preparing a speech to persuade Qin Huairu to leave, Lu Haizhong's demeanor darkened upon hearing her resolute stance. He decided to abandon pretense and reveal his cards. I say, second uncle, you have gone too far. Qin is currently with child, and yet you wish to drive her out. Do you still regard yourself as human? He Yuzhu exclaimed in anger, rebuking Lu Haizhong. I am acting for the good of the courtyard. If this woman remains, she will inevitably disrupt our courtyard's fortune, Lu Haizhong proclaimed with feigned righteousness. Humph. I spit on that. You're the one who brings misfortune, it seems. Your true motives are selfish, He Yuzhu retorted, leaving Lu Haizhong momentarily speechless. You claim the factory has agreed? Then produce the documents for us to review. I refuse to believe the factory would heartlessly cast a pregnant woman to the streets. He Yuzhu scoffed, regarding Lu Haizhong with disdain. Yes, second uncle, Zhu Zi is correct. If you possess the factory's documents, show us. We are not fools, and your claims are utterly ridiculous. If those documents existed, you would have presented them already, others chimed in, supporting He Yuzhu. Although they were not particularly fond of Qin Huairu, she was undeniably with child. The implications of driving a pregnant woman out of the courtyard would surely invite scorn from others. Thus, they collectively stood in solidarity against Lu Haizhong. Lu Haizhong, witnessing the mockery on their faces, felt his face turn purple with rage. This group, who usually bowed to him, suddenly turned against him in this critical moment. While the factory had tentatively agreed to allow Guangtian to utilize the house, it had not outright stated that Qin Huairu should be expelled. This was merely Lu Haizhong's attempt to seize the property prematurely. As he opened his mouth to argue further, Yan Bugui's voice cut through. Allow me to speak a word of reason. I believe we should recount this matter from the beginning. Yan Bugui's words interrupted Lu Haizhong, silencing him. Everyone fell quiet, waiting for Yan Bugui to continue. I believe second uncle has his reasons for taking this stance, and he must have made a request to the factory. Otherwise, he would not have come here to demand Qin Huairu's departure. However, this action is undoubtedly unscrupulous, so I propose we temporarily relieve Lu Haizhong of his position. Once this matter is settled, we can re-evaluate, for a person without trust cannot stand. In the meantime, I suggest I take over second uncle's duties until this situation is resolved, after which Lu Haizhong may resume his role. What does everyone think? Yan Bugui said slowly. After he finished, he looked around, awaiting responses. Indeed, once Yan Bugui concluded, several people voiced their agreement. I support this. Yes, I also think it's feasible, I agree. Second uncle has acted improperly in this matter. It would be better to have someone more capable manage things. In an instant, everyone rallied behind Yan Bugui. Lu Haizhong trembled with rage, never expecting not only to lose out on the property, but also to be stripped of his position. You all, Lu Haizhong glared, his eyes wide, as he glowered at the crowd. On what grounds do you remove me from my position? I tell you, my authority comes from the street office's appointment. You have no power here. I will speak to the street office. Once they learn of your actions, they will undoubtedly endorse this decision, Yen Bugue replied. You old Yen, you shameless scoundrel. Is it because I did not agree to share the Jia family's property that you have resorted to such underhanded tactics? Lu Haizhong exclaimed in exasperation. Revealing the morning's events. Chapter 223. The courtyard's turmoil, a chaotic scene. What had been a raucous courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Upon hearing Lu Haizhong's revelation, everyone was taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief as they looked at Yen Bugue. They could scarcely believe that he would engage in such sordid behavior. I tell you, old Yen, I, Lu Haizhong, would rather die than collaborate with a despicable person like you, Lu Haizhong declared, relishing the astonished expressions on the faces around him. Yen Bugue, upon hearing Lu Haizhong expose his desire to seize the Jia family's property before everyone, stood frozen, his face flushed with embarrassment and fury, veins bulging on his neck. He had never anticipated that his petty act of vengeance would be unveiled in front of such a large audience. What infuriated him further was that just moments ago, many had supported his ascension to Lu Haizhong's position. Now, they regarded him with scorn and disdain, as if looking at a despicable little man. Lu Haizhong, close your mouth. Who dares to seize the Jia family's house is nothing but your baseless nonsense. You, a disgrace, have the audacity to spread rumors about me. Yen Bugue's hands trembled with indignation. He scoffed. Yen Bugue, spare us your hypocritical facade of virtue. Just this morning, you proposed that our two families share the property equally. Yet now, you resort to such treachery, throwing salt on my wounds. How shameless of you, especially for someone in your position as a teacher. Lu Haizhong, observing Yen Bugue's frantic demeanor, erupted into triumphant laughter. Silence. You shall be silenced. Yan Bugu roared, his fist flying toward Lu Haizhong. Not to be outdone, Lu Haizhong charged forward, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Their fists flew as they exchanged blows. And soon, their children joined the fray. The onlookers in the courtyard stood frozen, uncertain whether to intervene or simply spectate. Their anger towards Yen Bugue's actions was palpable. Just moments ago, they had sided with him, but witnessing his current behavior left them shaking their heads in disappointment. It became evident that Yen Bugue was not the paragon he professed to be. Qin Huairu and He Yuzhu were left dumbfounded. No wonder Annie San had warned them earlier today that Lu Haizhong intended to seize the house. It appeared that Yen Bugue's failed alliance had led him to seek revenge. Observing the chaos, He Yuzhu took Qin Huairu's hand and decided to retreat home. Regardless of the outcome, it was clear that the house would not be seized anytime soon. He also intended to consult factory director Yang to ascertain the situation. If the factory truly planned to reclaim the property, he would need to devise a strategy. Simultaneously, he considered seeking employment opportunities with Director Yang. Remaining idle was not a sustainable option. Yi Zhonghai watched the brawl between the Lu and Yin families with undeniable glee. He devised a new plan, to report the misdeeds of both parties to the street office. If he could not assume the role of the overseer, then he would ensure neither could they. If he was to suffer, they would not escape unscathed. Before long, he arrived at the street office. Greetings. I am Yi Zhonghai from the courtyard, here to report on recent events. He stated directly upon entering and encountering the staff on duty. Please, share any pertinent information. The staff member replied, adjusting their glasses and looking up at Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai detailed the dispute between Lu Haizhong and Yen Bugue over the Jia family's residence, as well as their ensuing altercation over the position of overseer. The staff member's expression soured upon hearing the news. They had not anticipated such turmoil within the courtyard. Thank you for your report. These individuals have indeed gone too far. I will escalate this matter to ensure appropriate action is taken. Rest assured, we will not allow them to succeed. That is excellent news. I am particularly concerned for Qin Huairu, who is pregnant. I fear for her safety should they manage to seize the house. Yi Zhonghai nodded earnestly. I understand your concern. You can rest easy. I will communicate this issue to my superiors, and we will ensure these two do not prevail. Should you encounter similar situations in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Thank you very much. I shall take my leave now. Your efforts are appreciated, Yi Zhonghai said as he exited the office. Feeling considerably lighter, he was confident the street office would deliver a lesson to Lu Haizhong and Yen Bugue, ensuring they faced consequences akin to his own. As for the overseer position, Yi Zhonghai had no desire to contend for it. He yearned for a tranquil life, unbothered by the affairs of others. Regarding Qin Huairu's house, as long as the street office kept Lu Haizhong and Yen Bugue in check, it should remain secure. He believed that factory director Yang would not truly reclaim the property either. Next, he needed to address his own concerns, particularly clarifying the future of the child growing in Qin Huairu's womb. Meanwhile, Guodong showed academician Zhao around the continuous rolling mill and various CNC machines. The precision of the CNC machines thrilled Zhao, surpassing even foreign technologies. He had long desired to recruit Guodong for the Academy of Sciences. Fortunately, senior officials had also arrived, ready to facilitate the recruitment of this talented individual. They informed Zhao that a research institute had already been established for Guodong, set to be completed within weeks. Zhao felt a twinge of regret, but remained content. He had heard of Lin Wenba and recognized Guodong's exceptional talent and high-level skills. However, he had been too occupied with work to meet him until now. Guodong, we must engage more often moving forward, Zhao said with a warm smile, patting Guodong on the shoulder. Guodong nodded with a smile, understanding Zhao's temperament and recognizing him as a commendable senior. Rest assured, academician Zhao, we will certainly have ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. After exchanging pleasantries, Guodong led everyone on a tour, showcasing each product. By the time they finished, night had fallen. Everyone, follow me. I will personally prepare a meal for you all to express my gratitude for your support, Guodong cheerfully invited. Upon hearing his words, everyone nodded enthusiastically. After enjoying a hearty meal, Guodong returned to the courtyard with Zhang Shuyu. Upon entering, they were startled to see Yanbu Gue with a bruised and battered face. Well, Yan, what happened to you? Were you chased by a dog? Guodong inquired, puzzled. What do you mean? Yes, indeed, I was chased by a dog. Yanbu Gue gritted his teeth in response. That Lu Haizhong and his family are like rabid dogs, attacking anyone they encounter. Without further ado, Yanbu Gue retreated to his own quarters, disregarding Guodong. After inquiring with a neighbor, Guodong learned of the afternoon's events that unfolded in his absence. What a pity he had missed such a spectacle. To his surprise, he discovered that Yuzhu and Qin Huairu had actually obtained their marriage certificate. If they could come together under such circumstances, it was a clear indication of their genuine connection, something he believed he could never achieve himself. Soon, they arrived at their own doorstep, observing the brightly lit Jia residence. Where the aroma of dinner wafted through the air, they surmised that the family was likely enjoying their evening meal. However, they paid little mind and headed straight into their home. As night fell, Guodong and Zhang Shuyu engaged in some evening exercise before preparing to shower and retire for the night. The summer heat made it uncomfortable to sleep without a bath. After stepping out, Guodong inadvertently glanced toward the Jia household, noticing the dim light still flickering within. A sense of unease washed over him. At this hour, they were still awake. Were they planning something nefarious? But hadn't they already lost their opportunity? Contemplating this, he approached their wall, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. If Yuzhu was indeed in a predicament, he might be able to lend a helping hand. As he reached the door, he overheard their voices within. Zhuzi, we should rest now. It's late, and we need to rise early tomorrow. Qin Huairu spoke soothingly. She felt utterly exhausted, hardly remembering how she had persevered through the day. Each time she saw Zhuzi working diligently, she felt compelled to match his efforts, yet he only progressed slightly. His claims of being able to rise and shine seemed far-fetched. After a long night, fatigue had taken its toll on her. Just a little more time. Qinjia. Today is our wedding day. You must grant me this opportunity. Yuzhu spoke anxiously. It is not merely a matter of distance. It is fundamentally a question of feasibility. Do not be overly concerned. Take care of your health, came the soothing reply. Rest assured, I will be cautious. Upon hearing this, Guodong began to comprehend the situation. After much deliberation, it became clear that Yuzhu was eager to undertake a task that he was unable to accomplish. As a good neighbor, Guodong felt it was his duty to assist him, as such matters were not particularly challenging. Thus, he discreetly retraced his steps and, upon returning home, gathered a few items before stealthily making his way outside. Unexpectedly, within less than a minute, new developments unfolded. Qin Huairu responded affirmatively. However, at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from outside. Oh dear, Lao Jia, open your eyes and take a look at your daughter-in-law. Dongshu's remains are scarcely cold, and she has already sought marriage with that scoundrel. She has chosen none other than that foolish Zhu. Is this still human? This is utterly inhumane. Our Jia family's reputation has been thoroughly tarnished. Dongshu, you must awaken and witness your wife's actions. I have long warned you that she was fixated on that fool. The moment you departed, she could hardly contain her eagerness to pursue another man. What am I to do now? The characteristic wail of Jia Zhangshi penetrated the air, sending a chill down the spines of the two individuals present. Isn't Jia Zhangshi still imprisoned? How could she have suddenly escaped and arrived here? Qin Huairu exclaimed in a state of panic. Mother, do not speak recklessly. It is not as you imagine. She hastily attempted to clarify. However, her explanation rang hollow, lacking conviction even in her own mind. Not as I think. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Do you still wish to argue? Jia Zhongshu's voice persisted from outside. After a brief moment of alarm, He Yuzhu regained his composure. Jia Zhongshu was still confined, after all. Furthermore, if she had truly returned, she would have stormed in without hesitation rather than merely conversing outside. Clearly, someone was orchestrating this ruse. He gestured to Qin Huairu and stealthily maneuvered to the side of the door. With a sudden yank, he flung the door open and rushed outside, only to be met with an empty space. The moonlight illuminated the yard, and all was eerily silent. What is happening? He Yuzhu's expression turned bewildered. Could that have been an illusion? Impossible. He had resided in this courtyard for over a decade and had frequently heard Jia Zhongshu's voice. There was no way he could be mistaken. Was he perhaps haunted? With that unsettling thought, He Yuzhu felt a chill creep down his spine and hastily retreated indoors. Meanwhile, behind the flower gate, Guodong was stifling laughter. His return to the house was to retrieve a voice modulator, which he had adjusted to mimic Jia Zhongshu's tone, intending to frighten the illicit couple. To his delight, the effect was quite successful. After this experience, it was likely they would forever associate their endeavors with the terror of this day, leaving a significant psychological imprint. Chapter 225. The completion of the Research Institute. After nearly a month of construction, the Research Institute was finally established. On the first day back to work, Guodong summoned all the engineers of the institute. Dear colleagues and fellow workers, I have called you here today to share some splendid news. Our Research Institute will be officially operational in a couple of days. Hence, I wish to discuss the allocation of dormitory accommodations with you all. As soon as Guodong finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers. Guodong, I heard that each room in the institute is equipped with its own restroom. Is that true? An excited engineer inquired. Indeed, dear colleague, not only does each room feature a restroom, but it also includes a private shower. From now on, we shall no longer need to visit the communal bathhouse, Guodong replied. Is it truly so? A private shower where I can bathe myself? Another engineer, a southerner unaccustomed to the northern bathhouses, asked eagerly. Yes, indeed. Let's go take a look. You may also choose your rooms, Guodong said, rising to lead the way, with everyone following closely behind. The Research Institute was adjacent to the steel mill and did not possess a separate entrance. Access required entry through the steel mill, primarily for security considerations. The security department at the steel mill would oversee the outer perimeter. Should any intruders attempt to infiltrate and steal, the Research Institute was fortified by an additional layer of security. Between the steel mill and the Research Institute lay an independent workshop, effectively linking the two facilities, allowing for direct passage. However, a gate would be established leading to the Research Institute, manned by security personnel during working hours. Any entry from this side would necessitate a pass. To the right of the Research Institute lay the employee dormitories. Under Guodong's guidance, they soon arrived at this area. The buildings appeared to be ordinary houses, akin to any typical residential structure. Yet within, they were remarkably well appointed. Each room was partitioned into a genuine 50 square meters, devoid of any shared space. The walls were painted in a pristine white, and electric bulbs were installed, powered by solar panels, thereby incurring no electricity costs whatsoever. Moreover, the interior decoration was minimal, with only the restroom and kitchen separated, leaving ample space for future customization by the engineers upon their occupancy. A living space of 50 square meters was more than sufficient for a family to live comfortably, eliciting joy from everyone present. Most notably, the presence of restrooms and running water astonished them. Hey, Guodong, won't having the restroom inside the house cause odors? One engineer inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Laughter erupted at this remark. Rest assured, it will not. The restroom was designed with modern specifications, directly connected to the external sewage system. Thus, there is no need to worry about unpleasant smells, Guodong assured them. All right, everyone, please feel free to allocate your housing as you wish. Choose whichever room you prefer. They are all of identical size and similar lighting. It's entirely up to your preferences. After Guodong concluded, the engineers began searching for their respective rooms. While he returned to his office, locking the door behind him, Guodong settled at his desk, exhaling deeply and reclining in his chair. The Research Institute, a long-cherished dream, had finally materialized. Pressing his temples, he commenced serious contemplation. With the institute now established, he was no longer confined to the equipment research of the steel mill. He could explore broader avenues. The 1960s witnessed rapid technological advancement, with new innovations emerging incessantly. Guodong envisioned that, in addition to refining steel production techniques, the Research Institute could also delve into the development of new materials, such as high-strength alloys. Research into renewable energy sources, such as solar and wind power, is indeed a viable path, and one could even venture into the aerospace sector to develop rockets or satellites. The opportunities and challenges coexist, and the direction chosen will ultimately determine the future of the Research Institute. Guodong sat poised in his chair, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. It is now the time to gradually cultivate personnel and unlock their potential. However, limited resources and excessive dispersion would hinder in-depth exploration. Concentrating on a specific field could lead to global leadership. After thorough contemplation, Guodong resolved to select 2 or 3 focal areas for the Institute's development. The first is to continue improving technologies in the steel industry, which serves as the cornerstone of progress and must not be neglected. The second is to nurture a team dedicated to the research and development of new materials, a crucial battleground for the future. The third is to initiate technological research in semiconductors, aligning with national development directions and representing a frontier in technology. The blueprint for the Institute began to take shape, and the next step would involve strategizing and allocating personnel. Engineers under his command would be assigned to various research directions based on their professional backgrounds and interests. Meanwhile, a significant matter also required attention: his wedding. With the Research Institute nearing completion, more individuals would assist in his own renovations. Once the preparations are finalized, the wedding could be held promptly. Having settled these thoughts, Guodong rose from his office and proceeded to inspect the processing conditions in various workshops. Elsewhere, Hiyuju and Qin Huairu had risen early. After being startled the previous day, neither had enjoyed a restful night. Although they understood it was merely a prank, the psychological shadow lingered, indelible regardless of reasoning. The two tidied up at home before bringing some local specialties to the steel mill. However, having been dismissed, they found themselves unable to enter the premises and thus waited outside, hoping that Director Yang would emerge so they could inquire about the situation. Fortune smiled upon them, as they indeed spotted Director Yang coming out. As soon as they saw him, they rushed forward. Director Yang, wait. We need to ask you about something. Upon hearing their voices, Director Yang paused, turning to see Hiyuju and Qin Huairu approaching. It's you two. What's the matter? He asked, his brow furrowing. Chapter 226, 2 Temporary Workers. Director Yang, we wish to inquire about the housing situation, Hiyuju stated straightforwardly as he stepped forward. Housing? Director Yang looked at them in confusion, pondering for a few moments before raising his head to ask, You're referring to the housing issue, correct? I've heard about your situation. This matter is being handled by Deputy Director Lee. I've spoken to him about it. You can only blame your misfortune. Since you've been dismissed, there's nothing more to discuss. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Hiyuju's expression turned pained. Director Yang, you know we didn't commit any crime. It was a misunderstanding. I was trying to save Dongxiu. That is all ancient history now. Please don't bring it up again, Director Yang interrupted, waving his hand. He was aware that Hiyuju had indeed gone to rescue Jia Dongxiu. But the dismissal was already a settled matter, and there was no way to reverse it. Director Yang, please reconsider and help us get reinstated. We promise we won't make any more mistakes. We beg you. Hiyuju pleaded desperately. Seeing Director Yang remain unmoved, Qin Huairu fell to her knees. Director Yang, please help us. I have 2 children at home, and look at me. I'm pregnant. If we both lose our jobs, how will we survive? Tears streamed down Qin Huairu's face as she spoke. The sight of her kneeling startled Director Yang. This woman was pregnant and should not be subjected to such stress. Get up. I've already told you, this matter is settled, and there's no room for reconsideration. If you truly want to work, seek opportunities elsewhere. I'm afraid I can't assist you further, he said, preparing to help her to her feet. Yet, upon hearing his words, Qin Huairu's tears flowed even more freely. She refused to rise, sitting resolutely on the ground. I'll stay here until you agree. If not, I'll die right here. Do you want me and my child to perish? She declared, her voice choked with emotion, adopting a stance of life and death. Director Yang was exasperated, aware that this woman was being ruthless, willing to use her child as leverage to achieve her aims. However, he felt powerless to act. The potential consequences of ignoring her plight weighed heavily on him. Please get up. This is not good for your health. The child is still inside you, he urged. But Qin Huairu remained obstinate, refusing to budge. I will only rise if you agree. Otherwise, I will die right here. And the responsibility for both my child's and my death will lie with you, she threatened, her voice trembling. Observing her unwavering determination, Director Yang felt a surge of anger. This woman was indeed relentless, willing to endure suffering and even risk her child's well-being for her goals. Yet, he could not disregard her. Considering the potential ramifications, he felt compelled to respond. Fine, I'll agree. Now, please get up, he relented, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu sprang to her feet, a victorious smile illuminating her face. She realized her strategy had succeeded. He Yuzhu, watching from the side, was utterly astonished. On their way, Qin Huairu had informed him that if Director Yang did not acquiesce, she would resort to this method, urging him to remain calm and not interfere. Just moments ago, he had nearly lost control and rushed to pull her up, but thankfully he managed to restrain himself. All right, let us not linger here. Let us discuss this in my car, Director Yang beckoned, leading them to his jeep. Continuing their conversation outside could easily lead to further complications. Reinstating Jia Dongshu to his position was out of the question, but considering their difficult circumstances, he could offer them a new temporary position. From now on, your wages will be calculated as an apprentice's pay. I cannot formalize your employment, but if you perform well, I may consider helping you transition to a permanent role. How's that sound? He proposed as they settled into the vehicle. He felt he had been more than fair. Most others would not have bothered to assist at all. Now that I'm an employee of a steel mill again, does that mean we lose the house? Qin Huairu inquired. Although her salary would be lower, it was still better than having no job at all. Let us discuss the housing matter later. For now, let us focus on resolving your employment issue. Director Yang waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Director Yang. I understand, and I will work diligently. I want to let you down. Qin Huairu expressed her gratitude. Her spirits lifted. She recognized that patience was essential. Securing stable employment today was already a significant achievement. If she were to provoke Director Yang further, she might jeopardize even this temporary position. As for you, Shaju, while working as a chef in the steel mill is out of the question. You can serve as my personal cook. That too counts as a temporary position. From now on, I shall be solely responsible for your dietary arrangements, and in turn, I will take you along to assist in hosting. Should you perform admirably, I may even find an opportunity to convert your position into a formal one. After making arrangements for Qin Huairu, Yang Chang then turned his attention to He Yuzhu. He Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback by Yang Chang's words. A private chef? He exclaimed, astonished. A private chef is akin to a head chef, who is not required to prepare large quantities of food, but merely needs to cook for Director Yang on a daily basis. Furthermore, the dishes can be chosen at his discretion, which is simply delightful. All right, Director Yang, whatever you say goes. I am willing to do it. He did not hesitate, for Director Yang had mentioned the prospect of taking him to assist with hosting meals, where he might even meet some distinguished individuals. This was a considerable improvement from his current situation. Thus, it appeared both of them had secured employment, albeit temporary positions. However, their combined wages amounted to over 30 yuan, sufficient for their family's livelihood. All right, enough of this. If there are no issues, you may leave promptly. Just come by the steel mill tomorrow morning. He waved his hand, urging them on. Thank you, Director Yang. We will depart at once, Qin Huairu said joyfully, and together, she and He Yuzhu exited the vehicle. After their departure, Director Yang let out a sigh. Chapter 227, appointed as director, military rank conferred, investigating the identity of the deaf old woman. On this day, Guodong was busy organizing workers to transfer equipment to the research institute. Additionally, he had also requisitioned some equipment from Wang Lao and the higher-ups. Without this, the existing equipment at the steel mill would be inadequate for his subsequent research and development. While in the midst of this, Deputy Director Li entered to inform him that personnel from the security department had arrived. Guodong immediately set aside his work and hurried outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the steel mill, he spotted a small car approaching, followed by 3 military green trucks. Once the vehicles came to a halt, the car door opened, and the long-missed Wang Lao and the high-ranking official stepped out. Viting, Wang Lao. Good day, Director. Guodong greeted them as he approached. Ah, Guodong. Your work has been commendable, Wang Lao remarked, patting Guodong on the shoulder. The suggestions you provided during your last visit to the Research Institute are being implemented as per your guidance. I believe it won't be long before we can develop that tracked vehicle you mentioned. We are in dire need of power. Please ensure those materials are delivered. With the assistance of this tracked vehicle, our soldiers on the front lines will have food. Not at all. I am merely acting on your instructions, Wang Lao. Hoping to contribute in some small way, Guodong replied politely. As they spoke, soldiers dressed in military green began to disembark from the trucks, each carrying the modified 64 submachine guns he had developed. They appeared spirited and upright, quickly forming ranks after stepping off the vehicles. Come, Guodong, let me introduce you. This is the captain of your assigned security team, Zhang Fei, Wang Lao said, gesturing towards the captain. Hello, Captain Zhang. Guodong greeted him with a courteous handshake. Greetings. Director Gu, I've long heard of you from Wang Lao. The firearms in our possession are from your side, and they are exceptionally effective. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. I will do my utmost to assist, Zhang Fei responded, returning the handshake. The two exchanged pleasantries before everyone proceeded to tour the research institute. Impressive, impressive. Guodong, this research institute appears even better than ours, Wang Lao remarked after surveying the facility. By the way, were those black panels we saw on the roof? After a brief tour, Wang Lao inquired. Those are solar panels. Our research institute relies on them for power. Guodong explained. Oh, you don't require any additional power sources? You haven't connected to the steel mill for electricity? Those solar panels alone suffice for such a large research institute. I recall your CNC equipment was also relocated here. Isn't that a significant power consumer? Is it sufficient? Wang Lao asked, somewhat incredulously. It is adequate, Wang Lao. We've also installed a gas-powered boiler as a backup power source. Generally speaking, as long as we have normal sunlight each day, the electricity generated is sufficient to support the operation of these devices. In the event of overcast weather, we simply utilize the boiler to supplement the power. Guodong nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wang Lao's eyes. Rest assured, Wang Lao, I have already submitted the relevant equipment blueprints and manufacturing methods to the Ministry of Industry. If you require them, you can directly requisition the blueprints for production. Guodong said with a smile, having discerned Wang Lao's intentions. Excellent. I will ensure that our research institute utilizes these resources, Wang Lao replied eagerly, nodding his approval. Now, Wang Lao, let's not forget the purpose of your visit today. Noticing Wang Lao's demeanor, the high-ranking official shook his head and interjected. Indeed, I almost forgot about the matter at hand. Guodong, come here. I need to speak with you. He then led Guodong to a corner, instructing Zhang Fei and a few other security personnel to stand guard nearby. Comrade Guodong, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to the nation, the military has decided to confer upon you the rank of Major and allocate 1 million yuan in research funding. Furthermore, with the approval of the Ministry of National Defense, we are granting you an 8th grade engineering certificate in military industry. From this day forth, you shall be a member of our Ministry of National Defense. As Wang Lao concluded, Guodong was momentarily struck dumb. He had never anticipated being awarded a military rank. Here, this is your certificate. As Guodong stood in a daze, the high-ranking official handed him a certificate. Guodong accepted it, scrutinizing it closely before putting it away. Thank you for your guidance, sir. At that moment, Guodong was overwhelmed with excitement. He had originally thought that any promotion would take a year, several years, or even longer. Yet unexpectedly, he had received a promotion so suddenly, along with an 8th grade engineering certificate. Comrade Guodong, your contributions are well acknowledged. However, due to the current circumstances, in order to better protect you, we will discreetly arrange for security detail. This will not be made public. Your external identity will remain that of the director of the Steel Mill Research Institute. Do you understand? Wang Lao reiterated with a serious tone. Yes, sir. I understand what to do. Thank you for your concern, sir. This arrangement suited him perfectly. Moreover, with the military's protection, he could better navigate any potential storms ahead. As their discussion drew to a close, they noticed many individuals arriving from the factory leadership. Not only that, but numerous workshop directors were also present. It seemed that the high-ranking official had dispatched someone to notify them. All right. It appears nearly everyone has arrived. Let me announce to you all that, effective immediately, Comrade Guodong is officially appointed as the director of the Steel Mill Research Institute. As Guodong approached, the high-ranking official stood at the podium and declared. The room erupted in thunderous applause, as no one was surprised by Guodong's appointment to this significant role. After all, Guodong's performance over the past days had truly been remarkable. Comrade Guodong, please share a few words. Once the applause subsided, the high-ranking official smiled at Guodong. I'm grateful to all the leaders for their recognition of my work. Moving forward, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to contributing to the construction of a better nation. Guodong responded, bowing respectfully. Upon receiving the appointment letter, Guodong was slightly astonished to discover that his administrative level was actually at grade 14. Thus, he has risen to the same rank as Deputy Factory Director Li. Following this, a series of compliments and congratulations from various leaders ensued. After exchanging pleasantries, Guodong recalled something important and approached the sooner-depart Elder Wang. Elder Wang, There's another matter I require your assistance with. In our courtyard, there's an elderly lady who has been publicly claiming to be a war widow. I harbor doubts about her identity and would like to ask you to investigate this matter. Upon hearing Guodong's words, Elder Wang was momentarily taken aback. I cannot believe that in this day and age, there are still individuals who dare to impersonate war widows. They must be quite reckless with their lives indeed. Rest assured, Guodong, I will arrange for someone to look into this matter immediately upon my return. Elder Wang patted his chest in assurance. Guodong nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your help, Elder Wang. After bidding farewell to Elder Wang, Guodong sought out Captain Zhang Fei to discuss arrangements for the security of the Research Institute. Captain Zhang, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I have temporarily secured accommodation for you while we are in the process of finding new dormitories. The construction will be completed shortly, and you will soon be able to move in. Guodong expressed his regrets upon finding Zhang Fei. Originally, these engineers' dormitories were designated for the security department, but with the arrival of so many senior colleagues, those accommodations have already been allocated to them. Thus, the soldiers must temporarily reside elsewhere. Fortunately, Deputy Factory Director Li has extensive connections and has found numerous civilian houses nearby. It's of no concern, Director Gu. Our purpose here is to ensure the safety of you researchers, not to indulge in luxury. Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively. And you? Naturally, we will reside alongside you. Do you intend for me to sleep on the streets? Zhang Fei chuckled. Guodong nodded. I appreciate everyone's understanding. However, rest assured, the accommodations will be equipped with 24-hour electricity and running water, with restrooms conveniently located inside, so you won't need to venture outdoors. How splendid! This is far superior to our conditions in the military camp, Zhang Fei exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the prospect. Initially, he assumed such high standards were reserved for engineers, but now he realized they too would benefit. Indeed, given our unique circumstances, we require round-the-clock surveillance. As you are aware, the subjects of our research are of paramount importance, and we must remain vigilant against any threats. Guodong conveyed his requirements. Rest assured, Director Gu, prior to our arrival, Elder Wang briefed us, and our security team will operate in accordance with the protocols established for the Research Institute. We have a total of 60 personnel, and we will implement a 3-shift rotation to ensure 24-hour coverage, guaranteeing that your research remains uninterrupted, Zhang Fei confidently assured him. Guodong nodded in satisfaction. Very well. I shall not intrude further. Please familiarize yourself with the Research Institute and make the necessary arrangements. Understood, Director Gu. I will get right to work, Zhang Fei replied before setting off to organize the details. Just then, Ma Hua, the portly fellow, along with Lu Lan and 2 chefs, approached under Deputy Director Li's guidance. Director Gu, we have arrived. What do you mean, Director Gu? Comrade Guodong has just been promoted to the position of Director of the Research Institute. So you should address him as Director Gu. Deputy Director Li feigned a stern expression, correcting them. Huh? He has already become the director? The trio was taken aback by the news. The speed of his ascent was astonishing. It had barely been a month since he was appointed as the Deputy Section Chief of the Engineering Department, and he was now the Director of the Research Institute. A meteoric rise indeed. It's just a title. While I'm the Director of the Research Institute, I also serve as the Deputy Section Chief of the Engineering Department, so their address is not inappropriate. Guodong waved off their concerns, unperturbed by the title. With the establishment of the Research Institute, it was only natural that these individuals would transition to work there. Their paperwork had been processed days prior. How are you all finding the new recipes I provided? Guodong inquired. Just before the Research Institute neared completion, he had introduced a new menu tailored to their smaller group, eliminating the need for large-scale meals and allowing for a variety of small dishes for practice. Yes, indeed. You'll surely get to taste them today, the portly one declared, thumping his chest in assurance. They had diligently practiced the new recipes, even holding extra sessions each evening. While they might not yet rival Shaju's culinary prowess, they were certainly closing the gap. Excellent. Then please prepare some new dishes shortly for my esteemed colleagues to sample. Guodong instructed, confident that their skills would satisfy the engineers at the Research Institute. Rest assured, we will handle it. The portly one promised before heading to the cafeteria with the recipes in hand. Meanwhile, not far off, Director Yang observed the group with a frown. With the Yuju no longer in the cafeteria, Guodong had taken away the key personnel, and the dining conditions at the steel mill were bound to decline. Thankfully, the remaining chefs had managed to learn a thing or two, so preparing large meals was not an insurmountable challenge. Oomph. Director Yang scoffed before turning on his heel to depart. The celebrations had concluded, and he had no affinity for Guodong. He had just informed the higher-ups that he had other engagements and chose to forego the celebratory banquet. At that moment, A somewhat slender, yet astute, middle-aged man approached Gu Guodong. "You must be Director Gu. Truly a young hero," the man remarked as he approached. "Indeed I am. And you are?" Gu Guodong furrowed his brow, recognizing the man's familiar countenance. "Guodong, this is Director Liu, one of our major shareholders at the steel mill. He seldom visits, but he came today to see the new research institute the higher-up introduced. Ah, it is Liu Bansheng. No wonder he seems familiar. He is the father of Liu Shaoyi. It turns out this steel mill was once part of his enterprise. However, due to certain circumstances, he had voluntarily transferred ownership to the state while retaining a minority stake. He is known for his intelligence, having distanced himself from any involvement with the steel mill after relinquishing control, opting for a low-profile lifestyle. Aware of his family's background, he even sought out Su Damao, the son of a worker, to marry his daughter. Otherwise, Su Damao could never have aspired to marry a lady of such stature as Liu Shaoyi. Of course, the most remarkable aspect of him was how he managed to relocate most of his wealth to Hong Kong just before the winds of change began to blow. One could say he was astute and resourceful. Guodong, your innovative designs have made a significant contribution to our steel mill, and with the establishment of this research institute, I am confident we will achieve even greater success, Liu Jinhua praised. His purpose for visiting was to ascertain whether Gu Guodong truly lived up to the accolades he had heard. Upon meeting Gu Guodong, he was indeed impressed, confirming the rumors of his excellence. Moreover, the individual is remarkably humble, neither servile nor arrogant, devoid of any semblance of pride or a profit-driven demeanor. Director Liu has misrepresented me. I merely wish to contribute my modest efforts to the nation. I hope for your support in my research and am grateful for the assistance you have provided, Gu Guodong remarked with a calm demeanor. He sensed that Liu Jinhua's visit today must have a purpose. Otherwise, given this person's usual habits, even with the establishment of his research institute, his connection to the steel mill ought to be minimal. He should have remained at home in a more unassuming manner. In such circumstances, exposing oneself is not particularly advantageous for him. However, since Liu did not speak, he refrained from inquiring further, opting to wait and observe. Soon, under the organization of Ma Hua and others, several tables laden with dishes were prepared. Everyone gathered around the dining table and took their seats in turn. This meal was particularly satisfying for all, as Deputy Factory Director Li had gone out to procure supplies, sparing no expense on ingredients, ensuring they were the freshest available, and had purchased ample meat. Coupled with the improving culinary skills of Ma Hua and the others, it was truly a joyful occasion for both hosts and guests. After the leaders departed, Liu Jinhua quietly approached Gu Guodong once more. "Director Gu, I have certain matters I wish to discuss with you. May I inquire if you have the time?" Upon seeing Liu Jinhua's approach, Gu Guodong silently acknowledged that the old gentleman indeed had something to discuss. "Director Liu, please proceed," he invited. Upon hearing Gu Guodong's words, Liu Jinhua did not respond immediately, but surveyed his surroundings. Gu Guodong quickly grasped his intent. "Director Liu, let us converse in my office." With that, he guided Liu Jinhua to his office. After pouring a cup of tea for both, Gu Guodong took a seat opposite him. "You may call me Guodong directly. Would that be acceptable to you?" Liu Jinhua slowly began after sipping his tea. "Of course, I have no objections, Director Liu. Please, go ahead," Gu Guodong replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "Ha! I appreciate dealing with straightforward individuals like you," Liu Jinhua remarked. Then turned to Gu Guodong with a serious expression. "Guodong, may I inquire how you perceive individuals like us?" As he posed this question, Liu Jinhua keenly observed Gu Guodong's reactions. Taken aback by the inquiry, Gu Guodong pondered why Liu Jinhua would raise such a question at this juncture, as it was still early for any impending turbulence. Logically, there should be no issues at this time. Nevertheless, he decided to express his thoughts candidly. Capitalists embody both virtues and vices. However, capital itself is insatiably greedy. When confronted with opportunities, it relentlessly pursues profit without regard for consequences. As representatives of capital, capitalists' ultimate actions are beyond their control, entirely governed by the whims of capital. While it is undeniable that some individuals among them may possess good intentions, the overwhelming majority exist to exploit the populace. I harbor no favorable impressions of capitalists, particularly given the monstrous entities I have encountered in the future, who have influenced every facet of my life. I can say I harbor an intense disdain for them. Were it not for the fact that you, Director Liu, are a capitalist, I would have spoken more openly. Following Gu Guodong's remarks, Liu Jinhua fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he sighed deeply. "So it remains thus?" His expression darkened slightly, and he did not contest Gu Guodong's words, for he found himself in agreement. He considered himself patriotic, yet in the course of business. There were instances when profit's allure proved too tempting to resist. The only reason he had refrained from crossing certain lines was that the potential rewards had not yet reached a significant threshold. He believed that should the stakes rise high enough, he might one day succumb to temptation and join the ranks of exploiters. Has Director Liu heard any rumors or news? Guodong inquired, sensing that Liu Jinhua acknowledged the underlying truths of their conversation. Indeed, Guodong, I initially hesitated to speak of this, but for some reason, I find myself trusting you, so it seems prudent to share. Recently, I have perceived an increasing strictness in the oversight of individuals like us, extending beyond typical jurisdictional boundaries, which causes me great concern. I wonder if we will be able to enjoy a comfortable existence in the future. Who knows, perhaps one day. Liu Jinhua's expression turned grave as he spoke. Hearing this, Gu Guodong silently admired Liu Banqing's astuteness. Although the storm had yet to break, he had already sensed an impending crisis. Such insight is not common. However, he must have had suspicions since the day of the shift toward public-private partnerships. The current regime would not tolerate the presence of individuals like him. After a prolonged silence, Liu Jinhua suddenly spoke. Guodong, I am aware that you are not an ordinary person with many influential connections. Might you be able to guide us on a path forward? In return, the Liu family would undoubtedly offer substantial gratitude. His visit today was motivated by a significant reason. Liu Xiao had returned and recounted the various happenings at the Sihiyuan, including many of Gu Guodong's accomplishments. After hearing Liu Xiao's descriptions, he recognized that Gu Guodong was not an ordinary individual, which prompted his decision to pay a visit. Upon arriving, he confirmed his suspicions. Gu Guodong indeed stood apart from the rest. Around the dining table, he had listened to Gu Guodong's various analyses and predictions regarding the current situation, all of which he found to be remarkably astute and agreeable. Thus, he felt compelled to broach this subject. I can provide you with a potential path, though I cannot guarantee success, Gu Guodong replied after a moment's contemplation. In truth, when Liu Jinhua approached him, he had already begun formulating a plan. The domestic restrictions were still quite formidable, particularly with foreign entities being tightly controlled. Many resources were simply inaccessible. A collaborator was necessary to serve as a conduit to the outside world, and Liu Jinhua was undoubtedly a fitting candidate. Guodong, if feasible, I am willing to pay any price, Liu Jinhua exclaimed, rising with excitement. Initially, he had come here merely to test his luck, but he was pleasantly surprised to find himself in the right place at the right time. The only correct choice now was to leave this place. Whenever the country becomes more lenient, they could return then. It was a time of difficulty and exploration, where trial and error were inevitable. No one could guarantee absolute safety in the future. Thus, a temporary departure was the wisest course of action. Leave. Liu Jinhua was taken aback by Gu Guodong's suggestion. He understood that this departure meant more than just vacating the capital. Are you suggesting? Yes, leaving the continent, Gu Guodong affirmed with a nod. Is there truly no way to remain? Liu Jinhua's countenance reflected a bitter realization upon hearing Gu Guodong's words. If I were to donate the majority of my possessions and retain nothing, would there be a possibility of staying here? To be candid, he harbored a deep reluctance to leave, as this was the land that had nurtured him. Additionally, he was not young anymore. People often spoke of the importance of returning to one's roots. If he were to leave now, he could not foresee when he might return. And what if he were to perish in a foreign land? He felt a deep sense of reluctance, yet found himself without any viable options, ultimately pinning his hopes on Gu Guodong. However, Gu Guodong gently shook his head. Director Liu, even if you donate your assets and live humbly as an ordinary person, given your past background, you may still face repercussions in the future. You will only find safety once the policies change. Thus, my advice is to leave this place for the time being. Very well, but where should I go? Abroad? Or to the other side? After much contemplation, Liu Jinhua finally made up his mind. Although he was reluctant to leave, he understood the inevitable outcome of staying. As for the other side, I'd rather not. Despite its current allure, it won't be long before we surpass them, and they have never been friendly to us. As for going abroad, that too is not an ideal choice. You would find yourself in unfamiliar territory, surrounded mostly by foreigners. As the saying goes, those not of our kind will have different hearts. Out there, you may not fare any better. There is, however, a place that would suit you perfectly. It is quite close to our homeland, inhabited by people of Huaxia descent. Once you settle there, returning will not be overly difficult. You mean? Liu Jinhua furrowed his brows in thought, and suddenly his eyes brightened as he recalled a certain location. Hong Kong. Noticing that he seemed to have guessed correctly, Gu Guodong did not prolong the suspense. Liu Jinhua inwardly acknowledged the truth of his intuition. Hong Kong is indeed our territory. The initial agreement was merely a lease, and once the term expires, the nation will undoubtedly reclaim it. Moreover, its geographical position is advantageous, and its economy is flourishing, destined to become a financial hub. If you can establish yourself there, it may very well offer a path for the Liu family to revive its fortunes in the future, Guodong stated. I have heard of Hong Kong. It is indeed a treasure, but will the nation truly reclaim it? Liu Jinhua questioned, a frown creasing his brow. Rest assured, the nation will certainly reclaim it, Guodong affirmed confidently. As someone who had traversed from the future, he was acutely aware of the forthcoming historical developments. The nation will inevitably reclaim Hong Kong, which has already seen significant economic advancement, promising the utilization of even more resources in the future. Furthermore, once you are there, we can explore various avenues of collaboration. You could acquire some properties and establish a company. You are aware of our current situation. Most Western countries are reluctant to engage in trade with us. However, from that vantage point, you will have access to a broader array of opportunities and be able to procure goods more conveniently. Likewise, if I were to develop advanced web technologies here, they would likely refuse to do business with us, but through you in Hong Kong, those products could be sold with greater ease. Most importantly, your business endeavors there will not be subject to the constraints imposed here. Regardless of what transpires in the future, you would remain insulated from its repercussions. Once the situation stabilizes, returning will not be too late. Coincidentally, during our last meal, I discussed export matters with senior officials. Currently, engaging in foreign trade is fraught with challenges, as our relations with both major factions are rather tenuous. If we were to trade, we can only look towards Africa. Even Southeast Asia may not yield favorable outcomes. However, the situation is different in Hong Kong. It is still under British control, making business dealings there much more manageable, and the West would be more amenable to engagement. As long as Liu Jinhua lays a solid foundation there, he can eventually delve into more sophisticated ventures, facilitating profitable endeavors. I believe that the senior leaders will support this, provided they take some initiative. They will likely covertly bolster Liu Jinhua as presence there, thereby laying the groundwork for the eventual reclamation of Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, Liu Jinhua's eyes sparkled with insight. Being a clever individual, he immediately grasped the implications of Guodong's proposal and readily agreed. So, should I prepare to leave immediately? He inquired. Yes. It would be best if you departed as soon as possible. Do not delay for too long. The longer you linger, the greater the danger you may face. Guodong advised earnestly. Their plan was to have him out of the country within a week, necessitating at least 3 days for proper arrangements. 3 days would suffice for Liu Jinhua to make his escape. Very well, then I shall take my leave now. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Jinhua promptly acquiesced. He was well aware that Guodong would not deceive him, and the urgency to escape was palpable. Meanwhile, the White Widow returned to the courtyard with a 10-year-old boy in tow. This boy, named He Yuqing, was the child born to He Da-Qing and the White Widow in Shu City. The other residents of the courtyard, most of whom were familiar with the White Widow, quickly gathered around upon her return. Upon learning that the boy was the offspring of He Da-Qing and the White Widow, a peculiar expression crossed everyone's faces. Yi Zongkai, witnessing He Da-Qing's late-blooming fatherhood, was so incensed that his mouth twisted in displeasure. Why should this man be allowed to father 3 children while he himself had none? The deaf old woman wore a similarly discontented expression. Ever since He Da-Qing returned to the courtyard, He Yuju had scarcely attended to her. Her circumstances had grown increasingly dire, bordering on unbearable. Chapter 231. The He family splits. Su Damao seeks to marry Qin Jingru. While the discussions were still buzzing, the White Widow had already taken He Yuqing back to her own room. The boy gazed around at the unfamiliar house and the strangers he had encountered earlier, feeling a twinge of fear. Mom, where is this? Who are these people? He Yuqing asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. The White Widow knelt down to gently pat his head, speaking softly. My dear son, this is your father's ancestral home, and it shall be your residence from now on. These people are your neighbors, and you will live alongside them. Father's ancestral home? Isn't this Shu City? He Yuqing asked, even more confused. The White Widow pinched his cheek playfully, smiling as she replied, Shu City is my ancestral home. This is your father's. He only lived in Shu City for a time before bringing us back to his true home to live with his family. We will reside here from now on. Did I not mention before that you have an older brother and sister? I will introduce you to them later. Shortly after the White Widow returned with the child, He Yuju and Qin Huairu also came back. Upon learning that the White Widow had brought a child, both were taken aback. He Yuju did not mind too much, as he had already been informed of the existence of a half-brother in Shu City when he returned with Da-Qing. However, Qin Huairu suddenly pieced together the puzzle and realized why he Daqing had insisted that he Yuzhu move out to live with her. It was clear that he intended to bequeath the family assets entirely to that young son. This was an obvious attempt to divide the family. This won't do. I must devise a plan. He Yuzhu must also stake a claim to the inheritance from Daqing. Otherwise, their future may become exceedingly challenging, Qin Huairu thought to herself, quickly sharing her concerns with He Yuzhu. Initially, He Yuzhu had been indifferent to the prospect of living there, but under Qin Huairu's subtle persuasion, he furrowed his brow. While he was aware of his father's late-in-life son, he had not anticipated that their father would choose to bestow the family fortune upon this younger brother. What could be done? If their father were to divide the assets, how would they manage to survive? Previously, when he was alone, it was simple enough to feed himself. But now, with Qin Huairu married and 2 children in the household, the situation grew increasingly precarious. Adding the one in my belly makes 3. Moreover, Bangung is currently hospitalized, which also incurs significant expenses. Zhuzi, you cannot stand idly by while everything in your family falls into the hands of that younger brother. Regardless of his circumstances, you are the eldest son, entitled to fight for your inheritance. Qin Huairu stated. Very well. I shall have a thorough conversation with my father in the coming days to ascertain his intentions. He Yuzhu concurred with Qin Huairu's perspective. After Qin Huairu's admonition, He Yuzhu felt a stir of emotions within him. Thus, after deliberation, the two resolved to confront He Daqing to argue for their share of the family fortune, ensuring they have a place to call home in the future. When He Daqing returned home from work that afternoon and saw the White Widow back, he felt a surge of joy. Thanks to his exceptional skills, he had secured a position in the kitchen of a state-run restaurant. Upon returning home, he awaited He Yushui's return from school, instructing her to summon He Yuzhu. It had been some time since He Yuzhu and the White Widow had wed, and she had brought along her young son. It was time to make some decisions. Once everyone had gathered, He Daqing addressed them, saying, "The purpose of today's gathering is to discuss an important matter." "Dad," He Yushui interjected, knowing what He Daqing was about to announce. He Daqing raised a hand to silence her and continued, "I've called you all together primarily to deliberate on a significant decision. I intend for us to separate our households starting today." "Separate households?" He Yuzhu exclaimed in shock, while Qin Huairu silently acknowledged the inevitability of He Daqing's desire to split the family. "Father, we have been living well together. Why must we divide?" He Yuzhu asked anxiously. "You both have grown up, and you have taken a wife. Soon, Yushui too will find a suitable husband. You are all capable of living independently. There is no longer a need to reside with me." He Daqing sighed. "As your father, I cannot be much help to you. I cannot perpetually burden you. Can I? Moreover, I am growing old. Sooner or later, I must depart from this world, regardless of how circumstances unfold in the future. My wish is for you siblings to be safe and sound. Therefore, while I am still alive, it is best for you to separate. I am no longer fit to care for children. You can look after yourselves, alleviating my worries. The room where Yushui resides shall belong to her. As for you, the house from the Jia family is spacious enough for your needs. By the way, did we not recently receive some funds from Yizhonghai? That was from the money I previously sent you. Since Yushui will take the house, she will require less in cash. This sum of 1,200 shall go to Zhuzi, and 600 shall be given to Yushui," He Daqing said, producing 2 small bundles and handing them to He Yuzhu and He Yushui. He Yuzhu was about to voice further objections, but Qin Huairu, upon hearing the prospect of receiving 1,200 yuan, tugged at his sleeve, urging him to agree. Such a sum was not insignificant. He Yuzhu, being astute, quickly grasped the situation. He exchanged a glance with Qin Huairu, and they nodded in agreement, satisfied with their acquiescence. He Daqing beamed. "Since everyone has consented, this matter is settled." Once He Yuzhu and his sister departed, He Daqing smiled contentedly. Over the years, he had saved more than just that amount. Resolving this issue with the previous funds was indeed a wise decision. Reflecting on this, he felt a surge of gratitude for Yi Zhonghai. Had it not been for Yi's assistance in saving these funds, he might have had to part with even more. Now, he could leave his true wealth to his younger son. Meanwhile, on another front, Su Damao, after a period of diligent effort, finally won over Qin Jingru. It must be said that when it came to pursuing the woman he desired, Su Damao was not only eloquent, but also exceedingly generous. Though he was currently just a cleaner, he had previously saved a substantial amount. Thus, whenever Qin Jingru came from the countryside, he would take her to various state-run restaurants, sparing no expense on her clothing, opting for vibrant and fashionable selections. Ultimately, Qin Jingru succumbed to temptation and agreed to date Su Damao. However, she had one condition: they must become engaged and marry. Su Damao was overjoyed and instantly agreed. Chapter 232. New projects at the Research Institute. Someone seeks the deaf old lady. The Research Institute officially commenced operations, and Guodong made some preliminary arrangements. A portion of the team was tasked with continuing the development of various CNC machines, while another group, intrigued by circuits, joined him in the study of integrated circuits. In truth, it was not so much research as it was a dissemination of knowledge. He possessed a comprehensive guide to integrated circuits and aimed to impart this knowledge to his senior colleagues. Currently, the development of integrated circuits in the country was progressing too slowly. Their CNC machine tools still relied on outdated paper tape systems, which were quite inconvenient for operation. Therefore, Guodong planned to lead his colleagues in creating an integrated circuit control board to facilitate the operation of the entire machine. Once that CNC processing center was established, it would greatly ease future production endeavors. Leading these colleagues was akin to a hybrid of teaching and hands-on practice. One significant reason for choosing integrated circuits was that Liu Jianhua was preparing to head to Hong Kong, necessitating some products for sale. Manufacturing large machines was cumbersome for transport. Thus, selling smaller items was a more practical option. Among these items, chips were the most valuable, if memory served. It was in 1964 that the Tokyo Electric Company successfully developed the world's first commercial integrated circuit. The following year, Intel Corporation was established, heralding tremendous growth for the integrated circuit industry. If he could produce commercial computing chips now, it would effectively monopolize that sector. The West would then follow in his wake, allowing him to hold the reins rather than being constrained by others. Time was of the essence, as the 1960s marked a rapid development phase for integrated circuits. If he lagged, competitors would surpass him, especially since those nations would receive substantial support and have access to greater resources, affording them significant advantages. Thus, he needed to expedite the process. Initially, Guodong and his colleagues focused on developing the necessary machines for production. However, to hone their skills, Guodong had them begin with diode manufacturing. After all, producing such a complex machine was no simple feat. They had already grasped the fundamentals of diode production over the past few days. Now, they only needed a few materials and tools. Just then, a colleague rushed in, beaming, "We received various parts from the Ministry of Industry as per our application. They are providing us with all sorts of components." He explained that the higher-ups had given their utmost support for the Integrated Circuit Research Initiative. "Excellent. With the parts in hand, let's start with building a radio," Guodong suggested. Constructing a radio was not particularly challenging, but it would enhance their practical experience and deepen their understanding of certain principles. He gathered materials, including vacuum tubes, capacitors, inductors, resistors, lithium batteries, and iron cores. His colleagues eagerly surrounded him, keen to learn the specifics of the assembly process. "Take your time. I'll guide you through each step," Guodong smiled. "First, we will create a detector, which will convert the signals received by the radio into sound that we can comprehend. The pivotal component of the detector is the diode, which we have successfully trialed in our preliminary experiments. Now it is time to implement its use. You should all be well acquainted with the operational principles of the diode. Our task is to connect it to the received signal transmitter, allowing the diode to permit forward current while obstructing reverse current, thereby achieving the rectification of the signal." Guodong instructed his senior colleagues to connect the cathode of the diode to the receiving antenna and the anode to the subsequent amplification circuit. By adjusting the diode's position, we aim to place it at the optimal location for receiving signals, thus enhancing the detection efficacy. Several senior colleagues diligently documented each step, anxious not to overlook any crucial information. Once the diode was connected, they proceeded to construct an amplifier to magnify the signal rectified by the diode. We opted to use vacuum tubes for the amplifier. Although their size is considerable, their amplification capability is remarkably effective. Selecting transistors, we designed the amplification circuit according to their characteristics. Step by step, we guided our peers through the assembly of the amplification circuit. Only one final step remained. We connected the power to test our results. Upon energizing the circuit, the amplifier emitted a crackling sound, which soon transformed into a modulated frequency. As the frequency varied, the crackling morphed into the distinct sound of human voices. "There's sound," one senior colleague exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth. Others echoed his exclamation, and the atmosphere in the Research Institute was soon filled with joy. They had successfully crafted their first radio. The clarity of the signal was astonishing. It was truly remarkable that the radio they had built was so functional. The seniors were elated, each eager to document this historic moment. It was indeed a source of modest pride. Guodong, observing the enthusiasm of his colleagues, felt a profound sense of satisfaction and joy. His greatest concern had been that the effects would fall short, rendering their hard work futile. It seems such worries were unfounded. These seniors not only excelled in theoretical knowledge, but also demonstrated exceptional practical skills. Their hard work had finally borne fruit. Guodong remarked, "This is merely the beginning. I hope everyone can maintain this fervor. The journey of developing integrated circuits is long, and it relies on each of us to explore and advance step by step. In the future, we will undoubtedly discover that the initial radio is merely the simplest part. The truly intricate and sophisticated technologies remain to be developed." Although these seniors were no longer young, they maintained a fervent passion for scientific research. Transitioning from engineering machinery to integrated circuits was no small feat, yet they embraced this challenge with zeal. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the courtyard, a jeep came to a halt, and two soldiers clad in green military uniforms, armed with Type 64 submachine guns, disembarked. They advanced into the courtyard, drawing the attention of the residents who emerged to witness the commotion, puzzled by the unfolding events. Following the three soldiers, the onlookers made their way to the backyard. The disturbance roused most of the residents, including Yi Zhonghai and the He family, who also came out to investigate. To their astonishment, the three soldiers approached the door of the deaf old lady's residence. One soldier stepped forward and knocked firmly on the door. "Is Dong Xiaowan in?" Startled by the mention of her name, the deaf old lady, who had been resting inside, was taken aback. She had not heard that name in a long time, and its sudden utterance sent a shiver down her spine. Approaching the window to peer outside, her heart sank. With a deep sigh, she realized that what was inevitable had finally arrived. Slowly, she opened the door and was met by the soldiers standing at her threshold, clad in green uniforms with belts cinched at their waists, holding submachine guns. Their serious expressions exuded an air of authority and menace. "I am Dong Xiaowan. What is the matter?" she stammered, her voice quivering. "You are Dong Xiaowan? We have received reports that you are impersonating a martyr's relative. Please accompany us," the soldier replied coldly. At those words, Dong Laotai stiffened, never expecting that one day she would be taken away. However, rather than fear, she felt a sense of relief. At last, she would not have to live in constant anxiety. The sins of many years would finally be repaid. Silently, she followed the soldiers to the door. "Old lady." Seeing the deaf old lady being taken away, the He family rushed forward, attempting to obstruct the soldiers. "She is clearly a martyr's relative. How can you claim otherwise? Isn't there some misunderstanding? She even delivered shoes to the Red Army. We are not mistaken. Once she returns, we will clarify things," one of the soldiers replied indifferently, showing no signs of yielding to He Yuzhu's pleas. "Enough, Zhuzi, don't say any more." Noticing He Yuzhu's reluctance to fall silent, Qin Huairu quickly intervened. "This is not the time to be reckless. What if they take us away too? Comrades, the ones trying to block you, as well as that old gentleman over there with the cane, should also be taken. They have long been in the courtyard, claiming that this old lady is a martyr's relative, and have used this status to bully us." A voice interjected, unmistakably that of Su Damao. He had suffered at the hands of these individuals in the past, and seizing this opportunity for retribution was too tempting to pass up. Su Damao's words sparked immediate agreement from the other residents. They had long endured their grievances and eagerly anticipated misfortune befalling these individuals. The soldiers, hearing the uproar, furrowed their brows and glanced towards He Yuzhu and Yi Zhonghai, who stood in the courtyard. I did not. Su Damao, do not speak nonsense." Yi Zhonghai vehemently denied any connection. At such a moment, he dared not associate himself with the deaf old lady. Impersonating a martyr's relative was serious business, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Comrades, I too was deceived by her. I'm a victim," he protested. "Do not believe this person. He is spouting nonsense." "Yes, comrades, it was I who deceived them. Do not make it difficult for them. This matter is solely on me." Just then, the deaf old lady spoke up. Regardless of the past, Yi Zhonghai's family had cared for her for quite some time. She viewed this as her way of repaying their kindness. However, they would not share in anything else. "Comrades, before I leave, may I have a few words with my eldest grandson?" Upon hearing this, the lead soldier furrowed his brow. "Very well, you have 3 minutes. Zhuzi, come here." Relieved by the soldier's consent, the deaf old lady beckoned He Yuzhu over. "Old lady," He Yuzhu called out, his eyes brimming with tears. A genuine bond had formed between him and the deaf old lady. Despite her past treatment of his father, he held no grievances, believing she had treated him sincerely. "Silly child, why are you crying?" The deaf old lady gently caressed He Yuzhu's forehead and pulled him closer, whispering in his ear, "Under the bluestone slab beneath my bed lies a wooden box. After everyone leaves, you should retrieve that box. It contains something of mine. I had intended to tell you when my time came, but I fear I shall not return from this. That item may be of use to you in the future." Inside, there are two letters, one addressed to Lin and the other to Yang. You may open them first, and then take those letters to Director Lin and Factory Manager Yang at the street office. If you have any matters to attend to, you may also request their assistance. They will not refuse. What do you intend to do, old lady? A wave of trepidation surged within He Yuzhu. Although he was unaware of the old lady's intentions, he was certain they could not bode well. What could I possibly do? Do not jump to conclusions. With that, the deaf old woman patted He Yuzhu's shoulder. Very well, summon that girl Qin Huairu to come here. Huh? He Yuzhu doubted his hearing. He recalled that the old lady had always looked down upon Qin Huairu, so why would she request her presence now? Go call that girl Qin Huairu over. I have something to discuss with her. Oh, confirming that he had not misheard, He Yuzhu quickly turned to summon his wife. Sister Qin, the old lady wishes to speak with you. He Yuzhu softly conveyed to Qin Huairu, who immediately understood that the deaf old woman must have some secret to divulge. She nodded and proceeded towards the old lady. Old lady, please speak swiftly. Upon reaching the old lady's side, Qin Huairu gently urged, Come here. The deaf old woman, mirroring her earlier demeanor with He Yuzhu, leaned in to whisper a few words into Qin Huairu's ear. To onlookers, it appeared as a farewell. However, upon hearing the old woman's words, Qin Huairu stood there in stunned silence. After she finished speaking, the deaf old woman calmly approached the soldier. Let's go, comrade. I have completed my arrangements for my final affairs. The soldier nodded and led the others away from the old woman's residence. Qin Huairu remained frozen in place for an extended moment until He Yuzhu approached and gently shook her to bring her back to reality. Sister Qin, what did the old lady just say to you? He Yuzhu inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing at all. She merely advised me to live well with you. That sort of thing. Qin Huairu cast a complex glance towards the door of the old lady's room. Oh, Sister Qin, please return and assist me in tidying up the old lady's belongings. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Huairu's eyes. Zhuzi, did the old lady say something to you? Did she leave you something? Huh? No, not at all, He Yuzhu stammered. Zhuzi, are we not husband and wife? You ought to share such matters with me. Chapter 234. The Deaf Old Woman's Identity and Her Machinations. Very well, Sister Qin, I shall tell you. The old lady mentioned she had left some things for me. Let's go and have a look. Unable to resist, He Yuzhu ultimately decided to reveal the truth to Qin Huairu. She left something? Qin Huairu's eyes brightened, confirming her suspicions. The deaf old woman indeed harbored many secrets. Now all of it belonged to her and He Yuzhu. Upon entering the old lady's room, as directed, they searched beneath the stone tiles under the bed for quite some time before discovering a red wooden box emerging from the depths. Zhuzi, open it and see. Eagerly, Qin Huairu urged He Yuzhu to unveil its contents. He Yuzhu nodded and began to carefully dismantle the box. Moments later, the box was opened. Upon seeing what lay inside, He Yuzhu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Qin Huairu, noticing his reaction, hurriedly stepped forward to investigate. To her astonishment, the box contained a stack of money, roughly amounting to 200 yuan at a glance, along with some receipts. However, these items paled in significance compared to the gleaming gold bars and silver ingots nestled beneath. The old lady possessed such wealth? Where could she have acquired it? Qin Huairu's gaze was filled with disbelief as she regarded the money in the box. I have no idea, He Yuzhu stuttered, unable to fathom that the old lady had amassed such riches, and even more so, that she entrusted them to him. Never mind. Since the old lady has given us these items, we shall properly arrange them. If she returns, we must honor her well. If she does not return, we shall light extra incense for her. Qin Huairu sighed, yet internally she rejoiced, for with this newfound wealth, they would no longer worry about sustenance. Even her son would be saved. Yes, Sister Qin, I shall heed your words, He Yuzhu affirmed as he tucked the gold bars and silver into his clothing. Zhuzi, what are you doing? Did we not agree that I would manage the finances? Noticing He Yuzhu's actions, Qin Huairu frowned and questioned him. He Yuzhu scratched his head awkwardly, saying, I forgot. Sister Qin, you should take it. Seeing this, Qin Huairu rolled her eyes and replied, I understand this is what the old lady left for you, but to prevent you from spending it recklessly, I will hold on to it for now. When you need it, simply come to me. Rest assured, I shall not squander your money. Sister Qin, you speak as if my money is not yours. Feel free to spend it as you wish. He Yuzhu smiled warmly. After hearing this, Qin Huairu said nothing further, but nodded silently. In truth, He Yuzhu felt immense delight, for he had acquired a significant sum. Having long feared poverty, he now felt an unparalleled sense of ease with such wealth suddenly at his disposal. All right, Zhuzi, you should return now. I will continue to assist the old lady in tidying up her things, as a way to show our filial respect. Qin Huairu carefully secured the box and waved He off. Sister Qin, can you manage on your own? He asked anxiously upon hearing her words. Hey, what is the matter? Do you not know how messy your own place is? You think you can compare tidying up with me? Qin Huairu waved her hand dismissively at He. No, I meant that with your condition, it might be a bit inconvenient. There is nothing inconvenient about it. I can handle it myself. You should head back. With Qin Huairu insisting, He reluctantly complied and left. After he departed, Qin Huairu closed the door and prepared to sort through the contents of the deaf old woman's room. She meticulously searched and eventually discovered another small box under the foot of the bed. Upon opening it, her heart raced and her breath quickened, her cheeks flushed with excitement. What she saw inside stirred her emotions even more than the gold and money had, inducing a hint of fear. For there lay a flag, the blue sky with a white sun. Qin Huairu's hands trembled as she cautiously extracted the flag. The deaf old woman's words echoed in her mind. If you seek vengeance and wish for that Guodong to perish, go to the foot of my bed and retrieve a small box, then find a way to throw its contents into his home. Then, seek out Deputy Director Lin of the neighborhood office. In that fleeting moment, the deaf old woman had made an astute deduction. It was undoubtedly that Guodong who had betrayed her. No one else in the courtyard understood her circumstances. Everyone merely echoed her claims of being a martyr's widow. Only Guodong had ever harbored doubts about her. Moreover, Guodong was indeed a genuine martyr's widow, leading her to conclude that he was the only possible informant. Although the deaf old woman had boasted of having delivered shoes to the Red Army, the truth was far from it. In reality, she had deep connections with the warlords. Having once been the concubine of a high-ranking official, she had been taken under the wing of a powerful official after being noticed while working in the 8 great alleys. And this courtyard was a gift from him. This is precisely why she has been able to savor many exquisite delicacies and familiarize herself with a plethora of things. However, due to their hasty departure, they did not take her along. After the liberation of the capital, she voluntarily surrendered the Sihiyuan. Naturally, she fabricated a new identity for herself. Claiming to be a concubine of a certain landlord from the past, the house was purportedly bequeathed to her by that landlord. Given her voluntary confession and the absence of any significant transgressions, coupled with her advancing age, they permitted her to retain a modest room for her twilight years. Little did they realize that she would wield considerable influence within that courtyard. The deaf old woman understood that once apprehended, her past misdeeds would inevitably be laid bare. Thus, she sought to take Guodong along with her. Her choice of Qin Huairu stemmed from her discernment of this woman's formidable nature. The previous incident, where she ruthlessly betrayed He, demanding 300 yuan for a letter of forgiveness, had already revealed this woman's remarkable shrewdness. Additionally, the current state of the Jiao family could largely be attributed to Guodong's actions. It was evident that Qin Huairu harbored significant resentment towards Guodong, making her an ideal accomplice for the old woman's plan. With utmost caution, Qin Huairu stowed away the flag. Taking a deep breath, she feigned nonchalance and returned to the central courtyard. After scanning her surroundings and confirming the absence of anyone, she stealthily approached Guodong's residence and slipped the flag through a crack in the window. Having completed her task, she hurriedly exited. Chapter 235, The First Lithography Machine Manufacturing Plan. Steel Mill Research Institute. After collaborating with numerous seniors on the radio project, Guodong made his way to Old Wang's Research Institute. Following their previous cooperation, the majority of components for the hinge-type 2-section track vehicle had commenced formal production. Confirming that there were no issues on their end, Guodong sought out Old Wang. Jelly has arrived, and your timing is impeccable. I was just about to inform you that there has been progress on a matter you asked me to investigate. The elderly lady in your courtyard is named Dong Xiaowan, a former concubine of a warlord. I have already dispatched personnel to apprehend her, and I trust the interrogation will yield results soon. Our team also looked into her past, and the findings were rather startling. It turns out she has orchestrated numerous affairs within your Sihiyuan. Rest assured, we will take care of her. Guodong was slightly taken aback. The military's actions were indeed swift. Just yesterday, it was mentioned, and today the individual was apprehended. By the way, remember to have Zhang Fei accompany you to your courtyard. Your identity is no longer what it used to be. You are now a person of significance and require their close protection. Coincidentally, the old woman's room has become vacant. I will arrange for 2 individuals to reside there for your protection. There is no need for that. I'm about to move, and once I relocate to the new courtyard, they can simply find accommodation nearby. Guodong quickly declined. While he had no objections to being protected, The prospect of being shadowed by others gave him an unsettling feeling of surveillance. Understood, but it's still advisable for them to assess the situation. Given the number of individuals currently in your courtyard, there may be cause for concern regarding potential threats. It would be prudent for them to lay low in the vicinity. If any hostile elements do exist, it would facilitate their apprehension. After a moment as contemplation, Old Wong nodded in agreement. Recognizing the potential risks associated with the many inhabitants of the courtyard, despite their numerical advantage, vigilance was paramount. Reluctantly, Guodong acquiesced. What's the matter, Guodong? Is there a new arrangement for today's visit? I have already initiated production on your previous solar panels. I must say, their efficiency in generating power is commendable. Unfortunately, our supply of batteries and materials is limited, allowing us to manufacture only a small quantity. If we could scale up production, we would no longer need to worry about electricity shortages. Old Wong was quite fond of the solar panels, as they could be utilized not only in domestic settings, but also on the battlefield. This technology would allow them to establish camps without the cumbersome diesel generators. It was exceedingly convenient, particularly in hazardous environments. As long as there was sunlight, electricity could be provided. He had even secretly arranged for a portion to be sent to the Western Plateau, coupled with the production of the hinge-type 2-section tracked vehicle. Their logistical capabilities had significantly improved, ensuring greater reliability in that region. Old Wong, didn't you mention that I was allocated $1 million in research funding? I've come today to request your assistance in preparing certain materials. Guodong then produced a sheet of paper, listing several items for Old Wong and detailing their specifications. Upon hearing Guodong's proposal, Old Wong's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that you intend to construct a lithography machine to manufacture transistors? I have encountered references to such technology in various documents. It is a high-tech product recently developed by the Americans. Allegedly, possessing this technology would catalyze a tremendous advancement in integrated circuit technology. Such aspirations have always been beyond our reach. I never imagined you would undertake such an endeavor. Yes, Old Wong, I wish to give it a try, Guodong replied with a smile. The reason he chose to pursue this project within the military rather than at the steel mill was that it aligned more closely with the military's operational style. According to military protocol, demonstrate one generation, test the next, develop a subsequent version, and initiate a new project. Typically, if a new product is showcased, it indicates that the next generation is already in testing, the third is under development, and the fourth is in the planning stages. If the lithography machine were to be developed here, given the military's approach, when the West first glimpsed our initial model, it would mean our fourth generation was already in the works. This understated, yet leading strategy resonated well with his own system. It is commendable that you possess such resolve. But this undertaking is quite substantial. I wonder if you can bear the burden. Old Wong expressed his concerns. While he was eager to see such advancements materialize, he was acutely aware that the resources required for such a project would be astronomical. Not to mention, the materials Guodong had just presented were exceedingly rare and precious, necessitating precise manufacturing equipment. Precise manufacturing equipment? Upon this realization, Old Wong shot a glance at Guodong. This young man had recently developed high-precision CNC machine tools, suggesting he had long been preparing for this endeavor. Clearly, he was confident in his ability to execute this project. Old Wong felt reassured. He had not misjudged Guodong's capabilities. Rest easy, Old Wong. Now that I have resolved to construct this device, I am fully aware of the challenges. Just prepare the necessary materials for me, and I will handle the rest. Very well. Since you are so confident, I will assist you in procuring the materials and also reach out to several esteemed professors who specialize in this field. Their expertise is remarkable, and their involvement would undoubtedly enhance your lithography machine as development. There is no need for them just yet. Guodong shook his head. It would be preposterous to have seasoned professors following the directives of 20-something. They would likely resist, ultimately hindering the research progress. Once again, I possess a complete set of blueprints. They merely require fabrication. This endeavor is not as intricate as it seems. By constructing the first generation of the machine, I can approach them and encourage further development, thereby facilitating the process. Ultimately, it is a matter of demonstrating one's capabilities. Merely proclaiming an intention to procure a lithography machine will undoubtedly be met with skepticism. Wang Lao has also acknowledged this issue and promptly agreed with Guodong. After making these arrangements, Guodong returned to his research on his bicycle, with Zhang Fei accompanying him back to the courtyard. Chapter 236. Is Guodong a spy? Upon returning to the courtyard, Gu Guodong instructed Zhang Shuyu to attend to Zhang Fei and prepare a cup of tea while he placed his belongings in his room. However, upon entering, he was startled to find a piece of fabric lying on the floor, an azure material adorned with a white sun. The sight of this object sent a chill down his spine. As a time traveler, or even without that distinction, it was clear what this item signified. Discovering it in his room indicated a nefarious intent to endanger his life. Fortunately, he had noticed it. Otherwise, he might have met a grim fate without understanding how it had come to be. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Peering through the window, he saw Deputy Director Lin from the neighborhood office accompanied by several staff members entering. It was evident that they had been waiting for his return to apprehend him. A sardonic smile crept across Gu Guodong's face. They intended to seize him as soon as he arrived. Such a naive assumption, since they sought to capture him. There was no reason for him to remain passive. Yet, he refrained from rushing out, wishing to observe how they planned to detain him. He also discreetly stored the fabric away in his space, instructing everyone inside to remain still. Shortly after concealing the fabric, Gu Guodong made his way to the living room, where the shouts from outside intensified. Soon, Deputy Director Lin and his entourage entered. We have received a report indicating the presence of enemy agents here, necessitating a search of this premises. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei immediately prepared to present his credentials. It was absurd. They could scrutinize Gu Guodong's identity thoroughly, tracing back generations. Not to mention, the weapons they were utilizing were designed by Gu Guodong himself, surpassing those of many nations in advancement. How could Gu Guodong possibly be an enemy agent? Would an enemy agent be so benevolent as to contribute to development? However, Gu Guodong silenced him with a mere glance. He was keen to uncover who was orchestrating this scheme against him, particularly since he had found Deputy Director Lin to be exceedingly dubious, clearly colluding with individuals like Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old woman. With Zhang Fei firmly seated, Gu Guodong leisurely remarked, "Oh, searching for what exactly?" Deputy Director Lin furrowed his brow at Gu Guodong's composed demeanor. This was not how he had anticipated the situation to unfold. Typically, the mere mention of enemy agents would incite panic in most individuals. Yet Gu Guodong exhibited not an ounce of concern, as though they were non-existent. Did he perhaps know of their plans? If that were the case, handling the situation today would prove challenging. Nevertheless, with the arrow knocked, it must be released. Retreat was not an option. Steeling himself, Deputy Director Lin pressed on. "Please cooperate with our inspection. Why should I comply with your search? I have committed no crime." Gu Guodong replied coolly. "Or do you suspect me of being an enemy agent?" I suspect you, Gu Guodong, are indeed an enemy agent." Deputy Director Lin discarded any pretense, confronting him directly. "Pray tell, Deputy Director Lin, what grounds do you have to label me as an enemy agent?" Gu Guodong countered. Because we have evidence." Deputy Director Lin puffed out his chest, emboldened. "If you believe yourself innocent, are you not willing to allow us to investigate? If you have nothing to hide, what is there to fear?" With a gesture to his accompanying staff, Deputy Director Lin advanced toward the interior of the room. His motives for visiting were twofold: to apprehend Gu Guodong and extract information from him, ideally regarding his weapon blueprints. Securing such information would certainly earn him accolades from his superiors. "Stop. What do you intend to do? I warn you not to approach, otherwise." Zhang Fei interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Guodong. He would not permit anyone to harm him. "You mustn't utter such nonsense. How could Brother Gu Guodong possibly be an enemy agent? He is the son of a martyr." Zhang Shuyu glared at Deputy Director Lin and his associates. This young lady cannot simply assert her claims. Who says the children of martyrs cannot be enemy agents? We will only know the truth after our investigation." Deputy Director Lin retorted dismissively. Seeing Deputy Director Lin disregard them, both incensed Zhang Shuyu. The commotion soon attracted the attention of other residents in the courtyard, who emerged to observe and speculate. So, Gu Guodong is an enemy agent? No wonder he's living so well. How could he possibly be an enemy agent? Surely, this is a misunderstanding. If he were an enemy agent, why would he teach us such excellent technology? Exactly. Besides, he is the son of Gu Mingzhong, who captured enemy agents in Shishan. How could he be one himself? Who knows? Haven't you heard the saying, you can know a person's face but not their heart? Perhaps he is the most deeply concealed agent of all. Opinions varied among the onlookers, with some asserting Gu Guodong's innocence based on his lineage, while others speculated he might have been turned. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu from the Jia family observed with expressions of malicious glee. They had long harbored resentment towards Gu Guodong, lacking the opportunity to address their grievances due to their own limitations. Now, witnessing Deputy Director Lin trouble Gu Guodong, They relished the spectacle. Moreover, the possibility of Guodong being an enemy agent thrilled them. If true, it would vindicate their own plight, suggesting they had been deliberately ensnared. Shortly thereafter, several staff members conducted a thorough search of Guodong's room. Regrettably, they found nothing beyond mundane items. Deputy Director Lin's expression darkened. How could it be that nothing was found? It had been clearly arranged. Could it be? Suddenly, Deputy Director Lin's eyes brightened. Guodong must have discovered the incriminating evidence beforehand and concealed it on his person. Resolute, he stepped forward. Comrade Guodong, we now need to search your person. If nothing is found, your innocence will be established. Is that agreeable? Chapter 237. Attempting to frame me? Let us see who is trapped. Though Deputy Director Lin's words were framed as a request for Guodong's consent, they were more akin to a command. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei's ire ignited. How dare they treat Guodong in such a manner? He was prepared to intervene when it dawned on him that Guodong's lack of evasion indicated he was confident in his ability to handle the situation. Upon this realization, Zhang Fei cast a cold glance at Deputy Director Lin and the others. If they were unable to produce anything shortly, he would reveal his true identity and give them a taste of their own medicine. Search away. Guodong shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing for them to proceed. With Guodong's consent, Deputy Director Lin breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Gu would stubbornly resist. If that were to happen, the situation would escalate dramatically. Should the higher-ups become aware, it would spell disaster for him. After all, they had arrived without any search warrant and no police personnel accompanied them. This was entirely his personal endeavor. Thus, amidst the encirclement of several clerks, Guodong slowly extended his arms to allow them to search. Soon, they commenced their search, leaving no article of clothing unexamined, not even his undergarments. However, to Deputy Director Lin's dismay, they found nothing at all. How is this possible? Lin muttered under his breath, then instructed Guodong to remove his shoes, socks, and clothing for a thorough search. The outcome remained unchanged. Nothing was uncovered. Witnessing this, Lin was left dumbfounded. It shouldn't be like this. He had convinced himself that everything was meticulously arranged, having specifically instructed his subordinates upon their arrival to scrutinize every detail. How could it be that nothing had been discovered? Guodong, Deputy Section Chief, I apologize, but it seems the intelligence we received was mistaken. You must understand that matters concerning enemy agents are of utmost importance, which is why we came to verify today. Truly, I am sorry. You have no grievances, and today's oversight is entirely our fault. Lin managed to force out a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Indeed, it is somewhat regrettable. But I understand that you are simply fulfilling your duties, Guodong replied with a smile. The expression on Lin's face shifted as he sensed something peculiar in Gu's demeanor. It felt as if Gu had anticipated this all along. Yet, there were no signs at the scene to suggest he knew anything. This left Lin baffled. If there are no further issues, I shall take my leave. We can arrange for drinks another day as an apology, Lin stated, preparing to depart. The situation had spiraled beyond his control, and he needed to retreat swiftly to devise a solution. As for Guodong, he would consider that later. He couldn't afford to linger any longer. However, as he attempted to leave, Guodong had no intention of permitting it. Wait, Deputy Director Lin, having come this far, you cannot return empty-handed, Guodong said with a smile. In fact, I too harbor suspicions regarding enemy agents. What do you mean? Lin's heart raced at Gu's smile. It's merely that if I have suspicions, I must investigate thoroughly. The more radiant Gu's smile became, the heavier Lin's heart felt, sensing an air of danger about it. Especially when those dark eyes were fixed upon him, it sent shivers down his spine. Comrade Guodong, we are merely conducting a routine check. Lin forced a laugh, attempting to diffuse the tension. Ah, then I shall conduct a routine check as well, Captain Zhang, Guodong said, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Fei behind him. Don't move. Raise your hands. Zhang Fei immediately understood the signal and drew his pistol, aiming it at the group before him. This, a gun? The sight of the firearm sent Deputy Director Lin and the clerks into a panic, especially when Lin noticed the impeccable condition of the weapon. He realized that this individual was far from ordinary. Shuyu, report to the police. Guodong commanded as he saw the group under control. Guodong, what are you doing? Order this comrade to put away the gun. This is a breach of discipline. Lin stammered, his voice barely above a whisper, though he had initially felt confident. The appearance of Zhang's gun had shaken him. Regret flooded his mind. Had he known the risks, he would never have waded into these murky waters. Had he stayed away, he might have only faced charges of corruption, perhaps serving a few years in prison. Now, the situation was escalating to the point where he could face execution. The fact that the opposing party wielded a gun and exuded a menacing aura indicated military involvement. Guodong was under military protection. This was far beyond what he had anticipated. Internally, he cursed himself. Had he not accepted the money and gold from the deaf old lady, he wouldn't be embroiled in such a predicament. It was a regrettable turn of events. Upon hearing that the old lady had been captured, panic set in. Thus, when Shin Huiru suggested he cooperate in capturing Guodong, insinuating that Gu might be an enemy agent, he had no choice but to comply. Never did he expect that this visit would ensnare him instead. Breach of discipline? Huh. That's rich. There are enemy agents present, and it is entirely reasonable to use a firearm to prevent their escape. Who is the enemy agent? Comrade, Guodong. I told you, that was a misunderstanding. I apologize, and I assure you it will not happen again. At this moment, Lin was drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Guodong ignored him and strolled leisurely toward Lin, rolling up his sleeves and reaching into Lin's clothing. Suddenly, he withdrew a flag from within. The sight of that flag left everyone present in shock, while Lin's eyes widened in horror as he collapsed to the ground, his face draining of color, lips quivering. His pupils dilated, and he appeared as if he had witnessed something dreadful. His body shook uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring from him. This was it. He had been outmaneuvered by Guodong. I don't know how this happened. I truly don't. Lin stammered, his face devoid of color. This flag was, of course, the very one Gu had retrieved earlier, and his reach into Lin's clothing was merely a ruse to extract it from his spatial pocket. Since they sought to frame him, he would return the favor with their own methods. Ding. Host cunning operation rewarded with 100 points, current total 370. Chapter 238, Deputy Director Lin arrested, anxious Shin Huiru. The moment Lin laid eyes on the flag, the world spun around him, and his mind buzzed with confusion. Panic surged like a tidal wave, twisting his insides as if his stomach were churning violently. Cold sweat drenched him, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his legs too weak to support him. I am not. This ISNT mine, you bastard? Lin rasped, his voice quaking in anger, but failing to mask his fear. That flag felt like a death sentence delivered by fate, signaling the end of his days. The thought of his impending doom enveloped him in an infinite dread. Knowing he would likely face execution and that his family would not escape the ensuing catastrophe. Images of his execution haunted him. He shut his eyes tightly, but they would not fade. Whether standing or kneeling, he envisioned the barrel pressed against his temple or nape, filled with terror and despair, waiting for the fatal shot. He desperately moved his lips, but no sound emerged, only tears and snot streaming down his face in utter humiliation. Kneeling on the ground, he felt powerless, like a sacrificial lamb awaiting its fate. The specter of death loomed overhead, eroding his sanity. In his mind, there were only visions of his final moments. Time seemed to stand still, leaving Guodong observe the reaction of Deputy Director Lin, fully aware that the man was on the brink of collapse. At present, however, he was still in a state of hysterical denial. Initially, when setting the trap, Guodong had not anticipated such a smooth outcome. He had merely thought on his feet, realizing that the flag could be utilized to intimidate, never expecting Lin's reaction to be so pronounced, which was a clear revelation of his guilt. It appeared his suspicions were accurate. Deputy Director Lin was indeed a genuine traitor. The question remained, who else in the courtyard was complicit with him? There was no need to mention the deaf old lady. But could Yi Zhonghai also be an enemy agent? After all, they were quite close, and what about He Yuzhu? It would be prudent to advise Wang Lao to keep an eye on them. Yet, Guodong decided not to dwell on these concerns for now. His immediate priority was to deal with Deputy Director Lin. The terror displayed on Lin's face surely couldn't be an act. Guodong crossed his arms, looking down at Lin with an air of superiority. Upon hearing Guodong's words, Lin immediately lifted his head, glaring at him. Gu, one can be reckless with food, but not with words. What do you mean by my terror? Do not slander me. Although he attempted to maintain a facade of calm, his tone remained frantic. How could he possibly admit to such accusations? To do so would be tantamount to a death sentence. He was still young, with much of life ahead of him to enjoy, and he had yet to even marry. How could he resign himself to death? More critically, should this matter come to light, he would forever bear the stigma of being a traitor, becoming a target for the entire public security system of Huaxia. Just then, police officers arrived, led by what appeared to be a captain. Upon spotting Deputy Director Lin, he hurried over. Deputy Director? What's going on? The leading officer's face was a mask of confusion, clearly bewildered by the situation. Lin quickly rose to his feet and shouted towards the group, Captain Liu, there are armed individuals here, and they are falsely accusing me of being a traitor. Apprehend them immediately. With the arrival of the police, Lin made one last desperate attempt to defend himself. After his outburst, Captain Liu finally noticed someone aiming a gun at them, startling him into drawing his own weapon. Freeze! Put down your weapon. There's no need to be anxious, Captain Liu. Here is my identification. You may examine it first. Guodong produced his work ID and handed it over. Captain Liu took it, examined it closely, and was momentarily taken aback, for it prominently displayed the rank of major. A young major. This was a person of considerable importance. Comrade, what exactly is happening here? Liu was now thoroughly perplexed. He had come in response to a report of enemy agents in the area, but it seemed the scene was more akin to a conflict between military and local authorities. This left him utterly bewildered, as such matters were the most troublesome to handle, if not beyond his capacity altogether. Captain Liu, this flag was found on Deputy Director Lin. Guodong declared, lifting the flag he had just retrieved from Lin. Upon seeing the flag, Captain Liu's expression shifted to one of alarm. Arrest everyone here. Regaining his composure, Captain Liu immediately instructed his subordinates to take Lin and several staff members into custody. Captain Liu, this is unjust. I truly did not. This is a setup. Lin screamed frantically, struggling against them. However, Captain Liu paid him no heed, merely casting a disinterested glance at Lin before gesturing to the police officers nearby. Take him away. He then proceeded to inquire about the events that had transpired in the courtyard. After confirming that their accounts aligned with Guodong's, he finally exhaled in relief and ordered Lin and the others to be taken back to the police station. Thank you, Comrade Gu, for the valuable lead. Without your assistance, the consequences could have been dire. Before departing, Captain Liu expressed his gratitude politely to Guodong. It was nothing, just a small effort on my part. Guodong replied with a smile. I shall take my leave now. Captain Liu nodded and signaled his subordinates to depart. The sight of Deputy Director Lin being taken away left everyone in the courtyard in stunned silence. Wasn't it supposed to be Guodong who was the enemy agent being pursued? How had it ended up with Lin being revealed as the traitor? This dramatic twist was utterly bewildering. Only Guodong understood the gravity of the situation. Lin had sealed his own fate. What had begun as an attempt to frame Guodong had now resulted in Lin's exposure as a genuine enemy agent. With his capture, it would not be long before he faced dire consequences. Meanwhile, Zhonghai and He Yuzhu lamented their misfortune, having assumed Guodong would surely be ensnared, only to find him unharmed. However, what none noticed was Qin Huairu, trembling in a corner. Initially, she had felt elated at the sight of Lin bringing people over. But upon witnessing Lin's arrest, her mood soured drastically. She began to worry. What if they implicated her, claiming she had informed on them? What then would she do? Chapter 239. Investigation into Zhonghai and He Yuzhu. Su Damao obtains a certificate. Director Gu, I believe we must either move into this courtyard or you should relocate from here as soon as possible. This place is exceedingly perilous, with enemy agents lurking about. Today's events were clearly unusual. Someone is attempting to frame you. After everything was settled and they returned to the house, Zhang Fei voiced his concerns. As a soldier, he could immediately sense that today's events were far from ordinary. Yes, I will have my new courtyard renovated shortly. I plan to move there in the next couple of days. I will need you, Captain Zhang, to assist me with the move, Guodong replied, nodding. Certainly, I will make arrangements, Zhang Fei said, preparing to leave when Guodong called him back. Captain Zhang, there is one more thing I need your help with. I suspect several individuals in our courtyard may be colluding with Deputy Director Lin. Please arrange for someone to observe them discreetly. He then recounted the close relationships between Zhonghai, He Yuzhu, and the deaf old lady. Upon hearing Guodong's account, Zhang Fei immediately grasped his intentions. There was undoubtedly some foul play afoot, and not just from one individual. Otherwise, Lin would not have dared to act so brazenly. I understand. I will arrange for surveillance over the next few days, and if anyone is found to be involved, I will arrest and interrogate them directly, Zhang Fei stated seriously. He was no fool. If it were confirmed that someone was indeed scheming, immediate action would be necessary. Thank you, Captain Zhang. I will be relocating to the new courtyard soon. Please ensure heightened vigilance on your end. Who knows if enemy agents will retaliate? Guodong nodded, agreeing with Zhang Fei's assessment. With Lin now apprehended, it was likely others would take action as well. Afterward, Zhang Fei departed the courtyard, while Guodong began preparing to move to the neighboring courtyard in the coming days. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu was at home, feeling increasingly anxious and disoriented. She had not anticipated Lin's arrest. She had originally believed that controlling Guodong would allow her to achieve her goals, but now it had backfired, leading to Lin's downfall. With Lin captured, what would happen to her? Just then, a sudden knock on the door jolted her from her thoughts. Her heart raced. Her face turned pale, and she trembled uncontrollably. She yearned to conceal herself, yet was at a loss as to where to hide. Bang, bang, bang. The persistent knocking at the door suggested that the visitor was not easily dissuaded. Qin Huairu gritted her teeth, inhaled deeply, and mustered her courage to rush towards the door. Upon pulling it open and recognizing the visitor, she nearly burst into tears. "Sister, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Qin Jingru. However, the present Qin Jingru bore little resemblance to her former self. In the past, she donned simple, modest attire, embodying the essence of a rural woman. Yet now, she was clad in stylish, new garments, appearing entirely as a city dweller, a stark contrast to the rustic girl she once was. Just as Qin Huairu was about to voice her confusion, another figure emerged behind Qin Jingru, Su Damao. At that moment, Qin Huairu's expression darkened. She had never anticipated that her sister would become entangled with such a scoundrel. Vei Xingye du Damon etlimet. His eyes glinting with a lewd smile upon seeing Qin Huairu. "Get out," she retorted coldly, her voice laced with disdain. "Oh, come on, Qin Jie. You've been neighbors for ages. Why the harsh words?" He replied with a smirk. "But I do have some news to share. Jingru and I have registered our marriage." Su Damao announced triumphantly. "You registered?" Qin Huairu's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly fathom that these two had become a couple. Despite her anger at Su Damao for being unworthy of her sister, the reality of their marriage rendered any attempts to intervene futile. "Yes, we tied the knot yesterday. You should see how affectionate we are. We cuddle every night," Su Damao boasted, oblivious to the fury simmering in Qin Huairu's eyes. "Congratulations, then. I wish you both happiness," she replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm. At that moment, Hiyuju returned from outside. "What is going on? Don't block the way," he said, somewhat irritated upon seeing the commotion at the door. "Oh, look who is back, silly Zhu. By the way, I have news for you. Jingru and I are married now. We're practically family." Su Damao repeated his earlier proclamation with a smug grin, deliberately aiming to provoke Hiyuju. The news left Hiyuju momentarily stunned, followed by a glance at the now elegantly attired Qin Jingru. An intense rage bubbled up within him, urging him to confront Su Damao, but Qin Huairu restrained him, saying, "Zhuzi, don't act recklessly." Her grip quelled his anger, reminding him that he had secured the affection of his beloved Qin Jie. Thus, he regained his composure and even found amusement in teasing Su Damao. "Gong datin, Su Damao. You've won the heart of a beauty. Let us hear you call me brother-in-law," he jested. "Ha, silly Zhu, don't think you can take advantage of me. We'll keep our dealings separate," Su Damao shot back with a glare. "But, silly Zhu, considering our long acquaintance and this new bond, I'd like to ask for your assistance. Nothing too demanding, I hope. What do you need help with?" Hiyuju inquired. "I'd like you to assist in arranging the banquet for my wedding with Jingru," Su Damao said, grinning. "Oh, that's easy. Count me in," Hiyuju declared enthusiastically, thumping his chest in agreement. 10 yuan, no bargaining. Su Damao's expression immediately soured, recalling that Lu Haizhong had only paid 8 yuan for Hiyuju's services previously. However, his demeanor brightened again. "Fine, I'm not short on cash, but you better make sure the banquet is well organized." "Absolutely," Hiyuju replied with a broad smile, internally reveling in the situation. 10 yuan was nearly half his monthly salary, and he was already plotting ways to profit from Su Damao's wedding. Thus, they settled the arrangement, and Su Damao, along with Qin Jingru, set off to distribute wedding candies house by house. Chapter 240, Moving House. Zhang Shiyu's voice was particularly loud. On this weekend, with no work obligations, Guodong returned to the courtyard with a group of men. The sight of these tall, imposing figures clad in green military uniforms left the residents of the courtyard wide-eyed. They couldn't help but wonder what had transpired now. After all, just days prior, Deputy Director Lin had brought people to apprehend enemy agents, and the revelation that one of their own was implicated had left everyone reeling. Now, the appearance of what seemed to be soldiers only heightened their anxiety, especially for Qin Huairu, Hiyuju, and Zhonghai. Over the past few days, Qin Huairu had been living in fear, anxious that she too might be taken away. Meanwhile, Hiyuju and Zhonghai felt as though they were being watched from shadows. Consequently, the three of them were the most unsettled. Fortunately, the newcomers headed straight into Guodong's quarters, which alleviated some of the tension among the onlookers. They then began to move various pieces of furniture from Guodong's room, large and small. "Is he moving?" One of Guodong's acquaintances from the steel mill inquired curiously. "Yes, I'm looking to change my surroundings. The independent courtyard is now ready for me to move into, and it's closer to the factory and more spacious, which will be convenient for the future," Guodong replied, nodding. The employee understood and continued. Well, I wish you joy in your new home. Will we be able to visit you often for tea and conversation? Of course, Guodong replied cheerfully. Your belongings seem plentiful. Let us assist you in moving. Several employees chimed in, surrounding Guodong to help carry things. Thank you all, he replied, acknowledging that he was well-liked in the courtyard, aside from a few unsavory characters. With everyone working together, the efficiency increased, and soon all of Guodong's possessions were relocated to the new courtyard. Upon seeing Guodong's new home, everyone was full of admiration. The bathroom was conveniently built within, with the faucet leading directly into the living quarters and the kitchen. The presence of a bathtub astonished everyone. They could now bathe at home instead of going to the public bathhouse. This design is fantastic. A bathtub this large must be incredibly comfortable, someone exclaimed. If I ever have my own house, I'll definitely get a big bathtub too, another chimed in, excitement palpable among the crowd as they admired the new residence. Back at the courtyard, Guodong did not hold back, distributing various seeds, fruits, and cigarettes to those who had helped him. Though his salary was decent and he was willing to spend on meals, many were still reluctant to indulge in such non-essential luxuries. A few unsavory characters, upon hearing that Guodong was moving out, felt secretly pleased and refrained from offering any assistance. However, upon witnessing the lack of activity, those who had come to assist were unexpectedly offered cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and fruit, causing several faces to change instantly. There was also a hint of regret, as they wished they had gone over to help earlier. Guodong, are you planning to move out? What will happen to this house afterward? Just then, Yin Bugue approached and inquired. His child was growing increasingly larger, yet they had nowhere to live. If Guodong's house remained unoccupied, he hoped to take residence there. As he spoke, his eyes fixated hungrily on the cigarette in Guodong's hand. He had seen Guodong smoke earlier. This was a brand he had only ever watched others use, never having tried it himself. Noticing Yin Bugue's eager gaze, Guodong smiled knowingly and tossed him a cigarette. Here you go, Grandpa Yin, give it a try. Today marks a joyous occasion of moving, so I one tea hold it against you. Yin Bugue quickly accepted it. Thank you, Guodong. As for this house, don't get your hopes up. Even though I'm moving, this place remains mine. My father has lived here for quite some time, and I've spent many days here as well. I have a certain attachment to it, and I'll still come by occasionally. Didn't you notice we didn't even take the bed with us? At this, Yin Bugue's expression turned to one of disappointment. Yet he managed to muster a faint smile as he placed the cigarette between his lips and took a slow drag. This time, Guodong generously handed out cigarettes to everyone who had come to help. He then declared, "Thank you all for your hard work. Let us go out for drinks." Upon hearing this, nearly everyone erupted in cheers, and a large group made their way toward the cafeteria. Since the engineers resided at the Research Institute, Mahua and Fatty were tasked with arranging for someone to come over and cook during the weekend. It wouldn't do to let these engineers go hungry. Naturally, inviting them for a meal didn't mean they would have to cook, otherwise it would be too taxing. Guodong and Zhang Shiyu took it upon themselves to prepare the dishes for their guests. By the time everyone had nearly finished eating, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. During this time, Guodong and Zhang Shiyu had returned home in advance. They had moved some items in, but hadn't completely organized everything yet. They needed to hurry and tidy up so they could sleep that night. Just as they were nearing completion, someone knocked on their door. Upon opening it, Guodong found Zhang Fei accompanied by 2 team members, who were carrying a large solar panel. This solar panel was, of course, intended for their own use. However, he wasn't misusing public resources. He had reported this to the higher-ups beforehand. When it was mentioned he needed a solar panel, the leadership had readily agreed without hesitation. After all, given his significant contributions, using a solar panel was hardly a matter of concern. Since there weren't many large appliances at present, one solar panel would suffice for Guodong's needs. After installing the solar panel and connecting it to the power supply, the entire house was lit up, with the lights turned on. The dim ambience of a room felt exceedingly cozy. The guests lingered for a while before gradually taking their leave, while Guodong and his wife remained to tidy up. Given the limited number of items, they quickly finished the task. Gazing around the entire house, Guodong felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Finally, he was free from cohabiting with those ruffians, and he felt the air was much fresher. Furthermore, there was an added benefit, the independence of having their own yard, where he no longer had to be cautious. That evening, Zhang Shiyu's voice was particularly loud. Chapter 241. Hunting after a series of inexplicable sounds, Guodong and Zhang Shiyu paused. Zhang Shiyu held onto a pillow while Guodong embraced her waist. "Shiyu, let's have a child," Guodong whispered in her ear. This suggestion made Zhang Shiyu shiver slightly. "MHM," she replied softly. Upon hearing her response, Guodong's lips curled into a radiant smile. He leaned down and kissed her lips, their bodies once again melding together. The next day, after breakfast, the couple headed to the research institute together. The news of Guodong hosting a banquet had spread, and along the way, everyone greeted them enthusiastically. Zhang Shuyu's face flushed crimson as she shyly nodded in acknowledgement. Once they entered Guodong's office, his senior colleagues immediately cast envious glances at him. A few even directly remarked, "Guodong, you're truly fortunate. With Shuyu's culinary skills and her beauty, you're in for a life of luxury." Hearing such praises filled Guodong's heart with joy. He glanced at his wife, whose face was even more radiant, his eyes brimming with affection. "Thank you, my esteemed seniors." Afterward, he began to organize the work ahead of him. Following that, he busied himself with wedding preparations. Since the guest list would be quite extensive, encompassing everyone from the research institute to various leaders and additional attendees, procuring ingredients would become a significant challenge. Although Guodong held the position of director and had ample resources, using those resources for his wedding would inevitably stir gossip. He had anticipated this issue and devised a plan to venture into the mountains for hunting. The animals in his space had matured sufficiently, and he could release them into the wild. He would then take a group to hunt them down, thereby obtaining game. After all, these creatures had been raised in his space and were comparable to wild ones. Additionally, he had another primary motivation. He wanted to experience shooting. Despite having designed the modified Type 64 submachine gun and the Type 81 rifle, he had never had the opportunity to shoot properly. Like many boys, he had longed to fire a gun since childhood, yet he had never found the chance and could only play with toy guns. Now that he had the opportunity to use a real firearm, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. When Zhang Fei heard that Guodong planned to take him hunting in the forest, he was not surprised. After all, in this age of scarcity, many people made a living through hunting. Moreover, firearms were not yet strictly regulated, and most households owned hunting rifles. They had been out for a while and hadn't practiced shooting for a long time, so this was a perfect opportunity to train. He even applied for a few Type 81 rifles in advance. Previously, he had always wanted to use this weapon, but his duties had primarily involved security tasks, for which the Type 64 submachine gun was more suitable. Soon, Guodong and Zhang Fei, accompanied by several personnel from the security department, ventured into the mountains. Seizing a moment when he claimed he needed to relieve himself, Guodong found a secluded spot to release the chickens, ducks, and pigs. Due to not being castrated, these boars bore long tufts of hair and sported large tusks. Given their black pig lineage, they indeed resembled wild boars at first glance, only slightly larger. Perhaps due to living a comfortable life in the space, they surprisingly did not run away upon release, but merely turned in place. It was only when Guodong approached and kicked one that they finally took off in fright. As they began to run, Guodong quickly called out to Zhang Fei and the others. "Captain Zhang, over here. I've spotted a few wild boars." The hunters, in search of prey, heard the call. Guodong's voice rang out, prompting an immediate rush toward his direction. "Director Gu, is it true? Are you certain it was a wild boar?" Zhang Fei, upon hearing the mention of a wild boar, became visibly excited. "It's right over there. Quickly, hand me a gun." Guodong indicated with a gesture. Without hesitation, Zhang Fei produced a Type 81 rifle and handed it to Guodong. With practiced ease, Guodong loaded the weapon, took aim, and pulled the trigger. The shot rang out, but alas, it missed its target. It was his first time firing a gun, and he was far from proficient. The cunning boars, upon hearing the gunfire, quickly sought refuge. Zhang Fei cast a bemused glance at Guodong. Just moments ago, he had observed Guodong's seemingly expert technique and had expected him to fell the beast with a single shot. However, the reality was that he had missed by a considerable margin. Guodong sheepishly touched his nose and remarked, "Well, I was a bit nervous just now." After regaining his composure, he continued to fire. Fortunately, his exceptional physical condition enabled him to adapt swiftly, and soon his accuracy improved dramatically, ultimately achieving a remarkable success rate. He managed to take down all the chickens and ducks released, and even a significant number of wild birds fell victim to his marksmanship. He dispatched over 10 sparrows, even managing to hit those that were in flight. Zhang Fei, watching Guodong's impressive shooting skills, couldn't help but swallow hard. Wasn't Guodong a technician? Initially, he had thought that Gu was merely indulging in a bit of target practice, with the real hunting prowess resting with him. However, it seemed things were turning out quite differently. Guodong's precision was extraordinary, rivaling even the best marksman from his military days. They also spotted some wild goats during their outing, which Guodong stealthily released a few of as well. By the end of the day, they had successfully hunted 3 wild boars, 2 goats, over 20 wild chickens and rabbits, and more than 30 sparrows. Guodong, caught up in the thrill of the hunt, lost track of moderation. It was only through Zhang Fei's persistent urging that he finally ceased, for given the opportunity. He might have wiped out the entire wildlife in the forest. However, even with their impressive haul, transporting all the game back proved challenging for just a few of them. Ultimately, they borrowed a truck from the factory to bring everything back. Upon returning to the research institute, the sight of their bounty astonished everyone. How long will it take to consume all this? The shareholders were generous, promptly distributing a portion of the game to everyone. They even tasked Ma Hua and others with preparing some as cured meats, as the perishability of the game necessitated immediate action. Chapter 242, The Wedding. As the clock ticked down to the end of the workday on Saturday, everyone busied themselves with preparations for Guodong's wedding the following day. Zhang Fei, along with a group from the security department, assisted in moving tables and chairs from the cafeteria to Guodong's courtyard. They arranged a row of tables and adorned the courtyard walls with couplets that read, "Blossoms bloom in pairs, warm as mandarin ducks, entwined in heart, new willows sway together." Meanwhile, Ma Hua and a few others constructed several makeshift cooking stations in a corner of the courtyard, where a large pot simmered, bubbling with steam. They were preparing dishes for the banquet, including braised meats and dompa pork, which required lengthy cooking times. Everything was set to be steamed and served fresh. Given the ample ingredients available, Guodong even had them simmer some broth, intending to present a simple yet elegant dish of water-boiled greens. Although some might deem it extravagant, he reasoned that such indulgence was justified on the occasion of his wedding, especially since all the game was procured from their own hunts, rendering any criticism moot. Inside the house, decorations radiated festivity, with red dominating the decor. The large bed was dressed in crimson sheets, pillowcases, and blankets, creating an atmosphere of jubilance. Even the curtains had been replaced with vibrant red fabric, enhancing the celebratory ambience. After taking it all in, Zhang Fei gave Guodong a thumbs up. "Director Gu, you truly outdo yourself. I must commend you. I've never seen anyone go to such lengths for a wedding in our unit." Guodong chuckled. "After all, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. Besides, you haven't tied the knot yet, have you? Don't worry when your day comes. I'll make sure to orchestrate something just as grand for you." Zhang Fei's eyes brightened at Guodong's words, having come to recognize him as a man of his word through their time together. "Really? You're not jesting, are you?" "Of course not," Guodong replied, thumping his chest with assurance. "All right then, we have a deal," Zhang Fei affirmed, sealing their agreement with a playful gesture. Guodong, amused by Zhang Fei's earnestness, joined in the light-hearted banter. "Let us seal the deal. No backing out now," Guodong cautioned seriously, as the two men engaged in their playful pact, drawing laughter from those around them. While Guodong was joyfully preparing for his wedding, preparations were also underway at the other courtyard, where Su Damao and Qin Jingru were set to hold their own banquet the following day. However, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere at Guodong's, Su Damao's preparations appeared rather subdued. The interior was only modestly decorated, lacking the extensive culinary arrangements seen elsewhere. Although his banquet would be considered lavish by ordinary standards, it was not particularly extravagant, consisting mainly of dishes that could be prepared on the day itself, so He had not prepared anything in advance. On the following day, Guodong's wedding festivities grew increasingly vibrant. A senior with neat handwriting assisted him with the accounting, while teacher Lin Wenba acted as a familial figure, helping to receive the various guests. As for the red envelopes, the researchers had collectively decided on a modest contribution of 5 yuan from each attendee. As engineers and technicians with substantial salaries, 5 yuan was hardly a burden for them. In truth, Guodong was not in need of money himself, often possessing greater wealth than many of his colleagues. However, accepting the gifts was customary, a means of fostering interpersonal connections. After all, when the time came for their own celebrations, he would expect similar gestures in return. As time progressed, the number of attendees swelled. The first arrivals were the leaders from the steel rolling mill, led by Deputy Factory Director Li. Their rapport with Guodong was amicable, and upon seeing the engineers contributing 5 yuan each, they too followed suit, with each offering the same amount. Deputy Factory Director Li, however, contributed 10 yuan. Recognizing his position as the leader among them warranted a slightly larger gesture. Following them were representatives from the neighborhood office, including Director Wang, who brought several individuals along to attend the wedding, primarily to express their apologies and gratitude to Guodong for the previous incident involving Deputy Director Lin. They were all too aware that had the matter resurfaced years later, it could have jeopardized their own positions. The fact that they had not faced any repercussions was a stroke of fortune, all thanks to Guodong's influence. Consequently, this visit served as a form of gratitude. The officials from a neighborhood office also contributed 5 yuan each, as they felt compelled to match the contributions of their peers, despite initially hesitating. Finally, the prominent leaders, including Elder Wang and Elder Chun, made their appearances. The esteemed leaders present were indeed numerous, each graciously bestowed with a gift of 20 yuan. Upon the arrival of these dignitaries, all attendees rose to extend their greetings. Guodong, upon noticing the arrival of Elder Wang and his companions, hurriedly approached to offer his respects and toast. Guodong, congratulations. Today is a momentous occasion. Elder Wang beamed after taking a sip of tea. Elder Wang, Elder Chun, it is a pleasure to have you here. Please, take a seat. I have some fine wine to share. Guodong gestured for his prized tiger whip liquor to be brought forth. You've done well for yourself, young man. It seems you've developed a taste for good spirits. Elder Wang remarked, sniffing the fragrant liquor while gazing at Guodong. Although he had never tasted this particular brew, its aroma suggested its quality. Oh, Elder Wang, you flatter me. Today is a day of great joy, and as a younger generation, it is only fitting that I share a few drinks with you, Guodong replied with a smile. After taking a small sip, he was further astonished. Guodong, what exactly is this liquor? It has a delightful warmth to it, Elder Chun inquired, captivated by the strong scent. This wine is rather extraordinary. Guodong leaned in to whisper the details to both elders. Upon learning that it was tiger whip liquor, their faces flushed crimson. No wonder they felt a certain warmth while drinking. You rascal, how dare you host us with such a potent drink? Elder Wang chuckled, albeit with a hint of reproach. Yet, he made no move to decline. Despite their advanced years and some indulgences being long abandoned, the prospect of rekindling their spirits brought them joy. This allowed them to boast when gathering with old friends. Thus, the group indulged in several hearty toasts. Chapter 243, A Wedding of Stark Contrast. The Bride is coming out. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed. At that moment, Zhang Xiyu emerged from the interior, clad in a striking red linen suit. Today, she was adorned with makeup, appearing radiant and captivating. Her charming demeanor drew quiet admiration from many present. Initially, Guodong had envisioned her in a traditional red qipao, or a long gown. But the young lady had never worn a dress before and adamantly refused. Ultimately, they settled on the red linen suit. Thankfully, Zhang Shiyu's beauty rendered even this attire exquisite. Deputy Factory Director Li, leveraging his connections, procured a camera for the couple. As they stood together, the photographer eagerly clicked away. Indeed, Guodong presented a handsome figure in his deep blue Zhongshan suit. Alongside Zhang Xiyu, they resembled a pair of celestial beings. Their smiles radiated warmth, and the photographs captured an intimate connection between them. How wonderful! Guodong is married. Lin Wenbo, observing the ceremony, felt tears of joy welling up. As a man without children of his own, he had always treated Guodong, his disciple, like a son. Witnessing Guodong's remarkable achievements and his new family filled him with pride. Guodong is truly fortunate to have found such a wonderful wife. I envy him greatly, Deputy Factory Director Li added, grinning broadly. Among those present, aside from Lin Wenbo, he shared the closest bond with Guodong. Since Guodong's entrance into the steel mill, he had been involved in every significant event. His accomplishments were a testament to Guodong's diligence. And despite their age difference, Li considered him as a brother of the heart. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the wedding of Su Damao and Qin Jingru was concurrently unfolding. All the key figures of the courtyard had gathered. Before them lay dishes of braised pork, stir-fried tofu, and green pepper with meat, yet no one felt particularly hungry. The knowledge that Guodong was also hosting a wedding occupied everyone's thoughts. In fact, since the previous night, they had been distracted, drawn in by the enticing aroma of various meats wafting from Guodong's celebration. The delectable scent had left their stomachs grumbling throughout the night. Given Guodong's privileged lifestyle, his wedding was bound to be extraordinary, replete with an abundance of meat. Thus, the attendees found it difficult to enjoy the humble fare before them. Regrettably, Guodong had not invited any of them, leaving them hesitant to attend his wedding. That rascal Guodong didn't even think to invite us. We're all neighbors, after all. It's only polite to share a meal, Lu Haizhong remarked with a frown. Oh, come now, old Lu. I heard that his guest list is filled with dignitaries. Did you not see the several cars parked at the entrance? They're all heading to Guodong's home. I overheard that the minimum gift is 5 yuan. Do we even have a right to attend? What would we contribute, 20 cents? Would they even regard us? Yin Bugue lamented, placing a piece of braised pork into his mouth with a sour expression. Earlier, he had sneaked over to witness the lavish spread, with tables adorned with fruits and snacks, and the enticing aroma of steaming dishes that hinted at an exquisite feast. Father, shall we attend Guodong's wedding? At that moment, Yin Jiqing proposed. Given that there had been no significant conflict between their families, and, as neighbors, their presence would likely be welcomed. No way. He didn't invite us. Why would we impose on him? Yin Bugue swiftly dismissed the idea, unwilling to compromise his dignity as a teacher. As parents, we should go. We might not have the opportunity for such a splendid meal, even during the new year. Aunt San chimed in, with the rest of the Yin siblings nodding in agreement. Ultimately, Yin Bugue remained resolute in his refusal, still harboring resentment over an incident where Guodong had tricked him into losing a chicken. Thus, they continued to eat their modest meal. However, others were not deterred. Upon hearing Jieching's suggestion, several neighboring tables found it reasonable. After all, they had coexisted harmoniously with Guodong, and attending his wedding would surely be more enjoyable than their current gathering. Many opted to forego their meal and headed over to Guodong's celebration. Noticing the influx of neighbors, Guodong did not turn them away, but instead instructed his friends to set up 2 additional tables. On this joyous occasion, a little extra merriment was welcome. As the number of guests was manageable, the 2 tables sufficed. Initially, when these neighbors arrived, they noticed that the customary gift was 5 yuan. Feeling a bit self-conscious, they each contributed 1 yuan. Although some were initially reluctant, the complaints quickly vanished when the dishes were served. The first 4 cold dishes alone were worth the price of admission. Spicy beef slices, garlic pork, marinated beef, and mouth-watering chicken. These delicacies, which they could seldom indulge in during ordinary times, were now laid before them in abundance, causing their faces to illuminate with joy. Yet, what followed was even more astonishing. Dishes such as braised pork, sweet and sour fish, and dompa elbow were presented one after another, leaving them wide-eyed in disbelief. They couldn't help but exclaim that they had indeed made the right choice by coming here. While they reveled in their feast, the courtyard across the way remained desolate. Su Damao, prepared to propose a toast, gazed at the empty table before him, rendered speechless. Upon learning that the others had departed for Guodong's wedding, he was so furious that words eluded him. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged the futility of competing with the festivities on the other side. Had it not been for his own wedding today, he would have been tempted to join the celebration. However, now he could only indulge in wistful thoughts. Ultimately, his wedding was attended by merely 3 elderly gentlemen and a few families, while Guodong's gathering was a splendid affair, brimming with guests. Chapter 244. He Yuzhu and Yi Zhonghai were both captured. In the courtyard, at the residence of Qin Huairu, He Yuzhu and his wife were joyfully counting their earnings. Their involvement in organizing Su Damao's banquet had proven remarkably lucrative. Given Su Damao's reputation, He Yuzhu had taken the liberty of cutting corners during procurement. Nonetheless, even with the reduced budget, he managed to procure sufficient ingredients to create a feast that was fairly satisfactory. However, attendance was sparse, as most guests had flocked to Guodong's celebration. That, he reasoned, was not his concern. His duty was merely to prepare the dishes, and whether or not people chose to partake was of little consequence to him. After a flurry of activity, he retreated indoors to commence counting the money with Qin Huairu. Initially, he had not intended to skimp so much. The idea had originated from Qin Huairu. According to her, he deserved every penny, given that Su Damao had injured him in a previous altercation. He found her reasoning quite compelling, prompting him to withhold a significant amount. At this moment, he was engrossed in counting the money, while Qin Huairu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With these newfound funds, she could save up, ensuring they would not face starvation in the event of unforeseen circumstances. What delighted her most was that today, Bang Gung seemed to have regained some vitality, no longer appearing as despondent as he had in recent days. Regardless of the future, even if he were unable to bear children, he would eventually mature and be able to contribute to their old age. Of utmost importance now was to safeguard the life growing within her, as she was nearing her due date. Soon, their 3rd child would arrive, and it had already been decided that this child would carry the surname as a member of their family. However, such details were inconsequential. As long as the child was hers, that was all that mattered. Just as they were basking in their contentment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Initially, they assumed Su Damao had begun toasting, stirring up excitement, and paid it little mind. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered when their door was violently kicked open. "Don't move. Everyone raise your hands." A contingent of soldiers clad in military uniforms stormed in, rendering the room silent in an instant. "Comrade, let us discuss this calmly. We haven't done anything wrong," He Yuzhu stammered, trembling like a leaf, his lips quivering. Though he often displayed bravado in front of ordinary folk, the sight of these uniformed figures instilled fear within him, leaving his legs weak. Yet, the soldiers were disinterested in his pleas. "Search," they commanded, and the room was turned upside down as they began to rummage through their belongings. "What are you doing?" He Yuzhu exclaimed in panic, but the soldiers ignored him. Qin Huairu, equally terrified, could not fathom why these individuals had invaded their home. They had mentioned capturing suspects. Could it be that they were here for them? The more she pondered, the more her fear escalated. Comrades, you must be mistaken. We are law-abiding citizens. They chorused in unison. Law-abiding? Hardly. Do you know Dong Xiaowan? The lead soldier scoffed at their claims. Although the woman was beautiful and pregnant, he had no intention of showing her any leniency. Their mission was to apprehend suspects, not to engage in acts of chivalry. Dong Xiaowan? The mention of the name left the couple bewildered. They had never heard of such a person. Instantly, they felt a wave of relief, convinced it was a case of mistaken identity. Comrade, you must have the wrong person. We do not know this individual. Mistaken? Impossible. You are He Yuzhu, correct? The leader's cold smile sent chills down their spines. Yes, comrade, I am He Yuzhu, but I think you're mistaken. I truly do not know anyone by the name of Dong Xiaowan. Oh, by the way, that Dong Xiaowan is also known as the deaf old lady in this courtyard. At this revelation, both were taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. What has happened to her? Was she not taken by you? He Yuzhu's voice faltered, unable to finish his thought. Indeed, she has been apprehended. We have uncovered that she is an enemy agent. Furthermore, we have discovered that during her residency in this courtyard, she had close ties with you. Do you still consider yourself a law-abiding citizen? The soldier mocked. Enemy agent. The word struck He Yuzhu like a bolt of lightning. He had never imagined the deaf old lady to be an enemy agent. It explained the fortune she had managed to save and why she had entrusted it to him. She was preparing for her fate. Qin Huairu, however, remained relatively composed. When the deaf old lady handed her that flag, she had already suspected her true identity. Comrades, please listen to me. This must be a misunderstanding. I have no connection with her. I simply felt sorry for her age and often brought her food since no one else in the courtyard cared for her. I had no idea she was an enemy agent. He Yuzhu immediately panicked. What did those words imply? If confirmed, it meant execution without a chance for resistance. Thus, he desperately sought to distance himself from the deaf old lady. Qin Huairu, in a panic, cried out, Comrades, please don't arrest me. I have no relationship with the deaf old lady. You should have checked. I had no dealings with her. Enough nonsense. You're He Yuzhu's wife, right? Come with us for questioning. If you are innocent, you will be released, the soldier said dismissively, waving his hand. Every enemy agent displayed this attitude upon capture. However, once evidence was found, they would plead for mercy, yet it would not alter their sentencing. He Yuzhu and Qin Huairu had no choice but to comply with their demands. Upon exiting, they discovered that they were not alone. Yi Zhonghai and an elderly woman had also been detained. Comrades, please listen to me. I am not an enemy agent. I had no idea the deaf old lady was one. I was only helping her as she was a recipient of government assistance assigned to me. Yi Zhonghai e planet frantically. But the soldiers were unmoved by their protests. Silence. If any of you dare to resist, I will shoot you on the spot. Do you understand? At that moment, everyone fell silent, for the soldiers were known to follow through with their threats. Ultimately, they had no choice but to follow along. Chapter 245, A Dreamlike Reality. Only because of movement. In truth, the reason for their apprehension today was not solely due to the revelations made by the deaf old lady and Deputy Director Lin. After being captured, Deputy Director Lin was so terrified that he succumbed to shock within the confines of his cell. He had been coerced into betrayal only after the establishment of the state. However, once turned, he had not engaged in any activities for their side, as all communication had long ceased. His identity, however, remained unaltered. For over a decade, he had lived in perpetual fear, with only the deaf old lady aware of his true identity. Both had long forgotten that they were once adversaries until the recent investigation reignited those memories. Having grown accustomed to a life of stability, Deputy Director Lin could not withstand the sudden shock and ultimately perished from the fright. Conversely, the deaf old lady remained obstinately tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any information. It was through painstaking detective work that they uncovered her identity. Unfortunately, they could not ascertain the specifics of her actions, nor identify her connections. Thus, they resorted to interrogating those closest to her, hoping to extract some information. Consequently, the residents of the courtyard found themselves in dire straits. After Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu had been taken away for an extended period, the remaining inhabitants gradually regained their composure. The recent turn of events had indeed startled them, and they were anxious about being implicated as well. Fortunately, only the families of Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu were affected, leaving the others unscathed. Liu Haizhong and Yin Bugue, in particular, felt immense relief, as their interactions with the deaf old lady had been minimal. Had it been otherwise, they surely would have faced arrest as well. Alas, What sins have we committed to find ourselves entangled in such unfortunate events? Lamented Yin Bugue. Enough. Let us tidy up and retire to our quarters for some rest. Lu Haizhong clapped Yin Bugue on the shoulder, urging him to worry less. This matter had escalated beyond their control. While they were responsible for the affairs within the courtyard, they could not influence such significant events. It vexes me. We have been living harmoniously for years, only to suddenly encounter this turmoil. I cannot shake the feeling that there is something amiss. Could it be that someone is deliberately plotting against us? Pondered Yin Bugue. Indeed, you raise a valid point. Who in our courtyard would conspire against us? Lu Haizhong began, but abruptly fell silent, as a particular individual sprang to mind, the one who had recently moved away and married. Only he would have the motive to orchestrate such schemes. The thought of having previously offended him sent a shiver down Lu Haizhong's spine, compelling him to retreat hastily to his home. Yin Bugue, having discerned whom Lu Haizhong referred to, also glanced around warily before swiftly returning to his own abode. The remaining residents of the courtyard, sensing the danger, hurriedly fled back to their homes, fearing the repercussions of lingering in such perilous circumstances. Amidst the chaos, the newlyweds, Su Damao and Qin Jingru, wore expressions of distress. Their joyous preparations for the wedding had been so unexpectedly disrupted. With reddened eyes, Qin Jingru felt tears welling up. Despite her impoverished upbringing, she had always dreamed of a beautiful wedding, only to have it marred by such calamity. Su Damao, on the other hand, maintained a semblance of calm, perhaps even feeling a flicker of joy. After all, they had received the wedding gifts, and most importantly, He Yuzhu had been apprehended. The sight of He Yuzhu's arrest brought him greater happiness than his own wedding. This development alleviated some of his burdens. As part of his motivation for marrying Qin Jingru had been to seek retribution, and with He Yuzhu's capture, he felt a sense of vindication. Meanwhile, Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue's suspicions pointed towards Guodong, the one responsible for their predicament, who was now thoroughly intoxicated. In his exuberance, he had consumed a copious amount of alcohol, oblivious to his intoxication. He had been vociferously demanding more drinks, and his companions had indulged him. Now, he lay in a stupor, his head throbbing painfully. Struggling to open his eyes, he stumbled out of his room, only to find the courtyard eerily quiet, completely deserted, and the ground seemingly tidied. The bright moon illuminated the night sky, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches, producing a soothing sound. Guodong gazed up at the moon, noting its particularly round appearance, which lifted his spirits. He settled into a chair, idly swaying his legs, reflecting on the past few months as if they were a dream. Since his arrival in this world, his life had undergone a radical transformation. He had secured a prominent position in the steel mill, contributing to numerous innovations, and his presence had sparked a ripple effect in various technologies, advancing both military and civilian applications at an unprecedented pace, even leading to the development of CNC machining centers. All of this felt surreal. Was it truly a dream? As the thought crossed his mind, a set of teaching attire and a pair of Balenciaga shoes appeared in his hands. Perhaps not, he mused. Guodong, you're awake. Come, have some hangover soup. Came the gentle voice of Zhang Shuyu from behind him. Turning around, he saw her holding a steaming bowl of soup with a cheerful smile. Thank you, Shuyu. Guodong replied. It's no trouble at all. I prepared it for you, knowing you might feel unwell after drinking, she said as she approached him. Guodong, momentarily entranced by her radiant beauty, felt a rush of affection. Thank you, Shuyu, he said, taking the bowl and drinking it down in one go. Hey, Guodong, what's that in your hand? Zhang Shuyu inquired, noticing the clothing he held. Upon inspecting it, her face flushed crimson. She recognized the outfit from the last time Guodong had engaged in that peculiar activity involving the tiger whip liquor. Ahem, Shuyu, do you remember? Guodong coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Remember what? She feigned ignorance, fully aware of what he was referencing, but unwilling to admit to such an embarrassing incident. You promised you'd wear this for me. Now that there's no one around, why not don it? Today is a momentous occasion, he insisted, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. All right, Zhang Shuyu replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Haha, Shuyu, I'll help you change, Guodong exclaimed joyfully, before whisking Zhang Shuyu into the room. Chapter 246. The new CNC system. The following morning, Guodong and Zhang Shuyu finally rose from their slumber. The Balenciaga outfit she had worn the previous day was now in tatters, and she lay nestled in Guodong's embrace, gazing at the peaceful visage of the man beside her, her heart overflowing with sweetness. Guodong awakened at that moment, reflecting on the previous day's revelries with delight. This cosplay experience was truly exhilarating, and he hoped to indulge in it again soon. After they freshened up, they set off for work. For there were no wedding leaves to be had, let alone a honeymoon. They still had responsibilities to fulfill. Once at work, Guodong managed to complete his tasks before heading out to buy groceries. During this period, Guodong diligently made time each day to visit the local market to procure vegetables. Now, due to his position as the director of the research institute, most tasks no longer required his direct involvement. His primary responsibility was to occasionally review the blueprints and delegate production tasks to the team. After completing these duties, he would proceed to the research institute led by Old Wang. Presently, photonics technology represented the most economically viable endeavor, as future developments would predominantly revolve around automation. Without photolithography machines to assist in chip manufacturing, numerous projects would stagnate. Of utmost importance was the establishment of a numerical control (NC) system. The NC machine tools at the processing center were nearly completed, yet they still utilized outdated telegraph machines. These devices, while functional, served merely as substitutes that were ill-suited for modern NC machinery. Thus, it was preferable to create a dedicated system. Thanks to the materials prepared for the photolithography machines, a plethora of original electrical components were available for use. Under Guodong's guidance, a researcher joined him in the effort to construct this NC system. Designing a numerical control system at such an early stage of integrated circuit development posed significant challenges. Even armed with exceptional skills, Guodong found himself hampered by a lack of raw materials, akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Consequently, he opted to utilize more mature discrete components rather than integrated circuits for constructing the system. In terms of the central processing unit, CPU, they lacked the resources to fabricate a precise central controller. Instead, he selected simple counters and flip-flops that were popular at the time, soldering them together according to a predetermined control logic to ultimately assemble a rudimentary control core board. This board was capable of executing basic timing and comparison functions, providing the foundational control for the entire system. The construction of peripheral circuits proved to be quite intricate. The memory section, composed of flip-flops and woven cables, could only retain a few bits of information, yet it represented the pinnacle of contemporary technology. The control logic circuit was similarly constructed through extensive soldering of flip-flops, resistors, and capacitors, presenting considerable debugging challenges. The input-output circuits were managed using relays and switches to control the on-off states of various machine components, making the wiring process exceedingly tedious. The design of machine interfaces needed to be customized and adjusted according to specific machine models. The batch of machine tools at the Institute was comprised of new models used by the military, which already had relays installed to manage the activation and deactivation of various mechanisms. The researchers rearranged these relays and wiring according to the NC system's interface standards, conducting system debugging to ensure the machines could accurately receive control signals. This process represented a critical challenge in the design. Ultimately, the software development involved crafting a set of switch control instructions for the flip-flops, which, while not overly complex, required repeated testing to ensure accuracy. This task was entrusted to military computer personnel sourced by Old Wang. Naturally, the instruction set was not entirely complete, necessitating some manual intervention for certain operations. Nevertheless, the level of automation had significantly increased compared to previous methods. Guodong was elated upon the completion of this rudimentary NC system, although its capabilities and performance paled in comparison to foreign commercial products. As the first domestically developed NC system, its significance was monumental. Throughout the debugging process, Guodong identified numerous areas for improvement, providing invaluable insights for future iterations. The researchers accrued a wealth of experience, gaining a deeper understanding of microelectronic technology and automated control, exactly as Guodong had envisioned when embarking on this research initiative. Currently, the system was capable of controlling machine operations with reasonable stability. Although it still required human supervision and involvement, it had markedly enhanced production efficiency and precision, yielding positive effects on subsequent product development. Looking ahead, Guodong prepared to further refine this system by increasing memory capacity and adopting a more advanced CPU architecture to bolster the system's intelligent functionalities, with the objective of achieving nearly fully automated control. Additionally, he aimed to develop more standardized and modular interfaces to facilitate the future integration of diverse machine types. At this stage, the implementation of numerical control was an indispensable step toward generating substantial production capacity. Remaining in the realm of manual operation would hinder significant advancements in production efficiency and product accuracy. With this system as a foundation, The subsequent development efforts for photolithography machines and precision spherical measuring instruments could also commence. The successful fabrication of these two pivotal devices would undoubtedly propel the entire optical instrument industry forward. Guodong was acutely aware of the direction he needed to pursue and understood the significance of each developmental step. His pragmatic yet visionary approach earned him the trust and support of the researchers, propelling the Institute's progress with remarkable momentum. Notably, throughout the research process, Guodong undertook the majority of the critical work, while the others often assisted or engaged in simpler tasks. They held a profound admiration and respect for him. Meanwhile, after several days of interrogation, He Zhonghai, He Yuzhu, and others were released. It was evident that they had endured considerable hardship during their confinement. While they bore no physical injuries, each of their faces appeared markedly haggard, particularly He Yuzhu, whose gaze seemed vacant and devoid of spirit. His mind was now consumed by fear, confusion, and despair. Qin Huairu, on the other hand, fared somewhat better. As a pregnant woman, her treatment had been comparatively lenient due to her lesser suspicion. What happened? Lao Yi, Shazhu, are you all right? Shortly after their return, Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui hurried over, eager to inquire about their well-being. The fact that they had been released indicated that they were not in any serious trouble, alleviating some of the concern. He Zhonghai shook his head. We're fine, but the deaf old lady is about to be executed. Although this was anticipated, hearing the news nonetheless sent a shiver through them. Chapter 247, Guodong's new invention and He Yuzhu's background. Upon their return, although He Zhonghai and the others were uninjured, the psychological trauma they experienced left everyone feeling somewhat disoriented. He Yuzhu was particularly affected, his mental state appearing somewhat compromised. Qin Huairu, despite suffering little physical torment, had also been deeply unsettled. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui, though worried, felt relieved to see them return safely. However, the revelation of the deaf old lady's impending execution was still a chilling prospect. As an elder, she had evoked a familial sentiment among them. Learning such news was inevitably distressing. Nonetheless, as she was an enemy agent, one could argue that her fate was justly deserved. In light of these events, the courtyard had experienced a period of relative tranquility, devoid of any further disturbances. The numerical control systems were now being produced in bulk and installed onto various NC machine tools. At this moment, the NC processing center was officially completed. The first item produced was a fully automated rotary device, which, while not complex, was akin to a bicycle wheel. Guodong could have easily fabricated this without the NC machine tools. However, with the machines now operational, it was essential to have something to test, and he had recently wished to create this rotary device, thus making use of the equipment. Before long, the rotary device was completed, featuring 4 speed settings: slow, normal, fast, and very fast. Each setting corresponded to distinct rotational speeds, and a small control switch was devised. After finalizing the rotary device, Guodong eagerly took Zhang Shuyu home, as he was keen to witness the device's practical performance. Zhang Shuyu felt somewhat bewildered, for it was still working hours, and there remained over an hour until the end of the day. However, since Guodong had matters to attend to, she decided to accompany him home. Upon their arrival, Guodong commenced his transformation project. He first lifted the mattress and proceeded to remove the bed slats. Then, he fashioned a rectangular hole in the slats. Observing Guodong's actions, Zhang Shuyu was utterly perplexed and could not comprehend his intentions. After creating the hole, he replaced the slat and subsequently connected the motorized apparatus beneath the bed. Guodong, what on earth are you planning to do? Zhang Shuyu finally could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Hearing her question, Guodong chuckled and replied, "You'll find out shortly." With that, Zhang Shuyu refrained from further questioning and patiently waited alongside him. However, the anticipation grew tedious, prompting her to prepare something to eat. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, while she was in the kitchen, a thunderous noise erupted from the bedroom. Zhang Shuyu hurriedly made her way to the door, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she was nearly struck dumb, her face flushing with embarrassment. Now, she comprehended the purpose of the device. The bed slats began to move up and down in tandem with the motor-S rotation. Hee, Shuyu, come take a look, I'm all set," he exclaimed, showcasing the device at various speeds. It was undeniable that with the aid of CNC machinery, the resulting contraption functioned with remarkable smoothness, akin to a high-powered electric drill. "What do you think? Give it a try," he urged. Now that we have this, everything will be so much easier." As the contraption accelerated, Guodong could not help but chuckle. Zhang Shuyu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "What are you saying, Guodong? Nevertheless, her cheeks burned as if crimson with embarrassment. Ugh, she retorted, unable to suppress her reaction. Ever since their marriage, Guodong had become increasingly audacious, primarily due to the influence of that day as Balenciaga attire. Thus, this device was also intended for his own well-being. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. If one's body fails, they cannot serve their country. If I strain my back, that would be unfortunate. Hurry, come and try it. Guodong implored eagerly. But it's still light outside, Zhang Shuyu replied bashfully, feeling embarrassed. She was not as carefree as Guodong. Oh, right. With that, Guodong rushed to draw the curtains. Is it dark enough now? Zhang Shuyu sighed, realizing there was no escape from the situation and resigned herself to it. Ding. Host's daring operation detected, earning 50 daring points. Current total, 420. For Qin Huairu and He Yuzhu, this day marked a joyous occasion, as Bang Gung was about to be discharged from a hospital. After 2 months of treatment, his physical injuries had nearly healed. However, the psychological scars would require a longer period to mend. Bang Gung had been perpetually sullen, seemingly devoid of interest in anything. Even when he learned of his mother's marriage to He Yuzhu, his expression remained impassive, as if indifferent to the world around him. This left Qin Huairu anxious and at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, He Yuzhu, speaking from experience, offered her comfort. Initially, it's difficult to accept. No matter the age, this kind of situation is particularly distressing for a man. However, in time, he'll come to terms with it. Hearing He Yuzhu's reassuring words, Qin Huairu felt a slight easing of her worries, recognizing the wisdom in his counsel. Zhuzi, you must understand that Bang Gung cannot continue like this. Why don't you take him out for a walk? Share with him how you managed to cope through tough times, she suggested after dinner. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhu's eyes widened in surprise. Had anyone else suggested it, he would have likely reacted with anger. Yet, because it was his wife who spoke, he felt somewhat powerless. Realizing the potential insensitivity of her words, Qin Huairu quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Zhuzi, I didn't mean it that way. I'm just really worried about Bang Gung. No worries, Qin Jia, I understand. We're family, and I share your concern. I'll take Bang Gung out for a walk shortly, He Yuzhu assured her. A smile broke across Qin Huairu's face upon hearing his agreement. He Yuzhu tidied himself up and approached Bang Gung, saying, Let us go for a walk, son. Surprised, Bang Gung nodded and followed He Yuzhu outside. Once in the yard, He Yuzhu took Bang Gung's hand and led him onward. Are you hungry? Would you like to grab a bite? He suddenly asked. Chapter 248. Unleashing dogs to frighten Bang Gung. For the past few days, Bang Gung had been sullen and uncommunicative. Consequently, He Yuzhu thought to take him out for a meal. However, to his surprise, Bang Gung shook his head. I'm not hungry. You must eat. Cool, let us go find something delicious. I know a great place, He Yuzhu insisted. After hesitating for a few seconds, Bang Gung finally nodded and followed He Yuzhu out. Over the past few days, his appetite had dwindled significantly, and the food he had eaten barely filled his stomach. Yet, his mood was so poor that he lacked any desire to eat. Nevertheless, seeing He Yuzhu's enthusiastic demeanor prompted him to acquiesce, thinking that anywhere would be fine. However, on their way, they suddenly encountered a large yellow dog. The fear of being bitten surged within him once more. Bang Gung immediately hid behind He Yuzhu, clutching his shirt tightly, trembling with fright. What is wrong, Bang Gung? What is the matter? He Yuzhu asked, stopping and crouching down to inquire. Bang Gung still dared not look up, fearing the gaze of the yellow dog. This only deepened He Yuzhu's confusion. What on earth was troubling the boy? Don't be afraid, silly uncle is here, He Yuzhu reassured him, reaching out to pat Bang Gung. Gradually, Bang Gung lifted his head, his eyes filled with panic and fear, but upon seeing He Yuzhu, his expression softened. It's all right, Bang Gung, don't be scared. You are the man of the house. No one can bully you. Trust me, silly uncle has your back, He Yuzhu comforted him. Hearing these words, Bang Gung's eyes welled with tears. In recent days, apart from Qin Huairu, He Yuzhu had been the kindest to him. Although he had not previously favored He Yuzhu, he was still just a child. After the loss of his father, he had longed for paternal affection. He Yuzhu's words allowed him to once again feel the warmth of a father. Bang Gung choked out in agreement. All right, no more crying. Seeing the tears streaming down Bang Gung's face, He Yuzhu felt a pang of heartache. He truly regarded Bang Gung as his own son. Just then, a pack of yellow dogs suddenly appeared, encircling them. As Bang Gung trembled in fear, clinging to He Yuzhu, he caught sight of one of the dogs. It was the very one that had bitten him. Overwhelmed, Bang Gung could no longer contain himself and burst into tears, then turned and fled. He Yuzhu, witnessing this, immediately chased after him while shouting, Bang Gung. In his panic, Bang Gung lost all composure, running forward without regard, even colliding with others. This scene did not go unnoticed by the many onlookers. However, no one stepped forward to intervene. By the time Yuju and Bonging had departed, a figure suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance, a broad smile etched across his face. It was none other than Guodong. The emergence of so many yellow dogs was hardly a coincidence. They were all his doing. After completing his exercise and enjoying a meal, he found himself with some leisure time and decided to take a stroll. By chance, he encountered Yuju and Bonging leisurely walking ahead. Spotting Bonging's release from the hospital surprised him. He hadn't anticipated that the fellow had recovered. This sparked a new idea in his mind. Upon returning home, he rummaged for some food and then ventured out to attract a few yellow dogs. Since he was tossing out meat, it didn't take long for a throng of dogs to gather around him, clamoring for a bite. Eventually, he tossed a piece of meat towards Yuju's direction, prompting the pack of yellow dogs to converge. As he had predicted, Bonging lost control the moment he saw the dogs. It provided a rather amusing diversion. For his next endeavor, he might consider scattering some of Bonging's favorite treats around the courtyard. If he did so, it was likely that Bonging would hesitate to even step out of the gate. Ding detected the host's mischievous behavior, earning 30 mischief points, currently totaling 450. Meanwhile, Yuju was persistently reassuring Bonging not to be afraid. Yet, Bonging's timid nature rendered Yuju's comfort ineffective. The dog trembled incessantly. Yuju glanced at him, realizing that this situation needed resolution. With Bonging being so fragile, what would happen if they encountered another dog outside? He couldn't allow even the slightest harm to befall Bonging. With this thought in mind, Yuju resolved to escort Bonging home first, then take his time to investigate the situation with the yellow dogs. Once home, Guodong summoned the system. System, I wish to draw a prize. Request from the host received, please wait. Following this, a series of electronic sounds resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired top-tier technology for the 3 essential components of an automobile: premier engine technology, superior transmission technology, and advanced chassis technology. Oh, the 3 essential components of a car? Quite a valuable acquisition. If memory serves, the first domestically produced car was the Liberation model, manufactured in 1956, primarily for cargo transport. It wasn't until the following year, 1957, that the Dongfeng sedan and the luxury Hongqi automobiles were modeled after it. Presently, domestic automotive capabilities remain significantly underdeveloped, with most vehicles serving industrial purposes. However, this is to be expected. Without enhancing industrial capacity and increasing productivity, the production of more vehicles is unattainable. Currently, the domestic automotive industry is still in its nascent stages, and a genuine rise will require time. With the acquisition of the technology for the 3 essential components, he felt confident in accelerating this process. As the director of the Research Institute, Guodong had access to a vast pool of researchers and facilities, providing him with considerable advantages in developing the automotive industry. The first step would naturally be to design a model of his own, necessitating the collaborative efforts of the engineers at the Institute. Fortunately, the CNC machining project had recently concluded, freeing up some researchers as well. He also needed to contemplate establishing a production factory. Finding a sufficiently large and advanced workshop within the currently backward domestic industrial system might prove challenging. However, given his current position and experience, leveraging connections to facilitate this was not out of the question. If that failed, he could directly approach the first automobile manufacturing plant to request a production workshop. The higher-ups likely had the necessary connections. If all else failed, he could enlist the help of Wang Lao. The 2-section track vehicle project was nearing completion as well, thus opening avenues for new production. Once he had his own model and production line, the remaining tasks would become significantly more manageable. Coincidentally, Liu Jinhua was embarking for Hong Kong, and if the opportunity arose, he could facilitate automobile exports from there. Regarding matters with Liu Jinhua, Guodong chose to consult Wang Lao instead of the higher-ups. Having military support would undoubtedly make things easier. Chapter 249. The medical skills granted by the system are ineffective. Continue the lottery system. Another wave of electronic sounds followed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 skill upgrade books. Skill upgrade books, indeed worthy of contemplation. System. Show me which skills are eligible for upgrade. The current skill panel for the host is as follows. 1. Machinist, Electrician, Welder Technology Level 8, cannot be upgraded. 2. Master Level National Martial Arts, cannot be upgraded. 3. Intermediate Medical Skills can be upgraded. 4. Intermediate Pharmaceutical Manufacturing can be upgraded. 5. Super Engineer Technology, Civil Specialization, Military Specialization. After some reflection, Guodong selected the laser technology specialization. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a package of materials related to laser technology. Upon selecting this skill, the system presented another prompt. Open. Without hesitation, Guodong commanded the system to unveil the information. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the following blueprints. 1. Laser printer blueprint. Utilizing laser to illuminate a photosensitive drum or curtain, forming a static latent image for printing. 2. Laser rangefinder blueprint. A device that measures distances between objects by leveraging the properties of laser, suitable for military, surveying, and mechanical manufacturing fields. 3. Laser cutting machine blueprint. A device that employs high-energy lasers to cut various materials, significantly enhancing processing accuracy and efficiency in the manufacturing industry. 4. Laser engraving machine blueprint. A device that engraves various non-metal materials using lasers, achieving high-precision pattern engraving used in printing and molds. 5. Laser etching machine blueprint. A device that selectively etches semiconductor materials using lasers, one of the key devices in integrated circuit manufacturing that enables the creation of high-density integrated circuits. Staring at the multitude of blueprints, Guodong felt somewhat overwhelmed. Yet this was not the end. A new prompt appeared. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1. Laser modulation technology, including laser pulse modulation and frequency modulation, capable of generating lasers with varying wavelengths and intensities, broadening application ranges. 2. Optical system design, such as laser amplification systems and laser focusing systems, enabling effective transmission and precise focusing of lasers. 3. Laser application technologies, including laser engraving, etching, welding, and ranging techniques, integrating laser equipment with specific applications. Guodong hastily closed the notifications. Otherwise, merely reading through them would leave him dizzy. After all, this information was already integrated into his system. When needed, he could simply instruct the system to retrieve it. He then upgraded his intermediate medical skills to advanced. Although his own health was impeccable, he could easily live into his 80s or 90s. Others might not be so fortunate. After all, he had undergone physical enhancement. Individuals like Zhang Shuyu, who had not enjoyed a privileged upbringing, likely harbored numerous hidden ailments. While he appeared fine now, the onset of future issues remained uncertain. It would be prudent to master medical skills early on. Should any problems arise, he could provide timely treatment. Beyond Zhang Shuyu, there were also Wang Lao and the others to consider. Wang Lao, Chen Lao, and the higher-ups were all advancing in age. Despite their current vitality, it was likely that they would decline in just a few years. At this moment, they constituted his greatest support. Before he could truly rise, he needed to ensure their well-being. Certainly, if given the opportunity, it would be advantageous to showcase my findings to higher authorities. After some contemplation, Guodong decisively focused on the realm of bioengineering. This field holds the potential not only to enhance medical technologies, but also to advance agricultural development, both of which are imperative for the nation. Taking a deep breath, he made his selection. As anticipated, upon confirming his choice, a notification promptly appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the bioengineering medical package. You have obtained the following technologies. 1. Cultivation equipment manufacturing technology, including incubators, fermentation tanks, and bioreactors for the cultivation and amplification of cells and microorganisms. These are fundamental apparatus in bioengineering. 2. Separation techniques, such as centrifugation, chromatography, and electrophoresis, essential for the separation and purification of cells and biomolecules. Indispensable methodologies in bioengineering. 3. Detection technologies, including PCR, Western blot, and ELISA, utilized for the detection and analysis of biological samples. These can monitor the execution process and effectiveness of bioengineering techniques. 4. Genetic engineering technologies, encompassing recombinant DNA and cell fusion technologies, capable of modifying the genetic information of organisms to produce recombinant drugs and genetically modified crops. One of the core technologies of bioengineering. 5. Bioinformatics, through the collection and analysis of biological data, allows for a deeper understanding of the structure, function, and interaction mechanisms of living organisms, laying the foundation for advancements in bioengineering. As soon as the notification was dismissed, Guodong found himself frantically clicking the close button, only for a lengthy message to reappear. He had initially intended to continue with the lottery, but the bounty from the previous rounds had been overwhelmingly vast, leaving his mind in a state of saturation. It seemed prudent to refrain from further participation for the time being. After digesting the information, he resumed his collaboration with Zhang Shuyu to experiment with the apparatus. The following morning, Guodong was awakened by Zhang Shuyu. Rubbing his eyes, still drowsy, he sat up, feeling a slight dizziness, likely due to insufficient nutrition. Fortunately, it was Sunday, and he had no obligations to attend work. Even if he did, being the highest authority meant no one would question his absence from the research institute. Informing Zhang Shuyu of his intention to procure groceries, he mounted his bicycle and departed. However, his true purpose was not to shop for food. Rather, he sought a secluded spot to enter the spatial realm. Once inside, he strolled leisurely through the expanse. After a period of growth, most flora and fauna had reached maturity. As he wandered, he arrived at the territory of the piglets, where he observed them all foraging. One piglet lay basking in the sun, seemingly asleep. Guodong halted to scrutinize the creature, noting its unremarkable appearance, save for a distinctive white patch on its back. Was it unwell? Perhaps it had succumbed to the heat, given the intensity of the sunlight. Consequently, he transported it to the coastal area within the space, locating a sandy beach to bury it in hopes of cooling it down. To his dismay, merely 5 minutes later, it ceased breathing. Alas, to avoid waste, he resolved to take it with him for consumption. Simultaneously, he lamented that the advanced medical techniques provided by the system were ineffective, unable to even save a pig. Chapter 250, Laser Etching Machine, Listening Device. Su Fugue returns to the courtyard. On this day, Guodong arrived at the Research Institute and commenced the organization of tasks. His first order of business was to assign several senior colleagues to the CNC Machining Center for the fabrication of essential components for the photolithography machine. Although with his assistance, Old Wong had procured CNC machine tools, they were not of high precision. The high-precision machines were still located at the machining center, necessitating the production of many components there. The first item he aimed to construct was the recently acquired laser etching machine, a pivotal device for integrated circuits, facilitating the production of various circuit boards. Following Guodong's directives, his colleagues brought the schematics to the CNC Machining Center to commence the creation of the required precision components for the laser etching machine. Due to the current shortage of adequately trained personnel, these CNC machines could only be operated by skilled technicians or engineers, demanding both high-precision machinery and extensive mechanical processing experience. After a full day of meticulous labor, the necessary components, including lens brackets, scanning apparatus parts, and machine bed, were successfully completed. The next day, Guodong inspected the components, confirming that their precision and quality met his standards. He instructed Old Wong to dispatch a vehicle to transport these components to the Military Research Institute. Subsequently, he arranged for his assistants to begin assembling the components into the 3 primary systems: the optical system, scanning system, and mechanical bed. The lenses required meticulous assembly to ensure their optical axes aligned properly, while the scanning apparatus also necessitated precise calibration. The mechanical bed had to meet high rigidity and precision requirements. The assembly process took 2 days, during which they encountered several technical challenges, but ultimately, they were resolved successfully. With the 3 systems fully assembled, Guodong conducted a comprehensive inspection of the machine to ensure structural integrity and precision compliance. He then activated the helium neon laser, directing the laser beam into the optical system to generate a fine light spot and test the operational status of the scanning device. This laser was procured from the university, thanks to Old Wong's connections. Had it not been for them, he would not have been able to acquire such equipment. After a series of adjustments, the laser etching machine was finally successfully developed. It was promptly stationed at the Military Research Institute for the researchers to continue their semiconductor development work, guided by his technological compendium. Following this, he returned to his own research institute, intending to create some smaller devices. With an ample supply of electronic components, he decided to design a listening device. In the current context, such a device was undoubtedly a strategic asset against enemy espionage. As long as it was sufficiently diminutive, it would go unnoticed while effectively monitoring various movements. This miniature listening device would serve significant utility for both Old Wong's faction and their own operations. Crafting this small device was not particularly challenging for Guodong. He gathered some components and began the fabrication according to his design schematics. The core components included an ultra-miniature microphone and transmitter, with the microphone needing to be sufficiently sensitive to capture subtle sounds, while the transmitter's frequency had to be carefully selected, neither aligning with standard radio signal bands nor being excessively far removed, lest the reception quality suffer. After a day of fabrication, the device was completed, its size comparable to a soybean and resembling a small ornament. Guodong affixed it to a button and personally tested its effectiveness. He discovered that the sensitivity and transmission range of the listening device met his expectations, fully satisfying the requirements for everyday surveillance. Pleased with his success, He crafted several more of these devices to keep for himself and to provide a few to Captain Zhang, facilitating their efforts against enemy spies and ensuring the protection of the Research Institute. The remainder would be sent to the Military Research Institute for replication, where Old Wang's faction would find them particularly beneficial. Concurrently, with the technology for the three major components established, Guodong instructed his senior colleagues to commence the production of engines. Currently, the most widely used vehicles domestically were the Liberation trucks, known for their versatility. Guodong planned to implement upgrades to enhance them, thereby improving the speed of resource transportation. Certainly, he was also drafting an automotive development plan. Upon the completion of his first prototype, he could seek out the leadership in the mechanical department to discuss potential expansions. This would not only enhance productivity, but also create more job opportunities, thereby addressing a segment of the employment issue. Meanwhile, back at the courtyard, Su Fugui and his wife had returned. Their return was inevitable, as they had been assisting Liu Jianhua ever since their retirement. With Su Damao's divorce from Liu Xiaoyi and Liu Jianhua's impending move to Hong Kong, staying in their previous location was no longer an option. Upon their return to the courtyard, they were taken aback to discover that Su Damao had secretly remarried without their knowledge. What on earth is going on? Su Mu exclaimed in anger. You kept such a significant matter from us? Mom, please don't be upset. Su Fugui quickly intervened, then turned to Su Damao and said, How could you not inform your mother and me about such an important event in your life? Dad, Mom, before you call her Mom. First explain why you secretly married without our knowledge. Su Mu glared at her son, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind his actions. Why would he choose to marry a rural girl instead of a well-bred young lady? Meanwhile, Qin Jingru felt quite awkward. Although her marriage to Su Damao was primarily motivated by the hope of enjoying a better life in the city, being subjected to such remarks from her in-laws left her feeling somewhat discontented. Su Damao, feeling helpless, pleaded, Mom, I had no choice. If you had known, you would have certainly tried to stop us. I truly care for Xiaoru. She is wonderful, beautiful, well-proportioned, and diligent. After a series of compliments, Su Mu finally relented. Fine. Since you're already married, it is what it is. You both must ensure to lead a good life together. However, remember this. If you dare to divorce, neither your father nor I will spare you. Su Mu warned, emphasizing that repeated divorces would make it impossible for Su Damao to find another wife in the future. They remained oblivious to the fact that Su Damao had been castrated, as Liu Xiaoyi had not disclosed anything upon returning, merely stating that she and Su Damao were incompatible. Su Damao, too, had refrained from informing his parents, thus maintaining the secrecy. Chapter 251. The Eavesdropper's Power. Yi Zhonghai is captured. In an alley not far from Mauer Hutong, Yi Zhonghai limped into the dimly lit passage, hesitating momentarily before proceeding. There stood a familiar figure, the enigmatic individual he had encountered previously. After purchasing vegetables and returning home, Yi Zhonghai had noticed a small note on the windowsill instructing him to meet at their old rendezvous. You arrived quite swiftly, the mysterious figure remarked. Yi Zhonghai's heart dropped. He had anticipated this. Since his last encounter with this individual, during which he was handed 80 yuan, he had not been given any tasks. Peace had reigned for a while, and he had hoped that the mysterious figure would not return, but here he was, demanding something from Yi Zhonghai. Taking a deep breath, Yi Zhonghai asked, What do you want me to do? It is quite simple, the mysterious figure replied in a measured tone. I need to check on Guodong's residence for any blueprints or similar documents. If you find anything, bring them to me. What? Yi Zhonghai exclaimed in shock. Are you asking me to break into Guodong's house and steal blueprints? What kind of absurd request is this? Guodong is the director of the Research Institute. His belongings are primarily classified. If I were to steal them, I would be directly labeled as an enemy agent. Are you mad? Asking me to steal Guodong's confidential documents is tantamount to committing treason, punishable by death. Yi Zhonghai utirit in terror. Should you refuse, the evidence I have against you is sufficient to seal your fate, the mysterious figure stated coldly. You have only two options. Either I kill you, or you complete the task. At these words, Yi Zhonghai was drenched in cold sweat. He had never anticipated that the mysterious figure would assign him such a reckless and perilous task. His face turned pale, and his hands trembled slightly. Entering Guodong's home to steal classified documents was an overt act of treason. Capture would mean death. Yet, refusing was equally perilous, as this mysterious figure would undoubtedly end his life. Yi Zhonghai was engulfed in sheer panic, staring into the cold, unfeeling eyes of the enigmatic figure. He felt as though his blood was running cold. He had never experienced such fear, a fear so profound that it nearly robbed him of his ability to think. His mind became a blank slate, and breathing became laborious. He realized he had cornered himself into a narrow dead end, where advancing or retreating would only lead to death. He was at a loss, wanting to cry out for help, to flee this infernal place, yet he understood that uttering a single word would seal his doom. The evidence this mysterious figure possessed left him with nowhere to turn. Any plea for assistance would expose his connection to this individual, ultimately leading him to the latter's clutches. Time seemed to freeze for Yi Zhonghai as he gazed vacantly at the mysterious figure, hoping this was merely a nightmare, wishing for a savior to rescue him. Yet, there was none. He was isolated and precariously hanging by a thread. Despair and dread enveloped him, leaving him unsure of how to escape this life-threatening predicament. At that moment, the mysterious figure coldly stated, "Time is of the essence. You must make a choice." This phrase struck Yi Zhonghai like the tolling of a death knell, shattering any remaining flicker of hope. He recognized he had no alternatives, either act now or vanish forever. Faced with a life-and-death ultimatum, Yi Zhonghai had no choice but to acquiesce to the mysterious figure's demands. However, internally, he was vehemently opposed. He did not wish to become a traitor nor die here. I'll do it," Yi Zhonghai stammered. He felt as though those words were forcibly extracted from him. He had no desire to utter them. Yet survival dictated he comply. The mysterious figure smirked with satisfaction, declaring, "A wise choice. Remember to retrieve the items and return here swiftly." Yi Zhonghai nodded, but within him, a voice screamed that this was not the right decision. It was a choice steeped in despair. He had been driven to the brink of death, praying that he could preserve his life in this reckless gamble. Yet, he also understood that even if he succeeded, this memory would haunt him eternally. Casting a shadow, he could never escape. He numbly exited the alley, each step taking him closer to Guodong's residence. However, his inner self clamored for him to halt, to seek help, to flee this cursed place. Yet reason warned him that should he falter, the mysterious figure would swiftly end his life. He resembled a condemned prisoner, weakly trudging toward the execution ground. With each step, his fear intensified, yet he knew that stopping would only invite disaster. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, two members of the security department, listening intently through their headsets, were rendered speechless. It turned out Guodong had provided several listening devices to Zhang Fei, who had subsequently installed them. One of these devices was now on Yi Zhonghai. After investigating the identity of the deaf old lady as an enemy agent, he had grown wary of the residents of the courtyard, particularly He Yuzhu and Yi Zhonghai, given their close ties to her. Stumbling out of the alley, just as he turned a corner, Yi Zhonghai was seized by several individuals who restrained his arms behind him. Simultaneously, startled gasps caused him to turn and see that the mysterious figure had also been subdued by the security personnel, their hands bound behind their backs. Yi Zhonghai and the mysterious figure exchanged bewildered and terrified glances, unable to comprehend why they had been apprehended or what misstep had revealed their whereabouts. In a state of extreme panic, Yi Zhonghai feared being branded a traitor and imprisoned, perhaps even executed. His mind began to spiral into chaos as he struggled vigorously against his restraints, yearning to escape the shackles that held him captive. However, the security personnel clutched him with an iron grip, rendering any attempts at liberation utterly futile. The enigmatic figure, equally flustered, watched as his meticulously crafted plans unraveled before his eyes, thrown into disarray without warning. He writhed desperately, unleashing a torrent of furious curses demanding his release. Yet, his pleas fell upon deaf ears, as he was forcefully pinned to the ground, immobile. Several members of the security team escorted Yi Zhonghai and the mysterious figure into a nearby courtyard, confining them within a cramped room. Yi Zhonghai gazed around in alarm, realizing that escape was no longer an option. In despair, he shut his eyes, a solitary tear cascading silently down his cheek. Moments later, a jeep arrived, and the security personnel compelled Yi Zhonghai and mysterious figure into the vehicle, locking them inside its confined space. Yi Zhonghai, still in a state of panic, understood that he could not flee. The mysterious figure continued to pound against the vehicle's door, emitting a chilling stream of curses. "You are making a grave mistake. Release me, or I shall make you taste my wrath," the mysterious figure bellowed in fury. "Silence," the security personnel barked back, warning that any further outbursts would lead to a permanent gagging. Yi Zhonghai could no longer contain himself, his voice quaking as he implored. "On what grounds do you detain me? We are aware of your transgressions." The security personnel responded coldly. "You shall pay for your actions." "What? I have done nothing." Yi Zhonghai vehemently denied, his mind a tumult of confusion, unable to comprehend how they had discovered him. "Stop your pretense," the security personnel growled. Do you believe we would be swayed by your fabrications? Believe me, I truly have done nothing. Yi Zhonghai cried out hoarsely, tears streaming anew from his eyes. You must be mistaken. Silence. The security personnel roared, their rage boiling over as one of them struck the vehicle's wall, producing a resounding thud that shattered what little hope Yi Zhonghai had left. He comprehended that no matter how he explained or pleaded, these individuals would never believe him. His fate was irrevocably out of his hands. He could only passively endure the impending punishment and judgment. The vehicle descended into a profound silence, broken only by the faint mutterings of the mysterious figure and the sounds of the vehicle's movement. In the enveloping darkness, Yi Zhonghai closed his eyes in despair, awaiting an uncertain destiny, acutely aware that the final moments of his life were fast approaching. Chapter 252. Qin Huairu gives birth to a daughter. Yi Zhonghai faces execution. Within the courtyard, a woman with an anxious expression paced. What news, second uncle? Have you found anything? No, I've scoured the area thoroughly. There's no sign of old Yi. Lu Haizhong replied, skepticism creeping into his voice. Could something have happened? Old Yin, what about you? Any discoveries? Nothing on my end either. I've searched every alley, even ventured outside, but old Yi remains elusive. What are we to do? Old Yi has vanished. If something has happened, what will become of me? The woman exclaimed, her anxiety manifesting in frantic movements as she scanned the surroundings, hoping for a glimpse of Yi Zhonghai. You have a point. This is troubling, Lu Haizhong echoed, his concern mounting. Let us all go out and search again. Perhaps old Yi is hiding in some corner. Yes, let's hurry, Yin Bugue chimed in, urgency in his tone. The trio exited the courtyard, traversing the surrounding streets while inquiring with acquaintances about Yi Zhonghai's whereabouts. Unfortunately, their efforts bore no fruit, and upon returning, they wore expressions of desperation. This is odd, the woman lamented, wiping away tears. Old Yi never goes anywhere. Why has he suddenly disappeared? I sense something is amiss. Lu Haizhong mused, frowning. Old Yi is injured and currently unemployed. How could he just vanish? You're right, Yin Bugue agreed. Should we report this to the police? They might assist in the search. Something could have happened. Yes, let's report it. The woman urged, her anxiety intensifying. If anything has happened to old Yi, my life is also at stake. The trio ultimately decided to seek police assistance while intensifying their search efforts. They all sensed that Yi Zhonghai's disappearance was likely not a mere coincidence, but rather a troubling incident, amplifying their unease. The courtyard soon became shrouded in a pall of gloom due to Yi Zhonghai's disappearance. Simultaneously, He Yuzhu anxiously awaited outside the delivery room at the hospital, periodically inquiring with nurses about the situation inside. Earlier that morning, Qin Huairu had suddenly experienced discomfort and, upon examination, discovered she was in labor, prompting the doctors to hastily usher her into the delivery room. He Yuzhu appeared somewhat flustered, unaccustomed to such circumstances. Before long, the wails of a newborn echoed from the delivery room. Upon hearing the sound, He Yuzhu sprang up, filled with excitement, and eagerly queried the nurses about the situation. Moments later, a nurse emerged from the delivery room, and, seeing He Yuzhu's anxious demeanor, smiled and announced, Congratulations. You are the proud father of a healthy baby girl, and both mother and child are safe. Really? He Yuzhu exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. I'm a father now. Indeed, you are, the nurse affirmed, nodding. The delivery went smoothly, and both mother and child are in good health. You can see them shortly. Armed with this joyful news, He Yuzhu could hardly contain his exuberance. Once permitted, He Yuzhu eagerly entered the delivery room and was greeted by the sight of Qin Huairu sitting on the bed, cradling a swaddled infant. At that moment, he felt that nothing could surpass the joy of seeing Qin Huairu and their child safe and sound. Soon after, He Daqing and He Yushui arrived at the hospital. Observing the baby girl, He Daqing sighed inwardly, wishing for a boy. If only it were a son, he thought, he could carry on the family name. Nevertheless, He Yuzhu was fortunate to have a son, ensuring the legacy would continue. As this thought crossed his mind, a satisfied smile finally graced He Daqing's face. That night, the moon hung in the sky like a silver platter. He Yuzhu sat beside Qin Huairu's bed, gently caressing her face, his expression filled with tenderness. What do you think about naming our child? Qin Huairu asked, looking up at her husband with a warm smile. How about little Huaihua? That sounds wonderful. He Yuzhu nodded in agreement. Little Huaihua is a beautiful name, unique and charming. She will surely grow into a stunning beauty. The couple exchanged affectionate smiles, and the room was suffused with love. Although the child was not his biological offspring, He Yuzhu felt no reservations. After all, she was the beloved child of Qin Huairu, and he would cherish her as his own. Meanwhile, The search for Yi Zhonghai had yielded no results, and after reporting to the police, they too had come up empty-handed. Ultimately, they could only wait at home for news. The following morning, however, the courtyard erupted into chaos as armed soldiers surged in. "What is happening?" the woman exclaimed, alarmed by the commotion as she hurried outside. "Are you here to apprehend someone?" "Excuse me, are you Comrade Zhou Shumei?" the lead soldier asked sternly. "We are from a security bureau and require you to accompany us." "What? Why are you arresting me?" she gasped in disbelief. "We have obtained evidence proving that Yi Zhonghai is an enemy agent from the Treasure Island and must be executed immediately." The soldier's words struck her like thunder, leaving her weak-kneed. "No, this cannot be," she stammered. "He has always been a good person. How could he possibly be an enemy agent?" "Comrade, we have irrefutable evidence. Please come with us for questioning to avoid any misunderstandings," the soldier insisted firmly. Overwhelmed by this shocking revelation, she could only follow the soldiers, her face devoid of color. The courtyard descended into chaos, with everyone gripped by terror. Good heavens, Yi is truly an enemy agent. Lu Haizhong's family huddled together in disbelief, paralyzed by fear. How could this be possible? Yanbu Gui stammered. He is such a good person. How could he possibly be an enemy agent? The courtyard was enveloped in a profound sorrow, as the startling news left everyone in a state of shock, utterly at a loss for how to react. The revelation that Yi Zhonghai, their longtime neighbor, was in fact a spy planted by the enemy was nothing short of staggering. In an instant, the once harmonious courtyard was shrouded in dark clouds, with smiles erased from all faces. No one knew how many more enemy agents were concealed among them, which fostered an atmosphere of suspicion and division within the previously united community. The events surrounding Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady irrevocably altered the lives of the residents in the courtyard. At the research institute, when Zhang Fei reported that Yi Zhonghai was an enemy agent, Guodong was momentarily taken aback, particularly upon learning that the adversary intended to steal his blueprints. He could only chuckle in disbelief. Chapter 253. Yi Zhonghai eats peanuts. The etching machine succeeds. When the security bureau released the old lady back to the courtyard, she appeared utterly dazed and disoriented. Her pallid complexion was marred by visible injuries. "Are you all right?" Lu Haizhong asked, rushing to support her. "What did they do to you?" "And nothing. They just asked me some questions," the old lady replied weakly. "But Zhonghai, he has been declared an enemy agent. They're going to execute him." "What?" Lu Haizhong's face turned ashen in shock. "Are they really going to execute He?" The police had uncovered Yi Zhonghai's ties to the island and ordered an immediate execution. At this revelation, the old lady could no longer hold back her tears and collapsed into a chair, weeping uncontrollably. Lu Haizhong stood there, stunned and overwhelmed with confusion. At that moment, He Yuzhu and He Daqing returned to the courtyard, and upon hearing that Yi Zhonghai was to be executed, they were also taken aback. However, a gleeful expression crossed Yi Daqing's face. He had long wished for Yi Zhonghai's demise, having previously spared him only because he had been caught in a compromising situation. Now that his death was imminent, he could hardly contain his joy. In contrast, He Yuzhu felt a twinge of sorrow. After all, Yi Zhonghai had not been entirely unkind to him. He had been something of a paternal figure, albeit one with a heavy hand. The news of his impending death cast a shadow over He Yuzhu's heart. Observing the old lady's tearful despair, He Yuzhu could not help but feel a sense of sympathy. Despite Yi Zhonghai's cunning, he had been a pillar of the courtyard. Now, with the knowledge of his impending death, there was an undeniable sense of loss among the residents. He Daqing, witnessing the collective sorrow, felt irritation. He believed Yi Zhonghai deserved his fate for being a traitor to the nation. The courtyard was steeped in a heavy atmosphere, with all residents lamenting Yi Zhonghai's forthcoming fate. The following day, the residents gathered at the execution ground, eager to witness Yi Zhonghai's execution and acclaim his body afterward. When Yi Zhonghai was brought out by the soldiers, he appeared ashen, his face ghostly pale. He felt a profound sense of injustice. He had committed no crime, yet was to be executed. As he gazed at the rifles and marksmen positioned before him, a bitter anguish welled within him. He was convinced that he had not betrayed his country, yet here he stood, facing this grim reality. Yi Zhonghai was unwilling to accept this fate. He had so many unfulfilled wishes, dreams of watching the old lady grow old, and hopes of recognizing the child she carried, all to provide for his later years. Yet, fate was relentless. The soldiers bound Yi Zhonghai to a post in a hurried manner. He was unable to bid farewell to the old lady. With tears welling in his eyes, he looked at her from a distance. "Fire!" commanded the soldier, and the marksman took aim. As the gunfire erupted, Yi Zhonghai felt a sharp pain in his chest before everything faded to black. He beheld the sun suddenly expanding in the sky, and then darkness enveloped him. The old lady, watching Yi Zhonghai fall, nearly fainted, almost collapsing to the ground. The onlookers rushed to support her. Ultimately, Yi Zhonghai succumbed beneath the iron post. He felt wronged, unwilling to die, yearning to continue living. Yet, fate showed no mercy, extinguishing all his hopes and aspirations, regardless of whether he was truly guilty. In his heart, he believed himself innocent. However, the bullet had been fired. It was too late for any defense. Filled with resentment and unwillingness, he faced his end. Unable to alter the course of fate, he perished before the eyes of the gathered crowd, taking with him a heart brimming with unfulfilled desires. As the lifeless body grew cold, the crowd erupted into chaos. The old lady fell to her knees, breaking down in grief. Lu Haizhong stood at a distance, gazing at Yi Zhonghai's corpse, his heart a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, he realized that perhaps this was the retribution for Yi Zhonghai's past misdeeds. He would ultimately pay the price for his actions. Meanwhile, Guodong remained blissfully unaware of these events. Had he known, he might have joined in the chorus of celebration, perhaps even setting off firecrackers in joy. Instead, he was occupied with assembling the etching machine, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he surveyed the parts before him. After days of labor, the components were finally complete. Only the final assembly remained. He summoned workers and engineers, meticulously detailing the connections and precautions for each part. Following Guodong's instructions, they embarked on the intricate assembly process. The robotic arm was to be affixed to the main chassis, various gears and transmission devices linked in sequence, and the etching head installed at the end of the arm. One by one, the components were meticulously integrated, forming an imposing apparatus. After several hours of assembly, the etching machine finally celebrated its day of birth. The artisans and workers involved in its creation were filled with excitement. Next came the inaugural etching test. Guodong selected a test silicon wafer, placing in the machine and initiating operation. As the gears turned, the robotic arm slowly moved over the test material, and the etching head commenced its work, meticulously eroding the surface. Guodong, with a furrowed brow, monitored the machine's data, and upon confirming everything was functioning correctly, he exhaled a sigh of relief. After a few minutes of operation, the etching head halted, and the robotic arm retrieved the test material. Ecstatic, Guodong examined the material, marveling at the exquisite patterns that had emerged on its surface. The intricate design left him dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that such complexity could be achieved by a machine. While he had confidence in his abilities to create such a device, witnessing the result was an exhilarating experience. Overcome with joy, Guodong quickly dispatched the news of the successful test to the industrial department. The high-ranking officials, upon hearing the news, were filled with exuberance, their voices rising several degrees in excitement. They immediately expressed their desire to come and inspect the latest achievements. Guodong stood at the factory entrance, awaiting the arrival of the officials. Soon, several black cars drove into the steel mill, arriving before the research institute. The first to emerge was indeed the high-ranking official. With a beaming smile, strode toward Guodong. Following him were several elderly scholars clad in lab coats, their garments somewhat disheveled and stained, indicating they had just come from the laboratory without time to change. The official embraced Guodong, patting him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. You've shown us your capabilities." The elderly scholars gathered around, two of them sporting magnifying glasses hung around their necks, their hands bearing traces of chemical reagents, clearly distinguished as scholars. One elderly gentleman adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Guodong, and then remarked, "Young man, you are impressive. You possess a spirit of inquiry that we old bones cannot match. It seems the nation's scientific endeavors have a promising future ahead." Chapter 254. The official's excitement. Director Yang is arrested. Guodong, accompanied by senior leaders and others, entered the research institute and stepped into the workshop housing the machinery. Upon their first glimpse of the colossal laser etching machine, they were profoundly awestruck. The seasoned scientists, in particular, were so exhilarated that they could hardly contain their enthusiasm, circling the machine and scrutinizing every connection and operational principle with meticulous attention. One elder produced a magnifying glass, shifting angles to study the machine, murmuring words like precision and efficiency. Another elder's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands trembling slightly as he caressed the machine's surface, as if he were reverently touching an extraordinary treasure. "It's astonishingly advanced," one elder exclaimed in genuine admiration. Such technology was unimaginable in our day. The senior leader, equally delighted, patted Guodong on the shoulder, expressing his confidence in national technological advancement. Thanks to the brilliance of the youth, the potential applications of this technology are boundless and will undoubtedly play a pivotal role across various industries. Among the elderly scientists, one proposed a detailed testing of the machine to assess its precision and production speed. Guodong instructed a senior colleague to prepare the necessary materials while he began to elucidate the machine's operational procedures and testing methodologies. The elder scientists, captivated, gathered around the machine, their eyes glued to the intricate processes of operation and etching, marveling at the exquisite patterns unfolding on the silicon wafers, exclaiming in unison about the remarkable craftsmanship and exceptional precision. The test results astonished them. The products generated by this machine had achieved an unprecedented level of accuracy and efficiency. The senior leader and the elder scientist spent over 2 hours at the research institute, engaging in profound discussions regarding the laser etching technology and its machinery. Before departing, the senior leader officially announced his intention to request the establishment of this research institute as a national key laboratory, pledging full support for the development and promotion of this technology. Upon hearing this news, the staff at the institute were elated. The designation of a national key laboratory signified that both the technology and the institute would receive unprecedented policy and financial backing. This was undoubtedly the greatest reward for the team's diligent efforts and would facilitate smoother research endeavors. After the departure of the senior leader and his entourage, the institute erupted in jubilation. Many rushed to embrace Guodong joyfully. Congratulations, Guodong. The institute is about to become a national key laboratory in just a few days. All thanks to your efforts. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. Colleagues extended their hands to Guodong, their faces radiating joy. I knew that following you would lead to success, Guodong. We are now part of a national laboratory. It's like a dream come true. Congratulations to you and to all of us. They suddenly felt fortunate, grateful that when Lin Wenbo initially called them, they had readily accepted. Otherwise, they would have never had the opportunity to enter a national laboratory, a prospect that may have eluded them for a lifetime. In their previous workplaces, securing a position as a level 7 engineer as they approach retirement would have been considered a significant achievement. However, everything had changed dramatically. They would now bear the title of researcher at a national key laboratory. With this title, even if they left this laboratory in the future, wherever they went, they would command respect. Their benefits would also rise to a new echelon. Naturally, they were unlikely to leave this place. The research environment here was rich and conducive, with superior equipment, ample funding, and vibrant young talents serving as the technical backbone, an ideal setting for scientific inquiry. Most importantly, Guodong was present. In just a few months, they had witnessed Guodong's remarkable capabilities. His wealth of knowledge surpassed their wildest imaginations. They even questioned whether they had truly studied mechanical manufacturing, as Guodong understood concepts that eluded them. Guodong consistently offered innovative ideas and insights that dazzled his peers. Often, while he explained technical principles, they found themselves wondering why they hadn't learned such things in school. His breadth of knowledge was astounding, spanning materials science, mechanical design, automatic control, and microelectronics. When designing new machines and processes, Guodong always conceived ideas they had never considered. Particularly when addressing technical challenges, he effortlessly proposed several viable solutions, often astonishingly simple, yet previously unthought of. The products Guodong developed, in terms of both precision and efficiency, consistently surpassed what this group of engineers could achieve. His proficiency was astonishingly high. Thus, they preferred to remain under Guodong's guidance rather than seek opportunities elsewhere. Although working in other factories might offer higher remuneration, they understood that their learning would never catch up with Guodong's expertise. Only by following him could they hope to enhance their own technical skills and one day reach his remarkable heights. After a brief celebration, Guodong began to strategize the next phase of development. The photolithography machine at Wang Lao's facility was nearing completion, meaning they now had a solid foundation for semiconductor and integrated circuit development. They could proceed to the next stage of their project. To facilitate future research endeavors, they decided to first develop a small computer. With these chips, creating a compact calculator would pose no challenge. Additionally, having a computer would enable various programming tasks, further enhancing the capabilities of CNC machine tools. This would eventually lead to the creation of automated devices. Just then, they noticed Deputy Factory Director Li Herdley entering, a beaming expression on his face. "What is the matter, Director Li? Have you encountered some delightful news?" Deputy Director Li replied with a smile. "Indeed. There is a momentous occasion. I hope I did not interrupt your meeting." "Not all, we just finished." Is there something you need, Director Lee? Please have a seat. The group dispersed, making room for Deputy Director Lee. I have excellent news. Director Yang has encountered some issues and has been arrested. In a couple of days, I will become the director of the steel mill. Deputy Director Lee leaned in, lowering his voice with an unmistakable air of triumph. Guodong was taken aback, surprised by the news of Director Yang's troubles. Observing Guodong's confusion, Deputy Director Lee quickly clarified. A few days ago, Yi Zhonghai was arrested. It turns out he had connections with enemy agents, and, shockingly, the person arrested alongside him was Director Yang. Chapter 255, A Resounding Victory Against A3 Nation. Guodong could hardly believe his ears. Director Yang was indeed linked to enemy agents, which would undoubtedly have significant repercussions for the steel mill. Thus, the higher-ups have decided that I will take over Director Yang's position, Deputy Director Lee remarked. You see, my becoming director is a tremendous boon for our research institute. Upon hearing this, Guodong felt a surge of joy and anticipation. If Director Yang truly had connections to enemy agents, his departure would undoubtedly benefit both the steel mill and the research institute. As the new director of the steel mill, Deputy Director Lee would bring more support and attention to the institute, providing a more stable environment and resources for research projects. After all, they had collaborated for an extended period, and both were well acquainted with each other's working styles. Most importantly, Li Huai would not impose his directives on Guodong, allowing him to work freely. In the following days, Guodong and Deputy Director Lee worked closely together, formulating a series of development plans. They aimed to integrate the research institute more closely with the steel mill, realizing a model that combined industry, academia, and research. Through technological innovation and process optimization, significant contributions have been made to enhance the production efficiency and product quality of steel rolling mills, thereby playing a vital role in the development of the national steel industry. Guodong has not forgotten his initial purpose of creating a comprehensive suite of automated equipment. He convened a group of ambitious young talents passionate about automation technology within his research team, establishing a dedicated research group. They devoted themselves to developing an advanced automated production line that integrates CNC technology with electronic technology, achieving a remarkable degree of automation in the production process. Through relentless effort and collaborative teamwork, they ultimately made groundbreaking progress. They successfully designed an intelligent production line that automated the entire process from raw material input to finished product output. The application of this technology not only enhanced production efficiency and reduced labor costs, but also significantly improved product consistency and quality stability. This achievement garnered widespread attention from high-level officials within the Ministry of Industry. Under Guodong's leadership, the team became a source of pride for the steel rolling mill, receiving recognition and acclaim from the industry. Guodong's name began to resonate throughout the scientific community, earning him the title of an outstanding scientist among the younger generation. In the blink of an eye, for months had passed. Under the guidance of Guodong and Li Huai, the entire steel rolling mill underwent a remarkable transformation, with all outdated equipment being retired and replaced with the latest technology. Wherever possible, automated equipment was installed. The efficiency of the steel rolling mill was now incomparable, exceeding previous levels by more than tenfold. Aside from a few raw materials that needed to be procured, the rest of the equipment was produced in-house. Naturally, this progress was not without the diligent labor of Guodong and his colleagues, who toiled tirelessly each day. However, they regarded this as no burden. Rather, it fostered their physical resilience and exceptional endurance. During this period, Guodong remained engrossed in his work, dedicating more energy to the research and development of the lithography machine. He continuously constructed models of the lithography machine in his mind, subsequently adjusting various configurations based on specific circumstances, striving for early success in development. Guodong's enthusiasm for his work was palpable. He became completely immersed in his tasks, as if the world around him had faded away, leaving only himself. Li Huai, witnessing his relentless dedication, felt deeply moved. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. Over the past few months, Guodong had scarcely slept, averaging only 4 hours a night. Zhang Xiyu, nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Guodong is truly relentless. He has been busy every day. I've tried to persuade him for a long time, but to no avail. Li Huai shook his head, saying, who can deny it? Guodong is a workaholic. Wherever he is, he never misses an opportunity to persevere. At that moment, a significant announcement crackled through the radio. After 3 months of resistance, our self-defense counteroffensive against the nation of A had achieved resounding success. To demonstrate our lack of intent to provoke war, we will return all occupied territories. Upon hearing this news, everyone, including Guodong, felt an exhilarating rush. This war had captivated the hearts of the entire nation, and now victory had been secured, with the news rapidly spreading throughout the steel rolling mill. People eagerly shared the tidings, their cheers and laughter resonating in the air. Director Lee, beaming with joy, stood atop a platform and announced through a loudspeaker, "Comrades, we have won. To celebrate this momentous news, we shall enjoy a feast today." The workers, upon hearing Director Lee's words, erupted in excitement. "Absolutely. We have triumphed. Our hard work has not gone in vain. It's time to celebrate with a good meal." They patted each other on the back, gathering joyfully together. Conversations flowed, smiles adorned their faces, and expressions of happiness radiated throughout. One worker exclaimed to another, "Chong, we have emerged victorious. I always said our comrades are formidable. Those fellows from A are simply ungrateful. Now we shall teach them a lesson. Let us see if they dare oppose us again." Another worker laughed heartily in response. "Indeed, Brother Ming, we are not to be trifled with. As long as we unite as one, we shall overcome all adversaries." An older worker nearby joined their conversation. "Yes, Ming and Chong, you're absolutely right. The people of our great nation, when united, are invincible." Ming enthusiastically clapped Big Hu on the shoulder. "Hey, Brother Hu, let us celebrate well today. Everyone deserves a hearty drink." Big Hu nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. This victory is not just for our nation, but for our steel rolling mill as well. We should indeed enjoy a drink." The workers exchanged excited words, discussing the hardships of war and the significance of their triumph. Their demeanor was filled with joy and pride, their eyes reflecting love and confidence in their country. As night fell, the cafeteria of the steel rolling mill was adorned with a sumptuous feast. People lined up eagerly, anticipating a delicious celebratory meal. Their faces radiated satisfaction and joy as they dined, engaging in laughter and congratulating one another on this victory. The atmosphere throughout the steel rolling mill, the street, and indeed the entire nation, was infused with a spirit of celebration. In this special moment, they felt the elation of victory, further solidifying their love for their country and their commitment to their work. This was a victory not just in war, but a triumph for the people. They exchanged joyous conversations, celebrated, and collectively shared the hard-won fruits of their labor. As they savored the lavish meal, they expressed their delight in victory and aspirations for the future. Ming took a bite of the delicious braised meat and remarked, "This braised meat is truly exquisite. The taste of victory is indeed remarkable." Chong smiled and replied, "Indeed, this braised meat is perfectly cooked, rich yet not greasy, melting in the mouth. After all our hard work, we have finally reached this victorious moment." Big Hu raised his glass, beaming as he addressed everyone. "Brothers, here's to our victory and to our great motherland. Cheers!" Cheers erupted as they raised their glasses and drank heartily. The joyful laughter and the clinking of dishes echoed throughout the cafeteria. Guodong, too, felt the infectious atmosphere of joy. He set down his chopsticks, gazing at the united and jubilant workers, his heart swelling with pride and gratitude. He approached a worker nearby, patted him on the shoulder, and smilingly addressed the group. "Comrades, we have achieved a great victory. Your hard work and dedication have enabled us to celebrate together in such a moment. Thank you all for your unity and efforts." The workers looked back at Guodong with excitement, expressing, "Director Gu, this victory belongs to each and every one of us. We take pride in contributing to our motherland, and we are grateful for your leadership and support. We shall continue to strive, making even greater contributions to the nation's development." Guodong nodded with a smile, deeply regarding the workers, filled with respect and appreciation for them. It was during this era that everyone brimmed with confidence in their nation, believing that their efforts would undoubtedly lead to the prosperity of the entire country. How wonderful it would be if such circumstances could continue into future generations. Chapter 256, Guodong is truly the pillar. Following this, he inquired about the development progress of the lithography machine. The lithography machine is a crucial technology, essential for both the military and other scientific fields. On our end, the laser etching machine has already been completed. With the lithography machine, advancements in the microelectronics field can be significantly achieved, paving the way for further developments in small computer research. "I was just about to mention this," he said, "but we encountered a significant challenge during the manufacturing process. We are unable to stabilize the exposure time of the photolithography machine, which adversely affects the quality of the final imaging. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Guodong picked up the conversation, pondering earnestly. After some contemplation, he remarked, "Old Wang, I have an idea. We can employ a precision timing device to accurately control the internal light source of the photolithography machine, thereby achieving precise regulation of the exposure time. I could design and manufacture this device to resolve the issue. Although he proposed a complete set of technology, the current capabilities of most researchers are insufficient to fully realize it. There are still many aspects that require personal involvement. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's eyes sparkled with hope as he exclaimed, "That would be splendid. Guodong, please expedite the design and manufacturing process. We urgently need this solution to advance the development of the photolithography machine. Once this device is operational, we can continue our progress." Guodong accepted Old Wang's commission and promptly commenced the design and fabrication of the timing device for the photolithography machine. He first focused on creating a precise timer, capable of achieving microsecond-level accuracy. He personally engaged in every detail of the design to ensure precision and stability. Concurrently, Guodong collaborated with the engineers at the Research Institute to begin the assembly and manufacturing of the various components of the photolithography machine. During this period, they extensively studied the principles and structure of the machine, fabricating each component according to the design schematics. From the intricate photolithography head to the stable base, every part underwent rigorous processing and testing. Thanks to the military's execution capabilities, their progress exceeded their initial expectations. However, during the manufacturing process, the engineers encountered numerous technical challenges. Occasionally, the precision of the machined components fell short. At other times, the positioning of the photolithography head proved inaccurate, and the stability of the base failed to meet the requirements. All these issues were adeptly resolved with Guodong's arrival. After a month of diligent effort, they finally reached the final stage of manufacturing the photolithography machine. Various precision components were neatly arranged, awaiting the assembly process. Guodong personally oversaw the entire assembly, ensuring each component was installed correctly. The engineers worked with unwavering focus, collaborating meticulously, with each step executed with utmost care. They cautiously adjusted the machine's parameters to guarantee optimal performance. Ultimately, a flawless photolithography machine was successfully manufactured through the concerted efforts of Guodong and his team. Once the machine was completed, they promptly entered the testing phase. They devised a series of testing protocols aimed at validating the machine's performance and stability. Initially, they conducted preliminary functional tests. Guodong took the helm, loading samples and setting exposure parameters to commence the first actual operation. The laboratory fell into a hush, save for the faint hum of the photolithography machine. Everyone anxiously gazed at the microscope, awaiting the emergence of the imaging results. When the first chip sample appeared under the microscope, the laboratory erupted into cheers and applause. The team's hard work bore fruit as they successfully achieved high-quality imaging. They embraced one another in celebration, their faces radiant with joy and excitement. Subsequently, Guodong conducted a series of precision and stability tests. He utilized various samples from multiple experiments, meticulously recording and comparing each imaging result. Through rigorous analysis and assessment, they gradually optimized the parameters of the photolithography machine, ensuring it could produce chips with stability and accuracy. Guodong and the engineers employed micron-level technology to achieve precise etching and exposure on the machine. Every step required flawless execution. Any slight error could compromise the quality of the chips. When the first chip was produced, the laboratory fell into a brief silence. Soon after, ecstatic expressions illuminated the faces of Guodong and his team members. They could not contain their exuberance, cheering and embracing one another to celebrate this significant breakthrough. "We did it!" Guodong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with pride and joy. Old Wang was also swept up in the team's excitement, approaching Guodong to warmly pat him on the shoulder. "Guodong, you are a true hero of technology. Your genius and dedication have brought us boundless possibilities, strengthening our nation," Old Wang proclaimed, his gaze filled with admiration and respect for Guodong. This group of elder researchers had made advancements that paled in comparison to the accomplishments of the youth. "This world belongs to the young," Old Wang mused, his eyes growing increasingly appreciative as he looked at Guodong. Now, Guodong had made a profound impression on the higher echelons of the organization. He was destined to become a source of pride for the future. Hearing such praise, Guodong felt immense happiness and humbly replied, "Oh, this is the result of our collective efforts." Old Wang chuckled and shook his head, turning to the staff nearby. "Go fetch a few bottles of the fine wine I've been saving. Let us celebrate with a couple of drinks tonight." That evening, a sumptuous dinner was shared. After indulging in food and drink, Guodong took his leave as he had many matters to attend to. Old Wang and the researchers gradually departed the dining hall. As they had other work to pursue, they had expended considerable human and material resources, yet they had successfully developed this groundbreaking technology. A collective sigh of relief was palpable among them. For someone in his position, he was acutely aware of the current pace of technological advancement. It was said that the advanced technology in the West had only recently been developed. The realization that they had achieved such remarkable advancements beneath their own roof signified that they were gradually catching up to the forefront of international standards. This thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. Initially, he had believed there was a decades-long gap separating them from the most advanced nations in the West. Chapter 257, The Meeting. The following morning, Guodong awoke from his slumber, slowly opening his eyes. His thoughts gradually clarified, with the discussions from the previous night and Old Wang's support still resonating in his mind. Sitting on the edge of his bed, the sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon him. He contemplated his plans, now emboldened to make a daring decision, to bypass the development of first and second generation computers and leap directly into the realm of third generation computing. Continuing with the first and second generations would be far too sluggish, and their utility paled in comparison to that of the third generation, which could be widely applicable across various domains. This approach would allow them to avoid the slow, step-by-step following of the West. Instead, they could achieve a significant leap forward. Had he entertained such notions in the past, he would have never dared to do so. However, with Old Wang's backing and the successful development of the photolithography machine, they could easily secure everything required. While immersed in this audacious plan, he heard the sounds of a vehicle engine and the friction of tires against the road. Soon, there was a knock at his door. Who could be so early? Zhang Shuyu, who had awakened even earlier than Guodong and prepared a hearty breakfast, inquired with a hint of curiosity. Hearing the knocking, she promptly went to open the door. "Hello, may I ask whom you are looking for?" After a brief moment, Zhang Shuyu's voice rang out. "Hello, we are looking for Comrade Guodong. Is he available?" Upon hearing this, Guodong quickly dressed and made his way to the door. As he emerged from his abode, he was taken aback by the sight of several black cars stationed at his doorstep. A contingent of individuals clad in green military uniforms stood guard around him. One middle-aged man, walking with resolute steps, approached him with a smile, stating, "Mr. Gu, there is someone who wishes to meet you. Please accompany us." Guodong stood at the threshold, stunned, as he surveyed the unfolding scene. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Shuyu, he hesitated momentarily before stepping outside. The door closed gently behind him as he followed the group towards the vehicles. The convoy set in motion, gradually navigating out of Mauer Hutong and into the familiar yet alien streets of the city. Inside the car, Guodong watched the scenery whiz by outside the window. Time seemed to race at that moment, as if the strings of fate had been ignited. He gazed quietly out at the view, his mind filled with anticipation and contemplation regarding the future. Moments later, the convoy arrived at the heart of the city, steering towards a destination he had never dared to envision. The procession finally halted before a grand, ancient edifice, its imposing stature exuding a solemn and dignified ambience. As Guodong alighted from the vehicle, his heartbeat quickened, resonating like a stirring symphony within his chest. His eyes sparkled with expectation as he prepared to meet an extraordinary individual, overwhelmed by an unprecedented thrill. His hands trembled slightly, and though he endeavored to maintain his composure, he could not conceal the fervor bubbling within. Taking a deep breath, he focused his thoughts, staring at the magnificent structure before him, as if it mirrored his own lofty aspirations. Following the escort, he traversed the stately hallway and entered a more intimate space. Upon reaching an open door, Guodong's pulse raced to its zenith, akin to a wild stallion galloping within his chest. Chapter 258, Discussion on the Development Plan for the Third-Generation Computer. One of the leaders patted Guodong on the shoulder, beaming, "Guodong, you truly bring us immense pride. Your youthful ambition and vision serve as the finest testament to our promising future. Individuals like you, possessing courage and foresight, are the nation's most invaluable assets." Guodong, slightly embarrassed yet immensely proud, replied, "You flatter me. This is all thanks to the spirit of hard work and the environment." He continued, "I am merely a researcher fulfilling my duty towards the nation's development." The leaders then inquired, "Guodong, what are your plans? Do you have any new ideas for the advancement of technology? We have observed your achievements in chip manufacturing and are certain you harbor greater ambitions to contribute to the nation's technological progress." After a moment of thought, Guodong articulated his desire to develop the third generation of computers. "Esteemed leaders, I indeed possess a bold vision. I aspire to drive the research and development of our country's third generation of computers. This endeavor represents a technological revolution that could enable us to transcend existing technological barriers, significantly enhancing our national scientific and defense capabilities. Their expressions reflected astonishment. They could not help but be amazed. The third generation of computers was still a distant dream given the technological landscape at that time. Yet, here was a young man proposing to embark on such an ambitious undertaking. His foresight and exceptional aspirations evoked both surprise and delight. Upon hearing Guodong's proposition to directly pursue the development of the third generation of computers, they could not mask their shock. One leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned back against the sofa, exclaiming, "The third generation of computers? Is that not something the West has only just begun to research? You intend to leapfrog the first two generations and develop the third directly?" His gaze remained fixed on Guodong, who seemed to contemplate this audacious idea. Guodong realized that his words would profoundly impact the two leaders, yet he remained steadfast. "Yes, I aspire to directly engage in the development of the third generation of computers. The advancement of the first two generations has been far too slow, and their utility pales in comparison to that of the third generation. The third generation of computers not only boasts greater speed, but also can be applied across a wider array of fields, harboring immense potential. If we continue to lag behind the West, we shall never catch up. Now is the time for us to seize the opportunity. We must dare to be innovative to achieve true progress." The leaders nodded gravely, their eyes reflecting approval. "Your idea is indeed audacious yet remarkably visionary. The potential of the third generation of computers cannot be underestimated. If we succeed in its development, it will catalyze transformative changes for our nation's progress." One leader remarked solemnly, "Indeed, this is a groundbreaking concept, yet only such bold ideas can pave the way for a technological revolution. Guodong, do you truly possess the means to develop the third generation of computers?" "I have the confidence," Guodong replied. "We have already mastered advanced photolithography techniques and materials, and have explored method for manufacturing ultra-large-scale integrated circuits, which provide favorable conditions for developing the third generation of computers. I have delved deeply into the theories and technologies surrounding the third generation of computers and believe that with robust support from the government, we can successfully develop our own independent third generation of computers." They exchanged glances, recognizing the profound impact of Guodong's aspirations. They had not anticipated that the younger generation of technological talent had matured to the extent of independently exploring the complexities of developing the third generation of computers. Guodong's ambition and intellect filled them with a sense of pride and reassurance. "Very well, since you possess this confidence and determination, we will fully support you." One leader stated gravely, "The development of the third generation of computers will mark a significant milestone in our nation's history, and the responsibility resting on your shoulders is monumental. However, I believe you will succeed. We shall mobilize the nation's resources to support this initiative." Another leader added, "The third generation of computers will usher our nation into a new era of information technology. This is a groundbreaking and monumental undertaking." Guodong, overwhelmed with emotion, rose to his feet, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. "Thank you for your trust, esteemed leaders. I assure you that I will fulfill this mission and not disappoint your expectations." The other leader also stood, lifting a finely crafted teacup from the table, declaring, "In place of wine, I toast to your success in research and development." Guodong promptly raised his cup in response, clinking it with the leaders' exclaiming cheers. After finishing the tea, Guodong's spirits soared. He set down his cup, clenched his fists, and proclaimed, "Rest assured, esteemed leaders. We will never be outdone by those arrogant Westerners. They are unworthy adversaries." With a hearty laugh, one leader replied, "That conviction is commendable, Guodong. I hope you will expedite the development of the third generation of computers to bring honor to our nation." "I will endeavor to do so," Guodong affirmed. "The current generation of youth is truly heartening." The leaders expressed their astonishment at Guodong's audacious idea regarding the third generation of computers, remarking that the courage and foresight he exhibited far exceeded that of a mere researcher. "Our technological endeavors are bound to flourish with talents like you at the helm. Indeed, you have brought us a pleasant surprise and illuminated our hope for technological advancement," they stated, instilling Guodong with immense motivation and pride. Contributing to the nation's future development represented the most cherished mission and pursuit of his life. Faced with the gaze of trust and high hopes from the two leaders, Guodong felt an unprecedented surge of strength within him. He did not linger long in that place before taking his leave. As he departed, he felt somewhat dazed. hardly able to fathom that he had truly met the legendary figures of his aspirations, who regarded him with such significance. This was an opportunity of a lifetime. Guodong returned home to rest, still in disbelief over the momentous encounter. Chapter 259. He and Qin Huairu captured. Third-generation computer development plan. Guodong spent a sleepless night, and upon rising the next day, he noticed a peculiar atmosphere outside, especially on his way to work. He felt that the glances from his neighbors seemed imbued with a newfound arrogance and reverence. This left him somewhat perplexed. It was only upon arriving at work that he comprehended the unfolding events. It turned out that the Zhonghua family, after conducting a thorough investigation into him, had simultaneously scrutinized those with whom he had passed grievances. Although the Liu family and the Yin family had not directly targeted Guodong, their lives and backgrounds were meticulously examined, leaving no stone unturned. However, since they had not inflicted substantial harm upon Guodong, they were ultimately released with a light reprimand. The true victims were the He family. He, whose family background was already unfavorable, found that his grandfather's generation had been implicated during the investigation. Fortunately, He Daqing had distanced himself from his family early on, thus experiencing a comparatively minor impact. The revelations of past errors left He Daqing's family feeling utterly ashamed. In truth, the Zhonghua family's methods of investigation were formidable. Few could withstand such scrutiny. Yet, to provide Guodong with a satisfactory explanation, this investigation was particularly exhaustive. The sordid details of those who had previously crossed Guodong were laid bare, serving as a stark warning to them of the high cost of opposing him. The Zhonghua family aimed to further establish Guodong's authority in the eyes of the public, ensuring he became a figure of respect and reverence. Although Guodong himself was not entirely aware of this shift, he sensed that his status had risen a notch. This realization filled him with a sense of quiet pride. He anticipated that once the third-generation computer was successfully developed, his influence within the Zhonghua family would undoubtedly ascend even further. He frequent deliveries of meals to Qin Huairu had also come to the attention of the Zhonghua family. Initially regarded as a trivial detail, it was now classified as theft of state property, warranting a 10-year prison sentence for He. Qin Huairu's situation was even more dire. She had once conspired against Guodong and had sought to inform Deputy Lin of his actions. Initially, the Zhonghua family found little evidence, but under the weight of state power, every detail was meticulously uncovered. Just after giving birth, Qin Huairu was apprehended. Both she and He protested their innocence until faced with overwhelming evidence, at which point they resigned themselves to their fate. When soldiers stormed into He home to take him away, he was thrown into a panic, vociferously declaring his innocence. How could I have stolen state property? Those meals were merely leftovers I brought home to sample. He exclaimed, "You are trying to ruin me." The soldiers, impassive, continued to escort He away. He struggled, witnessing the small child in the house dissolve into tears, yet no one paid him any heed. Qin Huairu was even more terrified. Her newborn was still crying, and she was about to be taken away. With all her strength, she clung to the leg of a man in black, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded. "I haven't done anything wrong. You can't take me away. I have a child to care for. Please spare me." However, the soldiers coldly pried her away and forcefully lifted Qin Huairu into the vehicle. Inside the car, she sobbed uncontrollably, repeatedly exclaiming her innocence, yet the soldiers remained unmoved. It was only when they arrived at the station, confronted with all the evidence, that Qin Huairu and He were compelled to accept their dire predicament. This calamity stemmed from their past wrongdoings against Guodong, marking their inevitable retribution. Had it not been for their prior jealousy and malice, today's tragedy would not have occurred. Yet, it was far too late for regret. They could only bear the terrifying consequences of their actions. Guodong remained oblivious to the plight of He and Qin Huairu, and even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Their fate was justly earned, as his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of developing the third-generation computer. The endeavor required a plethora of advanced technologies and equipment. However, the circumstances in 1960s China were exceedingly challenging. Though he possessed knowledge of future technologies, he encountered significant operational bottlenecks. Firstly, a large production workshop was necessary, requiring substantial state investment for construction. This was not a major issue. Advanced photolithography machines and precision equipment for manufacturing ultra-large-scale integrated circuits were essential. Yet the production of such devices demanded highly specialized technology. A plethora of materials, such as high-purity silicon wafers and metallic interconnects, were also in short supply in China at that time. Additionally, a multitude of skilled technicians was required to operate these high-tech devices, necessitating time and resources for training. Beyond this, software development for the third-generation computer posed another formidable challenge. Designing operating systems and various application software demanded considerable manpower and intellectual effort, as well as ample debugging opportunities. However, under the prevailing conditions, fulfilling these requirements proved exceedingly difficult. Guodong understood that to successfully develop the third-generation computer, his individual efforts alone were insufficient. He required the government's unwavering support, along with significant investments of manpower and resources to ameliorate conditions and resolve all technical and resource bottlenecks. Only when all necessary conditions were met could the genuine development of the third-generation computer commence. This endeavor hinged upon having a true prototype and production line, both of which demanded robust state backing. Guodong needed to engage in repeated discussions with the upper echelons of the Zhonghua family to advocate for the various conditions required to advance the development of the third-generation computer. A protracted struggle lay ahead. He would need to leverage his past achievements and connections to persuade the leadership of the feasibility of this grand vision, thereby securing the necessary support. The elite across the nation would also need to be mobilized to form a formidable research team to propel this ambitious project forward. Numerous obstacles lay in wait, yet with gradual progress, the ultimate goal of establishing the Zhonghua family's own third-generation computer would be realized. Fortunately, they now possessed the most critical component, the photolithography machine. Guodong was entirely confident in his ability to resolve the technical aspects. However, practical implementation still required a significant labor force. Firstly, a large quantity of high-purity silicon wafers was needed, as they were the fundamental material for chip manufacturing. Additionally, metallic interconnects and other auxiliary materials were necessary. With the photolithography machine in hand, the next step was to commence chip design. This involved formulating specific structural designs, including the integration of particular components on the chip and their interconnection methods. Moreover, chip design demanded extensive manpower and time. It required dozens, if not hundreds, of chip design engineers to collaborate, creating detailed circuit schematics that determine the specific electronic components on the chip, such as operational amplifiers, flip-flops, and registers, along with their precise interconnections. This process necessitated repeated deliberation, simulation, and modification until a final design was achieved. Once detailed circuit designs were established, the next phase involved inputting these schematics into the advanced photolithography machine, using controlled light exposure to project the corresponding circuit patterns onto the high-purity silicon wafers. This required multiple stringent exposure processes, combined with development and etching procedures, to ultimately form microscopic circuit structures. Additionally, meticulous control of the photolithography machine's parameters was essential to ensure that the precision of the circuit patterns met the required standards. After the circuit patterns were formed on the silicon wafers, the subsequent step involved metallization processes to create metallic interconnections on the wafer-S surface, facilitating electrical connections between different circuit components. This necessitated the application of methods, such as physical vapor deposition, to form metallic film layers on the surface of the silicon wafers, followed by etching to create fine metallic wires. With the circuit patterns and metallic connections established, the formation of dielectric layers, oxidation layer etching, and the stacking of different materials ensued, all aimed at achieving three-dimensional utilization of the chip space. This endeavor necessitates precise control over various materials and parameters to ensure the seamless operation of highly integrated circuits. Ultimately, the completed chip must be encapsulated and mounted onto a substrate, where gold wires will establish an electrical connection, enabling it to function effectively within its operational environment. This process demands not only adept manual skills, but also stringent environmental controls. All these intricate procedures must be conducted on specialized, large-scale production lines, requiring a sterile, dust-free cleanroom and an array of advanced equipment such as photolithography machines, sputtering apparatus, and etching devices, all under the stewardship of skilled technicians who must continuously practice and master their craft. Concurrently, extensive experimentation is required to validate each procedural phase, addressing any technological challenges that arise. Only when all procedural stages meet the requisite standards and can be seamlessly integrated into a single, complete chip can the birth of the first working prototype be realized. Chapter 260. Qin Huairu executed, Hiyuzhu sentenced, successful development of the third-generation computer prototype. News of Qin Huairu's execution swiftly reached the courtyard. The sentencing of Hiyuzhu to 15 years in prison followed shortly thereafter. Lu Haizhong and Yan Bugui, upon hearing this news, were visibly shaken, their faces drained of color. Though they held no fondness for Guodong, they had never dared to confront him directly. Witnessing the tragic fates of Qin Huairu and He Yuzhu, they lamented their own fortunate circumstances, realizing they could have easily met with similar misfortune. He Daqing, while affected by the news as it involved his own son, consoled himself with the thought that a 15-year imprisonment was preferable to execution, due to their parents' arrest. Xiao Bongging and Xiao Deng were sent to an orphanage, weeping inconsolably with nowhere else to turn. The entire courtyard was shrouded in a pall of gloom due to this incident. Conversations swirled around it. Yet there was a collective acknowledgement that Qin Huairu and He Yuzhu had indeed brought their fates upon themselves. Had they not instigated provocations and schemed against Guodong, they would not have met such dire ends. The shadow cast by this event over the courtyard seemed destined to linger for a long while. Unbeknownst to Guodong, or perhaps indifferent to it, he remained entirely focused on the research and development of the third-generation computer. Through his relentless advocacy, the state finally agreed to allocate substantial funding to support this endeavor. A dedicated research base and production workshop were established, and vital resources were allocated to produce essential equipment, including photolithography machines, sputtering apparatus, and etching devices. Subsequently, a formidable research team was assembled comprising a plethora of distinguished engineers and technicians from across the nation, who convened at the research base to commence the design of the various chips and components necessary for the third-generation computer. The initial focus was on the design of the CPU chip. A cadre of chip design engineers embarked on crafting detailed circuit schematics, determining the integration of computational units, control units, registers, and the precise interconnections between these elements. After countless iterations of scrutiny and modification, they ultimately arrived at a flawless circuit design. The subsequent step involved inputting the circuit design into the photolithography machine, where a meticulously controlled process would etch microscopic circuit structures on a high-purity silicon wafers. Following this, metallization techniques were employed to form metallic interconnections on the silicon surface, facilitating the electrical connectivity of the chip's various units. Concurrently, other engineering teams were engaged in the design of memory chips, interface chips, and more. The fabrication of all these chips required adherence to numerous processes, including quartz wafer etching, oxide layer formation, photolithography, metallization, and dielectric layer stacking. The entire research and development phase was marked by extensive experimentation to optimize every procedural parameter, ensuring the chip's high integration and stable performance. Once each chip was developed successfully, they needed to be integrated onto the same silicon wafer, encapsulated, and assembled into a working prototype. Following the design of the CPU chip, memory chips, and interface chips, the research team began the assembly of the prototype. Initially, a motherboard was required to mount all the chips according to the design specifications, followed by creating electrical connections to establish inter-chip communication. After testing was completed, peripheral connections were established with devices such as monitors, input devices, and storage units. Once all components were resolved, the first prototype was finally realized. Upon the successful operation of the first working prototype, a wave of excitement surged through the Research Institute. Everyone jubilantly celebrated, releasing pent-up exhilaration. Technicians clustered around the prototype, watching in awe as it came to life step by step. "We succeeded! We succeeded!" they exclaimed, instinctively embracing one another, tears of joy glistening in their eyes. At that moment, the collective efforts and perseverance of all involved were rewarded. Dreams had materialized into reality. This marked a groundbreaking technological breakthrough, as it represented the first autonomous development of a third-generation computer, positioning them at the forefront of information technology. An expert's eyes gleamed with pride as he proclaimed, "Indeed, we have not only caught up with our international competitors, but have achieved a technological lead. This is the most significant advancement in the history of our nation's technology," said a chip design lead, his fervor inspiring those around him. Researchers and engineers within the institute shared in the exhilaration, passionately discussing every detail of the prototype, feeling immensely proud to be part of their nation's technological narrative. The leadership embraced tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate their feelings. They acutely recognized that this achievement signified their nation's emergence as a leader in global computer technology, a pivotal moment destined to alter the course of national scientific prowess. The entire Research Institute was enveloped in fervor, with people joyfully embracing and shedding tears of elation. Long-suppressed joy erupted from the depths of each individual's heart. The birth of the first prototype symbolized not merely a technical triumph, but a monumental victory, a source of national pride. It inspired all, revealing a radiant future for their country's technological endeavors. At this moment, every participant in this journey felt a profound sense of pride, celebrating the advancement of their nation's technological landscape. They firmly believed this was merely the beginning. Their nation was poised to embark on a new historical epic. With this starting point, every future step would be a stride toward progress, and each day would shine with brilliance. This confidence and joy would propel the entire project forward, ultimately achieving the ambitious goal of establishing an autonomous information industry. As the excitement permeated the research institute, the first thought that arose among the crowd was of the project leader, Guodong. People flocked to express their admiration and gratitude towards him. Without your vision and determination, none of today's achievements would have been possible. Indeed, you are the spiritual leader of this project, its foremost contributor. Gu, your name will be inscribed in our nation's technological annals. This is your monumental accomplishment. The accolades and congratulations poured in for Gu Guodong, as they recognized that without his persistence and leadership, such a grand technological revolution would have been unattainable. Gu Guodong emerged as the architect of this victory, making significant contributions to the nation's scientific endeavors. Internally, Gu Guodong was also filled with profound emotion. Yet his exhilaration stemmed primarily from the enhancement of the nation's technological capabilities. As a time traveler, he understood that the birth of the first prototype signified their technological ascent to the global forefront, constituting a crucial step toward establishing an autonomous information industry. However, Gu Guodong also recognized that this was merely the inception of success. While the prototype's creation indicated a breakthrough in key technologies, the journey to industrial production was still fraught with challenges. Particularly in terms of software, current research remained insufficient to support widespread product deployment. Moreover, the domestic market environment was not yet conducive to the large-scale adoption of computers. Thus, Gu Guodong was not inclined to hasten the dissemination of their achievements. He believed that the immediate priority was to provide the prototype for use by critical military, research, and engineering sectors, continually refining and enhancing its performance and reliability while accumulating experience in software development. Considering the gradual promotion and popularization when the technological and market conditions mature, our success is merely a beginning. There remains a long journey ahead to realize industrialization and productization. Gu Guodong addressed everyone, emphasizing that the most crucial task at present is the continuous improvement of prototypes to enhance their performance and reliability, thereby accumulating experience for the nation's information construction. Only when the technology matures and the market is fully prepared should we contemplate the large-scale promotion of products. The vast prospects of information technology development are indeed inspiring. However, it is our collective responsibility to advance this historical process. Today's success has not come easily. We must proceed steadfastly, step by step. It is only through striving for excellence in both technology and industry that our products can genuinely serve the public and earn the favor and opportunities within the market. Gu Guodong's words illuminated the clarity of the next phase of our tasks for everyone. Indeed, today's victory is hard-won, and even more arduous tasks lie ahead. Only by progressing step by step and deepening our efforts in both technology and industry can we ultimately achieve the autonomous development of the information industry, benefiting the people and realizing national prosperity. Everyone was profoundly inspired by Gu Guodong's foresight and diligent spirit. Success has been hard-won, and to continue developing and growing, further efforts are required. Today's joy is both a reward for the past and an incentive for the future. Chapter 261, Extraordinary Merit. Zhang Shuyu is pregnant. We must first ensure we are well fed. The evening's celebration banquet was extremely lively and joyful. Leaders from the Institute and all those involved in the research and development of the third-generation computer attended this grand gathering. The banquet commenced with Director Wang stepping onto the stage to deliver a speech, his eyes sparkling with joy. Director Wang, sent by the state, serves a role akin to that of a secretary. Although he usually does not involve himself in affairs, Gu Guodong often turns to him for solutions to various needs, making him a representative of the nation. Colleagues, today we have finally reached this moment. Thanks to Comrade Gu Guodong's courage and vision, we have achieved a remarkable technological breakthrough that has captured the world's attention. On behalf of the nation, I confer upon Comrade Gu Guodong the honor of National Extraordinary Merit to commend his outstanding contributions to advancing our computer technology. The hall erupted into thunderous applause, with all eyes focused on Gu Guodong, filled with admiration and joy. Gu Guodong humbly took the stage, a smile gracing his face. It is indeed an honor to share in today's achievements. However, our tasks have only just begun. To realize an autonomous and controllable information industry, we must all continue our efforts. Guodong's remarks earned him another round of applause, deeply moving everyone with his humility. An experienced engineer, with tears glistening in his eyes, approached the stage, saying, "Director Gu, we all greatly admire your foresight. When the proposal to develop the third-generation computer was first made, we all thought it was a fanciful dream. Yet your confidence and determination for the nation's science and technology inspired each of us. Today, to finally witness the birth of our very own computer is an overwhelmingly beautiful feeling." The heartfelt expression of the senior engineer touched everyone deeply, evoking emotions. Next, a young engineer spoke. "Director Gu, I was fortunate to be assigned to the third-generation computer project when I first joined the workforce. Under your personal guidance, I gained invaluable experience. Your meticulous work ethic and selfless dedication will inspire me throughout my life. Thank you for providing me with a platform to realize my dreams and for being a role model." The sincere tributes and touching scenes elevated the atmosphere of the gathering to a crescendo. Applause erupted repeatedly as attendees conveyed their enthusiasm and respect for the young Guodong. He frequently bowed in gratitude, his eyes shimmering with joyful tears. At the banquet, not only did the leaders and engineers pay their respects to Guodong's contributions, but other researchers and staff also took to the stage to speak. Old Zhang from the engineering department, Xiao Wang from the research department, and even the cafeteria staff all represented their departments in expressing profound respect and heartfelt gratitude to Guodong. On this night of celebration, everyone felt the enhancement of the nation's technological prowess and the promise of a bright future. There was a firm belief that with this successful starting point, the technological endeavors of our nation would surely set sail towards achieving self-reliance and strength in the information industry. This joy and confidence would propel our country into the realm of a strong nation in information technology, realizing the dream of a rejuvenated China. After the banquet concluded, Guodong returned home, still brimming with excitement. As he pushed open the door, Zhang Shuyu stood at the entrance, beaming with a smile. Upon seeing her expression, he immediately sensed that there was good news. "Guodong, I have something to tell you," Zhang Shuyu said mysteriously. "What good news? Quickly tell me." Guodong inquired with a smile. Zhang Shuyu blushed, softly saying, "I'm pregnant. We're going to be parents." Overwhelmed with joy and surprise, Guodong was momentarily at a loss for words, his emotions surging as he rushed forward to embrace Zhang Shuyu, spinning around in ecstatic tears. "Really? We're going to be parents. How wonderful. This is truly magnificent news," Guodong exclaimed, his eyes welling with tears. "Thank you for giving me the chance to be a father. This is the greatest gift." "As long as you are happy, Guodong," Zhang Shuyu replied, also moved to tears by his reaction. "Are you happy?" "I am absolutely elated." Guodong laughed like a child. "All our hopes for the latter half of our lives are vested in this child. I will cherish, protect, and guide him to become someone useful to our country. Indeed, we will cultivate him into our pride," Zhang Shuyu said, tears brimming in her eyes. "Thank you for making me the luckiest person. I have you, the successful third-generation computer. And now I will be a mother," Guodong passionately declared, tightly holding Zhang Shuyu. He felt that this moment was the most beautiful after his rebirth. The following day, Guodong rose early, his spirits high as yesterday's joy lingered. Sitting at his desk, he contemplated the next steps in his work. There remains a long road ahead to achieve self-reliance and strength in the information industry. First, we must address the shortages in technology and talent. Currently, the level of higher education in our country is not sufficiently high. We must increase investment in university construction to cultivate more talents in computer science and software. Simultaneously, we should strengthen collaboration with universities, encouraging teachers and students to participate in research projects to enhance R&D capabilities. Secondly, we need to accelerate the development of core technologies. Operating systems, databases, and chips are all bottlenecks hindering the growth of the information industry. We must concentrate our efforts to hasten development and achieve autonomy. Only by mastering core technologies can we reduce our reliance on external technologies. Furthermore, we should develop industries that are highly integrated with information technology. For instance, we can leverage information technology to propel the advancement of high-tech industries, such as high-speed rail, aerospace, and new energy vehicles. These industries will not only drive national economic growth, but also promote further progress in information technology. Through the synergy of industry driving technology and technology serving industry, a virtuous cycle will benefit the collaborative development of all sectors. Lastly, We must increase investments in fundamental research and technology. We need to focus on the long term and enhance our foundational research investments in cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence and biotechnology. Breakthroughs in new technologies often stem from fundamental research, which will position our country advantageously in future technological fields. Guodong has formulated a clear plan for future work. To achieve self-reliance and strength in the industry, it is crucial to enhance technological innovation, cultivate talent, develop new industries that are highly integrated, and increase investments in fundamental research. Only by systematically advancing all these initiatives can we reach the goal of leading the world in the field of information technology. He is filled with confidence, believing that through everyone's collective efforts, the technological endeavors of our nation will surely set sail towards a prosperous future. Of course, that is a matter for another day. Now, there exists a matter of utmost significance, namely, addressing the issue of sustenance for all. In Chapter 262, titled Rice, Guodong pondered for a moment before devising strategy. The key to resolving the current critical food shortage lies in the promotion and application of agricultural advancements. Guodong resolved to utilize his expertise in breeding technology to cultivate new varieties that exhibit high yield and strong disease resistance, thereby significantly enhancing grain production at that time. He swiftly drafted a breeding plan to select parent strains resistant to rice blast for artificial hybridization and breeding. Guodong decided to allocate a tract of land adjacent to the research institute to establish an experimental field, leading the research personnel in this endeavor. Upon learning that Guodong intended to lead them in breeding, the staff were taken aback. The director remarked, "This is not within our professional domain." Indeed, they were all engaged in chip and software development, utterly unversed in agricultural research, and now faced an unexpected career shift. The discussions among them were rife with surprise. Guodong, observing their reactions, chuckled and said, "Comrades, while this is indeed a new domain, life necessitates continual learning and progress. We must not confine ourselves to a singular field. Given the nation's food scarcity, it is our responsibility to employ modern technology to address this issue, a form of serving our country through science." After hearing Guodong's explanation, the team found merit in his words. As researchers, they ought to adapt to the nation's needs through ongoing learning and advancement, rather than confining themselves to a specific specialization. Furthermore, the technical barriers in hybrid breeding are not particularly steep. With a firm grasp of theory and methodology, they could indeed make a significant impact. The director emphasized that as researchers, they should embrace new fields and continuously strive for growth. The nation is in urgent need. We must courageously take on this responsibility, declared a seasoned engineer. Indeed, although this pertains to agricultural research, which diverges from our expertise, learning new technologies broadens our horizons and will benefit our future development. Moreover, this endeavor is meaningful and allows us to contribute to our country, expressed a passionate young engineer. The words of their leaders and colleagues illuminated their minds. As technological workers, they should not focus solely on one domain, but rather dare to explore new technologies, continuously learning and transcending their limitations. The nation requires their involvement as part of the technological community, and they have both the duty and obligation to respond. Rest assured, Director Gu, we will diligently practice and quickly master hybrid breeding techniques to contribute to the cultivation of higher-yielding rice varieties, stated an experienced engineer on behalf of the group. With such enthusiasm and determination, success is surely within our grasp. Guodong smiled with satisfaction. The Research Institute fervently commenced its development efforts. Although they were venturing into new territory, they were fueled by a scientist's passion for exploring the unknown. United in the belief that Guodong would guide them in cultivating the varieties the nation desperately needed. To implement this plan, Guodong first visited a germplasm resource center and an agricultural academy in the north, where he selected 4 strains with strong resistance to rice blast from the rice gene bank to serve as maternal lines. Subsequently, he identified 3 high-yield varieties in the southern planting regions to serve as paternal lines. These parent strains were returned to the Research Institute for hybridization, from which individuals exhibiting disease resistance and high yield were selected for further hybridization and purification breeding. Notably, the seeds he drew from a lottery yielded the highest contributions. This entire process spanned nearly 2 months, culminating in the selection of 2 new varieties with heightened disease resistance, plump grains, and yields improved by 500 to 800% compared to previous levels. Thus, a clever wordplay emerged, which would elicit no particular thoughts from others, merely signifying the first and second varieties developed. Following this, The two hybrids were planted in the Institute's fields to observe and confirm that their yields and disease resistance met the anticipated targets. Guodong then dispatched a team to promote these two high-yield hybrid varieties in the primary planting areas, offering seedlings and cultivation guidance to farmers. Once the demonstration planting area of the new varieties reached 2,000 acres, varieties 1 and 2 exhibited outstanding yield performances, achieving approximately 800 kilograms per acre, which represented an increase of about 500% over the local primary varieties. This revelation astonished many farmers, prompting them to seek breeding techniques and seedlings. The Research Institute swiftly expanded its outreach in the locality. Experts from the Agricultural Academy were equally shocked by the news, sending researchers to conduct on-site investigations and gather information. On that day, a team of researchers from the Agricultural Academy arrived at Guodong's institute. Guodong personally welcomed the visiting experts and arranged for them to tour the institute and the experimental fields. As the researchers from the Agricultural Academy stepped into the verdant experimental fields, where the rice ears swayed gracefully, they were awestruck by the sight before them. The dense stalks were laden with golden grains, each rice kernel plump and robust, evoking a profound sense of harvest hope. One researcher approached the fields, carefully examining a stalk of variety 1. He exclaimed in astonishment, "This ear of rice is extraordinarily full. The yield appears to be at least double that of the varieties we currently promote. Director Gu, you have truly accomplished something remarkable." Guodong humbly replied, "We owe this achievement to my team. It is through our collective efforts that we have attained such results. We aspire to contribute to alleviating the nation's food shortage." Another researcher expressed admiration. "Director Gu, how do these two varieties fare in terms of disease resistance? This is equally a critical aspect of agricultural production." Upon hearing this, the researchers were deeply impressed, collectively acknowledging this as an extraordinary achievement. Subsequently, Guodong guided the Agricultural Academy researchers through the Institute's laboratory, showcasing the technical methods employed during the breeding process and the wealth of experience accumulated. The researchers expressed profound respect and appreciation for Guodong's team. After the tour, Guodong and the Agricultural Academy researchers gathered to discuss developmental prospects and future collaboration plans. Guodong expressed his willingness to provide varieties 1 and 2 to the Agricultural Academy free of charge for joint promotion, ensuring that more farmers could benefit. The focus of this endeavor was not solely on agriculture. It was driven by an urgent need to resolve pressing issues. Now that the varieties had been cultivated, allowing the Agricultural Academy to continue improvements would yield even better results, freeing Guodong to pursue other endeavors. Thus, Guodong and the Agricultural Academy researchers joined forces to commence the promotion of the new varieties. Through their collaborative efforts, these two varieties swiftly gained widespread recognition nationwide, considerably boosting agricultural yields and transforming the lives of numerous farmers. Chapter 263. Jia Zhongshi's release from prison and reunion with her grandson. Today marks a momentous occasion, as Jia Zhongshi has been released from prison. Upon her release, she hurriedly made her way back to the Sihiyuan. As she stepped through the entrance, she was greeted by the astonished exclamations of her neighbors, Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong. "Old sister, you're back." They both wore expressions of disbelief, taking a moment to recall that Jia Zhongshi had been imprisoned for a year, and it seemed time for her release. Jia Zhongshi, observing their puzzled looks, felt a sense of unease. Had something transpired in the past year? She had been feeling unsettled throughout her journey home. Initially, she harbored some anger over the fact that no one had come to greet her upon her release today. However, as she walked further, a sense of disquiet intensified. A strange panic gripped her heart, prompting her to dismiss her irritation and hasten back to the Sihiyuan. Witnessing the bewildered expressions on their faces only heightened her apprehension. She forced a smile and said to them, "I've been released. Why are you both so surprised?" Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. For a considerable time, Yin Bugui cleared his throat and cautiously remarked, "Sister-in-law, you have truly missed a great deal this past year." Upon hearing this, Jia Zhongshi's heart tightened, prompting her to urgently inquire, "What exactly has transpired during this year? Please tell me." Lu Haizhong, noticing her distress, swiftly comforted her, "Elder sister, do not rush. We shall explain everything in due course." After listening to them, Jia Zhongshi felt as though the world was spinning. How could so many monumental changes occur in such a brief span of time? The sudden death of her son, the downfall and demise of her daughter-in-law, and the displacement of her grandchildren. All these revelations swirled in her mind, suffocating her. Seeing Jia Zhongshi's pallid complexion, Yin Bugui quickly pulled her down to sit and offered her warm water to help her steady her breath. After a long while, Jia Zhangshi finally calmed down and hoarsely asked, "Are the children still at the orphanage?" Lu Haizhong nodded, responding, "Yes, they're still there. We have been unable to reach you, so we were powerless to act." Jia Zhangshi felt a flicker of solace upon hearing this, rising to declare, "Then I shall go to the orphanage tomorrow and bring the 2 children home. Though I have lost much this past year, I cannot allow my remaining family to leave me." After a year of labor reform, she had somewhat tempered her previous volatility, had she not? No, that was not the case. The moment Jia Zhangshi stood up, her tempestuous nature erupted entirely. She directed her ire towards Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong, berating them. "You 2 worthless fools. For an entire year, you have meddled in everything except for taking care of my family's affairs. You are all utterly useless." Yin Bugui quickly pleaded, "Sister-in-law, please allow me to explain. There have been too many matters this year that we could not manage, and besides, we are no longer in charge." "What nonsense!" Jia Zhangshi retorted, her fury intensifying. "You 2 have taken it upon yourselves to act like the masters of affairs. Now that such calamity has befallen my family, you shirk all responsibility, do you?" Lu Haizhong, equally anxious, interjected, "Elder sister, we have suffered as well. This past year has been a whirlwind. We could only watch helplessly as events unfolded." Jia Zhangshi scoffed, "I was only imprisoned for a year. You 2 have remained at home, indulging in food and drink, neglecting all responsibilities. You did not even know when I was to be released, yet you claim you could not reach me." With that, she lunged at Lu Haizhong, scratching his face. "You worthless fool. Did you simply abandon my family for a year? Were you intent on ruining us?" Startled by her assault, Lu Haizhong hastily dodged, pleading, "Sister-in-law, spare us. We are innocent. Too much has happened this year, and we were powerless." Jia Zhangshi disregarded their explanations, unleashing a torrent of invectives upon them, entirely oblivious to the fact that they too had suffered. All her pent-up rage was unleashed upon them. Ultimately, it was the intervention of neighbors that persuaded her to calm down, leaving both Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui feeling somewhat aggrieved. They had approached her with good intentions, only to find themselves bearing the brunt of her wrath. Having regained her composure, Jia Zhangshi found herself frozen in place. She had longed for a reunion with her son upon her release, only to be confronted with the devastating news of his death months prior. This revelation struck her like a physical blow, leaving her in a daze. Her son had been her entire world, and now he was gone. This anguish was beyond description. Even more unbearable was the knowledge that her daughter-in-law had remarried during her imprisonment and had subsequently been executed. Jia Zhangshi had always perceived Qin Huairu as lacking in character. Yet for her son, she was cherished. Though she had begrudgingly accepted this union, the multitude of changes that had transpired in just 1 year felt surreal. The swift unfolding of these events within a mere few sentences made Jia Zhangshi feel as though her life had been turned upside down overnight. In prison, she had clung to the hope of reuniting with her son and grandchildren, but now, upon her return, she discovered that the home she yearned for no longer existed. This sense of loss nearly drove her to despair. Stumbling back to the courtyard, she was met with a chilling silence that pierced her heart. Her once vibrant home felt eerily still, as if time had frozen over the past year. Dragging her weary body into the room, she found her son's belongings still neatly arranged, yet he was forever absent. Gently brushing her fingers over her son's clothing, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She collapsed to the ground, clutching his garments and weeping, as if to alleviate the immense sorrow within her. How could a mother endure the loss of her entire world in such a brief period? Jia Zhangshi felt that fate was exceedingly cruel, having endured torment in prison. Why must she continue to suffer such cruel jest upon her release? Once she had gathered her emotions, she promptly made her way to the orphanage. Though her son was gone, her grandson remained. Even if she were to live a solitary life, at least she would have her grandson for companionship. She vowed to devote all her love to nurture this sole remnant of her bloodline. Before long, she arrived at the orphanage, and upon seeing Bang Gong, she felt momentarily disoriented. Jia Zhangshi immediately recognized him, but Bang Gong hesitated. After a year apart, the changes wrought by her labor reform had altered her somewhat, and over the past 6 months, he had been lost in a haze. Yet, when Bang Gong saw Jia Zhangshi rushing toward him, his eyes filled with both joy and sorrow, he ran into her embrace, weeping, "Grandma, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Jia Zhangshi held him tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face as she replied, "I'm here now, my dear. I will never leave you again." They embraced, crying for a long time, as if to purge the pent-up longing and grievances of the past year. Bang Gong choked back his tears, saying, "Grandma, after you left, Dad, he also left." "Grandma, Dad didn't want me and my sister anymore. Mom is gone too. They took her away. Jia Zhongshi's heart ached as she stroked Bang Gung's head. Yes, dear. Grandma knows that Dad is no longer with us. From now on, it will just be us. Bang Gung looked up at her, his eyes brimming with tears. During that time, my sister cried constantly, and I cried too, but no one took care of us. We were so scared and just wanted you to come back quickly. Hearing this made Jia Zhongshi's heart ache even more. In her eyes, there was only Bang Gung. She had completely forgotten about Xiao Dang. She gently patted his back, her voice filled with sorrow and tenderness. I'm sorry, my dear. I promised I would always be with you, but I could not keep that promise. No one will neglect you anymore. Grandma will always protect you. Bang Gung clung tightly to Jia Zhongshi, gazing up at her. Really? Grandma will always be with us? Jia Zhongshi nodded, smiling of course. Now it's just Grandma. I won't go anywhere. Bang Gung finally revealed his first genuine smile in a long time. That's good. Then my sister and I won't be afraid anymore. They held each other tightly, sharing the grievances and suffering of the past year. Finally able to release the burdens they had carried, knowing they would no longer be alone. At least they had each other to rely on. Chapter 264. The collapse of Jia Zhongshi upon losing Bang Gung. Just then, Jia Zhongshi suddenly sensed something amiss. How was it that Bang Gung felt different in her embrace? Yet she could not pinpoint what was wrong. After pondering for a moment, she finally realized, why is Bang Gung so flat? To confirm her suspicion, she discreetly reached out her hand. There's nothing? What is going on? Panic surged through Jia Zhongshi as she wondered how this could be. She quickly grasped Bang Gung's hand and felt it thoroughly. Indeed, it was entirely flat. Jia Zhongshi was utterly bewildered and hastily inquired of Bang Gung what had transpired. How could possibly be gone? Observing the frantic expression on Jia Zhongshi's face, Bang Gung hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Grandma, what are you touching? Jia Zhongshi grew even more anxious. What about yours? After a moment's hesitation, Bang Gung quietly replied, Grandma, it was bitten off by a dog. Bitten off by a dog? Jia Zhongshi felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her entire being in disarray. When did this happen? How could it be bitten off? Seeing Jia Zhongshi in such distress, Bang Gung hurriedly explained, Grandma, that was several months ago. I was playing outside when a rabid dog suddenly appeared and bit me. Jia Zhongshi, upon hearing this revelation, felt as if she had been hit in a vulnerable spot, her body going weak. The words bitten off by a dog lingered in her mind, impossible to digest. She opened her mouth, attempting to articulate something, but only a few breathy sounds escaped her throat, unable to form coherent words. Grandma, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Bang Gung's voice seemed to come from a distant place, and Jia Zhongshi could hardly make out what he was saying. Only one thought incessantly swirled in her mind. How could this be possible? This was absolutely impossible. She felt dizzy, her body growing heavier, and her breathing became labored. Clinging to Bang Gung, she held on tightly, as if that were the only way to steady herself. After what felt like an eternity, her consciousness began to gradually clear. It was then she realized she had collapsed against Bang Gung, who was gently patting her back and softly saying, Grandma, don't be afraid. I'm alright. Jia Zhongshi finally managed to calm herself a bit, lifting her tear-streaked face to look at Bang Gung. He too bore tears on his face, his expression riddled with guilt. Jia Zhongshi's heart ached. She understood the source of Bang Gung's remorse. Had she not gone to prison at that time, her grandson would not have had to endure such a nightmare. Jia Zhongshi had always envisioned that Bang Gung would carry on the family legacy of the Jia clan, marrying and having children, culminating in a beautiful family reunion at the ancestral home. Yet now, that vision seemed shattered. Looking down at Bang Gung in her arms, her heart twisted with anguish. The grandson she had once been so proud of had become a shadow of his former self after a year apart. What was even more shocking was that he was no longer whole. Jia Zhongshi found it difficult to accept such a harsh reality. She had always hoped to embrace her grandson, fulfilling the greatest wish of an elder, but now that dream lay in ruins. Bang Gung seemed to sense Jia Zhongshi's distress, raising his head to meet her gaze filled with sorrow. Grandma, I'm sorry. I've deprived you of the chance to hold a grandchild. I can no longer carry on the family line. In truth, he had never fully comprehended these matters, only vaguely aware. During that time, Hiyuju had consoled him, educating him about many things, which was how he came to know. Jia Zhongshi's heart ached at his words. She gently patted Bang Gung's head, choking back tears. Silly child. These are not burdens for you to bear. As long as you are here, that is enough for your grandmother. Nothing else matters. Bang Gung's tears flowed freely once more as he clung tightly to Jia Zhongshi, stammering, Grandma, I am a man. I should have been able to continue the family line. But now I'm nothing. You truly won't blame me for this? Hearing him call himself nothing tightened Jia Zhongshi's heart. She lifted his chin, speaking with conviction. Silly child. Listen to your grandmother. You are not nothing, nor will you ever be. This is merely a cruel twist of fate. Your grandmother will love you forever, no matter what you become. Even if you can never carry on a family name, I do not care. As long as my children and grandchildren are safe, I will be content. Bang Gung could not contain his tears any longer. Speechless, he could only embrace Jia Zhongshi tightly. Jia Zhongshi gently caressed his head, her heart a tumult of emotions. Although the harshness of reality was difficult to bear, she knew that the most important thing to her was the child before her. Of course, even more crucial was having someone to care for her in her old age. Even if she could not hold a grandchild or witness the lively gatherings at the ancestral home, as long as she could remain by Bang Gung's side, that would be her greatest fulfillment. The rest no longer mattered. As long as he could provide for her in her twilight years, the future held no significance. Upon returning home, Bang Gung began to recount to her the circumstances surrounding Jia Dongshu's death and the abduction of Qin Huairu. After listening to Bang Gung's account, Jia Zhongshi was once again left in shock. It turned out that Jia Dongshu's demise was also connected to He Yuzhu. Learning all this filled Jia Zhongshi with an uncontrollable rage. Her son's death had been caused by these scoundrels. The audacity of Qin Huairu to forgive them was infuriating. Jia Zhongshi felt an overwhelming urge to confront He Yuzhu, wishing to tear him apart. Through gritted teeth, she cursed, "Those bastards, that wretch is the scum of the earth. I want to kill them." Observing his grandmother in such a furious state, Bang Gung felt both fear and elation. He had never seen her so angry. She was truly furious, even a bit hysterical. This was the grandmother he knew. Jia Zhongshi paced around the room, contemplating the situation. Qin Huairu was already dead, leaving her no chance to seek retribution. He Yuzhu was currently imprisoned, making it appear impossible to confront him either. A wave of frustration surged in her chest, making her feel as though she were suffocating. After a long deliberation, she finally made a decision. "Bang Gung, you should rest for a while. I will wake you for dinner later." Bang Gung nodded obediently, responding with an Jia Zhongshi affectionately ruffled his tousled hair, smiling. "Our Bang Gung is such a good boy. It's worth all the love I give you." With that, Jia Zhongshi left the room, heading straight to the He household. Although He Yuzhu was no longer present, He Yushui was still around, and she intended to settle the score with them. Chapter 265. Jia Zhongshi burned herself and Bang Gung. Jia Zhongshi approached the He household, hearing laughter from within. It seemed the mirth did not come from He Yushui, but rather from several people chatting. Her heart sank. The presence of others altered her plans slightly. Taking a deep breath, she squared her shoulders and strode confidently to the door of the He household, knocking loudly. The laughter ceased abruptly, and after a moment, the door slowly opened. Jia Zhongshi stood in disbelief, staring at the individuals inside. In addition to He Yushui, there were unexpectedly Bai Guofu and He Daqing. "What are you doing back here?" Jia Zhongshi exclaimed, a mix of surprise and fury washing over her. Bai Guofu and He Daqing were equally taken aback, having not anticipated Jia Zhongshi's emergence. Just as they were about to speak, Jia Zhongshi stormed inside, pointing at Bai Guofu and He Daqing, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You wretched creatures! It is your actions that have led to the ruin of my family and the death of my son, and you still have the gall to return." Bai Guofu and He Daqing were momentarily stunned by Jia Zhongshi's vehement tirade. "How is it our fault your family fell apart? Shouldn't you be blaming Guodong instead?" They attempted to defend themselves, but Jia Zhongshi gave them no chance, her insults pouring forth with increasing venom. "You vile scum! You are the worst of the worst. I will kill you both." Jia Zhongshi raged on until her throat grew hoarse. The three inside left speechless, their faces as pale as paper under the weight of her fury. Gritting her teeth, Jia Zhongshi glared fiercely at Bai Guofu and He Daqing. "You had better pay me back quickly. Otherwise, I will take legal action against you. I will not let you have a moment's peace." Her words left the He family bewildered. Has she lost her mind after being in prison? She actually wants to sue us. He Daqing, unable to contain his frustration, retorted. "If it weren't for your daughter-in-law seducing my son, he wouldn't have been dragged into this mess and sentenced to 15 years. Upon inquiring, it became apparent that He Yuzhu had been bringing vegetables home solely to provide for the Jia family. Now, as fate would have it, he found himself imprisoned due to this very matter, and, astonishingly, he was still subjected to blame from the Jia family. This family displayed an utter lack of reason and an overwhelming shamelessness. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhongshi furiously glared at He Daqing, exclaiming, "What do you mean my daughter-in-law seduced your He Yuzhu? What seduction? Your foolish Zhu has nothing worth seducing." This statement incited He Daqing's fury, causing him to explode in rage. He pointed an accusatory finger at Jia Zhangshi, cursing vehemently, "If it weren't for your daughter-in-law seducing my son for so long, he wouldn't have been branded a thief of state property. Your entire family is to blame for this." Jia Zhangshi could no longer contain her anger and charged forward, delivering a punch squarely to He Daqing's face. Remarkably, after a year of hard labor, Jia Zhangshi's fighting prowess had significantly improved. He Daqing stumbled back from the blow, wiping his mouth to discover blood on his hand. Enraged, he immediately lunged at Jia Zhangshi, and they became entangled in a fierce brawl, exchanging blows without mercy. He Yushui and the widow stood to the side, utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them, completely at a loss. On the ground, Jia Zhangshi and He Daqing rolled about, hurling insults at one another, immersed in their quarrel without regard for their surroundings. "Stop it!" He Yushui rushed forward, attempting to separate the two, but his efforts were futile. At that moment, Aunt Air, hearing the commotion, hurried over and was left dumbfounded by the sight. She quickly intervened, desperately pulling Jia Zhangshi away from He Daqing. Even as she was dragged away, Jia Zhangshi struggled to return to the fray. Meanwhile, Bang Geng, alerted by the ruckus, arrived on the scene and immediately urged his grandmother to cease her assault. He Yushui managed to grasp He Daqing, finally pulling them apart. Both Jia Zhangshi and He Daqing bore injuries, yet their faces were still etched with fury. "My brother has helped your family so much, and now you repay kindness with enmity? Are you even human? If you have the ability, go seek Guodong. He is the one responsible for all of this. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened." He Yushui could no longer hold back and shouted at Jia Zhangshi, bewildered by her irrational outburst. Upon hearing his words, Jia Zhangshi's body trembled. She could not forget that it was Guodong who had initially led her prison. The thought of finding Guodong for revenge surged within her, prompting her to turn and storm away. Seeing Jia Zhangshi leave in a fit of rage, He Yushui and the others assumed she was going to confront Guodong. They followed her, curious to see what she would do. However, to their disappointment, she went straight home instead, not even bothering to knock on Guodong's door. Upon closing her door, everyone else dispersed. In truth, Jia Zhangshi did not lack the desire for revenge. After more than a year in prison, she had gained some wisdom and realized that rash actions could lead to dire consequences. She resolved to confront Guodong later that night. As night fell, Jia Zhangshi stealthily gathered her prepared items and slipped out of her home, heading toward Guodong's residence. However, upon arrival, she found the house shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. A pang of anxiety struck her as she approached the door and knocked, but there was no response. Gritting her teeth, she dashed to a neighbor's house and knocked on the door. "Brother Wang, where's the Gu family?" The neighbor, puzzled by her appearance, replied that the Gu family had moved away long ago and now resided in the courtyard up front, unaware that she did not know this. With a scoff, Jia Zhangshi unleashed a torrent of curses, exclaiming that the scoundrels had moved so quickly to escape. After venting her frustration, she stormed away, leaving her neighbor astonished at her retreating figure. Jia Zhangshi returned home, gathered her belongings again, and set off toward the courtyard, determined to give Guodong a stern warning. Otherwise, she would feel deeply unsettled. Finally, she located the courtyard to which Guodong had relocated. As she stood before its entrance, a wave of fury surged within her. She retrieved the kerosene she had prepared, intending to set fire to Guodong's home. Yet, just as she brandished the kerosene, several individuals suddenly leaped forward and pinned her to the ground. It turned out that Guodong's current status was no trivial matter. He was constantly under the protection of covert guardians. Pinned to the ground, Jia Zhangshi struggled fiercely, desperate to throw the kerosene and ignite Guodong's house. In the chaos, she stumbled, unintentionally hurling the kerosene backward, striking Bang Geng, who had followed her out of curiosity, hoping to see if she was indeed seeking trouble with Guodong. To her horror, the kerosene ignited upon impact, engulfing Bang Geng in flames. Bang Geng screamed in agony, his body aflame, while the guardians stood frozen in shock, momentarily paralyzed by the horrific scene. "Help me!" Bang Geng cried out amidst the inferno, his voice filled with terror. Jia Zhangshi, still entangled in her struggle, became rigid upon hearing his cries. She glanced towards the source of the sound and saw Bang Geng, engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground and wailing in pain. By the time the guardians regained their composure and sought to fetch water, both Jia Zhangshi and Bang Geng had already succumbed to the flames. Their anguished cries echoed in the air, but soon silence enveloped them. The guardians, witnessing this tragedy, stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the calamity that had unfolded. When they finally gathered their wits, they found Jia Zhangshi and Bang Gung had been reduced to charred remains, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Dumbfounded, they hurried to fetch water, but it was too late. Both had already perished. In a moment of madness, Jia Zhangshi had unleashed this calamity, inadvertently dragging Bang Gung into her misfortune, a truly lamentable fate. Chapter 266. The Advancement of Communication Technology. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Guodong and Zhang Shiyu rushed out of the courtyard to ascertain the situation. Upon discovering the charred bodies, they were rendered speechless, utterly incapable of grasping the circumstances surrounding this tragedy. Who are these people? Zhang Shiyu questioned, gazing at the unrecognizable corpses, struggling to identify them. The onlookers gathered in the courtyard were similarly captivated by the scene, exchanging bewildered glances. It is said to be Jia Zhangshi and Bang Gung, someone murmured. The crowd gasped, converging to inspect the horrific sight, yet the remains were so charred that identification was impossible. Whispers of confusion filled the air as they attempted to piece together the events. Wasn't Jia Zhangshi detained for re-education? How could she end up here? I heard she had been seeking revenge on Guodong after her release. Could she have been responsible for this? Even if she wanted revenge, would it lead to self-immolation? This is too strange. There must be more to this story. The crowd speculated, yet they remained perplexed by the entire situation. Guodong, upon hearing the speculation that it might indeed be Jia Zhangshi, paused in astonishment. So, this old hag was planning to come find me for revenge after her release? Yet, ironically, she couldn't even accomplish that, and ended up perishing in flames. Quite the fitting end, I suppose. The following morning, Guodong arrived at the Research Institute, promptly resuming his work on the next phase of research. With the food supply secured, he was now able to delve into more advanced technological pursuits. Seated in his office, Guodong contemplated the future direction of the institute. While computers and CNC machine tools have been developed, this was merely the first step in a technological revolution. Achieving true industrialization demanded further technological support and industrial upgrades. The foremost necessity was to establish a nationwide communication network to enable rapid information transmission. Currently, communication between cities relied on manual relay, a process woefully inefficient and severely hampering the effectiveness of computer applications. Thus, advancing communication technology and establishing a communication network emerged as the primary task ahead. Additionally, it was imperative to vigorously develop new material technologies. The existing materials are inadequate to meet the demands of industrial production. The development of new materials can lower costs and enhance product performance, making it an indispensable component of the industrialization process. Additionally, there is a pressing need to cultivate a substantial number of engineering and technical talents. The current pool of researchers is far from sufficient, necessitating an accelerated pace of training and the recruitment of more technical personnel to provide a robust talent foundation for industrial upgrading. Ultimately, increased investment in research and development of advanced technologies is crucial to elevate the levels of industrial automation and intelligence. In sectors such as new energy, biotechnology, and aerospace, it is essential to amplify technological innovation and explore pathways to industrialization. Only through continuous breakthroughs in communication networks, new materials, talent cultivation, and high-tech research and development can we truly realize industrialization and a technological revolution. This requires research institutions to further expand their scale, accelerate their development pace, and intensify their investment efforts. Guodong has determined that the future focus of the Research Institute will lie in these areas. Achieving breakthroughs in these domains will propel the entire nation into a new era of industrialization, facilitating a historic leap in development. Guodong has decided to initially concentrate on the development of communication network technology. Currently, intercity communication relies on manual switching, which is inefficient and cannot meet the demands of economic development. The key to transforming this situation lies in the research and development of advanced switching technologies to establish an automated telephone network that spans the nation. Guodong drafted a comprehensive communication network construction plan and convened a meeting with all personnel to announce that the Institute would devote itself wholeheartedly to the research and development of communication technology and network construction. At the outset of the meeting, a brief silence enveloped the attendees. Are we venturing into a new field again? They pondered. The Research Institute's focus has consistently shifted, from mechanical manufacturing to computing and now to communication technology. This frequent crossing of boundaries undoubtedly increases the complexity of their work, leaving many feeling somewhat disoriented. Yet, it has also become somewhat of a norm. The Institute's development has been characterized by continual leaps across disciplines, which seems to have established a pattern. Although a new research direction signifies a need for fresh learning and effort, having undergone several such transitions, the team is no longer as taken aback as before. A calm acceptance to follow Guodong's lead appears to be the prevailing sentiment. The proposal put forth by Guodong is detailed and thorough, which brings comfort to the team. Even though this represents another cross-disciplinary venture, the presence of a clear plan and structure lends direction to their efforts. The team began to voice their questions and opinions, engaging in discussions regarding the feasibility of the proposal. Guodong patiently elucidated and addressed their concerns, thus bolstering their confidence in this latest cross-disciplinary endeavor. Post-meeting, although the workload had increased, a renewed vigor seemed to permeate the group. After all, having traversed various challenges alongside Guodong, the uncertainty that comes with crossing boundaries often yields unexpected rewards. This trust in their leader and the Institute serves as the foundation for their collective resolve to take a bold new step forward. On another note, the frequent crossing of boundaries has also enhanced the team's adaptability to acquiring new knowledge and skills. While this arduous process of honing their capabilities has been challenging, it has also accumulated invaluable experience, forming the bedrock of the Institute's journey thus far. Cross-disciplinary endeavors undoubtedly require encouragement and trust, but they also necessitate the subtle cultivation of cross-disciplinary skills and learning abilities among the team. This is the cornerstone of the Institute's consistent achievements post-transition. To establish a nationwide communication network, the Research Institute requires a substantial quantity of telecommunications equipment, primarily including switches, cables, and communication monitoring devices. The switch is the core of network construction, and the Institute has successfully developed several prototypes. It is now imperative to invest in production to achieve large-scale manufacturing. Guodong organized the engineers to dissect the switch's design into various components, which were then allocated to different factories for production. For instance, a factory would produce the aluminum alloy casing, while another would supply the electronic components, and the Institute would then integrate and assemble them. Fortunately, they now possess photolithography and laser etching machines, with several units of the latter already produced. Coupled with their extensive experience in manufacturing third-generation computers, producing electronic components has become relatively straightforward and efficient. Cables are also crucial for network construction, necessitating a significant amount of telecommunications cables for intercity connectivity. Guodong liaised with Director Wang to identify several factories capable of providing the production parameters for cables, urging them to focus their efforts on manufacturing telecommunications cables. Concurrently, the Institute dispatched experts to assist these factories in improving their equipment to enhance both output and quality. Thanks to the rapid advancements in steelmaking, various industries are once again flourishing, and the increase in mining activities has made the production of these components more feasible. Communication monitoring devices are essential for overseeing network operations and communication quality. The Institute must develop corresponding monitoring instruments and then commission partner factories for mass production. Additionally, the Institute must train specialized technicians responsible for the calibration and operation of these devices. Furthermore, network construction requires a plethora of brackets, joints, and other equipment to facilitate the overhead or underground installation of cables. These components necessitate close collaboration between the Institute and various partner factories to jointly complete the design and production processes. The Institute is tasked with overseeing the design, technical guidance, and quality control of each production phase. As the production system gradually matures, the Institute will secure a steady supply of equipment, thus providing robust support for network construction and accelerating the nationwide coverage of the communication network. Naturally, given the current resources, achieving nationwide coverage is somewhat unrealistic. The immediate goal is to connect several major cities, as this would greatly facilitate development. Chapter 267, The Birth of a Son, Successful Test of the Mushroom Egg System Upgrade. Over the past year, the Research Institute has fully committed to the construction of the communication network, successfully implementing local automated telephone exchanges in major cities, such as the capital, the Magic City, Yangcheng, and Shancheng. People can now directly dial phones between different cities without the need for manual switching, significantly enhancing both work and life efficiency. Concurrently, Guodong welcomed the birth of his first child, which filled him with immense joy. At the suggestion of his wife, Zhang Shiyu, Guodong named the child Gu Changsheng, hoping for his healthy growth and a better life. Having endured many hardships throughout his life, he understands the challenges of existence and the importance of knowledge and skills. He aspires for his child to receive superior education and training from an early age, so as not to face the same difficulties as his generation. However, The generation he envisions is that of his past life. With the advancement in living conditions, Guodong is filled with anticipation for his child's future. The automated telephone system has brought convenience to people's lives, enhancing both the efficiency of societal operations and the quality of life. The rapid progress of technology is transforming lives at an unprecedented pace, further solidifying Guodong's belief that his pursuit of research and innovation can yield substantial advancements and transformations for the nation. Gazing at his newborn son, Guodong is overwhelmed with a surge of emotions. His hopes for his son, dreams of improved living standards, and visions for future societal changes intertwining harmoniously. On the second day following his son's birth, he heard an exhilarating announcement on the radio. The Flower Nation successfully conducted the test detonation of its first mushroom egg. From this day forward, the history of the Chinese nation would be rewritten in two distinct segments. This news invigorated Guodong. As a time traveler, he is acutely aware of the efforts and significance behind this achievement. The technological advancements of the Flower Nation have finally caught up with global standards, liberating the nation from its passive position, a clear indication of its development entering a new phase. After all, the truths of the world lie only within the range of artillery. With the mushroom egg, they now possess the right to voice their opinions. Western nations, led by the eagle sauce, can no longer bully them as they once did. To celebrate this momentous news, Guodong decided to grant the Research Institute a 2-day holiday. Additionally, he allocated funds from the Institute's reward fund to provide each researcher with a meat ration and a bonus. People gathered joyously to celebrate this historic progress. The following day, Guodong encountered the infamous Dual Standard newspaper. The headline boldly proclaims the enthusiastic congratulations on the successful trial of the mushroom egg by the Zhihua family. Beneath it lies another statement, urging the populace to remain calm and join the ranks of nations prohibiting mushroom egg experimentation. Witnessing the birth of this newspaper brought a wry smile to Guodong's face. The nation's antics far surpassed even his own. He mused that it would be delightful if he could engage in such shenanigans as well. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! The host's desire has been detected. All remaining points can now be consumed to upgrade the system. Upon upgrading, the operating system will be further refined. Whether on a personal or national level, as long as the host is involved, any mischievous actions will yield points. Would the host like to proceed with the upgrade? Oh, an upgrade, indeed. For the past 2 years, he had been engrossed in various developments, and having distanced himself from the courtyard, he had nearly forgotten about the system. It was unexpected for it to now present him with the opportunity to upgrade. Without hesitation, Guodong confirmed his choice. Given his status, associating with those individuals seemed rather beneath him. Thus a step up was decidedly preferable. Confirmation received. Initiating system upgrade. Please wait. Suddenly, Guodong felt a darkness envelop him, followed by a cacophony of buzzing in his ears, his mind a tumultuous haze. When tranquility finally returned and the air around him regained its clarity, Guodong slowly opened his eyes. It appeared as though nothing had changed, yet everything felt different. However, he paid it no mind and resumed his work. Having been on holiday for the past few days, he had remained at home, true to the course of history. Within a couple of days, he saw in the newspaper that the Eagle Nation had issued a statement, asserting that the rabbit's egg should not be launched. They declared that such actions posed no threat to them. As long as they stood united, they could transition from victory to even greater victories, without fear of the rabbit. This news elicited a chuckle from Guodong, for it would not be long before the first aerial bombing experiment would take place next year. At that moment, it would be time for a resounding slap in the face. He switched off the radio, and a blueprint for the next phase of development began to materialize in his mind. Yet, reality weighed heavily on him. The scarcity of domestic resources meant that further development necessitated external assistance. Suddenly, he recalled Liu Jinhua, who had ventured to Hong Kong Island years ago. They had maintained contact throughout the years. Following Guodong's suggestion, Liu Jinhua had delved into the real estate and film industries, leveraging substantial financial backing to swiftly establish a foothold that had gradually expanded. The initial plan involved Guodong creating quality products domestically for Liu Jinhua to sell in Hong Kong, generating foreign currency to procure urgently needed resources for the homeland. It seemed the opportune moment to implement this plan had arrived. Guodong resolved to articulate his thoughts in a letter to Liu Jinhua. In the letter, he candidly expressed that while domestic technology and products were advancing, there was a dire lack of funding and sales channels, coupled with an urgent need for external resource input. Meanwhile, Liu Jinhua had secured his position in Hong Kong, boasting ample financial resources and connections that could perfectly address the domestic shortfall. Upon receiving the letter, Liu Jinhua instantly grasped his old friend's intentions. It aligned perfectly with his own aspirations. The comfortable life he now enjoyed was entirely thanks to Guodong's initial guidance, and thus he would not refuse. If he could contribute to elevating the research institute further, it would indeed be his honor. The two swiftly reached a consensus through correspondence. According to the plan, the research institute would provide advanced technologies and products, which Liu Jinhua would promote and sell in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, returning a percentage of the sales to the institute. This would enhance liquidity and procure essential resources for the homeland, achieving mutual benefit. Guodong decided that the first batch of exported products would be chips, a component of the original plan discussed with higher-ups and Liu Jinhua. In recent years, the Research Institute had made remarkable strides in the field of computing, now ranking among the world's leaders in high-end chip development. Naturally, these advancements were highly confidential, and other nations remained oblivious to them. In their perception, the Rabbit was still a considerably backward nation. The mere possession of a few second-generation computers would be deemed impressive, let alone advanced chips. Thus, exporting entry-level, low-end chips posed no issue and could yield substantial foreign currency to support the acquisition of vital domestic resources. Meanwhile, the chip technologies of the Eagle Nation and the Chicken Nation were still in their infancy and lacked competitive viability. If they first exported a small batch as a trial run, gradually increasing production, that would be entirely acceptable. Moreover, the products would nominally be sold by Liu Jinhua's company, shrouded in secrecy, ensuring that other nations would not suspect them, thus posing no risk. Liu Jinhua immediately expressed his agreement. Entry-level chips were currently among the pinnacle of technology, garnering significant interest from both the Chicken Nation and the Western powers. This batch of products was bound to sell exceptionally well. However, just as the plan was about to be executed, it was abruptly halted. Guodong was summoned by the military, specifically by Wang Lao. He was being recruited to join a weapons research group. Chapter 268. Initiating Information Warfare 30 years ahead of schedule. Guodong promptly made his way to the military headquarters upon receiving the urgent summons from Wang Lao and Chen Lao. Upon meeting, the two elders, bearing serious expressions, succinctly informed him that he was to cease all current work immediately and refrain from any further research. They instructed him to come to their side. Hearing this, Guodong immediately understood. The higher-ups must have sensed something and were preparing to take action. It was likely that a storm was brewing. Otherwise, the two elders would not have summoned him with such gravity. They were likely preparing to ensure his protection from now on. Guodong nodded solemnly, affirming understood. With his confirmation, Wang Lao and Chen Lao's expressions visibly relaxed. Wang Lao spoke in a deep tone. You may not be aware, but the current situation is quite complex. For your safety and that of your subordinates, we have decided to restrict your freedom of movement from now on. You must fully cooperate with our work and remain vigilant to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Chen Lao added sternly. You must ensure absolute confidentiality and refrain from disclosing any information externally. We trust your judgment and execution capabilities, which is why we have chosen to rely on you. However, given the current climate of anxiety, we must take these measures to avert any issues. Do you understand? I completely understand, Guodong replied earnestly. I will cooperate with your work, maintain strict confidentiality, and act according to orders. I recognize the gravity of the situation and understand that this is for everyone's safety. Please trust that I will give my all and not cause you any trouble. Seeing Guodong's sincere attitude, Wang Lao and Chen Lao finally felt reassured. The higher-ups were currently in a state of disarray, with the one-eyed general and the second-in-command personally instructing them to protect high-end talents like Guodong to prevent any harm. Research on the other front would be put on hold, allowing for military-related studies to proceed since the impact on that side would be minimal. Subsequently, Wang Lao and Chen Lao finally disclosed the purpose of the summons to Guodong. They intended for him to spearhead the establishment of a weapons research group based at the Military Research Institute. Given the escalating tensions with the Bear Nation, there was an urgent need to develop new weaponry in response. They had previously witnessed Guodong's research prowess, whether with the tracked vehicles or the now widely adopted Type 81 rifle, both of which were exceptionally suited for military use. They believed that if he dedicated himself to research, he could undoubtedly create even more formidable inventions. Moreover, they had specifically invited several experienced professors to join the effort. Upon meeting, the professors were filled with excitement. They were thoroughly acquainted with Guodong's remarkable achievements and contributions, having long admired his dedication to advancing and breaking through in the realm of national technology. Now, with the opportunity to engage with him up close, Their enthusiasm was nearly palpable. The first professor, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Comrade Gu, your pioneering innovations in technology have truly broadened our horizons. It is indeed an honor to work under your guidance." The second professor concurred, saying, "Professor Chung is absolutely right, Comrade Gu. Your contributions to the advancement of national defense equipment are astounding. Although we may be of advanced age, we will dedicate ourselves fully to ensure we do not bring you disgrace." The third professor added, "Though we each possess our own areas of expertise, we are all immensely respectful of your intellect and accomplishments. It is both our privilege and responsibility to serve you. In these challenging times for our nation, having a talent like you brings us great comfort." Guodong, smiling gratefully, shook hands with the three professors and replied, "Gentlemen, your compliments are far too generous. My modest achievements hardly merit such praise. Our nation requires the collective strength of us all, and I eagerly anticipate the guidance of experts such as yourselves. Together, we can surely create even more splendid outcomes and contribute significantly to our national defense." The three professors were touched by Guodong's humility and warmth, each affirming their commitment to give their utmost efforts, not to betray the trust and expectations placed upon them by Guodong and the nation. "Gu, do you have any thoughts on the matter?" Elder Wang and Elder Chun promptly pressed Guodong for his insights regarding new weaponry. After a moment of contemplation, Guodong articulated, "I actually have a notion regarding information warfare." Noticing the bewildered expressions of Elder Wang and Elder Chun, he understood they were not yet familiar with this novel concept. Clearing his throat, he elaborated, "Information warfare involves utilizing modern information technologies, such as computer networks, to launch attacks on the enemy's information systems, including their communication and electronic systems, with the aim of disrupting their command and control. It is an inevitable trend in the evolution of warfare." Information warfare? Elder Wang and Elder Chun echoed, their faces registering profound astonishment. The three professors, while each possessing their own specializations, found themselves equally perplexed by this entirely new concept. The rapid advancement of information technology had begun to alter traditional forms of warfare, yet they had clung to outdated combat thinking, leaving them unprepared for this new terminology. Indeed, information warfare, Guodong affirmed quietly. It no longer necessitates large-scale personnel or weaponry. No longer requires direct confrontation. Instead, it can strike at the enemy when they are unaware, crippling their information network systems and rendering them ineffective. This will be a war fought without gunpowder, yet capable of achieving the same effects. Elder Wang and Elder Chun were utterly stunned, their minds still entrenched in conventional strategic thinking, making it difficult for them to grasp this innovative approach to information combat. The three professors were similarly taken aback. Their mastery of information technology paled in comparison to Guodong's insights, leaving them feeling as though this concept was shattering their long-held beliefs. Is information warfare truly that powerful? Elder Wang asked hesitantly. Indeed, Guodong asserted confidently. In the future, information technology will profoundly impact the nature and progression of warfare. Mastery of advanced information warfare techniques and methodologies will be essential to ensuring our nation's security. I firmly believe that if we invest sufficient research effort, we can achieve significant breakthroughs in this area, creating a new strategic advantage for our country. Elder Wang and Elder Chun found themselves momentarily speechless, grappling with this new concept that they were not yet equipped to fully comprehend or accept, feeling as though the world was changing too rapidly for them to keep pace. Seeing their confusion, Guodong resolved to provide examples for clarification. For instance, the third-generation computers we have developed and the now ubiquitous communication networks are both highly information-centric technologies. If these technologies reach a certain level of advancement, and all weaponry is controlled via computers and connected through communication networks, we could easily strike at the enemy's weaponry by attacking their information systems. For example, we could infiltrate the enemy's weapon control systems through viruses or cyber attacks, directly controlling or incapacitating their missiles, radars, and other equipment. We could also disable their communication networks to sever their command structure and sow chaos among their combat forces. Furthermore, we could manipulate information dissemination to induce social unrest within the enemy's ranks or sway public opinion through online propaganda. These are all manifestations of information warfare, capable of disrupting enemy decision-making and morale while potentially leaving us unscathed. Guodong's explanations illuminated the minds of all present, leaving them astounded by this novel mode of operation. He continued, I believe the Americans are also actively researching information warfare. Their technological prowess far exceeds ours. Therefore, We must expedite our research in this area to strive for mastery of certain technologies or techniques before they do. Thus, should our nation find itself in direct conflict with them, we will possess the means to counter and deter them. Moreover, mastering information warfare techniques will become a crucial bargaining chip in our dealings with them, enhancing our negotiating power. In essence, information warfare represents the forefront and most critical area of research today. We must prioritize it, increasing investment and study to bolster our strategic competitiveness in this field. Only then can we seize the initiative in future conflicts and possess the strength for self-defense, ensuring we are not technologically outmatched. Guodong's words inspired everyone, instilling in them a clear understanding of the importance and urgency of information warfare. Elder Wang and Elder Chen fully grasped the necessity of boldly transforming their thinking to keep pace with times. The information age had arrived, and mastery of advanced network technologies and information methods would directly determine the strategic security of a nation. We must act swiftly, they all thought in unison. Chapter 269, Radar Information Development Plan. Elder Wang and Elder Chen wholeheartedly endorsed Guodong's perspective. Hearing about such innovative concepts sent shivers through their bodies, as if a powerful nation was beckoning them forward. So how should we begin our research into information warfare? Guodong pondered before responding. Elder Wang, Elder Chen, my earlier suggestions may have been overly ambitious. Our current capabilities are not yet sufficient for direct engagement in information warfare. Our first step should be to enhance the informationization of our existing weaponry. For example, we could upgrade our current weapon systems by adding electronic assistance devices such as radar guidance and infrared guidance, allowing for greater electronic control and targeting of more weapons. This is especially crucial for heavy weaponry like artillery, aircraft, and missiles, as electronic control can significantly improve their combat precision and efficiency. We should also expedite the replacement of outdated equipment, particularly those that have been in service for over 20 years. Such antiquated systems have a low degree of informationization and cannot compete with modern high-precision weaponry, severely restricting our modern combat capabilities. It is imperative that we update and replace them as soon as possible. Simultaneously, we must accelerate the research and development of a new generation of high-tech weaponry, including advanced fighter jets, missiles, and radar systems. These new systems will be more informationized, not only enhancing individual combat efficiency, but also laying the groundwork for our future network joint operations. Particularly, we must strengthen the development of integrated aerospace capabilities, as this is the primary direction for future combat. In summary, at this stage, we should focus on improving the informationization of existing weaponry, expedite the replacement of outdated equipment, and accelerate the R&D of new high-tech weapon systems. While these tasks may seem foundational, they are crucial for building a modern armed force. Only when our equipment reaches a certain level will we be able to implement information warfare in the future. Thus, this is our primary task and focus. Elder Wang and Elder Chen agreed with Guodong's new recommendations. Indeed, at this stage, we cannot immediately engage in information warfare as our capabilities are insufficient to support it. To conduct information warfare, we must first elevate the informationization level of our existing armed forces. This is our most pressing priority. Only when our weaponry and equipment attain a certain level of informatization can the concept of network-centric warfare possibly be realized. The development of a sufficient quantity of advanced high-tech weaponry systems is crucial for achieving such networking. This serves as the foundation for engaging in information warfare. Guodong nodded and stated, after considering various factors, that we should choose radar systems as the focal point of our research. Wang Lao and Chen Lao were momentarily perplexed, unsure why this particular choice had been made. Guodong elucidated that radar systems serve as the eyes of the combat system, permeating the entire spectrum of reconnaissance, early warning, and weapon guidance. Enhancing radar technology will yield extensive and profound implications. Our national policy is centered around territorial defense. Thus, employing radar will enable us to better safeguard our extensive borders. Firstly, we should expedite the research and development of high-performance radar, particularly focusing on high-altitude, low-observable, and multifunctional ground and maritime radars, thereby enhancing our reconnaissance and early warning capabilities. High-performance radar equipped with broader information-gathering abilities will significantly elevate our situational awareness. Secondly, we must hasten the study of radar signal processing technologies, especially various anti-jamming techniques and data fusion technologies. This will bolster the survivability and comprehensive utilization of radar systems, laying the groundwork for their effectiveness in high-tech combat environments. Ultimately, We need to explore the effective integration of radar systems with other weapon systems, achieving a synergistic relationship between radar, aircraft, missiles, and artillery. This amalgamation will not only enhance the potency of radar, but also pave the way for genuine integrated joint operations in the future. This aspect warrants heightened attention. In summary, radar systems are integral to the entire combat system. Studying radar equates to studying the eyes of our military. Advancements in radar technology will undoubtedly have far-reaching impacts. I propose that we concentrate our efforts on strengthening research into high-performance radar and radar signal processing technologies while focusing on the organic integration of radar systems with other weaponry, as this will greatly enhance our military's operational capabilities and situational awareness, marking it as a pivotal area for technological development. After hearing this, Wang Lao and Chen Lao immediately concurred with Guodong's suggestion. If we're to pursue research in these areas, what equipment and materials will be required? Indeed, radar systems are vital for information acquisition and transmission, and advancements in this technology will profoundly influence our military's operational capabilities. Guodong nodded and began to elaborate on the relevant equipment and materials necessary for radar system research. He explained that to study radar systems, we first need high-performance ultra-high frequency and microwave transmission and reception devices, such as very high-frequency electron tubes, magnetrons, and vacuum tubes, which are the core components of radar. Secondly, high-speed signal processing devices, such as high-speed electronic counters and fast Fourier transform equipment, are essential for achieving rapid signal acquisition, processing, and target identification in radar systems. Additionally, precise antennas and radiation systems, such as parabolic antennas, are crucial as they efficiently transmit and receive radio waves, serving as prerequisites for the normal operation of radar. Furthermore, a plethora of auxiliary devices, including highly stable frequency sources, high-voltage power supplies, cooling systems, and recording and display equipment, are necessary to ensure the stable functioning of radar systems and facilitate human-machine interaction. In terms of materials, a vast array of components such as capacitors, inductors, transistors, transformers, and connectors are fundamental elements constituting radar circuits. Special materials such as copper, aluminum, and steel are utilized in the construction of antennas, while alloys and other materials are required for ground measurement radars. Additionally, microwave integrated circuits and printed circuit boards are indispensable materials in modern radar systems. Moreover, displays and thermal recorders are employed for human-machine interaction and information display. In essence, establishing a complete radar system necessitates a substantial amount of precise equipment and components. Beyond the primary devices mentioned, numerous secondary devices and materials must also be coordinated. Only by possessing these devices and materials can we embark on research into modern radar technology. Thus, the acquisition and production of these devices and materials stand as the foremost guarantee for radar research. After hearing this, Wang Lao and Chen Lao were enlightened to realize that constructing a comprehensive radar system requires such an extensive array of raw materials and equipment. This undeniably increases the complexity of the research endeavor, but it also fosters a deeper understanding of radar technology. To initiate radar research, it is crucial to ensure the supply of these essential devices and resources. This will be a long-term, systematic project necessitating the collective efforts and collaboration of relevant departments at all levels. Furthermore, we must cultivate a substantial pool of skilled personnel proficient in these devices and technologies. Only by establishing comprehensive support can our military's radar research achieve significant breakthroughs. Wang Lao and Chen Lao were acutely aware of this, and they promptly set about drafting a detailed plan to ardently advance this initiative. However, shortly thereafter, both of them exhibited expressions of concern. Although this technology is formidable, it cannot yield immediate combat effectiveness. We require some equipment with more immediate combat readiness. Guodong, is there anything we can develop right away? Wan Lao In Gui, Chapter 270, the New Tank Development Program. Guodong nodded and continued, in addition to radar systems, I also propose that we initiate research into anti-tank combat devices. Wang Lao and Chen Lao immediately expressed their agreement. Anti-tank operations are a critical focus in land warfare, and this suggestion holds great significance. Most importantly, it is highly effective against the formidable armored divisions of the Maoxiong. Seeing their agreement, Guodong proceeded. Firstly, we should accelerate the development of various types of anti-tank missiles, particularly wire-guided and semi-active laser-guided anti-tank missiles. These missiles possess extended ranges and heightened accuracy, enabling them to effectively strike enemy tanks. They will become the primary means of our military's anti-tank operations. Secondly, we must enhance the protective capabilities of our tanks. focusing on the development of composite armor, mesh armor, and explosive reactive armor. This will improve the survivability of our tanks and reduce combat losses. Simultaneously, we should strengthen the digital transformation of tank fire control systems to enhance shooting precision and speed. Furthermore, we ought to develop various anti-tank auxiliary weapons, such as anti-tank mines and rocket launchers. These weapons are suitable for different distances and environments, providing flexible options for our anti-tank operations. It is particularly essential to enhance the research on personnel protective equipment to improve soldier survivability. Lastly, we need to explore joint operational technologies for all equipment, ensuring effective coordination between anti-tank missiles, artillery, and aerial weapons to maximize firepower. This necessitates the development of a digital command system that facilitates information sharing and network collaboration among different military branches. In summary, to strengthen anti-tank operations research, we should focus on the development of high-precision anti-tank weapons, enhancing the protective capabilities of tanks and soldiers, as well as the digital transformation and network coordination of various equipment. Only through a comprehensive enhancement of our military's anti-tank capabilities can we achieve a qualitative leap. Therefore, this should also be one of our future key research directions. Wang Lao and Chun Lao unanimously endorsed Guodong's recommendations. Indeed, reinforcing anti-tank operations research is an imperative issue that our military must confront. Only by holistically improving the relevant equipment and technology can our military's anti-tank capabilities be elevated. This also forms the foundation for winning high-tech local wars on land and should be prioritized in research focus and funding allocation. Naturally, this is particularly critical in countering the Maoxiong, as recent conflict between both sides have intensified. They even sensed that it would not be long before a localized war erupted. Suddenly, a bold idea surged within Guodong's mind, the Type 99 tank project. The prospect of directly developing an entirely new third-generation main battle tank is undoubtedly ambitious, with formidable challenges ahead. However, if successful, it would have profound implications. This would represent a qualitative leap for our armored forces, directly narrowing the gap with the most advanced Western tanks. More importantly, the development of the Type 99 tank would significantly bolster national confidence, proving that the tank industry of our nation has ascended to the ranks of global leaders. This matter transcends mere strength. It pertains to international status and discourse power. Thus, Guodong smiled and addressed Wang Lao and Chun Lao, stating, "In addition to the development of anti-tank devices, I have a bolder proposition. That is, we should directly embark on the creation of an entirely new main battle tank." Wang Lao and Chun Lao were taken aback. The difficulty of directly developing a new tank is not to be underestimated. Yet, Guodong appeared exceedingly confident, prompting them to inquire. Designing a completely new tank involves considerable time and complexity. Do we possess such capability? Moreover, we have only recently produced the Type 59. It has not been long since then. Guodong replied with a smile. Indeed, the challenge is formidable, yet the opportunity is singular. Presently, mainstream tanks around the globe are undergoing generational upgrades, with Western nations actively developing new models such as the M1A2 and Leopard 2. If we do not strike now, we will fall behind by an entire generation, relegated to a position of passivity on the battlefield. Furthermore, we hold two significant advantages. First, the design and production experience from our existing Type 59 tank provides a valuable foundation for the development of a new tank. Second, we can draw from and assimilate the advanced design concepts and technologies of Western tanks. With meticulous planning and unwavering dedication, it is entirely feasible to develop a tank that is comparable to those of the West. Upon hearing this, Wang Lao and Chun Lao felt invigorated. Indeed, if we do not take the initiative and merely follow, our forces will never bridge the gap with the West. Now, at the juncture of replacing old tanks with new, if our nation can produce a tank on par with Western models, it will significantly enhance our international image and influence. More critically, the development of a new tank will greatly bolster the combat effectiveness of our armored forces, which is essential for improving our land combat success rates. If successful, this new tank will become a groundbreaking achievement in the history of our nation's armored vehicles, fundamentally altering the balance of power on future battlefields. In the past, such a notion would have been inconceivable. However, with the genius of Guodong at the helm, it may indeed become a reality. Noticing the enthusiasm from the two elders, Guodong remarked, "The development of this new tank will be an unprecedented undertaking, requiring substantial manpower, resources, and investment. However, the returns will be equally monumental. This is our opportunity to join the ranks of the world's elite tank forces." I propose gathering the nation's elite and implementing a special mechanism to fully advance this initiative. With determination and relentless effort, we can develop a new tank that meets or exceeds global standards within a year. Wang Lao and Chen Lao immediately expressed their unwavering support. This endeavor would represent a revolutionary leap in tank technology, with success or failure directly impacting national defense security and military standing. It is imperative to adopt a special mechanism to concentrate all resources and propel this effort forward. This is key. While it may seem daunting now, it is our ultimate assurance. We cannot rely on outdated technology in localized warfare. What direction should the new tank take? Wang Lao inquired further. Following our initial concept, we aim to achieve digital interconnectivity and electronic numerical control. For instance, we could develop an electronic fire control system to replace the existing mechanical control system. Electronic systems operate with greater speed and precision, capable of real-time monitoring and automatic correction of various parameters. This will significantly enhance the accuracy and rate of fire of the main cannon. We can also equip it with various electronic devices, such as thermal imagers, laser rangefinders, and holographic display systems. These devices can operate around the clock, providing a richer array of information and broader battlefield situational awareness for the tank. Most importantly, we must strengthen the connectivity between the new tank and the Combat Center's information system to promote the transformation towards information technology. We can install GPS navigation, a digital battlefield management system, and enhance communication links with the command center. This would enable commands to be executed at the snap of a finger, greatly improving operational efficiency. In summary, the advancements in electronic and information technologies provide us with the tools and concepts necessary for the digital transformation of the new tank. We should fully leverage these new technologies to enhance the tank's capabilities in fire control, communication, and information systems. This is an inevitable requirement for improving its combat effectiveness and a necessary path for the information transformation of armored units. Wang Lao and Chen Lao, though initially perplexed, were profoundly impressed. Chapter 271. The shock of the 59 upgrade to the 99A tank and its 125mm caliber. Upon hearing Guodong's vision, excitement radiated from Wang Lao and Chen Lao's eyes. Developing an entirely new main battle tank is the opportunity we have awaited all our lives. Wang Lao et Guolim, enthusiastically patting Guodong on the shoulder. If we succeed, we can prove that our nation also possesses world-class tanks. Chen Lao nearly shouted, for so many years, we have been left behind by Western countries, and now we finally have a chance to overtake them. Witnessing the elation of the two elders, Guodong recognized that the project for the new tank would undoubtedly commence. Following Guodong's suggestion, the new tank was designated as the Type 59 upgrade to 99A. Guodong was appointed as the chief designer. During the launch ceremony, he addressed all the researchers, saying, "Comrades, this will be a war without gunpowder. Yet its significance is no less than that of a true conflict. The expectations and hopes of the entire nation rest upon us. We must be bold in innovation and daring in practice, allowing our nation's tanks to shine and race across the world." Once the plan was confirmed, development work commenced at full speed. Guodong led the team in selecting heat-resistant steel as the primary armor material for the vehicle's body, achieving a thickness of 1,000 millimeters between the inner and outer layers to withstand various types of artillery attacks. To reduce overall weight, the vehicle's body was designed with sloped surfaces to enhance armor protection. The main gun was chosen as a 125mm smoothbore cannon with a caliber length of 52, with space reserved for an automatic loading mechanism within the barrel. The turret utilized full electric suspension control, allowing for a rotation of 180 degrees in less than 12 seconds with an accuracy within 0.01 degrees. The cannon employed a two-stage rifling system, with the first stage having 186 grooves and the second stage 64 grooves, achieving a maximum range of 5,000 meters. The power system featured a 1,500 horsepower hydraulic automatic transmission diesel engine combined with a torque converter and planetary gear system, reaching a maximum speed of 72 kilometers per hour and a range of 450 kilometers. While in motion, noise levels did not exceed 60 decibels, rendering it exceptionally quiet. In terms of fire control, the 99 tank was equipped with a variety of high-precision weapons, including wire-guided anti-tank missiles, laser-guided shells, and actively radar-guided projectiles. Additionally, optional equipment included a sighting assembly with a laser rangefinder, thermal imager, and holographic display system, facilitating high-precision shooting in all weather conditions. In terms of information systems, The 99 tank featured a signal control device, digital wireless communication system, and electronic command assistance system, enabling real-time connectivity with the command center and significantly enhancing battlefield situational awareness and decision-making speed. However, as of now, we lack satellite assistance, making control over long distances problematic. To receive signals, antennas were mounted on the tank, as military satellites had yet to be deployed, necessitating this cumbersome solution. Nevertheless, the project was not without its challenges. During the main gun selection meeting, Guodong's proposal for a 125mm large-caliber cannon was met with widespread opposition. This idea is utterly preposterous. How could a 125mm tank gun fit on a vehicle of this size? Protested one expert. Even if it could be accommodated, would the aiming and firing speed meet the standards? The maneuverability in real combat would be severely compromised, another expert questioned. This is simply unrealistic with current technology. It is impossible to achieve this. This plan would only hinder the entire project. Voices of skepticism erupted throughout the meeting. Yet, Guodong remained undeterred, softly but resolutely stating, "If we do not dare to innovate, our nation's tank technology will forever lag behind the West." Although the 125mm cannon poses significant challenges, it is not beyond reach. We are confident in our ability to develop a world-class large-caliber tank gun. In the midst of the controversy, Guodong's words silenced the room. They recognized the truth in his assertion, yet the concept of a 125mm tank gun was indeed a radical departure from convention. 2 months later, the preliminary prototype of the 125mm large-caliber tank gun was successfully developed. At the testing site, all experts were astounded to witness it penetrate a steel plate 70 centimeters thick. When it completed comprehensive tests, with all performance indicators exceeding expectations, the experts were left in utter shock. They gazed around at the dense craters in disbelief, ultimately conceding. It was truly remarkable. The performance of such a large-caliber cannon was exceptional, and our previous judgments had been flawed. Comrade Guodong had been correct. We had been too conservative. This 125mm cannon has transformed our understanding of tank artillery, heralding a new epoch in tank armaments. In light of the experts' admiration, Guodong felt a swell of pride within. His perseverance had enabled the nation to achieve a significant technological breakthrough. The success of the 125mm large-caliber tank cannon would endow the Type 99 tank with a formidable power that would command global attention. The astonishing results of the 125mm tank cannon tests swiftly reached the higher echelons. Upon reviewing the test report, the two individuals were rendered speechless. The prowess of the 125mm cannon was beyond belief. They repeatedly verified the testing data, still finding it hard to accept. As the defense head of the nation's army, he understood the implications of this development. It signified that the Type 99 tank would rank among the world's most advanced high-tech weapons, with firepower potentially unmatched by adversaries for an extended period. This would decisively shift the balance of the nation's weaponry development in the high-end global tank competition. He immediately placed a call, instructing Guodong to come for a meeting without delay. Upon arriving at the research institute, Guodong received the meeting notification. He pondered whether the test report for the 125mm tank cannon would lead to a decision to commence mass production, considering the substantial materials involved. To his surprise, they could hardly wait to meet him. Guodong intended to express his gratitude, but a gesture silenced him. From this day forth, all technical matters regarding the 59 improved Type 99A tank project would be executed according to your decisions. Regardless of the plan, as long as you deem it feasible, we will provide our full support. Gazing into their eager and trusting eyes, Guodong felt a profound sense of security in his unshakable position within the nation's defense research. The subsequent development of the 59 improved Type 99A tank was entrusted entirely to him. I assure you, the Type 99 tank will become the most formidable main battle tank globally, Guodong declared with resolute conviction, instilling great confidence in all present. Chapter 272. The first 59 improved Type 99 rolls off the production line. Following the incident with the 125mm large-caliber tank cannon, the project's progress accelerated rapidly. The power system was swiftly developed, yielding a 1,200 horsepower high-performance diesel engine and a complete set of transmission devices. The engine underwent numerous extreme cold and high-temperature tests, demonstrating remarkable reliability. The aiming system was the first to complete trial production, surpassing design specifications for night vision, thermal imaging, and laser ranging capabilities. The addition of active radar-guided munitions endowed this tank with all-weather precision strike capability. The armor was developed in collaboration between Guodong and a certain research institute. Featuring next-generation protective armor that achieved world-leading strength and density, capable of withstanding various forms of attack. The vehicle's body also employed sloped armor design to enhance protective coverage and effectiveness. The information system selected third-generation computing technology to develop digital communication and electronic devices, enabling real-time connection and decision support with the command center. With enthusiastic support from all, the rapid advancement of various systems left Guodong himself astonished. Regardless of the proposals he presented, these researchers and experts provided unwavering support. Elder Wang and Elder Chun gazed at the nascent form of the Type 99 tank, tears welling in their eyes as they held Guodong's hand tightly, finally witnessing a glorious moment in their scientific careers. Colleagues looked at Guodong with eyes filled with trust and respect. His judgment and determination had led the 59 improved Type 99A tank project through numerous challenges to eventual success, making Guodong a symbol of the nation's armored technology in their hearts. Through the collective efforts of all, the 59 improved Type 99A tank was finally finalized after 6 months of development. As Guodong beheld the first Type 99 tank to roll off the production line, he was filled with profound emotion. The dedication he had poured into this endeavor had culminated in a domestically produced main battle tank for the nation. This sense of accomplishment allowed him to once again experience the unparalleled glory of serving his country through technology. "At last, we have succeeded," Elder Wang exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "I have waited my whole life for this moment." "Indeed, we have finally surpassed the West," Elder Chen added, wiping away tears. "This tank is simply extraordinary. That cannon, that hull, this is the strength of our nation." Watching the two elders embrace in tears, Guodong found himself at a loss for words, deeply moved. The researchers present erupted in enthusiastic applause as the first Type 99 tank emerged from the workshop. "We did it. We finally succeeded. This is our achievement. Long live comrade, Guodong. Long live the Type 99. The researchers embraced one another, celebrating this remarkable accomplishment. "Comrades, we have succeeded," Guodong said, gesturing to the assembly in excitement. The successful development of the Type 99 tank marks a tremendous leap for our nation's armored weaponry and is a shared pride among us all. The researchers echoed. "This is our pride." Guodong slowly approached the Type 99 tank, placing his hands on its formidable cannon, revealing a proud and heartfelt smile. The birth of this weapon allowed him to experience the supreme joy of a scientist creating power. At this moment, he felt as though he had become one with this tank. Its strength represented his entire dedication to the defense cause. "Type 99, in your name, I declare that our nation's technological prowess has ascended to the forefront of the world," Guodong proclaimed. "You will safeguard the motherland and instill fear in the world." The researchers erupted into applause once more, their joy and pride reaching a zenith at that moment. Beneath the imposing silhouette of the Type 99 tank, Elder Wang and Elder Chun exchanged smiles, tears still streaming down their faces. They had devoted their lives to the arrival of this moment, and the joy it brought made them feel they wanted for nothing. The main battle tank of the nation had finally been born, marking a moment when the nation's armored technology had leaped to the forefront of the world, ready to face off against the main battle tanks of Western powers. "We did it. The Type 99 has succeeded," Guodong exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. "This is the resolve of Guodong. This is the strength of our nation." He also displayed an expression of unparalleled joy and promptly sent a congratulatory telegram to Guodong. Following the rollout of the Type 99 tank, Guodong eagerly sought to verify its performance metrics. In the Research Institute's conference room, he proposed a startling testing scheme to the researchers. "Comrades, to thoroughly understand the capabilities of the Type 99, we must conduct live-fire tests. I propose we directly fire the active 59 tank cannon at the Type 99 to assess its armor protection." The conference room erupted in uproar. All researchers deemed the proposal excessively risky. Should the test fail, the integrity of the Type 99's development could be called into question. "Chief Engineer, this plan is too dangerous. The power of the 59's shells is immense. Can the Type 99's armor withstand it? If the test fails, it will severely impact the Type 99's image." One by one, they stood up, fervently dissuading Guodong from this audacious plan. Yet Guodong did not waver. He possessed absolute confidence in the Type 99's capabilities. "Comrades, our goal in developing the Type 99 is to create a main battle tank that surpasses the 59. If the Type 99 cannot withstand the 59's fire, What combat effectiveness does it possess? I understand your concerns, but technological advancement means daring to break through and put theory into practice. The Type 99 has already achieved world-class protective capabilities. True validation can only be realized through live combat. Although the shooting tests were fraught with risk, evading risk meant stagnation. Guodong's words rendered the researcher silent. In truth, they understood that for the Type 99 to be truly operational, it would inevitably face various live-fire validations. However, confronting the 59 head-on so soon felt rather abrupt. Sensing their apprehension, Guodong acknowledged that there was only one prototype at present, and if it were to be destroyed, subsequent production plans would undoubtedly be impacted. He proposed a compromise solution. Comrades, I fully comprehend your concerns. Given that we currently possess only one prototype of the Type 99, we shall refrain from conducting live-fire tests. However, our newly developed generation of armor has successfully passed trials, demonstrating performance that meets our design specifications. I suggest we utilize solid steel plates from a new armor for shelling tests to validate its resilience. This proposal was immediately met with approval from the researchers. The successful testing of a new armor and the subsequent steel plate tests are of little consequence, yet they can preliminarily verify the protective capabilities of the Type 99. Upon approval, the shelling tests were swiftly conducted at shooting range within the military district. Several rounds of 59 Type heavy armor-piercing shells were fired at the 70-centimeter thick steel plate of the new armor. As the first shell struck the plate, all present held their breath. Fixated on the surface of the steel, a distinct dent appeared, yet the plate remained unbreached. The second and third shells struck the same spot, and the steel plate continued to withstand the onslaught. Upon the impact of the fourth shell, a small crack appeared on the reverse side, but the majority of the surface remained intact. Astonishingly, this new armor, with its thickness of 70 centimeters, proved impervious even to the 59 Type armor-piercing shells, leaving the researchers in awe. If the heavy armor-piercing shells of the 59 Type struggle to penetrate, other shells would surely find the Type 99 even more formidable. Chief Engineer Gu, your insistence on developing this new armor has undoubtedly proven sound. Observing the rear of the steel plate, Guodong sighed in relief. Indeed, the performance of the new armor met his expectations. Chapter 273, The Dominance of the Type 99. The performance testing of the Type 99 tank was progressing vigorously. It was now time for the shooting verification phase. On the range, a 59 Type tank faced off against the Type 99. To mitigate damage from live fire, the 59 Type was equipped with practice rounds, solely aimed at testing its ability to hit the Type 99. All present held their breath, anxiously watching the movements of the 59 Type tank. Fire, commanded the officer of the 59 Type, and the first shell shot forth, hurtling towards the Type 99. However, just as the shell was about to strike, the Type 99 suddenly accelerated, evading the projectile with lightning speed. The shell landed harmlessly where the Type 99 had been, kicking up a cloud of dust. Incredible, its speed is astounding. The researchers were left speechless. The maneuverability of the Type 99 far exceeded their expectations. The second and third rounds followed suit, striking only the spot from which the Type 99 had just departed. The Type 99 effortlessly dodged, its speed leaving everyone in disbelief. The third and fourth rounds met with the same fate, merely hitting the dust left behind. There was no chance of getting close to this swiftly moving target. Clearly, the firing rate and aiming system of the 59 Type were utterly inadequate to pose any effective threat to the Type 99. Cease fire, Guodong commanded again. The high-speed maneuvering capabilities of the Type 99 had been irrefutably validated. The commander of the 59 Type tank had no choice but to concede that, at their current level, they were ill-equipped to contend with the Type 99. A wave of astonished discourse filled the command room. It's too fast. There's no way to keep up. At such close range, the 59 Type shells pose no threat at all. The maneuverability of the Type 99 is simply astonishing. Each researcher was left in stunned silence. The fact that 4 consecutive shells had failed to hit the Type 99 surpassed everyone's imagination. Guodong, observing the futile attempts of the 59 Type, felt immense pride in the high-speed maneuverability of the Type 99. The successful development of this technology had elevated the Type 99's mobility to a world-class level, putting it leagues ahead of traditional main battle tanks like the 59 Type. The crew of the Type 99 tank, along with the gunner, were equally astonished. Having evaded the shots of the 59 Type with such ease, a level of maneuverability they had only dreamed of. Beneath the imposing silhouette of the Type 99, Wang Lao and Chun Lao exchanged a knowing smile, tears once again streaming down their faces. They felt deeply gratified and proud of the exceptional maneuverability achieved in the Type 99, recognizing it as the decisive weapon for victory. The main battle tank of the Flower Kingdom had now attained world-class mobility. The extraordinary maneuverability of the Type 99 had utterly stunned all witnesses, and it was now time for the fire control system testing. For this, the Type 99 tank remained stationary, poised for verification. The 59 Type tank once again aimed at the Type 99, preparing for the fire control test. Fire, commanded the officer of the 59 Type, as a round was launched at high speed towards the Type 99. Yet, just as the shell was about to strike, the Type 99's fire control system swiftly activated. Aligning its main weapon towards the sky, a barrage of bullets surged forth, intercepting the incoming shell mid-air. A resounding explosion echoed as the projectile detonated in the sky. Good heavens! All researchers were left agape. The fire control system of the Type 99 reacted with astonishing speed, managing to shoot down the 59 Type shell mid-flight. This level of automatic targeting and firing capability had far surpassed their understanding of armored vehicle weapon systems. Cease fire, Guodong immediately ordered. The fire control system of the Type 99 had passed the test, attaining top-tier status. The commander of the 59 Type tank was utterly defeated. The precision and reliability of the Type 99's fire control system were beyond any human operations capability to match. This is unbelievable. Such an advanced fire control system, with automatic targeting and firing capabilities, it's beyond our imagination. The researchers were once again engulfed in astonishment. The performance of the Type 99 had completely transcended their comprehension, truly reaching a world-leading standard. Comrades, let us proceed. Guodong issued the next testing order. Now, we shall implement a 3-to-1 encirclement test on the Type 99 to observe its fire coverage capabilities. Soon, 2 additional 59 Type tanks arrived at the range, joining the initial one to encircle the Type 99. The 359 Types launched a simultaneous barrage against the Type 99, the projectiles raining down from various angles. Yet, the Type 99 remained immovable, its main cannon and machine guns erupting into a thunderous volley. The Type 99 unleashed a ferocious assault, the shells and bullets creating a dense barrage that soared through the sky, accurately targeting each incoming projectile from the 59 Types. Remarkable! The researchers gasped in disbelief. The Type 99, amidst a 3-to-1 encirclement, displayed such expertise and composure, completely suppressing the fire from the 359 Types. The effectiveness of the 3 tanks' firepower was swiftly nullified by the Type 99's overwhelming retaliatory fire. This all-encompassing firepower had achieved an unimaginable level of dominance. All researchers were left in awe of the formidable firepower of the Type 99. To withstand a 3-to-1 encirclement with such ease was nothing short of breathtaking. Next came the counterattack of the Type 99. After effortlessly deflecting the fire from the 359 Type tanks, its main cannon immediately launched a counteroffensive. The first shell was released, striking the frontal armor of the 59 Type tank with pinpoint accuracy. A thunderous explosion ensued as the front armor of the 59 Type was torn open, exposing its mechanical components. Incredible! One shot, and it pierced the armor. The researchers turned pale in astonishment. The firepower of the Type 99 was terrifying. The second shell followed swiftly, again hitting the side of the 59 Type tank, causing it to abruptly cease fire and retreat from the battlefield, as the projectile had penetrated its power compartment, rendering it inoperable. The power and precision displayed by the Type 99 left everyone astounded. Each round could precisely strike the weakest points of the 59 Type tank, a true nightmare for any operator. The third shell was launched with unerring accuracy, landing on the tracks of the third 59 Type tank. A resounding bang echoed as the tracks were blown apart, leaving the tank immobilized. 3 shells, 3 59 Type tanks rendered ineffective. The precision and tremendous power of the Type 99 left the researchers slack-jawed. The Type 99 had effortlessly obliterated 3 tanks in a single stroke, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, leaving all in stunned silence. Each of the 3 main cannons of the Type 99 tank boasts an exceptional rate of fire, range, and accuracy, coupled with its advanced fire control system. It can effectively engage multiple targets within a remarkably short time frame. This formidable capability is the fundamental reason why the Type 99 remains undefeated even when surrounded by 3 adversaries. Upon halting the tests, Guodong immediately issued the command. The firepower of the Type 99 has become impeccable, reaching an absolute level of strength. All researchers were profoundly astonished, as the firepower unleashed by the Type 99's cannons surpassed their wildest imaginations regarding tank weaponry. Such terrifying firepower capable of delivering a decisive blow, is sufficient to compel any conventional tank to retreat in its presence. Comrades, the Type 99 has met all standards in the tests, Guodong declared, rising to his feet, his voice trembling with excitement. This is the main battle tank of our nation. Its birth will reshape the balance of power on the battlefield. The researchers present were equally moved, recognizing that the formidable performance and invincible firepower of the Type 99 had firmly established its status among the world's elite tanks. At that moment, Chinese tank technology had indeed reached its zenith, and the successful development of the Type 99 became the strongest note in the symphony of the nation's armored forces, powerful enough to defend the homeland and intimidate the world. Chapter 274, Award Ceremony. His engineering rank was adjusted, directly granting him the title of third-level engineer with the privileges of a chief engineer. Other engineers also received various accolades of differing magnitudes. These measures were all intended to express recognition for his contributions. Upon receiving the news, Guodong was overwhelmed with excitement, his limbs feeling weak. As the principal leader of the Type 99 project, he never anticipated receiving such a high-level commendation, undoubtedly the highest honor of his extensive research career. The researchers rejoiced in Guodong's achievement, having witnessed his dedication and effort throughout the year spent developing the Type 99. The accolades were truly well-deserved. Other members of the development team were equally jubilant. Their significant contributions would also be etched into history. However, this was not the end. Subsequently, Guodong and the research team received an invitation to a banquet in the South China Sea. Upon receiving the invitation, Guodong felt an exhilarating rush of emotions. The high status of this banquet further underscored the significant attention given to the Type 99 development team. The following day, Guodong led the researchers to the banquet venue in the South China Sea. The setting was resplendent, adorned with fluttering red flags and a sprawling red carpet. As Guodong and his team entered the hall, the entire assembly rose in fervent applause. Welcomed personally at the entrance, Guodong was told, "Comrade Guodong, your contributions have filled the children of our nation with pride. Today, let us indulge in feasting and toasting to honor your achievements." Guodong, moved, bowed deeply, stating, "This honor belongs to all the researchers. We merely fulfilled our responsibilities to complete your commission." The lavishness and rarity of the banquet were unparalleled. The researchers, their eyes glistening with excitement, drank to excess. The hall erupted once more with cheers and thunderous applause. At that moment, each researcher was filled with unparalleled honor and pride, knowing that their work had propelled tank technology to new heights, rendering the armored forces of their nation a formidable presence on the world stage. During the banquet, awards were specially conferred upon each researcher, each holding a token of recognition. In that instant, all their efforts and hardships transformed into supreme glory, filled with boundless gratitude towards their country. The festivities continued late into the night, with everyone thoroughly intoxicated. Upon waking the next day, Guodong was beset by a throbbing headache and profound fatigue, feeling as though he were in a dream. Were it not for the medal beside him, he might have doubted the reality of the previous night. Returning home, he was reunited with his long-missed wife, Zhang Shuyu, and their one-year-old son, Changsheng. In the past month, due to an increasing number of responsibilities, he had been unable to return home. Fortunately, with Zhang Shuyu caring for their child, he could focus on his work without worry. Upon seeing his father, Changsheng's eyes lit up, and he dashed towards Guodong. Guodong embraced his child, showering him with tender kisses. "Shuyu, thank you for taking care of Changsheng," he expressed gratefully. "What are you saying?" Zhang Shuyu replied, with a playful roll of her eyes. "You are my husband. Caring for both of you is my duty." Indeed, Guodong nodded, gently stroking their son's chubby cheeks. "Shall we prepare a meal? You must be starving." "Of course." Zhang Shuyu smiled, taking their son's hand as they headed to the kitchen. That evening, Guodong shared a warm and harmonious dinner with his wife and child. After the meal, the couple embraced as they drifted off to sleep. A year passed swiftly. During this time, Guodong led his team in the continued development of various research projects, inventing and designing a series of cutting-edge military products. Foremost among these was the laser-guided artillery shell. Guodong proposed utilizing laser technology as the guidance source, resulting in the creation of the nation's first generation of laser-guided shells. This type of shell could lock onto targets post-launch, achieving precise strikes at extended ranges, significantly enhancing its destructive power. This technology filled a critical gap in the nation's precision-guided weapons capabilities, providing robust firepower for artillery systems. Next came the second-generation machine tool. To facilitate the better, faster, and more precise manufacture of components, Guodong developed a second-generation CNC machine tool, its accuracy and automation greatly surpassing that of previous models. The processing capabilities within military manufacturing could now largely achieve automated production, resulting in a qualitative improvement in productivity. Additionally, he conceived a laser jammer. This device could generate powerful laser interference pulses, effectively disrupting enemy electronic equipment, such as radars and communication devices, rendering them inoperative for a period. This technology could be considered a secret weapon, intended to surprise adversaries in future confrontations. Chapter 275. The Great Victory at Baojian Island. Baojian Island is a crucial border stronghold rich in resources, long coveted by the neighboring nation. Recently, they have intensified their military operations on the island, erecting radar and communication facilities, and even unofficially stationing troops there, displaying an exceedingly aggressive stance. Despite multiple diplomatic negotiations yielding no results, the nation grew increasingly concerned about further encroachments on its territory, prompting the decision to undertake military action to reclaim Baojian Island. To this end, Guodong's newly developed equipment, including laser missiles, Type 99 tanks, and a variety of newly produced artillery, was secretly transported near Baojian Island. Simultaneously, the Air Force dispatched aircraft equipped with laser jamming capabilities, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Before the conflict, the commanders of the neighboring nations scoffed at the military strength of their adversary, dismissing it as a paper tiger that would collapse under a single blow. Consequently, during their stay on Baojian Island, their troops enjoyed a life of leisure, engaging in daily drills, card games, and drinking. The commanders frequently mocked the military array of their adversary, convinced that once hostilities commenced, they could swiftly drive them from Baojian Island. On the eve of the conflict, during a defense meeting on Baojian Island, the chief commander laughed heartily, declaring, "The equipment of our adversary is merely outdated toys pushed out by a bunch of old men. We need not mobilize the entire army. Our 2 armored regiments alone are sufficient to expel them." The other generals joined in uproarious laughter, all believing this would be an effortless victory. However, when the assault of the Type 99 tanks commenced, both armored regiments were swiftly obliterated. The commanders of the neighboring nation were left dumbfounded. The performance of the Type 99 tanks far exceeded that of their adversaries, exhibiting agility and formidable firepower that rendered them incapable of countering effectively. Moreover, the Type 99 tanks were equipped with laser-guided missile pods capable of striking critical enemy positions with precision. Initially, the Type 99 tanks swiftly locked onto the command vehicles of the opposing armored regiments, unleashing hundreds of laser-guided missiles that obliterated them. The loss of command plunged the 2 armored regiments into chaos. Subsequently, the Type 99 tanks, leading other vehicles, accelerated into the enemy ranks, unleashing a barrage of laser fire and machine gun fire, quickly decimating a significant portion of the enemy's armored units. The opposing armored forces found themselves disorganized and vulnerable, with no means to retaliate. Witnessing this scene, the commanders of the neighboring nation felt an unprecedented wave of panic. The innovative war machines of the rabbits proved to be exceedingly terrifying. Their mobility was as swift as lightning, their firepower as relentless as a torrential downpour, and their accuracy unparalleled, with each bullet and shell striking true. Within a mere 30 minutes, 2 armored regiments were obliterated, akin to a youth mercilessly toppling a fragile sandcastle. The Type 99 tank unmistakably showcased its formidable combat efficacy, executing agile maneuvers and maintaining a continuous barrage that swiftly overwhelmed enemy forces, leading the commanders of the Bear to recognize their generational lag in equipment. They were destined to fail in this conflict. Initially, they believed it was merely a stroke of luck for the Rabbit Nation, waiting to see their next move. However, the precise strikes of laser-guided missiles obliterated their radar and communication systems, leaving them in utter disarray, exchanging bewildered glances. The overall commander's face turned a deep shade of crimson, raging at the audacity of these wretched rabbits, questioning how such advanced technology had caught them off guard. When the airstrike commenced, their air defense systems proved utterly ineffectual, allowing enemy aircraft to rain destruction upon them, further intensifying the horror among the Bear commanders. Some generals even shouted for surrender, only to be met with a furious reprimand from the overall commander. In a fit of rage, he slammed the table, exclaiming, "What the hell is our intelligence for? How can the Rabbit Nation possess such a powerful air force? We are doomed." In despair, he collapsed, weeping on the floor. It was only when the command center was destroyed that the overall commander realized they had been utterly vanquished, with no recourse left. The strength of the Rabbit Army they faced had far surpassed their expectations, and their arrogance and underestimation had plunged them into a dire predicament. In that moment, the bear commanders comprehended that this war was one they were fated to lose. The rabbit nation had completely overpowered them, turning them into mere playthings of their adversary, stripping them of their final shred of dignity. Upon receiving the news of the annihilation of 2 armored regiments, the overall commander in the bear nation was consumed with fury. He immediately ordered the entire army to enter combat readiness, assembling more armored forces to prepare for counteroffensive, vowing to annihilate the forces of the rabbit nation in one decisive blow. At dawn, a substantial number of heavy tanks and armored vehicles from the bear nation, exceeding 200 in count, stormed onto the battlefield with formidable might. The bear commanders, witnessing this, were elated, believing that such strength could undoubtedly turn the tide and drive the rabbit forces from Treasure Island. Yet at that moment, the Rabbit's Type 99 tanks and newly developed anti-tank missiles had already entered combat readiness. A squadron of anti-tank missiles swiftly positioned themselves, locking onto the enemy's armored formations in preparation for launch. This first-generation anti-tank missile, utilizing laser guidance, could accurately target enemy vehicles and their vulnerable points, wielding tremendous power. As the missiles launched almost simultaneously, dozens of anti-tank projectiles streaked through the sky like golden meteors, striking the vital areas of the Bear's armored units, resulting in a cascade of flashes and billowing smoke. The Bear armored group was instantly thrown into chaos. Command vehicles and the vanguard were obliterated by the missiles, leaving subsequent units disoriented. Subsequently, the Type 99 tanks commenced their assault, unleashing a hail of gunfire onto the enemy's optical devices and observation ports, while simultaneously firing laser-guided shells that struck the enemy's fuel tanks and ammunition depots, causing massive explosions. The area occupied by the Bear armored group erupted into a violent spectacle of fire and smoke, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. Under the combined assault of the anti-tank missiles and Type 99 tanks, this colossal Bear armored contingent was swiftly decimated, suffering grievous casualties. In the span of merely 1 hour, the ground was littered with the wreckage of destroyed and burned vehicles, while our forces incurred no losses whatsoever. This battle utterly shattered the Bears with a counterattack. They realized that the power of this new weapon far exceeded their expectations, leaving them utterly defenseless. The Bear commanders wore grim expressions, finally comprehending that Treasure Island was irretrievably lost. In the wake of the Rabbits' advanced weaponry's devastating impact, their armored forces had dwindled to almost nothing, leaving them with no choice but to lay down their arms and accept the fate of defeat. This triumph invigorated the spirits of the Rabbit soldiers. Upon learning of the complete reclamation of Treasure Island, the entire Rabbit nation erupted in jubilation. In this significant battle, our forces achieved a resounding victory in just 1 day, reclaiming lost territory, which filled the military and civilian populace with elation. The soldiers, brimming with joy, celebrated their victory, firmly believing in the power of their advanced equipment, which bolstered their morale. The chief steward was particularly elated by the outcome, rewarding the entire army and further enhancing support for Guodong's resources and authority, hoping for an influx of such high-tech capabilities to equip the forces. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Bear Nation's high-ranking officials were left utterly astounded by the news of their defeat at Treasure Island. They had never anticipated that the Rabbit's armored capabilities had developed to such an extent, with those new weapons proving overwhelmingly powerful, rendering their own armored units entirely inadequate. Particularly, the overall commander found this outcome intolerable, slamming the table in fury, cursing the high command and intelligence departments for their complacency and negligence, which had led to such significant losses in this conflict, turning them into a laughingstock. The soldiers, too, were filled with anxiety, having lost confidence in their ability to contend with the Rabbit Nation, trembling at the sight of those new weapons. Previously, they had regarded the Rabbits with disdain, but this battle made them acutely aware that their adversaries' weaponry had escalated to a terrifying level, placing them at a disadvantage. This disparity left them at a loss. This defeat caused the Bear Nation's military to falter. They began to realize that the modernization of the Rabbit Nation's equipment far exceeded their expectations. To gain the upper hand in future encounters, they must significantly increase their defense investments to close the gap, or risk becoming increasingly passive and ultimately being consumed by the superior enemy. This defeat also led the Bears' high command to recognize that their underestimation of the Rabbit Nation was no longer viable. They must confront the rise of this world-class power. Otherwise, they would inevitably be crushed by the wheels of history. This battle made the power dynamics between the two nations glaringly apparent. The Rabbits, leveraging their technological advantage, secured an overwhelming victory, while the Bear Nation, due to outdated equipment and a dismissive attitude, ultimately suffered grievous wounds beneath their opponent's new weaponry. This also induced subtle shifts in the rivalry between the two nations, with our side gradually gaining the upper hand, compelling the opponent to regard us with newfound respect. Chapter 276. The Scientific Giant Guodong. The victory in war ushered in negotiations. On the first day of negotiations, the representatives, boasting of their nation's might, proposed numerous stringent conditions, including demands for shared governance, restrictions on military activities along the border, and the payment of exorbitant reparations. However, the national representative remained unmoved, refusing to concede. In a fit of anger, the representative slammed the table, asserting that the responsibility for the incident lay with them, insisting that they should make significant concessions. The national representative calmly rebutted that the root cause of the matter stemmed from the prolonged illegal occupation and provocations by the opposing side. We were merely exercising our legitimate rights to reclaim our territory, with no obligation to make any concessions or reparations. Enraged, the opposing representative exclaimed, "You are too insular. The current power dynamics are evident. You must concede." Unyielding, the national representative responded, "We do not deny the disparity in strength, but we are here to resolve disputes peacefully, not to discuss concessions. Our principled stance remains unchanged. This territory belongs to our nation, and it is non-negotiable. If your side cannot accept this reality, we will have no choice but to resort to other means to reclaim all our territory." Hearing this, the opposing representative's complexion paled, leaving him momentarily speechless. He understood that the strength exhibited by the national side in this conflict was beyond his capacity to confront. Engaging in a direct confrontation would only lead to greater losses. Frustrated yet left with no choice but to compromise, he proposed, "Then we can agree not to pursue responsibility for the incident, but the border issue requires further discussion." The national representative replied, "The border issue can be resolved through amicable negotiations. We also wish to avoid prolonged tension along the border. As long as your side ceases its provocative actions and withdraws its illegal troops from Treasure Island, peace and stability can be restored." The opposing representative sighed, "Very well, then. Treasure Island shall be returned to you. We agree to resolve the border issue through friendly negotiations for the sake of peace and regional stability. And we consent to sign a new border agreement. This is the rational choice we hope to see," the national representative nodded, expressing hope that this incident would lead to an improvement in relations and a collective effort to maintain peace and tranquility along the border regions. During the negotiations, the representatives of the nation exhibited remarkable diplomatic acumen, unwavering in the face of pressure and threats, ultimately compelling the opposing party to accept a fair and reasonable agreement. This not only resulted in the reclamation of territory, but also alleviated border tensions, thereby enhancing the nation's international influence and voice. Consequently, the neighboring country was compelled to acknowledge the burgeoning strength of this increasingly formidable neighbor and adopt a more cautious stance. The stark contrast between the positions of both parties during the negotiations made the disparity in power abundantly clear. Through its resolute diplomatic maneuvers and demonstrated superiority on the battlefield, the nation succeeded in extracting maximum concessions from the opposing country, thus establishing a preliminary dynamic of power disparity between the strong and the weak. This development subtly shifted the balance of influence in the region, instilling a sense of awe in neighboring countries that could no longer afford to be dismissive or arrogant as they once were. Following this victory, the public's confidence surged, fostering a renewed faith in the nation's defense capabilities. Years later, the introduction of new equipment such as laser-guided missiles and Type 99 tanks significantly bolstered military strength. Under the leadership of Guodong, advancements were made in the development of stealth fighter jets and hypersonic missiles, granting the nation an advantageous position in aerospace. Supported by technological prowess, the nation consistently triumphed in subsequent territorial disputes, leading to an expansion of its landmass and instilling a profound sense of national pride among its citizens. On the international stage, the nation gradually emerged as a world-class power, its advanced weaponry and formidable capabilities inspiring respect and caution from many countries. Reassumed as one of the 5 major powers in the United Nations, the nation experienced a substantial increase in its speaking rights, allowing it to assert its stance on numerous significant issues, compelling Western nations to take notice. The high-tech industry flourished, significantly improving the living standards of the populace. The rollout of high-speed rail and drones greatly facilitated daily life. Concurrently, the nation vigorously supported fundamental research and talent cultivation. aspiring to convert more scientific achievements into productive forces to sustain stable national growth. Under Guodong's guidance, the research team developed a plethora of high-tech products. In 1975, a digital communication system was launched, enabling rapid information transmission. By 1978, the fourth generation of computers emerged, dramatically enhancing processing speeds. The high-speed rail system commenced operations in 1980, revolutionizing railway transport. In 1985, advancements in artificial intelligence matured, with robots beginning to serve the public. The fifth generation of mobile communication networks achieved nationwide coverage by 1990, allowing people to access the internet anytime and anywhere. The introduction of new energy vehicles in 1995 addressed the energy crisis, and by 2000, high-definition holographic imaging technology emerged, enabling individuals to experience vivid visual scenes without leaving their homes. Under Guodong's leadership, the nation's technological landscape underwent rapid transformation, leading to significant improvements in living standards. The development of highways and high-speed rail made transportation exceedingly convenient, while various smart electronic products enhanced everyday life. The shift to renewable energy sources rendered energy cleaner and more environmentally friendly, and virtual reality technology enriched the lives of citizens with added enjoyment. Meanwhile, Guodong settled into a stable family life, welcoming a son and a daughter with Zhang Shuyu. After achieving monumental success in his scientific endeavors, he chose to step back from the forefront to relish the joys of family life. His two sons inherited his legacy, becoming researchers dedicated to advancing the nation's technological progress, while his daughter pursued a career as a physician. Under Guodong's stewardship, the nation experienced continuous improvements in living standards, ascending towards the ranks of upper-middle-income countries. The strength of its technology positioned it among the world's leaders, achieving preeminence in various fields. The populace thrived and the nation prospered. Ultimately, Guodong departed peacefully, surrounded by family, concluding a legendary life amid the mourning of the entire nation. His indelible contributions to the nation's development and progress enabled it to transcend its previously lagging fate, realizing the grand dream of national rejuvenation. His name is forever etched in the annals of the nation's technological advancement, epitomizing the spirit of a scientific luminary.